Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. It is shown what happened 130 years ago, and it is reported that then the quiet night first appeared. It is noticeable how everything burns, and it becomes known that the world was swallowed up in the whirlpool of war and countless deaths followed. Life became miserable and people began to lose hope. The building is depicted, and it is told how one day, when death and destruction had already reached its peak, martial masters gathered together and formed the Central Heavenly Alliance. Shadows of people are seen, and it is reported that this alliance has decided to create a sect that will keep the quiet night at bay. The man stands on a cliff while his hair flutters, and it is revealed that they have elected the outstanding martial artist Shin. He has become the first leader of the Northern Heaven sect, and the Central Heaven Alliance has granted the sect its full support. The man puts his weapon forward, and it is reported that they have collected a large number of battle scrolls and elixirs, thereby allowing the Northern Heaven sect to grow in strength and be able to successfully resist. The man thrusts the sword into the ground, and the thought is heard that Munson became the leader of the second generation. Then Gwangyong became the leader of the third generation. The Northern Sky sect became very respected, and this led to the fact that thousands of respected martial arts masters began to gather in it. Something is showing. It's coming. Then it gets even closer. A man is depicted, and it is reported that he is a man known as the Great Wall of the North, the fourth generation leader of the Northern Heaven Sen of the North sect, Guangho. He stands with his arms crossed on his chest, and the pillars of the Northern Heavens sect, the Great Four of the Northern Heavens, are introduced. People with weapons are shown approaching. Their footsteps send dust flying as they attack. Their angry faces are visible. They move confidently, putting their weapons forward. The second belligerent also rushes into battle. They jump and attack. A man with sparkling eyes swings. He puts his fist forward. It is shown from the side and refers to the fist of the demon Chinwu. He jumps. Stones fly in different directions. The man's eyes sparkle, and it is reported that it is the raging Musen storm. He narrows his eyes. His blow hits all people. Their black robes are visible. The man looks at them with his sparkling eyes. He stands holding a sword, and it turns out that it is the cursed ghost blade of Chenghua. The man rests his hand on the ground. A certain shock wave passes through. He makes a gesture with his finger, and it is known that this is the Lord of the Iron Blood, Hyoxum. A man stands in front of a crowd of people. His eyes are shining. He swings confidently. The man throws a strong blow. He lifts his leg. He immediately stomps on her. Stones and people are flying. It is reported that these people played a decisive role in preventing a quiet night in the northern lands. All of the above are standing in front of some building with a confident look. It is about what Silent Night once did when it reached its limits against the Northern Sky sect. It turns out she just disappeared. However, it is reported that something happened next. A boy is depicted, and it becomes known that this is Muwon. He looks stunned at his father, who has blood on his face. It is reported that the northern wall has also collapsed. A crowd of people stands in front of the man. Looking down, he notices that only the strongest seem to be left here. These people's eyes sparkle, and the thought sounds that the nine heavens are powerful and untouchable figures who rule Murim, and the question of whether this was the work of the Central Heaven Alliance. A man with a beard is shown, and it is revealed that he is the extraordinary genius who revived the once destroyed Salmon family, and his thirst for knowledge and passion for learning was what allowed him to achieve the wisdom of the Heavenly Lord. He approaches the cult leader, wondering if he is going to deny the truth until the very end and why the protector of the quiet night betrayed them. Frowning, Guanho states that he has always lived honestly and asks if HWA wants to say that he was the one who betrayed them. He asks her to stop saying such ridiculous things. The bearded man stands unshakably, claiming that all four pillars of the Northern Heaven sect have testified against him, and yet he still insists on lying to them. Guanho looks away. The man with the weapon behind his back has a dark expression on his face. He turns his head. The bleeding man seems unhappy with him. Costs the same to Chen. He does the same. Closing his eyes, Guanho realizes that they were his loyal friends who fought the same war with him for decades. They were his brothers, and he wonders why they left the Northern Sky sect. The landscape is shown, and the man's realization that he is left alone is heard. He opens his eyes. His frightened son is still standing behind him. Guangho leans in, thinking about how they all decided to team up and plot against him, and even if he tries to get out of this situation, they will do everything they can to stop him. A shock wave passes through, and he declares that he understands how this happens. Stones fly, and he claims that he will obey them and fulfill their wishes. One part of the crowd looks at him, realizing that his profound energy is incredibly powerful, and the Northern Heavens sect has become too strong. They have become quite a big problem for them. Another part of the people also looks, and the thought is heard that as long as this sect exists, they will not be able to completely control the main lands. The central persons are also watching. Frowning, Guanho shouts that, starting today, the Northern Heaven sect must disband and the sect's disciples must leave and find a new home elsewhere. A large area is depicted and it is reported that this will be the man's last command as the leader of the sect. The scene of action is shown even further away. Wang Ho looks at his accusers, wanting to say something else. The crowd is visible again. Yuan's eyes sparkle with tears, and his father claims that he lost his mother at an early age and was forced to grow up alone in the barren lands of the north. Stopping screaming, the man asks you to promise him that they won't touch him. HWA is silent thoughtfully. He thinks it would be nice to end his family, but it seems like the atmosphere here means he won't be able to do that. People can be seen stunned and crying. Closing his eyes, the man makes a promise and realizes that if they had not heeded his request, the leaders of the rival factions would have turned against them. Guanho raises his sword and addresses his son. The boy just watches silently. Smiling slightly, the man asks for his forgiveness. Yuan, with tears in her eyes, reaches out to him with her hand. He rushes to his father. It turns out that the sect leader stabbed himself with a sword and blood gushed out. Many small stones are seen on the floor, and it is learned that in order to protect people from the quiet night, the Northern Sky sect was created with the help of the Alliance. A long wall and a building visible from behind it are shown, and it becomes known that they have faithfully fulfilled this duty for a long 100 years. Yuan holds onto his dead father's sleeve. It is reported that the 4th generation sect leader Guangho was betrayed by them. 3 years pass. Someone opens their eyes. People are visible. It turns out that Yuan woke up while tied up. One of the men crossed his arms, claiming that the boy had finally woken up. The other holds the board on which he is hung. Frowning, the son of the former cult leader asks what they are doing. Looking down on him, the man claims that he thought the boy was a weakling, but he still seems to have some masculinity. Everyone looks at the suspended one, and the captor reveals that he does not know how the other group treated Yuan. But he is far from kind, because he is already angry that they will have to spend the next 3 years in this place because of such a pathetic child. How is he? He approaches the boy, telling him to tell him where he hid the artifacts and war scrolls, or he can just let them kill him so they can return to their mainland. The son of the former sect leader lowers his head, laughing. Thiessen looks questioningly. He leans in, claiming that he doesn't think he understands the situation he's in right now, because they could just leave him in the desert to be eaten by the wolves and it would be much easier for them since they wouldn't have to spend the next 3 years in this bug infestation. To which the boy asks if he really thinks he can do this. The man looks away. The other one does the same. Blood pours out of Yuan's hand, and he is surprised. He screams in pain. One of those present looks amazed. The boy lowers his head and someone remembers the 9 heavens. Thiessen is at a loss, and the son of the former sect leader asks if he forgot about the promise made by his father in the Central Heavenly Alliance. There are tears in the man's eyes. A spacious area and 2 carts are visible. Silent Night is reported to have completely erased its existence. The carts rush forward, leaving dust behind them. It turns out that the world began to believe in their disappearance. Some buildings are shown. It becomes known that after the first line of defense against the quiet night was disbanded, horses and people in cloaks are depicted. We are talking about using the sudden disappearance of a quiet night as an excuse. Dust flies from the steps. It is reported that the Central Heavenly Alliance has decided to send mercenaries to keep an eye on these earthlings. The man takes off his hat. A certain building is shown. Something is visible that takes up most of the space. People stand listening to some man. It turns out that this was just an excuse. Those leaving are waved goodbye. It becomes known that the real reason is to keep an eye on a certain person. People frown. We are talking about the probability of a certain event. Buildings and shadows of people are visible. It turns out that there is a conversation going on about the possibility that he will begin to study the martial arts of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Everyone stands behind one person. It's about planning revenge. People are going somewhere. It sounds like the guards will be watching him closely. A man is surprised, looking at something. It's about the person they're following. Someone is standing in the distance. His face comes closer. It becomes known that this is the heir of the Northern Heavens sect. Yuan's eyes are covered with hair and he is reported to be the last living blood of the former sect leader. He stands somewhere at the entrance, while the crowd of people is located a little further. The man frowns. It turns out that the former sect leader only allows this boy to read books and nothing else, which is why he has no martial arts skills. The other person points with his finger. It becomes known that everything related to martial arts was taken away by the Central Heavenly Alliance, as well as the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. He sighs, closing his eyes. It is reported that after thoroughly searching the area for anything hidden, they were unable to find anything else. Piecing arches an eyebrow. It turned out that one day, after a whole year of inactivity, the boy came to his senses. The silhouette of a seated man is depicted. It is stated that he needed to learn a skill that would allow him to make a living, and thus began to practice blacksmithing. Hammer work shown. The man touches his beard, saying that it's hard to believe that the son of the Great Wall of the North wants to learn blacksmithing to make a living. But it's even harder to believe that there are no more war scrolls hidden here. But if that's the case, they don't have reasons to be here for the next 3 years. Musen just remains silent to this. Nguyen stands with his head down. He turns away. Now he stands sideways to the wall and people, watching. He assumes that these are new guards. He begins to walk, realizing that everything has begun to irritate him again. The House of 1,000 Spirits is depicted. A boy enters there, and it turns out that thousands of martial arts scrolls were kept in this place. Silhouettes of people with swords are visible, and it becomes known that the four northern heavens took everything from here. Everything that related to their techniques. The art of the sword was taken by the ghostly cursed blade of Chenghua. Everything that related to the fist techniques was taken by Chen. Everything related to the leg techniques was taken by Musen. And to cultivation, Hyoxum. It turns out that almost all of the disciples of the Northern Heavens sect followed the Great Four. The boy is sitting by the window. It becomes known that each of them took part in the destruction of the sect in order to take the main position on the mainland. Yuan looks down. He claims he was abandoned. He imagines himself reaching out to his father and calling him. When the man turns around, his eyes are covered in blood and he reveals that the boy is the leader of the Northern Sky sect. His eyes close. The people who prompted his father to take his own life are shown. He jumps up in fear, waking up. Holding his head, he tries to catch his breath. Sands are depicted. There is a ball of rice in a certain container. Yuan eats it. It is reported that outside the sect, everything died out within a distance of 100 meters on all sides. Buildings are visible. The thought sounds that time has stopped and the destroyed sect reflected the state in which Muan was. The boy walks along the wall. He is shown doing blacksmithing. An orange sunset is visible. Muan sits looking at the world around him. He understands who he is, that this is the current him and he is in a pitiful state. He has a sad look. The sky is already darkening, and he claims that he did not try so hard to be weak. He stands against the wall, communicating that he has tried to build and strengthen the foundation of his will. He looks at the wall, coming to the conclusion that if he backs down now, everything his father has done and the life he gave up will be in vain. Several people are watching him. A scream sounds. Previous events return. With tears in his eyes, Muan states that he doubts they are allowed to do this. Buildings and smoke are visible, and mentions of war scrolls and artifacts of the Northern Sky sect are heard. Scrolls are scattered on the floor, and a question is heard about whether the man really thinks that the Central Celestial Alliance will leave anything behind, and a statement that they have cleaned up the place. Muan confidently tells him to do it if he is going to kill him and return to the mainlands. A crowd of people is depicted, and it is revealed that although they are disciples of the Northern Heavens Great Four, the only reason they are with them is because they were forced to join them 3 years ago, and there are still a few loyal disciples of the Northern Heavens sect Sky. Frowning, Muan asks if Pisang thinks they'll let him get away with it, and claims that they'll immediately understand the difference between suicide and murder and won't hesitate to come for their lives. The man looks at him in surprise as he asks if he thinks all the previous guards were ignorant fools, and states that they had the same thoughts as Pisan. He wonders if the man has ever wondered why these guys did nothing but wait in silence for the last 3 years. Taking out his sword, Pisan asks how the boy dares to contradict him. Musen stops him, frowning. He claims that it would be better if they let him go, because there is some truth in what he just said. The man looks at him thoughtfully when he reminds them that they have already searched this place, and there are no more war scrolls or valuable artifacts here. Pisan tusks displeasedly and says to let Muan go. With tears in his eyes, the boy reveals that this place is his home and they are uninvited guests. So from now on he expects them to behave like guests, and if they do so, he will forget what they did to him today. Turning his head, the man states that he will let him go now, but as soon as he starts doing anything suspicious, the Central Heaven Alliance and the Great Four of the Northern Heavens will give him permission to kill him. He says to remember his words. A stick with tied ropes falls. Musen looks away as he is told to keep a close eye on the boy. He sighs. The freed Musen stands bending over. The man is looking for something in his clothes. He hands him the cloth, apologizing and telling him that he can use it to stop the bleeding. Muon looks at him silently. Musen leaves the room. Tears flow from the boy's eyes. He wipes the blood with a cloth. He falls to his knees, remembering the loyal disciples of the Northern Heavens sect. Muon bends over the floor, claiming that if they were truly faithful, they would have already come and saved him from this hellhole. He asks himself if he really thinks there are people who still care about the destroyed sect. He finds himself in a dark space and decides that no one cares whether he is alive or dead, even coming to the conclusion that they want him dead. The dark sky is visible. Now it is orange, and the territory enclosed by a wall is shown. A tall building is shown. Muon climbs the stairs and thinks that it is true that everything was taken away from the sect. He places his hand on the railing. The roof of the building is visible, and the boy claims that the heart of the Northern Heavens sect is still alive. He sits looking sad. He looks thoughtful and ponders the greatest secret of the sect, which even the 4 great pillars of the Northern Heavens do not know about. He remembers the last battle scroll of the Northern Heavens sect. Something with symbols is depicted. Looking at the horizon, Muon declares that this is the Northern Sky sect itself. The main character looked at the stone surface, covered with a bunch of different symbols, and thought that the destroyed walls, known as the Wall of 10,000 Spirits, begin to cast a shadow on the ground when the sun sets in the east. Then he thought that the mysterious drawings on the walls were turning into scripture on the ground, written in a forgotten language from the kingdom of the lower moon. The young man introduced the 4 warriors and remembered back Jinhoon, the first sect leader who built the 10,000 Spirits change. But 4 generations later it was passed on to Jin Kwanghong. Muon remembered standing next to a tall, muscular man as a child and thought that this was the reason why his father taught him the language of the lower moon kingdom instead of martial arts as a child. The boy with his hair tied up widened his eyes, looking at his father, and the main character said that for everyone these were just old engravings on the walls. The bearded man patted his son on the head with a smile. All this teaching was designed so that only Muon could read them. The young man with long wavy hair looked devastated, thinking that this might make him seem like he was wasting his time standing here, and that the guards should continue to think that way. The bright orange sunset spread over the small town, and Muon thought that all the teachings of the previous leaders were written here, and he still had a long way to go before he mastered the last retinue of the Northern Heavenly Clan's martial arts, which is called the Path of 10,000 Spirits. The young man sat with his elbows on his knees and silently looked at the horizon. Suddenly he noticed something, and surprise showed on his face. A horse-drawn cart was moving quickly across the desert, and behind it a column of dust rose. There are many buildings in the middle of the tall sand pyramids. A young man with long hair greeted Mr. H. Wang, who was riding a brown horse. The man with a wrinkled face smiled and took off his straw hat. His name was H. Wanchial, and he was a former member of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Muon thought that self-defense was the limit of his martial arts skills, so the man was considered the weakest in the clan. But no one noticed his loyalty to the clan. H. Wang Chul flashed a warm smile and politely greeted the main character. After leaving the clan, he began working as a traveling merchant and did everything he could to help Muon. The main character, whose memories showed a black and white image of the village, thought that H. Wang Chul was an orphan with no talent for martial arts. At that time, the man with narrow eyes and short eyebrows was rejected by other clans except the Northern Heavenly Clan, and the sect leader named Guangho did everything to teach him the basics so that he could at least defend himself. A broad-shouldered man with a beard touched the shoulder of H. Wang Chul, who was trying to hold his body in the right position and trembling from tension. H. Wanchial, holding the horse's bridle, got off the cart and asked Muon how he was doing. The young man with a joyful smile approached his old acquaintance, saying that everything was fine with him, and H. Wanchial, spreading his arms to the sides for a hug, said that the main character had grown up. While Muon thanked the old man for coming such a long way for this meeting, H. Wang Chul noticed that one of the main character's fingers was bandaged. The man furrowed his brow in worry. A drop of sweat appeared on his temple, and he asked if those scoundrels had wounded the young man again. Muon immediately hid his hands in his pockets, smiled broadly and answered with an awkward laugh that he had hurt himself while forging. But the old man did not stop worrying and only hoped that the main character was not lying to him. The young man approached the cart, saw huge bags of food and let out a surprised sigh, saying that the old man did not have to bring so much. Muon looked with pity at H. Wanchial, who also approached the cart and said that the old man should start living for himself, to which he replied that his heart hurt a lot and he would have rotted in Murim long ago if it weren't for the clan. The main character looked at the old man with a grateful smile when he realized that he had brought not only medicine and food, but also a thick winter blanket. Suddenly Muvon saw a large stone among the bags and asked why it was lying there. Hwancheol explained that he received this stone, tied to bags with ropes, in Unnam, because it fell from the sky, and the whole tribe worshipped it as a deity. Hwancheol began to sweat with excitement, his short eyebrows arched. He sadly said that this stone no longer belongs to anyone, because they were exterminated. The protagonist's face showed shock when he heard this. The old man coughed into his fist and said hesitantly that it looked like they were fighting the Broken Fist clan. Muon remained silent and lowered his head, and his face darkened. The young man looked at the sky while Hwancheol continued talking. White snow began to fall in the village, and the old man reported that the Broken Fist clan had decided to settle in Unnam. After the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly clan, each of the Great Four founded their own clan in Murim, and one of them, a tall man in dark red clothing, gathered an elite group of sword kai users and settled in the west. His name was Jianghua. A man with a long black beard and mustache sat on a throne and held a spear in his hands. He frowned fiercely. His name was Masheng, nicknamed the Raging Hurricane. He gathered a group called the Fluttering Skies, but they did not act. The Lord of the Iron Blood, a man with a thin, wrinkled face and a golden hairpin on his head. His name was Hyaksham and he built an iron castle in the north. Demon Fist, a muscular man named Youngwoo, was known for his cruel and vicious nature and created a bloodthirsty group called the Broken Fists. Hwancheol saw how sad the main character was and let out a long sigh. The old man clapped his hands and said in a trembling voice that he had brought iron from Muon because he had taken up blacksmithing. The young man smiled, spread his arms to the sides and invited Hwancheol to go inside so as not to freeze under the snow. The main character and the old man carried the heavy bags into the house, and Muon sincerely thanked Hwancheol for his help. The man with thick eyebrows coughed into his fist and, watching the old man and the main character from afar, thought that Hwancheol's devotion to his clan was impressive. But Muon was in a very pitiful state. The man, whose hair was tied with a white ribbon, held a sword in his hand and thought that the main character was walking aimlessly, wasting time in the forge, climbing to the top of the tower and looking at the sky. But the warrior did not feel kai from him. The man closed his eyes and pursed his lips, thinking about Muon having nothing, and that time he was talking about the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Great Four from the Northern Heavens. The warrior imagined the face of the crying Muon and came to the conclusion that if he clarified his story, it would seem more believable. And for his age the young man makes a wise decision. Suddenly the man raised his eyes to the sky and saw a messenger hawk there. He rushed towards a building with a black roof. The bearded man, clenching his hands into fists, was angry that some distinguished guests would arrive that he did not want to see. He gritted his teeth and exhaled noisily, ordering that the restoration of one of the royal buildings be started in the morning. The deputy captain, who had the hawk in his arms, closed his eyes and nodded. Hwancheol and Muon carried the bags into the bright room, which had one sleeping place. The young man placed 2 cups of tea on the table, inviting the old man to join him. Hwancheol sat down at the table. The young man leaned over and asked about the situation in the world, and the old man replied that everything was fine. Hwancheol took a cup of hot tea and said with a smile that the current focus was on a martial artist named Dam Xiaochong, because he stated that he would fight and defeat 100 martial artists. Muon, who raised the cup to his mouth, suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise and widened his gray eyes. He heard about Xiaochen, a man with a scar on his eye, who was the 3rd son of the invincible Master Chokshim, one of the 9 heavens, so people mocked him. Xiaochen eventually turned 18, but every time he challenged someone, he left chaos and destruction for himself. But he only earned fear and respect from the people of Murim. A muscular man in white clothes and a dark cloak stood with his fist raised in the air. Now Xiaochen had about 93 fights and hadn't lost a single one, and if he fought 7 more, he would set a new record in Murim history. The main character, holding a cup in both hands, lowered his head and admired Xiaochen, who was only 18, and the old man replied that at this rate he would become a Murim legend. When Muon, who was sitting opposite Hwancheol, asked if there was any more news, he answered very ambiguously, "Night has come." A large stone lay on the pedestal while the main character persuaded the old man to rest, but he replied that, unfortunately, he could not. Hwancheol put on his cloak, picked up his hat and walked towards the exit, saying that he would return after the winter. He apologized for not being more helpful to the young man. The main character silently watched as the old man, driving a horse, rode away. Muon raised his pale hand and waved to Hwang Chul, who did the same. Snowflakes continued to fall and cover the ground with a white blanket. Suddenly the young man saw in front of him a man in a black cloak. His long hair was tied with a white ribbon. He lowered his head slightly and said that an important guest from the Central Heavenly Alliance was going to visit them in the spring, and therefore they wanted to restore and use the Hwashan Palace. The main character closed his eyes, adjusted his cape, and said that they can do whatever they want because this building has been empty for a long time. The young man turned to leave, and the black-haired man was surprised by this, but did not ask questions. Muon walked under the snow, sadness reflected on his face. Suddenly the young man turned around and looked somewhere to the side. He saw a tall building, the roof of which was covered with ice in some places. The main character, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at the tower with some sadness and detachment. Then he opened the door with his hand. Muon was surprised when he saw something strange on the floor. Suddenly the young man shuddered, opening his mouth as if he realized something. Then he turned around sharply. The main character opened his eyes wide with fear when a man silently crept up from behind and put a knife to his throat. When Muon heard that the man with the knife had a woman's voice, he became confused and frowned. Then the main character lowered the corners of his mouth and wearily brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, saying that he should be the one asking this question. The girl said she was the first to ask, and the boy sweated and clenched his teeth in fear, blurting out that he was the owner of this place. The stranger did not remove the knife from her neck and asked if Muon was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and the young man confirmed it. When Muon said that it was her turn to answer the question, the girl was silent for a while, and the two people stood motionless without making a sound. Then the stranger's weapon fell to the floor with a clang. The young man turned sharply to where the girl was standing, but he saw no one. When the main character turned his attention to the floor, he saw a black-haired girl, whose clothes and face were covered in bright red blood. The stranger closed her eyes. One of her shoulders was cut, and a deep hole was visible in the other. Hassel lies on the floor unconscious, with a wound in his left shoulder. Muon looks at Hassel in fear. Muon approaches Hassel, surprised to see her. Muon puts his ear to Hassel's chest to see if she's alive. Muon says Hassel is still breathing. Multi-story building, snow, winter sky. Muon walks along the wall, carrying Hassel in her arms. Snow-covered roof of a house. Hassel lies on the bed with a wound in his left shoulder. Muon looks at the wound in horror. The wound looks as if it was caused by poison. Muon's hand opens the box containing the antidote. Muon thoughtfully holds the antidote in his hands. Hwang holds the antidote in his hands. Muon sadly looks down somewhere. Hassel lies with his eyes closed. Muon opens Hassel's mouth with his fingers. Muon takes the needle in his hand. Muon holds the needle tensely. Muon carefully inserts a needle near Hassel's wound. The wound begins to heal. Hassel lies unconscious, several needles stuck into her wound, and a tired Muon sits next to her. Hassel lies with his eyes closed. Muon looks at Hassel thoughtfully. Hassel lies on the bed. Muon sits next to her in the dark room. Hassel, covered with a blanket, lies in a lit room. Hassel lies with his eyes closed. Hassel suddenly opens his eyes. Hassel abruptly tries to get out of bed. Hassel closes his eyes in pain. Hassel grabs his left shoulder. Hassel sits on the bed, holding his shoulder. Hassel looks at her shoulder and wonders who could have healed her. Bloody bandages lie on the nightstand next to the bed. Muon enters the room with a ladle in his hands and reports that he has almost prepared the porridge. Hassel looks at Muon in surprise. An injured Hassel walks through a dark, empty library. The door opens suddenly and Hassel turns towards the door. Muon comes out from behind the door. Hassel hides behind the wall, holding a knife. Hassel puts a knife to Muon's neck and asks who he is. Muon and Hassel are standing in the middle of the dark hall. Hassel closes his eyes. Hassel falls to the floor. Hassel holds her head and asks why Muon healed her. Muon carries porridge on a tray, talking about how Hassel slept for 3 days. Hassel looks at Muon aggressively while holding his left shoulder. Muon looks at Hassel emotionlessly with a tray in his hands. Muon walks up to Hassel with a tray in his hands. Muon puts the tray on the table. Muon holds his hand to his face. Hassel looks thoughtfully into space. The porridge is steaming and Hassel thinks that Muon's actions had no evil intentions. Hassel looks at Muon incredulously. Hassel looks at Muon angrily while sitting on the bed. Muon looks questioningly at Hassel. Muon leaves the room indifferently. Hassel looks angrily in his direction. Hassel states that he will stay there until he fully recovers. Muon turns his head. Muon is surprised by Hassel's impudence. Muon gets dressed and asks Hassel her name. Hassel indignantly asks why he needs to know her name. Muwon aggressively states that after everything he has done for her, she should at least say his name. Hassel introduces himself sheepishly. Muwon is standing by the door and Hassel is sitting on the bed. Muwon says where the food and clothes are. Muwon leaves the room. The door closes. Hassel sits on the bed in a well-lit room. Hassel is tense. Hassel holds his shoulder nervously. Hassel looks thoughtfully into space. Muwon sits on the roof of a multi-story building. Muwon sits thoughtfully against the sky. Muwon smiles as he remembers Hassel's name. Many repairmen on the street are repairing the building. Museng carries boards in his arms. Piseng sleeps with a bitten piece of chicken leg on his stomach. A one-story house covered with snow. Muwon comes out of the house. Muwon looks at the house next door and thinks about how Hassel hasn't left it for 3 days. Muwon looks thoughtfully at Hassel's house. Hassel sits and concentrates for the treatment. There are nerves visible in Hassel's right shoulder and a wound in her left. Hassel sits tensely with his eyes closed. Hassel sits in a dark room and tries to concentrate. Light comes from Hassel's head and chest. Hassel grinds his teeth from tension. The wound on Hassel's shoulder suddenly begins to spread. Hassel's mouth is dribbling. Hassel, almost unconscious, falls onto the bed. Saren's cloak flutters in the wind and his eyes glow white. A man wrapped in a dark robe quickly made his way along the corridor of the house. Stopping abruptly, he picked up the girl lying on the floor. She had dark hair below her shoulders, all white clothing and bare feet. The man began to wake her up by touching her body with 2 fingers of his left hand. His hand emitted a slightly dull glow. Holding a girl with a sickly pale face in his arms, he tried to wake her up, asking her to wake up. He asked his young mistress to focus and use her inner energy. Sweat ran down the girl's tense face. Veins appeared on her neck and blood came out of her mouth. Laying Hassel down on the bed, he told her to channel the Kai into her fingers. The young girl's arm began to become covered with strongly protruding, flesh-colored veins. The guy said that it was almost done. Liquid began to flow from her fingers. She burned through the sheet she fell on. The girl opened her tortured eyes. The man, hidden under the mask, said that the poison had been removed in another second and she would have died. The guy lowered his mask. Below her appeared a thin adult man. The bags under his eyes were red. This man was Saren. The shocked girl said she thought he was dead. He apologized for being late and said that he didn't know where she was hiding. Holding Hassel in his arms, he said that he lives to serve the master and the young lady, and he failed in protecting both. He stated that he must accept the punishment with honor. He asked if the girl could sit down and how she felt. She exhaled and said that everything was fine and she could sit down. She told Saren that everything was fine, and if it weren't for him, she would already be dead. Besides, they were ambushed and he could not do anything in this situation. An image of a dark battle with various monsters appeared. Hassel asked where he was all this time. Saren replied that he was also wounded and was hiding, and only recently was able to discover her. Sitting the girl down on the bed, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head. She grinned and asked why he didn't go looking for the master first. He replied that their master was not someone to worry about and that he was most likely safe. The still tired girl looked at Saren. He stated that his task now is to help her. Looking down at the floor, he stated that using the Northern Sky Clan as a refuge was a good choice. An image appeared of a small city standing in the middle of the desert. He said their enemies would have a hard time believing they were hiding here. The girl, holding her shoulder, listened to Saren's speech. He told her that it was better to stay here for a while to restore her internal energy. Looking towards the disheveled Hassel, he told her to stay here while he looked for the master. Looking at the seriously watching girl wiping the blood from her lips, he said that he would return soon with his orders. Snow covered small houses with smoke coming from the chimney. The main character was beating an iron tool with a sledgehammer. Continuing to hit it, he mentally said that the first source of energy owes the shadow. The second source of energy will change the rules and 10,000 will become one. Just as the light covers the world, he will be the only one holding the shadow. Sweat flowed down the heroes' faces. He mentally said a little tiredly that the source of all things can cover everything, but the shadow is always visible. With slightly closed eyes, he looked to the right and then to the left. He thought that the second energy could change everything, uniting everything together. Light may cover the whole world, but it will enclose the only true shadow. Closing his eyes, he mentally added how the emptiness of the eternal night could stretch across the sky forever. He reflected that the inner shadow must be the same as it exists within this darkness. He stopped his blows with a sledgehammer in streams of thought. His thought moved further and further from his body. The entire space was darkness, into which he slowly moved away. He concluded his thought with words about the perception of the square. He narrowed his tired eyes slightly. He thought that no one was around. He looked around. The protagonist thought about the first technique in the scriptures of 10,000 shadows, about the inner shadow. The sect's first leader, Jinhu, was a vagabond. He became a genius swordsman who was able to create this martial arts technique after many years of wandering. The main character pulled his hand towards the shelf with various bladed weapons. He thought about the essence of this martial art, which is shrouded in mystery and darkness. Just by looking at Muwon, it would be difficult for most martial artists to tell whether he had profound energy or whether he knew martial arts. Closing his eyes, the protagonist pulled out a weapon in front of him. Even after 4 generations, the 10,000 Shadows technique had not reached the highest point of its potential, and was preserved as an unfinished martial art. It is this martial art that the protagonist is now studying. If he had the choice of learning the 10,000 Shadows technique or not, he would choose the latter. However, since the Central Heavenly Alliance not only took away all the martial arts techniques, they were keeping a close eye on him, so he had no other choice. Stretching one arm forward, he swung the other. The main character, with glowing eyes, made an arcing strike. A small current of wind passed through the warehouse, which contained various bags, boxes, and cabinets. Holding a sword in his hands, the protagonist scratched his chin. Throwing a cloak on himself, he began to leave this room, declaring that that was all for today, because he was hungry. Walking out onto the snowy street, he shivered slightly from the cold. He walked on cold slabs covered with snow. Hassel walked out onto the snowy street. She looked thoughtfully at the sky. A tired girl, looking into the distance, asked into the void if this was the Northern Heavenly Clan. The protagonist approached the pensive girl and said that she looked better today. The guy, wrapped in a scarf, said that she had not gone outside for several days, and he began to worry that something had happened to her. Passing through the girl and heading to the neighboring house, he said that he was going to eat and she could join. A slightly surprised girl with disheveled hair looked after the main character. She went into the room behind Muwon. He turned in her direction. Scratching her shoulder, she slightly embarrassedly thanked the protagonist for what he had done. Taking the lunch tray, the main character asked why she was thanking him. He said it was thanks to him that she survived. After laughing a little, Muwon offered her something to eat. After the girl's stomach growled, she said a little nervously that everything was fine. The protagonist, holding a bowl of rice in his hands, took a piece of meat for himself. He ate calmly, closing his eyes while eating. He told Hassel not to hold back, because the food was not poisoned. She asked a little nervously what had been worrying her all this time. She asked why he didn't ask anything. With meat in his mouth, he asked incomprehensibly what she meant. Looking at Muwon, she answered why he didn't ask who she was. Continuing his meal, he replied that he did not intend to pry into other people's affairs. Holding her hands folded, she asked why he didn't do this. Continuing to chew, closing his eyes, he sincerely stated that he thought that it would be better this way. He feels that if he finds out who she is, he will no longer be able to enjoy his time with her. She looked blankly at the protagonist and asked if he was stupid. He said, a little impulsively, that there would be no more questioning and that she should just eat. A desert location is depicted. A wooden house in a classic style is depicted. Muwon thought that he could feel it. His body was starting to change. There is another secret inside the 10,000 Shadows wall. It's time to start studying the blade of inner darkness. He was sitting on the roof of this wooden house. He looked slightly restlessly into the distance, thinking about the mysterious sword technique that was created for killing. He studied the basics of fencing in order to learn this sword technique properly. The morning sky was cloudy. He continued to hit the iron with the sledgehammer. He also practiced striking. A starry night stood over a small village. A white aura in the form of a circle formed around the meditating Hassel. Sweat streamed down the tense girl's face. An image of the white floor of a house appeared. The protagonist once again hit an iron object with a sledgehammer. Sighing tiredly, he began to wipe his face with a towel. He turned towards Hassel, who was sitting on the table near the window. The shocked protagonist jumped back in surprise. The girl said she wasn't sure if he was concentrating well or if his senses were dulled, but she had been sitting here for quite some time. Continuing to sit, she said with a cold face that she was hungry. Muwon, shaking with anger, said that she had been coming to him to eat for 3 months and had not returned home. Slightly narrowing her eyes, the girl impudently said to feed her. Continuing to wipe his face, the protagonist turned around. He said that although he didn't know why he was doing this for a stranger, he invited her to eat. Looking at the girl, he thinks that this makes no sense. Looking at the fallen protagonist before leaving, Hassel thought that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan not only does not know martial arts, he does not even have the foundation to study them. He just spends his time blacksmithing. The girl looks at the proud rise of the protagonist from the floor. The guy asked what she was doing and called her again to eat. She spread her arms in different directions and ran joyfully. An image of a slightly old classic house appeared. The protagonist gave both of them a bowl of rice. When he put the meat down, the girl was already reaching out to him. He took the plate of meat from the taken aback girl. Eventually they sat down to eat. An image of a small settlement in a mountainous area appeared. 3 people were walking. The girl asked if this was the same heavenly clan. 2 men and 1 girl with long hair looked forward seriously, against the backdrop of a huge number of clan warriors. Manhwa stands behind Wonli and Sua. Manhwa stands behind Hyeryong. Wonli, Sua and Hyeryong stand at the front of the crowd. Pen stands at the front of the crowd and asks if there is anyone in the northern heavenly clan's territory. 3 people run from the gate towards the crowd, shouting greetings along the way. Peason and Musin bow their heads to Yeonpan. Peason talks to Yeonpan. Musin looks somewhere to the side. Musin's gaze becomes intense. Yeopal meets Musin's gaze. Yeopal looks at Musin in surprise and tries to speak. Musin looks away and Yeopal tries to talk to him. A broken wall, houses, a crowd in the distance. The crowd moves forward along the road. Hyeryong goes ahead and regrets the current state of the northern heavenly clan. Wonli goes forward and says that the current state of the clan is not surprising, due to the laws of our world. Sua walks forward and chides Wonli for being rude. Clouds, many houses, courtyards behind the wall. Muwon and Hassel walk along the house. Muwon and Hassel come out from behind the house. Hassel is annoyed. Muwon is surprised. Muwon and the crowd meet. Wonli and Muwon make eye contact. Muwon and Hassel look at the crowd. Peason and Musin are nervous. Hyeryong, Wonli and Sua stand and think about Muwon. Muwon and Hassel are standing. Hassel is tense and nervous because she has gone so soft. Wonli greets Muwon. Wonli spreads his hands and introduces Hyeryong and Sua. Muwon is worth it. Muwon bows his head and greets. Hassel stands in surprise. Muwon declares that she is his cousin. Peason irritably reproaches Musin for having an unknown girl on their territory. Wonli smiles and looks at Muwon and remarks that he knows who they are. Muwon looks at Wonli and says that he has heard about them. Wonli, Sua and Hyeryong look at Muwon and are surprised that even their names are known. Peason and Musin stand there irritably. Peason shows the crowd where to go. Musin looks at Muwon warily. Hassel looks at Muwon and thinks that he is not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Muwon and Hassel leave. Hassel is surprised that Muwon doesn't look like he owns the area. Night Starry Sky. Multi-story building. 2 people are standing on the balcony. Yeonpan stands in front of Wonli. Wonli says that he is disappointed with the current state of the Northern Sky clan. Many houses and courtyards fenced with a wall. Yeonpan looks at Wonli silently. Wonli looks ahead menacingly and talks about his hatred for the Central Celestial Alliance. Yeonpan declares that he must help the future masters of the 4 deadly heavens. Wonli looks at Yeonpan and smiles. Wonli looks into the distance and smiles. A sledgehammer hits the hot sword. Muwon swings a sledgehammer to strike. Wonli stands behind Muwon, smiling. Muwon is scared. Muwon is tense at the fact that he didn't notice him. Muwon and Wonli are standing at opposite ends of the forge. Wonli looks away, smiling. Many swords hang on the wall. Wonli picks up the sword. Muwon looks at Wonli annoyed. Wonli holds the sword in his hands and praises it. Wonli points his sword at Muwon. Wonli holds the sword at Muwon's neck and thinks that Muwon probably knows some fighting techniques. Muwon looks at Wonli worriedly and wonders what to do. Muwon is afraid. Wonli smiles. Wonli attacks Muwon. Muwon fearfully thinks what to do. Muwon clenches his fist. Muwon clenches his teeth. Muwon looks at Wonli with anger. Wonli looks at Muwon in surprise. Muwon clenched his teeth from tension. Sweat ran down his face, and a vein appeared on his neck. Muwon opened his mouth slightly. The guy thought that he could not enter into battle yet. The heir of the heavenly northern clan closed his eyes. He thought that since he could not detect Wonli earlier, it means that he is a master of martial arts. Muwon knew that death awaited him both for the use of martial arts and for the incorrect use of techniques. He decided to choose which will allow him to save his life. Wonli hit the guy in the chest with his sword. Muwon's body bent. Wonli became wary. He sensed a strange kai. Someone in black shoes ran into the room. Dust rose behind the man. He tried to stop Wonli. Hyeryong and her servant burst into the room. The girl was clinging to the door frame. She ordered the servant to stop Wonli. Wonli pulled the sword out of Muwon's chest. Blood flowed from the wound. Girls were approaching them from both sides. Muwon was lying on the floor. Hyeryong and her servant sat down next to him. They put their hands on the guy's chest. The girl asked her subordinate to stop the bleeding. The guy screamed when a large palm lay on his blood-soaked shirt. He thought that it hurt and thanked God that the blow was not critical. Wonley stood with his head down. He thought that the young man could not evade a simple attack, which means the rumors were true and he really did not know martial arts. The man pursed his lips. He wondered what kind of strange kai he felt. He was worried that since arriving here he had been too tense and his senses had failed him. Hyorin's gray eyes sparkled menacingly. She opened her mouth and screamed at the man. Wonley frowned. He thought that he needed to rest now, but he decided to watch Muon carefully. The man spread his arms. The bloody sword flew down. Wonley said that he thought that the guy would be able to dodge such an easy attack. Wonley turned around. He said that no one could have imagined that the heir of the Heavenly Northern clan was such a weakling. He told Hyorin to take care of the young man and left. The woman's fingers brought some kind of pill to her half-opened lips. Hyorin said that it was a pill of spiritual restoration that would speed up the healing of wounds. The girl leaned over the guy. She looked at Muon with regret and apologized for Wonley's behavior. The guy winced. Tears flowed from his eyes. Hyorin's face expressed regret. Sweat appeared on her forehead, and she asked permission to accompany Muon to his room. It was cold outside, and against the background of a gray wall a small white house with a thatched roof could be seen. Muon opened his eyes and saw a blurry female silhouette. Pale Muon was lying on the pillow. He called Hassel. The girl sitting next to her frowned. She assumed that the arriving guests had wounded the guy. The girl was sitting on a chair by the patient's bed in a simply furnished room. There was silence. Hassel's frown deepened. She called Muon an idiot and said that he should have resisted or at least run away. The guy's hand covered the girl's palm. Hassel continued to be indignant. The girl looked at the guy in surprise. Their hands were still connected. Muon thanked her in a hoarse voice. He said that, apart from Hwanchul, no one had scolded him for a long time. Hassel opened her mouth in surprise. The guy jumped up on the bed and howled in pain. When the girl removed her hand, the embarrassed Hassel turned away and asked why he was saying such things unexpectedly. The girl's hair was disheveled. She closed her eyes and admitted with shame that she had to leave soon. The pale guy lay in an uncomfortable guy. He felt as if all his insides were destroyed. Muon asked Hassel if she was already leaving. The guy stood up on the bed. Hassel continued to sit next to him on the chair. She said that she had already fully recovered. The girl looked to the side. Hassel remembered sitting on her bed in a meditation position, with a glowing ball of energy visible around her body. The girl with her eyes closed was very tense, sweat flowing down her face. Hassel exhaled and the ball disappeared. The girl opened her eyes when a dark silhouette appeared in front of her. She recognized Sarion. A man in dark clothes sat opposite the girl. He said that he had just been to the master. The man had fully recovered. With a slight smile, the girl looked at her subordinate. The news made her happy. From under the man's black robe, only his eyes were visible. He said that they would soon emerge and asked the lady to start getting ready. The foot dropped to the ground. Clouds of dust rose into the air. A dark cloak fluttered behind the back of a man named Xiachen, who was looking into the distance. A dark silhouette was visible near the edge of the cliff. Only gray hills were around. Sachan stood with his hands on his hips and smiled. He thought that in front of him was a northern abandoned land, from which he felt a strong vital energy. The man looked to the side tensely. The sudden noise made him wary. Sachan stood with his back turned, his hands clenched into fists. He said that hiding rats spoil the whole mood and demanded to show himself. The ground behind the man shook. Men in dark clothes and flat hats emerged from the sand. One of them said that the man had keen senses. Sachan turned to the people emerging from the sand. One of them asked the man who he was and where he was going. Sachan frowned. He was thinking about who was in front of him. The man noticed that the strangers had interesting weapons. A hook and chain were visible under the dark flaps of the cloak. Sachan thought that an unfamiliar kai was emanating from the people and was glad that before him were bearers of a martial art unknown to him. Clouds were visible around the dark rock. Xiachen folded his arms across his chest and looked at the strangers. He didn't understand why he had to tell anything. The man bowed his head. Dark clothes hid everything except his eyes. There was a dust cloud around him. He said that he would spare Xiachen if he left quietly. Sachan looked mockingly at his interlocutor and snorted. He said that the people who appeared from the sand are the only ones who should leave quietly. Bandaged fingers touched the brim of the hat, dark eyes visible on a pale face. The man called Xiachen an arrogant fool. Men dressed in black with hooks in their hands rushed to attack. They accused Sachan of helping some woman. Sachan clenched his hands into fists and prepared for a fight. He said that he did not know which woman he was talking about, but he was ready for a fight. 5 dark silhouettes rushed towards the light-clad man. The hooks whistled through the air. A cloud of dust rose from where Xiachen stood, the man using the hidden power of demonic flames. The figure of a man was dimly visible in the settling dust cloud. Seochin's grinning face appeared in the clouds of dust, one of his eyes glowing. The men in black pulled the chains tied to their hands. Seochin's eyes glowed. A column of light came out of his raised hand. With his other hand he held the chains. Not a single hook touched him. The men in black recoiled when Seochin pulled the chains towards himself. Several people did not have time to cut the chain and rose into the air. The order to retreat was sounded. Dust rose above the rocky outcrop. 3 black silhouettes ran from a large dust cloud on the edge of a cliff. The figure of Seochin and 3 prisoners could be seen through the clouds of dust. The man raised his hand clenched into a fist. The figures of the other people disappeared. 3 frightened men in black clutched weapons in their hands. They did not understand how their enemy managed to deal with the gang so quickly. The order was given to draw bloody blades. The warriors in the flat hats were visible from the back. They stood facing the cloud of dust. The man in the center said that they would use blood for bloody destruction and would end this man with one blow. Seochin clenched his fists and flew out of the cloud of dust, his opponents drawing their swords. The dark silhouette of a man was above the enemies. A hole appeared on the ground. Seochin flew after the fleeing black figures. The earth shook from the explosion. In the clouds of dust one could see the dark silhouette of a lying man in a flat hat. Seochin's clothes were stained with blood, swords were sticking out of her body, and blood was running down her face. The body of the man in black was at the feet of the warrior. A bloody sword lay nearby. Seochin realized that the opponents were using the bone flash technique, in which it is necessary to sacrifice oneself to kill the enemy. Seochin touched the blade protruding from his shoulder. He thought that the opponents were stronger than he thought. He planned to leave one alive to find out who they were. The man threw away the bloody sword and bared his teeth. He said that even Sword Master Sangwon was not that strong. The man spat. There was a dark spot in the middle of the serene mountain landscape. Seochin thought that he would not allow anyone to stand in his way. The man looked at the dark spot visible among the mountains. He said that he was almost there. He was going to visit the Northern Sky Clan. The outlines of buildings on the territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan appeared. Yuan, dressed in white, stood next to the destroyed wall and was noticed by a girl passing by. The disheveled guy looked at the girl. Hyorin lowered her head and asked how Yuan was feeling. She said that she was going to see him to give him some medicine. The guy touched his chest and said that this was not his first wound. Hyorin was holding some kind of bag in her hand. She looked at the guy and apologized for Wonlei's actions and breaking into the house. The guy replied with a serious face that this was not the first time and asked the girl to have fun while staying in his house. Hyorin looked seriously at the guy and thanked him. She admitted that she was surprised by his kindness. The girl lowered her eyes. She said that she used to think that Muon did not like them because their relatives were part of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The guy continued to hold his hand on the wound. His face expressed nothing. The girl handed the guy a bag and said that she was different from her cruel grandfather. She would like to help Muon. The family's bodyguard, Saman Soso, watched the young people from a dilapidated rooftop. The girl frowned. Stars appeared in the dark sky. Wonlei stood guard at the entrance to the room. Hyorin stood half-turned to the man. He mistook her for a ghost. The girl turned her head. Her eyes were hidden in the shadows, and in a stern voice she said that she asked the man not to mess with Muon. Wonlei grimaced and waved his hand. He repeated what he said after he injured the guy. He wanted the girl to leave quickly. Hyorin looked at the other person carefully and said that Muon plays an important role in their plan. Everything was on fire. Blood was running down the man's face. The demon of primordial chaos Muon pierced his hand right through the man's body. The demon shook the blood from his hand. He was disappointed that the people did not even try to resist. The man whose face was hidden behind the wolf's skin bowed to the demon. Muon asked what happened to the hidden ghosts gang. Another man in wolf's skin approached the demon. He was carrying clothes in his hands. Muon ran his bloody hand through his hair. The man who arrived said that the gang had been killed. The second person began to dress Muon. The demon leaned towards the first. He could not believe that the elite ghost gang had been destroyed. The man in animal skin leaned towards the demon's ear and whispered something. Muon smiled at the news that the gang members were killed by a child who is located in the same place where the girl is hiding. The demon turned around. Behind him stood members of a gang of wolves in animal skins and with bloody swords. The demon said that they were starting to hunt rabbits. Among the mountains, the dark outlines of the Northern Sky Clan's territory could be seen. Someone called out to Musing, who was walking along the wall. The man turned around. The man in the red cloak was waving at him. Elite Tiger Guard Yopwal raised his hand and smiled. He said that he was worried when Musang suddenly disappeared and hoped to find him in this place. The man frowned at his interlocutor. He did not like that Yopal, who took his woman away, called him an old friend. He asked the guard to focus on his task and no longer look for a meeting with him. Yopal brought his fisted hand to his face and closed his eyes. He was surprised that Musang was still angry about that incident. Yopal opened his eyes and mockingly said that that woman chose him and she insisted on the wedding. Musang screamed and grabbed his sword. He was about to attack Yopal. The man raised his hands up and looked at his interlocutor in fear. Musang raised his sword to strike. He was going to kill Yopal for continuing to mock him. He did not believe that his beloved could do this to him. Yopal took out his sword and swung it. Musang froze in shock. Blood flowed from the man's arm in 2 places. Yopal had his back to the man. He turned his head and said that he was trying to be polite. But Musang needed to accept reality. Musang was sitting on the ground with his head down. A fragment of a sword lay nearby. Yopal said that he would stay for some time on the clan's territory and they would not be able to avoid each other. He advised the man to change his position in life and treat the wound. The blade of the ball lay on the ground. Musang remembered watching the couple in love. Musang knelt in front of the man and woman. The guy was crying. Musang with a bloody hand looked ahead with an unseeing gaze. He laughed. Clouds floated slowly over the mountain tops. A fire was burning in the forge furnace. Muon was sitting at his work table. The guy was sitting next to the forge. He was doing something with his hands. Muon looked down with satisfaction. The action moved to a low white house with a thatched roof where Muon lived. There was a dish of food on the table in front of the guy. Hassel was sitting opposite her with cutlery in her hands. The girl was not enthusiastic about the sight of food. Hassel looked with interest at the silver hairpin with a flower that the guy handed to her. Muon looked at the girl. He didn't understand why she was so puzzled, because it was just a gift. The girl looked at the hairpin in her hands. She couldn't believe that he was going to give it to her. Muon took the chopsticks and began to eat. The girl sighed when the guy said that he wanted to give her a gift before they parted ways. Hassel's cheeks turned red at the thought of the gift. The guy and girl continued to sit at the table in the small room. Hassel couldn't believe that he decided to give her a gift at such a time. Muon chewed and watched the girl with a slight smile. He thought that the food today was very tasty. Stars appeared in the night sky above the mountains. On the girl's open palms lay a silver hairpin with a flower. Hassel looked at the decoration thoughtfully. She thought that the hairpin was very beautiful, and it was very nice to receive a gift. The girl stood at the open window, and a man in black burst into the room. The girl hid her hand with a hairpin in the neckline of her kimono and greeted the night guests. Saryong bowed and said that the master would arrive soon. The servant looked carefully at the young mistress with red-rimmed eyes and asked what she was hiding. Hassel put her hand behind her back and said that she wasn't hiding anything that she needed to worry about. The man bowed his head slightly. He reminded the girl that she was their last hope and should not have any personal attachments. Hassel looked at Saryong resolutely and said that she would not allow anything like that to happen. The man closed his eyes and bowed. The servant said that he trusted the young mistress. The man opened his eyes and looked carefully at the girl. He thought that something was wrong. The wind blew dust around the yard. The dark silhouette of a man practicing with a sword was visible against the background of a pond. It was Musang. He was thinking about what Yopal told him and could not understand why his beloved left him. Blood appeared on the man's bandages. He looked intently at the weapon in his outstretched hand and mentally compared himself with Yopal. Musang sighed heavily, sweat running down his face. His eyes were red. He thought that he had learned the path of the blue sword, but he was still at the beginning level. He was worried that this was his limit. The man's lips stretched into a wide smile. Blood was visible on his teeth. He was going to take revenge and kill everyone. Musang turned around in fear when he heard a voice that said that doubt allows darkness to take over the heart, and rage leads to collapse rather than solving problems. The frightened man began to look around. He did not understand where the voice was coming from, which said that if Musang calmed his rage, then his thoughts would become like a mirror reflecting the truth. Drops of dew flowed down the blade of grass. The voice said that Musang is like water, which, thanks to the sun, can rise into the atmosphere. Sweat was running down the man's face and he was breathing rapidly. Musang closed his eyes. The voice said that when he rises, the winds will blow away all doubts from his heart. The man closed his eyes. Musang began to swing the sword. The voice said that it was necessary to allow his meridians to become the sea and his navel ring to become the base. A drop of dew fell from a blade of grass. A voice said that if a man lines his cerebral cortex with the heavens, he can rule the sky. A drop fell into the water. Circles began to appear on the surface. Musang made a series of fighting poses. Musang screamed and lunged with his sword, cutting through the air. The man stood next to the lake, holding his sword forward. A fountain of spray rose above the water. Musing froze among the drops of water. He tried to understand what kind of Kai he felt. Musing began to look around. It seemed to him that someone had directed him on the right path. He wanted to understand who it was. The dark figure of a warrior stood next to the pond. It was raining. Muon sneezed. The tower building was visible against the background of the sunset. Next to Muon descending the stairs, empty bookshelves could be seen, and pieces of furniture and scraps of scrolls lay on the floor. Muon walked past the wall, looking at the destroyed roofs of the buildings. The young man froze in shock, feeling someone's giant Kai. A dark figure stood in the opening of the arch. Streams of air rushed towards her. A man in white clothes approached the arch. A dark cloak flowed behind his back. It was Sachan. His body was covered with wounds, and a translucent dragon could be seen behind his back. Muon's mouth involuntarily dropped open in shock when he felt the incredible flow of Siachan's aura. It was like his legs would give way at any second. Beads of sweat began to run down Muon's forehead and face, his eyes widening with the realization that Sachan was a martial artist. Sachan kept turning his head to look at the once great clan. Blood ran down the martial artist's forehead and jaw as he raised his head up and looked at the arch in front of him, calling the clan quite impressive. Looking ahead, Sachan noticed the figure of Muon standing in the aisle. Sachan tilted his head slightly and frowned at Muon, but Wonli's unexpected cry calling him brother made him straighten up. Muon looked at the group of people who had arrived, noticing Wonli walking at the head of the entire group and Hiren, Yeonpin, Sua, along with Soso walking behind Wonli, who shouted, greeting Siachan as a brother. The newcomer walked towards the group, pointing his hand at them and laughing, greeting all his brothers and sisters. Hiren turned her head and bowed to Muon to greet him. Muon also nodded his head in response to Hiren. Soso, who was walking behind the group with Yeonpin, asked Sachan what happened to him. Wonli stretched out his hands to Sachan in shock, perplexed by his appearance. Sua, who was standing next to him, raised her hands up in fear, saying that Sachan was still obsessed with battles. Hiren, her eyes wide open and sweat dripping down her face, worriedly asked her lover what had happened to him and if he received his injuries due to his last fight with Seongwon, the master of fast blades whom he challenged due to the test of 100 masters. Muon, who was standing aside, turned away when he heard about the test of 100 people. Siachan passed by Muon and approached Wonli's group, saying that Seongwon was a real opponent but not strong enough to hurt him. Wonli, hearing him, extended his hands to him, offering to treat his wounds, after which they would discuss what happened. Muon opened his eyes wide in surprise when Wonli turned around with the group and said that he was interested in knowing what kind of person could put Siachan in such a state. The protagonist imagined the image of Joksham behind Siachan when he realized who he really was. He was the third son of one of the 9 strongest people of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Siachan smiled widely, saying that the man looked suspicious, but nothing more, because he himself was the one who shook Murim's world. Siachan turned his head and asked who the boy behind them was. Hiren glanced at Siachan and said that Muon was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Master Muon. Siachan didn't pay any attention to how Wonli called him pathetic and weak. Seeing the futility of his words, Wonli turned his head and winked at Yinpeng. At this time, somewhere in the rocky terrain of the northern lands, dust was rising, and 2 figures stood motionless on the top of a small mountain. Muon looked at his sweaty palm. All the sweat was due to the fear of meeting Siachan. Muon stood motionless looking at his palm, mentally telling himself that he did not expect to meet Siachan here. He was interested in his relationship with others. Muon could not help but recognize the strength of this person, whose aura was so terrifying to him. Muon lowered his hand and looked forward, a little surprised. Right in front of him was Inpen holding his blade in his hand. Inpen bowed his head and covered his fist with his palm, introducing himself as the general of the elite Tiger Guards of the 4 mortal heavens. Inpen, after which he voiced the purpose of his arrival, which turned out to be Muon's message. Yeonpin straightened up a little and lowered his hands, telling the protagonist that he was invited to dinner at Hwashan Palace. The protagonist smiled because the guests were inviting the host. He called it quite funny and then voiced his agreement to Inpen. Yeonpin did not express any emotion. He simply told Muon to come to Hwashan Palace tomorrow for dinner, and also informed Muon that his hosts allowed him to take his cousin with him. Soon night fell and stars began to be visible in the dark sky. Siachan sat in a huge wooden bathtub with hot water, from which steam rose. Siachan himself frowned, thinking about the protagonist. Sweat ran down Siachan's neck and face and fell straight into the hot water while he thought about how Muon had no Kai and how he couldn't sense martial arts from him. As the water in the bath began to boil, He remembered how he felt something strange coming from the protagonist. Sitting in the boiling water, Xiaochen assumed that he then felt the strength and will of the Northern Heavenly Clan inherited by Muon. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked seriously into the void. Soon the day came. The rays of the sun illuminated the old and shabby buildings of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Muon, who was walking to his forge, stopped when he saw Xiaochen sitting near the entrance to the forge. Xiaochen noticed Muon and turned his head and said that he had finally arrived. Xiaochen stood up and, looking at Muon with a serious look, greeted him and introduced himself, saying his full name. The protagonist looked at the guest in shock, not understanding what he was doing here. Xiaocheng bowed and made a Baoquan gesture with his hands, expressing his gratitude to Muon for accepting him into the residence without prior request. He told Muon that he was very grateful that he was able to visit the Northern Heavenly Clan, which had previously been his dream. The protagonist scratched the back of his head with his hand, saying that there was nothing to see here since it turned into ruins. Xiaochen straightened up, but did not lower his hands, saying that all this did not matter to him, because the main thing was the opportunity to see the only heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan with his own eyes. Xiaochen lowered his hands and silently looked at Muon. Some time later, when evening came, Muon and Hassal walked past a crowd of people on their way to the palace. Muon, whose hands were behind his back, looked at Hassal walking strangely, reminding her of what he said, but Hassal interrupted him, saying that she had a bad feeling. The protagonist stopped for a moment, missing the smiling Hassal whose mouth was dripping with drool as she said that she could smell something tasty. The protagonist shook his head in helplessness. The protagonist looked at the back of the girl's head, noticing the metal flower that he gave her right on her head, while Hassal herself, without noticing anything, complained about the food she was still eating and was happy that she could eat normally. The protagonist's lips stretched into a faint smile. Soon, Hassal and Muon reached the top floor of the palace, where they were greeted by servants. When they opened the door, they could see Sua waving at them and the rest of her group sitting at the table. A moment later, Muon and Hassal entered the room. Hassal glanced at Xiaochen, not understanding who the man with the lion's mane was sitting in front of her. Xiaochen looked closely at cousin Muon, guessing that she was not his sister, but his secret bodyguard. Xiaocheng stood up and made a Baoquan gesture with his hands, greeting the protagonist with a smile on his face. The protagonist and Hassal pulled out chairs and wanted to sit on them, but Hassal did not take her eyes off Hyeryung the whole time. Hyeryung nodded her head in greeting Hassal. Only Sua simply waved her hand in greeting with a smile on her face. Wanli folded his arms and said with a displeased face that it was time to get down to business. Hyeryung and Xiaochen stood up from their seats and began to take turns speaking, Xiaochen asking Muon's forgiveness for such an unexpected invitation, saying that they had reasons for doing so, and Hyeryung saying that they wanted to appoint him as their seal of approval. Wanli grinned as he listened to Xiaochen and Hyeryung standing there saying that they wanted to create the Azure Dragon Society, the purpose of which would be to involve militant youth in politics, so that their opinions would be taken into account by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Sua, who was listening to all this, was bored. Hassal, not paying attention to the words of these two, continuously ate like a savage, while Muon, without touching his food, asked with a calm face why only they were in the Northern Heavenly Clan now. Hyeryung smiled and responded by saying that the older generation didn't like it when junior martial masters gathered in groups. Xiaocheng also smiled, saying that there was no one here who did not respect the Northern Heavenly Clan. After all, many lived their lives honoring them. Hassal turned her head and took a bite of the chicken leg, mentally telling herself to stay away and not interfere in the conversation. Xiaochen raised his hand and clenched his palm into a fist, saying that the message of this meeting should be their oath to the heavens, and therefore they wanted Master Muon to be their witness and give his sign of approval. The protagonist stretched out his hand trying to stop Hassal, who was constantly eating, who perfectly understood that the people in front of her wanted Muon to take all the blame on himself. Hyeryung, who was watching them, smiled. The protagonist stopped paying attention to Hassal and turned his head and said that he agreed and would witness their promise. Xiaocheng raised his hands and clasped them in a Baoquan gesture, expressing his gratitude to Muon. Wanli yawned casually at this time, and Sua looked at Muon boredly. Hassal, on the contrary, even while she was stuffing another portion of food into her stuffed mouth, did not stop watching them. The dust on the plains near the Northern Sky Clan began to clear. The bald guard, standing with his partner on a hill, turned to him and angrily asked why it was always they who had to stand guard. His partner turned to him showing his protruding upper jaw and said that he did not know and actually thought that after those people arrived, they would have a chance to join the four mortal heavens. One of the guards raised his head and looked up, while the second bowed his head and looked at the ground. both wondering why they were watching such a place where even an ant could not crawl. Someone looked at the figures of two guards from afar, listening to them discuss that there should be leftovers at the feast. A huge shadow of a man covered the two guards, forcing them to stop talking. A moment later, both turned to look at the newcomer, but then their eyes widened in shock at the sight of this man. Musing, who was walking next to his subordinate, turned his head to the side, saying that something was wrong. Musang coughed, still looking into the distance. He first looked at the building on the hill to the east. Next he looked at another building, also located on a hill, but only to the south. Turning his head once more, he looked to the northwest, where most of the guards' building was visible. Musang pointed his finger and asked his subordinate about who was at the northwestern entrance, to which he named the names of the guards. Musang's partner extended his hand, shouting at him to wait for him, as Musang himself rushed to the northwest. In an instant he was already far ahead. His partner did not pursue him and was only amazed at how strong Musang had become in a short time. The clouds in the sky parted, revealing the moon in the sky. Musang stood motionless on the mountain. His subordinate soon arrived and wearily asked if he could wait for him. But a moment later his eyes opened wide and his pupils shrank in horror. A second later, he began to vomit from what he saw. Two bodies of guards lay dismembered into small pieces in front of Musang. Musang frowned, the veins on his forehead popping out with rage as he spoke the names of the two dead. At this time, at the feast in the fortress, 4 people from Wonli's group stood up and walked to a table nearby. Looking at the people talking among themselves, Hassel called them idiots, but he did not pay attention to the fact that Yompan turned his head, noticing the strangeness. Muon, who was rubbing his lips with a small towel, agreed with Hassel's words and also called them not just idiots, but scary. Hearing him, Hassel waved her hand and asked Muon if he thought that their entire group was scary. The girl sighed and closed her eyes, telling him to just stay close and she would protect him. Muon smiled when he heard her words. The protagonist, looking at Hassel, shocked her by saying that he accepts this offer. Hassel turned away from Muon, saying that she was going to protect him until he left. Mentally, she scolded herself for saying such words. Unexpectedly, Xiachen approached Muon and asked him to go away with him to discuss some things. As Muon and Xiachen began to leave, Haeryong approached Hassel and asked her if she liked the food. Hassel stopped fooling around and became serious and asked Haeryong when they would stop harassing Muon. Haeryong stopped smiling as she looked down at Hassel. Hassel stood up from her seat saying that there was no point in inviting Muon here today, to which Haeryong responded by saying that, as said earlier, they needed his consent, after which Haeryong apologized for disturbing Muon. Hassel frowned, the veins on her forehead bulging, after which she angrily said to just leave him, because even without them, his life is dull and pathetic. Sua stood next to Haeryong, saying that Hassel herself was the only one who burdened Muon more than them. Haeryong glanced at Sua, who stood next to her with her hands folded on her chest, and reminded that Muon didn't mind and Hassel shouldn't interfere, and in general it's better for her to know her place. Veins appeared on Sua's forehead while she herself, with a displeased face, told Hassel that she herself enjoyed Muon's hospitality. Muon involuntarily looked away, unable to say a word. But a moment later her eyes widened in shock and horror. Everyone in the room turned around and looked out the window, feeling incredible pressure. A little earlier, Sachan and Muon, who had gone out onto the balcony, were talking, and Sachan, pointing his hand at the entire clan territory, apologized for the sudden request. Sachan looked at Muon, who was shorter than him, and asked him to join the Azure Dragon Society. But the incredible pressure of Kai forced them both to stop talking and look into the distance. In the middle of the Northern Heavenly Clan's territory, smoke began to rise. Mukin frowned at the buildings in front of him. The guards surrounded the wounded Epfal and came to his defense. Mukin watched as they surrounded him with his head held high and did nothing. A moment later, all the guards rushed at Mukin at once, but the tornado he created threw them all back. When the tornado began to dissipate, the figure of Mukin appeared, standing with his arm outstretched and taking off his cloak. The demon looked up and noticed something bright in the sky. A second later, Xiachen lands at high speed directly on Mukin, kicking up a huge amount of dust and debris. Smoke and shrapnel shrouded the entire battle. Mukin stood with his arms extended in front of him, protecting him from the blow. Looking at the arrival, he asked who he was. Xiachen took off his cloak, saying that he was Xiachen, and then asked who the demon was to wreak havoc in such a place. Mukin grabbed his head with one hand and pointed at Xiachen with the other and started laughing uncontrollably, calling Xiachen the guy who uses the fancy nickname, Rising Star of the Eastern Sky, and also the one who destroyed his ghost squad. Xiaochen remembered those guys in cloaks and hats who attacked him using chains. Now he realized that they were connected with Mukin. Xiaochen took a stance and assumed that all his enemies recently were not martial artists from the mainland. Sweat ran down Xiaochen's face as he smiled faintly as he asked Mukin if they were from Silent Night. Mukin grinned upon hearing Xiaochen's words and said that instead of fear, he saw determination and anticipation in him. Mukin began to approach Xiaochen, who stood in a stance. At this time, Yonpin and Soso drew their weapons, and Hassel trembled uncontrollably in fear. Hassel couldn't stop shaking. Her eyes widened in horror. She didn't expect this monster to follow her all the way here, while at the same time, Bising behind her tried to carefully escape. Muwen's hand rested on Hassel's shoulder and she stopped shaking. Hassel looked at Muwen, who asked her how she was feeling, and said that the monster outside was beyond anyone's power, and that's why he needed to run away from here. Muwen, sensing the presence of people, looked at the windows behind him in which the light was shining brightly from the eyes of those who had come, and then said that it was too late to escape. People in wolf skins entered the room, scaring everyone. Yepol and Pen stood in front of Wunli, who was shouting why the elite guards had not gotten rid of them yet. Soso grabbed his spear behind his back and stood in front of Hiran, frowning. Hiran herself was worried at this moment, her hand covering her mouth as she thought about why Silent Night was suddenly appearing again after 10 years of silence. Hassel began to carefully remove Muwen's gift from her hair. After that, she put the gift inside her clothes and turned to Muwen. Muwen looked as Hassel stepped in front of him and blocked his path with her hand and told him to stay behind her. Hassel began to frown, remembering the Chaos Demon. The smoke around Xiaochen began to clear as he stood up and said that he would end this as quickly as he could. He began to inhale huge amounts of air into his lungs. In an instant, Xiaochen turned into a white stream of energy and approached Mukin. The demon raised his hands and covered his eyes with them from the light, wondering if this was the very light of enlightenment. Xiaochen stood right in front of Mukin and raised his glowing fist to strike. Xiaochen struck Mukin in the jaw, shouting that he had a chance to prove himself and become revered. With the next blow to the chest, Xiaochen knocked the demon back. Next, Xiaochen moved behind the flying Mukin and began to prepare a strike. A moment later, he struck the demon's back with 2 glowing fists, causing him to fly back in the other direction. Multiple lines of light appeared on the battlefield as Xiaochen used his skill to unleash 3 successive flurries, striking after strike causing Mukin's body to fly all over the battlefield. The stars glowed faintly in the night sky, but the moon never appeared. Mukin's mangled and bloodied body lay in the ruins. Xiaochen, whose hands were steaming, sighed and asked himself if he might have overdone it. Xiaochen lowered his hands and turned around saying that this attack was draining more strength than he thought, and when he gets the chance, he will repay everyone. The crack made Xiaochen's eyes widen and she froze. He began to sweat profusely, listening to the crunching of joints and bones. It was Mukin who rose to his feet, his whole body trembling and recovering. Xiaochen turned his head and asked in bewilderment what kind of monster Mukin was. The demon, whose body was almost completely covered in blood, pushed his jaw back into place with 3 fingers, one of his pupils turning red as he praised Xiaochen for his strength. The demon extended his palm, on which dark Kai began to swirl. Raising his hand sharply, he directed a huge stream of demonic Kai directly at Xiaochen, saying that he would not be able to defeat him with this. The demon moved into the air and found himself above the evading enemy. A powerful kick to Xiaochen sent him back to the ground. The demon, whose wounds had completely recovered, rushed after his opponent with a crazy smile on his face. Xiaochen's fall destroyed the ground beneath him and lifted boulders straight out of the ground. Next, a flow of demonic Kai hit exactly the place where Xiaochen fell, scattering all the stones and creating a small explosion. Mukin tabled over the body of the wounded Xiaochen and put his foot on his chest, saying that he would leave him alive because he saw his potential, after which he asked him if he really thought that he stood at the top of this world, having defeated several martial artists. The demon turned away, finally telling Xiaochen to find him when he becomes stronger, because only then will he be able to enjoy killing him. The demon turned around, feeling something strange. Wounded and bloody, Xiaochen held his pants with his hand. Mukin became enraged and began kicking his opponent while cursing him. When he shouted to Xiaochen that he would tear him into pieces, a sharp cry was heard that sounded like an order. The demon stopped screaming and turned his head to look at the source of the scream and asked who she was. Sua, standing with her hands folded on her chest, asked Mukin if he knew who they were. Wunli, who was fighting a gang of black wolves along with Pen and Yepol, turned his head in horror when he noticed Sua in the distance. His mouth dropped open in horror and he began to sweat profusely. The demon stood motionless looking at little Sua in front of him, who said that her father was one of the 9 heavens, and if he did not stop now, he would come and kill him. Muken did not listen to the girl anymore and destroyed her body with a wave of his hand and picked at her ear. Hirin covered her mouth with her hands in horror when she saw this. Soso, who was standing behind her, did not see this and continued to fight and kill his enemies. Wonli froze in a silent cry, his eyes filled with tears. Wonli, not paying attention to all his enemies, rushed towards the demon. A moment later, Wonli had already jumped from the palace balcony. Muken walked, looking at the approaching Wonli, embraced by Red Kai. In Pen, saddened by the death of Epfal, who had been pierced by the blades of several opponents, turned his head and screamed, trying to stop his young master. Yepwal's eyes glowed red as he extended his palm and concentrated his Red Kai around it using the Crimson King's Demon Hand technique. Muken simply raised his hand and blasted his demonic Kai directly at Wonli. Muken passed by the body that fell on the ground in Wonli, saying that this place was crawling with children. Muwen sweated profusely, seeing what happened. His mouth involuntarily fell open and his eyes widened. Hassel suddenly pulled his clothes while simultaneously kicking her enemy and yelling at Muwen not to leave her side. In less than a few seconds, Hassel killed 3 enemies with her bare hands. She cut off the head of one with a wave of her hand and pierced the second through the heart. Muwen looked in shock at Hassel, whose palms were covered in blood. The protagonist turned his head and looked at Hirin, who was holding her head, and Soso, who was standing next to her, defending his mistress to the last. Hirin was hysterical. She massaged her weights, contemplating the death of her younger sister, who was not part of her plans. She asked herself countless questions about Muken's identity, the reason for his coming. Did he really care about their identities? In the complete darkness of her subconscious, she tried to calm herself by telling herself that her main focus should not be on finding out who this man was, or why he attacked them. What was important now was to gather as much information as possible about Silent Night. Hirin turned her head and suggested moving to another place. Veins appeared on Hirin's forehead and face as she said that they were abandoning everyone and would only take Master Wonli and Seochin with them. Muwen, who was watching everything, heard the girl's words perfectly, while Hassel again separated the head from the body of one of the opponents. Muwen's eyes continuously looked at Hirin. Hirin herself opened her eyes wide, realizing what had just happened. But then, without thinking, she turned away and stopped looking at the protagonist. Hirin, who was covered by Soso, ran out of the room. A moment later, the passage into which these two ran was blocked by the wounded and Pen. The stars in the night sky still shone dimly while screams of agony were heard on the ground. Soso and Hirin found themselves in front of the demon, because of which Wonli was now screaming in pain while lying on the ground. A faint green Kai of the girl began to appear under Hirin's foot, while she was thinking that Muwen was an important part of their irreplaceable plan. She was sorry, but she had to throw it away, because she had to return to the main lands to prepare the plan. Hirin began to walk, leaving trails of her Kai behind her. Hirin stretched out her hands, the palms of which began to emit the green Kai of the girl. Now her main task was to make sure that no one knew about the loss that Seochin suffered today. Thinking about this, she used the fate-changing celestial illusion technique. Blood flowed from the girl's nose due to overexertion. Muwen internally exclaimed, standing at the balcony while the blood of one of the enemies splashed behind him. The protagonist widened his eyes in disbelief that Hirin was able to spread her spiritual energy without the use of any objects or mediums. At this time, the demon found himself in space filled with light. He looked around, trying to figure out where he had ended up. Muken turned his head again and called the illusion interesting. Soso and Hirin picked up the bodies of the wounded and walked past Muken, who was in the sphere of illusions. Hirin, from whose nose and mouth blood was flowing, said that Muken would soon get out of the illusion, and they needed to leave before this happened. Holding one of his opponents by the skin and piercing the second with his sword in the back, Yenpen fell to his knees. His whole body was pierced by sickles, and the last blow struck him on the head, completely killing him. Muwen, looking at him, could not believe that knowing that they were abandoned, they defended their masters to the end. The protagonist turned his head, mentally wondering what was the point of dying for his master if he would never recognize his act. Whether it was possible for the sake of glory. But what is the use of glory if you are already dead? Hassel stood in the middle of the room opposite the enemy who had knelt down, and with a wave of her hand she took his life. But a moment later, a huge oppressive aura forced her to turn around in fear. She felt a huge stream of invisible pressure coming from the balcony where Muwen stood. This was because Muken grabbed the sphere of illusions with her hands and screamed at the entire area. When he got out of the sphere, he realized that his opponents had escaped, but he was not upset. He hoped for Seochin to return and fight him. Looking at the two figures standing on the balcony, the demon said that in any case, his main target was the girl. Muken grinned as he greeted Hassel as they met again. Hassel nervously looked at the chaos demon below. He was an unkillable monster, so Hassel told Muwen to hurry up and get out of here. Smiling like a madman, Muken began to form 2 whirlwinds on his palms, shouting that since she was that woman's only hope, he would have to kill her. He wondered if this would be enough to shake the heart of this witch. The demon simultaneously put out 2 hands in front of him, sending a powerful stream of demonic Kai directly to Hassel. His attack created a shockwave that destroyed a third of the entire territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Muwen's eye began to slowly open. Soon he could vaguely see dust rising into the air. Muwen raised his hand looking at the figure of the man flying up in front of him. The figure of a girl with white hair hovered in front of him. All the dust and smoke around her were dispersed. Looking at her hair flying in the air, Muwen thought about the girl's personality. His pupils shrank to the size of peas as he realized that it was the White Night Witch. She was one of the 4 demon lords who were known as Storm of Darkness, Dark Spear God, Berserker of Destruction, and White Night Witch. Muwen imagined the dark figures of the 4 demon lords and their lord sitting on the throne, all 4 standing near the throne acting as proxies of the Night Lords. The terror and destruction caused by these 4 was so terrible that even the mention of their names was forbidden. Looking at Hassel, whose clothes and skin had completely turned white, Muwen mentally said to himself that he knew that she was not so simple. But he did not expect that Hassel would be the descendant of the White Night Witch. Muken laughed as he waved his arms at great speed, forming compressed crescent-shaped streams of air towards Hassel, and said that he was surprised that she didn't run away again, because she knew that she couldn't defeat him. Hassel, whose pupils had completely disappeared and turned white, turned her head towards Muwen, realizing that she could not hold back Muken for too long. Looking at the ruins with smoke rising from them, Hassel was a little sad when she noticed that Muwen had already left. But she was also happy about it. A bright flash of energy appeared next to Hassel's face. A huge explosion occurred in the territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The smoke and dust slowly settled. Among the devastation, Muken stood, raising the wounded Hassel with his hand. He smiled widely and asked her if she really gave her life for that guy who left her without any thought of help. Hassel clenched her teeth in pain and tried to escape the demon's grip with her hands. She remembered the image of Muwen bringing her food. Then she remembered Muwen averting his gaze and scratching his nose. In the last image with Muwen's figure, she remembered him in winter clothes and a scarf looking at her. He was the only one who cared about her. Next, the girl imagined the gift Muwen gave her. She thanked him and said goodbye. But suddenly the demon released Hassel from his hand due to a cut that appeared on his hand from which blood sprayed out. Muken looked at his severed hand in bewilderment. Hassel, under whom a whole puddle of blood had formed, looked at the newcomer with a puzzled look. When she stood up, Muwen waved his hand asking her forgiveness. The protagonist held the sword in front of him and said that it took longer than he thought. Muken opened his mouth in amazement looking at Muwen and asked who he was and what was it. The protagonist frowned and looked at the demon seriously, and called himself the leader of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavens sect. Hassel opened her eyes wide, not believing what she saw. She looked at Muwen standing in front of her and asked if he left her to find the blade. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked her to rest and leave everything to him. Hassel's pupil looked at Muwen in disbelief. She was all wounded and clearly understanding this. She decided not to object. Muwen stood up and prepared for battle. The demon, holding his wound with his second hand, called Muwen's abilities strange, and mentally he thought about the fact that his body was created invulnerable. But he was puzzled by the wound that did not heal on its own. Sweat was dripping down the protagonist's face and forehead. He did not understand how long he could use it, and whether he could do it at all, because before he could not even think that his first opponent would be such a terrifying demon. Muken tilted his head slightly, telling Muwen that his Kai was quite unstable and he definitely needed to get rid of it. Muken clenched her fists and began to concentrate her dark Kai around them while rushing towards Muwen. The demon raised his fist to strike. The protagonist was miraculously able to duck and jump away, dodging the blow. The demon opened his eye wide, not believing that he was able to dodge his attack. The protagonist landed on the ground and looked at his opponent in horror. Growling like a wild beast, the demon raised his hands up and decided to attack with both of them from top to bottom. Muken's powerful blow shattered the earth. Muwen, who barely managed to crawl away, looked at the demon with fear. Muken kicked at the place where Muwen's head was, but he, holding his head with his hands, was able to bend down, thereby dodging the blow. When the demon delivered his blow with his left hand, the shocked protagonist threw his head back and dodged. The protagonist dodged the flow of dark Kai energy launched by the demon, jumping and spreading his legs to the sides, passing a beam of demonic Kai under him. The next blow almost hit Muon, and only thanks to the fact that he stumbled, he was able to dodge while opening his mouth wide, comically falling. Veins appeared on Muken's forehead and the capillaries in his eyes began to burst as he began to scream at Muon in a rage. Musing, who was running at great speed, was horrified when he heard this scream. Remembering the Eastern Bloody Guard camp, Musing cursed that the entire guard was incapacitated. In the same way, he remembered the bloody camp on the top of the northern mountain, and then he remembered the last northeastern camp, which was covered in blood. He knew that he should not have come to such a place. Then one of his subordinates, standing near the pool of blood, told him that he could not do this. Afterwards, Musang could only extend his hand towards Juchen, who ran towards him. Musang was sweating profusely, not understanding what was happening. Musang, who was running at full speed, noticed a movement in the bushes. A moment later, he stopped abruptly and demanded to see the man in the bushes. Peason, who had minor wounds and abrasions on his face, came out of the bushes. Musang sighed, but sweat continued to run down his face as he asked the captain what had happened. Peason began to actively shake his head trying to find the enemies, saying that some people came and started a fight with them, and he himself almost died there. After what was said, the captain suggested leaving here quickly. Musang grabbed his captain's hand, saying that all their comrades were killed and they needed to at least avenge their deaths. But Peason shouted at him, saying that he was talking nonsense. Veins stood out on Musang's forehead and neck. His jaw clenched in anger as he said that all the warriors were ready to give their lives for a pathetic captain like him, and he should at least fulfill his role as their leader and respect the feelings they felt to him. Peason turned his head and looked at Musang, shouting at him to stop talking nonsense. They had to survive, and after that they could take revenge. Musang didn't hesitate to kick his captain in the stomach. He turned around and told Peason, who was lying on the ground, that he was trash. Peason looked after the fleeing Musang and shouted to him that if he wanted to be killed, then he could go forward, and he would do everything possible to survive. When Musang was already descending the mountain and heading towards the territory of the dilapidated Northern Heavenly clan, Peason shouted to him that he would survive and crush all of them for looking down on him. At this time, Hassel watched as the demon and Muon stood opposite each other. She looked at Muon, who was holding a blade in his hand, and did not believe that he was exactly the guy she knew. Hassel began to remember those moments when Muon calmly ate, holding chopsticks in his hand, and the way she hit him after he was injured. She even remembered his fear when he discovered her in the forge. She could not believe that all this time, Muon had been hiding his power. It was ridiculous. He was falling in front of her after working too hard in the forge. She saw it all with her own eyes. Even now, the bloodied Hassel, looking at Muon, could not feel his kai, which made her wonder what kind of art Muon had mastered. The protagonist stood, motionless, looking at his opponent. The demon jumped into the air, his palms covered in a layer of demonic kai. While right in the air, Muken began to form two streams of demonic kai that first formed a whirlpool on his palms. He shouted Muon that he would completely erase his existence, and finally used the demonic rain of resolution technique. Many balls of dark kai headed straight towards Muon. Like comets, they left a tail behind them. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, his mouth agape in fear, and sweat running down his face. He knew that even if he had checked this entire area, he did not think he could avoid this attack. Arriving on the battlefield, Musang looked in shock at the dark balls of kai heading towards the enemy. He looked around, saying that all the buildings were destroyed and this place was no different from the battlefield, because this is where the palace used to be. Musang's figure ran through the ruins of the once great clan, oblivious to the battle. Soon, Musang stopped abruptly when he saw the body of one of the dead. It was the bloody body of Epfal. He had long since died and was lying here. Musang ran towards him, grabbed him, screaming his name, and tried to wake him up. The veins on Musang's forehead stood out because of his rage. He shouted at Yepal that he couldn't die like that, because if he dies, what should he do with all this anger inside him? But the lying Epfal did not respond at all. Blood also continued to flow from his forehead, nose, and mouth. Musang stopped screaming and bowed his head. At this time, Muon frowned, looking at the attack that could kill him. He was shocked and did not understand what to do. Turning his head sharply, the protagonist looked at Hassel. She covered her head with her hand, but could not get up. Looking at her, Muon decided to take her away from here first. But suddenly Muon noticed strange writing on the wall behind Hassel. Taking a closer look at them, he exclaimed. Some of the symbols on the wall began to glow purple. Muon's pupils returned to normal, after which he repeated the words on the wall. Following this, Shadow Kai began to form around Muon, his eyes glowing brightly as he used the devastation wave technique. A powerful explosion thundered and the space was filled with thick smoke. Someone's pale hand touched the bloody face of a man who lay on the ground, not making a sound. With a loud sound, pieces of broken stones flew into the air. The dead man's hand, stained with blood, lay on a metal sword. The man in the black cloak grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly and raised it. A black-haired young man with a sword in his hand watched as meteorites fell from the sky, destroying the stone's surface. Musang, whose face was wet, furrowed his brows as if he was burdened with something. Suddenly the man saw something black, and it was moving quickly among the fragments of stones. Musang's eyes widened and his eyebrows arched in shock. Looking at the shadow sliding along the ground, the man realized that it was Muwon. But it was not clear why the main character looked like that. A man with long black hair hit his back against one of the stones, and his white clothes were stained with bright red stains. Muwon held a sword in his hand. His clothes and clothing fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone brightly. Tension and rage appeared on the protagonist's face. He clenched his white teeth tightly. He clutched the weapon in his palm so tightly that the veins on his wrist became clearly visible. Then Muwon began to actively swing his sword, and many black shadows appeared in the air. The shadows became enormous in size, and the young man seemed miniature in comparison. Musang, who was watching this, froze with a look of shock on his face. A massive monster with black eyes and lines running from them on his face looked hostile and frightening. The main character continued to cut the sword like air, and Muwon's eyes turned white. The attacks did not stop, and more craters appeared in the ground every second. The main character stood on the ground and was ready to take the blow and reflect it. Then he kicked off the surface. He jumped towards Muwon, extending his hand towards him. After that, Muwon, frowning angrily, swung his weapon. The enemy began to sweat, rolled his eyes, and thought with horror that he was about to be killed. His body was cut into two halves by a sharp weapon. Muwon bared his teeth angrily and came to the conclusion that the main character was not so simple. Then he flexed his fingers, thinking that the wolf would still be a wolf, even if his fangs were torn out. The long-haired man attacked Muwon, loudly calling him by his title. The attacks were so fast that they left streaks in the air. Muwon froze with his eyes open when one of the attacks overtook him, the blow landing on his chest. Blood gushed from the main character's mouth. The enemy jumped to the ground and the surface exploded again. The muscular man with a lot of scars all over his body frowned fiercely, clenched his fists, and said that Muwon was driving him crazy, when suddenly he widened his eyes in shock and let out a painful groan, and bright red blood sprayed from his shoulder. Muwon bared his teeth, put his palm on the fresh wound, and tried to understand when the main character managed to strike him. Suddenly something fell onto the rocky surface with a loud sound. Part of the main character's clothes had come off, his limbs were dirty, and he was sitting on his knees and coughing up blood. He lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, thinking that he couldn't even breathe properly and that he had almost reached his limits. The opponent's chest was covered in blood, and he silently looked at Muwon, clenching one palm into a fist. The man raised his head, looking at the sky, and thought that thanks to the undying fires of chaos, his body was close to immortality, so his wounds could be healed. He walked up to Muwon, who had hatred on his face, and asked the main character what martial arts he had learned. Muwon smiled widely and explained that he only enjoyed battles in which the enemy posed a threat to his life, so he was angry at wasting his time on the young man. However, the main character did not allow him to finish speaking and hit him in the face. The main character clenched his teeth and froze with his arm extended upward, sitting in a depression in the ground. Due to the dust rising in the air, it was impossible to see anything. Muwon, a thin stream of blood flowing from his nose, smiled. The girl with a bloody face did not move, looking at the man with fear. The enemy raised his hand and attacked the main character. The next second there was an explosion. He smirked and told Hassel that it looked like she was asking to kill herself too. Muwon, whose face was covered with sweat, opened his eyes wide and tried to say the name of the girl who saved him. He then screamed loudly and more blood came out of his mouth. Muwon raised his leg and bent his knee as if he was about to step on something. The man's leg jerked sharply. Suddenly, translucent crystals resembling ice grew from the ground. Someone hit the rocks hard with a loud sound. The main character closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and let out a heartbreaking cry, as if he was in great pain. Wood chips were flying in the air and there was a thick fog. The dust did not settle, but began to dissipate little by little. Part of Hasol's face could be seen in the distance. A girl with long black hair looked with fear at someone next to her. This person was hugging her, protecting her from blows. Saryong, a man whose face was hidden behind a light cloth, silently looked at the girl. The columns of dust and sand that rose after the battle made someone cough. Mukun sat in the middle of the rubble and wiped his face with the back of his hand, his face expressing anger. He clenched his teeth furiously and frowned. The blonde-haired woman sighed softly. Silent Night Demon Lord, a woman in a long light dress, looked at the man silently, and her name was Seo Jumhyun. The woman, whose white hair was decorated with a green hairpin, turned around and called out to Hasol. The black-haired girl, who was being held by Saryong's shoulder, looked at Jumhyun with fear. The woman then turned to the demon of chaos and, without any emotion on her face, told him that he should not have been born. Mukun, who was sitting on the stones, grinned and replied that it was created by the people from Silent Night. Saryong leaned closer to Hasol and apologized to her for being late. He then raised his head and frowned, thinking that the girl needed time to think, and she also needed to transcend the 5 worldly desires and the 7 human emotions. The man's eyes turned red with rage as he thought that the most dangerous people in Muram were people like Muon who hid their skills. Saryong looked at how the main character lay on the ground, clenching his jaw, and thought that this guy was a ferocious beast who was hiding his claws, so he now needs to be killed. The man's bandaged hand shot forward as Saryong concluded that Muon was too much of a threat. Hasol noticed this and grabbed the man's clothes, causing him to stop and look at her silently. The girl pressed herself to Saryong's chest and began to beg him not to kill the main character. The man hugged the girl, and she said that only she was to blame for this situation, because she came here and hid, and Muon showed mercy, kindness, and attention to her. The man leaned closer to the girl and, with his nose wrinkled in anger, shouted that the main character was dangerous. Hasol tightened her fingers on her clothes. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said that Muon saved her life. Saryong made a dissatisfied sound and turned away sharply. He then reached into his pocket, changing the topic of conversation. The man took out a golden tablet that had a miraculous healing effect and asked Hasol to take it. When Saryong brought his hand with the pill closer to the girl, she tried to retreat, but the man held her with his other hand behind her back. She raised her wet eyes and looked at the pill incredulously. The main character was lying on the ground. His eyes were already almost completely closed. Suddenly there was a deafening sound caused by a powerful explosion. The air immediately filled with gray smoke. The demon stood on bent legs. He clenched his teeth angrily and frowned. The man lowered his head slightly and thought that after being attacked by that strange Kai of the protagonist, his wounds were not healing. Mukun clenched his fist angrily, and veins appeared on his skin. Jumhyun's light-colored clothes fluttered in the wind as the woman silently observed the situation. Her eyes turned white and glowed as she said that the only reason the Chaos Demon succeeded last time was because Jumhyun's defense was weakened. However, under normal circumstances, this pitiful Kai is useless against her. The woman used a technique called moonlight rotation. Clouds appeared around her head and she threw her weapon in the form of a large ring towards the enemy. The demon looked at Jumhyun with hatred and said that he was created only to kill people like her. Mukun then smiled and sighed. As the woman's weapon approached him, he raised his hands and yelled loudly, ready to fight. Then the demon laughed loudly, making him look like a madman. Muon, still lying on the ground, watched what was happening with a puzzled face. Hasol, who was being protected by Saryong, also looked stunned. Someone's eyes were barely open, and that person was dimly aware of his surroundings. Muon then suddenly tensed up, holding one hand on his stomach. A woman with long white hair and a light dress approached the main character, looking up. Jumhyun then turned her gaze to the young man, looking down at him arrogantly. Muon jumped up in fear and pressed his back into the stone, gritting his teeth. Then he looked sharply to the side. After that, Muon looked in the other direction, as if he was trying to find a way to escape. He saw a battlefield that was filled with fragments of destroyed stones. Muon, looking at the deserted space, concluded that the man had disappeared. Jumhyun still looked at Muon and assumed that he was the last blood heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The woman did not take her gray eyes off Muon, thinking that she perceived him as a tiger cub without fangs. But in fact, the main character was a full-fledged tiger with sharp fangs. The young man also silently looked at Jumhyun with distrust and hostility in his eyes. The woman extended her hand toward him, emitting a light glow, and came to the conclusion that it would be better to uproot a sprout that might grow right away. Jumhyun froze when suddenly someone shouted loudly, asking her to stop. The girl walked forward slowly. She could hardly move, and the woman in white clothes waited patiently. As Hassel approached Jumhyun, Muwon, who was lying on the ground, was surprised. The main character looked with shock on his face at the black-haired girl who stood in front of her master, holding her shoulder. Jumhyun, looking coldly at Hassel, ordered the girl to move away, because Muwon is the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. They're sworn enemies. The girl's eyes filled with tears. Her lips curved, and she said that she was indebted to the main character. Hassel looked up at the master with a pleading look in her eyes, telling her that this would be her first and last request. The woman looked at the girl silently, thinking that the past Hassel would never have asked for something like that, which means that the main character really had an influence on her. Hassel then fell to her knees and slammed her head on the ground, begging Jumhyun to fulfill her request. The main character, seeing how the black-haired girl continued to bang her head on the ground, excitedly called her and extended his hand to her. Seryong closed his eyes and frowned, tilting his head. The woman with white hair remained silent, her gaze remaining cold. Suddenly she saw two human silhouettes. A man with long hair braided into a high ponytail was crying loudly. This man stood on the edge of a cliff and looked into the distance, his clothes and hair blowing in the wind. Jumhyun frowned, closed her eyes and touched her temple with her hand. The woman then agreed to Hassel's request, who did not get up from the ground, resting her forehead there. Jumhyun turned away and said that in exchange for this, Hassel would learn the finishing technique of the silver light with ice fire. His eyes widened in surprise and thought that their master, who was hesitant to teach this technique due to the high risk, finally decided to speed up the finishing process of the will of the silver spirit. Hassel, without lifting her face from the ground, agreed to Jumhyun's terms. The girl sat down on one knee in front of Muwon and handed him something with a smile, and the young man's face showed disbelief. In the girl's palm lay a golden healing pill. Hassel put the pill in the boy's mouth and he closed his eyes, apologizing for showing this shameful part of himself. The main character opened his eyes wide when the girl suddenly hugged him tightly. Tears rolled down Hassel's cheeks and she said that she had to go back. Muwon smiled as he lay on the girl's shoulder. The girl and the boy hugged each other in silence. The main character pressed his back against the stone, wrapping his arms around Hassel. Muwon, leaning on a stone, looked at the sky. His body and clothes were stained with blood. Jumhyun turned around and warned him not to appear in front of Hassel again. Muwon's hand, stained with blood, lay motionless on the ground. The main character looked at the sky. There was not a single emotion on his red-spotted face. The young man, whose eyes were gradually closing, mentally swore to the heavens that he would become stronger. The human silhouette could be seen behind a tall stone. A man with straight black hair covered his mouth with his hand, and there was shock in his eyes. Musing recalled how Muwon fought confidently with a sword in his hands. He remembered how deftly the main character swung his weapon. Musing would never have thought that the young man had learned swordsmanship of such a level, and was very skilled with weapons. The man thought that in the end, the will and spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan were inherited by the protagonist. Musing recalled how Muwon jumped and attacked the enemy. Then he remembered how the young man was tied to a wooden post and screaming in pain, and was horrified that Muwon had been hiding such strength all this time. Musing's sweat dropped with excitement and raised his eyebrows when he heard someone say that the rage that boils inside will only lead to ruin and will never help solve problems. The man remembered how he once fought while half of his body was in bandages. Musing heard someone's voice, but did not understand where exactly it came from, so he turned around while the voice said that the man's thoughts would become crystal clear when he calmed the rage within himself. The man hid behind a stone, watching the main character from a distance. Muwon walked with his head down. Musing frowned, thinking that he would be interested to know where the young man went. Suddenly Muwon looked at the man and said that now is the perfect moment if he wants to kill him. Musing looked away from the main character and said nothing. The young man walked on, not wanting to talk anymore. Musing watched him go silently as a bead of sweat ran down his temple. Night has come. In the middle of the rocks someone's heavy sighs could be heard. Musing, whose mouth and nose were covered with a piece of white cloth, was brushing dust from his clothes. Then the man took the handkerchief from his face and wiped his forehead with his hand. Sticks and tree branches lay in the same pile with something red. These were human hands, stained with blood. Thick black smoke contrasted with the soft pink sky. Musing silently watched as this fire, made of flesh and wood, burned. The man then removed the white bandage from his neck. He gripped his sword tightly, and the physical exertion made blood vessels visible on his arm. Then he raised his head to the sky and let out a tired sigh. The sky turned orange. The main character came out of a dilapidated and very small house made of boards and stone. Musing was surprised when he saw Muon heading somewhere, leaning his hands on the stones. The man sat with his elbows on his legs and asked the main character, who came out for the first time 5 days later, what he was doing. Muon ignored Musing's question and silently picked up a large stone. When the young man began to look at the ground, Musing asked what he was looking for. The man rested his head on his palm and arched his eyebrows. He looked thoughtfully at the stone in the hands of the protagonist and wondered if it was really that important. Muon sighed heavily and, putting the stone in a white bag, tied it on his chest. Musing was surprised when the young man suddenly walked towards him. The man immediately stood up, asking if the main character was leaving, and he indifferently replied that it was time to leave this place. Musing frowned and thought that very soon the Central Heavenly Alliance would send people to investigate this incident. The man looked at the disheveled-haired young man and thought that the Central Heavenly Alliance would not simply abandon his case. When the protagonist asked what the man was going to do, Musing, looking at Muon, replied that he needed to return to the Alliance because he still had work left to do. The main character looked at the branches that had decayed after the burning and added that he would be the only survivor if he left this place, and that Musang would face serious difficulties. Musang scratched his head with his hand and said that Muon was right. Not a single emotion appeared on the protagonist's face when the man promised that he would not tell the people in the Alliance that he had survived. Musang narrowed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows, looking at the young man. He then scratched his nose with his finger, apologizing for his actions in the past. Muon closed his eyes and replied that he understood everything, and that everyone would feel the same in such a situation. The man whose hair was tied up also thanked the main character for his guidance. Muon scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly, saying that it was not difficult for him. Musang frowned with displeasure and wrinkles appeared on his forehead. The next second, he dropped to one knee and shouted deafeningly that from now on he would serve the young man as a student. Muon looked at Musang in shock, his mouth open and his eyes wide. The man, lowering his head, loudly swore before all the gods and heavens that he would live and die for the main character, and from now on he would be his only master. Muon extended his hand to the head of the man, who was thinking that the main character would resurrect the Northern Heavenly Clan, because in the era of conspiracies and betrayals, it is impossible to find a person whose spirit is righteous and led by an unbending will. Musang hit his chest with his fist and shouted that he would become the protagonist's sword and crush his enemies. Muon, whose cheeks were slightly pink, asked the man to stand up in a calm voice. Musang immediately obeyed and loudly called the protagonist his lord. The young man put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that he heard his desire. There were deep wrinkles between Musang's eyebrows when Muon said that he accepted his wish. With his hand on Musang's shoulder, the protagonist added that he would become his blade. A peach-colored sky stretched across the desert. There were white clouds in the sky. The fire was burning. Black smoke was rising into the sky, and a dark hill was visible behind the flames. The fire continued to burn with a bang in the Northern Sky Clan's territory. Some writing could be seen through the flames. The wall with the writing, engulfed in fire, broke. 3 men watched as fire destroyed a building. Musang turned his head and looked at Muon. Wang Chul was standing next to the guy. The disheveled guy looked forward thoughtfully. Wang Chul's face could be seen on Muon's side. The man was crying. Wang Chul closed his teary eyes. He was very sad. The man turned away, pressing his hand to his face. Wang Chul remembered racing in a carriage pulled by 2 black horses. Seeing Hwancheol Muon running towards him, he froze with a torch in his hands. Sweat was running down Wang Chul's face. The man was out of breath from running so fast. He asked what happened. Muon and Musang, who was holding a torch, looked warily at the man, who said that he had heard that the descendants of the 9 heavens had come to the territory of the Northern Sky Clan. Musang, with a torch in his hands, watched as the man fussed around Muon. Hwancheol scolded the Heavenly Alliance, worried about the condition of the young master and the clan's territory. With a slight smile, Muon bowed his head as he assured Wang Chul that everything was fine. An elderly man with narrow eyes looked confusedly at his interlocutor, who said that he was grateful to Wang Chul for coming. White ribbons fluttered behind the man's head. Wang Chul continued to look at Muon and called him young master. A man standing next to the horse watched as Muon mounted the horse. Hair covered one of Musang's eyes. The man looked forward with a stern expression. Wang Chul approached the cart. Muon sat on the horse. Musang called out to the young master. Musang bowed to Muon, who was sitting on his horse, and asked him to take care of himself until they meet again. Pale and disheveled, Muon looked at the man. He said that he did not know when they would meet again. Musang pressed his fist into his palm. He straightened up and, looking at the young man, said that no matter how much time passes, he will wait for the master to return. The disheveled Muon, sitting on a dark horse, asked the man to be careful. Musing closed his eyes and asked Muon not to worry about him. The man remembered how he handed the wounded guy a tissue to stop the bleeding on their first meeting. Musing stood next to Muon, who was sitting on a horse, and they looked at each other, with a fire visible behind Musing. The man turned to Hwang Chul in the straw hat and asked him to take care of Muon. Hwang Chul sat in the carriage and held the reins in his hands. He assured the warrior that taking care of Muon had been his duty for many years and he had nothing to worry about. The rider galloped off, dust rising into the air from the horse's hooves. Musing watched the two black silhouettes retreating. He thought that the dragon had left to spread his wings and he needed to wait for him. The dark-haired man frowned. He thought that he needed to prepare for the future. Dust rose into the air as the man sat down on the ground in a meditation position. Musing sat in a meditation position with his eyes closed against the backdrop of the fire, sparks flying around. The man thought that it was his main duty to wait for Muon. The night has passed. The lifeless northern desert is depicted. Some black silhouettes appeared on the horizon. Black silhouettes shrouded in dust were approaching. People were carrying some kind of flags. It turned out to be a combat detachment. Musing continued to sit in the meditation position. The man's eyes were closed. He thought that people had finally arrived. Musing opened his eyes and looked ahead. He thought that Wunli and Hyerin probably went to the western fortress of the Central Heavenly Alliance. One of the horses of the approaching riders reared. Musing rose from the ground. A broad-shouldered man with large eyebrows was sitting on a horse. He said that they had heard about the appearance of a dark knight and asked the man to identify himself. Musing put one hand behind the edge of his kimono. He thought that this was probably General Yang Manjo from the Western Fortress. Musing took out a wooden tablet with hieroglyphs, showed it to the rider and introduced himself. The man with wide eyebrows looked at his interlocutor and asked where the rest of the mercenaries had gone. The man with his hair tied up calmly held the general's gaze and said that he was the only one who survived. Musing hid the sign back in his kimono. Many riders in blue uniforms were opposite Musing. The general was surprised that the man was the only survivor. Musing continued to stand calmly opposite the horseman, pointing his weapon at him. The general asked what happened to the heir of the clan. Musing said that he was probably dead. The general raised one eyebrow and asked if the man saw it with his own eyes. Through the black smoke and sparks of the fire, the rubble of the building could be seen. Musing said that the last time he saw the heir, he was locked in a burning room. But the man did not know whether the guy had escaped or not. The general frowned his wide eyebrows and looked searchingly at his interlocutor. The general turned his head slightly and said that they would soon find out whether the heir had escaped or not. He ordered the man to be arrested and sent to the Western Fortress for interrogation. The general turned to his squad. He ordered the soldiers to split into two groups. Black smoke rose from the ashes. The detachment stood nearby. The general ordered one group to search for the dead, and the second to guard the borders. The men in blue uniforms tied Musing's hands behind his back. The warrior thought that in the Western Fortress he would be interrogated about the appearance of the Quiet Knight and the fate of Muon. If he could prove his innocence, he would be able to return to the Central Heavenly Alliance, and if not, then he will be sent to prison forever. Musing looked indifferently in front of him. There were two dark silhouettes next to him. The man thought that he should remain collected until the very end. The general opened his mouth and ordered the squad to find everything related to the Quiet Knight. The man with his hair tied up turned his head. He thought that no matter how hard the warriors tried, they would not find anything. Hair covered half of Musing's face. He looked somewhere to the side and thought that now everything depends on the young master, for whose success he will pray. From above it was clear that a small detachment was standing next to a large ashes. The sky above the lifeless hills of the north was white. Night has come. In the darkness one could see the black silhouettes of the horseman and the cart that was riding behind him. The day came. The rider and the cart continued to ride. Muon, sitting on a horse, and Hwangkul, driving the cart, stopped next to a rock. There was fog at their feet. The man said that in front of them were the Jiakem Mountains. They were also called Terrible Mountains because they were not suitable for normal life. Hwangkul, wearing a flat hat, looked at the young man. He asked if the young master really wanted to stay here. Muon took off his hat. He said that from now on he will only practice martial arts, and this place is ideal for training. The guy's leg was in the stirrup. While he was getting off his horse, he said that now he was dead to the whole world. It would take a little time and people would believe it. The dark-haired youth bowed his head and said that it was all because the people of this world were cruel and heartless. Wrapped in a cloak, Hwang Chul climbed down from the cart and said that he would bring supplies to the young man every 4 months. The guy's pale hand squeezed the old man's dark palm. Muon said that he was very grateful to Hwang Chul for everything he did for him, despite the suffering. Hwang and Muon stood opposite each other, their hands were joined. The man said that taking care of him was his sacred duty. The guy said that no matter how selfish it may sound, he will continue to rely on the man. The dark bundle was lying in the cart. Hwang Chul told Muon to focus on training instead of worrying about it. Hwang Chul and Muon looked into the distance. The guy and the man looked at the dark silhouettes of the rocks. Muon said that he needed to climb to the top. Tiny silhouettes of people could be seen at the foot of the high cliffs. Mountains of gold are shown, and it is said that the White Dragon Merchant Troop is one of the 10 largest trading troops in the country. The power of their wealth allows them to influence the imperial family. A wide wooden gate is depicted that led to a burgundy building. It is reported that the troop's branches are located in all the main lands of the country. A white staircase with steps led to a wooden door of a building with light walls. It is said that if the troop had a headquarters, it would be in Nanju, because in this city everyone knew about the White Dragon merchants. There were many people sitting at the long table. It was reported that it was difficult to find a person not related to the White Dragon merchant troop. At the head of the table sat an elderly woman. It was the former leader, No TT, who appeared at the meeting for the first time in a long time. Many people were sitting at a long white table. The dark-haired girl named Soin frowned as she thought about how her brother did everything to help her mother build a merchant troop from scratch. A dark-haired middle-aged man named Humyeon was looking somewhere to the side. Soin thought that her brother cared about the merchant troop more than others, and her mother entrusted him with managing the troop. An elderly woman named TT was sitting at the table on a gilded chair. She was the former leader of the troop. Soin thought that it had been a long time since her mother last attended the meeting and assumed that something had happened. An elderly woman was sitting next to a middle-aged man. TT turned to Humyeon. She asked about the situation in Unnam. The dark-haired girl listened attentively to the conversation of her relatives. Soin thought that 7 years ago the branch in this region was planned to be closed, but a man appeared who risked everything. A man with long dark hair and a displeased frown. It was the middle son of the family named Jamyeon. He was the one who made the effort to maintain the Unnam branch. The mustachioed man opened his mouth. Jamyeon shouted that he would go to Unnam to solve the problems that had appeared there. The dark-haired man with a beard looked at his brother and said, turning to his mother, that Jamyeon was needed here, and someone else needed to be sent to Unnam. Many people gathered at a long table. They listened to the brothers argue about who should go to Unnam. The man with a beard looked seriously at his younger brother. He thought that he understood Jamyeon's feelings, but was not ready to risk his life. White-haired TT continued to sit with a neutral expression on her face. Humyeon knew that his mother was present at the meeting to make sure that they made an unbiased decision, so he could not admit his worries. Golden pillars surrounded the people gathered at a long table. They proposed various candidates for a trip to Unnam. The older woman opened her eyes slightly and called out to Jamyeon. The figure of the youngest son stood out from the rest of the people. Jamyeon answered his mother. White-haired TT looked at her son and asked if he really wanted to go to Unnam. The dark-haired man with a mustache calmly replied that his mother already knew that he was best suited for this mission. Jamyeon looked at the elderly mother. She asked who her son wanted to take with him. He replied that Deputy General Nam Igal and his people, because they would help solve any difficulties. White-haired TT said that nothing would change if Jamyeon also took bodyguard Hwang Chul with him. The dark-haired man with a mustache continued to look at his mother. He asked who she meant. The woman with gold pins in her hair said that bodyguard Hwang Chul is a reliable person, and with his help, Jamyeon will be able to contact his family if necessary. Humyeon raised his hand to his face. He thoughtfully watched the dialogue between his brother and his mother. The woman asked her youngest son to be careful, because the situation in Unnam was difficult. White steps led to the entrance to a low building with light walls. Only 2 people remained at the long table in the room where the meeting was taking place. The woman asked her son if he was worried about his brother. The middle-aged man continued to sit at his mother's side. He replied that he was really worried about his brother, and he also didn't like that they didn't have reliable information about what was happening in Unnam. The woman said that she understood his feelings, but if the main family, if they don't intervene in a dangerous situation, people will stop respecting their troop. The man with the beard looked down. Humyeon said that he understands that in critical moments, the main family should take the initiative and set an example for others. The woman said that she believes that Jamyeon will be fine. There is no need to worry so much. Humyeon looked at his mother. TT released her son and asked to send her bodyguard Hwang Chul. Humyeon continued to look at his mother. He asked if she wanted to see the bodyguard now. TT nodded. gilded roofs were visible against a white background. Hamyung walked along the road along the wall and thought that the bodyguard chosen by his mother was rather unremarkable. The man with a beard looked forward. Hamyung was thinking about what the bodyguard had done to earn Titi's trust and favor. In the square in front of the building with a gilded roof, fighters were training. Hamyung watched them. Hamyung stood behind the man who was sitting on a rock and watching the young warrior train. The guy was training hard with a wooden sword, and a dark-haired man watching him made a remark. Dressed in light-colored clothes, Hamyun called out to the sitting man. Hwanchul turned around. He was surprised to see the head of the family appear. Among the lifeless desert, the dark silhouette of a cart could be seen. The man in the flat hat looked ahead thoughtfully. Hwanchul remembered how he came to the meeting room where TT was sitting at a long table. The woman asked how the bodyguard was doing. The man bent in bow said that thanks to the kindness of his lady, he was doing well. The man stood in front of the long table. TT said that she was glad to see Hwanchul. He asked why she called him. The old woman smiled. TT said that Jamyeon was heading to Unnam to resolve the situation. The man with wavy hair was surprised when TT said that she wanted Hwanchul to accompany her son on the trip because he had helped her and Hamyung survive in the past. A smiling old woman sat in a gilded chair. TT said she believed that Hwanchul was blessed with great luck that allows people to escape dangerous situations, so she wants a bodyguard to accompany Jamyeon on the trip. The man in the flat hat held the reins in his hands. He thought that if there was a month and a half left before his departure, then he needed to hurry up. The dark carriage was driving through the desert, raising clouds of dust. Hwanchul thought that Munjeong might go with them, so he needs to be well trained so that nothing happens. The man in the flat hat looked in surprise at the wreckage of the cart. Hwanchul with the reins in his hands turned his head. He thought that because of the large number of bandits, the Imperial Army took control of this area. But the man had never met the bandits. The black silhouette of the cart was approaching the high cliffs. Hwanchul decided that he was really lucky, so it was not surprising that TT sent him on a trip with his third son. There was snow on the ground. A man in white clothes walked through the snowdrifts. A man naked to the waist was carrying a bundle of brushwood. A half-naked man approached a small door in the rock, leaving footprints in the snow. The scarred hand placed the brushwood. There were fragments of swords on the floor. Only his eyes were visible on his dark face. The guy looked at the door from behind which someone had called him. The man smiled. Against the background of white snow, the dark silhouettes of a cart and two people were visible. Muwon and Hwanchul greeted each other. The man with long disheveled hair smiled. Hwanchul thought that Muwon had already spent 7 years in these mountains. Less than a year had passed since their last meeting, but the young master had changed a lot. There were tears in the eyes of the man with wavy hair. Hwanchul thought that if he died today, he would not regret anything. There was a shadow of people hugging in the snow. Muwon said that it was hard to get here at this time of year, but he was grateful to the man for everything. He offered to go into the house. Wooden beams supported the ceiling in a room with dark walls. Hwanchul said that the main character had changed a lot since their last meeting. Muwon laughed and said that he still lacked a lot. He believed that he needed to be more diligent in his training. The hand was clutching a mug, from which steam was rising. The man with wavy hair looked at his interlocutor carefully. Hwanchul called Muwon amazing. The main character with disheveled hair raised the steaming mug. Hwanchul thought that he could no longer understand Muwon. Muwon and Hwanchul were sitting on stumps opposite each other. The guy said that the man came earlier than he expected. The interlocutor replied that he came earlier because he had a trip to Unnam. Muwon, with disheveled hair, was afraid that something bad had happened. Hwanchul, with wavy hair, said he doubted the trip would be dangerous, but if something happened, he would be able to protect himself. So the young master has nothing to worry about. The men looked through the doorway at the black blade lying on top of the driftwood. Muwon remembered the stone that the man gave him. He said that it was an unusual stone and he made this blade from it. There were fragments around the blade lying on the snag. Hwanchul thought that the object was emitting ominous vibrations. Stars lit up in the night sky above the rocks. The men discussed what was happening in the world. Hwanchul said that the 4 pillars of the northern heavens had gained enormous power, and the Central Heavenly Alliance was trying their best to restrain them, and the quiet night disappeared again. The sky above the rocks brightened and morning came. The men looked at the dark silhouette of the empty cart. Muwon asked Hwanchul to be careful. A guy with disheveled hair and a man in a hat stood shoulder to shoulder. Hwanchul said that nothing would happen to him until the Northern Sky Clan regained its former glory. The men walked towards the cart, leaving footprints in the snow. Muwon said that he was ashamed that the man was doing so much for him. H. Wang Chul asked him to stop saying nonsense. A smiling H. Wang Chul in a flat hat took the reins in his hands. He said that he would be back by the beginning of spring and asked the young master to take care of himself. The guy with disheveled hair looked at his interlocutor and said that he was asking him the same. The man in the flat hat smiled. He said he would be fine. The dark figure of Muon looked after the retreating cart, snow flying from under the wheels. Mountains were visible behind the disheveled Muon. The guy raised his head up and sighed. He was thinking about where Hassol was. The snow melted on the tree branches. 3 months passed. A blurry image of the desert appeared. Muon thought that H. Wang Chul promised to appear by the beginning of spring. But it was already the middle of summer, and the man never showed up. A man dressed in dark clothes with his hair tied up sat on top of a rock looking out at the empty gray lands around him. The guy closed his eyes. He thought about H. Wang Chul. Muon opened his eyes, his gaze determined. His scarred hand tightened on his sword as the boy stood up. Dark energy surrounded the rocks. Muon realized that something bad had happened to H. Wang Chul. At the foot of the high rocks, a tiny silhouette of a man could be seen, light emanating from him. Dressed in a dark kimono, Muon held out his sword in front of him, a dark stream surrounding him. The young man with his hair in a ponytail swung his sword, his face full of determination. Dark silhouettes of rocks were visible against the blue sky. An explosion occurred where the rocks were. Surrounded by light, a dark silhouette walked along the road among the fragments of rocks. Muon, wearing a dark kimono, held a sword in his hand. He resolutely looked forward, intending to find H. Wang Chul. Nanju, Orchid Area. The same type of black and white houses covered the entire space of the small town. It was filled with residents. An image of a 3-story wooden house appeared. A plump man in a kimono was sleeping, leaning on his arm. The wooden door was opened by an unknown man in a raincoat. Opening his eyes slightly, the man raised his hand and greeted the guest. Having examined the visitor a little, he thought that he looked like a beggar. An unknown person entered the building. He threw several gold coins onto the table. The shocked and joyful tavern owner ran up to the man. Pointing both hands towards the rooms, he welcomed the guest to the Crescent Hotel. He promised to give him the best room. He stated that even noble families and the White Dragon Trade Association had visited this room. There's also a comfortable bathtub. The sun illuminated the tavern. After putting his things down and taking off his cloak, the protagonist said that he had spent too much time in isolation and had only vague memories of a map of the area. Holding his hair, he exhaled tiredly and stated that he was surprised that he was able to get to Nanju. Looking out the window at the city, he stated that it took him 10 days to get here. He stated that it was his mistake. A closer image of the city appeared, with a golden central estate. The protagonist said that it was not just anyone, but Mr. H. Wang. He was the only one who spent so much time with him. All the main character knows is that he worked as a bodyguard for the White Dragon Trade Association. Muon raised his head. He said that he really doesn't know much about the world. He stated that there was no point in justifying it by saying that he was too focused on studying martial arts, that he did not have time to go searching earlier. He sadly sincerely apologized to Mr. H. Wang and expressed his hope that he was still alive. An image of the inscription at the entrance to the estate appeared. The main character stood near the entrance. Several guards asked him why he was standing there staring at them. The protagonist approached the guards and bowed. He apologized and introduced himself as Jin. He stated that he was here to find a guy named Munjung. The man in the yellow hat asked if he was talking about Munjun, who was with the merchant guards, and he clarified how Muon found out about him. The protagonist, looking at the guard, stated that he did not know him personally, but his uncle said that he was close to him. The main character clarified that he meant H. Wang Chul's bodyguard. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the guard said with a smile that he had heard a lot about him, because brother H. Wang loves to brag about his nephew. Looking slightly upset in Muon's direction, he said that he assumed that the protagonist wanted to know about his location, but they had not heard anything from him for 6 months. Sighing, the guard said to follow him. They walked through the settlement square. The man said that he would take the main character to Jun, whom brother H. Wang was looking after. He stated that since he had no talent with a sword, he simply worked here. Wooden figurines of dragons decorated large classical buildings. The protagonist walked through several armed men, behind whom was a horse-drawn cart. 2 men were armed with swords and 1 with a bow. They were in combat readiness. Muon looked in their direction with his tired eyes slightly closed. A man with long gray hair watched the warriors training with swords. A guard with a spear approached the man. The man turned towards the guard. A man with a long gray mustache asked in surprise if this was really H. Wang's bodyguard's nephew. Bowing, the protagonist introduced himself as Jin. The man introduced himself as Gon and asked if the main character was looking for Munjeong. Folding his hands, Gon said that he should be back soon. He clarified whether he was looking for H. Wang's bodyguard. Muin's cold face was slightly covered with dark hair. He asked if he knew anything about it. Scratching his chin, the man stated that the problem was in Unnam, and the deputy guard and the third gentleman headed there. He had heard that Lady No had made a special request for bodyguard H. Wang to also go with them. Squinting his eyes a little, the protagonist asked why Madame No would do this. What was the point of sending his uncle on such a dangerous mission? After all, not to mention the fact that he is missing, why doesn't she send a search party for him? Spreading his hands, Gon said a little angrily that it was quite rude and she was not a heartless person. And not only bodyguard H. Wang disappeared, but also the third gentleman and deputy guard. He stated that this was a big problem within the White Dragon Trade Association. An image of 3 mercenaries appeared. The man stated that this is why Mrs. No hires professional mercenaries. She plans to send them to Unnam soon. An image of a man in a dark suit appeared. Captain Gon said that until this day, the White Dragon Association acted independently and did not request any help from the Broken Fist group, which has the most influence in Unnam. Making a hand gesture, he stated that all he had heard about this incident was a request for their help. He also clarified that they tried to gain their help by bribing them with many items and supplies. An image of a lightly cloudy sky appeared. The man said that they had already moved away from the topic, and in any case, he should understand that Mrs. No is also in a desperate situation, and she is doing everything possible to clarify the situation. A guy ran up to them. Gon stated that this guy is Munjeong. The main character asked the leaving man if he could join the people going to Unnam. The protagonist stated that he would do any work as long as he could get to Unnam. Looking seriously at Muin, Gon stated that the protagonist looks like someone who can at least hold a sword in his hands. The man promised to put in a good word for him. The protagonist looked away. Then he turned his head to the right and looked down. The young guy, scratching his head, introduced himself and asked why the main character was looking for him. An image of 7 darkened silhouettes of people appeared. Every year, countless talented people are brought into the world of Murim. The people of Murim then select individuals whose talent soars as high as the heavens and elect them to positions known as the 7 lower heavens. And the person now before his eyes was not chosen to be in the 7 lower heavens. However, his powers of thinking and analysis were unsurpassed in the entire nation. An image of a smiling man with green hair appeared. This was the infinite mind of the Mukwan of their wise court, and also a girl who can single-handedly cope with several dozen strong opponents. An image of a dark-skinned girl with dark hair appeared. It was the otherworldly force of Yakran. A darkened image of a group of mercenaries appeared. They were a traveling group of dozens of mercenaries centered around a martial artist named Musin. For the right price, they did any job, regardless of its complexity. They are known as the Iron Squad. Mukwan and Yakran are sitting at the table. The person looking at them thinks that these two are the captain's deputies. Observing their calmness, the man noticed that a terrifying aura emanated from them. An image of Yakran's chest appeared. A little embarrassed, Gon, slightly closing his eyes, looked at the woman's breasts. One side was handed over a sheet of information. The green-haired man took the contract in his hands. An elderly girl in a kimono sat on a gilded chair. A dark-haired man nearby said that they would be under their protection. Making a gesture with folded hands, Mukwan stated that they had successfully received the White Dragon Trade Association's request, and they would go to Unnam first. Sweat ran down the tired TT's face. She exhaled and thanked her future guards. Smiling, Muin raised his head proudly and stated that they could thank them again when they rescued Master Yang. Yakran showed her biceps with a tense face. TT asked if it was possible to clarify whether only they would go. Turning serious, the green-haired man said no. Recalling the 3 mercenaries, he stated that they would be in the company of the Death Breath Hunter, Imjin, the Rising Sun Arrow, Jinhong, and the Swordsman of the 7 Paths, Sungchen. The girl with a serious face threw her hand forward. Making a hand gesture, Muin said with a confident smile that 5 of them would leave tomorrow, and the rest of the Iron Squad would accompany the clan leader and now on another mission. But they planned to join them in Sachon on the way to Unnam. Placing her hand to her forehead, TT stated that she felt less worried this way. Dom looked at the negotiations. He happily stated in his mind that since everyone from the Iron Squad was here, the chances of saving the third master would greatly increase. Standing up, the future guards announced that they would prepare to depart. An image of a classic house with a light roof appeared, in which the negotiations took place. Standing near Human, Gon stated that the nephew of H. Wang's bodyguard had come here and wanted to go with them to Unnam. Looking at the man, the elderly woman said that she did not see a problem with this. Human took TT by the shoulder and said that she needed to return to her room because she had overworked. An image of the expensive entrance to a large estate appeared. The man at the entrance asked the girl why she was going there, because it was a huge risk. She stated that he would not stop her because she had already decided everything. An image of the entrance appeared at the top. The man said that he couldn't let her go there when they didn't even know if the third brother was alive. The dark-haired girl, holding a sword in her hands, confidently stated that she studied at the Gondan martial arts school, and she could stand up for herself. Human, dissatisfied, throwing his hand forward, asked why she should take such a risk. Looking into the distance, she stated that it was because he was family. The man looked at the confident girl. An image of unusual wooden dragons appeared on the roof of the building. With his hands clasped together, the protagonist sat in a horse-drawn carriage. Slightly closing his eyes and chewing a blade of grass, he hesitantly stated that everything would probably not go according to plan. An image appeared of 9 carts drawn by 2 horses and a large number of people accompanying them on horses. The protagonist's younger brother looked towards Muwon, who had closed his eyes, and asked if he slept well. Munjun, smiling and riding his horse, said that he was too excited to fall asleep. An image of the protagonist calmly resting appeared. Munjun, looking at him, thought that although he was Mr. H. Wang's nephew, they were not at all alike, because the protagonist was calmer and more reserved. Turning his head towards the path, the younger brother of the protagonist said that this was his first experience in such a campaign. His father was also a bodyguard and died several years ago on a similar task, so now he is very worried. Making a slightly displeased face, Munjun recalled when Mr. H. Wang said that the guy would obviously die first if something happened, so he taught him several cultivation techniques. He also grumbled a lot at Munjun and told him not to slack off during training. Munjun stated that he was grateful to him for this. Opening his cold eyes slightly, the protagonist asked what techniques Mr. H. Wang taught him. The guy, joyfully turning towards the main character, stated that these were the 3 fundamental cultivation techniques. Main part, which will be that if he is patient and sticks to it to the end, it will help him take the path of a martial artist. He recalled the past with a little sadness. He said that when he was told he had no talent and was told to stop studying martial arts, Mr. H. Wang understood his feelings and took him under his wing. This was his main motivation. A slight wind quickly changed the cloudy sky. The guy expressed his hope that Mr. H. Wang was okay. After listening to the story, the protagonist, looking at the ground, plunged into thought. Raising his head, he told Munjun to stay behind him if anything happened. Looking at his newly acquired brother, the guy mentally stated with a small smile that he now has an older brother and thought about whether he was really strong and reliable. Putting on a more serious face, he clarified that if something happened, would it be safer to stay with the Iron Squad? An image of 5 squad members on horseback appeared. Yakrin poked Mukwin in the shoulder. She pointed back with a serious face. The green-haired man asked if she was able to notice him too. Mukwin turned around and said that that guy, compared to the bodyguards here, was clearly in a different league. While observing the protagonist, he stated that there was something strange about his Kai, as if she was, and at the same time she was not. The girl looked at him slightly angrily. The main character was thinking. He thought about how he should now live his life. An image of a dark space appeared in the center of which the protagonist was located. He mentally said that he had dedicated his entire life to honing martial arts, and now the only thing he wants is to find Mr. H. Wang and Hassol. He closed his eyes and thought about what he would do if he found them. He mentally asked himself, seeking revenge against the Central Heavenly Alliance was really the path he wanted to take. An image of him appeared, where he continued to be in thought. He thought that it might be better if he continued to live an unknown life in this world. Remembering his bleeding father stabbing with a weapon, he mentally stated that he was sure his father would want him to put aside all the bitterness the protagonist held within himself. Lived a righteous life, free from all worries. Without changing his face, he mentally asked himself if he could do this when the blood inside him was boiling with hatred. His face reflected confusion. He mentally affirmed that he did not know what to do. Muwon opened his eyes from the external screams. Someone ordered the vanguard to stop. The detachment approached the river. The detachment commander stated that they would cross the Unma River in 4 hours. Until then, they will split into 2 groups and take turns resting. The protagonist, fully awake, looked towards the speaker. He stated that while the first group was eating, the second would stand guard, and the second group would take a break after the first had finished eating. An image appeared of Gon ending his speech with a raise of his hand. An image of a sunset illuminating the mountains and river appeared. The protagonist went into a cafe near the river. He asked the waiter for something simple and filling. With her hands clasped together, the girl, smiling, declared that she knew the dish that would suit him. She suggested roast pork. The protagonist's younger brother looked a little embarrassed at the girl. Smiling maliciously, Nuwon asked the blushing guy if he was interested in her. A little worried, Munjun hesitantly stated that no. A company of 5 mercenaries entered the establishment. The waitress brought the protagonist's order. It was the glorified South Sea Tavern pork roast. The main character's brother, smiling, said that it looked very tasty. A man from a company of mercenaries behind the protagonist asked for more meat and booze. Smiling, the girl introduced herself as Soren and asked Munjun's name. Slightly embarrassed, the guy introduced himself. The dark-haired girl smiled and asked if she could ask for his protection if she needed it. With sincere joy, he said that of course he could. The main character, smiling, tilted his head back. They talked some more. A new company entered the establishment. 3 guys of different ages, in blue kimonos, walked near the table where the protagonist was having dinner. Mukwan, watching the visitors eat, said that they seemed to be hermits from the Gondan monastery, and that guy was most likely someone of high status, for their leader usually does not send young followers into the outside world. He looked at the young guy and stated that the only situation where this happens is if a high-ranking follower of their martial arts is sent with them, or if he is from the first generation. The main character reached for a new portion of meat. Nuwon asked if Moonjun was jealous of them. He replied that no. With meat in his mouth, he looked ahead and stated that he was pleased with the work of a bodyguard, for his father had once said that although they were paid for their work, their task was to guard the lives of their customers as if they were a treasure. Holding the chopsticks in his hands, he stated that people believe in their power and count on them to live humble and honest lives. He said he believes this is the most amazing work. The main character, looking at the guy, thought about his words. He smiled and said that Munjun had a worthy father. They looked back at the screen. One of the hermits ran and shouted, asking who the cook was. An image of the establishment illuminated by the setting sun appeared. Wiping his hands on a towel, the cook ran towards the sound. The man was stunned when he saw his older brother. Meat flew into the cook's face. Duvashka exclaimed at the sight of her father. The man with an angry face stated that while he was eating his food, Salvan broke his tooth. He recalled the guy who screamed in pain from a broken tooth and covered his mouth. Wiping his face as he turned to the man, he wondered why he was still like this, noting that he was no longer associated with Gongdong Monastery. Beside himself with rage, the man tried to find out how he dared to excuse himself. With a worried expression on his face, the chef noted that he was not making excuses, saying that he always checks the quality of the cooked food before serving it. Staring forward, turning to the man, the cook assumed that he. Looking at the frowning man, the cook assumed that he still held a grudge. A group of people frozen in one position watched the competition. The plot tells us that 15 years ago there was a competition that was held every 3 years. With a smile on his face and extending his hand, the cook noted that it was a good fight. Leaning on the floor, the man froze in one position. In his thoughts, he revealed that he, Mu, had known this since Gongdong Monastery was founded, noting that the honorary title of Gongdong High Peak could not be achieved. Continuing to think, Mu stated that with him he was always doomed to be second. Wary, Mu froze in one position. At that moment, he was thinking about a humiliating defeat. With a face full of contempt, the elder whispered something in the ear of the unknown man. With tears in his eyes, the guy let out a piercing cry. Mu reported that a few months later the chef was embroiled in a scandal, noting that his meridians were destroyed and he was expelled from Gongdong Monastery. With a malicious grin on his face, Mu began to stroke his beard. In his thoughts, he noticed that this humiliating defeat that happened that day filled his heart with rage. Holding a piece of cloth to his face, the chef said that the only thing that was hurt that day was Mu's pride, adding that for him, he was wrongly accused, saying that he ended up losing the opportunity to practice martial arts. After which, the cook wondered if after all this Mu should treat him like that. Standing next to the stunned people, the cook asked to be allowed to ask Mu again if he really broke his tooth because of the food. Mu, in turn, asked if the cook was saying that he was lying, adding that as he saw, his tooth was now broken and it hurt a lot. With a face filled with worry, one of the people thought that if Master T knew about this, then he was sure that it would become an even bigger problem. The bright sun was visible above the roof of the building. Turning to face Salgon, the man tried to find out what happened to his tooth. Smiling maliciously, Salgon said that a few days ago, when he was training with his older brother Mu, he tripped and broke it. Closing his eyes, the chef reported that the future of Gongdong Monastery looked rather bleak, noting that it was not only the teachings and beliefs of Master T that had been forgotten. Looking at the stunned Mu, the cook declared that he could no longer look down on him, after which, Mu struck, pushing the cook aside. holding her injured father with tears in her eyes. The girl wondered why Mew was doing this to her father, asking her to stop hurting him. After starting to drink tea, the man stated that he had lost his appetite. The temple servant noted that they needed to focus on the task, adding that there was no point in them being drawn into this showdown. Grabbing Mew by the kimono, the girl declared that his accusations were false, saying that she was the one who prepared all the ingredients, adding that she knew that there was no stone there. Further, she noted that her father also double-checked everything, asking her to stop blaming him. Having hit the girl in the face, Mew wondered how she dared to raise her hand to him. The chopsticks broke in someone's hand. Grabbing the table, the woman called them pathetic worms. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the guy asked her to calm down, saying that Gongdong Monastery is from the families of the 9 great clans. Closing his eyes, he noted that if they became their enemies, then difficult times would come for the Iron Squad. Drawing attention to the wooden roof, the woman noted that this was already going beyond all limits. Putting his hands behind his back, Mew tried to find out who was standing in front of him. With a face full of worry, Munjun declared that he was a bodyguard. Wary, Mew wondered if he was from the White Tiger Trade Association, asking if he should not worry about the relationship they shared with the White Dragon Trade Association. Looking at the girl lying on the floor, Munjun asked him to show mercy. With his hands folded, he asked Mew to forget about this incident just once. Holding his head and laughing, Mew noticed his politeness. With a look full of contempt, turning to Munjun, Mew noted that he spoke as if they were the bad guys here. Further, Mew wondered how dare a low-level bodyguard who receives money to practice martial arts stand in front of a follower of Gongdong Monastery. Clenching his hands into fists, Munjun asked not to talk to Mew like that, noting that the work of a bodyguard is not only that, adding that it is very important. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Mew called him a pathetic worm, asking if he dared lecture him, ordering him to know his place. Then, he noted that he would show mercy and cut off only one hand. Holding his head, the main character froze in one position. With a serious expression on his face, the guy asked him not to be stupid, saying that he should just close his eyes to it. Further, he noted that this guy decided to do something he shouldn't have. The man noted that he was punished for this, and they could not do anything here, adding that at least he would not kill him. The man said that he was lucky that only his body and pride would suffer from this. Taking up his sword, the protagonist wondered if he was lucky that only his body and pride would suffer from this, stating that the moment a martial artist loses an arm, it means the end of his life. Having reported on pride, Mewan noticed that even dogs have it. With a frightened expression on his face, Munjun raised his hands. The main character noted that true pride is to endure a fate full of loneliness, doing everything possible to follow your beliefs. Beside himself with rage, Mew prepared to strike. Averting his gaze, Mewan was lost in his own thoughts. Turning around, the main character noted that this was something that he would never understand. Outraged, the man wondered why the main character looked at the tree and did not see the forest behind it, asking whether he really planned to become an enemy of the Gongdong Monastery because of strange beliefs. As he headed towards Mewan, he wondered if this was enough. Then, with lightning speed, he rushed forward. Grabbing the blade, the main character tried to find out whether the world should have at least one such unintelligent person. Taking his hand away from his face, Munjun was surprised that his older brother was next to him. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Putting his hand to his face, the unknown man stared forward. His gaze fell on the main character, who blocked the sword with his bare hands, thinking that this was the highest technique of mastery, noting that something like that would not work on him. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, in his thoughts, Mew wondered how the protagonist dared to block the sword of the venerable master with only his fingers, not understanding where it came from. With a tense expression on his face and still thinking, Mew wondered who Mewan was, noting that he didn't even flinch. Next, he asked how the main character dared to stand in his way, asking if the main character knew who he was. Raising his hand, the protagonist stated that he could perceive him as the boy's older brother, asking why Mew didn't stop there. Putting his blade forward, Mew declared that these were not the eyes of someone asking for a favor. With his palm forward, Mewan's opponent prepared to strike. At that same second, the main character blocked the attack, freezing in one position. Looking at the frightened Mew, Mewan said that the duty of a child is to enjoy life, and the duty of a parent is to raise the child. A drop of sweat slowly ran down the anxious Mew's face. The main character noticed that the merchant's duty is to make a profit. Due to extreme fear, Mua's hand began to shake. Muan said that the duty of an ascetic is to purify worldly desires. After breaking Mua's blade into small pieces, the protagonist stated that everyone has a duty that they must fulfill, noting that if he cannot do something so banal, then he is a disgrace to other ascetics. With an excited expression on his face, the protagonist's opponent froze in one position. Putting his sword behind his back and turning to Muan, Mu's subordinate ordered him to be silent. Turning around and addressing Munjun, the main character asked him to take the girl and her father out, adding that he needed to hurry up. Taken aback, Munjun said that he would do it. With angry expressions on their faces, Mu's subordinates rushed into battle. With lightning speed, Muan parried the attack of one of his subordinates. Raising his blade, the main character blocked the guy's attack. With unimaginable speed, Muan continued to defend himself from the blows of his subordinates. Putting his foot forward, the main character attacked the guy. Saliva gushed from his mouth. Due to the terrible pain, Mu's subordinate screamed. The subordinate's body hung in the air. Wary, Muan froze in one position. At the last moment, he managed to dodge the thing that was flying towards him. His gaze fell on the rosette. The protagonist's face was shrouded in anger. Beside himself with rage, Mu screamed that he would kill Muan. At the moment when the protagonist's opponent tried to strike, he managed to jump to the side. A part of Mu's kimono was visible in Muan's hand. Veins began to swell on the main character's hand. With unimaginable power, Muan struck Mu in the face, after which he flew to the side. Looking away, the main character heard some sounds. Wary, Muan was lost in his own thoughts. Trying to catch his breath, the guy wondered whether the main character dares to attack ascetics. Turning around, Muan found Mu's subordinate standing behind him. His face was full of seriousness. Subordinate Mu's gaze was directed at Muan's weapon. Saliva could be seen flowing out of the tips of his mouth. Munjin was shocked by what he saw. At that moment, he saw his subordinate fall to the floor with a broken arm. The woman's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Mu's second subordinate was unconscious, also lying on the floor. Horrified in his thoughts, the guy noticed that this was bad, adding that members of the Iron Squad were present here. Staring at one point as he continued to think, he noted that if they were involved in this, they would no doubt face consequences, stating that the people of Gongdong Monastery were very vindictive. Biting his lip, the guy thought that they could no longer turn a blind eye to what was happening, noting that if they made a mistake, they would become enemies of the Gongdong Monastery. Further, he wondered what they should do, pointing out that they were currently in a difficult situation. Holding the protagonist's hand, Mu tried to find out if he dared to injure the followers of the Gongdong Monastery, asking if he thought he could get away with it. Frowning, the main character wondered if Mu was threatening him, wondering how he would do it. Looking at Muan, whose face was full of disgust, Mu declared that the entire Gongdong Monastery would come for him, adding that this was the strength of the monastery. After which, the main character asked if that was all. With blood staining his face, Mu reported that this was so, asking if Muan decided to attack them without knowing it, calling him a pathetic worm. Suddenly, the main character brought the beaten body of his opponent closer to himself. With a serious expression on his face, Muan asked that if this was the case, then should he get rid of them. Frightened, Mu wondered if the protagonist dared to threaten them. Smirking, Muan asked if he could do this. Opening the door, turning to Muan, the girl reported rumors that he was here, asking how he was doing. Her gaze fell on Mu's subordinates who were lying on the floor. Her screams could be heard outside the room, where she tried to find out why Muan decided to do this. Folding her hands, she noted that because of the main character, the relationship between Gongdong Monastery and the White Dragon Trade Association had deteriorated. Outraged, Sister Muana tried to find out why he attacked Gongdong Monastery. Further, she wondered if the protagonist didn't know that Gongdong Monastery and the White Dragon Trade Association were closely related to each other. Looking at Mu's wounded subordinates, she tried to find out what Muan was thinking about inflicting such wounds on them. Looking at the main character standing next to him, she said that he should be grateful that they allowed him to go with Unnam, asking how he dared to do such a thing. Following her words, Muan apologized for his actions. Looking at the perplexed sister, the main character wondered if you should first find out the details of what happened and check the condition of the people involved in this incident. Placing his hand on Munjin's back, the main character noted that although he is young, he is nevertheless a bodyguard of the White Dragon Association. Patting Munjin on the back, Muan stated that this is the reason they should keep an eye on such people, noting that the girl almost lost her life. The main character said that this boy tried to prevent this and almost lost his arm. With a serious expression on his face, Muon stated that just because Gongdong Monastery is highly respected does not mean that all their actions should be justified, adding that he knows that Lady Yun is a follower of Gongdong Monastery. Lowering his hand, the main character noted that they should understand what position they are in, saying that now she is not a follower of the Gongdong Monastery. The main character noticed that she was the leader of the White Dragon Trade Association, and the person who was leading the campaign. After which, Muon shared the idea that it would be wiser to listen to people first before making any decisions. With a puzzled expression, the girl froze in one position. Looking away, she stated that she understood, adding that it was her mistake, apologizing. Wary, she noticed the fact that they were in this state now, saying that this was a big problem. Raising his head, Muon said that he would take full responsibility for this, noting that if he wasn't willing to face the consequences, he wouldn't get involved. With her hands folded, the girl stated that this was Gongdong Monastery, one of the 9 great clans. Interrupting her, Muon noted that nothing lasts forever in this world. Wary, the main character said that even if the Gongdong Monastery has a solid foundation, they will not exist forever. A drop of sweat began to run down the anxious girl's face. Closing his eyes, Muon noted that as he had said earlier, he would take responsibility for what happened, stating that if this satisfied the girl, then Munjun and he would leave the White Dragon Trade Association and act on their own. The main character noticed that they were grateful to them for everything they did. Raising his hand, the man asked everyone to calm down, saying that this was not something that could be solved so easily, asking if the girl was okay with it. Staring at one point, the girl was mired in her own thoughts. Turning around, she said that they would do as the man said. After which, turning to Muon, the man tried to find out what he would do, clarifying that, as the girl said, this is not a small problem. Bowing his head, the main character stated that he would wait. Taken aback, the man decided to find out if Muon was going to wait for them. The night light enveloped the expanses of the place where the guys were. There were small clouds in the sky. Putting his hand to his head, Munjun asked the main character for forgiveness, saying that it was because of him. Interrupting him, Muon asked him not to worry, saying that in any case, they would sleep here, asking if Munjun could bring something for the night. As he set off, Munjun replied that he would do it. Appearing in front of Muon, the guy noticed that it was his turn to speak, declaring that Gongdong Monastery would not allow him. Having sat down on a felled tree, interrupting the guy, the main character asked to give him time to rest, saying that he was tired of talking. At that moment, the guy noticed that he had not explained anything yet, asking to give him a second. Extending his hand, he said that if they acted together, the outcome of this situation would be more favorable than now. Tilting his head, Muon wondered if the guy always calculated every action. Stretching his hand forward, the guy stated that this is so, adding that this is the only way to survive in the world of Muram, noting that the main character needs to act based on his strengths and weaknesses. With his hands on his knees, Muon asked not to be misunderstood, noting that he didn't think they were doing anything wrong, saying that the people of this world generally thought so. Squinting, the protagonist said that he believes that there are times when he should follow his heart, clarifying that today was just such a case. There were a lot of guys behind the huge boulders. Muon said that everyone believes that compassion and kindness have disappeared from this world, noting that this is all because the strong continue to mock the weak, adding that the weak have nowhere to cry and be indignant. From what they heard, the faces of the guys were shrouded in genuine shock. The main character stated that in this bloodthirsty world, if a person learns martial arts, he will also begin to abuse power, asking what is the point of being a martial artist. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, in his thoughts, the guy noticed that Muon was very dangerous, noting that his beliefs would become a great threat to the world of Muram. Clenching his fist, the guy said that one person cannot change the whole world, noting that the world is not as simple as Muon thinks. Smirking, the protagonist wondered if this was so. Sitting down again on the felled tree, Muon said that even one candle can illuminate the darkness, declaring that at least he will become the light that will lead people out of the darkness. Further, the main character said that this is the reason why he studied martial arts and why he should continue on his path. It was getting dark, and among the mountainous terrain there was a lake sparkling in the moonlight. On the shore of a reservoir, among stones and grass, there were 2 people near a fire, and one began to apologize for his actions to his older brother. Munjun sat with his head down and looked at the ground in shame as he stated that if it weren't for him, the boys wouldn't be in this situation. Nyewon, sitting nearby on a log with his face covered with hair, told the sad younger brother that his mistake was that he did not take into account his weakness, but the main thing was how he could solve the troubles he had created. Red-haired Munjun with freckles twisted his mouth in despondency, lowering his gaze when Muon said that in his case, he got into a showdown that he could not solve alone. As the firewood burned brightly, crackling and creating ash, the protagonist reminded his younger brother that Murama is a cruel place where weak people die, so he needs to become stronger. Illuminated by the light of the fire, the brunette looked at his interlocutor with closed eyes, taking on a serious look. Munjun lowered his eyes and began to sweat, feeling even more shame for what he had done. At that moment, Muon's hand fell on the boy's head, and he ruffled his red hair. Without removing his hand, the brunette looked at Munjun with a serious look, declaring that he should be proud of the courage that helped save two people. Muon's hand continued to ruffle the stone's red hair, and tears appeared in his younger brother's eyes, which he hurried to wipe away with his hand, thanking the guy for his support. The surface of the water shone because of the light cast by the moon, and the shore was overgrown with grass. Munjun sat in the light of the fire with an inspired look, out of curiosity asking what kind of training he needed to gain strength like his brother and be able to break a sword with his bare hands. Thoughtfully lowering his closed eyes, Muon realized that we were talking about the finger of destruction technique, after which he replied that he had studied forging since childhood. The flames completely engulfed the firewood, and Munjun asked his older brother whether he had forged his sword himself, to which he received an affirmative answer and a short history of the creation of the weapon. Muon sat silently, letting go of the blade that was resting on his shoulder, while ash flew around in the air. Against the background of the bright sky, mountains and rocks rose, on the tops of which trees grew. Pieces of broken swords were scattered all over the ground, illuminated by fire, and a voice addressed Mr. H. Wang. The soil looked loose. The main character remembered the black stone that was given to him. Near the log, a bright flame burned in the darkness, from which ashes scattered, and a voice asked what kind of stone it was. The young man remembered the words of Mr. H. Wang, who said that he took from Unnam a stone that fell from the sky, which was worshipped by an entire settlement. But the stone that the man took did not belong to anyone, since all the inhabitants were cut out. The blade of the sword, lowered into the forge, began to heat up, turning red from this process. Now the blade was being beaten with a hammer on an anvil, and the main character considered that 2 years had passed and the stone still did not obey him. Swinging sharply, Muon covered himself with beads of sweat with a frown, wondering when the stone would accept him. Now, after plastic deformation of the hot metal, the blade was raised into the air. The blade was lowered into a trough of water, from which steam emanated, and the guy asked that he was lucky. After that, with a muscular arm, the hero extended his hand upward, holding the forged sword in it and asking if it really worked. Muon looked at the padre in shock, concluding that his 2 years of work had paid off. Noticing that the blade was dull, the guy began to furiously sharpen his stone, but this only erased it. Holding the blade in his hands, Muon concluded with a satisfied smile that the sword wanted to see which of them could hold out longer. The brunette continued to sharpen his weapon while his long hair hung over his face and fluttered. He looked calm and focused as beads of sweat fell from him. Among the shining particles, a spirit emerged, taking the form of a pretty woman. The magical mist lady put her hands on the shoulders of Muon, who was sitting and holding a blade glowing purple with both hands. The girl's spirit began to wrap itself more tightly around the tired protagonist, who was looking intently at the weapon, covered in drops of sweat from fatigue. When the guy opened his mouth, words came out that spoke of Hassel's beauty as well as a purple magical glow. Raising the forged blade with smoke floating around it, Muon called it Snow Flower. The sword that the protagonist forged was not a holy or demonic blade, it was an enchanted blade, overflowing with evil energy that could consume the owner. Now Muon was sitting by the fire, looking down sadly, and the sheathed weapon rested on his shoulder, while Munjun was turned to his older brother, praising his sword with round eyes. A gloomy girl with food and a jug in her hands was heading towards the guys. When the brothers sitting on the log turned towards the guest, they were shocked that in front of them was the deputy leader of the Iron Detachment. Muon, who was hugging his snow flower weapon, looked up questioningly as hands were extended towards him with a jug and a plate filled with food. The woman towered over the main character and, looking at him seriously, forced him to eat the food. Now the two brothers sat by the bright fire, eating hot dumplings, and the curious Munjun clarified why the deputy leader of the Iron Squad brought them food, suggesting that she was trying to invite his older brother into their ranks. The sky was darkening, and there was a rustling sound across the grass when the boy suddenly changed his mind in his conclusions. While Muon cast a gloomy glance to the side, Munjun took a bite of the dumpling and concluded with a thoughtful look that then the woman would not have left without saying anything. When the red-haired boy turned to his gloomy older brother with a new assumption, He interrupted him, starting to hiss. Muon was turned away from the fire, glancing towards the waving grass. Freezing, Munjin looked at his older brother in surprise and called out to him. A loud rustling was heard, and the main character asked his brother, sitting next to the fire, to urgently return to the South Sea Tavern. When Muon stood up abruptly, holding his weapon tightly in his hand, his younger brother quickly began to run, accepting the brunette's requests. The main character remained standing by the fire alone, turning to the dry grass, from which there was a rustle. Moving away from the place, Munjin turned around anxiously while drops of cold sweat ran down his face. His elder brother continued to hold tightly to his sword, waiting for guests, while ashes from the fire scattered around. Many pairs of eyes sparkled in the dry grass, and someone's voice began to praise the protagonist's sword. A crowd of people began to come out from there, and Muon cast a frowning glance at them. A man with a gray mustache and beard asked with curiosity where the young man got such a weapon. The shaggy brunette cast a gloomy look at the guest, informing him that he was a simple swordsman from the north, and his hair fluttered slightly in the wind. The eldest brother of the Gongdong monastery frowned with displeasure, noting the arrogance of his interlocutor and remembering that, according to rumors, he mocked the followers of the monastery. The three men in green suits standing in a line with Mukwen looked worried when Muon did nothing, adding that the man's brothers did not tell him the truth. The three monastery servants began to shout with excitement so that the elder brother would not listen to the cunning liar who uses martial arts. From afar, among the grass and stones, a lonely dark silhouette could be seen on the shore, opposite which stood a crowd of people shouting about killing the swordsman. Mukwen raised his finger forward with an angry look, accusing Muon of lying and worsening the reputation of the monastery, after which he announced the punishment. The main character at this time, lowering his head with his eyes closed, took hold of the hilt and scabbard, asking why bother. The brunette unsheathed the enchanted blade Snowflower, with a gloomy look suggesting that they hurry up and start the battle as soon as possible. After these words, a detachment of priests who arrived from the Gongdong monastery began to fly to Muon, who raised his head up and began to watch. With a furious look, he continued to draw his weapon from its sheath, casting a frown from under his brows. The brunette began to quickly swing his blade while angry opponents flew towards him in the sky. The men in green, approaching the offender, cast angry glances at him, preparing their weapons. Some of the priests fell, crashing into a nearby hill. Part of the detachment of men flew to the side, heading towards the high mountains. Elder brother Mukwen watched in bewilderment, raising a thick eyebrow and asking whether a simple swing of the sword could create such a strong gust of wind that it could blow away the first generation of followers. Muon stood in a fighting pose, holding a purple blade at the ready, while dark silhouettes of opponents with sparkling eyes rushed towards him from the sky. The guy threw an evil look at the men with violet glowing eyes, swinging the Snowflower hard, leaving a trail of the blade in the air. A dusty curtain rose around the main character, from which the screams of the defeated priests began to be heard, who began to fly far back. Muon, with a gloomy look, stood firmly on his feet amid the rising whirlwind, and the wind only swayed the dark strands of his long hair. An angrily bared follower of the monastery with a bloody face and suit began to fly up to the swordsman from behind, furiously raising his weapon to strike. Suddenly there was an attack, and the sword blade flashed in the dark sky, and a cry of death was heard. In response to this, the finger of destruction technique was used. Muon held several fingers out, breaking the blade flying at him at full speed. The main character cast an angry glance at the enemy below, standing with a blade among the fragments of weapons floating in the air. After that, the brunette swung furiously, delivering a powerful blow to the wounded priest, causing him to open his mouth wide. The man began to be thrown back when the Snowflower flew near his cheek. The next moment, the enemy flew far back, raising a dusty curtain around him as he fell, and Muon stood with his purple weapon lowered. The elder brother Mukwen looked at the strong opponent with shock, angrily concluding that he was not trying to kill anyone and was throwing people aside with the help of his sheath, which meant he knew martial arts. A thin man with a mustache and green clothes screamed loudly, furiously announcing that the guy was going to destroy the monastery, and demanded to attack him with everything possible. When a squad of angry followers began to rush towards the swordsman, Mukwen turned to them and with a dissatisfied expression demanded to stop. When the men in green robes quickly flew past, the elder brother of the monastery extended his hand towards them, desperately shouting to stop the attack, because they were no match for the strength of the main character. Mukwen looked at what was happening with concern, covered in drops of cold sweat, because he understood what the outcome of the fight would be. At this time, Muon rushed forward with a Snowflower in his hand, leaving behind a dusty trail on the ground. Among the squad of angry priests flying towards the enemy, a long purple streak flashed in the air. The swordsman ran through the crowd, holding his purple enchanted weapon out to the side, causing each of the attackers to quickly spin in the air. The mustachioed follower of the monastery watched in shock what was happening, his mouth wide open and his small eyes bulging. One of the thin green men sat on the ground, terrified, pressing his knees to himself and clasping his head in his hands. The guy with the broken arm glanced anxiously at his opponent, with many drops of cold sweat running down his face. Three frightened brothers, located in the distance near the grass, looked with concern at their older brother, who drew his sword and declared with a furious look that the main character was just playing with them. Placing his hand in a seal in front of his face, Mukwan's eyes flashed angrily, shouting that he recognized the martial artist. A bright glow emanated from the enraged man's eye sockets as he angrily screamed from the darkness that he would not endure anymore and would end everything with one blow. Mukwan, in a fit of rage, lowered his hand to the ground, spreading luminous energy and activating the destruction technique. The angry man's eyes sparkled terribly, casting a sideways glance at the enemy, and as he exhaled, he released steam from his mouth. The eldest brother of the Gongdong monastery widened his eyes in puzzlement, not understanding what was happening. The gray-haired man gloomily noticed that the swordsman was standing behind him in the clouds of dust, intently watching his opponent, and the wind was blowing his dark long hair. The priest swung his sword furiously, his eyes flashing and leaving a bright trail of the blade in the air as he activated the moonlight sky cut technique. Yuan cast a dissatisfied glance at the enemy, putting his purple sword forward to defend against the attack. Mukwan gritted his teeth from tension, tightly gripping the hilt of his weapon and looking at the guy with alarm. Two people in black clothes stood far from the shore with dry grass where the battle took place and wondered how this was even possible. Soin broke out in a cold sweat, watching in horror what was happening and concluding that the opponents of the protagonist are the first generation of the Gongdong monastery, and he so easily blows them away like leaves. A man with a thick mustache accompanying the girl, covered in perspiration, stated that in the world of Muram there are respected beings who hide their true skills. The kids crowded around the white carts as the speaker continued to explain that truly powerful martial artists center their beliefs around the world's pain. Looking ahead puzzled, the man with a large mustache stated that such people strive to be like ordinary people. He remembered Ms. Titi, who always paid attention to people who never stood out. Soin continued to watch in bewilderment, abruptly asking what this person's true identity was. The interlocutor put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully remembering that the main character is H. Wang Chul's nephew, and then asked where bodyguard H. Wang came from. On the hill, dark silhouettes could be seen looking down at the camp and thinking that Muan was determined to destroy the monastery alone. A man with tousled hair from the group gloomily stated that he also wanted to join the fight, but they only laughed at him, and the archer noted that there were quite a lot of people below. There were cumulus clouds in the night sky, carried by a current of wind. The deputy leader of the iron detachment sat with her eyes closed, leaning on the board with her hands behind her head, and reported that the priests had long been proud of the glory of their family, and not of their own merits, noting that they were not his opponents. The guy with the muzzle looked at his older sister with bewilderment, concluding that Muan could save the world, since even a woman showed him respect. After that, he frowned and began to sweat, deciding that he needed to team up and hurry up with the leader. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, among the rising clouds of dust, two dark silhouettes clashed in a fierce sword fight. Muan, without making an attack and standing among the marks of the blade in the air, looked completely unperturbed and calm. Mukwan, covered with beads of sweat from performing intense blows, frowned and grinned angrily, deciding that the enemy was playing with him. Through the dry grass, it was visible how the main character stood firmly on his feet while his opponent flew back, displeasedly thinking that the guy was only blocking his attacks, not even taking them seriously. The senior disciple of the Gongdong monastery, emitting sacred energy and activating the Heaven's Blade technique through his mouth, filling his weapon with it, loudly demanded that the swordsman use his full potential in the battle with him. Yuan looked down on the man, casting a contemptuous glance, and asked for forgiveness for the disrespect shown, because it had been a long time since he had fought with someone. The swordsman, straining his arm so much that the veins stood out on it, began to lift the snow flower up, deciding to show all his strength in action. The shadow sword of the end technique was activated. It was followed by the next one called Spirit of a Fallen Star. In the distance could be seen the dark silhouette of a swordsman raising his weapon, high above which a powerful magical whirlwind formed. Mukwan watched in shock as the strong wind blew him off his feet. He cast a worried glance at his opponent and sighed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Illuminated by the bright glow, the senior follower of the Gongdong Monastery fell to his knees, dropping his sword from his hands. While he was in this position, Nuvan rushed towards him at full speed, bringing an enchanted snow flower, raising a whirlwind from which the dry grass swayed. A powerful purple stream of magical energy towered in the dark sky. When the enchanted blade was already at the throat of the frightened Mukwan, a loud cry was heard, begging the master swordsman to stop. Rushing towards the main character was his younger brother Munjun, who watched in bewilderment, accompanied by Tipyong, who politely asked not to kill the senior follower of the Gongdong Monastery. Mukwan continued to kneel with the sword at his throat, widening his eyes in shock at the sight of a familiar man approaching. Black and white horizontal stripes appeared as the priest tried to take it all in. Many cumulus clouds floated across the night sky, driven by the wind, and a sad sigh was heard. Turning gloomy, Mukwan said that he understood everything. The senior disciple of the Gongdong Monastery stood on the plain amid the rising dust near three dark silhouettes, and behind him were many followers sitting on their knees with their heads bowed. The man covered his face in shame as he stood next to his followers, who lowered their heads to the ground, realizing that while he was training in solitude, the Tipyong Meridians were destroyed and expelled from the monastery. Mukwan turned around and addressed his subordinates, saying with annoyance that this was not enough. One of the man's brothers leaned heavily on his head, clenching his teeth and sighing as he condemned his followers for resorting to such insidious methods because of their insignificance. Spreading his arms, the eldest brother of the Gongdong Monastery turned to Tipyong and began to justify the man's expulsion by saying that others had reported that he was overcome by demonic energy. The interlocutor looked at Mukwan with sadness while he regretted what happened to the highest peak of Gongdong. While Tipyong listened to the words of repentance and pleas for forgiveness from the elder brother of the monastery, Muan stood nearby with his younger brother Munjun hiding behind him with a surprised look, and the brunette cast a frown at his former enemy. Mukwan pointed to his interlocutor, asking in bewilderment why he didn't tell about everything earlier. Because he could have talked with Mr. T, explained all the circumstances to the clan elders, or reported everything in a secluded training session. Tipyong, casting a sad look at the elder brother of the Gongdong Monastery, knitted his eyebrows and admitted that he was simply tired of this. Mukwan raised an eyebrow questioningly and opened his mouth slightly, becoming covered in drops of sweat. The interlocutor bitterly reported that he was exhausted by his position in the monastery. Tipyong sadly recalled that as he grew stronger and more respected, he began to realize how many people harbored resentment and anger towards him, and after that, life in the monastery became worthless, which made the priest deeply lonely. He hesitantly continued, saying that at that time he met a woman who always supported him, and then he realized that there was no point in staying in Gongdong, so now he could enjoy life with his beloved wife and daughter. The dark-haired girl held her mother's hand and, wiping her tears and not knowing what else to do, offendedly demanded to leave her father alone. Mukwan gave his brother with a broken arm behind him a contemptuous look when he suddenly started shouting, insisting that he had no intention of harming the man and his family members, and then handed over his older brother to Mu. The same one, sitting with his head lowered to the ground, grinned angrily, realizing that he had been betrayed, while another follower continued to shout and accuse the man. Mukwan shot an angry look at the rising Mu as he began to furiously insult him and accuse him of being obsessed with the mere achievement of mastery in martial arts. The elder brother of the Gongdong Monastery turned with an angry look at the screaming man, who admitted that he had done everything to get rid of the candidate head of the clan. Mu, throwing up his hands, yelled angrily, reminding him that he had been helping Mukwan for decades, and in return received only disdainful treatment. The man turned to his older brother, furiously demanding that he not behave like a righteous man, because he, too, did bad things to achieve his goals. Mukwan, listening to the speech of a follower of the monastery, raised his eyebrows in puzzlement, without answering. Afterwards, he put his hand on his face and raised his head, laughing hysterically at how rotten Gongdong Monastery was. The dry grass wavered slightly against the dark night sky as Mukwan agreed that he knew nothing more than martial arts and admitted that he was a puppet in the hands of his followers. The gray-haired man pointed his finger at the brother of the monastery, angrily communicating his desire to tear off his head and avenge Tipyong. Mukwan lowered his head and cast a gloomy glance from under his brows, promising that he would rid the Gongdong Monastery of rotten scum. Mu, along with his two captured brothers, listened carefully to the words of his older brother, who promised dire consequences for his terrible actions. Stars shone among the cumulus clouds in the violet night sky. Tipyong looked expectantly at Mukwan, who who gloomily stated that after everything that had happened to the man, a simple apology was not enough. The elder brother promised that the monastery would do everything possible for Taepyeong and standing behind his family to help them. When Mukwan humbly lowered his head, sadly apologizing, the interlocutor extended his hands to him, declaring that everything was in the past. Taepyeong put his hand on the older brother of the Gongdong monastery, convincing him that nothing was needed, but he objected, and Muwon behind him extended his hand to his younger brother to pat him on the head. Looking at the swordsman, Mukwan reflected that he had spent many years studying martial arts, believing that he had reached the highest rank. He looked with a frown at the brunette, who looked 20 years old, whom he considered a young genius. With his hand on his younger brother's head, Muwon turned away. Mukwan concluded that the heavens were unfair, believing that the swordsman had great potential to climb to the top of the world, and recalling the dark silhouettes with glowing eyes that met the 7 lower heavens. The water surface shone as it rushed through the growing grass. Now the eldest brother of the Gongdong monastery addressed the phlegmatic Muwon, declaring that he had heard of the situation and suggesting that the youth was heading to Unnam. When the swordsman confirmed the information, Mukwan frowned and looked to the side, coming to the conclusion that due to the attack of his followers, he had lost one day in this place. The man looked piercingly at his interlocutor, offering to introduce him to someone who could help, because the rotten nature of the servants of the Gongdong monastery had finally been revealed. Frowning, Mukwan warned Muwon to contact the three-thought scholar Jinwol, with whom he had been friends for many years, upon his arrival in Unnam province. Closing his eyes, Muwon phlegmatically thanked him, asking why he was doing this for him. The elder brother of the Gongdong monastery said with a frown that this was not only out of a desire to help, but also out of a feeling that the men definitely needed to meet. Muwon raised his bladed hands and asked Mukwan for forgiveness for being disrespectful. It was slowly starting to get light, and the mountains in the distance around the sparkling lake took on a purple hue. Frowning deeply, Mukwan thought with bewilderment at the swordsman from the north, Muwon. Scrolling through the guy's name in his head, the elder brother of the Gongdong monastery was greatly taken aback, widening his eyes in shock. He looked after the brunette walking away towards the dry grass, not believing that this could be the same person. The sky had already brightened with the morning's instructions, and foliage was rising into the air. Among the mountain peaks covered with greenery there was a pond, a ship moored to the shore, towards which a large crowd of people was heading. Taepyeong stood contentedly with his hands folded while his daughter Seorin, bragging about the opportunity to study at the monastery, said goodbye to Munjun, who asked her to take care of herself. The main character raised an eyebrow, casting a questioning glance to the side. The guy clenched his fist, noticing around many dark silhouettes of ill-wishers with burning eyes that had appeared since he began to demonstrate his capabilities. While the followers of the monastery were in a hurry to disperse, Muwon watched them in bewilderment, scratching the back of his head. Among the green valley stretched a long river along which the ship followed. A company of people followed along the road among the forests. Muwon lowered his head, leaning on the door and folding his arms over his chest. The swordsman frowned, and a vein bulged on his forehead from tension. Seeing Munjun's younger brother watching him intently, Muwon shouted in annoyance at how long he would stare. A red-haired boy in a hat with round eyes, sparkling with joy, admitted that he respects his cool older brother and dreams of becoming the same. After this, the main character put his fist to his forehead, berating himself for interfering, and informing Munjun that Mr. H. Wang's cultivation techniques were not average. Muwon, driving the cart, began to explain the operation of the technique, asking his brother on the horse to be patient, and also advising him to use a heavy and long sword. Hearing the words about the length of the blade, Munjun looked at his older brother in bewilderment, and asked again. The protagonist explained that based on the boy's physiology, his body had the potential to become bigger and stronger with enough training, so such a sword would be best for him. After listening carefully, Munjun, wearing a hat, smiled broadly and raised his fist, and then promised to follow his older brother's advice. The action moves to the province of Sashin, where a large crowd is heading along the road. The guys decided to set up camp in this place and take turns guarding the carts, deciding to rest properly. Muwon closed his eyes and lowered his head as Munjun, behind him, pointed to the sword that the good-natured salesman had put out on the counter and asked with a smile if it was suitable. The main character turned his head disinterestedly while his younger brother enthusiastically pointed his teeth at the sword. Muwon looked ahead puzzled, discovering something strange in the house. Munjun ran after his older brother, looking down at him and asking in bewilderment why he was going into the alley. The seller looked out of the window of the shop, watching Muwon and his younger brother walking quickly, and assuming that the guys were heading to him for the blade. The man saw the snow flower in the protagonist's hand and, admiring the weapon, asked whether the young man had made it himself. The bald seller with a mustache sat, leaning on his bandaged hand, and with a thoughtful look pondered why, of all the swords, his future client chose to create the enchanted one. One half turns and asks how he knew that he was the one who made it. The protagonist's hand holds onto the sword. The blacksmith says that this can be seen from the hands, because these are the hands of the one who forged. The blacksmith looks at him through the window. Jim, looking at the floor, says that the sword itself has become sinister and most likely this happened because of the material. Looking into space, he says that he used a stone that was worshipped by an entire village. However, because this village was cut out and the stone absorbed the evil will of those people. The blacksmith, sitting with his eyes slightly open, says that there are weapons of the gods, created from the desires of the blacksmith, and these weapons can become either sacred or demonic. Images of white luminous swords in the darkness. He explains that this is why blacksmiths must be careful when forging weapons. The blacksmith, sitting outside the window, says that you need to watch the sword so that it does not fall into the wrong hands and so that he does not take possession of it himself. New one, looking at the sword, says that he already knows about it. The blacksmith looks questioningly, raising an eyebrow. He gets up, turns around, stretches and says to come in. Jim looks at him. The blacksmith turns his head and says that it cannot be that he was looking for a sword for himself. His gaze falls on Munjun and he asks if the sword is being sought for him. The blacksmith is rummaging through the chest. The main character and his brother are standing at the entrance. Muwon answers in the affirmative and tells what the sword should be like, and also that the boy's cultivation technique is well suited for a long sword. The blacksmith, rummaging through the chest, remembers his younger self with a sledgehammer in his hands. He says that he had already forgotten about the bastard who put his whole soul into him, but because of the weight, no one wanted to take him. The blacksmith tries to take the sword with both hands, but asks the main character for help. Jim raises his sword above his head. Everyone looks at him. He praises the sword for its quality. The blacksmith, looking at Munjun, tells him to take the sword himself. He, embarrassed, agrees, putting a finger to his nose. He remembers standing next to someone and someone telling him that with his physiology, with good training, he had great potential. He prepares to accept the sword with both hands. He can't keep the sword suspended and it falls to the floor. Munjun is surprised by his weight. Anxious, he doesn't understand how his older brother held him with one hand. The blacksmith and Muwon look at him with disappointment. He makes the excuse that he was given the sword when he was not ready. Tensing greatly, but feigning calm, he barely lifts the sword with both hands, doubting that this is the sword he needs. Jim, with his eyes closed, says that this is part of the training. He is trying to find money. He asks how much the sword costs when his younger brother indignantly says he'll pay for it himself. The blacksmith calmly says that no payment is required, and the sword is his gratitude for visiting him for a short time. Muwon tries to pay, but the blacksmith stops him and says that if he really wants to repay, then it's better to buy him a drink next time. Smiling, he says that he has a lot to discuss with the main character. Jim looks at him boredly as he begins to talk about his life. Muwon stands in a grateful pose in front of the blacksmith, holding his hands behind his back, thanks him and promises to come again. Evening roof of the house. The blacksmith tells Munjun to take care of the red tooth. Munjun himself stands in a grateful pose in front of him, thanks him and asks him to take care of himself until their next meeting. The main character turns his head back. He walks forward. His younger brother catches up with him, thanking him for today and saying that his sword is called a red tooth. Together they walk forward along the evening road. Evening roofs of houses. Munjun and his older brother turn towards the crowd. They push their way to the center of the crowd. Munjun looks indignant. Several thugs beat up two old people. People from the crowd are outraged by what is happening. People from the crowd are indignant about where the people from famous clans are. Musun's hand grabs the hand of a passerby. He says that when the three great families settled in Sashin province, he squeezes and breaks the hand of a passerby, asking why they don't do anything about it. His silhouette prepares to strike. He hits a passerby in the jaw. He is surprised to notice a sword blade in front of him. He turns around and sees him being attacked from behind. He delivers a fatal blow to his attacker. He sees another man running towards him with a sword. The blade quickly sweeps through space. He catches the hand holding the sword with his hand and prepares to snap his fingers with his other hand. He snaps his finger on his attacker's head. Blurred roofs of evening houses. Muwon and Munjun leave the crowd. The younger one is surprised how that guy's neck curled from the snap. Evening roofs of houses. The main character and Munjun enter the room. Surprised, they notice many warriors inside. One of the warriors greets the head. Moonjun doesn't understand what he's talking about. Someone appears in the doorway behind them. The younger one is sweating. Musin greets them with a smile. A building is depicted and laughter is heard. The man whispers something into Musong's ear, who asks if this really happened to them and says that the vice leader did a good job. Smiling, Musin introduces himself and claims that he is glad to meet you. The guy bows, saying his name, as the man states that he heard that his personality is terrible. He points to his vice leader and states that he said he had a very hard time dealing with Muwon. The young man looks questioningly as the man states that it is good that he is here, since they were just about to hold a meeting. He tells him to sit with them. Soin awkwardly tries to argue with leader Yeon. Turning his head, he reveals that Mrs. Yun is in charge of this trip and he heard that the guy's uncle went missing. Muwon looks emotionless as they say that if that's the case, he has as much right as any of them here to attend this meeting. The man is confused and reminds him that this is an important meeting. Musung throws up his hands, asking if they said that this man is extremely strong, what the problem is, and if the guy should be a good addition to them. People look doubtful when he suggests they just forget about the small details. The vice leader hides his gaze with his hand, and the phrase is that they are in a situation where anyone with power will matter to them. A person throws up his hands when it is reported that they do not need to be picky, but should just be glad that they at least have someone. Besides, strong people are always better. The boy looks at Musin in admiration, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He realizes that he does not belong here. Muwon turns his head towards him as he calls out to him and informs him that he is leaving first as he needs to train and bids him farewell. The dark sky is visible. Closing his eyes, Musin is going to talk about the most important thing. Menacing men sit and claim that they know the people who accompanied them from the city of Nanju, so the man introduces them to others whom they are not yet acquainted with. Shredder is shown and he is called a psychopath. Sachin waves his hand, and they say about him that he looks like an ordinary guy, but it turns out that he is very loved by women. Sonal is seen with a weapon on his back and it is reported that he has a bad nature, so those around him better be careful. And this ends the people's show. Muwon bows, calling his name in response. While some not-so-happy people sit in the background, Musung smiles and says that now that they've finished getting to know each other, they can continue the meeting. Crossing his arms over his chest, he thinks about how, just like his vice leaders stated, he doesn't feel any Kai energy from Muwon, as if he doesn't have any at all, and mentally asks him if he plans to hide his skills until the end, because he's definitely not like everyone else. While Soin sits dissatisfied, the man asks to be allowed to repeat what they discussed with the vice leaders, and reports that, firstly, the situation in Unnam is quite complicated, because, as everyone knows, except for the Blue Sword sect, it is not so in Unnam province. There are already many sects with a good reputation. Muwon looks down in surprise when it is stated that this is why the Furious Fists were able to easily seize power and establish themselves in Unnam. Chenwu is portrayed and it is revealed that they have managed to create a large sect, become one of the largest and most influential individuals in Unnam, and because of this they are constantly at war with the Blue Sword sect. Although under normal circumstances the Central Heavenly Alliance should be the mediator in these disputes. A map is shown and it is reported that for some reason they are not going to get into this, so the situation in Unnam province is getting worse every day. Soin frowns as the man states that due to these reasons, not only the White Dragon merchant group is affected, but also many other merchants, and in the past, they sent a large amount of money to the Furious Fists to ask for their help. There are pictures of people at a table, and the phrase that it didn't help. All this makes many merchants doubt whether to visit Unnam province, and as a result, their doubts destroyed the entire economy. Musung thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin and suggests that someone is trying to stop the flow of money in Unnam province. The guy looks down, saying that he suspects it is the Blue Swords and Furious Fist sect. The man frowns, wondering what if there is a third party involved. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl claims that they cannot exclude this possibility, but they cannot prove it either. Sticking his finger up his nose, Musung states that it is troublesome and this time they have found them a nasty job. With his head down, Muwon says that in the end, this whole situation, as well as his uncle's disappearance, will be resolved once they arrive in Unnam, and the man agrees with him. Closing his eyes, the guy states that he is sure that sooner or later they will have to solve these problems themselves, but he has already sent a spy to gather some information for them, and by the time they get to Unnam province, there will be little information. Musin turns towards the girl, saying that he was wondering where the tracker went and asks if they have sent him yet. The girl claims that Mukwan sent him. A spy is depicted, and the phrase is said that this is because this weakling would never be useful to them in battle. Patting Mukwan on the shoulder, Musang praises him and informs him that he will then leave his vice leaders to finish this meeting, to which he is told not to wipe his snot on someone else's clothes. Rising from the table, the man simply asks not to forget to inform him about the final decisions and asserts that now that he has a basic understanding of this situation, he will try to figure something out on his part. He happily states that this is his signal to leave while they ask him why he is leaving so suddenly. Turning around, the man wonders if Muon plans to stay here and invites him to take a walk. Buildings and bright lanterns on them are depicted. They walk down the street and Musen talks about how the vice leader is a real thinker, which is why he is in charge of all the internal affairs of the Iron Dozen, and also because he trusts him. A serious Mukwan is shown and the statement is made that he understands that his actions decide the fate of the Iron Dozen. He has a deep sense of responsibility due to the heavy burden that he has to bear, which is why he lives his life, calculating all his actions. Musang walks calmly, stating that this makes it difficult for him to know when to draw the line or stop. He puts his hands behind his head and states that it's understandable, as anyone can become like this when given more and more responsibilities. So he hopes that Muon can understand a little more about what kind of person he is, and not just think he is a stubborn fool. They are walking down the street. It turns out that they come to a dead end, and the guy wonders why Musen is taking him there. Laughing, the man assures him that he does not need to worry and that he is not going to kill him. Smiling slightly, Muon asks if he really thinks he can do this. The man smiles silently. He opens his eyes. He looks determined and states that he can find out after they exchange blows. The guy starts doing magic. Musen frowns. Muon looks back at him seriously. Magical energy emanates from them. The young man looks questioningly as the man states that it is unfortunate, but they will have to leave it for another time, because right now they have more important things to do. He knocks on the door, saying that they need to first gather some information about the situation in Unnam province. The door is opened by an elderly man who says that they are closed today. Looking inside, Musen introduces himself, and the old man admits that he does not understand what he is hinting at. Winking, he talks about black moonlight. The elderly man is silent. He looks around. His eyes are visible, and he announces that those who come can go inside. Waving to Muon, the satisfied man tells him not to wait, but to go. The door slams shut and the guy wonders what this place is and the old man asks them to wait here. He goes somewhere, and Musang claims that this is one of the branches of the Black Moon, and the person they are going to meet may even be the leader of the entire organization. And this place provides valuable information to martial artists who are of the same rank as and they are why it is extremely difficult for normal people to get in touch with them. Turning his head, Muon wonders why he brought him here, and the man reveals that he just wanted him to know about this place, because he should always remember that such places exist in the world of Muram. Musang glares at him, stating that it is because Muram is much bigger and more mysterious than he would like to think. The guy is thoughtfully silent and realizes that there is more to this world than meets the eye. He assumes that he is being told to be careful with how he behaves. He turns away, insisting that he will definitely remember Leader Yon's advice and is told to try his best. The curtain is pulled back and apologies for the wait are heard. A man comes out from behind her, declaring that it is an honor to meet Musian. We are talking about the Black Moon. It turns out that their origin is a mystery and nothing is known about who their master is. A glowing circle is shown. It becomes known that the purpose of their creation, as well as the number of people in the organization, are unknown. It is reported to be a feared organization. A crescent moon appears in the circle. The phrase sounds like one thing is certain, namely, that he can receive absolutely any information before others. A man in black moon robes is depicted, claiming to be glad to meet Leader Yon. His hands are in his sleeves and he introduces himself. Muon looks at him questioningly as he asks who it could be. Smiling, Musang reveals that he is an acquaintance of his, and the guy states his name. And Walryong states that if he is related to Leader Yon, he must be an incredible person and it is an honor for him. The beams of the building are visible, and he asks the guests to sit down. Sitting down, he asks what information Musen needs today. The man places something on the table, stating that he wants to know more about the situation in Unnam province, and asks Walryong to just tell him everything he knows. With his face covered, the Black Moon member says that this is one of the places that they paid special attention to, but they were not able to gather the amount of information they needed. But one thing is clear to him, namely, something about the dispute between the Furious Fists and the Blue Sword sect. The guests listen intently as he states that this dispute is currently being orchestrated by a third party. Sitting opposite him, Musang states that he thought so and that most likely the merchants who went missing in Unnam province are being held hostage or killed by this third party. To which Walryong reports that if they were killed, their bodies would be discovered and they would not be able to get rid of a large merchant group without leaving any traces. The man looks down thoughtfully, asking if Black Moon was able to find out who this third party is. His covered face is shown and he states that, as stated earlier, they were not able to gather much information about the situation in Unnam province, and if they had come later, perhaps they would have found some clue. But they came too early. They sit across from each other and Musung reveals that he heard that the Central Heavenly Alliance is doing nothing to resolve the situation. To which Walryong says that, in fact, they were informed that the Central Heavenly Alliance just recently sent a group of inspectors. An overhead view is shown, and the line is made that this makes sense and there is no way these bad people will sit quietly and watch. Turning his back, Musin realizes that it looks like they've gotten into a whole lot of trouble this time. A bag of gold is seen and the man claims that they will lose more than they can gain and invites Muon to return. Walryong looks ahead, talking about the amount he paid. The guy and Musin look on questioningly as the informant states that it seems they were paid too much for the amount of information they provided, and in order for it to be a fair exchange, he asks to be allowed to give them one more detail. With his hands in his sleeves, he reveals that a man named Wonpin is out to harm Leader Yon's group and him, and has been walking around looking for assassins. The man is dumbfounded and understands who he is talking about. A dark sky with a moon can be seen. A dark room is shown. A man is depicted calling a dark elder. An elderly man approaches who heard his name called. It turns out that Walryong is a girl since she revealed her face. She looks at the old man and claims that once this man sets foot in Unnam province, the hidden moons will follow him, and the man replies that he will make sure they follow Leader Yon. The girl frowns, revealing that she is talking about a person who goes by the name Muon. They need to send the hidden moons of the heavenly rank after him. The elderly man is surprised and asks if his lady wants to send hidden moons for someone like him. He remembers the moon pyramid and thinks about it sending the most talented heaven rank hidden moon unit. He wonders if he is really worth the effort. Bowing, he states that he humbly obeys her command and he will inform the hidden moons to send a celestial rank group to follow the man named Muon. Walryong is thoughtful and decides that there is definitely something about this guy. The dark sky is visible, and the phrase is heard that a third party is involved in this. The men walk down the street and Muon reminds them that at their meeting, Leader Yon already suggested that a third party might be involved, but he is told that mere speculation is different from confirmation. Musin is serious and states that a person may think that this information has no value, but this small confirmation of the existence of a third party will turn the threat potential into a real danger to the group. He looks ahead, declaring that anyway, he has one more unpleasant matter to deal with, namely that Wonpin, to which the guy wants to ask who it is. Bowing his head, the man says that he is the one who has a high status in Sashin province. He was the one who hired him shortly before this job. He was tasked with guarding his way from Chunggi province to Sashin province, and all he knows is that he found some treasure in the salt marshes. He admits that he did not care or was not interested, but he asked him to keep it a secret and even made him take a vow of silence. However, it seems that he is still not completely trusts them, although this was to be expected, since he is an old man. The man frowns, questioning how he dared sign their death warrant. Muon looks at him silently, laughing. Musung states that he doesn't need to worry as he will make sure nothing happens to them during their trip to Unnam province. Smiling, he says that the guy should return to the tavern because he still needs to do something. Muon looks after the leaving man. A certain building is shown. A man is seen training with a sword. The guy sat on the roof of the building, watching him. He looks down questioningly. A crowd of people from the Iron Dozen is shown. Looking at them, Muon wonders where they came from so late. They can be seen from afar, and a phrase sounds about the hope that everyone slept well, because they don't have time and from now on it will only get worse. The crowd is told to remember to stay focused until the end. Munjung watches what is happening with interest. The Iron Dozen's men are seen. A question is asked about what they did last night, and Mukwan argues that the man does not need to worry about the people and suggests discussing the route they should take. Leader Yon lies on the roof of the cart and a question is heard asking if everyone is already asleep. The boy admits that he scares him, that he cannot even approach Muon. One man asks if the other has heard the news and explains what happened when he went to the market this morning. An attack is depicted and the man reports that he heard that last night someone broke into Wonpin's residence and ended up killing not only him but all of his guards and workers. It is obvious to him that it was a massacre. Something red is shown. There are people standing with bloody swords and blazing eyes, and the idea is that this is why the Imperial Army was sent this morning to catch the people behind this incident. The sky and trees are visible. Muon lowers his head, asking if the man really needed to kill them, even the innocent people who worked for Wonpun. Musen lies silently with his eyes closed. In the same position, he says that when the grass is uprooted, if a person does not pull out the roots, spring will come and the seedlings will appear again. The guy sits with his arms crossed over his chest as the man argues that he must learn to numb his feelings to the pain of others, when even the smallest threat is mine to harm his people, to which Muon wonders if this is the faith of the Iron Dozen and if this is the reputation which they earned. Musen's body is seen and he states that the guy doesn't need to be like that. But at some point in his life he had a dupe where his passion for justice burned as bright as his, so he knows what he's talking about thinks. He still has his eyes closed and says that Wonpun started it all. He didn't believe them and planned to kill them. He lies there, declaring that even though he caused the bloodshed, none of it matters, because he is in a position where he needs to prioritize the lives of his subordinates, and if he had not thrown a blow, he would have been struck to them. It is unfortunate, but this is the reality of the world of Muram. When he says that he feels like Muon knows this, the guy responds in the negative and calls them cowards. The man just smiles slightly at this. A sandy area is depicted. Mountains are shown. The area where there is a crowd of people is visible. Finally, the province of Unnam appears. Standing next to his horse, Musen tells his team not to let their guard down. He turns his head questioningly. Parts appear from behind the trees. Muon sits with his eyes closed. Opening his eyes, he looks to the side. Something is happening behind the leaves. The guy has his arms crossed over his chest. Something is approaching him. A bloodied man and girl ask him for help. The narrative moves to the Tang family from the mountainside. The city, located on a slope and surrounded by trees, was one of the most famous in the entire country. The city, where many trees grew, was the place where the Tang clan lives, where they practiced their poisonous arts and killings. The house where the Tang mountainside family lived was also known as the Tang Sashin family, or the respected Tang family. The head of the Tang Sashin family and the emperor of 1,000 poisons named Tang Gongwu, with his hands on his cane, wondered if they had finished their preparations. Tang Gongwu's nephew and owner of 10,000 poisons, Tang Gimon, folded his hands and said that they did not need to worry about them because they had nothing to prepare for at all. Next, Gimon wondered how people from the Central Alliance dare to drive them back and forth like that. Gimon also noted that when it comes to issues related to poisons, there is no one better than them in this matter. Gongwu, turning his head to Gimon, said that this time the request for help from the Central Heavenly Alliance did not make him too happy. Gongwu further stated that if they felt that the situation was heading down a dangerous path, then they should do everything possible to retreat. Gongwu also said that they should put the lives of their people first, noting that they would have to take care of their uncle, who does not know martial arts. Tang Gongwu's granddaughter, who is the first flower of Sashin, named Tang Murray, with her hands behind her back, heard her grandfather wonder if she understood the situation, to which Murray replied that she understood everything, noting that the head of the family should not worry so much. Gongwu, standing next to his relatives, watched something in the distance. The head of the family, looking at his soldiers, said that he would pray for a safe trip. The guys, led by Meyer and Gimon, approached the cliff and observed a huge city in the distance. The guys, riding horses, drove through a dark forest. Murray, turning back and finding Gimon reading a book, said in her thoughts that her uncle, as usual, was studying various types of poisons, noting that he was a very persistent person. Murray, looking up, said in her thoughts that in any case, the situation in Unnam province was on the brink. Further, Mira noted in her thoughts that she needed to be on her guard. Murray, sitting astride and looking forward with a surprised expression on her face, heard something happen behind her. Murray, turning back with a stunned expression on her face, noticed how one of her comrades was killed. Murray, watching the attack on them from the trees, reported that it was an ambush and they should run away. Gimon, unable to stay on the horse, fell from it. Falling to the ground, Gimon hit his head on his load behind his back. Gimon, not noticing the attacker, clutched his head and clenched his teeth, wondering who dared to attack the Tang family of Sashin. Gimon, turning to Mira, who had cut down the attacker, was very surprised by this. Gimon, with bulging veins on his face, clenched his teeth and looked at Mira, called her. Murray, looking at her uncle and pulling out 2 bloody knives from the corpse, wondered if everything was okay with him. Murray further reported that they were surrounded, noting that they needed to get out of here. The Tang clan soldiers cleared the way for Meyer and Gimon. The soldiers, breaking through the attacking detachment, killed everyone in their path. Murray, putting on a mask, called her uncle to her. Taking out 2 kunai, Mira looked towards her uncle. Gimon, putting on a mask, said that he understood everything. Gimon, pulling out the cap of one of the bottles, released the poison. Gimon, directing green smoke from the bottles at his niece, enveloped her with kunai and poison, after which he announced that everything was ready, to which Murray informed everyone to get out of her way. Hearing the order, the soldiers dispersed. Murray, looking at the attackers, prepared to attack. Murray, looking at the enemies, released kunai with poison at them. Upon reaching the target, the kunai sprayed a huge cloud of poison. The cloud of poison released by Murray continued to grow. The opponents, not understanding anything, were bleeding due to the poison. Murray, standing behind the soldiers and stretching her hands behind her back, wondered in her thoughts how they could pursue them even after a direct hit with poison. Murray, taking out the knives and holding them out in front of her, stated in her thoughts that they were just tools for killing, noting that they did not care about their own lives. Next, Murray wondered in her thoughts who they were. One of the attackers, jumping out of the cloud of poison, headed towards Gimon. Gimon, looking at the approaching silhouette, froze in place. Gimon, taking a stance and closing his eyes in front of the approaching enemy, said in his thoughts that he does not know martial arts at all, but at the same time he is still capable of fighting. Gimon, opening his eyes, which were the color of emerald, declared in his thoughts that if someone was within reach of his poison, Gimon, raising his hand and shrouding it in poison, continued in his thoughts that this would be more terrible than any martial art. Gimon, raising his hand up and releasing the poison, in his thoughts declared that the attacker should try it, noting that he still had a lot of the same poison. Gimon watched as the man who attacked him writhed in pain in a cloud of poison. Gimon, with his head down and his hand raised, stood motionless. Mira turned around and noticed how an unknown silhouette of a man was approaching her uncle. Murray, looking at her uncle standing motionless, declared that there was an enemy behind him. Gimon, having heard the warning from his niece, turned sharply back. An unknown person swung his weapon and wounded Gimon. Murray, jumping out of the cloud of dust, headed towards the silhouette of a man. Meyer, running through her wounded uncle, wanted to kill the attacker. Murray, trying to hit the afterimage of the enemy, said in her thoughts that she was too late. The unknown person hit Murray and threw her back. Tang clan soldiers attacked an unknown person. Murray, clutching her hand and looking at her wounded uncle, stood with her back to the ongoing battle. Murray, taking Gimon's hand on his shoulder, told him to be patient a little longer. Murray, carrying her uncle and turning back, noticed something. Mira, looking back, saw the wounded soldiers nodding after her. The guys, turning to the attacking man, said that they would be able to detain him for a short time, noting that the young lady needed to leave as soon as possible. Mira, turning away from the guys, headed into the forest. Murray, rushing at full speed, looked into the depths of the forest. Murray, looking into the distance, noticed people riding on horseback. Mukwen, looking into the depths of the forest, noticed someone. Murray, with bloody clothes and carrying her uncle, asked those traveling to help them. Mukwen, turning to the running Murray, was perplexed. The main character, raising his head, looked at the guys running towards them. Mukwen, holding out his hand, told the guys to stand still and identify themselves. Murray, holding her uncle in her arms, revealed that they were from the Tang family, noting that they were ambushed and her uncle was seriously injured. Murray then asked them to help them, noting that they would definitely repay the debt. Musung turned to look at Murray and wondered in his mind if the Tang family was also involved in this. Musung further wondered in his thoughts what kind of ambush could have brought the great Tang family into such a state. Musin, raising his head, said in his thoughts that this means that their opponents are not so simple. Further, Musin noted in his thoughts that if they were followed all the way, then the enemies were somewhere nearby. Musin, looking at the tree branches, said in his thoughts that this would be very unpleasant. Musin, pointing his finger into the distance, said that Yakran should take one of the guys with her and check that area, noting that it would be necessary to study it carefully. Muwen, looking at Murray asking for help, said in his thoughts that the Tan family was repaying their debts 100-fold. Further in his thoughts, Muwen noted that there is no one better than the Tang family when it comes to duty. Mukwen also wondered in his thoughts what to do in this situation. Muwen, looking at Murray and thinking deeply, said that if they help the Tang family and become their allies, they risk getting into a dangerous situation. Muwen further noted in his thoughts that perhaps they should ignore the Tang family and focus on their original task of finding the young master of the White Dragon merchants. Muwen, looking at Murray and her uncle with disbelief, wondered in his thoughts if they were really from the Tang family and how would they know that they weren't sent here to lure them into a trap. Mukwen watched something with surprise on his face. Muwen, picking up Gimon, told Murray to follow him. Mukwen, with veins bulging on his neck, screamed and wondered what the main character was doing, noting that he was acting on his own again. Mukwen further stated that he makes decisions here. Muwen, holding Gimon in his arms with a serious expression on his face, looking at Mukwen, said that they were already surrounded, noting that if he wanted to live, he must prepare for battle. Mukwan, feeling a hand on his shoulder and hearing him called away, turned around. Musong, holding Muon by the shoulder, said that Muon was right, noting that they were indeed surrounded. Against the backdrop of burning red eyes in the darkness, Muson reported that there were a lot of opponents here. Muson, holding Mukwan, who was confused by the situation, by the shoulder, said in his thoughts that he took too long to make decisions, noting that he should not have made him responsible for everything on this mission. Musong, with an angry expression on his face in his thoughts, reported that he was also completely stupid, noting that he was too focused on the current situation and did not notice how they were surrounded. Musong further said in his thoughts that if he had known this in advance, then helping or ignoring the Tang family would not have made any difference, noting that they still could not avoid clashes with their opponents. Musong also said in his thoughts that in order to make the right decision, the Iron Dozen should have taken the initiative into their own hands and helped the Tang family. After which Muson wondered in his thoughts whether it could have happened that the main character had already guessed about the ambush. Muon, holding Gimon in his arms, told his younger brother to make room for the man. Miwon, carrying Gimon into the carriage, told his younger brother to be on guard because he would be guarding the carriage. The main character further wondered if Munjung could handle it, to which Munjung said that he would do his best. Murray, with blood on her face, watching the guy's dialogue, heard the main character say that there is nothing better than fighting in a real battle, to which Munjung noted that his older brother should stop scaring him so much. Murray, looking at Miwon's back, thanked him for everything. The main character, looking into the distance, noticed how someone was rushing towards them at great speed. Muvon, running towards the approaching enemy and looking back, said that first it was worth helping the wounded. Next, the main character noted that everyone needs to stand in a line. The man who was chasing the Tang family pulled out his halberd and said that, apparently, those here were the ones who took his loot. The man, with a malicious smile on his face, wondered why they didn't just hand these people over to him. Minson, looking at the enemy with a menacing look, said that if they planned to do this, then there was no reason. The main character, drawing his katana from its sheath, continued his thought and said that there would be no reason for them to help them. The man, holding out the halberd towards Muon, said that he was very witty. The man, standing in the middle of a thick cloud of dust, said that even if they handed these people over to him, they would still die. The man, looking at his subordinates, told them to kill everyone without a trace. Munjong, taking the sword, stood in front of Murray, who was preparing for battle. Muson, looking at the White Dragon merchants, told them to take refuge in a safe place. Muson, having gathered his comrades from the Iron Dozen, ordered them to prepare for battle. The main character, standing in front of a huge man and pointing to the right, announced that 3 of the enemies were to their right. One of the Iron Dozen, jumping out of the cloud of dust, said that he would tear everyone present to pieces. A man with a spear, delivering lightning strikes, ordered the enemies to get out of his sight. One guy out of a dozen, jumping into the air and shooting from a bow, declared that all opponents should die. The man, brandishing a katana, declared that he would cut everyone into pieces. One of the Iron Dozen, swinging his sword, created a whirlwind of dust, striking their attackers. One of the merchants, holding off the enemy's attack, wondered what they had done with the 3rd young master. Soin, trembling with fear, was in the middle of the battle. Soin, holding the sword, noticed that the silhouette of an unknown man appeared behind her. Soin, turning to face the enemy, stood in a stupor due to shock. The man raised his sword and was about to kill Soin. Yakrin, looking at Soin with a menacing expression, cut down her attacker and then wondered if they planned to die here and if they cared about the lives of their comrades. Yakrin, placing an axe on her shoulder, stated that every time they go out into the real world, it becomes their battlefield, noting that in this case they need to start moving. One of the blood ghosts, landing on the ground, said that there was no one who could compare with him. Chaniel, the vice captain of the blood ghosts. Chaniel, looking around, did not notice how the silhouette of a man was approaching him. The man, trying to attack Chaniel, who was looking around, made a small crater in the ground. Musung held out his sword and told Chaniel not to move. Muson, holding one sword in front of him and the other on his shoulder, communicated in his thoughts that he thought he could kill him with this attack. Musung, looking at Chaniel who had risen from his feet, said in his thoughts that he could not even think that his attack would be blocked. Muson then wondered in his thoughts if this man was one of the blood ghosts that was attacking them. Musung, swinging his sword, struck the remaining silhouette of Chaniel, while noting in his thoughts that this was the first time he had heard about them. Musung, looking at Chaniel who appeared in front of him, was very surprised by this. Musung, hitting Chaniel along the stomach, said in his thoughts that they were clearly not from the mainland. Musen, standing up after the blow, said in his thoughts that his cut was shallow, since his armor turned out to be thicker than he thought. Musung, parrying Chanel's sweeping blow, declared that he was more agile than he looked, after which Musen said in his thoughts that he needed to aim at his neck. Musen, taking a deep breath and swinging it from behind, said in his thoughts that first he needed to disarm him. Musung swung and knocked the weapon out of Chanel's hands. Musung, jumping into the air and about to strike, watched as Chanel extended his hands to his leg, informing him to wait because something had happened to his bones. Museong, without stopping the attack after Chanel's words, used the scaled dragon blade technique. Musung, striking Chanel with his technique, hit everything around with a shock wave. Musung, standing in the crater he created, watched Chanel lying down. Coming out of the crater, Musen turned back and looked at the rising cloud of dust, saying that he needed to leave one of the enemies alive so they could interrogate them later. Musen also noted that they all attacked them without caring about their lives. Musen further stated that he would most likely have to defeat their leader. Musung, standing near a cloud of dust, felt Chanel rise to his feet behind him. The narrative shifts to the main character's battle with the leader of the Bloody Ghosts. The man, making sustained attacks, wondered if Mu-won knew about their ambush in advance. The head of the Bloody Ghosts also said that the main character is very impressive. Mu-won, fending off the man's blows, wondered if they were behind the disappearance of the merchants and the entire situation in Unnam Province. The man, striking across and watching how the main character successfully dodges him, said that he is just a tool for killing and capturing people, noting that there is someone else who controls it all. Mu-won, dodging the blow of the head of the Red Ghosts, spun in the air. The main character, landing on his feet, declared that the man should tell him who was behind everything. Mu-won jumped back and performed one of his techniques, after which he wondered what kind of person was behind all this. The head of the Red Ghosts, dodging the main character's blow, was very surprised. The man with bulging veins on his face due to the tension in his thoughts noted that it was worth seeing. The man, looking at Mu-won with confusion, stated in his thoughts that he could not sense his Kai, noting that he was experienced enough to detect them. Also, the head of the Red Ghost said in his thoughts that the main character is also capable of resisting a master like him, noting that at the same time he also keeps the whole situation under control. The man, placing his halberd on his shoulder and looking at Mu-won, said that if he was curious, he could tell the name of the captain of the Bloody Ghosts. The man further said that the name of the ghost captain was Nam Gonvi. The man, taking the halberd with both hands and looking at the main character, said that first he would have to deal with him. The main character stands in a fighting stance with a sword in his hand. Goonie stands in front of Mu-won, armed with a spear. Goonie says we have to defeat him first. Jim looks into the fog and stands in disbelief. Goonie strikes from above, the main character blocks it with his sword. Mu-won falls to the ground. His opponent, being in the air, says that he will tell everything if he defeats him. Jim prepares to jump. Goonie gets to his feet and looks aggressively in his direction. He, with an angry expression on his face, attacks him and asks him to show him what he is hiding, because it is quite sinister. Mu-won sharply dodges the blow. He cleaves with his sword, his eye glowing purple. Goonie dodges with a surprised expression and realizes that he has seen this movement before. He dodges, Jim runs after him and he realizes that it was a deception. Mu-won rushes towards him with a face full of calm. Goonie realizes that his opponent is about to make a dash. He dodges a new blow and understands that with the help of a jerk, he wants to shorten the distance, because this is one of the ways to defeat the owner of the spear. The main character jumps and attacks him from above. Goonie thinks that this won't work with him, but is very surprised at the enemy's speed. Jim hits him and wounds his shoulder, tearing off a piece of armor. Goonie jumps to the side, horrified by the wound he received. Mu-won and his opponent jump far away from each other. He makes a dash with great speed. He rushes through space incredibly fast. Goonie runs away, realizing that the protagonist is very different from the masters from the mainland. Jim rushes at him, and his opponent cannot believe that people like him exist. Goonie lands and Mu-won flies towards him. He nervously realizes that the protagonist is the real problem. Goonie aggressively shouts that he will use everything he has and calls it Fire Dragon Flame Spear. Everything is filled with red light, only a silhouette remains of Jim. A huge red flash appears above the foggy forest. Goonie raises his spear upward using the incinerating essence of the fire dragon. Steam comes out of his mouth, his eyes turn red, and he is surprised that he had to use the fire dragon's flame spear so early. He sweats and looks up in fear. Mu-won flies towards him from the sky. He quickly approaches him. He looks at the clothes and realizes that it is a gift from Mr. H. Wang. Jim braces himself for impact. He accelerates. He reaches incredible speed. He quickly falls to the ground in the middle of the forest. A huge purple explosion appears in the middle of the forest. Everything starts to shake. A large cloud of dust fell on 2 warriors. One of the warriors asks who he is. In the middle of the destroyed forest stand the silhouettes of Muvan and Goonie. The wounded Goonie coughs up blood. He throws away the broken armor and asks who the main character is and where he comes from. Jim stands straight, sword in hand, and says that in order to find out, he must first be defeated. The girl looks out the window and sees the silhouettes of Muwan and Goonie. She can't believe it. She's worried. The girl leans over and says that an incredible person is helping them. The sick old man squints in pain. She says he needs to be patient a little longer. They were sitting in a small dark room. Munjun, holding a sword in his hands, looks anxiously at the battlefield and says that his heart is beating too fast. A girl and an old man are sitting in a carriage. They hope no one comes to them. Munjun looks somewhere in fear, holding a sword in his hands. He notices a warrior in red armor holding a sword in his hand. He panics and hopes that he won't come to them. The warrior turns his head and grins. Munjun is nervous because his body isn't moving. His legs won't move and he begs for them to move. He remembers how he held the sword in his hands, how he trained by the fire, how he studied, and how all this time Muwan was next to him. The warrior rushes at him, and he is indignant at the fact that he cannot do anything. Munjun stands holding the sword in his hands, motionless, and reproaches himself for how insignificant he is. The warrior prepares to strike the motionless Munjun. He does not understand how he can protect someone. The blade flashes past his frightened face, translucent image of a little girl. He strikes the warrior with his sword. The warrior stands motionless. He turns his head angrily. Blood spurts from his forehead. A lifeless warrior falls in front of the cart. There is a knife in his forehead. The cart girl tells a scared Munjun not to worry because she will have his back. Goonie inflicts many blows on Muvan, who repels each of them. He throws sweeping blows and thinks that even that person would not believe in his existence. Jim dodges the blow, and his opponent thinks that if he remains alive, he will be a huge threat to them. Goonie spins the spear above his head. With a shout, he throws a mad dragon flight punch. Large red swirl. The main character, in a calm manner, catches the spear with one hand. Goonie is horrified and does not understand how he could catch the flight of the crazy dragon with his bare hands. Muwan closes one eye and raises his sword to strike. He breaks the spear with one blow. The main character stands menacingly and asks how long he needs to wait, and what his opponent should start saying now. The main character broke the enemy's wooden spear with his sword. Muwan frowned angrily, raised his purple weapon, and asked how long he needed to wait. When he said that Goonie had better start talking, the man, whose face was covered in blood and sweat, only looked at Muwan in fear. The man with a cut and bleeding shoulder tried to answer something in a trembling voice, but he was unable to utter a full sentence. Suddenly, the main character walked closer to the enemy. Goonie took a step back, but bumped into a small rock and lost his balance. He fell to the ground and shouted that this was not the end because Muwan had not defeated him yet. The next moment, the main character jumped and stabbed a spear into the man's shoulder, causing scarlet blood to spray into the air. Muwan, tightly clutching the weapon, said with anger and threat that Goonie's neck would be next. He didn't pay attention to the man screaming in pain and put his sword to his neck, demanding that he hurry up and start talking. Goonie opened his mouth wide and yelled deafeningly that they were the ones involved in the disappearance of the White Dragon Trade Association group. Two people were fighting. An image of a dragon's face appeared in space, expressing hostility and aggression. Then everything around was filled with bright flames. The muscular man's eyes shone brightly as he quickly swung his sword in the air. Musin turned around and told his opponent that he tried to go easy on him, but he was too stubborn. Suddenly the man frowned his thick eyebrows in puzzlement and looked somewhere. Gray smoke emanated from his opponent's body. The man's face became covered with sweat as he realized something terrible. Musin, whose neck veins were visible, screamed deafeningly that it was a poisonous bomb and everyone needed to hurry up and retreat. Under the trees one could see a man lying in a bright pool of blood and sighing heavily. The main character, holding his palm on the hilt of his sword, looked at Goonie and said that he had learned a lot. Muwan suddenly fell silent and turned around, his black eyebrows furrowed. He jumped off the bloody man, and an arrow flew from somewhere, burying itself in the ground. A small bag was tied to the arrow with ropes, from which smoke came out. The main character looked carefully at the strange object and assumed that it was a poisonous bomb. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and the entire space was filled with thick black smoke. Muwan covered his face with his hand, trying to avoid the gas getting into his body, and came to the conclusion that the poison was used as a diversionary maneuver. He looked at the place where Goonie had previously lay, but now there was only a pool of blood there. The main character stood in a fighting pose, looked at the sky and decided that he could not let the enemy leave. The next second he was on his way. Muon jumped towards the trees. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, the main character felt the presence of Goonie. He frowned, his eyes wide with anger that the man had run farther than he thought. Muon, holding the sword in his right hand, firmly decided to catch Goonie. The main character jumped deeper into the forest, quickly moving between tree trunks. He looked to the side where a white flash was visible. The Muon spun very quickly in the air. He then jumped to the ground, kicking up dust and sand around him. 3 arrows pierced the ground. The young man jumped up, and arrows flew after him, hitting the trees. The attacks became more and more numerous, but the main character did not stop and continued to evade them. He furrowed his brows in concentration and moved forward. Suddenly, Muon's eyes widened when he saw someone. The main character cut the wooden bows of 2 men with one swing of his sword. He jumped between the 2 archers, whose red eyes glowed brightly, and said that they could avoid bloodshed if they simply answered the questions. Suddenly, archers from both sides attacked Muon, and he raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. The men tightly wrapped their arms around the main character's body. He looked at the actions of the archers and could not say anything from bewilderment. Muon frowned and began to sweat when the men suddenly swelled and began to smoke, talking about the beginning of the end and about honor. Before a powerful explosion occurred, the main character managed to free himself from the strong grip and jumped a long distance. The young man's face turned pale as he tried to understand why these 2 blew themselves up and what they meant when they talked about the beginning of the end. The main character lowered his eyebrows and mentally hoped that Mr. H. Wang was okay. He decided that he needed to hurry up and find the old man, and then he turned around and sighed. Muon buried his hand in his hair and said that in the end he didn't find out anything, so he needed to go back. Holding a sword in his hand, the main character walked forward. Smoke could be seen in the air as someone loudly ordered the bodies of the dead to be collected, first aid to be given to the wounded, and the carts and horses to be found that were not yet injured. 2 people in long black clothes were discussing what happened in Unnam province. When Mukwan apologized and bowed his head guiltily, the head put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had made a big mistake. Musen, despite the young man, said that they will always face difficulties, so the most important thing is how they deal with them. The man with the cross-shaped scar on his face smiled and said that now they need to sort out their problems. Musen and Mukvin turned around and walked forward. Suddenly the muscular man asked if everything was okay, and Mukwan, looking at his interlocutor, answered in the affirmative. Musen clenched his palms into fists and said that then everything is fine. They approached the cart, next to which a man was sitting and a girl with black hair was standing. Musung put his hand on his fist, and Mukwan made a short bow with his head. They both introduced themselves. The man with the beard turned around sharply. The owner of 10,000 poisons named Gimmon was dressed in black and white clothes. When the man apologized for how much trouble they had caused and talked about a reward, Musen smiled widely and said that there was no need for that. Munjun was covered in sweat and sighed heavily as he sat next to the bloody sword. The man with scars on his forehead and chest smiled widely, and Muin had a slight smile on her face. The black-haired girl, who was Gimmon's niece, picked up the daggers from the ground. The man with the beard closed his eyes and said that he would never forget Musen's actions. When Muin apologized for not being able to help immediately, Gimmon, who was sitting in the lotus position, replied that this was the true nature of Muram. Musen furrowed his brows and with a stern look apologized to the man and explained that they were not sure if the situation was within their squad's capabilities. Gimmon, with wrinkles near his eyes, replied that Musen and Mukwan are the kind of people who weigh people's lives based on their status. The man with the scar on his face stretched his lips in a creepy smile and said that this is the true nature of Muram, as Gimmon himself said. Gimmon looked at Musen in surprise. He then laughed, raising his head, and said that this is how the world works, and that he learned a valuable lesson today. Musen smiled and put his palms together, and Gimmon said that the two should not expect anything in return, in order to be in line with the true nature of this world. The bearded man closed his eyes, thinking that the head of the Iron Squad was not some ordinary scoundrel. Gimmon then looked at Munjun and thanked the bodyguard for his help, asking him to rest somewhere else before it became dangerous here. The young man with freckles turned around in bewilderment when Murray walked towards the man, who asked the girl to make sure that no one came to this place. Then Gimmon closed his eyes, put his palms together, and green smoke began to come out of the jugs next to him. The man opened his eyes. He used various techniques related to poison. A green fog spread throughout the entire territory, and Musen explained to Mukwan that the owner of 10,000 poisons can not only kill with poisons, but also heal. Then the head of the Iron Squad turned around and said that he didn't even know Gimon's name or what he looked like. Gimon threw his head back, inhaling the poisonous smoke. Then he suddenly lowered his head and exhaled loudly with a tense face. A man in black clothes stood on the ground from which a green mist rose. Marie touched her face with her hand, watching with excitement what was happening. Suddenly the main character appeared, and the girl, seeing him, loudly greeted him. Gimon, seeing Muon, smiled broadly and introduced himself, and Myre said with warmth in her eyes that she was glad that the young man was okay. The man sitting in the carriage explained that due to the circulation of poisonous Kai inside his body, he could not move now, and asked Muon not to be offended that he could not show his full gratitude. The main character, whose face showed no emotion, asked about Gimon's wounds. Murray, whose cheeks were covered in blush, silently looked at the young man with a smile, and the man replied that he was able to recover thanks to the main character. Musong and Mukwan silently observed the situation. The girl with the scar on her cheek frowned angrily as she applied bandages to the head of a man with gray hair and a mustache. Muon, with his hand on Munjin's shoulder, was talking to Murray and Gimon. Unnam Province, Gongbin. A procession of horse-drawn carts moved slowly. Murray, sitting opposite Munjin, thanked him for his courage, but the young man replied that he only blocked that attack. The main character was sewing up his black cloak, and Gimon silently watched him. The bearded man then said that they had already arrived in Unnam Province, where there was a market area where one could buy new clothes. Muon, despite the man, replied that he appreciated his kindness, but would still refuse this offer. The young man said that it was a gift from his dear friend, and remembered how Hwang Chul gave him these clothes with a warm smile. Gimon raised his eyebrows in surprise and came to the conclusion that the main character knows when to be grateful and humble. Muon looked at the man and asked how he was feeling. Gimon smiled slightly and replied that he had fully recovered thanks to him. The main character continued to sew up the fabric and said that he had not done much, and the man recovered on his own. Gimon watched Muon and thought that it was quite rare to see such a young man these days. The man then reached into the inside pocket of his cape, saying that he noticed a wound on the left side of the protagonist's body. Muon looked at the scar on his arm and replied that it was just a scratch and he would feel better after a little sleep. Gimon said that it is very important to take care of yourself in youth so that it does not get worse in old age, and handed the young man colored medicines. He explained that after decades of research he created these medicinal pills that were green and brown in color, and that they worked instantly. While Gimon was saying that these medicines can be used as an antidote, the main character said with excitement on his face that these pills were probably very expensive for him. Gimon confirmed this, and then held out his hand with the medicine and insistently told Muon to take it for saving his life. The man put the pills in the palm of the protagonist, closed his eyes and recommended using this medicine in situations where life is at risk. Murray, whose cheeks turned red, looked at the young man and asked him if he would continue traveling with the White Dragon Trade Association. Muon bowed his head, pursed his lips and replied that he had better stop traveling with these guys because he had already reached his destination. Munjin widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth. Murray, resting her hands on the surface of the cart, asked why the main character made such a decision. Muon, holding a needle in his hand, replied that he was causing trouble, which meant that he would be more of a burden to them than a help. The black-haired girl smiled and invited the young man to join them, saying that they planned to stay at the Broken Fist clan for a while to meet some martial artists from the Central Heavenly Alliance. The main character frowned and sighed angrily when he heard about the Broken Fist clan. He thought about the 9 untouchables who now ruled the world of Murim, and imagined a crowd of armed people. Muon thought about these martial artists whose strength is equal to their rank number. The main character then introduced 4 black human silhouettes, which was called the Great Four of Heaven. Muon thought that among the 4, there was a person who shared a very close relationship with his father, and he was the one whom the youth proudly called uncle. However, this person was the first to betray his father. The young man imagined the man in the red mist, thinking that thanks to this betrayal, his uncle had gained the trust of the Central Heavenly Alliance and settled in Unnam Province with the goal of creating the Broken Fist clan. Murray, looking at the young man carefully, said that the people from the Broken Fist clan would have easily found his uncle if he had received help from them. Muon, putting on a black cape, thanked the girl for the offer but refused it. Murray was taken aback. A drop of sweat appeared on her rosy face. The main character, tightening his belt around his waist, said that there is something he must do now, and after that he will find them. Murray closed her eyes, reached into the inner pocket of her clothes and said that they would let Muon through if he showed anything. The girl showed a green object called a jade mark, and said that even within the Tang family, only a small number of people possess it, And with this, even the Central Heavenly Alliance would not be able to doubt the power of the protagonist. Muon took the jade mark with both hands and thanked Murray, smiling softly. The girl looked at the young man with warmth. Then she looked puzzled at Gimon, who was humming something about flowers blooming. The man raised his eyebrows and grinned mysteriously, pointing 2 fingers at his niece. Murray's whole face turned red. While the brown horse was carrying the cart, Gimon warned the protagonist that even the city of Gongmin in Unnam province was in a state of panic. The man crossed his arms and said that he couldn't guess how bad the current situation was and asked Muon to take care of himself. The company drove up to a high wall in which there was a round gilded arch. The protagonist looked at the structure, thinking about the Broken Fist clan. Gimon got off the cart and said that it was time to split up. The man with the jugs on his back said that he hopes to meet Muon in the future, and Murray said that they will wait for him. The main character folded his hands in a polite gesture, thanked his companions for everything, wished them good luck on their journey, and said goodbye. Murray stood at a distance from the 3 men. The wind blew green ribbons through her hair. Then the girl turned around. Muon stood with his hands clenched into fists. Captain Gon raised his eyebrows as the young man thanked him for everything. The main character said with a slight smile that now that they had arrived in Unnam province, it would be better for them to go their separate ways. The man frowned as Muon thanked him again and apologized for the trouble he had caused him. Muon suddenly turned around and looked at the young man. Sadness appeared on the man's face when he realized that the main character was leaving. He watched the way the wind blew the young man's long hair and came to the conclusion that this was a real loss. Musong frowned, thinking that Muon's personality may not be the best, but he is so strong that the man would like to recruit into the Iron Squad. He placed his hands on his waist, concluding that he could not tame this young man, but he had a feeling that they would meet again one day. Muson looked at the pensive face of the protagonist and hoped that they would not be enemies the next time they met. The man furrowed his thick eyebrows, and deep folds lay between them. Gon arched his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The captain thought that the bodyguards, who had bandages everywhere, were afraid of the main character. Gon looked at the Iron Squad members who were closely watching Muon. The captain, looking at the emotionless face of the main character, thought that he would not do anything for money, because he does not act based on his own benefit. Muon bowed his head and Gon said that they would also do their best to find his uncle. The captain and the main character flinched when Moonjun suddenly appeared nearby and bowed, thanking Gon for everything he had done. Shock appeared on the man's face when he realized that the young man was going to go with Muon. Munjun smiled confidently and said that he wanted to see where his dreams would lead, the path to which the main character showed him. Muon, whose face was covered with sweat, called the young man. Munjun winked, smiled widely, and said that he also knew how to read cards and would be able to protect himself on his own, so he wouldn't be a burden. The captain put his hands behind his back and said that he respected the young man's choice, and that he could return to the White Dragon Trade Association at any time. A man with long hair watched the trio from afar. The main character looked down at Munjun. Birds were flying in the yellow-orange sky. Muon and Munjun set off on their journey. The man with the black beard rested his hand on his palm and said that he was glad that Senior Tang and his family were able to arrive safely. Gimon, with Murray standing next to him, reported that they were attacked during their journey. The man sitting on the throne said that as long as these people are from Unnam province, they will not escape his eyes, and once their identities are established, they will regret their actions. Gimon crossed his arms and sweated, thinking about the chills running down his spine every time Yunhwa spoke. The man with the jugs on his back said that the attackers were not ordinary bandits from the mainland, and fortunately they provided assistance. Changhua, resting his cheek on his palm, replied that it was a gift from heaven and asked for the name of this person in order to reward him generously. Gimon said through clenched teeth that he could not find out the identity of this person, but he would definitely find out when they met again. The man sitting on the throne said he couldn't wait for them to meet. A muscular man with black hair named Cho Jongwoo had the nickname Demon Fist. There were flags hanging on the roof of the long building. Munjun said with a smile that the rooms in this tavern are quite good, and it is also one of the best taverns in this place. Yuan praised the young man, and he smiled proudly. When the main character announced that he was going in search of one person, Munjun's eyes widened in surprise, saying that the guy should take a little break. Yuan clenched his hand into a fist and replied that this matter would take several days, and that during this time Munjun should develop his fighting abilities. The yellow-orange sky contrasted with the gray building. The main character, going down the stairs, called out to a man in blue clothes. A short man with black hair immediately approached the visitor. Muwon said that he was looking for a man named Hajin and nicknamed the Scientist of Three Minds. The tavern worker, closing his eyes, said that everyone considered this man a crazy madman, because one day he went crazy and is still in that state. The worker opened his eyes, silently looking at the main character. He then pulled back his robe and said that he was confident that Muwon would find him in one of the places. The man smiled contentedly when the main character handed him the money and asked where he needed to go. With a sly smile, he said that the young man needed to come to a place called West Wind Tavern, where the one Muwon was looking for appeared. The tavern worker told the protagonist to be careful in the area, and the protagonist turned around, waving goodbye. The three dark, muscular men did not look very friendly. The men leaned over the main character, asking if he was sane. The bearded man sitting on the side marveled that Muwon had the courage to come here to find this man. The main character raised his eyebrows in confusion, asking what they meant. The sitting man rested his hands on his knees. Everything became clear to him. A group of men in identical clothes decided that the young man had been sent by that crazy madman, and decided to capture him. Muwon touched his finger to his hair, saying that he didn't understand what they were talking about. He then said that a little beating had already proven effective and attacked them. The mustachioed man froze with a look of shock on his face, thinking that they had messed with the wrong person. The main character raised his hand, his finger smoldering, and he raised his eyebrows and asked if there was any problem. The young man stood in front of a heap of defeated men sprawled on the ground, and the remaining one fell to his knees, saying that he would now tell everything he knew. Stars were visible in the night sky. Madon, the owner of the gambling house, sweated with fear and said that one day a crazy madman, Ha Jin-wol, appeared out of nowhere and cleaned out the gambling house. Madon said that thieves usually have a limit on what they steal, but not this man with a crazy smile. The man said that he and his subordinates planned to cut off the thief's hand in order to get their money back. However, the thief just laughed non-stop and pointed his finger up. The gambling workers thought he was just crazy, but then they looked up and their thoughts suddenly became hazy. The men froze, eyes wide with fear. They saw three girls floating in the air. Madon said they were the most beautiful girls he had ever seen and they looked like goddesses. Then the men could not restrain themselves and ended up lying naked on the ground. And the thief left, concluding that the carnal desires of people prevail over their minds. Muwon, looking carefully at the narrator, suggested that Ji-wol had immersed them in illusions. Madon closed his eyes and said that the thief took their money while this was happening, and that day he destroyed the harsh image of the gambling house. The main character, whose face appeared irritated, asked where he could find this person. Madon raised his head and replied that he had done everything possible to find his location, but could not, and only heard that he appeared in a barnyard on the outskirts of the city. When Madon carefully asked the protagonist to remove his finger from his face, the young man immediately apologized. Muwon arrived at the barnyard, and the man herding the animals said that Jin-wol bought 10 healthy bulls a few days ago and took them to another city. In that city, another person told the main character that the person he was looking for started a competition between bulls here, and after that he gave the bulls to the townspeople and left. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the young man listened as he was told that this Jin-wol had started a fight with the head monk and then left the place. Muwon exhaled tiredly, touching his forehead, and said that by this time he would have already found Mr. H. Wang. Looking at the high cliffs, the main character asked where Jin-wol was. The young man walked through the forest, thinking about why the senior follower of the Gongdong monastery named Mujin instructed him to find such a peculiar person. Muwon walked up to the large statue and thought that he still couldn't say that Jin-wol's actions were consistent. Examining the sculpture, the young man came to the conclusion that this man was trying to find out the real nature of a person. While wandering between the trees, the main character realized that there was something about Jin-wol that attracted him. Muwon was wondering what kind of person he was. Suddenly the young man turned around, looking at the stone in the distance. Muwon's face became covered with sweat, and he realized with fear that he had definitely not seen this statue at the entrance to the forest. The main character froze, motionless looking at the large stone. Then he turned around and saw the same stone near another tree. The main character widened his eyes in shock, not believing that he had actually fallen into someone's illusion, and could not even understand that he was in it, while feeling the entire area with his kai. Suddenly it became very light in the forest. The trees and rocks contrasted against the bright glow. Suddenly the statues began to move. They seemed to come to life and began to move. The main character looked at the animated stones, thinking that this was a very unusual illusion. The man was holding a large sword, and the wild animals were grinning aggressively. The flow of wind almost knocked Muon off his feet, and he thought that this man's strength should not be laughed at. The young man closed his eyes and tried to calm down, mentally telling himself that this was nothing more than an illusion technique. The main character, standing in the middle of the rising fog, thought that it was all a mirage. He frowned and narrowed his eyes, saying that in the battle of wits, the one who is wiser wins. Muon grabbed the sword, telling the stranger that he could also use pure power. The main character waved his weapon in the air, loudly calling for the scientist of the three worlds to show himself. Between the trees stood a black human silhouette with white eyes. Then he began to dissipate, silently looking at the main character. A pale man with large round eyes and disheveled hair smiled madly. A bright sky with white clouds stretches above the bamboo forest. Two people sat at a low table opposite each other. Jinwoo, holding a cup in his hand, raised one eyebrow in amazement, asking if the main character really defeated Mugwon of Gongdong Monastery. Muon, closing his eyes, replied that they don't lie about such things. The scientist narrowed his eyes with suspicion, doubting that the young man could defeat Mugwon. Looking at Muon sipping a hot drink, Jinwoo felt that he didn't look strong, but he must be above peak rank. When the man called Muon a naughty boy, the main character was taken aback, removing the cup from his mouth. The man raised his thin eyebrows and said that the main character has incredible power, but deliberately hides it. Muon smiled and laughed quietly. He looked at his reflection in the drink and explained that he was doing this because he wanted to live to an old age. Hearing this answer, Jinwoo widened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows. He then closed his eyes and leaned into the cup, saying that people like Muon live long because they hide their strength. The scientist then frowned and asked how the protagonist broke through his illusions. He abruptly put the cup on the table and began to draw chalk on the table, trying to find the mistake in his actions. Moonwon silently watched as Jinwoo covered the round table, going through a variety of options. Not finding anything suitable, the scientist asked how Muon, who was sitting with a calm face, was able to get through the illusion so easily. The main character smiled and suggested that all geniuses have such sudden mood swings. When the young man said that he just felt it, Jinwoo's eyes widened in shock. Muon took a sip from his cup and said that he was able to figure out where to attack using his senses. The scientist looked disappointed. He then put on a wide smile and chuckled, saying that one mistake could lead to the young man's death. The main character put his hand on his leg and asked why Jinwoo's illusory practices are so difficult, and if he plans to take over the heavens. The scientist smiled widely and laughed, saying that he hoped he could do it. Leaves fell to the ground when the scientist asked what the name of the main character was. When Muon said his last name, Jinwoo frowned in displeasure and replied that he wanted to know who he really was. The young man remained silent, looking at his interlocutor with detachment. The green leaves fell into the cup and Moonwon replied that it didn't matter because he had no personality. The man raised one eyebrow in amazement and laughed, asking why the young man was looking for him. The main character calmly looked at the scientist and replied that this was an order from Mugwon, and Muon himself satisfied his curiosity. Jinwoo looked at the young man dumbfounded. He was shocked that Muon trusted Mugwon so easily. Then the man smiled, put his palm on his chest and said that the main character could ask him any questions. For example, what is the secret of eternal youth or perfect skin? When Muon asked about the person who disappeared in this area 6 months ago, Jinwoo crossed his arms and assumed that he was talking about the White Dragon Trade Association. The young man smiled slightly and said that the scientist still knew something. The man looked down and asked if the missing person and the main character were related. Muon, bowing his head, answered in the negative. Jinwoo, sitting with his arms crossed, said that in this case it would be better for him to give up, but the main character was adamant. He bowed his head and said with a serious look that this person is someone he is willing to put his life on the line for. A skeptical expression appeared on Jinwoo's face. The man in white clothes said that Muon should then go to the Jade City. The scientist raised one finger up and closed his eyes, saying that something strange happened there, which definitely has something to do with the missing people. The main character closed his eyes thoughtfully. He bowed his head and smiled, inviting the man to come with him. Jinwoo raised his hands and shouted indignantly that they knew nothing about each other. Muon answered with a mysterious smile that his heart told him so. The scientist crossed his arms, smiled and said that the main character is a real dreamer since he talks about feelings and the heart. The men sat in the bamboo forest, and Jinwoo said that he saw no reason to interfere in Muon's affairs. The main character looked closely at his interlocutor and asked if he was chickening out. The scientist frowned angrily, and wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Muon said that he spoke with many people while trying to find the scientist, and that they all considered him crazy, but this was not the case at all. Jinwoo looked at the young man with wide eyes and crossed arms as he said that the actions of a madman are quite illogical and irrational. But there is logic and consistency in the judgments of a scientist. Falling bamboo leaves surrounded Muwon, who said that Jinwoo was only trying to find out the truth of human existence, what people would do if they went beyond their limits, and how they would regain their ability to think sensibly. When the main character asked if he was wrong, the man smiled. Then he laughed, putting his hand on his face and pointing his finger at the young man. The scientist removed his hand from his eyes, still laughing. He then stood up and turned around, saying that he didn't want to join Muwon's journey anyway. Jinwoo walked away, singing a song about how between heaven and earth there is a lonely person, without whom the world will lose a reason to exist. Muwon looked after the scientist with sadness and thanked him for the tea. The man disappeared among the trees and said that they would meet again if fate so willed. It was raining. The drops knocked on the wooden buildings. Bright lightning could be seen outside the window. Jiangwoo and the young man stood and talked about the White Dragon Trading Association, whose merchants were already the 6th on the list of missing people in Unnam Province. The bearded man frowned with displeasure and pursed his lips. Choon Kyung, Youngwoo's son, looked at his father intently and said that it was time to listen to their requests. Jongwoo looked at his son angrily and said that he would deal with the problems in Unnam Province. Kyung listened to the man carefully. Youngwoo turned away, ordering the man to deal with the White Dragon Trade Association. Kyung made a polite gesture and bowed. 3 people in black clothes were holding lanterns in their hands and discussing some weak and infirm person. Youngwoo, looking at the landscape, called out to a man named Pin. A man in white clothes and a headdress approached his master. Youngwoo frowned and asked what Pin thought about Kyung. The head of the Broken Fist Clan's Oracles and Investigation Bureau responded that the man was respected, very insightful, and good at his job. Youngwoo said with his hands behind his back that his son would not inherit the clan, and the man was worried about how Kyung would take the news. The man, looking into the distance, said that he was not satisfied with Unnam Province alone. Youngwoo extended his hand and flexed his fingers, saying that if he were satisfied with this, then he would have no reason to betray his dear brother, the head of the Jin clan. The man added that Kwangho was someone who was content with his duty of preventing Silent Knight's invasion, and he was capable of taking over the entire world despite having no ambition. Youngwoo turned away, his face darkening, and he said that he had no idea why Kwangho lived dedicated to completing one single task. The man clenched his palm into a fist, saying that it is natural to use strength if you have it, and that the Central Heavenly Alliance began to act, even calling upon the Tang family. King folded his hands and bowed his head, advising his master to focus on the task in front of him while the head of the oracles would deal with the rest. Qin looked at the man and warned him that there might be several thousand deaths. Jongwoo grinned and replied that in the face of a great goal, no sacrifice would seem great. Suddenly, bright red lightning flashed in the sky. It was night, and bright stars were visible through the raindrops in the dark sky. Musin, who entered the building to the puzzled man, hit his palm with his fist and apologized for the intrusion, introducing himself as the head of the Iron Detachment. The strong man turned his attention to the phlegmatic Mukwin with a muzzle to his left, calling him his deputy. He also hurried to introduce Captain Gon and Lady Soin, representatives of the White Dragon Trade Association. Yunkin, surrounded by guards, smiled slightly and said that he was glad to meet the guests. Musin, with a cross-shaped scar on his forehead, happily looked at the man who is the eldest son of the Jiangwon Demon Fist. Yunkin respectfully lowered his head and, pushing back his chair, offered him a seat at the table with a smile. Leaning forward a little as a sign of gratitude, the head of the Iron Detachment cast a sly glance at his interlocutor, concluding that he did not at all look like a warrior, unlike his father. The man carefully examined Yunkin's stately face, noting not only his dignity in manners and speech, but also his graceful movements and sparkling eyes, which showed his blood affiliation with a famous family. A man with a sharp chin looked at the head of Musin with curiosity, saying that he had heard about his deeds. Soin put her hand to her head, closing her eyes, and Captain Gon abruptly lowered his white gloved palm onto the table and stared at Yunkin, who suggested that the head of the Iron Squad was recruited by the White Dragon Association this time. Frowning, Musin confirmed the man's assumptions, stating that they were doing everything possible to find the missing people. Raising his head and closing his eyes, Yunkin with a smile called the guest a reliable person. He looked at the daring head of the Iron Squad, Musin, with scars on his body, long hair, and thick eyebrows. Squinting his eyes at the features of his interlocutor, Yunkin concluded that he had the same insidious gaze as his father. Raising his hand to his chest and making a dissatisfied face, Musin apologized for visiting at an ungodly hour and asked permission to get straight to the point. After this, the head of the Iron Detachment said that they were at a loss and were asking for help. The jock became natural and, looking at his interlocutor, said that nothing had been found that would help with the search for the missing people, so they were making a request to the main one. Yunkin listened with a friendly expression, sweating from awkwardness. Closing his eyes, Musin also seriously said that by helping the White Dragon Trade Association, he would improve relations with it, which was a lucrative offer. With his hands folded, Yunkin lowered his head and clarified what type of support those gathered were expecting, providing information about the attack by the bandits. Captain Gon darkened, shocked by what he heard. The mustachioed man pointed his hand at Soin, informing her that she was in charge of the trip this time. Yunkin looked at her questioningly. The escort explained that the brunette is the younger sister of Mr. Jamin, who recently disappeared. Putting on a serious expression, Captain Gon firmly stated that he and the young lady were ready to do anything for the good of their family. Yunkin looked at the speaker carefully, saying that in this case, the Broken Fist clan would do everything possible to help with the search for the girl's missing brother. Closing her eyes and lowering her head, Soin blushed and shyly expressed her sincere gratitude. Yunkin looked at the young lady with a thoughtful squint, realizing that he should not negotiate with her. While Muin, putting his hand to his mouth, whispered something to Musin, the head of the Broken Clan looked at them, concluding that these were the people who would bring the greatest benefit. Yunkin grinned slyly and looked sideways at the guests, declaring that it was time to move on to the main part of the conversation, after which he called out to his chief strategist. Two identical men, located to the left and right of the gentleman with their hands folded in their sleeves, immediately answered. Throwing a sidelong glance at one of the strategists, Yunkin with a serious look asked if they could begin, expressing the hope of reaching a favorable result. Outside, in the darkness of the night, the rain continued to pour and the drops quickly rushed down. All the negotiators at the table began to stand up, preparing to leave at the end of the reception. Yunkin watched everyone with a cold gaze, sadly thinking that honor and justice were qualities that no longer existed in the world of Murim. The head of the Broken Fist clan closed his eyes slightly, concluding with disappointment that small gains were now being equated with the price and meaning of people's lives. The man sat in front of a narrow horizontal window and watched the falling rain in the night sky, remembering that it was not always like this and thinking about the northern region. A picture of a trek into rough and barren lands, sitting by a fire where others were presenting a large piece of meat, flashed through his mind. While cooking, the men talked carefree and easily, laughing and smiling at each other, which remained a warm memory of the old days. Someone called out to Yunkin, who was standing with his back turned, and thinking about this, he decided that he was happy compared to these times. He turned towards the voice with a smile, and now concluded that those were peaceful times when there were no restrictions. Yunkin had a nice conversation with his younger brother, putting his hands behind his back and promising to teach him as soon as the boy grew up. He thought about the dark-haired child named Muon, regretting what happened to him, but he had already entered a certain path from which he could not leave. Now the main character, wearily closing his eyes, was walking on the street in the downpour. He looked completely unfazed, holding a huge leaf above his head as protection from the water. So he stood in the dark on the road, while the ground and grass were wet from drops falling from the sky. He remembered the words of Zhongwal with disheveled hair, who raised his finger and gloomily announced that someone was planning something bad, and Muon would one day become a part of it. Lowering his head under a large leaf, the swordsman began to think about these words, coming to the conclusion that the man knew more than he was saying. And now at least it was known that he needed to go to the Jade City. Heavy raindrops fell and crashed against the makeshift area, creating splashes as Muon stood and remembered the Crimson Ghost General Guni, who said the same thing. Then the man sadly told him that he was only a weapon for killing and capturing other people, and that there was someone bigger behind everything. Continuing to stand in the dark amid the rain with a leaf on his head, Muon thought that it was difficult to imagine that such a skillful person would serve someone. While large drops quickly rushed past the protagonist's ear, he caught some sounds. The guy immediately turned to the side where their source should be. When he looked intently, large drops seemed to freeze in space, and the assumption of Lyra's ringing appeared. Abruptly removing the leaf from his head, Muon began to raise water in the puddles, getting into a fighting pose, since the melody seemed ominous to him. The drops seemed to stop in the air again, and the guy seemed to move very quickly, feeling as if the ringing was calling him. The rain continued to fall again as Muon grabbed the hilt of the blade, fiercely wanting to draw the blade. Once again, large drops froze in the air while the swordsman looked very fast. When the rain continued to fall, water rose in the puddle from the speed with which the main character ran. The brunette ran through the raindrops, leaning forward heavily, thinking along the way that unlike becoming a blade or sword master, becoming a sound master was much more difficult. Stretching out his hand to a building nearby, the young man quickly approached it and remembered that only the most skillful of them exist. Muon quickly made his way through the dry grass, heading towards the gazebo located on the shore of the lake, which was now reflecting the light of the moon. In the dark sky among the mountains hung a yellow disc, from which paths ran along the water, and on the floor of the gazebo in the shadows a man sat, mixing ominous sound art with the sounds of falling drops. The downpour continued to intensify, and long vertical streaks could be seen against the night sky. Muon continued to rush forward, rising into the air, and his speed was not hampered by difficult weather conditions. He sank sharply to the ground, and water rose from the fall in a puddle among the grass. The swordsman, sliding on the wet ground, stopped at the edge of the gazebo, and immediately became noticed. The man, sitting in the shadows, against the backdrop of the yellow moon and the glowing lake, addressed the arriving gentleman by name, rejoicing that he had finally come. Muon stood opposite the gazebo, where a dark silhouette could be seen, clenching his fists, and said that he had come to the call, but did not know who was in front of him, for which the musician apologized. Bowing, the brunette with his hair tied up introduced himself as Daniel. He cast a curious glance from under his brows, concluding that the swordsman from the north is incredible, just as that man said about him, because the young man is the first to answer his call of the holy sound of 1,000 distances. Lowering his head, Muon frowned deeply, hearing about a certain person again as raindrops fell on him. Daniel, standing at the gazebo, explained that we were talking about his close friend Goonie, and the main character assumed that the guy in front of him was responsible for the disasters in Unnam province. The musician looked at his interlocutor with curiosity, asking whether his acquaintance had really told him so much. Lowering his head, Daniel asked with a smile which school of art Muon belonged to. He, continuing to get wet in the rain, calmly looked at his interlocutor, answering that he owned everything that was handed down from the family. The guy in white from the steps of the gazebo suggested that Muon's relatives were impressive, to which the young man replied that many years had passed since his family was destroyed and forgotten. Throwing a sly squint at the guy, Daniel clarified what brought him to this place, suggesting that he was summoned by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Rain fell from the sky, falling in drops on Muon, who stated that he had nothing to do with this organization. But here he was looking for a person from a trade association who had disappeared 6 months ago. Daniel, being under the roof, realized the real motives of his interlocutor and reported that the people who disappeared in this place were still alive. Muon stood in the rain, asking to release the captives and promising that he would leave here. Raising his fist, the musician in white said that he would like to do this, but it is not so simple. Then the main character, getting very wet in the rain, cast an angry glance at his interlocutor from under his brows. Looking piercingly at the young man, he reached for the enchanted blade in the sheath and angrily asked why. Daniel, seeing the guy's anger, worriedly put his hand forward and asked him to wait to explain the situation. Looking down, the musician calmly vowed to keep his promise that after completing the task, he would bring them back safely. The interlocutors in white and black continued to stand opposite each other, remaining silent for some time. Shyly covering his face, Daniel began to think that Muon was still not enough, admitting that he had found someone he liked. He spread his fingers over his palms and cast a sly glance out of them, concluding that they were destined to shed blood. Muon abruptly grabbed the hilt of the purple sword, drawing it while the young man in white prepared his weapon and expressed sadness. Daniel, plucking the strings of his instrument with a gloomy look, admitted that they were destined to fight in another place. The swordsman pointed his weapon forward with a furious look, demanding to know where they had given the missing people. After that, Muon swung the snow flower sharply, leaving a purple blade mark in the air and cutting through the raindrops. The young man approached Daniel in the gazebo, furiously wanting to attack him. He, holding the instrument, continued to play it, and a glow appeared around, after which the guy announced the battle. Daniel waved his hand to strike the strings and concluded that the battle was a rather sad event. Suddenly, the entire part of the shore with the gazebo was hidden by the water rising from the whirlwind. Daniel, being in a foggy veil, turned to Muon with his head down. He suddenly flew out from the side, rushing towards the enemy with a merciless look. When the swordsman got close under the raindrops, Daniel pulled back, smiling sarcastically. At this time, the calm surface of the lake was covered with small waves, shining in the moonlight. A hand in a white sleeve reached out to the water, and the rain continued to fall. While one of the men decided to attack, leaving circles on the surface of the water, the second began to name opposites: man and woman, old man and child. Furiously waving the snow flower, Muon with a frown demanded to stop chattering and tell him where the prisoners were. Daniel, with the help of magical energy, raised his hands up and made his musical instrument float, mentioning yin and yang. A scratch appeared on Muon's face, from which blood gushed out, mixing with the rain while his opponent continued to philosophize. Daniel cast a calm glance at the guy, declaring that reality and illusions will become one as soon as the mind chooses what it wants to see. The waves grew on the lake, and the rain lashed more and more, disturbing the water surface. Daniel's black bangs fell over his face, and he looked at the enemy with one eye, informing him that the secrets of the night would inevitably awaken. The musician waved his hand filled with golden energy and struck the strings, mentioning the sad people of the abandoned lands. Yuan, covering himself with his hands, received many cuts after the opponent's play and gloomily decided that he was trying to escape. The waves on the lake shining under the moon became large, colliding with each other and breaking into splashes. Against the background of the dark sky, long vertical stripes left by raindrops could be seen. The rain continued to lash, but now the lake became calm, and a fish jumped out of the water. Yuan, completely wet, crawled out of the water, holding onto the boards and cursing, covering his face. He stood on the surface, lowering his head and squeezing the black handfu out of the water. The swordsman, standing under the raindrops, cast a furious glance to the side with sparkling eyes, menacingly promising Daniel that he would find him. Morning came, and the main character was returning to the settlement, reflecting on the fact that he had been gone longer than expected. Yuan climbed the stairs to the terrace, following the right door and hoping that Munjin was okay. Standing at the entrance and pushing the wooden door into the room, the guy lowered his gaze and turned to his younger brother, expressing concern. He was lifting a homemade barbell made of stones, surprised by the appearance of the young man. Now Munjin stood, wiping the sweat from his pumped-up body with a towel, and smiled, noticing that his older brother had returned. Yuan looked at the boy in shock, silently and smiling stupidly for a while. Approaching his older brother, Munjin pointed a finger at himself, happily talking about how he was distracted by hard training from disturbing thoughts, which impressed the young man. Outside, among the canopy of trees, clouds floated across the sky and the wind carried leaves when Muon informed his younger brother that they were heading to Jade City. The sky was brightening above the roofs of the houses and rare rays of the sun were shining. A girl in a straw suit, taking off her hat, began to clean up the water, glad that the rain had stopped. And here, while others were holding a meeting in comfort, they were getting wet on the street. The deputy head of the iron detachment cast an angry glance at the man, who suggested not to worry and go for a drink at the tavern at his expense. On connected beds in the room there were wounded with bandaged limbs, who, seeing the doctor coming towards them, began to complain that they were going to die. One of the patients, turning over on his stomach, grabbed the doctor by the blue robe, loudly addressing him. A dark-haired man with a bandaged head was desperately begging the doctor to do something as he was dying in pain. A man with a gray beard and a cap looked disappointed at the bodyguards, who, living to fulfill their duty, turned out to be so weak. Mr. Doctor left the bag for the wounded man and began to leave, laughingly explaining that he would feel better from this remedy if he used it or applied it. The doctor, putting his hands behind his back, began to calmly walk towards the exit, not reacting to the groans of the other patients. The bodyguards lying in a layer called out to the man as he stood in the corridor, discussing the absence of a certain person. Suddenly, Mr. Doctor rushed into the room, loudly apologizing for his long absence due to the huge number of patients. A man with a gray beard and a cap looked at the patients with concern, asking who was hurting. The bodyguard with a bandaged head looked at the doctor in bewilderment, saying that he had already been with them, but only scolded and said that they would not die, and he responded in shock that he had just finished working with other patients. The wounded man extended his hand to him, which contained a small bag, and asked what kind of medicine it was, and the doctor said that they did not use such a thing in the infirmary. While the doctor was trying to convince the patient of what he might have just imagined, a fake doctor was walking along the path among the trees. This man quickly walked away, sad that he had wasted his valuable medicine for no reason. Suddenly, the man was enveloped in dark fabrics that appeared in the air. The fake doctor took on his true form and revealed himself to be a dark Moon Chunin warrior. The ninja straightened his black suit, looking dissatisfied about the violation of labor standards and wanting to be given proper time to rest. The Chunin walked with an indignant face, thinking that as soon as he completed one mission, the greedy bosses would immediately send him to another, forcing him to overwork. With his lips stretched out and his fingers curled, the man parodied the superior ninjas he despised. The Chunin walked along the path surrounded by trees, continuing to be indignant, and a black bird soared in the sky. When the raven sat on the man's hand, he asked the dancer if he had delivered the message. He continued to retreat into the forest, praising the dutiful bird. Master of Transformation Chunin grinned maliciously, wondering what disguise he should use this time, promising to find Muon soon. The sun sparkled over the roof of the shelter, leaving bright circles in the sky. Muon, along with his younger brother Munjun, who took a lot of things with him, headed towards the exit of the settlement, and the boy boasted to the young man that he had learned a lot lately, although it might not be noticeable. The main character silently turned to the top-haired teenager as he, waving his arms, joyfully assured the swordsman that he would do everything possible to help. Muon looked at his younger brother in bewilderment, asking whether he was really okay. Munjun turned to the brunette in surprise, assuring him that there was no need to worry, because he had lived like this all his life, and then thanked the young man for the opportunity to become stronger. Muon continued to watch the red-haired boy with freckles in puzzlement as he excitedly strode forward towards the Jade City. Suddenly, Munjun's eyes widened in shock as his older brother put his hand on his head and called him a bright and courageous boy. The next moment, the ponytailed teenager burst into a smile, feeling affection for his older brother. Munjun recalled how his mother abandoned him shortly before his birth, and his father was busy working as a bodyguard, so he could not come often. The child was forced to live independently for quite a long time and felt lonely, although his father loved him. When the man returned, he fed his son delicious dumplings and apologized for not being able to take care of his child properly. Dreaming of opening a food store together. Looking at Munjun's good appetite, his father looked happy and asked him to be patient a little longer. He ruffled the little smiling boy's tousled hair, asking him to promise to be brave, respect his elders, and not despair. Soon after this conversation, Munjun's father died in an incident, which two of Quack's colleagues came to inform the boy with sadness. Wang Chul placed his hand on the child's shoulder, smilingly informing him that he was a good friend of his father and had offered to live with him. The bodyguard looked with hope at Captain Gon, asking if this could be done, to which he gave permission. Yan Munjun's face maintained the smile that he had promised his father while bitter tears flowed down his cheeks, and after that the boy lived in the White Dragon Trade Association. A huge crowd followed through the hot desert in the rays of the setting sun, while Munjun said that his sword skills were so bad that he was very worried. Muon silently watched his younger brother walk ahead with a smile, enjoying the pleasant and cool weather of Gongming City. The protagonist's face did not express any emotions, but there was curiosity in his gaze. The guys were now walking on the tiles, and the phlegmatic swordsman agreed with the teenager's words, explaining that this was due to the location of the area on the plateau. When the two guys were already walking along the road among the dry grass, Muon said that they would spend the night here and arrive in the Jade City tomorrow evening, and Munjun decided to set up a tent himself. Night had fallen, and a scattering of bright stars sparkled in the dark sky. While the main character was sitting in the camp by the fire with a tent, rickets in the field, nearby his younger brother was diligently practicing with a sword. Two tall stones served as makeshift tables, and on one of them stood a cup and spoon. After a while, a hand reached out to the empty rock, placing the plate there too. Muon put the spoonful of food into his mouth, watching the boy with interest through his closed eyes. Munjun began to sweat, swinging his heavy sword and raising dust around him, and the young man was shocked that his life was so sad and difficult. Thinking about the fate of his younger brother, Muon couldn't help but draw comparisons with himself, remembering the time when he trained alone on Mount Jokham. The guy with the weapon was heading towards the high stone wall. Thinking about how he then swung his sword and chopped stones, raising dust, the main character concluded that then he was about the same age as Munjun is now. Muon suddenly stood up, holding a chopstick in his hands. Munjun, focused on training, abruptly stopped his sword and looked with round eyes at his older brother, who called him over. Beads of sweat were running down the freckled boy's face. He looked very puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Muon frowned, holding out a thin chopstick and continuing to beckon the boy towards him as his dark hair fluttered in the wind. Looking at his older brother with excitement, Munjun gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and wondered if he would receive training directly from him. The red-haired boy with freckles looked at Muon in panic, not understanding how to attack. Munjun, standing with a sword in front of him, wondered why his older brother was towering in front of him with burning furious eyes and a chopstick in his hands instead of a weapon. While the boy was concentrating on defense and thinking, Muon managed to fly up to him unnoticed, raising dust around him and asking whether he would continue to be afraid all the time. The young man hit his younger brother sharply on the head with a chopstick, declaring that he could not do anything with passion alone. After this blow, the boy flew away, and Muon, who remained in place, said that he should become more cold-blooded. Munjun lay on the ground behind the young man's back and tightly clutched the hilt of his sword from tension, realizing that his older brother had only touched him a little, and he was already flying. The boy remembered his past opponents, realizing that Muon was not at all on a different level compared to the Tema guys. After exchanging a few swings, Munjun assumed that he had become much better at wielding the sword. But if you look at the battle from the past now, it becomes clear that he only blocked the attack, and then his elder sister helped. Now Munjun continued to lie on the ground in the dust, disappointedly thinking that he was much weaker than his older brother, despite the fact that he trained a lot. After that, the teenager rose to his feet and, approaching the calmly standing Muon, began to raise his sword with a red blade so that he could now give his all in battle. The main character pointedly extended his hand with a chopstick forward, thus teaching him how to hold the blade correctly. Muon lowered his hand, and Munjun immediately flew to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The boy screamed heart-rendingly while the experienced swordsman effortlessly struck him with light blows, noting his tightness, slow reflexes, and lack of constant concentration in his eyes. Muon rubbed a chopstick under the boy's knee, telling him that his feet should always maintain a position on the ground. The main character asked his younger brother to take a deep breath and struck him in the stomach, folding him in half. Bright stars sparkled in the night sky while the students' screams were heard from below. Munjun was lying on the ground next to Muon, and his sword was stuck a little further, and the young man explained that it was important to know your weaknesses, and understanding the basics would come with time. Gritting his teeth and propping himself up on his elbows, the boy declared that he could not continue. Muon then broke his chopstick with a carefree look, saying that they would stop there today, because rest is also an important part of training. After that, the dark-haired young man glanced at his younger brother, smiling stupidly. Raising his head, Muon looked at the stars and praised Munjun while his hair fluttered in the wind, and Munjun looked at him from the ground in bewilderment. After that, the red-haired teenager closed his eyes and broke into a satisfied smile, thanking his older brother with a chuckle. A man in the lotus position sat next to the stone statue in the red light. Remembering the formidable Muon, he mentally called him a fierce man. The man in the red room had been circulating energy non-stop for the past few days, but his wounds had not healed, and he was only in this state because he had weakened his defenses. Pulling the bandage on his head by the long ends, Goni called himself a great man and a general. He promised with a stern expression that he would not make this mistake again, wanting to take revenge on the enemy. Pieces of the red sunset sky were visible through the stems of dry grass. Goni came out of the temple, and only a black silhouette was visible, and foliage rushed through the air. The man in the red headband looks around in puzzlement, hearing some sounds. Doniep sat carelessly on a dark mountain in the light of the setting sun, with leaves floating around. The musician with his hair tied up threw a sly squint at Goni, concluding that he apparently felt better. The ends of the bandage fluttered in the wind while the warrior looked at his friend from under his brows, talking about his condition and thanking him for the fact that he was still alive. Dongyop had a package in his hand, which he was twisting between his fingers. Goni, noticing this, grinned, asking if he had met a ruthless swordsman since something was bothering him. Doniep, looking into the distance, confirmed these assumptions, admitting that everything is much more complicated. Goni in the bandage, listening to him, frowned and folded his toned arms over his chest. Doniep called the gloomy Muon impenetrable, like a mountain or a wall. All this time they did not even think that such a person could exist. But then he suddenly appeared. After these words, Doniep turned aside, calling the swordsman someone with whom you can never come to an agreement, and Goni asked in bewilderment what their plan was in this case. The musician, with his hand on his knee, said that they could not give up, although they did not take such a person into account when drawing up the plan. Goni looked at his interlocutor with a malicious smile, promising to protect his life and asking him to trust him in this. Doniep, without saying a word, cast a satisfied glance at the strong man. Pieces of red sky were visible among the dry grass swaying in the wind when the musician declared that they had come too far to give up. Suddenly, a yellow flash appeared in the air. Dongyop continued to roll the leaves in his hands, noting that even though they had put a lot into creating the plan, An unexpected change was just bound to appear. The man stood in the light of the setting sun on the road, casting a shadow, declaring that now everything would be much more interesting, after which he laughed. Dongyop released the leaves from his hand, which were picked up and carried away by the wind, after which, covering his eye, he said that the situation must be so terrible if they want the sleeping silent night to awaken. Two men with tied-up hair looked into the distance. One of them had a sword behind his back. Yuan turned his head when he heard some sounds. A horse detachment with a cart, raising clouds of dust, approached the guys. The riders rushed past. Munjin watched them from behind Yuan the dog. The man's face appeared in the window of the white carriage. Gimon looked at the guys in surprise. Yuan and Munjin watched as a man leaned out of the cart window and asked the party to stop. Gimon and Meyer looked out of the window of the cart. They were surprised because they did not expect to meet the main character. The warriors watched in bewilderment as people got out of the cart and stood opposite the guys. Gimon said that they were heading to the Jade City. Yuan replied that they were going there too. Gimon waved his hand. The dark silhouette of a large man could be seen behind him. The poisoner said that the Central Heavenly Alliance had changed the plan and arranged a meeting in the Jade City, and the Furious Fists provided the travelers with bodyguards. Gimon and Muon looked at the dark figure. The man asked what happened. Gimon introduced Muon, who saved him. A large dark-haired man, whose arms were hidden by armor, approached the interlocutors. Gimon introduced General Sogwon and said that the man was a combat master in the Furious Fists. Sogwon pressed his fist into his palm. With a smile, he said that Gimon thought too highly of him, introduced himself as Muon, and said that he had heard that the guy was an experienced fighter despite his young age. The black-dressed protagonist pressed his fist into his palm too. He said that he was prepared enough to protect his body. The guy bowed his head and looked at the man from under his brows. They knew each other before. Muon remembered how, as a boy, he sat on the shoulder of a large man with bandaged hands. He was surprised that the general did not recognize him. 4 people stood next to the huge silhouette of Sogwon. Gimon asked permission for Muon to join the squad. The general agreed. Sogwon watched as the elder waved his hand towards the open cart and invited the boys to take their seats. A dark-haired man with a beard looked forward thoughtfully. While Muon was getting into the carriage, Seogwon was leaving. He raised his hand up and everyone got ready to leave. White clouds floated across the white sky. Sogwon said that they would soon arrive in the city and asked permission to stop. The elder agreed. A black cauldron with beige contents stood on a fire. Sogwon said that during the campaign the party eats a dish made from a mixture of all available ingredients. 4 people were sitting by the fire. Sogwon served food to his companions and advised them to eat before it got cold. The warriors with deep plates had already dispersed across the clearing. Munjun looked at his plate in surprise. It seemed to him that Muon had prepared the same dish the day before. 2 guys with deep plates were sitting on the rocks. Seogwon, who was watching them, asked what they thought Muon and Munjun thought about the food. The dark-haired guy was chewing with a spoon in his hands. He thanked the general for the food. A dark-haired man with a beard and collected hair looked forward thoughtfully. Sogwon closed his eyes. He thought that if the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan were alive, he would be the same age. But despite the external similarity, this was impossible because he had never trained in martial arts. A boy dressed in black was sitting at a low table littered with books. Sogwon thought that the leader was very interested in his son only reading books. The dark-haired guy held a deep plate and a spoon in his hands. Muon continued to eat. Sogwon knew for sure that the man in front of him knew martial arts. The large man put his hand to his chest. His face was distorted by agony. He did not understand why. Looking at this guy, he remembered what he would like to forget. Little Muon smiled. Seogwon thought about how the child was forced to live alone in the barren lands of the north and eventually died. A crowd of armed men stood at the white wall during sunset. Sogwon thought that 10 years had passed since that fateful day. He regretted his action. The dark-haired man with a beard looked at the armor. Sogwon thought that in that situation he was scared and could not do anything. A large man in shining armor sat slumped. Sogwon thought that because of the fear of death, he did not have the courage to stand up for what was right. Sogwon lowered his head. He considered himself a sinner. A large man sitting on a stone watched as the young man ate. Sogwon thought that he was able to leave the past behind, but this man awakened unpleasant feelings in him. The guy was sitting on a stone with his legs spread wide apart. A large man was sitting next to him. Sogwon didn't know what to do if it was really Muon in front of him. He would like to apologize, but this would not relieve him of guilt. The distance between the people sitting on the stones increased. Sogwon tried to calm down. He convinced himself that Muon could not remain alive. The distance between the people sitting on the stones increased even more. Sogwon convinced himself that this was not the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Sogwon left the plate on the stone and left, Muwon watching after him. The dark-haired guy looked ahead unkindly. The black and white image of Goonie pointing the sword at him appeared in Muwon's mind. The man with long hair sat cross-legged. Muwon thought about Hwang Chul's disappearance. The guy with his hair tied up looked down. Muwon was thinking about what purpose these people were pursuing. The dark silhouettes of 5 armed men appeared in Muwon's mind. The guy was thinking about who they were. Muwon, with his eyes closed, assumed that these people were members of Silent Night. The guy opened his eyes because of screams about the discovery of corpses. The squad in the cart were approaching a place where the ground was red with blood. Black birds circled over the decomposed remains. Murray looked out the window and Muwon, Munjun and Gimon got out of the cart. Munjun covered his mouth with his hand and turned away. He was holding back the urge to vomit. Among the bloody mess, bones and severed limbs could be seen. Gimon suggested that the dead were attacked by wild animals. The dark-haired Muwon stood next to the general who turned his head. The man assumed that this was another ambush that they did not know about. The guy in dark clothes looked down. Muwon analyzed what he heard. He realized that such cases had already happened and the Furious Fists knew about it. The man with a beard warily watched Muwon standing next to him. The guy thought that the Central Heavenly Alliance takes such incidents seriously. Muwon, dressed in dark clothes, crouched down and looked at the remains on the ground and thought that they were caused by a weapon, because there were no marks of teeth or claws on the wounds. A man with sideburns sat down next to Muwon. Gimon said that it seemed that these people were torn apart with bare hands. The guy replied that this was not an easy task. Muwon raised his hand to his face. The guy said that this is beyond the bounds of reasonable behavior, even if it was done by someone born with a strong instinct to kill, and a person who knows martial arts would find a purer way to kill. Gimon with sideburns said that whoever killed these people must have great strength and no common sense. The large man looked down. Sogwon turned his head and announced that they would soon arrive at the Jade City. He ordered his subordinates to monitor their surroundings, and if they sense an enemy, then kill him without hesitation. The guy in dark clothes looked to the side. Muwon thought that something bad might follow the strange incident. Blackbirds were flying against the background of the sunset sky, and a city could be seen in the distance. Small silhouettes of travelers walked along the city road. Muwon thanked his fellow travelers and said that they would go further on their own. Sogwon said that the rooms provided by the Blue Moon were better than the local taverns. 4 people stood nearby. Gimon waved his hand and said, turning to the general, that the master had personal matters, so he needed to stop in a place where he could enter and leave unnoticed. The large man with a beard said that he understood everything and would pray for the young man's safety. Muwon pressed his palm to his fist and bowed his head. He thanked his companions. Behind him a joyful Munjun waved his hand. Gimon gave a thumbs up. He told the guys to hurry up and promised that they would meet again. The dark-haired girl sadly asked Muwon to be careful. The dark-haired general with a beard remained silent. In the rays of the setting sun, the outlines of the desert were visible. The wind blew tumbleweeds. Muwon said that there was a ghost town in front of them. 2 guys stood nearby. A frightened Munjun asked if they could quickly leave this place. He suggested staying in the Blue Moon. Who could provide them with support? Muwon refused. The dark-dressed guy looked down. Muwon asked Munjun which tavern the White Dragon merchant troupe could stay at. The guy with spiky hair thought about it. Munjun said that since merchants travel in large groups, they would choose the largest tavern with a good stable. Munjun raised his finger. He realized that Muwon was planning to look for clues in places where the troop of merchants could stop. The dark silhouette of a bird was visible in the sunset sky. Munjun told the main character that he would now go and find out all the necessary information. It got dark. 2 guys approached a tall, light building. Munjun said that this was the largest tavern in the city. Munjun and Muwon stood at the open door, the guy recounting the information that he managed to find out. A woman was washing the floors in a room with tables. She was surprised to see visitors. The hostess ran towards the guys. Munjun asked about the availability of rooms. The woman said that 6 months ago something bad happened because of which people no longer want to stay in this place. The owner stopped in front of the guys. She asked how long they were going to stay, because she was going to close the tavern in a couple of days. The woman waved her hands. She said that thanks to the guys and said that thanks to the guys the tavern could work a little more. She invited the guests to take the best room and try the best dish. The dark roof of the tavern was visible against the night sky. Munjun was laying out his things next to the bed. He asked Muwon if the White Dragon merchant troupe and the Iron Dozen would come here. Muwon touched the curtain. He said that he would not like to move in groups, but he was sure that they would meet again. The guy's hand lay on the hilt of the sword. Munjun, dressed in light clothes, listed everyone they had already met and asked whom Yuan thought they would still meet. The guy put the sword against the wall. He said that he does not know what meetings await them in the future, but he is sure that this is only the beginning of what is to come. There was a noise behind the door. A woman with a tray entered the room. The woman put the food on the table and said that it was stewed carp, the best dish in the tavern. The guys began to sit down at the table. The woman at the door wished them a bon appetit. Munjun said that this was the first stewed carp in his life, and Muon wanted to quickly start eating. The guys sat at the table and enjoyed their food. Munjun laid his head on the table and Muon slumped in his chair. The unconscious guys continued to sit at the table. The room became darker. Something glowing appeared in the darkness of the room. The eyes and mouth glowed on the dark face. The creature laughed ominously. A grinning face could be seen in the darkness. The man thought that the guests had quickly fallen asleep. The darkness dissipated. The owner of the tavern stood at the door. Her face was covered with patterns. She thought that there was nothing better than the dream pill. The woman walked decisively to the table on which Munjun laid his head. In the place of the woman stood a man dressed in black, who had posed as the hostess before. He looked thoughtfully at Muon, who was sleeping on a chair. The man was watching the young unknown master. The man with patterns on his face waved his palm in front of the guy's face. He was thinking about whether Muon was really looking for missing people. The man couldn't find any information about the young master. A man with patterns on his face looked around the room, wanting to know something about the guest. Dark energy emanated from the sword standing against the wall. The eyes of the man with the patterns on his face lit up, and Muon's sword surprised him. Streams of dark energy could be seen at the man's feet. The hand reached for the sword. The dark silhouette of the tavern was visible against the night sky. A silhouette of a man made of dark energy appeared next to Muon's ear. Muon frowned. The man disappeared. Muon suddenly opened his eyes. The guy in dark clothes jumped up sharply. The main character was unhappy with the fact that he had lost his vigilance. The dark-haired guy peered carefully into the darkness. Muon told himself to pull himself together. A man dressed in black stood in the middle of the room with a sword in his hands. The guy approached the frozen man with a sword in his hands. He was enveloped in dark energy. Muon suggested that he was possessed by the aura of a snow flower. Muon remembered how someone whispered in his ear. He realized that it was Snow Flower who helped him come to his senses. The guy thought that his blade was really enchanted. The guy with dark hair looked thoughtfully. Muon thought that the person opposite was a martial arts master. He felt the same Kai as from the tavern owner, but he could not feel the magic of transformation and sleeping pills in the food. With drool running down the face of the man with patterns on his face, Muon asked who he was. The profile of a man with patterns on his face is shown. He said that his name is Jeongin. He is part of the highest division of the Black Moon. Malryong ordered him to follow the man who calls himself Jin and find information on him. Dark-haired Muon frowned. He assumed that the man was answering his questions because of the enchanted Kai. He thought of the woman whose face was hidden by a black veil. Muon leaned towards the man with patterns on his face. The guy decided to take the opportunity to find out how much the Black Moon knew. He asked if Jeongin knew anything about the people whose torn bodies he saw on the way to the Jade City. Jeongin's eyes continued to glow. He said that several people in Gongneon had gone crazy and began to attack everyone indiscriminately. The Central Heavenly Alliance and the Furious Fists determined that the poison was to blame and called the Tang family. Muon stood at the side of the spy. Jeongin, that someone purposefully spread this poison, and this is the same person who is behind the disappearances in Unnam. Shards from the broken window scattered across the room. Muon took the sword. The guy lunged to the side. Jeongin fell to the floor. Dark silhouettes were visible between them. Sweat was running down Jeongin's face. Jeongin turned around warily. Jeongin sat with him. Next to him was a black raven and a black dog that was baring its teeth. The man asked what happened. The bird hovered next to Muon. He towered over the man lying on the floor. He called Jeongin's name, his position, and offered to talk. The man with the patterns on his face looked amazed. Jeongin wondered how Muon knew everything about him. He didn't know what happened, but the memory was absent from the moment he took the sword. Jeongin bared his teeth and pulled out his hooks. He intended to kill Muon and then commit suicide because he had disgraced Black Moon. The man with the hook stood in a lunge, a black bird flying above his head. Muon rubbed his wrist as he asked if Jeongin would regret his decision. With a wild expression on his face, the man rushed to attack. He shouted that the member of the Hidden Moons would never regret his decision. Jeongin attacked the guy with a hook, but Muon deftly dodged his blows. Muon hit the spy in the head with his elbow. The dark-haired boy clenched his fist. Jeongin was knocked back by Miwon's punch to the stomach. Blood began to flow from the mouth of a man with patterns on his face. Miwon kicked the man. Miwon's one hand was clenched into a fist. With his other hand he made a strange gesture. An invisible force dragged the man somewhere. Circles of power radiated from Miwon's fist. Clouds of dust were ahead. The dog and the bird watched the fight in confusion. The silhouette of the tavern roof was visible against the night sky, and smoke was coming from the window. The man saw some cloudy spots when he came to his senses. The cloudy spot turned out to be a black dog. The black dog licked Munjun's face. Miwon was sitting on a chair. He was happy that Munjun had woken up and asked how he was feeling. Munjun wiped the drool from his face in disgust. He was fine. There was a hole in the wall. The window was broken. A strange man was sitting on the floor. Miwon was sitting on a chair opposite him. Munjun asked what was going on. Jeongin's face was swollen after the fight. Blood was flowing down it. Munjun asked where this monster came from. The dog and bird looked guilty when Jeongin scolded them. The man sat with one knee bent. He couldn't believe he was in such a pitiful state. He told Miwon to hurry up and kill him. The bird was eating from Miwon's hand. The guy said that he didn't need to kill Jeongin because if Black Moon found out that the man had revealed all the secrets, he would commit suicide himself. But there was no need for that. The guy in white pants sat with his legs crossed. He looked at Jeongin and said that he was interested in the disappearances in Unnam, and not the secrets of the Black Moon. The man with a swollen face asked what the guy was hinting at. Leaning his elbows on his hips, Miwon leaned over and invited the man to go with him and collect all the necessary information in exchange for a story about the missing. In the darkness, a dark silhouette of a building could be seen. Lights were burning there. The man with red eyes opened his mouth and growled. Gimon asked if this was the man who had gone crazy. Elder Tang, Murray and Sogwon stood in front of the bars, on the other side of which was a half-dressed man. Sogwon confirmed and said that this man was only caught with the help of martial arts masters. Blood flowed down the pale man's chin. Sogwon said that before he went completely crazy, the man revealed his identity and called himself an informant of the Iron Dozen. But this information could not be confirmed yet. He asked Gimon what he thought about it all. The red-eyed man behind bars opened his mouth wide. Elder Tang said that this was an atypical case of insanity. The symptoms were more like rabies. A black cloth covered the lower half of the man's face. Gimon said he needed to take a look and asked Sogwon if he could put him to sleep. Sogwon, with a white scarf over his face, replied that he had already been injected with several doses of sedatives, but it had not yet had any effect. The man with sideburns suggested that if the sedative does not work, then the distraught person is deformed. Gimon asked if this is really the effect of some kind of poison. Gimon waved his hand and reached for the jug on his belt. He asked Sogwon to move away. Green steam came from the vessel. Gimon said that it was a poison that should reduce bloodthirst and slow down brain function. A half-naked man with red eyes stuck his tongue out of his mouth. Gimon said that the poison is an excellent sleeping pill. The half-naked man fell back. The man behind bars fell to the floor. The cell door opened. Gimon walked inside. He told Sogwon that he would use his poison art and asked the general to stay outside. Meyer and Gimon bent over the man lying on the floor. The man brought a container of orange smoke to the madman's face. There was no reaction, and the man assumed that a non-animal-based poison was used. Sogwon, with a white scarf over his face, asked the elder how he guessed. Gimon continued to hold the vessel with orange vapor to the man's open mouth. He explained that the poison he used only reacts to the poison of animals. Gimon, wearing a black scarf on his face, looked at his interlocutor and said that there are 3 categories of poison. One of them is toxic substances of animal origin. The man was holding a bag of purple smoke in his hands. It reacted with plant-based poisons. The man opened the third bag. Blue smoke came out of it. It reacted with mineral-based poisons. The blue smoke made the man lying on the floor wince. His body began to shake. Gimon stated that there was a reaction with a mineral-based poison. Gimon looked at Gimon from behind the bars in surprise. He did not expect anything less from the elder. Gimon's eyes widened in fear as he realized that something was wrong. The man lying on the floor came to his senses. The madman rushed at the elder. Murray kicked the half-naked man who grabbed Gimon's wrists. The dark-haired girl's face was tense. Sogwon tore the white scarf from his face and hurried to help. Murray grabbed the half-naked man who was holding Gimon's wrists. Murray put pressure on the madman's throat. She demanded that Gimon be released immediately. Hands with prominent veins held Gimon's wrists tightly. The man told his niece that she should not kill the madman. The bearded man clenched his hand into a fist. Sogwon ordered the young lady to move away. Murray and Gimmon were lying on the floor. Sogwon was running after the madman. Sweat was flowing down the girl's face. She turned to her uncle and asked if he was okay. The man replied that, fortunately, the crazy man didn't break anything for him, but his symptoms were too strong. The madman sank his teeth into Sogwon's armor. The general slammed him into the wall with such force that cracks remained. He asked the elder if he was okay. Gimmon said that mineral-based poisons suck the life out of the poisoned, but he had never seen such poisons cause such intense madness. The man with sideburns and the girl with a dark bandage on her face looked surprised. Blood flowed down Sogwon's armor from the madman's mouth, and the man realized that the man had died. The man with sideburns frowned. Gimmon said that although they were not particularly careful with the patient, it was unlikely that he died because of their actions. The man suggested that death was caused by a sudden increase in force, which the internal organs could not withstand. Blood flowed onto the floor. Gimmon offered to take the body to another place and conduct a thorough investigation. He promised to do everything to solve this mystery. Surprised, Sogwon looked at the floor with bloody armor. Gimmon said that something very serious was happening. Murray pressed her hand to her face. Sogwon left the cell. The girl could not understand what was really happening here. Myewon walked through the almost empty market, followed by Jeongin and Moonjun. The fish seller didn't even raise his head, sadly looking at his product. Only the item seller glanced at the Myewon group. The protagonist looked at his sword and noticed something strange. Jeongin, not paying attention to Moonjun's gaze, frowned at Myewon. Jeongin now looked like a man of 40 years old with a long mustache and hair, wearing a purple kimono. The veins on his forehead stood out as he thought about his situation. Not only had he failed his mission, but he now had to travel with Myewon. In his subconscious, Jeongin grimaced with irritation. Drops of sweat flowed down his frowning forehead. He was ashamed that the Black Moon would find out about this, and he could not describe in words how much shame he would have to feel. He remembered how his leader, showing his face, told him to beware of Myewon. And now, looking at the back of Myewon walking in front, he realized that there were not many young martial artists who could resist him. Perhaps even only the 7 lower heavens were capable of this. Jeongin, walking in the guise of another person, began to get annoyed due to Moonjun's close attention. A moment later, he could not stand it and, having assumed his true form, approached Moonjun. Many veins on his face stood out due to rage, and his eye twitched as he shouted to the frightened guy, demanding that he stop looking at him. Moonjun, smiling, pointed his fingers at him and asked Jeongin for forgiveness, saying that he was just very interesting. After which Moonjun asked if Jeongin now has the real face. Jeongin walked forward and changed his appearance radically and turned into an old man with a bald head, saying that he can change everything. When he turned into a huge fat man and started running, Moonjun looked at him, listening to Jeongin say that he could even change the body. Then he turned into a wandering monk in a cloak and hat holding a staff, saying that he could even change clothes. Jeongin finally stopped transforming and said that his title wasn't just for show. Moonjun began clapping his hands in delight when Jeongin grinned and said that he was a master of 10 transformations. Jeongin glanced at Myewon and frowned, realizing one fact. Looking at the back of the Myewon in front, the ninja admitted that since he caught him in his first transformation, he recognized him instantly, no matter what identity the ninja used. Paying attention to the sword in the hands of the protagonist, Jeongin internally cursed. He was definitely in a terrible situation, because he came here to observe this person, but he could not even think that they would end up watching him. And all this because Blade, taking which he became possessed. Myewon stopped, feeling a strange sensation. He then looked at the blade in his hand. Raising the blade a little, Myewon mentally asked his sword why it was reacting like that. Looking at the sword he held in his hand, Myewon thought it was an enchanted sword that no one else could hold except him. He involuntarily remembered how Jeongin, who picked up his sword, became obsessed with the blade, although he was a martial arts master, next to whom he could not lower his guard, but he still easily succumbed to the enchanted Kai of the Snow Flower, which greatly surprised Myewon. Myewon froze in the middle of the road without stopping to look at his sword, mentally amazed at how strong his sword was. But the protagonist noticed that since they arrived in Unnam province, this blade became restless and the Kai became stronger. This made him involuntarily remember the moment when he pointed to the stone in H. Wanchial's cart. Then H. Wang Chul closed his eyes and awkwardly said that it was a stone that fell from the sky, and a certain tribe worshipped it as a sacred object. After looking at the stone wrapped in a pair of ropes, H. Wang Chul said that this tribe was destroyed. For this reason, the stone did not belong to anyone. This made Myewon, who was holding the blade, squint a little and guessed that somewhere nearby was the same material that he used to create the blade. He decided to take the time and go to that tribe. But it also made him worry, because the blade could become stronger and he simply could not cope with it, which created a chance of going crazy because of this blade. The protagonist glanced at the shop they were passing by. When Muon stopped near the gun shop, Jongin asked him why he stopped, because they had been circling this market for hours. Had he really found something? The seller looked at the protagonist without much hope and asked if they wanted something. Muon grabbed one of the swords with a long handle and a single-edged blade. Examining the sword, the protagonist called it quite good, to which the seller immediately laughed, saying that he had chosen an excellent weapon worth 5 silver coins. Upon hearing this, Muon called the price expensive. Jeongin, who was standing to the side, looked on with a frown on his face, asking himself how someone like Muon knew anything about blades. But Munjun, who was standing next to him, turned to him and interrupted, saying that when Muon was younger, he learned blacksmithing, so he made his blade himself. Jongin, hearing this, opened his eyes wide in surprise, not believing that the protagonist could also forge, and the fact that he himself created his enchanted sword was amazing. The protagonist held out the weapon, wanting to put it back, and said goodbye to the seller, who began to say that they could leave if they could not simply afford the blade. But a moment later, when the protagonist actually turned around and left, the seller ran up to him and grabbed him by the kimono with a smile on his face, saying that 2 silver coins were all he could give in. Muon turned and looked at the seller and said that if he told him where he bought the weapon, he would give him 6 silver. The seller crouched down and, without stopping smiling, said that a few months ago, when the black market had just opened, many exclusive weapons became available to the population, and this blade came from there. Most of the merchants in the Jade City got their goods on the black market, and his elder brother as times should have known the location of the black market. Jeongin's true face, hidden behind the concealment technique, showed fear and surprise. His eyes widened, and beads of sweat ran down his face as he realized everything. Jeongin called out to Muon, and he looked at him when the ninja said that he knew where the black market was. Soon the protagonist's group began to leave, listening to the weapon seller's words of gratitude. When the protagonist handed the weapon to Jeongin, he took the sword in his hands and said that there are no such blades in Unnam province, and it was definitely not created here. Muon decided to say that it was forged on the mainland, probably somewhere in the northern lands. At this time, Munjun everything I looked at Muon for a while, not understanding whether they really should have bought this sword for as much as 6 silver. The protagonist bowed his head a little, saying that, having examined the market, he noticed that most of the weapons were from the mainland, and it was enough for foreign merchants to enter the Unnam province, so the fact of the presence of a large number of such weapons was unusual. A drop of sweat began to fall on Jeonggin's true face. His pupil shrank to the size of a grain of sand from shock when he realized the genius of Muon. Now he understood such a long walk around the market. Jeongin threw Munjun's sword and he immediately grabbed it and then asked why it was so important. But Jeongin scolded him, asking him to use his head at least once, but still explained to Munjun that the appearance of a large number of weapons that are not usually found in the province meant that they got it from another place. Jeongin returned to his true form and raised his finger up, saying that if this was the case, then it was safe to say that this weapon was most likely used by the merchants and bodyguards who went missing. Munjun looked at the sword in his hand in surprise as the ninja told him that the people responsible for their disappearance were supposed to take these weapons from them and sell them on the black market. The ninja narrowed his eyes a little, looking at Muon, mentally calling him not only a skilled fighter, but also a person with frightening intuition. The protagonist continued to walk forward, offering to go to the black market. All three clenched their palms into fists and headed to the black market. At this time, a lone raven was flying towards the mountains dotted with fog. Events take us to the black market at night. A huge crowd of people crowded around weapons placed on the ground. A group of people in red robes stood in front of a crowd of ordinary people. One of them came forward and said that these weapons were in perfect condition, and the prices were the same as last time. A man in red robes put his hands behind his back while standing in front of the crowd and said that if anyone wants to buy a gun, they should step forward. Suddenly one of the people, wrapped in cloaks with a hood on their head, came out and then asked if the weapon was really in perfect condition and where they purchased this weapon. A representative of the red-robed men told a man in the crowd not to ask too many questions, and if he was too worried, he could simply leave. But the man in the raincoat did not turn around, saying that they thought that he received the weapon in an illegal way. The seller was a little confused. A drop of sweat appeared on his face as he asked the man in the raincoat what he said. The man touched the hood with his hand and began to take it off, revealing his face, his upper teeth protruding outward, and a wild smile on his face when he said that he had finally caught them. The seller suddenly turned around and shouted to his subordinates to kill everyone. A moment later, all of the seller's subordinates rushed to the attack and began to cut and kill everyone they saw. The head of the bandits himself became wary and clenched his palms into fists, asking the identity of the man standing opposite him. He laughed and then asked if he had never heard of the oracles from the investigation department of the Furious Fists. The head of the bandits stood in a stupor upon hearing this. His pupils shrank to the size of a grain of sand. The head of the oracles smiled and pointed a finger at his interlocutor, telling the head of the bandits that they were finished, but they might not do such things in their domain. A second later, all the people of the gang in red robes began to be surrounded by people in cloaks. The head of the bandits began to look around, not understanding when they managed to surround them. But a moment later, the head of the oracles approached him and struck him in the stomach with his palm, causing him to spit out blood. The body of the head of the bandits flew off and crashed into a cobblestone nearby, completely destroying it. The head of the oracles stood with his arm outstretched, ordering the head of the bandits to tell everything he knew if he wanted to live. The figure of the leader of the bandits, who was trying to escape, flew out of the fragments of cobblestones. The head of the oracles screamed. Veins stood out on his neck and forehead as he ordered the oracles to kill everyone and capture the one who escaped. And if they could not understand who was on their side, then kill everyone, even women, old people, and children. After the head of the oracles sent his hand forward, many figures of people behind him rushed forward and blurred like a shadow, watching as the oracles flew into the air and left behind a white beam of Kai. The main oracle shouted after them, telling them not to be afraid to kill because they could all be disguised, and this was the order given to them by Pen. Blood was spilled near a small 3-story mansion. The old man threw a knife and wounded the oracle. The servants fought with a kitchen knife, fighting off all opponents, while blood splashed in all directions. Pen watched everything from the balcony, saying that this was a situation where they couldn't tell who was a civilian and who wasn't. In such a situation, the best thing to do was to assume that everyone was an enemy and just kill them all. He couldn't understand when the bandits were able to infiltrate Unnam province and how they dared to plot in the territory of the Furious Fists. Pen looked at his palm, saying that if the merchants who entered Unnam province only lost their goods, it would be a big problem. But they caused their reputation and trust to fall to the bottom. Pen extended his hand to the side and smiled, saying that this gave the Central Heavenly Alliance a reason to get into their affairs, to get into their territory, which he and his master conquered when they betrayed the Northern Heaven sect. Pen remembered the image of Chenwu sitting on the throne, whose eyes burned brightly because of his Kai. He then ordered him to make sure that the people of the Central Heavenly Alliance found out before they arrive, because they must solve this problem themselves, even if it means that they will completely erase Jade City off the face of the earth. Pen, with a smile on his face, clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he was the leader of the Pen Oracles and would do everything in his power to restore the honor of the Furious Fists. The entire black market area turned into ruins, which were littered with corpses and blood of people. Muwon, Jeongin, and Moonjun rushed to the scene of the bloodbath. All three of them froze in horror in the middle of a field strewn with corpses and blood. Jeongin, whose eyes bulged out of fear, called it a massacre and then asked what they would do. Muwon looked at the bodies of the people, whose blood ghosts he could distinguish by their clothes and red eyes. But he also noticed that the bodies of civilians were mixed with the blood ghosts. Veins appeared on Muwon's forehead from tension and anger. A moment later, Jeongin saw Muwon jump and head in the other direction. Jeongin got nervous and tried to bring Munjun to his senses by shaking his shoulder, but not seeing the result, he shouted to Muwon to wait for them. In the small mansion where Gimon was trying to study the poison in the blood, lamps were burning. Wiping his bracers with a rag, Sogwon thought about whether it was worth it for him to follow his master for the sake of this silver armor, because since they settled in Unnam province, the master he trusted had completely changed. He had become overly evil. Sogwon, who was sitting on a chair in front of the table, froze. He could not understand what he should do now. He wanted to think a little, which is why he silently accepted the order to protect the Tang family. Seogwon's eyes continuously looked down as he pondered his possible future with the fists of fury. Suddenly, one of the servants suddenly burst into the room, shouting to Sogwon that some unknown martial artists were destroying the Jade City. Seogwon's eyes widened in shock. A couple of minutes later, they found themselves on a hill, looking at the smoke rising on the outskirts of the city. Sogwon cursed, not understanding what happened there and who they were. Being enraged, he retracted his hand and ordered his subordinate, at the cost of his life, to do everything possible to protect the Tang family, and he would deal with them. The subordinate clenched his teeth and ran to carry out the order. At this time, bodies lay everywhere on the streets of the city. The girl sat in front of the corpse of her mother and cried loudly. Sogwon, who saw this while he was running, said to himself that he would not forgive this. But a moment later he stopped abruptly when he saw one of the oracles pierce a man's chest with his hand. But due to the fact that he did not understand who the guy was, Sogwon rushed towards him and used 8 divine fists. 3 phantom pairs of hands formed behind his back, and he himself shouted, ordering him to immediately stop this madness. Streams of white kai rushed straight at the enemy. Sogwon himself did not stop screaming. Using the technique of the enlightened flame of the silver spirit, a huge ray of kai destroyed everything in its path, causing fragments to fly in different directions. The entire Jade City was in darkness, and there was absolute silence for a while. Sogwon held the wounded guy by the clothes while asking him about his identity. But the next second, Sogwon's eyes widened as he realized the identity of the one he was holding. The guy whose forehead kept bleeding clenched his teeth and called Sogwon Sr. A vein appeared on Sogwon's forehead when he asked what one of the oracles was doing here. Chanon became angry, and through clenched teeth he could tell that their master had ordered them. Sogwon's eyes widened in shock again as he heard the oracle's words. He asked him if killing the innocent was their master's will. Chanon grabbed Sogwon's hand with his and said that they had finally found all the bandits. So their master ordered them to destroy all these people. It was because they disguised themselves as city residents. Sogwon couldn't hold back anymore and screamed. All the veins on his neck and forehead became visible at this moment as he shouted that even if this was the case, be it ordinary civilians or disguised enemies, how could they kill everyone without even checking? When the oracle began to tighten its grip on his wrist and say that while they were chasing enemies, they were suddenly attacked by an elderly man and a nanny who was holding a child. They simply had no choice, and in order for the furious fists not to get hurt, they were ordered to kill everyone, who they will meet in the Jade City. Sogwon didn't listen to him anymore and threw him aside with a blow of his fist. Holding the oracle's cloak in his hand, Sogwon realized that all this was due to the incompetence of the higher ranks and they were not to blame. Beads of sweat ran down Sogwon's face as he lowered his hand, mentally asking Chinwoo how far he was going to go and if this was all that was left of his principles. A cry for help was heard in the night city. 3 oracles approached the frightened man lying on the ground, telling him to stop lying. Because everyone in the Jade City was an enemy, the guy screamed and begged for his life, saying that he really didn't know anything. An unexpected flow of red kai destroyed the oracles and made the guy clutch his head in fear. Goonie's 3-bladed spear was pointed towards where the oracles used to stand. Goonie himself began to laugh, saying that even if they were the ones who started this mess, they themselves raised it to a new level. He thanked all the oracles for this. Goonie stood motionless, holding his spear as the smoke around him slowly rose into the air. Looking at the oracles, he asked when they were all considered monsters why they were the ones who decided who would live in a good place and who would be banished to the barren lands. The oracles began to rise, others also arrived, all of them shouting, asking for Goonie's identity. Goonie put the spear on his shoulder and put his other hand on his belt and introduced himself to those who returned from the land of the dead, the captain of the bloody ghosts of Goonie, after which he said that he would now show them who the real madman was. Goonie remembered the image of Danup asking him to create great chaos, and the more cruel, the more inhumane the better. Goonie screamed like a wild animal, calling today a bloody night, his eyes glowing bright red, confirming his madness. Jeongin and Moonjun followed Muwon through the streets littered with corpses. Jeongin and Moonjun were sweating as they tried to catch up with Muwon. Jeongin sighed. He was still frowning from the realization that this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Although like the hidden moon, he had previously thought that he had learned everything. Muwon ran at incredible speed without saying a word. When his foot stepped on a puddle of blood, he mentally asked everyone if this was the world they wanted to create. He remembered how his father, pierced by his own sword, stood on his knees and died, and he cried helplessly. Sitting next to him and holding his hand, he felt disgusted that his father had died for something like that. Muwon noticed the figures of 3 oracles ahead. The 3 oracles turned and one of them pointed at the protagonist with his hand, a little surprised by the survivors. The other 2 oracles approached the first one complaining about the endless stream of people they had to kill. Jeongin began to sweat profusely out of fear, realizing that there were oracles in front of them. Jiangin, looking at the oracles, with the help of Kai, told Muon not to worry and listen carefully. Muon stood motionless as he listened as Jiangin told him that these guys were the oracles from the investigation department of the Fists of Fury, an organization that specialized in gathering information. Jiangin expressed his incomprehension that they were killing civilians. Muon frowned and tensed all his muscles, causing the veins on his forehead to become visible as he said that it was all because Chenwu was in charge here. The three oracles raised their hands to strike, shouting that everyone in the Jade City was an enemy. Muon narrowed his eyes at the hands of his enemies. He looked at the two white, leaf-like hands with veins visible on them. He recognized them as using the 100 Palms Fist technique. The technique was powerful, the hand became scaly like a turtle shell, and the skin acquired a whitish tint. Looking at the third hand of the oracle, Muon recalled information about this technique. It was developed when the war with Silent Night reached its peak. But the consequences of using the technique were too serious and the clan sealed it. Ignoring the three oracles approaching him with the 100 Palm Fist technique, Muon began to say that it was not enough for his uncle to kill innocent people. He even viewed the lives of his subordinates as a mere tool. When the hands of the three oracles almost reached the protagonist, he proudly raised his head, looking at them with contempt. Instantly he grabbed the hilt of his sword and unsheathed his blade a little. A bright flash of purple light consumed all three oracles. Munjun and Jiangin put their hands in front of them to protect themselves from the shock wave. A huge circle of purple energy began to spread over the entire city. Munjun fell to the ground, and Jiangin remained standing and looked at the protagonist in shock. In an instant, he found himself behind the three oracles, leaving behind only a trail of violet energy. Munjun began to sweat profusely and opened his eyes wide, looking at his adopted brother. Muon's eyes flashed brightly with purple Kai as the bodies of the three oracles behind him were torn to pieces, and blood sprayed all over the area. Muon put the sword back into its sheath while Jiangin mentally said that in this world, swordsmen like him should not exist, and the problem was not the talent, but the aura that he emitted. Munjun and Jiangin looked at the back of Muon as he walked away. Although even the blood behind him had not yet fallen to the ground, Jiangin mentally called his aura frightening. The ninja's eyes were dilated and his pupils were reduced. He tried to understand who Muon really was. Munjun, who was sweating and scared, said that the protagonist was scary because he had never killed anyone before. This made him ask Jiangin what could have happened between the protagonist and Furious Fist, that he was ready to kill without a doubt. The two oracles suddenly braked when they saw the protagonist approaching them. One of them attacked Muon using the 100 Palm Fist technique. The second oracle also decided to attack from the other side. But a moment later, the upper parts of the bodies were cut into pieces by two swings of the Muon sword. Jiangin extended his hand in front of Munjun, saying that he noticed that it was the first time he had seen such a thing, so he suggested keeping his distance from the protagonist and just following him. The ninja frowned. He only hoped that Muon was not consumed by his enchanted blade. Jiangin whistled and looked up at the sky. A black crow flew up to his whistle, which he ordered to follow Muon at a distance. Also after the scroll, a black dog appeared, to whom he gave an identical task and added that if they felt that their lives were in danger, they would have to forget about the task and just run. A man rushed through the city at great speed, leaving behind him a trail of rising dust and smoke. Sogwon ran at full speed without understanding what was happening on the battlefield. The oracle held the girl by the throat and smiled mockingly, enjoying her screams. Sogwon shouted in rage, ordering it to stop immediately. The oracle stopped smiling and looked at the newcomer in surprise. Sogwon began to approach, demanding an explanation for the oracle's actions, to which he said that she was the one who threatened their clan. Sogwon, angry, shouted, asking why he was torturing her. The oracle tore off the girl's head with one wave of his hand and annoyedly asked Sogwon if he was satisfied. One of the oracle's eyebrows raised as he asked Sogwon if he knew what the problem was, and then began to answer by saying that he couldn't tell when his life would lead to nowhere, since he didn't even bother to look at his surroundings. A drop of sweat began to run down Sogwon's face as he listened to the oracle say that he was too absorbed in his own ideology, and if he was really so righteous, why then did he betray the leader? Why didn't he defend his honor? The oracle covered his mouth, saying that Sogwon should understand what he just said. Their master considers him a nuisance. The oracle asked if Sogwon knew why he was appointed as a bodyguard and sent here. Sogwon's pupils shrank in horror as he realized everything. The oracles surrounded Sogwon, and one came forward and bid him farewell. Sogwon bowed his head, realizing that Chenwu had decided to get rid of him. He was the one who had become a hunting dog that had lost its importance. In the reflection of the pool of blood, many oracles could be seen attacking Sogwon at the same time. At this time, in the palace where Pen was located, a question was raised whether the person was sure that this was exactly the place. The head of the Oracle squad went into Pen's office, where he was drinking tea while sitting at the table. The head of the squad said that he was confident in his data, and that rocky mountain that was thrown into exactly that place the man fled. The head of the Oracle squad, whose teeth protruded strongly forward, said that fortunately, the martial artists from the Alliance had not reached here yet, and if they arrived before them, they would not hesitate to take control of this place, and then their plan would be in jeopardy. Holding a bowl of tea in his hand, Pen said that this is why they should take care of this problem as soon as possible, because even the slightest mistake could harm their master. Pen looked at his tea thinking that now that they had discovered who caused these madmen to appear, once they properly killed everyone, their clan would become stronger again, and if they also managed to save the merchants, then no one else could challenge their clan. Pen's lips curled into a creepy smile. He was grateful that they had come into their territory and made a mess, because a problem could always become an opportunity. Pen put the bowl of tea on the table. The head of the Oracle squad followed Pen out. At this time, Muon was moving at great speed throughout the city looking for opponents. Nearby, he noticed the silhouette of a man leaning on a cobblestone. Muon abruptly began to stop and turned around. The protagonist's eye emitted purple Kai as he looked at his target. Suddenly, he dissipated his Kai on his eye. The armless Sogwon sat in front of him, and dozens of bodies of oracles lay nearby. The man who had bowed his head jerked when Muon called out to him. Sogwon turned his head towards the source of the sound. Seogwon, who had a huge amount of blood coming out of his forehead and mouth, looked at Muon. Looking at Muon, Seogwon couldn't help but imagine the image of his former master and asked if the northern blade was Jai Muon. The protagonist frowned, looking at the wounded warrior. Sogwon was shocked to hear the guy standing in front of him look at him with disdain and say that when he was little, he taught him the basics of martial arts. The two old acquaintances looked at each other silently. Seogwon began to tremble, saying that he was right. Tears began to form in his eyes, his body trembling as he spoke of how glad he was that Muon was alive. The old warrior bowed his head and began to cry uncontrollably. He talked about his experiences and regrets when he heard the news about the death of a small child who had done nothing wrong. The tears did not stop. He asked for forgiveness for not coming to save him. Then he began accuse yourself of cowardice. Turning his head, Seogwon continued to sob and said that he was a sinner under heaven and should offer his sincere apologies to his father, sect leader Chinwoo, and began to beg Muon to stop this violent destruction that Chinwoo is planning. Seogwon's body trembled when he wanted to say that he was the one who should have done this, but the pupils in his eyes disappeared. He died. The old warrior's head immediately bowed under the weight. Muon sat down next to the body of his former mentor. He carefully brought his hands to the back of Seogwon's head and face. Muon then closed Seogwon's eyes. A moment later, Muon clenched his fists, his aura becoming murderous and terrifying. Events take us to the forest, where the top of the mountain was visible behind the treetops. The head of the Bloody Ghost squad ran towards the mountain. A small amount of dust rose from his swift steps. 3 oracles followed on his heels. A group of oracles kept pace and pursued the man. The head of the Blood Ghosts was sweating profusely due to fatigue. Blood was flowing from his eye, mouth, nose, and forehead. He was terribly saddened by the death of all the blood ghosts. The head of the detachment glanced at the tip of the mountain visible above. A small wooden mine was built right in the mountain. The head of the detachment ran into the mine, thinking that Captain Goonie was fighting everyone alone, which is why he would soon be at a disadvantage. Gon tried to run, trying even faster to report everything to his master as quickly as possible. Soon he burst into the hall and began shouting, calling for his master. Danup, whose head was slightly tilted forward, listened as his subordinates shouted that they had been found, even though they tried to be as careful as possible. The head of the Blood Ghost squad knelt down, saying that they had learned of their location and now the oracles of the Furious Fists were hunting them. Danup turned his head and asked for forgiveness for putting everyone at risk because of his ambitions. The kneeling servant began to scream, asking him not to say such things, because their lives were already in danger before all this, and now it was he who saved them, so they will always follow the orders of their master. The head of the Blood Ghost squad looked at his master and began to shout, saying that he was the only one who could awaken Silent Night, and if their lives could somehow speed up this process, then they would be satisfied with it. After which he spoke about the Battle of Goonie, where he was left all alone. The head of the squad bowed his head again and told Danup that the oracles would be here soon, so he should hurry up and leave. Danup sat with his head bowed, saying that Silent Night had lost the goal that depended on their will, which is why he can no longer run away. taking his instrument in his hand, Danup prepared to stay here, even at the cost of his life. Danup's eyes turned black and his pupil bright white when he said that there were no more reasons to run away. Oracles surrounded the entrance to the mine on all sides. Pen and his assistant walked ahead of the group and looked at the tunnel with fear. The oracles, led by Peg, walked along the corridor, along the edges of which there were cages with prisoners whose eyes glowed brightly red. Someone made the assumption that these were merchants and bodyguards who had disappeared. The people turned into monsters, opened their jaws, and stuck out their tongues wanting to devour people. Assistant Pen looked at them and said that there must be at least 100 of them. Pen himself looked at the monsters, saying that these were the crazy people they had met. Pen sagged a little and began to sweat profusely out of fear of facing monsters for which there was no antidote. The oracles looked at the cages with monsters and were a little afraid of them. Pen realized that they really needed to hurry up before the Central Heavenly Alliance appeared. Pen looked to the side. He had a bad feeling, but he was not taken aback and raised his hand and pointed forward, ordering not to leave anyone alive. The group walked through a narrow tunnel and decided to speed up the pace. Several oracles began to open the huge wooden gates while Pen calmly watched everything, saying that he did not expect to see such a place. When Pen and the other oracles entered the room, they saw a young man standing on a raised platform. Pen, whose eyes were wide open in horror, asked Danup if he was the one who was in charge of everything, the man who turned people into madmen. Dane held his weapon behind his back and stood calmly in his white robe, saying that the leader of the oracles himself had come to greet him personally. Although he was not surprised, Dane thanked everyone for their efforts to find him. The veins bulged on Pen's forehead when he looked at Danup and asked him if he thought he would remain intact after causing such a mess in the territory of the Furious Fists. Danup's lips curved into a smile, after which he asked since when Unnam Province became the territory of the Furious Fists clan. Pen, who was at the head of the group of oracles, responded by saying that it was 10 years ago, to which Danup, who was standing on a hill, said understandingly that most likely it was a reward for the betrayal of his clan. Pen frowned. The protruding veins couldn't disappear as he told Danup to watch his words, otherwise after he grabbed him, he would slowly tear his body into pieces and make him regret his decisions. Danup, still smiling, asked who told them that he should surrender, because this place was ideally created for battle. His eyes turned black, after which he told people that he never intended to leave this place. Danup proudly raised his head, saying that it was a misunderstanding. They were all the only ones who never had any rights. Danup began to remember that terrible cleft in the ground, that feeling when he came up with a plan. Then he could not sleep for months because of it. He was afraid, but decided to continue moving forward. That crevice at the bottom of which there was no bottom, this was the place in which they lived. Only death awaited them, and he had to come up with something. He remembered how he stood alone in the middle of a field strewn with animal bones. A ray of light illuminated him. They could not remain human then, since they began to live like animals. This world made them suffer for many years. Then he, being more like a skeleton, held a flute in his hand, looking up at the source of light. He had to awaken Silent Night and go out for this reason. Looking up, Danup said that this was his fate. Pen was horrified. Sweat began to flow from his face as he worriedly began to ask Danup about his plans. But Danup interrupted him by asking if he had seen the prisoners. Danup spread his arms to the sides, saying that now the time had come to feed them, but they had already suffered from hunger for several days, so they were very hungry. Danup glanced towards his servant, towards the place where the trigger mechanism was located. The figure of a man appeared behind the cobblestones. Danup, looking at his subordinate, nodded to him. The head of the squad of bloody ghosts from whose nose and forehead blood was flowing nodded in response. Suddenly, passages in the walls opened. The entire Pen group became alert, trying to find the enemy. Monsters began to emerge from the cells. The zombies opened their mouths looking at dinner. Danup all this time told Pen that they were nothing to him. He was sorry, because the head of their clan was not here. The zombies began to extend their limbs towards the people, steam coming out of their open mouths. Danup raised his head, talking about a group of oracles that began to be surrounded by zombies. Danup said that he was too greedy, he could eat him today. When the frightened assistant asked what they should do with the zombies, because there were significant people among them, Pen extended his hand and ordered the oracles to kill everyone. The head of the oracles shouted, ordering to kill all the monsters. The monsters in human form went mad and rushed at the oracles with their mouths open. The oracles stood in their stances, preparing for battle. The oracles and monsters began to fight, blood flowing in huge quantities. Thanks to organization and team combat, the oracles could easily destroy a dozen zombies and push them back. At that time, using their advantage in numbers, zombies attacked from many sides and killed the oracles. While blood was being shed in huge quantities, Danip stood on a hill with his arms outstretched to the sides. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this was the basic principle of Muram. Danip looked at the top of the cave, where there was a gap, saying that if we correlate the number of lives of those who died due to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Closing his eyes, he continued saying that then the number of lives is practically negligible. Danip looked down, noticing the strangeness of the Kai. At the entrance to a cave at the edge of the battlefield, a lone figure of a man appeared. The pressure spreading from him alarmed everyone. The head of the bloody ghosts whose blade Muwon pierced asked for help from his master. The enemy's body fell right in front of Muwon's feet. Danip looked at Muwon and noticed a strangeness in his aura. Muwon stood, holding his blade motionless and looking at Danip. The oracles were alarmed. They could hardly breathe, but seeing the arrival of another person alerted them. The zombies fell and trembled with fear, but could not move. Muwon's eyes lit up brightly and he ordered everyone not to move. The oracles looked at Muwon passing next to them, and they were furious because of Muwon's impudent behavior. But Muwon, who was annoyed by these four, swung his blade and turned the bodies of all four into pieces. One of the oracles started screaming, trying to attack Muwon from behind. But a moment later, both of the oracle's hands were cut off, and the protagonist found himself behind the oracle. He fell to the ground and began screaming in pain. Pen put his hand on L's shoulder and ordered him to be dealt with. Yell became angry and started screaming, accusing Muwon of collaborating with Danip. The muscles in Yell's arms swelled to an impossible size as Yell shouted to Muwon that he would teach him a lesson on behalf of his clan. But a moment later, Yi's head was detached from his body with a swing of Muwon's blade. Muwon held the blade in front of him, his eyes blazing brightly with Kai, after which he asked what everyone wanted by causing a bloodbath. Muwon, holding a sword emitting purple light, looked at the enemy coldly. Another corpse, whose head lay on the floor, slowly fell under the gaze of the protagonist. One of the enemies thought that Mr. Jin's arrival was inevitable, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. The dark-haired guy, looking at the main character, said that it's not just that. The protagonist is not the same as before, he has completely changed. Several soldiers, with blood streaming down their faces, reported that the guy was killed without even having time to use the 13 fists of death technique. Shocked Pen, looking at the deaths of his subordinates, thought about who this guy was and how the Broken Fist clan could have offended him. Upon reflection, he came to the conclusion that Muwon probably had something to do with the exterminated groups they destroyed while taking control of Unnam province. Veins appeared on Pen's face. He opened his mouth wide, with furious eyes, declared that they were from the Broken Fist clan and demanded that the protagonist identify himself. The main character introduced himself as Chenwu. He asked with burning eyes whether the Broken Fist clan was so omnipotent. Pen fell in fear. The protagonist said that since the clan was considered so great, was it necessary to resort to killing the innocent people of Jade City in order to capture these people? The protagonist took a few steps forward, his eyes reflecting natural rage. He asked if Pen knew how many people had died because of them. With a frightened face, he thought that he believed that they belonged to the same group. The man lying on the floor was wondering where such a strong martial artist came from. Looking at the protagonist, Pen thought that his face seemed vaguely familiar to him. Frightened, Pen pointed with his hand at the man standing on the hill. He stated that for the sake of a great purpose they had to do this, and if not for these bastards, they would not have resorted to such measures. Slightly closing his eyes, the guy said that the protagonist was much stronger than he expected. Bowing his head, the main character said angrily that he was more cruel than Muwon thought. Closing his eyes, the dark-haired guy said that if he thinks so, then the protagonist is nothing more than an idealist. Using all possible measures to achieve the goal is the basis of Muram. People who are able to survive to the end are the winners, because they can justify their actions. Looking at his enemy, the main character asked with sincere anger whether he was really trying to justify the countless number of innocent lives taken. Bowing his head, the guy stated that no matter what the protagonist says, he will not hesitate. And if he wants to put an end to this madness, then he should kill him right now. The guy said that if he died, then death at the hands of such a person would be an honor for him. Looking at Muwon coldly, the guy said that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. An image of a dark and empty room ceiling appeared. A questioning cry about death was heard behind the main character. The man who entered the room said that he would protect Danip no matter what. The main character turned towards the man making his way through the mountains of corpses. Piercing a soldier with his weapon, he walks towards the protagonist. In his mouth lies the bloody hand of a soldier. He stated that he was late because he had to deal with the bastards from the Broken Fist. Muwon recognized the man. It was Namgon. Ken looked at the performance with fear, thinking that the oracles personally trained by the master were killed in an instant by an unknown bastard. He concluded that he needed to get out of here. He also assumed that only his master could handle him. Chewing a blade of grass, Namgon with a red bandana said that he was pleased to meet the demonic blade again. He also said that they seemed to have one unfinished business left. Namgon acknowledged the protagonist's intelligence and stated that this is the only reason he screwed up last time. Holding a huge weapon in his hands, Namgon said that this time he was taking the main character seriously. The protagonist looked around. The man, surprised by such impudence, asked where he was looking. Closing his eyes slightly, Nguyen thought that Mr. H. Wang was not here. In an instant, Namgon's blade was a few centimeters from the protagonist's head. The protagonist dodged by leaning backwards away from the attack. The man made an arcing attack with his sword. A quick blow with a blade repelled the attack. Namgon jumped, throwing his hand forward, and asked who this guy really was and why he was bothering them. Having made a somersault, the protagonist kicked Namgon's right hand. The main character said that he is here for his uncle. The man's strong fist managed to grab Nguyen's leg. The protagonist's eyes widened. He flew into the wall with great speed. Namgon shouted at him to go to hell, because their problems were much more serious than his. The main character slid several meters along the floor and took a fighting stance. The man began to tell their story. He stated that the previous generation was overthrown and forced to live out their days in complete poverty, but they are different. He furiously stated that over the past few decades a lot of anger and hatred had accumulated in them. With glowing red eyes, Namgon, throwing his spear forward, jumped at the main character. He said that they were doing this because they wanted to live like people and shouted at the main character to stop interfering with their plan. An image of an old ceiling appeared. Pen, continuing to watch the battle, said that he needed to hurry to his master. His body shook as he felt it approaching. Danup looked down at him. He looked at the man with disgust. He narrowed his eyes and continued to look at him. Leaning slightly, looking with cold eyes at Pen crawling away in fear, Danup declared that they were the ones who came to the outside world to awaken Silent Night. With wide eyes, he asked if they were really from Silent Night. Taking the unusual object in both hands, he said with a slight smile that it took him so long to remember who they were. A thought flashed through the surprised Pen's head. His fear gave way to animal horror, and he abruptly began to run towards the exit. Donup's hand emitted a white glow. In an instant, the face of the running man was covered with blood. A huge number of people throughout the location are bleeding from their mouths and eyes. The protagonist held the enemy's pressure. Moving the sword aside, the main character's head flashed the thought that his opponent was using the cave to increase the frequency of sound. Turning towards the sound, his eyes began to widen. Blood started coming out of his ears. He thought that he needed to hurry up and use the 1,000 shadows to close his meridians. Without allowing the protagonist to think, Namgon began to actively attack him. Looking at the raging enemy, Nguyen concluded that sound art had no effect on him. An image of a bloodied Pen appeared, his mouth and eyes completely open. Looking around, the main character concluded that although the sounds were the same, some were injured and some were not. Danup continued to play the instrument. They both assumed fighting stances. The thought of Hassel appeared in the dark-haired guy's head. His hands, radiating energy, actively played a musical instrument. A concentrated sound attack was directed towards Nguyen. She demolished the stone hills that stood in her way. From the other side, a spear was flying at him. The attacks quickly reduced the distance to the target. The entire location was covered in dust. Wiping the blood from his nose, holding a sword in his hands, the main character mentally said that he was annoyed by their coordinated attacks. He thought that the longer this went on, the worse it would be for him. Namgon continued to carry out attacks. The protagonist concluded that he needed to finish this fight quickly. He took off from his seat with burning eyes. Leaving behind half images, he attacked the enemy with his blade. In an instant, Namgon's face and body were covered in blood. Danup reacted to the active attacks of the protagonist. He began to form sound attacks with his hands. Having finished with one enemy, the main character rushed towards the second. Danup, who did not have time to use the technique, jumped away from the attack with the blade. He turned around in surprise when he felt something on his body. The bloody Pen grabbed his cloak. Despite this, he dodged the attack from the sword covered in purple aura. His eyes widened. He saw the bloodied Namgon, who exposed himself to the attack. The man lying on the ground was thinking about the danger of the demonic blade. His eyes reflected horror as he thought that Nguyen had cut all the nerves in his body. Despite this, he began to move. Groaning in pain, he began to stand up. A second later, he was already running towards the battle. An image of unusual earthen slabs appeared. Beneath them was an upside-down city made up of dozens of small private houses. The bones of various people lay on the ground. Blows and cries of death were heard. Several guys kicked the dark-haired guy. They said why adults give all the food to him. Seeing Namgon's silhouette, they began to run away. A shabby man ran up to the lying guy. Offering Danip his hand, he asked why he allows himself to be beaten every time. As he stood up, the guy said that everyone was having a hard day and they needed to take their anger out on someone. He said it was okay if he was beaten. An emaciated, shabby guy with chapped lips stated with a smile that Namgon was always there to protect him anyway. Namgon became embarrassed. He turned away and said that there was no need to thank him. He told Danip not to behave like a girl, because those guys think that he is easy to deal with. Looking at the vastness of this location, he asked if the guy knew that Mrs. Ma died yesterday. Continuing to watch, he also asked if he understood why the elders did not leave such a problematic place. Looking at the thin, short guy, Namgon stated that they were saying that evil people would kill them immediately. Danip said that many of them are dying from diseases due to lack of medicine, so why is no one trying to change this? Raising his head up, Danip with tired eyes says that they say that he is their hope and future, but he does not know what to do. He said that only one thing knows for sure: everyone needs a chance to live a useful life. A flock of birds flew over the gorge. He said that he plans to awaken people who have fallen into the abyss of despair. He stated that in his opinion this is the meaning of his existence. Raising his hand, Namgon said that although he doesn't understand what his brother is talking about, he will always protect him so that he can focus on the mission. The protagonist's sword cut the man who sacrificed himself. Danip's face reflected sincere misunderstanding and pain. He lowered his head slightly. In an instant, the protagonist's opponent disappeared. The guy's hands were covered with veins. He angrily tore his instrument. He threw one hand forward, holding a broken musical instrument in the other. A huge stream of concentrated aura was created by his weapon. Lost Danpo, with human pain in his eyes, touched his friend. Namgon's face was cut up, and through the pain he said that he would like his friend to smile in the last moments of his life. Tears began to appear in his eyes, filled with pain. Slightly closing his bloody eyes, Namgon asked his brother to smile, otherwise he would be sad. Dust covered most of the dark area. Holding his brother in his arms, he sincerely thanked him. The monologue of the main character began, who poured out everything he was thinking. He spoke of despair at the loss of a loved one. He said that the plan was to blame for everything. Families were destroyed, parents were killed. Someone's children and loved ones are dead, friends and comrades are gone forever. And while they are talking, hundreds of people are experiencing these emotions. With sadness slightly breaking down, he asked if there was any point in turning them into madmen. Hiding his face with his hair and bowing his head, Danip said that Muon was right and he too should have tried his own medicine. Looking at the main character, the guy asked if his sword art was a collection of 10,000 shadows. Looking at the surprised protagonist, Danip concluded that he had guessed right. He stated that his master had once said that when he saw the gathering of 10,000 shadows, it would feel as if a strange darkness was slowly enveloping everything around him. An image appeared of Muon sharply attacking Namgon with his blade. Danip continued, saying that his soul would feel as if it was being torn into small pieces, and his body would begin to go numb. While creating a weapon in his hands, Danip asked if the protagonist was the heir to the Wall of the North, who died 9 years ago. Throwing his sword forward, the protagonist confirmed his opponent's statement. He asked if he was the one who could match the strength of the Four Lords of Silent Night, a name that inspires fear in many martial artists. Heir to 1,000 sounds of death. Bringing the created flute to his mouth, Danip confirmed the words of the main character. He started playing. The quick attack was aimed at Muon. The protagonist threw his sword covered in purple energy forward. The guy continued to think about the mysterious martial artist and his appearance. Watching the protagonist make his way through the attack, he concluded that this was the head of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Muon held a sword in his hands. He began to swing sharply. With a high-speed strike, he cut through the enemy's attack. The shockwave destroyed the floor under the protagonists. He asked Danip where he was keeping the prisoners. As soon as he finishes his sentence, the main character takes off. He makes a blade attack that the opponent dodges. Danip said that when he heard that he had been killed, there was nothing in his heart but despair. The protagonist's eyes burned. Having finished one attack, he began to carry out a second. Looking at Muon, he stated that he was hoping for a complete disappearance from his sworn enemies from the Northern Heavenly Clan. Dodging the protagonist's attacks, he said that they were slowly withering away in forgotten lands and despised the fact that they disappeared from this world without a trace. He noticed a moving silhouette. On the other hand, the main character carried out a blade attack in flight. Looking at his enemy, Mu-won asked if this was the reason for what he was doing, if he wanted the world to remember him, so that the world knows his pain and how hard it was for him. Looking coldly towards the protagonist, he said that this is not the only reason, there is something more complex. Stopping, the main character asked if this was somehow connected with the lords from the Quiet Night. Continuing to play the flute, the protagonist's opponent said that he knew a lot. The protagonist asked if the four were alive. Looking at him coldly, Danup carried out an attack. Attacking with a massive stream of sound, he said that they were still alive and had been going about their business for a long time. While fighting off the attacks, Mu-won thought that if everything was like this, Hassel was safe. Dodging an attack with a blade, Danup ironically noted that everyone was thinking about the extinction of their clans and no one could have thought that they were here now. Coldly looking at the slightly evil protagonist, he asked about his uncle and apologized if he had become one of the crazy ones. He once again played the instrument. He stated that he hoped the protagonist would provide a grand ending to the plan. A bright light illuminated the location. The protagonist disappeared from Danup's visibility. Looking around in surprise, he noticed it flying near the ceiling. The cold-eyed protagonist covered his weapon with purple lightning. He, flying towards the enemy, asked where he was hiding the prisoners. Playing the flute, the man declares that Mu-won must use his power and find out everything himself. A collapsing ball is visible. Some kind of explosion occurs. Parts of that ball are flying around. A determined Mu-won flies out of the smoke. There is visible blood on his ear, and he thinks about the demonic sound of the empty sky, the destructive sound of the abyss, and what he heard was one of the most powerful techniques used in the sound art. And during the War of the Northern Sky and Silent Night sect, there were rumors that this technique was used to kill countless people. He believes that this is not a lie and this is a very strong technique, but he will end this fight with one blow. Mu-won lands on the floor. Spitting out blood, the man realizes that he used too much Kai energy. A shock wave passes through. The son of the former sect leader attacks confidently. He swings, asking if his opponent will continue to ignore him. His strong hands are visible, and the flutist begins to play again. His eyes are black and he states that he is very impressed by Mu-won's actions. The guy is going to attack him. Their energies immediately collide. Mu-won's bloody face is visible. The man tries very hard to parry his blow. Suddenly something happens. Purple magic shines and the stones fly in different directions. The guy exhales tiredly. Everything was blown away by his blow. Mu-won looks away. He notices a flute player in the distance. With his hand completely bloody, he says that if he were slower, he would have left this world long ago. He heard that the descendant of the Northern Heavens sect never trained in martial arts, but it seems that the Northern Heavens sect was able to maintain its monstrous strength, and not only, because it seems that Master Qin managed to hide it from the whole world and he had to see it first. He claims that he knew they were alike and calls him a flower in the middle of a dirty world. However, Mu-won immediately strikes him again. He lands and blood gushes from the flutist's body. The guy's eyes are also black, and he tells his victim that he talks too much. Stones can be seen scattering from the powerful impact. A river of blood flows from the man's mouth. He sits with his hand on the ground and wipes the blood from his mouth, and Mu-won claims that those who first attacked the mainland and defeated it were people from Silent Night, which the flutist denies. However, the guy states that this is why the Northern Sky sect was formed, and after many decades, Silent Night was defeated. He remembers the man saying that everything is unfair, even after everything they have done. Mu-won approaches the flute player and asks what warning he is trying to send to the Central Heavenly Alliance and whether Silent Night should go that far. He stands in front of the man and asks if this is really the only way. His opponent is trembling, and he wonders if he really had to kill so many innocent people just for this. As the flutist gets up, he wants to play his instrument again and says that he is confident in something. Mu-won frowns when the man suggests that he is tired and claims that he understands what he has been through, and that is because he is no different from them. There is more to this world than what they see. He looks down, saying that the guy must be wondering what is actually true, and he is sure that this is all very annoying. His expression goes wild and he states that it is because his plan is not complete yet and Master Qin was never a part of it all. But with his arrival, his plan has become even more perfect. Suddenly, his flute breaks into pieces. It turns out that this is the work of Mu-won. His sword is visible and he remembers that the man asked if he was tired. While the flutist is in shock, he claims that when he was in despair and suffering, only one person always supported him. He turns on his rival and states that it was Mr. H1 and it was him that they took from him. Smiling, the flutist raises his head and says that he still doesn't know who his uncle is or what he looks like. But what if he just thought that he accidentally got involved in this? He believes that fate is cruel. Being in the same position, he invites the guy to put an end to this performance. Muon frowns, realizing that the man is going to remain silent until the very end. He starts swinging his sword in different directions and claims that he did not find his uncle here, but he will find a way out if he finds himself in this state. His sword is behind him, and he declares that he will never forgive the flute player. He begins to sheathe his weapon. Yuan finally put the sword away. Finally, everything was filled with traces of his blows. He looks away. The man falls dead. Yuan turned his head and sighed, looking at Dainup's body, whose skin he completely cut into tiny pieces. But a moment later, Muon was shocked to see his enemy, trembling with his whole body, begin to rise. Dainup barely got to his feet, his body was trembling, and his upper body was falling forward. He began to approach Muon, who was looking at him. Dainup straightened up a little and began to raise his hand to strike. Approaching Muon, he was able to strike Muon's face with his trembling and weak fist. The protagonist, not paying attention to Dainup's fist, looked at him. Dainup, even in this state, was able to smile and call Muon amazing. He finally understood the power of the Northern Sky sect. The protagonist kicked Dainup in the leg and he immediately turned over and began to fall. Dainup's wounded body fell to the ground. The protagonist, looking at him, frowned. Veins stood out on his forehead from tension. Dainup began to stand up, leaning on his hands, his body trembling, and he was coughing up blood from his mouth. Muon stood in front of Dainup, who was able to crawl away and lean on one of the stones. Dainup looked at the face of his enemy and noticed that he had stopped frowning. He asked Muon what his expression expressed. Did he feel sorry for him? Dainup could no longer look at Muon and, barely leaning on the stone behind him to sit, told the protagonist that he did not need to consider that their death was pathetic, because it was just a small price that they had to pay in order to achieve more. Yes, and Dainup himself got what he wanted. Muon narrowed his eyes, looking down at Dainup. He listened as he said that the harder his death was, the faster the fate of Silent Night and the Central Heavenly Alliance would be sealed. Dainup's wounded body trembled as he said that only after his death would Silent Night awaken. So he expressed his gratitude to Muon, because he planned to end everything by meeting face to face with the former Great Four of the Northern Skies of Chenwu. But to his surprise, someone appeared more suitable for this, the head of the Northern Heavens sect. Dainup's pupils disappeared from his eye sockets. He even stopped giving birth, telling the protagonist that with his appearance his plan became more perfect. That's why he provoked him, because he knew that he would leave as soon as he found out everything. Finally, Dainup expressed his gratitude and regret for that Uncle Muon became part of his plan. Dainup smiled and began to cry, asking Muon to go to the sad mountain in the Cave of Despair. The protagonist looked indifferently at Dainup, who was lying on the ground, and listened as he told him that there were other merchants and bodyguards on the mountain. When he wanted to continue speaking, suddenly blood sprayed out of his mouth, causing him to choke on it while speaking. He said that he really hoped that Muon was among those people. The protagonist closed his eyes, realizing that the enemy lying in front of him had died. He opened his eyes, thinking about the Cave of Despair in the sad mountain. Suddenly, the protagonist spat out blood. He immediately began to raise his hand to his mouth, trying not to spit out all the blood. Muon fell to one knee and coughed up blood. Muon put his hand inside his kimono, wanting to get something. He lost too much internal energy in this battle, which caused his insides to move. Muon took out from the inner pocket of his kimono one of the medicines that Gimon gave him. He remembered how Gimon then extended his hand to him, in the palm of which medicine lay, and said that after several decades of research, he created healing pills that had an instant effect. Muon then looked in shock at the sacred scarlet pills in Gimon's palm, saying that they were able to provide an instant antidote effect, and were also capable of improving health for 10 years. The protagonist, without any further hesitation, put the pill in his mouth. Then he raised his head and looked at the corpse of the heir to the thousand sounds of death. Looking at Dainup's tormented face, Muon was mentally amazed at the thinking that he valued more than his own life. It was his own ideal. The protagonist squinted, looking at Dainup, not understanding the essence and significance of the plan, the result of which was to drive himself into a corner and die a terrible death. But the enormous and terrifying pressure of the man who appeared next to Muon, who was standing on one knee, interrupted all the thoughts of the protagonist and frightened him. Muon's eyes widened. He couldn't understand when this person appeared next to him. He felt that he couldn't move, or rather, if he moved, he would immediately die. A man in a cloak and with a spear behind his back slowly approached Muon. All the muscles and veins on Muwon's face tensed as he looked at the newcomer. He looked at his black cape, shaped like a bat's wing. He next looked at the silver spear that had the seal of the ghosts engraved on it. Muwon looked at the pale glimmer of Kai in the newcomer's eyes, which was capable of frightening anyone who looked at it. The protagonist imagined the figures of the four lords of Silent Night, one of which may have been the arriving man. Muwon imagined a man with long hair and folded his arms across his chest while holding his spear. This made him afraid, because in front of him was a legendary figure called the Phantom Spear. One of the lords of Silent Night slowly approached Muwon. The old man's eyes shone because of the Kai. He asked Dainop for forgiveness for being late. The old man extended his hand to the body of the deceased Dainop, saying that he was always considered their hope. Since he was an amazing child who was the sun for them, they could not even imagine that such uniqueness would make him like this. Taking Dainop's dead and bloody body in his arms, he began to say that Dainop at such a young age knew the truth of the world and always said that he wanted to bring them out. Holding the dead body with one hand, the old man looked at Dainop's face, saying that his awakening of the rest of the Silent Night entailed death. Then the Lord of Silent Night turned his head and looked at Muwon. Muwon shuddered and looked at the newcomer with fear when he looked at him and expressed his slight surprise that he was still alive. Muwon sweated profusely and fearfully asked the ruler how he knew who he was. The Kai around the Lord of Silent Night's eyes dissipated a little, and he, towering over Muwon, asked him how he could not recognize Silent Night's sworn enemy, the young warrior of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Having slightly embraced the dead body and bowed his head, the Lord of the Dark Night said that Dainop was their son and the one who gave hope. Looking at the dim light coming through the crack in the ceiling, the Lord of Silent Night said that now their son had gone out. Looking at the part of the cave where no light penetrated, he continued by saying that those who have been in darkness for so long will have no choice but to seek the light of the sun outside. The Lord of Silent Night took his spear in his hand and pointed it at the protagonist. A moment later, he swung his elongated spear and struck at the place where Muwon had just been, but he managed to jump away. Muwon ran with his back, cursing that his opponent was too fast and if only he were a little slower. But a moment later, a silver spear pierced Muwon's torso, shocking him. The protagonist looked in shock at the spear pierced into him. He was perplexed, because according to his calculations he had left the spear's affected area. The protagonist's body was sent flying and collided with the ground dozens of times, raising dust, and only a collision with a wall from which fragments scattered stopped Muwon's body. Muwon, lying on the stones, carefully touched his wound. Soon he took out the jade amulet given to him by Murray from the wound. He remembered taking the amulet with an awkward smile as he retreated. And at the moment the spear of the Lord of Silent Night struck, the jade amulet was able to block his attack. But subsequently, having taken the attack on himself, the amulet broke, but if not for him, the protagonist would have been pierced through. Muwon stood up and grabbed the hilt of his weapon. Looking at his enemy, he was amazed at the attack radius of his opponent, who, according to his assumption, could extend his spear. Standing in front of the Phantom Spear, Muwon, holding the hilt of his sword, admitted that the enemy's nickname was not for beauty. The entrance to the mine was littered with the bodies of oracles. Blood stained the ground and the mountain itself red. Jeongin looked at the top of the cliff visible beyond the heights of the trees. He ran sharply from his spot, kicking up some dust due to the ninja's enormous speed. Jeongin's eyes were wide open as he leaned on another stone with his hand, trying to calm down after seeing the arrival of one of the four lords of Silent Night, Phantom Spear. While the ninja stood motionless, thinking about the revival of the two ancient enemies, Munjin lay unconscious next to him, foam coming out of his mouth. Jeongin's pupils began to shrink in recognition of the fact that this all looked like the revival of the Northern Sky Clan and Silent Night. Following this, the ninja frowned and began to sweat profusely, predicting the war that would soon occur. Events are transferred to the Tavern of the Broken Fist Clan in the Jade City of Blue Moon. While Gimon and Murray were sitting in the cage with the dead man, one of the clan members stood near the entrance guarding them. Gimon and Meyer sat near the body of the victim, around which they placed 3 huge flasks with poison, while Gimon, next to which scrolls were opened and needles placed, carefully inserted these very needles into the body of the infected. Sweat dripped down the poison master's forehead as he said that he had succeeded in reducing the effects of the poison, but it would take him some time to figure out exactly what the device was. Murray handed the towel to her uncle and called out to him, who looked at her and thanked her. When Gimon began wiping his sweat, Meyer worriedly asked if he was able to find out what turns people into madmen. The master of poison answered her by saying that if he was right, then it was all due to the poison that was formed from simple substances, which meant that the poison was created by a genius among geniuses. Looking at their flasks of poison, Gimon said that they need to find an antidote, but it will take some time. The guard standing near the entrance stretched out his hand to block the way for the people who had come, and when he stopped, the man introduced himself as a member of the Central Heavenly Alliance and asked to step aside. Murray and Gimmon turned their heads to look at the representatives of the Central Heavenly Alliance, puzzled. They were men wearing white capes with an emblem on their chests. One of them took off his hood to reveal his face and asked if the man in front of him was the eldest of the Tang family. Gimmon walked to the exit of the cage and took off his mask, asking if they were the ones they were originally supposed to meet. Chokmu handed the letter to Gimmon, saying that they were from the Investigation Bureau, and this letter was from their head. Gimmon extended his hand, a little puzzled that this was Dexing's confirmation. The Poison Master took the letter in his hands and began to read it, saying that Dexing had to rule the 9 heavens alone while they were away from their posts, and since it was a letter confirming Dexing, then what was written in it was true. Murray, who approached her uncle, was shocked along with him when Chokmu, who was standing opposite them, said that from now on, all problems relating to this situation were taken under their control, and they could return home. Puzzled, Gimmon asked what this meant, and wasn't it the Central Heavenly Alliance who asked them to investigate this incident? And how could the people who arrived deal with the problem? I don't know the whole situation. Chokmu, who was standing in front of the entire group, answered Gimmon's questions by saying that they had already arrived in Unnam province a long time ago, after which he apologized for not reporting this earlier, because they remained undercover and conducted an investigation, but were forced to take action due to for the recent display of terrible cruelty by the Broken Fist clan. Gimmon raised both his hands in confusion, asking why they didn't appear earlier. Murray, standing next to her uncle, also asked what Chokmu meant when he said about the terrible cruelty associated with the Broken Fist clan. Chokmu, without expressing any emotion on his face, answered Murray, saying that it was better for them to see everything with their own eyes. The Poison Master and his niece involuntarily opened their mouths when they heard that the Central Heavenly Alliance was using them as bait to divert attention from themselves. This was the reason why they did not contact. Gimmon was annoyed by this. He frowned and asked how dare the Central Heavenly Alliance do this to the great Tang family. But the Alliance representative was not at all bothered by these. He stood calmly, asking for forgiveness from Gimmon and Murray. He thanked them again for being able to calmly collect information regarding these crazy people. Gyokmu grinned and said that the situation was quite difficult right now, so they should put aside any personal feelings and leave. Gimmon looked at his materials and the flasks of poison that were in the chamber after the Alliance representative said that he would be very grateful if they left the results of their research in order to return home safely. This made the Poison Master become wary and ask what he meant. Events take us back to Muwon and the Lord of Silent Night standing opposite each other. Phantom Spear's eyes glowed brightly as he raised his spear upward, creating a gust of wind that lifted all the small rocks upward. A ghost image of pure Kai began to form above the spear. The pressure of the Kai was terrifying, causing the wind to swirl and raise dust. Phantom Spear swung his weapon towards Muwon. The powerful shock wave from the impact shattered the ground into many pieces, forcing Muwon to swing his sword in a hurry. He took a stance with his sword behind his back, preparing to strike. The protagonist struck from above, creating an arc-shaped shadow that protected him from the shock wave. Centimeters from his protagonist's face, small pebbles flew at great speed. Every muscle on Muwon's face was now tense. The ghostly spear instantly appeared at Muwon's side, frightening him and saying that with the death of Danup, Silent Night, which had been sleeping for many years, would finally awaken and the whole world would plunge into chaos. The Lord of Silent Night swung his weapon in an attempt to strike Muwon. The huge silhouette of the ghost opened its mouth and attacked the protagonist. The protagonist was able to place the sword in front of him and rested on his extended hand to block the enemy's attack. Muwon was sent flying again due to the shockwave created by the Phantom Spear's strike. The blow itself followed. Everything was covered with white Kai. The stone began to be crushed into grains of sand, and Muwon's body was covered with this Kai. The protagonist, flying with his back to the ground, covered his torso with his hands. Suddenly he opened his eye wide and began to sweat due to fear. Standing in the air right above him was a phantom spear with a weapon aiming straight at him. The protagonist clenched his teeth and poured his Kai into his eyes, causing them to glow. The phantom spear looking at Muwon felt threatened. Many shadow tentacles formed next to Muwon's body and rushed towards the Lord of Silent Night, completely surrounding him. But the Phantom Spear decided not to retreat and only rushed at the protagonist with greater speed, wanting to pierce him with his weapon. At this time, a powerful explosion occurred outside, destroying the top of the rock into pieces. Shards, stone and smoke began to spread and fell trees, taking up more and more space. Soon there was not a single tree left in the area, and stones still continued to fall to the ground, causing everything in the area to swirl with smoke. The protagonist began to slowly open his eyes. Soon, through the crack, he was able to make out the silhouette of his enemy, who pronounced his title. A second later, Muon was able to fully see the Lord of Silent Night, holding his spear in one hand and Daenup's body in the other. He told him that he must witness everything. The protagonist's eyes began to close as Phantom Lance turned and walked away, telling him one last time that this was the price he and the mainland would pay. At the end, Muon's eyes closed so much that he could only see the rocks and dust in front of him. Raven Jeongan flew in the night sky. Dances circled over the battlefield, a place where only stones remained from the former rock. Jeongan ran towards the Muon blade which he saw from afar. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand escaped from the rubble. Events moved forward several hours. Muon was lying on the bed. Most of his body was wrapped in bandages. His sword lay next to him, and Muon himself was thinking about the world that many had told him about. He remembered how Musum looked at him and said that the world of Murim was much larger and more mysterious than he thought. Then he remembered Daenup telling him that there is something more complex than he could imagine and the world is not so simple. Muon put his hand on his stomach and thought about what the world was like. Imagining the images of Daenup and Goni, I warned myself that Silent Night had reappeared. Next, the protagonist began to remember the lords of the night whom he had met. The first he remembered was the phantom spear that defeated him. And then Jumhin in white robes, then she took pity on him and left him alive. He was alarmed by the fact that the 4 demon lords were still alive. Muon then remembered the moment he gave Hassal a gift. He hoped she was safe. The protagonist couldn't help but remember Sogwin crying. And then Ping gave the order to his subordinates. They all said that hatred gave rise to even greater hatred. The protagonist lay motionless on the bed, thinking about all this. The room in which Muon lay began to fill with blood. Soon there was so much blood that it flooded the bed. And then it began to absorb Muon's entire body, thinking that in the end, he took the lives of other people. After just a couple of seconds, the entire body except the protagonist's head was immersed in blood, and he felt the disgusting smell of blood. Muon lay motionless in the blood while his head and the tips of his legs were visible. Muon's eyes were barely open as he thought about his fate. The protagonist looked to the side, remaining silent. After a second, the feeling that he was lying in blood disappeared. He turned his head looking at his sword. Muon began to carefully peer at the glowing patterns on his blade. After that, he remembered how the blacksmith, sitting at his bench, told him that there was something called the weapons of the gods. It was made from the will and desires of the blacksmith, and depending on who this person was, the weapon could become holy or demonic. Then the blacksmith, resting his head on his hand, looked at Muon and told him that if he made one mistake, the sword would consume him, and he would go crazy. The protagonist, looking at his sword, thought that he had spent too much time and he needed to hurry up and find Mr. H. Wang. Now he could only hope that he was okay. Muon imagined a smiling H. Wang Chul and asked him to wait a little longer. Jeongan, in the guise of a girl, entered the room and asked Muon how he was feeling. The protagonist looked at Jeongan without emotion and said nothing. Jeongan, in the form of a girl with 2 braided hair, told Muon with a smile on his face that he passed out on the street, which is why she brought him here. The protagonist, even after her words, lay motionless and without expressing any emotions looked at the girl, who began to excitedly ask why he was looking at her like that. A second later, Muon's lips parted and he asked her what Jeongan was doing. Veins appeared on the girl's face due to irritation. A moment later, with a wave of his hand, Jeongan regained his true appearance and turned away from Muon with irritation, asking how the protagonist always recognizes him. Jeongan glanced at Muon with one eye and raised his eyebrow, a little puzzled by his actions. Jeongan remembered the explosion that destroyed the rock. Then he could barely stand on his feet due to gusts of wind, smoke and fragments of stones flying at him. Jeongan opened his eyes wide and began to sweat profusely because of what he saw then. When he jumped over the fence of stones, Jeongan ordered the dog to grab the boy and follow him. The dog immediately rushed to Munjun and barked at Jeongan. Jeongan, sweat dripping from his face, looked up at the sky, hearing the croaking of his comrade, and then asked him if he was there. Jeongan looked back and noticed a sword stuck into one of the stones. When Muon's hand burst out of the ground, Jeongan immediately rushed towards him. Events bring us back to the present. The protagonist turned his head and looked at Jeongan and thanked him. The ninja took a chair in a second and sat down on it in front of Muon, folded his arms on his chest and closed his eyes and said that he turned out to be a more significant figure than the Dark Moon thought. For this reason, all the information that he collected about him became useless. With a sharp jerk of his head towards the ninja, he said that he needed a reinvestigation, so he had no choice but to save him. Jiangin opened his eyes, mentally thinking about that Muon battle with one of the four lords of Silent Night. It also made him think that all the information about his death 10 years ago caused by the Demon Man's attack on the Northern Heavenly Clan was false. Jiangin turned his head and looked at the smiling Muon's face, not understanding how this false information could be passed off as the absolute truth. This also made Jiangin assume that someone was secretly helping Muon. The ninja imagined the protagonist with a crowd of people standing behind him. He would not be surprised if Muon really had someone helping him, because due to his status, he most likely has some kind of support. The ninja stuck out his tongue while stroking his chin and decided to start an investigation first with people who had contact with Muon. After sitting in this position for some time, Jiangin realized that Dark Moon would undoubtedly want to be the only one who had information about him. After all, he was the head of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jiangin remembered the recent massacre, how the bloody ghosts killed and slaughtered people. And when they arrived, not a single one was left alive from the bloody ghosts themselves. All their bodies were scattered across the square. Because of this bloody massacre that took place in the city, all the information quickly spread. The ninja imagined Pen and his assistant leaving his office. Then he imagined the face of the young heir of the Thousand Sounds of Death. All this carnage caused by the Broken Fist clan and Silent Night made everything much more complicated. Moreover, Muon himself also intervened and without hesitation killed the 3 oracles who attacked him, turning their bodies into bloody rain. Remembering how Muon held out the blade in front of him in a rage, he assumed that Muon's existence would definitely become known to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Jiangin imagined Walren's face, who would be unable to do anything if the information spread. The ninja imagined the image of the head of the Dark Moon in a huge hat, and with a staff, he decided to report everything to the leader personally. Jiangin frowned at the fact that he would have to stay with Muon until then and find all the evidence that he was a true descendant of the Northern Heavenly Clan. But he was running out of time. The ninja narrowed his eyes, a bead of sweat starting to run down his face as he realized there was something even more important. Jiangin covered his eyes with his hand out of helplessness and closed them, thinking about the appearance of Silent Night. Suddenly, Munjin burst into the room holding Muon's clothes in his hands, who stood up from his seat in surprise. Holding the kimono in his hands, Munjun smiled and winked at Muon, reminding him of how he said it was a precious gift from Mr. H. Wang Chul. Muon smiled, looking at the kimono, which was sewn in many places, and thanked Munjun. Jiangin frowned at the protagonist, watching Muon run his hand through the mended areas of the kimono. Jiangin wondered who the protagonist would be, a terrible disaster or a light that would lead this world. The creature's pupil was dilated as it looked at its target. The young falcon moved at high speed towards its goal. A bird with a letter attached to its paw flew in the sky. The falcon very rarely flapped its wings continuously while flying. Soon he flew to the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance of the city, in the middle of which there was a lake, in the middle of which there was an island on which a castle was built. The falcon was approaching the roof of one of the buildings. On the balcony sat a man in a hat with a blue cape and 2 swords behind his back. The bird began to actively flap its wings, slowing itself down, reaching the balcony on which the man was sitting. The man yawned and tried to cover his mouth with his fist. The mysterious man got up from his seat and began to approach the bird sitting on the window. The man with a beard and mustache stroked the falcon's head and took the letter on the falcon's leg while thinking that the letter was from the Unnam province in which Chokmu and Hedong were located. Unfolding the letter, the man began to read it. Reading the information, the man involuntarily imagined the chaos demon Mukan, all because the letter contained information about the last time the world saw Muon, 10 years ago during the appearance of Silent Night in the Northern Heavenly Clan. Next, the man imagined the battle between Muon and the monks of the Gongdong Monastery. Muon then forced the head of the monastery to fall to his knees and nearly took his life with his final swing. This happened several months ago. Countless followers of the first generation and the elder Mukwen were overcome. According to witnesses, the person who did this used an unknown sword fighting style. Then, in order to save the Tang family, he took Gimon in his arms and personally dragged him into the carriage. Next, he fought with the leader of the Crimson Ghosts, broke his spear and won a stunning victory. Standing by the window and reading the letter in his hand, The man realized that it said that the one who dealt with the problems of the appearance of Silent Night and the destruction in Jade City was none other than the young swordsman from the north. The falcon turned its head when the man said the nickname Muon. A moment later, the man crumpled the letter in his hand. He touched his hat with his hand, saying that he was right. Looking at the crumpled letter in his hand and holding the hat of the other, the man inwardly rejoiced at the return of the young master. When he took off his hat, a matured Musang appeared. He had grown a mustache and a beard. He frowned, standing motionless and looking out the window, only his hair fluttering in the wind. The figure of a man with a spear moved across the desert lands. As the silhouette approached, a cloak fluttering in the wind became visible. One of the four lords of Silent Night held the wound from which blood flowed. The ghostly spear, holding Danup's cut-up body in one hand, held the wound on his side with his other hand. Phantom Spear remembered the moment when Muon clenched his teeth and directed his kai into his eyes, causing them to glow with tension. Then, without hesitation, he decided to attack and swung his spear while dark tentacles attacked him from all sides. Leaving a trail of blood behind him, Phantom Spear praised Muon's strength. At this time, other people in uniform arrived at the hotel where Muon and the group were staying. The protagonist, Jeongin in the guise of a girl and Moonjun, going down the stairs, noticed familiar people. Jeongin, looking at his acquaintances, became a little enraged while Muon and Moonjun looked at them in puzzlement. Below at the table sat Musin and Mukwen while the rest of the Iron Squad stood aside. Musin waved his hand to Mukwen and greeted him with a smile. Musin winked at the protagonist, saying that he was glad to meet again. Yakrin and Mukwen closed their eyes, seeing how the head of the detachment began to disgrace himself. This made them both feel embarrassed. Gon, who was standing on the side next to Soin, was a little nervous because of the behavior of the head of the squad. Soy, who was standing nearby, simply closed her eyes, trying not to see it. Yuan turned his head, looking puzzled at everyone in the hall. When the protagonist and Jeongin in the form of a girl went down, they headed towards the Iron Squad, the leader of which said that Muon had become quite famous and he turned out to be much more impressive than he thought. The protagonist, without expressing his emotions, opened his lips and asked about his fame. Musin pursed his lips and asked if Muon knew about everything. Musin pointed his finger at the protagonist and called him Northern Blade and explained that this was his nickname. Jeongin, who was standing behind him, put his hands on his hips and squinted his eyes, starting to mentally swear when he heard Musung's words. The ninja's true face showed weariness as he wondered how far the news had spread. The ninja looked at the head of the Iron Squad, who began to stand up, and assumed that since they knew about the rumors, then the Central Heavenly Alliance also knew something. The ninja frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on his true face as he pondered the fact that the information regarding the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan had not yet reached the Alliance. Musung stood opposite Muon, saying that he was pleased to see you anyway, not paying attention to his words. The protagonist asked him if they were able to get what they wanted from the Broken Fist Clan. Musung immediately stopped smiling when he heard Muon's question and waved his hand in denial, saying that they were given nothing and were practically kicked out of there because of the mess they created. The head of the Iron Squad remembered how their door to the meeting room suddenly opened and people from the Alliance appeared there, although they were already about to end the meeting. Then the fat man who came and made even the son of the clan head stand up. Musung told Muon that he had heard that this whole mess had tripled the Broken Fist Clan. The protagonist sighed after Musin said that things would get more complicated later. Jeongin, who stood next to Moonjun, began to stroke his chin, having understood the reason for the arrival of the Iron Squad. It turned out that, having not received help from the Broken Fist, they decided to ask another person for help in solving their problems. The ninja watched as the head of the Iron Squad covered his eyes with his hand and internally called him cunning. The protagonist tilted his head a little puzzledly looking at his interlocutor. Events moved to the residence of the Broken Fist Clan. A fat man sat opposite the head of the clan and waved his hand complaining about the heat. Chenggu, who was sitting on the throne, frowned and asked if the Alliance wanted him to sit still while they sorted everything out themselves. Hadam, who was sitting opposite, became nervous, sweat flowed down all over his face. He nervously began to speak, explaining that he was just asking to relax and that's all. Hadon smiled nervously, saying that the number of people in the Jade City was more than 300, after which he decided to warn Chenwu, saying that he had already crossed the line of what was permitted, subjugating the province of Unknown, and in the end also destroying half of it. Chengwu clenched his fist, saying that by doing so, they were able to reveal the truth about Silent Night, and therefore he believes that it deserves a reward. The stars glowed dimly in the night sky. Hadong extended his finger up, saying that the nine heavens did not think so, after which he tried to explain to Chenwu that in politics one could not use only brute force. He curled his finger as he told Chenwu that if he overdid it, then one day everything would inevitably collapse. Chenwu bit his lower lip, veins stood out on his neck and forehead. He was not a complete fool, and understood the threat that had just been presented to him. The clan head's fingers dug into the throne, beginning to break it. He realized that the power and influence that he had been trying to gain for decades had disappeared overnight. The head of the clan sat motionless on his throne, pondering the fact that the strength of his clan was reduced by half and Pin died after all this boasting. He could not have imagined that he would be the reason for their downfall. Chengwu remembered how Ping bowed his head, saying that he would handle all the small tasks himself. Chengwu couldn't help but imagine the figures of the nine heavens, people who occupied one of the highest positions and could command the heavens. He was the one who spent his whole life on the battlefield, in a place full of blood and dead bodies. He could not understand what else he needed to prove himself. The head of the clan glanced at Hadon, who was sitting opposite him. Hadon raised one eyebrow and was puzzled. He had never thought that this clan would create such a big problem. Recently, this clan had been forcefully relying on strength and had stopped being afraid of the nine heavens. But it was not so bad for the alliance, because they just got the ability to control this clan. Embittered and frowning, Chenwu asked what task the Central Heavenly Alliance would give them. The fat man with sweat dripping down his face told Chenwu to forget about the clan for a while. The head of the clan suddenly widened his eyes in shock. A moment later, an embittered Chenwu shouted, asking how Hidong dared to ask him to destroy his clan with his own hands. The wind created by Chenwu's single cry caused Hidong's cloak and all the clothes to flutter violently, and almost blew away the alliance representative himself. Hadon, feeling the oppressive aura, extended his hand to the head of the clan and said that thanks to the appearance of Silent Night, he could prove himself in battle with her and erase his shame by achieving great victories. The alliance representative began to sweat profusely. Without lowering his hand, he continued to say that this should not be too difficult since he is one of the great four of the northern heavens. Hadon's eyes suddenly opened wide. Chengwu didn't say a word, but the veins protruding from his face and neck made it clear that he was not in the best mood. Hadong smiled and raised his other hand to ask for forgiveness, and then said that if Chenwu could stop Silent Night once again, then the alliance and the whole world would make legends about him. Chenwu, due to the pressure of which dust particles rose into the air, listened as Hadon pretended to reproduce one of the legends that would be spoken about him if he stopped Silent Night. The two people sitting opposite each other did not know that a third person was eavesdropping on them behind the wall. Unken stood on the other side of the wall and listened. He wondered why his father gave such a reckless order without consulting him. He imagined the throne behind him where his father sat and asked him if he was a useless son to him. Why did he choose the path of destruction if he truly thought he was the best in the world? Unken's eyes widened when he heard Hidon tell his father that as soon as the opportunity arose, he would have to send his son to the alliance. Unken lowered his head, listening to his father's indignant cries and Hadong's words that they were taking control of the situation in the city, and therefore he had nothing to worry about. Sitting on his throne, the alliance representative said that they had already begun preparations due to the problems with Silent Night. For this, they began to gather the most powerful and talented martial artists to form a group called the Conquerors. Two shadow figures were visible in the hall. Hedon said that the members of the Conquerors would be imbued with powers beyond their wildest imaginations. Unken listened to all Hadon's words with his head bowed, realizing that he was doomed. He could not raise his head and stood motionless as Hadon said that those who perform well will have a chance to rule the mainland. Chengwu bit his lower lip and closed his eyes, realizing that his interlocutor was simply embellishing the truth. In fact, they were planning to hold his son as a hostage. Chenwu's palm clenched into a fist, breaking the edge of the armrest. He couldn't just give up, because if he did, then it wouldn't make sense for him to betray the Northern Heavenly Clan at all. The veins on Chenwu's forehead stood out like never before. He decided to personally see the Northern Blade, the one who destroyed all his plans. It was daytime, and a bird was flying across the clear blue sky. The trio stood with their heads raised and watched the flight, while leaves scattered around them. A lot of people crowded behind the guys, looking at them expectantly and putting their hands behind their heads. The Chunin in the guise of a pretty girl and Muon looked back at the Iron Squad, whose leader looked very calm, and at several representatives of the White Dragon Trade Association. The main character looked at the gathered people behind with indifference, asking how long they planned to follow them. Musen, continuing to hold his hands on the backs of his heads, twisted his mouth in bewilderment, declaring that they were simply on the same path. Then the dark-haired swordsman stopped with his hand on his belt, extending the other forward, and calmly offered to go forward, to which the head of the iron detachment blithely replied that he did not want to, and also liked to watch the young man walk ahead. All of Muson's subordinates blushed and closed their eyes in embarrassment when their leader said that he enjoyed watching Muon's broad shoulders. In the squad there was a man with a gun, and a black and white ribbon fluttered next to him. Muson behind him, with his mouth slightly open, watched in shock as Muon anxiously apologized for the leader's behavior, folding his hands in his long sleeves. The man with the gun shyly reported that now the iron detachment has no one to rely on except Muon, because work in the Jade City has failed. Mukwen gloomily explained that it was not only a waste of time, but also a lack of clues, after which he added that the main character had all the necessary information. The man with the gun, bowing his head, seriously stated that their squad knew about the mastery of the art, and then asked for help. The main character gave his interlocutor an indifferent look, without saying anything. Having hugged both guys in front, Musong with a joyful smile told Muon that he would also benefit, because he would find true friends. The main character looked with irritation at the strong, scarred man while he promised to provide assistance from the Iron Squad in the future. Muson smiled widely and squinted his eyes slyly, asking the swordsman if he didn't need money for his trip when he became famous. Muon looked ahead indifferently while Musong smiled widely and winked at him, promising any help from the White Dragon Trade Association. While the head of the Iron Squad promised a lot of money for the organization, its representatives Captain Gon and Soin, sitting on a horse, looked at the man with contempt. The mustachioed member of the Trade Association chuckled and raised his eyebrows indignantly. Muon, standing in the arms of a strong big man, looked distant and indifferent. The next moment, he broke free and walked forward, indignantly declaring that they needed to hurry up to reach the Mountain of Sorrow and the Cave of Despair, since they had already wasted a lot of time. Muson, walking slowly, remained behind his squad and, clenching his fists, happily greeted the Chunin in the form of a sweet girl. The man introduced himself, looking down and breaking into a bright smile, and then curiously asked why the stranger went with Muon. The Chunin, in the form of a cute girl, pouted his lips and batted his big eyes while Muson silently envied the main character. The jock froze in shock, and his face twisted when the beautiful girl abruptly took off her pants in front of him. While the Master of Transformation Chunin continued to walk along the road, whistling a tune nonchalantly, Muson remained standing, bending over and trying to realize that he had just seen a manhood longer than his own. The sky was clear without a single cloud, and when the head of the Iron Detachment was called out with a cry, he continued to think in shock about what he had seen. Evening came, and the sunset sky was painted with bright warm shades, and in the background there was a dark building. Several guards stood at the opening doors, carefully watching the entrance. There was a staircase inside the building, and through the windows the sunset sky could be seen. There were many people in the room. A man upstairs in a wide hat began to watch as someone dressed in the same uniform climbed up the stairs. One of the people turned to the wall with the opening, clutching his headdress, and the second sharply put out his palm, bowing. A moment later, two subordinates in a hat opened the door and began to walk inside, eyes sparkling and addressing the armed leader. The action took place in the Secret Intelligence Department of the Pursuit and Capture of the Central Heavenly Alliance, led by Musing, who stood at the table, sorting through the scrolls. The man turned to his subordinate, who slammed his fist into his palm and announced that he had delivered the reports to the management department. Musing froze in shock when he heard that the Broken Fist clan had reportedly suspended its activities. Holding the edges of the paper and looking at the map, the man became thoughtful, wondering how the organization was able to so easily neutralize the most problematic member of the four great pillars of the northern heavens, Jiangwu. The head, bending over the table, praised his subordinate and asked him to continue monitoring the Unnam province, which he dutifully accepted. Musing suddenly turned to look at his interlocutor, gloomily asking if he had already eaten anything. Stretching out his hands with a white bag, the man in the hat with sparkling eyes answered in confusion that he didn't have time yet, and the head waved his hand at him. The orange-red sky was visible through the open window of the room when Musing returned to work with the map and sent his subordinate to dinner, and he bowed gratefully to his master. The door to the threshold, illuminated by warm light, remained open. The head with two blades behind his back raised his head, and his gaze expressed indifference. The action moves forward 7 years ago to the Xining branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance. A menacing man with curly hair on his chest began to sweat, getting scared at someone and asking if Muon was dead. Museng hung in chains in front of him, blood dripping down his face, and his body red from numerous tortures. Bowing his head forward, the man intermittently assured that Muon had burned to the ground, since he certainly had not left the building. The sweaty man torturing him, with a gloomy face, stated that that night the person who came to almost the guards to throw up reinforcements was Peason. Then the member of the organization ran quickly, vigorously waving his arms. Through him, the Xining branch was able to find out that the Wanli 4, Hyorin, and the Xiachen Divine Parish were in danger, thanks to which the 3 descendants of the 9 heavens were saved. The sweaty man with a receding hairline continued his story, remembering that only Museng could survive that incident, and began to ask how the guy managed to do it. A member of the mercenary group, hanging in handcuffs and bleeding, repeated the information he had explained many times. He said he was patrolling the area with a partner at the time. Discovering that something strange was happening to the guards, the man quickly ran away in worry. But when he arrived at the right place, he saw devastation and monsters who had done terrible things. When Musing returned to the Northern Heavenly Clan, the battle was already underway. Unfortunately, the guy could not join as he lacked the strength and skills and began to leave the battlefield. Hanging his head sadly, Museng, covered in cold sweat, then decided that he needed to do everything to survive and at least report what had happened. Now handcuffed, he admitted that as a member of the Central Heavenly Alliance mercenary group, he had good intentions, but Peason, being the leader, abandoned everyone and ran away. The torturer frowned his thick eyebrows, saying that he believed Museng, who gave the same answer after all the torture for several months. The man continued to hang as blood dripped from his face and sighed, casting a tired gaze forward. Peason, who was drinking and overeating at that time, turned out to be nothing more than a rotten, corrupt person of the Central Heavenly Alliance. And Musing's anger knew no bounds when the guy decided to take revenge on the former boss who had betrayed the team, who looked back in horror with a bloody head. However, in contrast to this man was the young Mr. Muon, who survived terrible torture as a teenager and lost his entire family, but did everything possible to master martial arts. Tears appeared in the eyes of the dark-haired crazy guy, but he remained persistent and did not break. And that is why Museng, looking up to him, was obliged to endure. Hanging in shackles, the exhausted and beaten guy with a bloody face told himself that he needed to continue to endure in order to wait for the master to show himself to the world again, and to provide him with the necessary support. So Musing joined the Central Heavenly Alliance, becoming a low-ranking warrior in the Xining branch. However, this was only in words. In fact, the young man did all the menial work, for example, cleaning the pigsty while under constant surveillance. However, Musing did not give up, but instead stubbornly worked hard, carrying heavy firewood. So he spent 3 years at night honing the martial arts skills that young Master Muon bestowed on him. Throughout the day, Museng did everything to perfectly serve Manchok, the head of the Xining branch. Without rest, he shed blood, sweat and tears every day for 3 years in order to become less suspicious of him. After a long time of sidelong glances from the thick-browed head, Museng was finally recognized. Thus, the guy became Manchok's main assistant, and one day while working with him, the Central Heavenly Alliance sent a message requesting help in special intelligence. Gloomy Museng offered his help without any doubt or hesitation. Manchok, hearing this, objected at first, not wanting to let his assistant go just like that. However, in the end, the head of the department, Zinnen, saw off the gloomy young man, waving goodbye and wiping his tears with a handkerchief. Thus Musing began his journey as the lowest-ranking member of the Special Intelligence of the Central Celestial Alliance. And after some time, Musing, who wanted to restore justice, again achieved recognition. As a result, he was quickly promoted to a leadership position in the Special Intelligence Group, which is responsible for disclosing and collecting secret information about the movements of enemies, and the guy's job was to deliver information to the Control Department. Through this work, Musing did his best to spread the news of Muon's death, and the guy continued, being a ninja, to spread these rumors to the best of his ability. Although he could not visit Nanju City as often as he would have liked, he managed to keep an eye on Master H-Wang to make sure that nothing happened to the man. Hiding under a wide hat, Musing held onto its side and thought that the terrible members of the Central Heavenly Alliance did not learn from mistakes, having become corrupted by power and becoming arrogant. Standing behind the wall and watching the owner of H-Wang, The guy concluded that thanks to this the man did not fall under their suspicions, which allowed him to avoid unnecessary problems. Musang, wearing a hat, glanced at the crowd of people, mentally asking the gentleman to continue in the same spirit. Now, looking down, the already adult member of the intelligence service recalled with concern that the last time he checked on Master H. Wang, he could not even imagine that he could be dragged into everything, and hoped for the man's safety. Musang carefully studied a map of the area with markings showing the young master's path through several provinces, as well as manifestations of Silent Night, the Broken Fist Clan, the White Dragon Trade Association, and the Iron Company. Leaning over the table, the man with the katanas behind his back thought that Muon had now gone in search of H. Wang's master. Dark bangs fell on the face of Musang, who reflected that if he had relied on the call of his heart, he would have already left special intelligence and immediately went to help. The concentrated warrior, leaning over the table, decided that the time had not come yet, because Muon's environment was still weak, so for now the main task was to divert the attention of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Raising his head, Musang gloomily concluded that the world would soon enter a new era, and as soon as Silent Night and the Central Heavenly Alliance finished collecting information about each other, war would begin. Peering out of the doorway with a suspicious look, the intelligence member came to the conclusion that he had only one master, whom he served faithfully. The sunset was burning in the sky when the man, while in the building, decided that he would remain in the organization until the time came. The main character, standing against the orange-red sky, frowning deeply as the wind blew through his hair. Muon, surrounded by the Iron Squad and the members and trade association of the White Dragon, positioned himself on a plateau overlooking the Mountains of Sorrow and the Cave of Despair. In the darkness, the silhouette of a menacing man in a flowing cloak with sparkling eyes was barely visible. Musang, standing behind Muon, wrapping his arms around himself, said that this is a frightening place where an ordinary person cannot enter, and an ominous aura emanates from the mountains. He looked back at the perplexed Captain Gon with a frown, suggesting that from now on it would be better for the two squads to split up. The long-haired, scarred leader grimly stated that due to the abnormal energy emanating from the mountains, there was no telling what danger would come next. Looking at the members of the White Dragon Trade Association, led by a thoughtful Gon and Soin on a horse, Musang clarified whether the organization could return back for security reasons. Looking sideways, the head of the Iron Squad promised to do everything possible to save everyone, asking them to prepare in the tavern. Hearing these words, the mustachioed Captain Gon agreed with a worried expression, asking those remaining to take care of themselves and promising to pray for their success. A mountain landscape could be seen in the distance, birds soared above the misty peaks, and the sunset sky burned in the background. Also in the area there was a plateau on which bare trees grew. Muon, deciding to start searching, extended his palm forward with a frown, while the elder Im brothers looked around, and Hong aimed his bow, covering one eye. With his hands folded, the man with the gun declared that his flanks would be protected by the smiling older brother Xiaojun, leaning on his weapon, and the creepy Gon, who raised his hand. Looking back, Mukwen concluded that the rear would be covered by Sanil, licking the blade of the blade, and Shredder, who did not care about positions. The Chunin in the guise of a girl noticed with bewilderment how Munjun widened his eyes and mouth in surprise, and at that time Musang was looking at the Master of Transformation from behind, putting his hand on his chin. When the detachment, surrounded by fog, headed into the gorge, there was confidence that something was hiding in the mountains. Muon stood with his face turned to the side when a man with a black and white ribbon on his blade addressed him, calling him an interesting person. The guy turned his head in bewilderment at the stern deputy head of the Iron Detachment, who, looking forward, noted stubbornness and straightforwardness among his qualities. As the swordsman continued to look at the girl, she concluded that he was unfamiliar with the concepts of mercy and understanding, adding that he had enough skills to receive the title of Northern Blade. Now the deputy turned to the puzzled Muon, telling him that he would become more famous than before, and therefore fame would consume him. The girl with scars looked intently at the guy and asked him to remain the way he is now, otherwise it could hurt loved ones. Moving ahead, the deputy head of the Iron Detachment expressed her confidence that the swordsman would be fine, but he only silently followed her with his gaze. Muon, remaining behind, lowered his head and looked down, after which he thanked Cha. Night fell, and the Iron Troop with torches walked low along the dark, foggy gorge, reaching the Cave of Despair. The phlegmatic Muon followed along with Musang, carrying a stick with fire, who gloomily concluded that this place lived up to its name because the ominous aura had become stronger. The swordsman replied grimly that even if the mountains of sorrow were known for being shrouded in yin energy, that was too much. Mukwan raised his head with a serious look and, observing the clouds, stated that due to illusions they were unusually concentrated in one place. Musin, looking questioningly at his subordinate, asked whether he could break through the mirage, and he, putting his hand to his chin, with a thoughtful look, identified the universal labyrinth and the shadows of the meridians. The men continued to lead the way, and Mukwan began to explain what would need to be done to cope. On the surface, among the misty peaks of the mountains of sorrow, the sky darkened, the birds continued to soar in the darkness. Mukwan stood on the plateau, holding out his hand and commanding how different fighters should stand. In the distance, Cha raised a huge boulder above her head, and the man asked the elder sister not to move until he gave the signal. Mukwan, understanding both hands with his fingers outstretched, began to exhale, puffing out his cheeks. Musong and Muan standing behind him closely watched the actions of the man, who made warlike sounds with his legs spread wide and his arms raised. The swordsman folded his arms across his chest, looking at the concentrated, sweating deputy chief, thinking that everything was taking longer than he thought. Looking down sadly, Muan concluded that the illusion is more complex than it seems at first glance. Thinking about the created mirage, the young man remembered Jinwal, but decided that this was not his technique. However, the swordsman had a feeling that he would enjoy this man's help. Looking down, Muan wondered what Jinwal was doing right now. Suddenly, the dark-haired guy opened his eyes and looked up at the source of the noise. At this moment, Mukwan screamed loudly, throwing his head up. Now, among the stone walls, there was an entrance to a deep cave. The detachment stood opposite the cave, where there were pillars in the darkness. The main character was holding onto a brick wall along which a centipede was crawling, and with a frown he realized something. At this time, Musin raised his head with alarm, and while a drop of sweat was running down his face, he asked what kind of place this was. The head of the iron detachment stood in front of his subordinate, putting his hands on his belt and looking deep into the cave with pillars. As the group with torches moved forward, Musin loudly asked everyone not to let their guard down, because it was unknown what awaited them ahead. The pillars ran throughout the deep cave, disappearing in the darkness, and suspicious sounds were heard from there. The Iron Squad made their way through the darkness through the Cave of Despair, and ahead stood a strange building. The guys crowded around with torches in their hands, noticing that there was something ahead. While the Iron Troop took turns walking on the wooden floor, a strange statue stood to the side of them, and the question was asked if they had seen a Buddhist temple. Muan walked confidently ahead, waving his arms, while someone spoke about the possibility of spirits inhabiting them. In the darkness there was a building with many intersecting beams. Musin looked ahead anxiously as a bead of sweat ran down his face. The man stood at the grate, behind which several dark piles were visible in the darkness, and asked what it was. Lowering his eyes with regret, Muan concluded that in front of them were people who had been kidnapped. He remembered how the man, smiling, looked at him with eyes full of tears, asking him to go there. The swordsman stood on the battlefield in the middle of the rising dust, and next to him lay, leaning on a stone, the guy who had cleaned up that in that place there were many more merchants and bodyguards who were prisoners. While blood was flowing from the mouth of the dying long-haired man, he said that the uncle of the protagonist could be among these people, and now it became clear that these words were true. With his hand on his chin, Muan looked thoughtfully at the bodies that belonged to the missing but still living merchants and bodyguards. Sweat appeared on Musin's face when he clarified what happened, and the main character replied that the process of turning into crazy was underway. The head of the Iron Squad listened with concern to how such madmen attacked mercilessly, but these people had not yet fully transformed. Musin furrowed his thick eyebrows, noting the huge number of crazy people. Among the pillars on the ground lay a huge number of people whose eyes were red and their mouths were terribly distorted. One of the people, in the dark, reflected that he was able to slow down the spread of the poison using 3 fundamental cultivation techniques. He thought about how long he could hold out now. Nothing was visible through the darkness, only a voice came through calling Mr. H. Wang. Now the call turned into a scream, and the man decided that before his death his hallucinations were intensifying. The eyes began to slowly open, forming slits. They opened wider and wider, catching the light. At one moment, the silhouettes of people became more clearly visible before H. Wang's eyes. He recognized the gloomy man in front of him as the head of the Iron Detachment Musin. Nearby, Muan, sitting on his knee with a sad look, extended his hand to Mr. H. Wang. The curly-haired and severely emaciated man was surprised to recognize the swordsman, seeing with only one eye, since the other was red due to the technique. Nguyen rushed towards the shocked Mr. H. Wang, hugging him tightly. The dark-haired young man, pressing his head against the man's head, asked for forgiveness, hoping that he was not late. Mr. H. Wang looked ahead in confusion, questioning why his master was here, while he blamed himself for the carelessness that put the man in danger. Nguyen, sitting on his knees, grabbed the shocked man by the shoulders, saying that he could not come after learning about his disappearance. Nguyen reached inside his cape with his hand, asking him to take the silver scarlet sacred pill made by Poison Master Tang. The swordsman, sadly lowering his gaze, held out his palm with a medicine that could cure poison and strengthen energy. Turning away with a sad look, Nguyen concluded that no one else could keep their minds while asking what happened here. Mr. H. Wang indulged in memories, and a settlement hidden in the fog surfaced in his head. The man only remembered that he was heading to Unnam province. Then some bandits suddenly attacked the detachment and decided to kidnap people. Their dark silhouettes with sparkling eyes and massive weapons were visible through the dusty curtain. Mr. H. Wang, lying on the floor, remembered how Daniel walked with his head down while they reported to him that the poison had been successfully administered. Bloodthirsty, emaciated faces with red eyes and wide open mouths peered out between the bars, and the order was given to release the completely insane. H. Wang was noticed sitting on the floor with his head down, having been ordered to be left while he was in the process of transformation. The man sat so that his curly long hair completely hid his face. Mr. H. Wang recalled sweat dripping from his forehead as he was able to forcibly block the blood flow to prevent the poison from spreading. The man began poking his hand at different parts of his chest, checking whether the slowdown had worked. He clenched and unclenched his hand, and when the bleeding stopped, he should not have moved. Then, sitting in the lotus position, Mr. H. Wang could only use 3 basic cultivation techniques, which saved his life. Nguyen, sitting in front of the man, asked if these techniques were not anti-demonic, and he replied that thanks to this he did not completely turn into a monster. Mr. H. Wang, his eyes sparkling, admitted that he wanted to give up, having reached his limits. Nguyen listened with a sad look to the man, who said that he didn't even think about the young master's appearance. H. Wanchial concluded with tears in his eyes and a smile that H. Wanho was the one who accepted him, and the master's son was the one who saved him, so he would not regret if he died today. Nguyen looked at the rescued man with a thoughtful look, asking him to hurry up and absorb the spiritual pill. Biting into the medicine, H. Wang Chul thanked the young master. Suddenly, the man with the red eye froze in surprise as he noticed something shocking. H. Wang Chul extended his hand to the third Mr. Yaman of the White Dragon Trade Association lying nearby, who was consumed by the poison. Holding a pill over the man's mouth, he explained that it also blocked the flow of his blood. While Moonwon sat, watching what was happening with a sad look and praising Mr. H. Wang, Moonjun approached him, his eyes widening and his mouth open in shock. The boy extended his hand to the familiar curly-haired man, joyfully exclaiming that he was safe. H. Wang Chul gave Munjin a warm look, breaking into a soft smile. The man, examining the boy, whose eyes showed traces of happiness, concluded that he had grown up so much. The boy raised his eyebrows, looking nearby and recognizing another person. The head of the Iron Squad turned around and opened his mouth in shock as Munjin, in the distance, raised his hands and shouted joyfully that they had found the wanted man. While the deputy held Yaman with red eyes by the shoulders, Musin joyfully shouted that they could still save the third master, and the rest of the infected should be divided into 2 groups, merchants and bodyguards. The Iron Squad frowned at their leader as he exclaimed that they had almost completed their mission. The man looked contentedly at his subordinates, clapping his hands and exclaiming that the reward was almost in their hands. Nguyen, towering over H. Wang Chul among the bodies, carefully asked if he could move, and he stated that most of the effects of the poison disappeared thanks to the pill. The swordsman looked at the man from above with a smile, asking him not to thank him and informing him that they would be able to heal the others when they left this place. The guy was thinking about the man from Jade City, who is well versed in poisons and is already preparing an antidote. Lowering his head, Nguyen concluded that H. Wang Chul and the other members of the White Dragon Trade Association would be able to recover, and then asked Munjin to hand over the sword he bought in the Jade City. The boy handed Mr. H. Wang a blade, and he, grinning, clarified what it was. Nguyen remembered carefully looking at the heavy sword that was suitable for people with 3 major cultivation techniques. H. Wanchul accepted the blade and thanked Munjin, who smiled broadly. The main character turned around, puzzled, when Chunin in the form of a girl walked past. pointing a finger at him and asking him to move away together. The men moved away, walking in the darkness among the columns. The Chunin, holding a dagger in his hands, opened a chest surrounded by stones and chains, which contained a red piece, and stated that this was a possible cause of madness. Covering his mouth and nose with his hand, Muon said that this was not surprising, because the object exuded ominous energy. The Chunin took the red piece on his dagger and began to sniff it, and the swordsman, looking at it, decided that this was the source. The Master of Transformation, tightly gripping the handle, said that he was going to take part of the substance to the Dark Moon. Muon turned to the man with closed nostrils, putting the found evidence into a bag, and asked if he would be okay. But he asked not to worry. The pillars stood in the dark, everything was calm around. Now the main character and Chunin were returning back, carrying the found chest by the chains. People dressed in white robes crowded in front of them, waiting. Muon looked questioningly at the even ranks of the arriving detachment. The guy also noticed Senior Tang and Madam Tang standing inside the crowd. The Chunin frowned, and the main character raised his eyebrows from misunderstanding, while Musin, who arrived in time, clarified what was happening here. Mr. Tang, folding his arms across his chest, clarified that these people were from the Central Alliance Management Department, and Chokmu from the Investigation Department hurried to introduce himself. The main character said his name with indifference. The man wearing the white headband smiled and thanked the mainland's rising star on behalf of the entire organization. After this, the representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance turned to the young man with a serious look, asking him to allow their squad to handle this matter. Muon, surrounded by a couple of people, stood opposite the people dressed in white robes, who mentioned the involvement of Silent Knight, and also praised the Iron Squad, but noted that its strength was not enough to solve the current problem. Chokmu pointed to the side with a smile, asking him to go home and let the Central Heavenly Alliance sort things out. The Iron Company glared at the men as they did most of the hard work that others wanted to take credit for. Muon, looking at the people in white robes with prejudice, asked if they knew how to cure the crazy. Jiakmu admitted with a smile that they were looking for an antidote even before they asked for the Tang family's help. Mr. Tang raised his head proudly with his arms folded across his chest when he heard the mention of himself and the young lady. Chokmu narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly that the Central Heavenly Alliance was already close to producing an antidote, asking him to trust them. Muon and Chunin continued to hold the chest by the chains, and the head of the organization, pointing at it, asked what kind of box it was. Putting his palm forward and waving it, Chokmu gently assured the guys that they could leave the find here, and the Central Celestial Alliance would analyze it. Muon didn't answer, just casting a contemptuous glance at the man in white. Mr. Tan, noticing this, looked displeasedly at the young man from under his brows. Turning away and waving his hand, the gray-haired man with clenched teeth muttered for the guys to let him through and give him the chest. Muon then replied with an indifferent expression that they would leave everything to the Central Heavenly Alliance and pray for their success. Chokmu, looking contentedly at the young man, repeated the name of his organization several times. Mukwan came out in front of the head of the alliance and introduced himself, expressing gratitude with a serious face and agreeing to the conditions. After this, the infinite mind of the Iron Squad cast a frown from under his brows, declaring that they should take the third master of the White Dragon Trade Association with them. After all, he was the priority for rescue. The deputy carefully held the shoulders of the red-eyed Yaman, whose mouth was drooling, and Mukwan asked to take the man away to confirm the completion of the mission. Chokmu raised his lip with a thoughtful look, answering that this would not happen. Mr. Tan came out to Muon along with the young lady, bowing his head and asking him to leave Yaman to him. The old man admitted that the mission ended in the Jade City, and going to this place was for personal reasons. Mr. Tang turned in bewilderment at the head of the Central Heavenly Alliance, asking whether he should not grant this request since he was using his families as bait. Chokmu, a little nervous and covered in sweat, said that if in the future you need medical help, you can safely contact the organization. Mr. Tang then turned around and frowned, assuming that in the not-too-distant future the Alliance would ask for his help. There was darkness between the columns, everything was quiet. Chokmu walked up to Muon, who had closed his eyes while he said goodbye, and said that he would soon ask the guy to personally take part in the investigation. The man approached the main character with a smile, hinting at their soon meeting. The white-robed Central Heavenly Alliance members turned back, moving out of the way. After this, the squad came together. Now all the members of the Central Heavenly Alliance stood in even ranks again. Suddenly, Chokmu shouted indignantly, demanding that his subordinates find evidence and prepare a system for transferring crazy people, after which the space was filled with white footprints. The man remained standing, dissatisfied, thinking that Muon not only defeated the man from Silent Night, but also saved people. Examining the chest in chains, Chokmu decided that the Central Heavenly Alliance would be able to take responsibility for at least the safe recovery of the prisoners, and after completing the task, he intended to delve into the past of the Northern Blade. The head of the organization in a white robe and headband looked ahead, questioning, scolding Silent Night for creating a difficult situation. The settlement near the mountains was in distress. Everything was shrouded in darkness and devastation. Animal skulls and bones were scattered on the streets in the light of the red sky. The man, being in a dark building, held a bun in his hands, and a black silhouette appeared on the threshold. Then white stripes rained down from the hand. There were two figures against the red sky, and one was sitting on his knees, assuming that it was Daniel. A man approached, holding out his hands, handing over the body and saying that it was too late. The elder brother held Daniel's red body in his hands, asking who did this horror to him. A dark-haired man with a staff, standing tall, gloomily declared that Muon, the last heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, was responsible for the death of the guy. The gray-haired man, engulfed in darkness, hugged Daniel's dead body, lamenting over it. After that, Silent Night's eyeless elder Chonghak, raising his hand, furiously requested a grand meeting with the four great demons. The action takes place in the mountains, the tops of which are covered with snow. There were bare trees in the snowy forest. A squad of men dressed in black rushed through them furiously. Suddenly, all of them had their heads blown off with a powerful blow, and blood gushed from their necks. A girl in a white dress with burning eyes came out to the bodies falling on the snow. Seeing her, the few surviving men broke out in a cold sweat, and she screamed at them to run. When the boys tried to quickly leave with suffering, the girl in white furiously extended her hand forward. While she remained in the same position, the two remaining people had their heads blown off, causing blood to appear in the air. Now a creepy girl in a white dress stood in the middle of the red snow with headless corpses, watching as the last dead fell to the ground. In the distance a dark silhouette was visible, heading deeper into the forest, and its head also flew off, splashing blood to the sides. The palm rose up. After that, two fingers began to move, moving down. At the end, the hand turned over, rising again. Moving her hand forward, the blonde girl released a transparent stream of magical energy. Ahead, the dark silhouette of a man was moving away among the trees. The stream rushed quickly towards him, raising the snow around him. A powerful whirlwind was already reaching the man who tried to escape. He, hearing the sound, hurried to turn around and noticed with horror the approaching magical attack, breaking out in a cold sweat. In an instant, drops of scarlet blood fell onto the white snow. The girl with the hair was breathing heavily, exhaling steam from her mouth in the cold. She stood in the middle of a winter forest, surrounded by corpses and bloody snow. Suddenly, the man lying nearby, covered in blood, turned to his opponent, talking about the murder of the student of the witch Silent Night. The girl with a gloomy face listened to the story of how the Blue Flower clan was hired for this mission. But they soon realized that she was too strong and ran away, and the man asked why they had to go so far. The witch's apprentice was taken aback, her eyes widening, and she clarified why she had to let the opponents who wanted to attack her go alive. Suddenly, a mercenary with a bloody face and tears in his eyes begged the girl, asking her to spare him, because he had a family and children. The witch's apprentice began to get annoyed by the conversation, and to stop it, she waved her hand, blowing the man's head off. She coolly looked at the corpses while there was a line of scarlet drops on her face. In the forest there were bare trees stretching to the sky. The young blonde mistress turned around in bewilderment when she was called from behind. Seeing a man in a hat with a cloth wrapped around his face, the girl immediately recognized him as Sariel. The witch's apprentice, standing on the bloody snow, began to complain to the man that the mercenaries he had sent this time were too weak, and asked if he could send someone stronger, to which he stated that this girl was too strong. The young mistress, with sparkling white hair, put her hand to her mouth when Seryong announced that his mistress was calling her. Dusk was falling, and darkness fell over the snow-covered mountain forest. The full moon shone in the night sky, surrounded by sparkling stars, and a dark silhouette could be seen against the background of the disk. The Witch of Silent Night, hovering in the air, watched the night luminary. The student, flying up to her master, extended her hand and asked if she had called her. Without turning around, the blonde witch declared that very soon the girl would perfect the ice crystal silver light technique, and then the title of Lady of Silent Night would suit her more. Hassel, listening to the master, folded her hands below and thanked the woman. Many years ago, when the Northern Sky Clan was destroyed, there were several people walking among the burning buildings. The gray-haired man pointed at something with interest, asking the standing witch White Knight to come over. In front of him sat, hugging, two dark-haired children in tears, from which strong energy emanated. The blind elder of Silent Night noted the strong will of the children who were able to survive this nightmare. The man also sensed the sea of dead in the abyss-deep eyes of the children. The boy and girl had nothing but the desire to survive. The blonde, middle-aged woman looked forward, saying nothing. At this time, Chonghak felt sorry for the children and extended his hands to them, offering to go with him. The White Night Witch continued to stand, looking intently into the distance. A moment later, the woman turned around and began to walk away. Then the witch with painted pink eyes was taken aback, raising her eyebrows in surprise. The fabric of her snow-white dress was clenched by a small fist. The dark-haired child stood holding the White Witch's dress in his hands, preventing her from leaving. While the girl tightly clutched the hem of the Lady of Silent Night, Chonghak called her fearless with shock. The woman cast a dark glance at the child while the blind elder of Silent Night declared that nothing in the world lasts forever. Chonghak, waving one hand and placing the other on the little boy's head, said that he would teach him his 1,000 sounds of death technique, and invited the witch to teach the girl the silver light of the ice crystal. The brother turned to his sister with a confused look while the eldest of Silent Night said goodbye to the Lady of Silent Night. After that, he extended his hand with long nails to the boy, asking him to follow him. The woman turned around with a puzzled expression on her face. While the girl continued to pull the hem of her dress towards herself, the witch called out to Seryung's assistant. The man in black knelt before the lady. The Lady of Silent Night asked a subordinate behind her to check whether the child had the necessary meridians to take her on as a student. Having received the order to erase all the girl's memories, Seryung obediently bowed his head and accepted the mistress's wish. Looking at the dirty dark-haired girl, who did not let go of her white hem, the witch gave her the name Hassel. Currently, the Lady of Silent Night, standing on the top of a tree and looking at the moon, asked the student if she despised her, to which she received a negative answer. In the trees, in the light of the satellite, two dark female silhouettes could be distinguished, and the witch admitted that she hated her teacher, who trained her mercilessly. With a thoughtful look looking into the distance, the Lady of Silent Night stated that Hassel should not doubt whether she is human if she does not feel anything. The girl promised the master that she would always remember that she was the Witch of the White Night. Hassel was taken aback when she heard that the order for the Grand Assembly had been given. The Lady of Silent Night, standing at the top of the tree, warned the student about a long absence, because at such a meeting the fate of the organization was decided. Looking thoughtfully into the distance, the blonde woman suggested that the world would soon plunge into chaos. Closing her eyes and lowering her head, the Lady of Silent Night admitted that it would take 3 months to carry out the order, so her student could rest all this time. The woman in the moonlight said that after this the girl's personal freedom would completely disappear, because she would achieve the title of Lady of Silent Night. The witch, looking at the heavenly body, praised the girl for persistently studying her technique without interruption. Letting her enjoy the time, the master turned around and sternly declared that this was her first and last gift for her student. In the night forest there was a view of a snow-capped mountain. Now Hassel was left standing on the top of the tree alone, reflecting on her temporary freedom. The girl, with a thoughtful look, reflected that she had nothing else besides technology and training. Not knowing what to do, Hassel was puzzled by the fact that she had almost no memories from her childhood, and also quickly forgot everything from the moment she began training the silver light ice crystal technique. On the decoration in the girl's hair was a silver flower representing her name. From time to time she has a vague memory of a dark-haired youth with a clouded face. Frowning and looking down, the witch's apprentice cast aside these thoughts and thought that she would like to fight with more opponents. Continuing to watch the moon from the treetop, Hassel came to the conclusion that she enjoyed fighting and didn't know much about pastime. Suddenly, the words of the witch flashed in her head, who gloomily announced that the world would soon plunge into chaos. The girl with a piercing cold gaze thought about the master's words. The girl left the treetop, and her sharp foot streaked across the sky. Blonde-haired Hassel in a white dress floated in the air, the fabric fluttering in the wind. The girl was carried over a snow-capped mountain range through the starry night sky, firmly deciding to look at the mainland for the last time, since in the end she would still have to destroy it. The full moon lit up the night sky. The protagonist, deep in thought, looked at the bright starry sky. He turned towards the building in which there were a dozen people. An image appeared of a girl running towards the man with ambiguous emotions on her face, arms outstretched for a hug. Although the youngest daughter of the White Dragon Trade Association, Lady Soin was glad to see her older brother alive. Looking at a loved one, she stopped a few meters away from him and covered her mouth with her hand. Her joy quickly turned to despair. However, after Tang Sr., the owner of 10,000 poisons from the great Tang family, promised to cure his symptoms, she breathed a sigh of relief. Bowing, with tears in her eyes, Soin listened to the man speaking. He said that since bodyguard Huang Chul was able to successfully block the flow of his blood and allowed him to eat the silver scarlet sacred pill, his condition improved. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to get help from Tang Sr., but to everyone's surprise, he himself offered to help. Gimon, tilting his head and rubbing his chin, said that a few days earlier, when he personally investigated the case of the madman, he came to the conclusion that these symptoms were caused by a mineral-based poison. He clarified that he would need an original source of poison to create an antidote. Recalling the dark box covered in chains, he stated that although it was unfortunate, he needed the box that was stolen from the Central Celestial. Slightly closing his eyes, Gimon said with annoyance that although he promised to cure the third master, it would be incredibly difficult for him to create an antidote in time if he did not have access to the poison in that box. The protagonist looked towards the dark-haired girl in a purple robe. She asked why he was looking at her. Looking away, she sweated profusely and said that she couldn't give it away, and she really needed to take it to the main headquarters. Miwon continued to look at her. Afraid to look the protagonist in the eyes, she said that she could not give it away. Even though they formed an alliance, she still has work to do. Having taken away the bag of poison, the protagonist walked towards the man. The girl furiously tried to hit him. Gimon turned around and said that he was an amazing person. He opened the bag slightly and joyfully declared that a rich poisonous aura emanated from it, and that would be enough. He said that he needed some time for analysis and would make an antidote. Murray sincerely thanked the protagonist. The guy approached the head of Yong. He stated that the madman who was taken by the Broken Fist clan was definitely from the Iron Company. He has completely turned into a madman and now they have no choice, they need to kill him. It seemed that the Iron Squad's informant was the only one who caused trouble for Tang Sr. An image of a man appeared, looking at Gon and Soin. The White Dragon Trade Association decided to suspend its operations to allow Tang Sr. to cure the third young master. A short man with long hair walked up to Miwon. He asked him what he was doing. Looking at him, he told him that he could tell him too. The man said that thanks to the sacred pill, he felt great. Although it is not an antidote, but with the help of the 3 fundamental cultivation techniques, he was able to circulate the effect and it stopped the symptoms of the poison. He stated that his internal Kai had improved. Smiling, he said that because he had spent the last few months in the cave, he was forced to meditate in order to survive. He wanted to enjoy the fresh wind. An image of a bright night sky appeared. The protagonist said that he understood him and was glad that he was here. Huang asked when the main character left the ominous mountains. An image appeared of a small insect sleeping on a blade of grass of a small plant. Huang and Miwon were walking through the night nature. The protagonist told part of his story. Walking along a road surrounded by trees and bushes, the man said that it was hard for him to think that this all started because of him. Looking at the protagonist, he apologized for having to interrupt his training because of him. Smiling sincerely, the main character said that it was not his fault and that he was much more important than his training. With his eyes slightly closed and still looking at Miwon, he said that he had known for a long time that the protagonist had always been a noble and respected man of high rank. He also noted that even so, the main character has grown even more since their last meeting. Miwon said with a smile that he hoped so. The man turned his head sharply. Turning it back, he approached the ear of the leaning protagonist. He said quietly that he always wanted to ask, but never wanted to pry into his business. He asked how the protagonist was able to continue his training in the mountains, alone, if his clan was completely destroyed. Recoiling a little, the main character said that the man could have asked him this before. Slightly closing his eyes, he stated that he had memorized the entire scroll. The man listened to the main character with a surprised expression on his face. An image of a small, dark settlement in the mountains appeared. Miwon said he studied every day for 3 years. One day he realized that he remembered everything, even if he did not understand everything that was said. An image of the protagonist appeared, looking at an empty village. When he isolated himself in the mountains, he was able to continue his training, and this allowed him to strengthen his body. An image of Miwon appeared, meditating on a wooden board located on the peak of a mountain. He said that he constantly recalled what he had memorized in order to firmly lay down the foundation that he lacked. He recalled how, with the last of his strength, he struck with cold steel. This is how he spent the last 7 years, relentlessly practicing the scroll techniques he had memorized. Looking into the distance, he said that somehow everything was like that. Looking at the protagonist, there was only admiration in the man's head. As he continued to look at the protagonist, he thought that the existence of Muon was indeed the last legacy of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The protagonist turned his head and called out to the man. He immediately ran up to him. Muon asked if he remembered the stone he brought him from the tribe carved by the Broken Fist clan. Without waiting for an answer, he stated that he was thinking of looking at that place again. Looking ahead, he said that his sword was forged from that stone and his screams were getting stronger. Hearing the words of the protagonist, the man said that in fact it is possible, because it is not so far from here. The man asked to be the protagonist's guide. 100 meters away, several men were talking about something. 3 men wanted something from the girl pressed against the tree. Closing her eyes in fear, she asked why they were touching her. It was all her money. One of them, pointing his hand at her, said that she could be lying and they needed to carefully check her body. Pointing his finger at the girl's upper body, he said he would start from the top. Making a gesture with his hands, the man with a kind smile told them to stop. The girl immediately took off. One of the guys, with a bandaged hand, asked who this old man was. The man introduced himself as a bodyguard for the White Dragon Trade Association and apologized if he had offended them in any way. He also stated that they would not go any further. A man with a lot of piercings indignantly said that since he was a bodyguard, he should protect those who hired him. He angrily stated that lately everyone always gets in his way. His face became covered with veins and he began to strike the man furiously. In an instant, his blow passed over him and the man touched his body. A light touch with the fingers gave way to a strike with the palm. The man instantly flew 10 meters away. It crushed the tree it crashed into. While in a fighting stance, the man thought that he only wanted to move him away slightly. Muon's eyes widened slightly in surprise. 2 guys armed with swords jumped on the bodyguard. Both synchronized strikes were deflected by the man's sword. With an arcing attack, he threw away the guys who did not have time to come to their senses. A lot of dust rose above their landing site. The bodyguard stood at the counter. The shocked man, looking at his sword, mentally said that he only waved his sword to create a distance between them. Muon, applauding, approached the bodyguard. He said in surprise that apparently his internal Kai had improved more than he expected. After circulating his Kai to counteract the poisons, he was finally able to break through the wall and advance to the next level. Looking at the main character, he doubtfully said that he thought it was because those guys were weak. While making a hand gesture, the protagonist said that despite this, his Kai had indeed increased. Since he spent a lot of time protecting the internal organs, it seemed that he was unable to control the external release of Kai. The protagonist noted that it is now only a matter of time before he becomes a martial master. With his hands clasped together, the protagonist bowed to the bodyguard. He expressed sincere respect. Turning his hands a little embarrassedly, he said that there was no need to do this. The moon and stars illuminated the treetops. Jeongin, who is Muon's assistant as well as the bodyguard of the White Dragon Trade Association, was sitting on a tree branch. Looking at the man, he thought that his failure had turned into success. Central Heavenly Alliance. An image appeared of a large city with a center surrounded by a lake. An image appeared of the red roofs of the buildings of this place and a large number of fish swimming in the crystal clear water. Several people stood at the entrance to the main building. The man with long hair said to let them in. It was Wonli from the Central Heavenly Alliance. An image of gilded red roofs of small buildings appeared. A girl and a guy in dark cloaks approached Wonli. With a small, slightly evil smile, he acknowledged the girl's arrival. A girl with dark long hair and green eyes stood in front of him. It was Hiran, the lady of the western gate of the Alliance. Wonli asked the girl where Xiachen, with whom she was traveling, was. She said he was training in privacy. Looking at her, he stated that she must convince him to return to the outside world. The girl said that Wonli knows the reason why he refuses. A muscular dark man in a white robe was honing his blows. 7 years ago, after suffering from his first humiliating defeat, he vowed to himself that he would become stronger. An image appeared of a bloodied Xiachen lying under the foot of an unknown person. As one of the main representatives of the Azure Dragon Association, he declared that he could not be weak. He stated that he trusts the association to his brother and sister. He, going into the distance, declared that he would appear only when he had mastered his final technique. With a little anger and sadness on his face, Wonli said that he was aware that this experience was the reason he lost his sister 7 years ago. An image of gilded buildings against a dark sky and the same opening gate appeared. The unknown man, shouting, asked how the guy dared to return after such a humiliating defeat. The Crimson Demon King, Manhwa, asked what he was good at. He shouted furiously that Wonley, hiding behind his name, had become arrogant and was now only causing trouble. He impulsively said that the guy couldn't save his only sister. Making a hand gesture, he said that his son was a disgrace to the family. The man said that when he was his age, he subdued the heavens with his own hands and rose to the position of the 9 heavens. He asked what his son had achieved. Tears streamed down the morally destroyed Wonley's face. Manhwa said that this is still what happened in the Northern Heavenly Clan, which they, the 9 heavens, personally destroyed. The man, looking at his kneeling son, said that he had created such a mess in such a place. He turned around, looking sternly in his direction. Narrowing his eyes, he said angrily that it would have been much better if he had died with his sister. This would bring much less shame to his name, and he is too ashamed to show his face to the other 9 heavens. He said his son was completely useless. Wonley was in absolute ruin. He, wrapped in bandages, could only look at the ground. The darkened silhouettes in front of his face were calling to him. He, with eyes filled with bitterness, raised his head. He screamed slightly as blood started pouring out of his head in a huge column. Looking at Wonley, the girl remembered his descent into despair. She mentally said that only the servant stopped him from hurting himself. Continuing to look at the sad face of the guy, she thought that he had been wasting his time for a long time, not understanding what to do. Only the thirst for revenge returned his fortune. Not only his strength, but his Roa's connections with other prestigious families are too important to let go to waste. She, looking at him seriously, mentally stated that she needed him to control the lesser 7 heavens. She told him that it looked like a storm was approaching the mainland. He chuckled slightly and asked if he meant the Silent Night incident. In the Jade Palace, an image of fish of various colors appeared that swam on the surface of the water. With the advent of Silent Night, the continent will soon plunge into chaos. Powerful, hungry individuals who have long been held back by the Heavenly Alliance will begin to act. Wonley, looking at the fish, said that a lot of people are dying, but a small sacrifice is necessary for the sake of a great goal. He said that following this logic, he was grateful to the people who were sacrificed in Jade City. He, peering into the clear water, said that by taking their bones as a foundation, a new era would take shape. The girl agreed with the statement, but said that he should not talk about it elsewhere. Looking at the guy, she asked him if he had heard about the man who single-handedly dealt with the situation in Jade City. The man confirmed. It was the Northern Blade. The only thing they know is the name Jin. Thoughtfully, looking ahead, Wonley said that he didn't remember anyone like that. Suddenly, his face contorted, he remembered something. Interrupting the excited guy's thoughts, the girl spoke about Jin Yuan from the Northern Heavenly Clan. Looking excitedly at the girl, he asked about what was reported to him about his death. She stated that they thought so too and to make sure he needed to send someone to investigate. With sincere anger, the man said that if he saw him, he would tear him to pieces. Looking ahead seriously, the girl also mentioned the invaders. She stated that if he became a member of the invaders, he would not only be able to summon great factions, but he would also have the ability to control them. An image of white and red buildings appeared. He replied that it was tempting because he could become more powerful than the heads of the 9 heavens clans. An image of 9 black silhouettes on a red background appeared. The girl said that she would never have thought that they would try to establish such power. They stood and looked at the nature of their estate. She said that they felt threatened due to the Silent Night incident or were trying to reduce the damage they suffered by taking full control of the martial artists. There is nothing easier than seducing young warriors hungry for strength and power. Closing her eyes, the girl said that they would soon begin recruiting members of the invaders and they should prepare for the opening of the admission campaign of the Azure Dragon Association. They don't have to accept only those who want to join. They need people who will bring benefits. An image of the shadows of the 7 heavens appeared. The guy asked who would be needed besides them in the smaller 7 heavens. They have all been considered geniuses for a long time. Continuing to speak with her eyes closed, the girl stated that they must win over one person to their side. Learner of the 3 minds of Jinwal. An image of a guy with a strange look and long dark hair appeared. He is the only person whose intelligence can be compared to the girl's. Opening her eyes, she stated with a serious look that she met him 5 years ago at Sakti's birthday party. An image appeared of a long table with 2 people surrounded by numerous guests. A scholar of the 3 Umos. He is known as the son of a farmer who learned to their level with his own efforts. They exchanged opinions on astrology, military tactics, and strategy, but it soon turned into a debate. An image of Jinwal appeared, against the backdrop of numerous circles of hieroglyphs. Their views, philosophies, and personalities were opposite. An image of a smiling girl appeared. She stated that she felt threatened by him, that he might surpass her and take her position. An image of a girl appeared against the background of a large number of similar circles. These circles filled the whole picture. She decided to test him using the power of her family and decided to teach him to doubt himself. She used the 10,009-point war tactics. An image of a girl sitting at a table in emptiness appeared. She stated that he most likely never lost. An image appeared of a shocked guy with drool flowing from his mouth. She said it might have been hard for him to admit his first defeat. He took mental damage. Sighing, she closed her eyes and said that she had heard rumors that after this incident he had gone crazy. But if he is a genius, he should have recovered. Looking at the girl, the guy said that he would hardly want to join them after that. She replied that if they couldn't, they would have to eliminate him. She seriously looked into the distance and said that they could not allow him to help another dragon soar. The moon in the night sky illuminated the roof of a light building. The man in the flat hat became alert when he saw a man walking up the stairs. A man in a flat hat stood in front of the door. He put his hand forward and asked to introduce himself. The man told him to leave and not interfere with the execution of the order. A plump man entered the room, pushing the guard away. Musing, with his dark hair tied up, looked at his guest incomprehensibly. The man frowned when he recognized the guest. Musing remembered how 7 years ago a man with a mole on his nose looked at him with displeasure. Musing remembered how, having eaten and drunk, the captain of a mercenary group located on the territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan slept on the floor. He remembered how the captain was hiding in the bushes that night when all the people in the clan's territory were killed. Sweat ran down Passing's face. His eyes were wide with horror. Musing remembered that the captain abandoned his subordinates to save his own skin. A man with a mole on his nose greeted the deputy captain. A man with a dark cloak sat at a table littered with scrolls. Passing said that he had heard rumors that a former comrade had become part of the Central Heavenly Alliance, but he could not have imagined that Musang would become the head of the secret group of the investigation department. The man sitting next to the window turned to face the guest. He said that he heard that the escaped captain became the dog of the false heaven and the 7 western gates. The man with the mole on his nose frowned. He was indignant that Musang spoke to him without respect. The man with the swords on his back said that Passing learned from his masters about the existence of a special intelligence service and asked why he came. The former captain shouted angrily and reached for his sword. He insulted his interlocutor. Passing, who was drawing his sword from its sheath, froze when he saw people dressed in black next to the table. The bearded man was confused and asked where those people came from. The plump man recoiled in fear when Musang stood up and walked towards him. Sweat streamed down Passang's face as Musang came close to him and looked into his eyes. The man with the mole on his nose didn't understand when his former subordinate became so big. Musang leaned towards Passang's ear and said if he still looked like the man who worked with the captain. 2 swords were visible behind Musang's back. He looked down at the man with a mole on his nose. The head of the secret group said that he could kill Passang with impunity and get rid of the body. The men in the flat hats watched as their leader leaned over the bearded man and said that he could make the whole world forget he existed. Veins appeared on Passang's face with impotent anger because of Musang's words that his owners would easily find a replacement for him. People in flat hats surrounded the people standing opposite each other. The head of the secret group ordered the interlocutor to disappear as soon as possible. Sweat streamed down the face of the man with the mole on his nose as he tried to say something. Passing bowed. Overcoming himself, he said that Hyorin wants to meet Musang. Musang raised his hand. His gaze turned to his interlocutor with a thoughtful look. People in black clothes and flat hats hurried to hide in the shadows. Musang continued to look at his interlocutor. He thought that Hyorin wanted to meet him out of fear of Muwon. A man with raised hands stood in a boat that floated on the surface of the lake. The dark-haired man in white clothes opened his mouth. He swore and said that he didn't know anymore. Behind Jinwoo, Muwon jumped down. He told the man that he was as usual. There was a full moon behind Muwon. Drops of water were flying around his body. The scientist asked the young man if he had not yet left the Jade City. He confirmed. 2 dark silhouettes were seen in a boat bobbing on the lake. Jinwoo said that from the first meeting he knew that the young man was special, but he could not imagine that he alone would cope with the problem created by Silent Night and the Broken Fist clan. Sitting on the shore of the lake, Hwancheol raised his hand. Jinwoo suggested that Muwon could fly and asked how the guy found him in the middle of the lake. The young man and the scientist stood opposite each other. Jinwoo said that it seemed to him that Muwon had earned the nickname Northern Blade for a reason. A pale man with disheveled dark hair grinned. Jinwoo said that he thought it was easy for the guy to get to the middle of the lake. The main character bowed his head and scratched the back of his head. He said that he could not even think that he would receive such a nickname. Jinwoo raised one eyebrow and said that it is quite normal for rumors not to reach the very subject of the rumors, and added that there was a lot of discussion on Muwon on the mainland. Little time has passed. The full moon continued to illuminate the surface of the lake. A jug and 2 cups stood at the bottom of the boat. Muwon was surprised that last time the scientist treated him to tea, but this time he offered him alcohol. The main character and the scientist were sitting in a boat. The sky above their heads was covered with stars. Jinwoo said that while sailing in a boat it is best to drink alcohol. The young man replied that the man did not come here to swim. The interlocutor was delighted with his intelligence. A dark spot was visible under the water. Muwon assumed that the man was using tactical illusions to gather all the fish in one place, like large nets. A huge black ball was underwater. In the place where there was a boat against the background of the night sky, the main character praised the scientist. Jinwoo raised the cup to his mouth and closed his eyes. He said that he was just having fun. The man's hand was still near his face. He opened his eyes and looked intently at his interlocutor. The wind ruffled the hair of the men sitting in the boat. Jinwoo assumed that his interlocutor was the heir of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly clan of Jin Muwon. The main character looked down, long strands of hair falling into his face. The young man threw his head back and drank alcohol. The man with a cup in his hands looked closely at his interlocutor. Jinwoo said that it seems he was right and asked the main character about his plans. The scientist spread his arms to the sides when he suggested that Muwon was going to take over the heavens. The guy poured more alcohol from the jug into his cup in silence. Muwon threw his head back and drank the alcohol from the cup in one gulp. The guy raised his hand to his face. Wiping his lips, he said that the scientist's liquor was very strong. In the light of the full moon, the dark silhouettes of 2 people were visible in a boat on the surface of the lake. Muwon's gaze was downcast, and he said that he was not yet sure what to do. At the bottom of the boat there were scrolls, a jug and a bowl. The main character admitted that he did not think about anything ambitious. The sword lay next to the dark silhouette of a sitting man. Muwon said that he was just trying to live every day to the fullest. Jinwoo raised one eyebrow at his interlocutor. He was surprised by the guy's words that he would never betray his own voice. Muwon sat cross-legged with his hand on his knees. He explained that by voice he meant the sound that he heard inside himself, and added that he plans to live according to the dictates of his heart. The main character's hair fluttered against the background of the starry sky. The guy looked forward. Muwon said that regardless of whether his heart desires revenge or capturing the heavens, he will do just that. The guy closed his eyes and brought the cup of alcohol to his face. He asked Jinwoo if he was too idealistic. Behind the scientist was the night sky. He held a bowl in his hand and looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor. The man with the bowl in his hand laughed ominously. He realized that Muwon was after all planning something. The hunched Jinwoo raised the cup to his lips. He repeated the words of Muwon and the dictates of his heart and called him a real idealist. The scientist thought that the young man's ideas made sense, and they were very different from the delusional ideas of other idealists. The guy closed his eyes and raised the cup to his lips. The scientist thought that the young man was up to something, because although his answer was frivolous, it was confident. Jinwoo's face was reflected in the alcohol poured into the cup. He thought about the simplicity of his interlocutor. There was a small dot in the middle of the lake. Jinwoo thought that he had done a lot in a short time. But sometimes it is important to live as simply as Muwon. The dark ball under the boat disappeared. The fish spread out in different directions, and the scientist realized that even he gets tired sometimes. The wind ruffled the wide sleeve of the man's robe. When he raised the cup to his face, the scientist thought that he needed to learn to rest. Jinwoo raised his head and looked at the stars. He thought that every time Muwon appeared, the signs in the heavens began to change. The full moon surrounded by stars was visible in the sky. The scientist thought that few people could have such an influence with their mere appearance. The man hid his hand under his clothes. He thought that only heroes or villains could influence the universe like that. Jinwoo tied his unruly hair with a light ribbon. He was interested to know which way Muwon would go. Opposite the black silhouette, the main character sat with his eyes downcast. The scientist called out to his interlocutor. The man tightening the ribbons on his head looked at Muwon with interest. Jinwoo said that he liked the guy and they had something in common, and offered to go together to the Central Heavenly Alliance to repay the debt. The main character continued to sit opposite the black silhouette. He did not understand what happened. Dark figures of people could be seen in a boat bobbing on the lake under the light of the full moon. The scientist said that he liked the idea of living according to the dictates of the heart. A smiling Jinwoo pointed his index finger at the main character and said that he would become a soldier of Muwon, the heir of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly clan. Dark figures of armed people could be seen against a white background. Miwon was thinking about the place where the faction that destroyed his clan was located and where the 9 heavens, the great martial arts masters, lived. In the center of the lake there was an island with a high tower. A city was located around it. The main character thought that the Central Heavenly Alliance was the center of the Muram world and the place where many martial artists wanted to go. Miwon remembered how, in the midst of the battle, he grabbed his sword, and his eyes glowed on his face hidden in shadow. The main character thought that a lot had happened and his nickname Northern Blade quickly spread. The young man remembered how he raised his blade to attack Goni and thought that soon many would want to know who he was. He remembered how a man in a white headband looked at him and thought that there was no escape from fate. The main character looked ahead resolutely. He thought that he should really come to the Central Heavenly Alliance himself. Wang Chul called out to the young master. Miwon turned around and looked at the wavy-haired man in surprise as he called out to him again. Wang Chul, with his wavy hair pulled back into a ponytail, asked embarrassedly what the young master was talking about with the scientist and what he was thinking about. The two men walked along the bushes and trees. Miwon explained that he had met with a mad scientist who wanted to become his soldier and offered to go together to the Central Heavenly Alliance. The main character turned his head to the interlocutor when Wanchul hesitantly said that he believed that Jinwal was an outstanding person if he had earned the respect of Miwon. The young man assumed that the man also wanted to say that he was not sure that the scientist could be trusted and that he should be allowed to join was a good idea. Miwon scratched his head. He said that it didn't seem like Jinwal had any malicious intent, and that he would most likely go with him. Wang Chul asked why then the scientist didn't go with them. The moon illuminated the boat in which two men were sitting, rocking on the water. Jinwal said that he had to make a lot of preparations for the trip, pack a lot of things. The white-robed scholar cleared his throat after admitting that he had to finish business with Widow Yu and asked Miwon to pretend he didn't hear it. Jinwal put his hands behind his back and turned away. He said that he would join the main character when he left, and told the guy to go do his business. Miwon and Wanchul looked at the door to the building. The young man recounted his conversation with the scientist. The man asked if the young master was sure that this man could be trusted. He replied that Jinwal had always been strange. The men opened the door. The servant could understand how the scientist would know when they set off. There were a lot of people in the hall with 2 tables and benches. Everyone looked at those who entered. Gimmon checked Jamin's pulse. The dark-haired man looked surprised. He assumed that it was Mr. Jin in front of him. There were many people in the spacious hall with 6 tables. Jamin said that he wanted to thank everyone. Dooney with his hair down smiled widely and told the main character that Jamin wanted to meet him in person and had been waiting for him in this place since he came to his senses. Gimmon looked down. He told Jamin that he would need to take the antidote for at least 3 months. The elder looked at the man, who lowered his kimono from one shoulder and said that if he followed his advice, the internal injuries would be completely restored. Jamin thanked him and said that he would definitely repay his kindness. The man began to get dressed. Gimmon waved his hand, called Wanchul and said that it was necessary to completely remove the poison from his body. The bodyguard replied that he never thought that Elder Tan would personally treat him and thanked him. Miwon turned his head. Murray stood next to him. The guy asked how they managed to create an antidote so quickly. The girl blushed. Murray remembered that she and her uncle were sitting next to a madman who had been put to sleep, and explained that when they were in the Broken Fist clan they had the opportunity to examine the poisoned one. The dark-haired girl turned her head to the interlocutor. She said that thanks to that research, they were able to prepare all the necessary ingredients in advance. In Murray's mind, an image appeared of Miwon handing the bag to her uncle. The green-robed girl explained that because the protagonist provided them with the original source of the poison, they were able to research it and make an antidote. So when Gimmon figured out how to suppress the effects of the poison, he was able to use the family's special acupuncture technique. Gimmon sat cross-legged. Meyer stood behind him with her arms outstretched. Dark green smoke enveloped them. They used a technique called animated purified spirit acupuncture. Jamin was lying on the floor, needles protruding from his body. Members of the Tang family were sitting nearby. Murray explained that they inserted needles into the body at different depths and pulled out the poisonous kai from the internal meridians. And now the man could recover. Miwon continued to look at Murray. He said that he was surprised that the Tang family managed to make the antidote so quickly because he heard that the Central Celestial Alliance Investigation Bureau entered Unnam 2 months earlier and used them as bait. The main character continued to look at the dark-haired girl. She said that everything worked out thanks to her uncle, but she could not become the keeper of poisons because her body rejects them. Miwon didn't know what to say. Standing opposite Wanchul, Gimmon spread his arms to the sides. The main character said that thanks to the fact that Murray saved his uncle's life many times, He is still alive. In addition, she assisted him during special acupuncture. Yuan smiled. He said that the girl's actions impressed him and thanked him for her hard work. The dark-haired girl blushed. Murray turned away and touched her red cheek with her hand. She did not agree with the guy. People in light clothes approached Yuan and Murray. Jamin said that I live thanks to the main character, and am grateful to him for everything. Soin told her brother what Yuan had to go through because of him. The man intended to repay the young man for his kindness. The guy with dark hair looked at the other person. He said that the bodyguards of the White Dragon Trade Association and the Iron Squad suffered more than him, so Jamin should repay them instead of him. The dark-haired man with a mustache smiled. He said that he had already personally thanked everyone for their help and added that he was not one of those who forget about those to whom he owes money. There were 3 people standing opposite the guy and the girl. Jamin said that he would do everything to repay the debt to the main character and asked, if necessary, to contact the White Dragon Association for help. Yuan bowed his head and closed his eyes. He said that he helped Jamin not for the sake of compensation, but for the sake of saving Huang Chul, and thanked the man for the nice words. The man with the mustache smiled. He thought that the man opposite was destined to leave a big mark in the history of Muram. Gimmon took Huang Chul's pulse. Jamin smiled and told the bodyguard and Moonjun that he would never forget their brave deeds. The sun was shining on the 3-story building. Goonie told everyone to rest and prepare to go home in 3 days. Snow flew in different directions due to an explosion among the rocks. 2 men in white cloaks stood in the snow. The hooded man whispered something in Chokmu's ear. The man was very surprised when he learned that Jamin had received treatment and had fully recovered. Veins appeared on the neck of the man wearing a white headband. He was shocked that they managed to find the antidote before the alliance. He realized that he should not have ignored the knowledge and strength of the Tang family. The shadow from the hood hid the man's face. He said that the demon fist, Chungwu, disappeared despite the fact that the Broken Fist clan sealed the gate, and now no one knows where he is. The man in the headband asked what Hyodan, who is in charge of spying on the Broken Fist clan, was doing. Chains were visible on the gate and the high wall. The interlocutor explained to Chokmu that Hyodan had sealed the clan gate and captured Chongwu's son as a hostage. Many white-hooded people stood next to the gray-dressed man. The man explained that Hyodan was panicking because the demon fist had disappeared when the people from the investigation bureau were accompanying him. Chokmu in the white headband cursed and called Demon Fist stubborn. He did not know what the warrior was up to. The man put his fist to his palm as Chokmu said that things were not going as smoothly as originally planned. But since their work here was finished, they needed to meet Hyodong quickly. There were a lot of people in the square. The cart moved away from the city gates. Captain Gon was driving the cart in which Soin and Jamin were sitting. A man in a flat hat told Jongan that he was seeing him for the first time. The man looked at him displeasedly and told him to mind his own business. Muon turned his head to the Tan family. Huang Kal and Munjun were standing nearby. Everyone was talking about something. The guy turned around when a man shouted that someone was heading this way. 3 people stood with their backs to the main character. Everyone peered into the distance. Goonie asked who it was. A black silhouette appeared in the distance. A man dressed in black stood on an ox-drawn cart. Jinwal, who was riding on a cart, spread his arms to the sides. He announced his arrival to the Northern Blade and asked him to hug him quickly, because his arms were already starting to hurt. Yuan's eyebrows rose in surprise. The scientist winked at the young man. A black bird flew in the sky. The bird circled above the black silhouettes of people below. Gimmon was sitting in Jinwal's cart. They were happily discussing something. The guy was watching the men. The guy admitted that he didn't expect the two to get along so quickly. The scientist spread his arms to the side and smiled broadly at his interlocutor. The main character was surprised that the men were discussing various topics from medicine to astrology. Sachin looked over Goonie's shoulder. He also watched Jinwal and Gimmon. He recognized the scientist and was delighted that for the first time he was seeing a person who possessed an unimaginable amount of knowledge. Muon shook her head and sighed. Huang Kal walked behind the main character. The man called out to the guy and said that they were not far from the place where the stone from which Muon forged a sword came from and offered to visit him. The bodyguard turned to the man driving the cart and said that they had personal matters and would join the squad as soon as they finished. The captain agreed and said that he would instruct Munjun to leave marks along the way. Muon turned to the cart where the scientist and Elder Tang were sitting. He told them that he would be back soon. Jinwal said okay and returned to the conversation. Goonie with a scar on his face frowned over his shoulder. He had a bad feeling that one of the strongest people was leaving the squad. He hoped not to run into trouble in Muon's absence. The main character and Huang-chul were running through the forest. The men ran out of the forest. The men ran across the gray desert. Muon and Huang-chul stopped. The man was pointing at something. Sweat was running down his face. He said that they had arrived. The guy's hand clenched on his sword. Muon looked at the sword. The main character turned his head and realized that in front of him was the same place. The men looked at the many gray rocks. The hand drew a cross in the sand. A hand drew a cross on a tree trunk. Following the cart, Munjin crouched down to draw a cross on the ground. The guy stuck out his tongue with zeal. A black silhouette appeared next to him. The boy collided with a man. Munjin looked over someone else's shoulder, not understanding why they stopped. Goonie with scars on his face and his team looked ahead tensely. A tall man in a red cloak stood in front of the travelers, with rows of warriors visible behind him. The demon fist Chengwu in golden armor looked unkindly at the squad they met. Muon, standing next to Huang-chul, watched the devastation. The main character, looking at the remnants of the past, wondered what could happen here. Huang-chul, recalling the old days, said that several years ago he came here while traveling. Huang-chul, recalling how a fire burned at the same place, said that upon arriving at this place, they saw only ruins, after which Huang-chul reported that one of his bodyguard acquaintances, who knew about this place, told him that the people who lived here praised the stone that fell from the sky. Huang-chul, remembering what the stone looked like, said that it was not an ordinary stone, and he decided to take it with him in the hope that it would be useful to the young master. Huang-chul, looking at the ruins, said that the Broken Fist clan was responsible for the destruction, noting that he knew nothing more. Huang-chul, looking at the craters, said that he also did not know why Broken Fist did such a thing, noting that there was no point in killing these people. Huang-chul, leading the main character to the cave, said that this place is located here. Huang-chul, looking at the altar in the cave, said that this is where he found the stone that fell from the sky. The main character, together with Huang-chul, entered the cave and looked at the empty altar. Muon felt his katana begin to vibrate. The main character, looking at his hand, noticed that the katana was trying to jump out of his hands. The main character, looking at how his hand twitched, heard in his thoughts that his crying was getting stronger. Muon, looking at something in front of him, heard the girl's aura whispering in his ear, after which the main character said in his thoughts that everything became clear to him. Muon also wondered if it was right in front of him. The main character, putting his sword behind his back, stood motionless. Huang-chul, looking at the motionless Muon, wondered what happened. The main character, having climbed onto a pile of stones, began to rake it. Huang-chul ran up to Muon and began helping him clear away the rubble. The narrative moves to sunset of the same day. The main character, raking stones together with his servant, made a ringing sound throughout the area. Huang-chul, having removed the last stone, opened a passage to an unknown place. Huang-chul wondered what it was with a look of surprise on his face. The narrative moves to the battle of Musun and his comrades. Musung, lowering his head a little, said in his thoughts that Zhongwu Chenwu, nicknamed the Devil's Fist, was now standing in front of him. Musung, looking at the huge Yongwu, wondered in his thoughts what he was doing here. Yongwu, looking at Museong and raising his head, wondered if he was the Northern Blade. Musung, feeling heaviness in his conversation with Zhongwu, noted in his thoughts that he was now under incredible pressure. Musun also wondered in his thoughts if he was looking for Jin because of what happened in Jade City. Musun further stated in his thoughts that he thought that they were forced to seal their gate due to a warning from the Central Heavenly Alliance. Musun, sweating from nerves, wondered in his thoughts what he was doing here now. Further, Musung noted in his thoughts that it was not just anyone, but the demon fist Zhongwu himself. Musun further stated in his thoughts that they needed to get out of this situation as quickly as possible, noting that they had no reason to put themselves in danger. Musun also stated in his thoughts that their initial goal was to complete the mission without any incident. The guys from the Iron Dozen watched the dialogue with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. Gimon, peeking out from behind one of the guys, wondered what the demon fist was doing here. Gimon also wondered if he had sealed the gate. Jinwoo, watching the dialogue between Musung and Youngwoo, said in his thoughts that if he remembers correctly, Silent Night disguised itself as the citizens of Jade City in order to kidnap merchants and travelers, and then turn them into madmen. Jinwoo also said in his thoughts that instead of identifying them, the Broken Fist clan decided to slaughter the entire city. Jinwoo further said in his thoughts that he was sure that Youngwoo was thinking of destroying Silent Night and saving several high-ranking individuals of Jade City, after which he could gain some kind of trust and respect, and then use this to hide his brutal actions. Jinwoo, getting to his feet, turned his head towards Zhongwu, after which in his thoughts he said that after Jin single-handedly stopped the massacre of the Broken Fist clan and dealt with Silent Night, the whole world learned how cruel and careless the Broken Fist clan is fist, noting that this in turn led to the need to seal their gate. Jinwoo further stated in his thoughts that this reduced their power and influence, after which his son was taken away by the Central Celestial Alliance as a hostage, noting that he could only imagine how much anger Youngwoo now feels towards Jin. Jinwoo, holding his chin and thinking, said in his thoughts that Demon Fist was like a wild bear with an innate bloodlust, noting that things would soon become more complicated. Musung, folding his hands and bowing, introduced himself to Youngwoo, after which he said that he expresses his respect towards him, after which Musung also noted that the person Youngwoo is looking for is not here now. Jongwoo, watching Musung worshipping, thought about something. Musung, with his head down and his eyes closed with sweat on his face, revealed that the person he was looking for had been traveling with them for a while, noting that he left the group as he had personal matters to attend to. Musung then added that they did not ask where he would go, so they do not know where he is now. Musung further stated that he told him that he would return when he finished with his business. Musung also said that if Jongwoo is not satisfied with this, then they can send people to search for him, noting that at the moment they are finishing the mission of escorting the third master of the White Dragon Trade Association and the Tang family from Sachon. Youngwoo stood with a dissatisfied expression on his face while listening to Museong. Musung, raising his head and opening his eyes, wondered if it would be possible for them to continue their journey. The narrative shifts to the main character and his subordinate. Miwon and Hwankal, entering the cave, observed how many unusual corpses lay on the ground. Hwancheol, watching this in horror, wondered if they hadn't seen all the dead of the place. The main character, turning his head and looking at the ground, noticed something. Miwon, looking at the corpse, noticed that his throat had been cut. The main character, also drawing attention to the wrists of the corpses, said that their necks and wrists were cut to release all the blood from the body. Miwon, having walked a little further, reported that after all the blood was drained from them, they were sealed in this place, noting that since they had lain here for a very long time, their bodies did not rot, but were simply mummified. Hwancheol closed his eyes and lowered his head, wondering why the Broken Fist clan tried to do this. Hwancheol also stated that they were completely crazy, to which the main character said that there was something more important. Miwon, looking at the bodies, said that these bodies belonged to women. The main character, standing next to the stunned Hwangchul, said that he heard stories when he was young, noting that one of them was about the mutilated bodies of young women. The main character, looking at the huge crater, revealed that there was also a huge pit in the story, noting that there is a demonic art that uses the fresh blood of women to increase their internal Kai. Miwon, lowering his head, said that this method was too cruel, which is why the world of Murama banned its use. The main character, looking at the unknown light, said that the picture in front of them is proof that the demonic art of the blood of 10 women was used. The narrative shifts to Musung's dialogue with Youngwoo. Raising his head with a displeased expression, Youngwoo wondered if Museong was trying to threaten him by calling out the names of the White Dragon Trade Association and the Tang family of Sachon. Musung, nervous and looking at the angry Youngwoo, stated that that was not what he was trying to say. Jongwoo, looking at the bowing Museong, said that he was in a very bad mood due to recent events. Youngwoo, lowering his head and looking at the leader of the Iron Dozen, said that if he could not vent his anger, he would not be able to voluntarily follow orders. Musung, sweating profusely, heard Youngwoo add that he would probably have to take his anger out on them, after which Musung wondered if he had heard everything correctly. Youngwoo, looking down at Musung, said that if he did this, the Northern Blade would come to him. Jongwoo, smiling sarcastically, said that, moreover, when the Northern Blade finds out about what happened, it will very quickly come to him. Jongwoo, smiling from ear to ear, said that Museong should be glad that he would fall at his hands. Jongwoo, extending his hand and pointing his finger at the guys, ordered his subordinates to kill all of them. The man seems confused and wonders what they mean. Chungwoo's eyes sparkle and he states that if he has power, it would be a sin not to use it. Musung looks up, mentally wondering if he has gone crazy, and thinks about how he should have sealed the clan gates, and ends up rebelling against the world. He wonders if he is trying to overthrow the Central Celestial Alliance, if he really intends to turn the entire continent against him. Mukwan seriously calls him and assumes that the man will not negotiate. Frowning, Yakran agrees with him and believes that they should take a battle formation. Musung closes his eyes, cursing. He starts screaming, asking how dare the old man do such a thing. They said they don't know where he went, they were minding their own business, so he wonders what he wants from them. With his mouth wide open, he calls out to the Iron Squad. People appear behind him, and he puts his weapon forward. Opposite them are people with black eyes. The Yona sect has already prepared weapons, pointing the sword at Young-woo, asking if it's really him. The man smiles slightly, noticing that Musong dared to say his name so frivolously, and that everyone has already forgotten what it means to be one of the great four of the northern heavens. He puts his fist to his chest, claiming that he was chosen by heaven and his honor should not be neglected by anyone. His fist single-handedly slaying hundreds of bad people from Silent Night. Leader Yon looks at him seriously as he states that the peace he enjoyed so much was due to his efforts and strength. But apparently they forgot that fact and became arrogant. Jiang-woo frowns and claims that this has been happening since those fools in the Central Heavenly Alliance trying to punish him for his actions in Unnam Province by refusing to let anything go his way. He looks forward confidently and says that he is not going to let things slide and will no longer look the other way, so he tells what will happen once he catches the Northern Blade. He smiles, declaring that he will take over the heavens in his own way, because that's how it should be. Although he is a little worried that he has to put in so much effort, but in any case, this is what it means to be the Demon Fist, the head of the glorious Broken Fist clan. As Musen stands with his gun pointed at him, he states that this is why none of his actions or words should be ridiculed. He frowns and reveals that he is the embodiment of reason, justice, and strength. Leader Yon swings, insulting him. It is reported of a small settlement hidden deep in the mountains, that people on the mainland called this place the Cursed Mountains, but those who lived there never traded or interacted with outsiders, but instead respected and valued nature. They called it place the Sacred Mountain, as it gave them food and a roof over their heads. The settlement is depicted. It turns out that many years later a star fell from the sky and left a large crater. When a shaman found this star, called it the Sacred Stone, and people began to worship it. A man is shown praying in front of a stone. It is learned that for the safety of her people, she spent her days praising the stone. Chosen by the sacred mountain to lead her people, she was a respected shaman. He sits with his eyes closed. Suddenly she turns her head questioningly. She sees everything burning and some people attacking. She immediately starts running towards them. Looking at this in fear, the girl wonders what is happening and why they are attacking her people. People are shown being killed and she questions what they did wrong to deserve this punishment, and why they are getting rid of the men. It is depicted how people drag women, and this also raises questions for the shaman. While one of the killers smiles, she screams at them to stop. He looks at her questioningly when she asks how they dare to do this. The girl runs towards him, telling them to stop. The man hits her, asking who she is and stating that she saved them time by running herself. He drags her unconscious by the hair. Her eyes close. She tries to open them. She opens them even more. The girl sees people among the bloody area and wonders what is happening. A crater filled with blood is visible and she insults them. The shadows of people are visible, and one of them reports that the preparations are complete. People turn their heads towards the shaman, noticing that she is still left. The girl thinks that she will never forgive them. One person remains, looking at her as she declares that she will curse them until the end of time. He comes closer to her. She thinks that she will do this even when she becomes a spirit. Her vision becomes cloudy and she claims that she will take revenge. Her eyes gradually close. A smiling man is depicted sitting in a bath of blood. Above him can be seen many suspended victims. The entrance to the cave where the shaman sat before was shown. The stone she was praising is visible. Muon's hand glows purple. He sits near that crater while his name is called. Tears stream down his face and he realizes that his uncle not only betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan out of greed. A man with sparkling eyes is shown, and it turns out that he also sacrificed innocent people. People are seen attacking, and Muon claims that his uncle mercilessly slaughtered the inhabitants of Jade City. Someone's hands are shown, and it is revealed that the man has forced his followers to learn a forbidden art that will shorten their lives. It turns out that he destroyed an entire tribe in order to gain more power. Muon clutches his weapon in his hands, questioning how his uncle dares to accept the lives of others as bargaining chips, and remembers that he was once a proud warrior who fought against Silent Night. He wonders if he is really Chungwoo, one of the great four of the Northern Heavens who has protected many lives. He clenches his hand into a fist, realizing how low the man has fallen. He silently looks at his sword. He leans down, grabbing its handle. Magical forces surround him and he tells the snow flower to wipe away his tears, because he will fulfill his revenge. Gon moves his hand to the side, saying that Youngwoo was consumed by rage and apparently they won't be able to come to an agreement with him. He stands with his sword ready, telling the White Dragon Trade Association to draw their blades, because they must make these fools regret attacking them. A man and a girl are standing, and he remembers the Demon Fist. Lowering his head, he calls him a beast who has spent his entire life killing others on the battlefield, and suggests that after years of silence, he has finally listened to his desire. Although not even a group of third-rate bandits would go that far, he states that he is disappointed in Youngwoo. Jinwoo looks to the side thoughtfully, musing that if he assumes that Musin can hold his own against Youngwoo, the others will have to deal with the martial artists of the Broken Fist clan. He frowns, deciding to see what happens. People with dark faces are seen, and it is reported that there are about 20 of them here, and each of them has reached the peak of the sphere. Men are shown with weapons, and the idea is that they have about 8 capable warriors from the Iron Company on their side. Individuals are depicted wearing hats, and it is revealed that they also have approximately 15 low-ranking bodyguards from the White Dragon Trade Association. Everyone named is shown together, and Jinwoo thinks that they are in an open, flat area surrounded by trees on either side. He notices a little wind and good weather. He has a finger in his mouth and realizes that rain clouds are starting to appear above them. He smiles, removing his finger from his mouth, and thinks clear skies with a chance of thunder are ideal. The man tells a questioning-looking Munjung to come up to him. Jinwoo sits on the cart and the boy wonders how he knows his name. Smiling, the man states that he is sure that Munjung marked 17 places while they were walking here. Confused, the boy answers in the affirmative and says that they must be out there somewhere. He remembers how the man had been talking tirelessly to the great master of poisons all this time, and wonders when he noticed this. Jinwoo hands him some papers, telling him that he has a task for him, and asks if the boy can go through the marked dreams and attach what he gave. Munjung looks surprised when the man whispers something else in his ear. He puts his hand behind his head, claiming it's true, but he doubts he can do it. Jinwoo puts his hand on his shoulder and declares that he can and must keep telling himself that he can so that eventually it becomes a reality. And he believes in the boy, believes that he can. A crowd of people stand with their weapons pointed forward. They wonder if they should attack first, what they should do, if they should wait, and notice that they are almost there. Yakrin frowns at the idea that they need to hurry up and decide, and she knows that if they move rashly, they will die. Moon squints, realizing that he needs to calm down and think when the deputy is called. He turns his head in shock as he notices a mental message calling out the Iron Company's strategist, Mukwan of Infinite Thought. Jinwoo sits on the bull, informing him that when he gives him the signal, they will need to attack with all their might. The man opens his mouth in surprise and wonders what the scientist of 3 minds came up with. A grayish sky is visible. A tree with a cross is shown. Suddenly Munjeong rushes over. He quickly covers this cross. Now he is running in the other direction. He approaches Jinwoo, telling him that he has attached all the papers. He rushes on, saying that he is going to attach more to those trees, while the man actively supports him. The scientist smiles, preparing to begin. He spreads his arms to the sides and raises his head, feeling something approaching, which only makes him happy. People with black eyes are visible. Members of the Yona sect are standing with weapons. The crowd starts to walk. Muin looks at Jinwoo, asking what they should do and telling him to hurry up and tell him. Clouds of dust appear behind Musin's men, which their opponents notice and realize that they have more soldiers. The man looks up, assuming it's reinforcements, but thinks it doesn't matter. He suddenly looks ahead in shock, wondering what it is. Many flying arrows are visible. The man covers himself with his hands, telling his soldiers to strengthen their positions and block the arrows, because thanks to the Fist of 100 Days technique, these arrows will not penetrate their hands. Everyone shields themselves from weapons flying at them. Jinwoo smiles, announcing that the time has come for the Iron Squad to act. Mukwan decisively shouts to his team that now is their chance and they need to go on the attack. Everyone immediately rushes into battle. A satisfied man approaches Jinwoo, wondering if these clouds of dust and arrows are his illusion. The scientist crosses his arms and thinks that if they fight those fools from the Broken Fist clan in the open, they will simply overwhelm them with the difference in strength. Their only chance is to make them lose concentration and suddenly attack at that moment. The bodyguards are standing, and the idea is heard that this is a battle not for victory, but for endurance. Jinwoo frowns, knowing that they need Muin to get here as quickly as possible. The battle is shown as the man thinks that their defenses are now weakened, but they are trained killers, so they will soon recover and turn the tide of the battle. A young man is seen running, and Jinwoo realizes that before that happens, he needs to create another opportunity and Moon Young needs to hurry. Musun takes a swing at Chung Woo. He stabs him. Suddenly he looks at him dumbfounded. The man's face is dark and his eyes sparkle, and the thought sounds that the opponent was able to block his attack with a small movement of the sword. Leader Yon holds his sword tightly, pointing it forward as Young Woo states that he is making a lot of useless movements. From his impact on the ground, stones and dust fly. The man frowns and states that because of such sweeping strikes, Musen's attacks are easy to read. A huge cloud of dust is visible. A man with sparkling eyes rushes out of it. The dragon's silhouette is shown and the dragon's fang soul is activated. Musen swings again while running. Looking at him, Young-woo calls him a bloodthirsty guy and tells him that he is a little stronger than he thought, and this will be a good workout. He puts his fist forward, claiming that the man deserves to taste him. Spitting blood and pointing a sword at him, Musen tells him not to look down on him. Munjun runs across the battlefield, with many warriors on him. He runs, gritting his teeth, saying that he can. He jumps up to the tree, attaches a rectangular object to it and says that he needs to attach the first to the largest tree, and the second. A pale warrior in a cloak appears behind him. Munjun is scared and sweating. The warrior turns to him. The warrior pounces on him and asks what he is doing. A dog rushes at the warrior. Munjun reaches for the sword behind his back. The warrior throws the dog aside, asking what the mongrel is doing here. Munjun takes the sword in his hands. He says this is his chance. He screams and slashes with his sword. The warrior stops the sword with his hand and prepares the other hand to strike. He wonders how anyone could expect to win with his improved and protected body. Munjun is terrified. The warrior strikes and Munjun is thrown aside, creating clouds of dust. More dust. The wounded Munjun lies on the ground in the dust next to the sword. He remembers how he trained to hold the sword, how he screamed in pain, how he rushed with the sword at Muwon, how Muwon dodged, how he struck him, how he stood and explained to him how to fight correctly. He told him he could do it. A bloodied Munjun rises to his feet, sword in hand, thinking that this bastard is nothing compared to his older brother. A warrior with a cloak blowing in the wind and Munjun, with a sword at the ready, run at each other. He prepares to strike with his sword. With a face full of anger, he strikes the warrior's hand. Smiling, the warrior says that this will not work on him. The sword cuts through half of the arm. The warrior's pupils shrank in horror. Part of his arm was torn off. He asks in horror what the hell happened. Munjun stabs the warrior in the chest. He stands with a sword in his hands. The warrior stands with a sword in his chest. The warrior, with a face full of incomprehension, says that he is small. A sharp movement. Munjun pushes the sword deeper into the warrior's chest. Blood pours from the warrior's mouth. The dog and Munjun attack him. They all fall to the ground. Munjun, with eyes full of horror, realizes that he killed a man. The dog barks. He turns his head in his direction. He prepares to get up and thanks the dog for reminding him of the task. A long-haired man sits with his eyes closed. He suddenly opens his eyes, realizing that Munjun managed to complete the task. He, sitting on the bull, spreads his arms and says that it's time to shake things up again. One of the warriors stands in the middle of the battlefield. Watching his comrades kill enemy warriors, he orders the Iron Squad to retreat. Pale warriors in cloaks stand and do not understand what is happening. They turn around. The image of a giant hand appears in front of several pale warriors. Two huge hands appear above all of them, but they believe that this is all an illusion. The hands crush most of their squad, all the survivors screaming in horror. Yarkin holds an axe in his hands next to a cut-down tree. Several people armed with swords look in her direction. Many warriors are separated by two fallen trees. The long-haired man, smiling, says that now is the right moment to kill them. The warrior, pointing his finger and shouting, orders the Iron Squad to attack. The Iron Squad runs to attack. Types of stone wastelands, lots of rocks and a cave in the rock. In the cave, Muwon and Hwan are standing. Hwan turns towards the man who suddenly fell to the ground. The main character, calmly, with a glow in his eyes, turns his head. In a cave, a man asks a stranger to identify himself. The fallen man realizes with horror that this is the evil Kai that he felt. In the flashback, he holds the sword in his hands and says that this is the Kai that has taken over his mind. Jim calmly goes to the man and says that he is his assistant, who has been following them for a long time. Hwang, holding the sword in his hands, calms down. The fallen man thinks that Muwon is full of surprises. He comes out with a smile and says that he was just keeping an eye on him. A crow flies into the cave. The crow caws and the man talks about the dancer. The crow sits on his hand and caws. He asks about the Broken Fist clan. Muwon and Hwan look wary. The main character says that this cannot be. He runs out of the cave. Coming out of the cave, he sees smoke in the distance, in the forest. Hwang and the man run to a distraught Jim. Muwon jumps off the cliff, others ask them to wait. He flies with anger in his eyes. Musen began to approach his opponent, all the while spinning with blades in his hand and using the demonic dragon sword technique. Chenggu raised his hand to strike, seeing a crescent-shaped red blade made of Kai flying straight at him. A moment later, his fist rushed towards the enemy's technique. With one blow, he was able to completely destroy the vehicle and create a shockwave of enormous power. Musung opened his eyes wide in shock at how Chenwu was able to block the attack with just the wind caused by his own movement. With a click, the head of the Iron One turned into a mirage, moving at great speed. Musung instantly found himself at Chenwu's side with his blade raised to strike. But his opponent was able to notice him and said that it didn't matter whether the opponent could have anticipated his attacks or not as long as he was stronger. At the moment when Musung struck with his blade, Chenwu jumped into the air and turned around in the air trying to strike with his fist directly at Musung. Chenwu's hand slammed the head of the Iron Squad into the ground, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. Musung lay in the created mini crater with his hand extended in front of his head, with which he blocked the attack of the Demon Fist. He cursed, complaining that the Demon Fist had not become weaker with age. Chengwu's eyes glowed brightly, veins popping out on his forehead as he raised his fist for another punch and said that he had overestimated Musung. Musung barely managed to jump away, dodging Chenwu's blow. Demon Fist looked at the impact site and praised Musung for still being able to dodge. Chengwu turned his head, feeling a strange sensation. It turned out that the enemy's sword was stuck in his cloak. Because he was distracted, Chengwu was unable to notice the bright red flash. Chenwu turned sharply and saw a dragon rushing towards him, its mouth open. Red Kai was released from Musung's blade, cutting everything in its path, even the ground. This was due to the use of the Chaos Demon Cut skill. The leader of the Iron Squad fell to one knee and began coughing up blood as the dust slowly settled around him. He looked at the silhouette in the smoke in front of him, waiting for the moment when all the smoke would clear and he could fully see his enemy. Chenwu's fully armored hand took all the damage and blocked Musung's attack. The head of the Broken Fist clan was angry, saying that he had aged after all. Chenwu grabbed his cloak with one hand and waved it, instantly scattering all the dust and grains of sand along with small stones around him. Musung raised his head and cursed, realizing that his opponent not only blocked the attack, but also became very angry. A moment later, White Kai crashed into the head of the Iron Squad, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. It was a punch from Chenwu, who approached at great speed and slammed his fist into Musung's face. At this time, Jinwoo was looking at the battlefield, where 5 members of the Iron Squad were fighting in close combat against the members of the Broken Fist clan, while the other 3 were supporting the team from afar. Watching as yet another falling tree was torn to pieces by the oracles, Jinwoo concluded that even if the trees fell on the enemies, they immediately recovered and took on a battle formation. Jinwoo began to raise his hand, saying that during this time, repeating something for a long time irritates a person and makes him lose concentration. The index finger on the hand of the Scientist of 3 Minds involuntarily extended. One of his eyebrows was raised as he bit his finger, saying that if they continued such attacks, it would not only reduce the enemy's strength, but also cause confusion. Jinwoo turned his head and smilingly asked Gimon, who was standing behind him, if he had finished with the preparations. He answered him by saying that he had just completed the scattered poison kai that the Scientist of 3 Minds requested, after which the Poison Master asked how he planned to use this poison if it simply temporarily blocked the collection of kai. Jinwoo frowned and stopped smiling and asked Gimon if he could spread the poison throughout the battlefield. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Gimon said that his ability to control the poison was approximately equal to the girth of his arms, so it was impossible for him to reach such a distance. Jinwoo began stroking his jaw as he thought about Gimon's ability. Suddenly, both interlocutors glanced at Murray, who was holding the handles of her cleeks, saying that she would deliver the poison there, and they just needed to be told what to do. Munjun stuck a stick into the ground, with a piece of writing wrapped around the end of it. A second later, Munjun, moving across the battlefield, stuck 3 more sticks with writing into the ground. He slid sharply, trying to stop when he threw the last twig. When the young man shouted about the end of the task, his cry rushed across the entire battlefield straight to the carriage. Soon he passed the horses and almost reached the vague silhouette of the Scientist of 3 Minds. A second later, Munjun's scream reached Jinwoo. Jinwoo smiled when he heard Munjun's scream and suggested shocking the enemies for the 3rd time. The Scientist of 3 Minds spread his arms to the sides and raised his head up. A transparent dome began to grow in the forests. The Broken Fist clan's oracles looked at the expanding dome, wondering whether it was an illusion or not. A second later, when the dome covered them, the warriors lost their vision. A dark veil covered their eyes. Without understanding and fear, they began to sweat profusely. It was all due to the fact that the oracles stopped seeing. Mukwen watched as the Broken Fist oracles began to rub their eyes and stretch out their arms to the sides, trying to find someone. Muin opened his eyes wide and was horrified to realize that the charm of Night Ghost's illusion was used, a 4th level illusion whose protective properties were considered the best in the world. The deputy commander could not believe that Jinwoo could use such techniques so easily. He turned his head and looked at the scientist of the 3 worlds, mentally telling himself that he too could create such an illusion. But it would take him 4 days. As the deputy commander began to slowly turn away, he realized that Jinwoo could control a huge army thanks to these illusions. He looked at the madly smiling scientist of the 3 worlds whose palms glowed brightly because of his Kai and asked how talented he was. Murray, like the wind, rushed past the Broken Fist clan warriors, who were shouting to each other to collect the Kai and direct it to the eyes. But then they found that they could not collect the Kai and began to swear. Nira, who was holding flasks from which poison was released, nervously ran past the oracles. Having almost reached one of the oracles, Murray looked to the side. This was her mistake, because the oracle, concerned about its surroundings, waved its hand, striking at the place where Murray was. Murray opened her eyes wide as beads of sweat dripped from her face. She was shocked by the hand approaching her. A moment later, Murray's hair was cut off by a wave of the oracle's hand. Murray herself was able to throw her body back to save her life. The girl sat on the ground looking at her falling hair in shock as the oracle screamed that there was someone next to him. The 2 oracles immediately turned and approached, asking where exactly the enemy was. But at that moment Muin appeared and with a swing of his blade, he jumped and threw away the oracle approaching Mira. The girl covered her face with her hand and looked at the protagonist in shock. Looking at Muin, whose eyes glowed brightly and blood immediately splashed around, Murray couldn't believe it. A moment later, the protagonist pushed off the ground and rushed in the other direction, creating a splash of air behind him. Muin approached Chenwoo, who was holding Musong in his outstretched arm, whose face was bloodied. When the protagonist was already very close to the head of the clan, he was able to notice him. Chenwoo's eye opened wide and he became angry. Chenwoo threw Muson's body away from him and blocked Muin's sword strike with one hand. Muin moved back a little due to the recoil when colliding with Chenwoo. The protagonist straightened up and raised his head, his eyebrows knitted together as he called Chenwoo's name with hatred. Seeing Muin, Chenwoo stopped being angry and frowning. He was shocked. Looking at the protagonist, he couldn't help but imagine Guangho holding his little son by the shoulders. From the sword in Muin's hand, his Kai began to sparkle like lightning, while he himself frowned at Chenwoo. The Broken Fist clan chief's pupils shrank as he spontaneously said Muin's name. A moment later, Chenwoo began to laugh like a madman, telling Muin that only he could be worthy of such a nickname. He shouted, saying that it was no wonder that this nickname got on his nerves. As the dust and smoke around him slowly cleared, the protagonist standing opposite Chenwoo greeted his uncle. Chenwoo stopped laughing and looked at Muin and asked about his fake death, to which the protagonist responded by saying that this was what Chenwoo most likely wanted. The head of the Broken Fist clan grinned without saying anything. But then Chenwoo bowed his head a little and, looking at Muin standing in front of him, asked why he returned to this world. Because it would be better if he continued to live like a dead man. The head of the Broken Fists clan frowned and asked his interlocutor if he knew that no one in the world would accept his existence. Muin, whose forehead and eyes were covered with a shadow, said that he also thought about it. But the people of this world did not want to leave him alone, and one of them was him, his uncle. Chenwoo tilted his head to the side as Muin told him that after the Northern Heavenly Clan's betrayal, he barely managed to capture Unnam Province, a land that wasn't too big, and even so, he couldn't take care of it properly. The protagonist frowned as he told his uncle that he even allowed Silent Night to appear, which was previously controlled by only one member of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. The protagonist tilted his head forward a little, telling his interlocutor that he once respected him. Then he seemed to him a strong and reliable person. But it was a mistake. Even after his betrayal, Muin assumed that he was a worthy person. But his expectations were not met. Chenwoo smiled upon hearing the protagonist's words and told him that he had truly matured. Muin stuck the sheath of his sword into the ground, asking Chenwoo what he was trying to achieve by killing so many people and why he took out his anger on the weak, right after one single failure. The head of the Broken Fist clan stopped smiling, looking at Muin. He responded by saying that in order to achieve the goal, it was necessary to make a small sacrifice. The protagonist turned away from Chenwoo, unable to look at him, and asked if it was worth it. Muin was still able to overcome himself and, looking at his uncle with embittered eyes, said that he was only indulging his disgusting greed and thirst for power, which is why he became nothing more than crazy. The veins bulged on Chengwoo's forehead and his lips curled into a faint smile as he told Muin to watch his words. At this time, Musin, who was lying nearby, was able to raise his head. Holding his stomach, the head of the Iron Detachment, whose face was covered in blood, looked at his uncle and nephew nearby. A shadow that suddenly appeared next to him puzzled Musen. Wang-chul rested his hands on his knees due to fatigue. He was sweating and sighing heavily, but was still able to ask about Musung's condition. Wang-chul bent down, deciding to help the rising Musung, who was complaining of pain comparable to the feeling that all his bones were broken. The head of the iron squad that Wang-chul was holding stuck out his tongue, saying that his customers had better double the reward because of the battle with Chenwu. Looking at the entire battlefield, Jinwoo was glad that Muon in the distance was able to arrive in time and save Musen, and also killed 3 along the way, making it easier for the iron squad to fight inside the dome. Jinwoo folded his arms across his chest, never ceasing to look at the battlefield as the edges of his kimono fluttered in the wind. There were only 4 oracles of the Broken Fist clan left on the battlefield, surrounded by an iron detachment. Now nothing was holding them back. Chengwu's eyes lit up brightly when he said that when he was young, the Northern Heavenly Clan was everything to him, and he was proud of them more than anyone else, because his raison d'etre was to protect the people of the mainland from Silent Night. Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind as he stood motionless, listening to Chenwu standing opposite him say that he had eventually erased the Northern Sky Clan from his memories, and Yuan had no idea how hard and painful it was for him. Chenwu remembered the moment when the 5 of them led an army against the army of the Silent Night. Chenwu and Yuan's father spent half their lives fighting against the Silent Night, and thanks to this, they were able to drive them away from the mainland and return them to a long-forgotten world. All that was left for them then was pass the north on to their future descendants. The head of the Broken Fist clan imagined the silhouettes of all the strong people of the Northern Heavenly Clan, saying that they should have ascended to the heavens, because they had every right to enjoy their glory. Next, Chenwu imagined the silhouettes of the 9 heavens, saying that they were the only ones who suffered while these 9 heavens appropriated all their merits to themselves. The head of the Broken Fist clan imagined the figure of Guanho and continued speaking. He accused the protagonist's father of being so afraid of something that he refused to leave the north. Back in the present, we can see Chenwu standing motionless, telling Muon that the fact that he acted like this while being so strong could only mean that Guanho was going to take over the world alone. The protagonist tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and began to deny Chenwu's words and arguments, saying that he saw him like this only because of his own inferiority complex. A predatory smile stretched across the clan leader's face when he said that Guangho was the only one who wanted to sell the Silent Night mainland. Veins bulged on Chenwu's forehead as he glanced at the northern blade, calling him the son of a traitor. Muon narrowed his eyes and answered Chenwu by saying that he himself knew that he didn't even believe in it, because he knew better than anyone that it was not true. Chenwu stopped smiling and looked at Muon with a frown. A moment later, Chenwu, putting forward his shoulder, enveloped in his kai, rushed at full speed straight at Muon, wanting to hit him with his shoulder. The blow from the head of the Broken Fist clan destroyed all the trees in its path. The ground and even the mountains were made holes. Muon's body passed through 2 mountain peaks and completely destroyed them. The protagonist, flying along with the fragments, telling Chenwu that he threw away his honor in order to gain more power. He wanted everything only for himself. The head of the Broken Fist clan was already raising his fist to strike at Muon, while he was saying that he was hindered by belonging to the Northern Heavenly Clan, because he was afraid that if he left alone, his reputation would collapse and no one would respect him, and this was not the image he wanted to preserve. Chenwu's fist rushed towards Muon. The force of Chenwu's impact created a huge crater right on the mountain. The middle of the crater was clouded with dust and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Muon appeared in the middle of the crater, looking up. Chenwu flew up to the protagonist and raised his fist to strike. Muon moved his foot, preparing to jump. A moment later, Muon pushed off from the mountain, creating another depression in it, thereby turning some of it into hawks. The protagonist grabbed his blade with both hands. His eyes were wide and his eyebrows knitted as he told Chenwu that this was why he slandered his father, killed and abandoned the Northern Heavenly Clan. Muon's blade and Chenwu's fist collided in the air, creating a shock wave. The protagonist clenched his teeth as his opponent's fist reached his chest. The Muon crashed into the ground with a roar, creating a small explosion. Chenwu stood in the air above the protagonist, telling him that he had incurred the king's wrath because of him and he personally got rid of him. When Chenwu raised his fist to strike, he stopped abruptly when he saw a bright flash of kai. A moment later, the entire body of the Broken Fist clan chief was illuminated with purple kai. A pillar of purple kai rushed into the sky and hit the enemy directly. Chenwu landed right in front of the created trench. The head of the clan opened his eyes wide, looking at the bracers, on which a cut appeared, causing them to collapse. Even a cut appeared on his face. The next second, blood sprayed from the wound across his eye. Muon stood with his blade raised as shards of dust and smoke slowly settled around him. The protagonist lowered his sword and grabbed it more comfortably and said that from now on, the former heritage of the Northern Heavenly Clan, he will return one by one. Events are transferred to a rocky mountain on the surface of which moss has grown. A second later, the top of the mountain was destroyed by the protagonist's body flying into him. As the dust settled and the mountain's debris began to fall down, Muon's figure burst out of the mountain. Shards of stones flew next to him as the protagonist strived for his goal. Chenwu and Muon rushed at each other. The head of the Broken Fist clan stopped abruptly and extended both hands forward. Chenwu's eyes glowed due to his kai. He frowned as he realized that Muon was much stronger than he thought. Chenwu kicked the ground sharply. A huge boulder suddenly rose up in front of him after he kicked the ground. The head of the Broken Fist clan raised his hand to strike, hiding it from the approaching Muon. Chenwu's fist began to approach directly the cobblestone that the protagonist was running towards. A moment later, a huge stone was sent straight to Muon. The cobblestone began to erode due to the enormous speed. Soon he was right in front of the protagonist and stopped in the air. A moment later, Muon, who had cut the stone into several pieces, continued running towards Chenwu. But suddenly the clan head's fist was right in front of his face. Muon was able to move his head away at the last moment, dodging the blow. He then swung his blade. Chenwu clenched his teeth, blocking Muon's blow with his bracers. Only now he admitted that Muon was not called the Northern Blade for nothing. Chenwu's next blow, Muon was able to parry with his sword and deflected it away from himself. The head of the Broken Fist clan turned sharply and delivered another blow with his fist, which the protagonist dodged by jumping back a little. Muon swung his sword, blocking the subsequent blow and forcing Chenwu to swing his hand again. A powerful explosion occurred after Chenwu's impact, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The eyes of the two opponents glowed brightly as they stood in the midst of smoke and fragments flying in different directions. Suddenly, the head of the Broken Fist clan opened his eyes wide, remembering that Guanho never taught Muon martial arts, but forced him to read books all the time. This made him think about the possible remaining techniques in the clan. Chenwu began to imagine the silhouettes of people, the first of which was himself, thinking about the possible remaining techniques. He decided that he had definitely taken all the hand-to-hand combat techniques. The second he presented was Chenwu's silhouette, realizing that he had taken away all the sword techniques. He looked at Muon, whose eyes were shining brightly as he approached him, and did not understand why the protagonist knew martial arts. The head of the Broken Fist clan began to inhale deeply in the air and used a special technique, forming 3 additional pairs of hands on himself that performed special movements. He didn't know where and from where Muon learned all this, but he is still more than a beginner and he must stop him directly now. Chenwu's stomach and 2 real arms tensed. Chenwu stretched out his kai hands and the wind swirled around them furiously, dispersing all the dust particles and fragments in the air. Using the endless fists of destruction technique, he screamed like a beast, shouting out its name. The wave of kai almost overtook Muon, distorting the air next to him. Chenwu's technique destroyed everything in its path at a distance of several kilometers. Debris and fragments from a powerful wave of wind and kai flew into the sky. The head of the Broken Fist clan looked ahead sternly, frozen with his arms outstretched. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Muon, who had wounds on his body, appeared right in front of him and was already striking with his blade. One of the protagonist's eyes turned black. Blood sprayed from the wounds on his hand and face when he said the name of the technique, Shadow Sword of the End, in a sepulchral voice. Instantly, the protagonist found himself behind Chenwu, whose bracers began to collapse due to many cuts. Muon's eyes and blade glowed brightly purple, and the armor on Chenwu's arms completely shattered and scattered in different directions. The clan leader's cloak flew up as he looked in shock at the armor of his arms, which were flying in different directions. Chenwu's pupils shrank to the size of a pea. He couldn't believe what he saw. Events are transferred many years ago. We find ourselves in front of the gates of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Chenwu was younger then. His whole body was sweating after training. But it was during training that he was so shocked that he could not believe what he saw. The head of the Guanho clan owned a sword, but he was still better than him in a fist fight. Although they honed the way of hand-to-hand combat fight all my life, Guanho always remained the one who stood on his feet in the arena with his hands on his hips, while Chenwu did not understand how he defeated him. This always interested Chenwu. He respected the head of the clan very much, and at the same time envied him. And it didn't matter how hard he trained, it was always Guanho who extended his hand to help him get up. While Guanho wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled, Chenwu stood behind him frowning. He didn't believe it. He was jealous, as if the head of the clan had a secret technique that he had never heard of. When Chengwu, standing behind Guangho, bowed his head and asked him to teach him the next technique, he told him that he was already one of the best fighters in the realm of transcendence. Chengwu then denied this by saying that he still lacked the skills to compare with him. He continuously watched as Guangho, without even turning around, told him that he was already incredibly strong and he would have lost now if he had concentrated a little more. Standing still and still sweating, Chengwu listened as Guangho told him that there was no one else in the world who could match him in hand-to-hand combat. So he needed to curb his emotionless nature, because it was good for a martial artist to have a thirst for power, but he also had to know when to stop. Chengwu closed his eyes and folded his hands in a Byakuan gesture and said that he would remember the words of the clan chief. As Guangho began to walk away and wave his hand, Chengwu, who stood motionless, asked him if he had made a decision regarding what he said last time, their move to the mainland. But Guangho did not give an exact answer, saying that he needed to think about it a little more. At this moment, a vein appeared on Chengwu's forehead. He thought that Guangho not only did not want to move to the mainland, but did not even want to teach him the last stage of martial art. He sharply opened his eyes, looking after the departing head of the clan, mentally telling himself that Guangho had simply decided to maintain his self-confident attitude. The result was that the head of the clan fell to one knee and stabbed his sword into the ground in front of the 9 heavens. Then Chengwu watched blankly, being one of the crowd. After that, he burst into the library and scattered scrolls trying to find the special one. After the incident for a while, Chengwu's eyes opened wide in surprise. He couldn't find anything. He began to shake his head uncontrollably, not immediately noticing the boy looking at him hidden behind a column. He was in shock, did not believe that in fact there was not a single secret technique unknown to him in the clan. When he looked back, he suddenly froze. Chengwu saw the boy without emotion looking at him, as if he was not human. Chengwu clenched his teeth a couple of times and shook his head, realizing that it was already too late to retreat. Bowing his head, Chengwu then decided to develop his own martial art that would surpass the Northern Heavenly Clan's techniques. Events returned to the present. The head of the Broken Fist clan tears off the remnants of the sleeves on his arm, saying that he could not believe that the martial art that he specially created to defeat the 9 heavens would have to be used now. Chengwu opened his mouth and began to inhale a huge amount of air. He extended his hand to the side and spread his fingers. Next, he began to bend his fingers, at the tips of which Kai began to gather. When all the fingers were bent and the palm was clenched into a fist, half of the hand glowed brightly due to the concentrated Kai, and the other half did not glow at all, as if darkness itself had covered it. Miwon turned his head when Chengwu's hands flared up from the release of Kai, which, like a flame, enveloped his hands and rose up. The veins on Chengwu's arm were bulging, and every muscle was tense due to the Kai that was being released and enveloping his hands. He began to carefully straighten his fingers using the Shining Fists of Heaven technique. A huge oblong crater was formed after the Chengwu impact. This blow created a hole with a radius of hundreds of meters and pierced the mountain right through. Events take us back to the moment when Chengwu used his new technique, which caused his hands to be enveloped in a huge amount of Kai. Miwon turned his head sharply, his eyes widened due to shock. A moment later, Chengwu, whose hands and eyes were emitting Kai, appeared behind Miwon. The protagonist began to sweat profusely, feeling the enormous amount of Kai used in the technique. The protagonist turned and moved his legs, standing in a stance. He clearly understood that Chengwu was now at a completely different level. His opponent's fist began to come straight towards him. Steam was coming out of Chengwu's mouth while Kai was writhing next to it like a flame. The protagonist's pupils shrank due to fear. A simple flow of Kai flew into Miwon, releasing Chengwu with one swing. Miwon put his blade in front of him, trying to block the attack. But just as the Kai dissipated, Chengwu's silhouette appeared behind Miwon. The protagonist turned around sharply and swung his blade. It turned out that Chengwu had already raised both of his hands, enveloped in Kai, to strike, aiming directly at Miwon. 2 fists hit the place where Miwon had just stood and crushed the ground beneath them, simultaneously releasing 2 streams of Kai into the sky. The protagonist clenched his teeth, blocking the attack of the head of the Broken Fist clan with his hands. The enemy's palm, which he placed on the protagonist's face, surprised him, pouring even more Kai into Chengwu. He lifted Miwon by the head and hit the ground with it, slamming it into it. The protagonist grabbed his sword and tried to attack with it. Chengwu glanced at the sword in Miwon's hand, feeling threatened. When the protagonist swung his sword, he was able to get out of Chengwu's grasp, who immediately began swinging his other hand, saying that he was amazed that Miwon still had the strength to fight him after being hit by the Shining Fist of Heaven. Chengwu tensed his muscles and began to attack. Taking advantage of the moment when the protagonist was in the air, Chenwu sharply released his Kai, preparing to hit Muon. Chenwu's blow created a huge flow of Kai, destroying everything in its path. Muon crashed into the top of the mountain and destroyed it, passing right through it. The protagonist spat out blood while Chenwu told him that it didn't matter whether he denied something or not, because if the whole world believed it, then it would become true. Chenwu appeared in the air directly above Muon and had already raised his hands to strike. At this time, members of the Iron Detachment surrounded and fought with the last oracles of the Broken Fist. Jinwoo, standing next to Gimon, rejoiced, mentally telling the Iron Squad to kill them all. Jinwoo and Gimon watched the battlefield with folded hands on their chests. The scientist of three minds smiled, ordering not to leave a single one alive. Gimon, standing next to him, said that despite the fact that it was the people from the Broken Fist clan who carried out the massacre in the city, they had already lost the will to fight, so why shouldn't they spare those who surrender? Jinwoo narrowed his eyes and glanced at his comrade. The scientist stopped smiling and asked Gimon that Murim despised the world. Frowning, Jinwoo himself answered his own question by saying that he hated those who were not capable of being strong. Standing next to the Poison Master, the scientist of the three minds tried to explain to him the essence of the world, saying that the weak were not only an annoyance to the strong, but also the target of the weak who eventually absorbed the groups. Jinwoo leaned forward a little, saying that they had better get rid of something that had reached a level far beyond their own capabilities. Events take us back to the moment when Chenwu appeared above Muon with his arms raised to strike. Chenwu shouted the name of his technique, Rain of Heavenly Destruction. As Chenwu's two arms headed towards Muon, they left a trail of Kai in the air. Many thin threads of Kai that appeared in the sky rushed towards the ground. A moment later, a huge crater was formed due to the power of Chenwu's impact. In the middle of the crater, in the smoke, stood the figure of the head of the Broken Fist clan. When the smoke cleared, Chenwu's silhouette could be seen standing alone in the center. His fist touched the heads of Muon, which he slammed into the ground. Chenwu tried to catch his breath while raising his hand in preparation for another blow. He looked sharply to the side, feeling pain. Muon's blade pierced his side. The protagonist, whose hand was shrouded in his purple Kai, barely touched the tip of his sword. Chenwu, not paying attention to the blade, glanced at the place where Muon's head should have been. Suddenly, between the cracks in the stone, he could see Muon's two glowing eyes. The dark man's face was covered with sweat. Fear was visible in his eyes. He closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes wide, still terrified. Youngwoo looked at the main character lying on the ground and realized with shock that he saw the figure of a woman. The man took a step closer to Muon. He recalled how the young man held his sword in his hand and thought that he was using some strange martial arts, and his movements were impossible to read. Youngwoo remembered how the main character, not paying attention to the wound he received, continued to fight, and came to the conclusion that Muon is like a shadow because he is quiet and disappears without a trace. The main character lay motionless and silent on a pile of broken stones. He put his bloody hand on his head, thinking that he would have passed out if not for the snow flower. Muon placed his palm on his knee as he rose from the ground and came to the conclusion that the demon fist, Youngwoo, was much stronger than he thought. The young man raised his blood-stained face and looked at his opponent with hatred. Youngwoo saw that a weapon had been stabbed into his stomach, and confusion showed on his face. The main character looked at the sharp blade of the sword and thought that this was an opportunity given by the snow flower. Muon stood up and clenched one hand into a fist. Then he swung his other hand. The young man's clenched fist approached Youngwoo. The main character physically struck the man in the stomach, in the place where the sword was. Youngwoo frowned and bared his teeth in intense pain, and wrinkles appeared on his face. Muon jumped onto the hilt of the sword, which was sticking out from his opponent's body. Then he jumped higher and struck the man on the head, causing him to stumble. The young man grabbed Jongwoo's hair with one hand and swung his other hand, looking at the enemy with crazy eyes. Youngwoo let out a pained groan as Muon elbowed him in the face. The main character raised his hand, and drops of crimson blood splashed in the air. He then attacked the enemy again with a look of killing intent on his face. The young man held onto Youngwoo tightly and continued to beat him mercilessly. Muon leaned down, intending to elbow the man again. Youngwoo clenched his teeth, mentally begging the young man to stop. There was a dark purple mist surrounding the man's muscular arm. He froze, legs spread wide and arms outstretched, and realized that his body was not moving. With each blow, more blood appeared in the air. Youngwoo screamed and clenched his hand into a fist. Muon noticed this and frowned warily. The man then threw off the enemy and pulled the sword from his stomach, uttering a loud cry. He clutched the bleeding wound with one hand, covered his face with the other and swore harshly. Youngwoo wiped his face, glaring at the main character with fury. However, then fear appeared in his eyes. He saw the young man, armed with a sword, rapidly approaching him. The man tried to grab Muon, but he dodged. The main character twirled the weapon in his palm. He then wrapped his fingers tightly around the sword. The young man pierced Jongwoo's leg with the weapon. After that, he very quickly began to punch him countless times in the stomach. Muon grabbed him by the clothes, pulling Jongwoo towards him. The young man bent his leg and kneed him hard in the stomach. The man, clenching his hand into a fist, widened his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. He tried to hit his opponent with his fist, but the main character put his hand up and blocked the attack. Muon pulled out the sharp sword from Jongwoo's body. He then plunged the blade into his arm, where blood immediately sprayed out. The protagonist's face darkened. The man yelled loudly through clenched teeth and frowned fiercely. His big fist approached Muon's head. The main character took the weapon out of his opponent's body. The youth then stabbed the sword into Jongwoo's wrist, looking at him with aggression. The man froze, raising his hands up, and Muon began punching him in the stomach again. Jongwoo started to sweat and tried to keep his mouth closed, but dark blood kept coming out. The man wanted to hit the main character with his hand, but he leaned back and avoided it. Muon then swung his sword and Jongwoo leaned back and threw his head up. The main character held a weapon in his hand and looked intently at the man. Jongwoo clenched his muscular arm into a fist. Muon grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands, preparing to strike the enemy again. Jongwoo held his hand clenched into a fist near his face. The young man stood. Bright red spots were visible on his face and body. Jongwoo and Muon both gritted their teeth and looked at each other with crazy eyes. The man missed the main character's head with his fist, who plunged the blade of the sword into the opponent's chest. The young man jumped back, skidding across the ground. Jongwoo also retreated, and dust rose into the air. The main character spread his bent legs wide and looked at the man fiercely. Jongwoo's legs bent and he began to fall down. He lowered his face, drops of sweat falling from it, and with a look of despair on his face, he told himself that he was losing to Muon. The man then stood up and tore his clothes, shouting that he was the fist of a demon. Jongwoo's body glowed brightly as he yelled that he was the head of the broken fist. He threw his head back to the sky and squealed deafeningly. The main character, looking at the man with hatred, said that it was time to end this. The young man raised his hands, holding swords in them. He bent his elbows, preparing to attack Jongwoo. Muon twirled his weapon in the air, leaving dark purple hair there. The main character, whose face was smeared with blood, looked at Jongwoo angrily and said that he would kill him. The young man swung his sword using a concentration technique. Jongwoo bent his elbows, clenched his palms into fists, and his hands glowed brightly. Suddenly the space was blinded. The man clenched his teeth and his eyes turned white. A purple flash hit the ground and split it into two halves. Trees and debris fell into the resulting trench. A man with long black hair watched the powerful explosion from afar. Jinwoo frowned and bit his index finger. Wang Chul narrowed his eyes warily and opened his mouth, sweating. The rich orange sky was visible through the gap between the rocks. Jongwoo sat with his head down, exhausted. The man, covered in blood, asked in a weak voice where Muon learned this sword art. The main character, pointing his weapon at the enemy, replied with a serious face that he learned this from the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jongwoo, whose eyes had turned white, laughed and replied that Jongwoo only took the husk, not the fruit itself. When the young man, holding a sword to Jongwoo's head, asked why he did not use the kai that he acquired through the bloody demonic art, he replied that he would never have followed the path of such an art. Jongwoo clenched his palm into a fist and said that he only had fists of heavenly destruction. He looked at the ground, saying that he began his journey in the Northern Heavenly Clan. His gaze dimmed as he looked at Muon and said that even on the verge of death, he still could not surpass this clan. The main character looked with indifference at the man who asked to kill him. Muon pursed his lips and asked if Jongwoo wanted to say the last words. Jongwoo, sitting on the ground, laughed and replied that he would not apologize for his actions, because it would be contrary to all his beliefs. The main character did not allow the man to finish speaking and stabbed him with a sharp sword. Against the background of the orange sunset, two human silhouettes and a stream of blood were visible. Jongwoo pressed his fist into the ground. Then his hand relaxed and his fingers unclenched. The man fell face down into the ground, and Muon raised his head, looking at the bright sun setting over the horizon. Birds flew over the rocks. In the distance, a man was seen moving around the area. Someone was hiding behind a stone. The black-haired man pressed his hands to his cheeks, pulling his eyelids back, his mouth wide open in shock. A long wooden trunk was stuck into the sandy ground. A man with a bandaged face and arm was sitting on the ground, and Munjin was next to him. Gimin was talking to Murray, who was wiping tears from her face. People in black and red clothes were communicating with each other, and someone was carrying a comrade. People in white hats were dragging away gray bags containing corpses. Chul, frowning from tension, dragged a gray bag along the ground. The pale man with tied hair and a black beard was named Seo Cheng. The man with thick wavy hair and stubble was named Oh Jemho. The man who was lying with his mouth open was named Song Munhun. Wanchial closed his eyes, thinking that all these people were once martial artists, and he still remembered them. Captain Gon furrowed his gray eyebrows warily and widened his eyes. Jinwal stood on a cart pulled by an ox. The captain recalled how the long-haired scientist used his art of illusion to slow down the movement of opponents. Jinwal at the same time indicated how to attack, and the warriors followed his instructions. Gon remembered how the scientist stood with his arms outstretched and set up a protective barrier, and then continued to strengthen it. The captain recalled how the people fought and thought about how Jinwal did not allow himself to be suppressed by the enemy while chaos reigned. The captain imagined the scientist standing with his arms outstretched and recalled how he created the most advantageous situations to dominate the enemy. Gon looked after Jinwal, concluding that this man was incredible. The captain, with a sweaty face, thought that the scientist and Muon, who were traveling together, would definitely achieve everything they wanted. The scientist, holding his hand to his mouth, sighed with relief and said that it was finally all over. Jinwal narrowed his eyes and said that he had already begun to prepare when he announced that he would return to the world of Murim. He looked at the wound on his finger and said he didn't expect something like this to happen so quickly. The scientist smiled widely, saying that he was now officially in the same boat as someone else. Then he raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. Jinwal arched his black eyebrows and smiled creepily. A human silhouette was visible against the background of the orange sunset. The captain and everyone else froze with shock on their faces. Munjun, who had cotton in his nostrils, turned around with a joyful smile. There was confusion on Murray's face and surprise on Gimon's face. People in black and red clothes froze, looking in one direction. Chul raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly. Jinwal smiled, covering his eyes with his hand. It was clear that someone was holding a sword in one hand, and the other was dragging something along the ground. Muon walked along the sand. There was anger on the young man's face. The muscles in his arm tensed from the weight. The main character raised his hand to the hilt of the weapon. Muon took his sword out of its sheath. The young man widened his eyes, and surprise appeared on his face. He saw how all the people dropped to one knee and bowed to him. But a bright full moon hung in the night sky. People crowded around the fire. Muon was sewing up his clothes while Chul and Moonjun were wrapping bandages around the main character's body. Gon crossed his arms, suggesting that Jinwal rest at the Tang family residence, and the scientist replied that it sounded good. Musin, with his hands on his waist, said that he just wants to get out of here, but he doesn't know what to do next. Gon looked at the man with a torch in his hand and ordered to monitor the area, and tell all travelers to take another road, since a large tree was blocking the path. The main character sat on a chair and looked at the burning fire. Jinwal touched his chin and frowned, saying that nothing in this world can be hidden forever. People just lack the will and strength to do this. But the scientist was worried that the Central Heavenly Alliance had someone watching them. Suddenly, someone in black clothes stomped his foot loudly and replied that there was no need to worry about it. The man pointed his finger at the crowd and said that he was constantly monitoring his surroundings and could definitely say that only the Dark Moon would have information regarding today's incident. A large black raven appeared next to Jeongan. The bird landed on the shoulder of the man, who frowned thoughtfully, put his hand on his mouth and said that the strange thing was that there really was no one here. Jeongan looked at Muon, who was covered in bandages, and thought that he had expected at least one person from the Alliance to be here to spy on them. The main character stood and looked at the sky. Jeongan widened his eyes in shock, opened his mouth and pulled his lower eyelids with his fingers. He gritted his teeth, stunned that Muon had killed Youngwo. The man frowned, thinking about what he knew about Muon's great strength, but he did not expect that he would surpass the great lord of the northern heavens. Jeongan watched the main character sitting by the fire, and came to the conclusion that he had no idea what would happen next. Musian extended his hand and yelled, shocked that the Dark Moon was already here because he didn't even sense his presence here. Gimon frowned in concentration and put his palm on his lips and thought about what was happening with the surveillance. The man looked at the main character sewing up his clothes and mentally asked who he was. Jinwal raised one eyebrow and thought that Muon meant Dark Moon when he said that he had someone helping him from the shadows. The scientist looked at Jeongan, whose face showed suspicion, and thought that Dark Moon always wants to monopolize important information. But this person revealed his identity, which means that he is an ally of the protagonist. Jinwal looked at the members of the Iron Squad who were looking at the fire, and thought that thanks to Muon, They were able to not only complete their job, but also save their fighters. The scholar then looked at the Tang family with displeasure and thought that he was confident that they would do anything to repay the protagonist. Jinwoo looked at the smiling Hwang Chul and Munjun and came to the conclusion that there wasn't much to say about these two. The scientist saw that Gon was sweating with excitement and thought that the White Dragon Trade Association would also repay the debt because they also received help from Muwon. Jinwoo crossed his arms and said that it was strange that no one was following them, and apparently it was just luck. The scientist leaned closer to the main character, who was focused on sewing. Muwon didn't even look at Jinwoo, causing Jinwoo to furrow his eyebrows furiously. Everyone looked at the scientist when he said that he needed to introduce himself before talking about anything. Jinwoo pointed his hand at the main character and said that he is the head of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The Tan family, Hwancheol, Munjun and Museong, along with the Iron Squad, looked at Muwon in shock. Jongin furrowed his eyebrows in indignation and opened his mouth, not understanding what the scientist was doing and why he was revealing such secret information to everyone. Gimmon screamed in shock because he thought that the last heir of the North had died. Muwon nodded curtly as the man yelled that the head of their family always regretted being unable to help the Northern Heavenly Plane 10 years ago. The captain's face showed amazement and he froze with his eyes wide open. When Hwang Chul saw Munjun's eyes light up with admiration, he asked if he was okay. Musin laughed loudly and said that he always knew that the main character was not an ordinary person, but he could not think that he was so amazing. Jinwoo pointed his palm at Muwon and asked everyone to calm down, and that all these people had received some kind of help from him. The scientist frowned angrily, asking if he was right. Everyone listened carefully to Jinwoo, who said that the Central Heavenly Alliance had already begun to take an interest in the Northern Blade. The main character continued to sew while the scientist said that they still do not know that Muwon is the heir and head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The young man examined his cape, and Jinwoo said that Muwon, despite his strength, would not be able to win if the Central Heavenly Alliance came at them with all its might. While the young man was putting on his clothes, the scholar said that now was not the right time to reveal himself to the world because Muwon still needed strength and help. Jinwoo extended his arms forward, closed his eyes, and told everyone present that their job now was to provide all of this. The crowd stood under the starry night sky as the scientist said that they all needed to keep this information a secret for as long as possible. He frowned and curled his lips, saying that he would trust them. Jinwoo pointed his finger at Jeongin, saying that he should start working as quickly as possible, and the man shouted indignantly that he did not have to listen to the scientist. Jinwoo smiled, raised one eyebrow and intertwined his fingers, saying that they were bound by the same fate, and that Dark Moon was unlikely to want to back down after coming this far. Jeongin gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked what he should do. The scientist grinned, raised his hand and said that an incredible idea had come to his mind. He looked at the bright moon and spoke of the silent night slumbering in the province of Unnam, where Jongwoo ruled. Jinwoo revealed that the Broken Fist clan decided to kill every living thing in Jade City, and because of this they were forced to seal their gate, which enraged Jongwoo, so he decided to pursue the survivors from Silent Night, which led to his death. The scientist spread his arms and said that if the Central Heavenly Alliance decides to personally investigate this matter, it is only a matter of time before they find out the truth, but for now it is necessary for everyone to accept this story as the truth. Jongin made a dissatisfied sound and called his comrades, saying that they had work. The moon hung high in the dark sky. Birds flew over the mountains. Jeongin, sitting on the ground, sent the black gate with the scroll on his back flying. Jinwoo and Gimmon were preparing the ox cart. A man with black hair and a mustache said that if the protagonist ever needed help, he could contact the White Dragon Trade Association. Muwon nodded and replied that these words were more than enough. Hwancheol looked at the young man and called him. The main character smiled warmly, saying that Mr. Hwang received a personal task from TT, and Muwon himself is fine, so there is no need to worry about him. The old man with long wavy hair replied that he never thought that they would go their separate ways so quickly, and that he would do his best to be close to Muwon, and then apologize to him. The main character came closer to Hwang Chul and with a smile told him not to apologize, and that it was only thanks to his sense of responsibility and care that the young man was able to come this far. Munjun, who had tears in his eyes, said that he would also do his best to train under Mr. Hwang and eventually become stronger. The young man bit his lips, trying to hold back his tears. Muwon opened his mouth in surprise when Munjun suddenly hugged him tightly, pressing his face to the main character. The young man thanked him for everything he had done for him and asked him to be careful. Muwon smiled, laughed and replied that they would meet again. Then Jun waved as he walked away with Hwangchul. When the main character was asked if he was going to the Central Heavenly Alliance, he answered in the affirmative with a straight face and added that he planned to stop at the Tang family residence on the way. Musong, with his hands on his waist, asked if Muon had heard rumors that the Central Heavenly Alliance had decided to recruit countless young martial artists to create a powerful organization. The man frowned and added that most people from small factions and trade associations want to join, and they are all heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance so as not to miss the opportunity. Jinwoo closed his eyes and raised his head, saying that this seemed strange to him, and that the Central Heavenly Alliance would gain two things from this situation. The scientist approached the protagonist and said that they not only liberated the province of Unnam from the greedy tyrant, but also sealed the enemy of the troubled Jiangwu, which allowed them to freely recruit young martial artists, and then were able to turn the situation with the appearance of Silent Night in their favor. The black-haired youth in black and red clothes said that he did not know who in the Central Alliance came up with this, but it was very impressive, and he concluded that they could predict the flow of this world. The scientist frowned and replied that there is a reason why they have remained at the top of this world for centuries, and they are like a giant tree whose roots extend to unprecedented depths, and whose branches hang over everything that is visible around them. Musung smiled and suggested that they were the main character, and Jinwoo were moving there because they were interested in forming a new group, but Muon replied that he decided it would be better to attack the alliance first. Under the night sky, Musong said that he asked this because he was going to go to the Central Heavenly Alliance after finishing the mission of escorting the White Dragon Trade Association. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he would never forget what the main character did for them. Muon remained silent and closed his eyes. He clenched his fist and touched it to the man's fist, asking him to take care of everyone. The main character and Jinwoo headed towards the cart. They set off along a wide path while the moon illuminated their way. A man lay motionless on the ground, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Someone's muscular hand was squeezing the throat of a man in white clothes, who was talking about a forbidden martial art called the Blood of 10 Women. Kyung threw the young man aside, and he flew to the ground strewn with bloody corpses. The man touched his gold hair clip and said that he worked for many years because of his deadbeat father. He raised his head and covered his eyes with his hands, shouting that he did not want to become a hostage to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Kyung's eyes turned black. He stuck out his tongue and said that he couldn't control himself anymore. Along the road there was a mountain landscape with low peaks, almost completely covered with greenery, and there was a reflection on the intertwining of the past with the present, after which the ascending era creates a new order. Among the dense foliage on the forest path, the dark silhouettes of a cart, a horse and people could be seen, and it was concluded that whoever refused to fight would inevitably be lost in time. Murray rode ahead on horseback, and on the other side Muon walked on foot, holding a sword, followed by an ox-drawn cart, in which Gimun and Jinwoo were sitting, animatedly discussing something. The main character, on whom the sunlight fell through the leaves, lowered his head. A picture of a recent fight surfaced in his mind, where he pointed a blade at a defeated Youngwoo, furiously questioning why he did not use the demonic energy that used the blood of women. The head of the Broken Fists clan sat on his knees, head down, a stream of blood flowing from his mouth, and the Musliman said that he would never follow the path of the demonic arts. The guy was now wondering who was the one who was bathing in the scarlet liquid with sparkling eyes, using the 10 women's blood demonic art technique. A vague image of a smiling man with a short beard and hair tied up in a bun immediately popped into my head. Muon was distracted from her thoughts by Murray, who, sitting on a horse, called the young man, and he looked at her questioningly. The young follower of the Tang clan looked at the savior from death in awe, sincerely thanking him while the sun's reflections shone on her brown hair. Muon looked up at the girl with admiration, reporting that his life had also been saved by her. Murray, taken aback, looked down at her interlocutor in bewilderment and asked what he meant. The dark-haired swordsman at that moment only grinned, turning away and closing his eyes. Suddenly, in front of the guys, a chunin covered in leaves fell from a tree onto the road, exclaiming that he was going crazy. Seeing the man, Gunan extended his hand and curiously asked whether he had found a suitable path for them. The master of transformation frowned angrily and opened his mouth, shouting indignantly that he had found it, and also that only they were using one of the best trackers to find the road. When the main character thanked the chunin for his work with a soft smile, he, holding his lower back, turned to the young man with a dissatisfied look and sharply turned away from him, after which he asked him to hurry up. Green mountains with low peaks stretched to the side, and the ninja continued to be indignant and lament. Night fell and the full moon appeared in the night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. The guys camped out for the night near a rock and sat by the fire, and one of them climbed up a rocky hill, contemplating the view of the dark mountains. At the top was Muwon, with his hands on his knees and thoughtfully watching the stars in the night sky. The guy sat alone with a sad look, surrounded only by a scattering of bright celestial bodies. The brunette turned his head with an indifferent look, noticing Jinwoo approaching, who began to talk about the beautiful sky that exists in a world of chaos. Muwon continued to look at the pale man who had disturbed him, who sat down next to him and raised his head, looking at the stars and asking whether it is difficult to live if you follow the call of your heart. Now the two men were sitting on a rock against the night sky, and Jinwoo began to reflect on the world of Miram and the Central Heavenly Alliance, which was now in control. Frowning, the scientist came to the conclusion that one day the world will enter a new era, which will give rise to a time shift, and Muwon silently listened to him with his head down. The two men continued to sit in the moonlight as Jinwoo concluded that one needs eyes that notice the changes in the world if one wants to live following the call of the heart. Numerous stars sparkled in the dark sky, and on the rock there was a silent swordsman and a scientist who chatted a lot, giving advice with a serious look. A new day dawned and a chunin in a black suit walked forward along a forest path, noticing a nearby town where he could take a break. The guys following him and heading towards the gate cheered, deciding to find a tavern to eat. The bull cart and the girl riding the dodali rode into the city while Chunin and Muwon walked ahead and people looked back at the company. The main character looked to the side with curiosity, not noticing the guy standing in front of him along the way. Suddenly the two bumped shoulders while driving down the road. Veins popped out on Ryusen's forehead as he irritably began to look up at the passerby, rudely asking him to watch the road. Muwon gave the angry guy an indifferent look while he cursed and demanded an apology. After that, the swordsman humbly lowered his head, asking for forgiveness with indifference. At this moment, Ryusen quickly glanced down, examining something with a sly look. He looked at Muwon's toned hand with prominent veins, which tightly gripped the sword hidden in its sheath. After that, the guy turned his insidious gaze higher, looking straight at the passerby. Muwon turned around in bewilderment as Ryusen began to walk away, waving his arms, and with displeasure called the swordsman a murderer who came from a noble family and lived a carefree life. The main character watched the irritated Isle in bandages with his eyes, and Gimon, noticing this, asked the young master what had happened. Muwon spread his arms in puzzlement when Chunin in the guise of a girl put his hands on his waist and began to be indignant at the behavior of the stranger who was rude to the swordsman. The main character stood calmly, casting an indifferent glance forward with closed eyes. Suddenly, a scream was heard behind the dark-haired young man, and he, taking on a restless appearance, hurried to turn around. Sitting in the cart, Gimon from the Tang clan patted his pockets and stomach, trying to find something in a panic. Realizing that he had lost something, the mustachioed man turned to the side in horror, his eyes wide and covered in sweat. Ryusen walked ahead, nonchalantly scratching his butt with one bandaged hand and tossing two small bags with the other. Gimon shouted indignantly, remembering when the impudent guy could steal things that belonged to him. Now Ryusen stopped and untied the bag with a satisfied look, anticipating seeing money in it. Having opened the fabric, the guy looked in bewilderment at the black filling. Gimon, covered in cold sweat, began to stretch his hand towards Ryusen and, in a panic, warned that there was poison in the bag. At that moment, dangerous green fumes flew into the face of a guy with tousled hair from an unfolded cloth brought close. Gimon abruptly jumped off the cart, shouting to Mira that they had a problem and the young man was about to die, after which she quickly jumped off the horse and headed towards her panicking uncle. The mustachioed man from the Tang clan looked in horror at the guy who was holding lethal amounts of yang poison in his hands, bleeding out in a cold sweat. Funin's eyes widened greatly in shock, and he was greatly taken aback. Ryusen continued to walk, covered in toxic fumes, exhaling them indignantly with puffed-out cheeks, and the Tang clan man realized with bewilderment that he was fine, while the guy with tousled hair was disappointedly exhaling poison from his nostrils that had entered his respiratory tract. Gimon recognized someone in him. Ryusen shook his head, driving away the remaining green fumes, displeasedly concluding that he had wasted his time, and deciding to find a new goal. The guy with tousled hair was taken aback when he looked up and saw an angry Muwon in front of him. Ryusen curled his mouth indignantly when the swordsman extended his hand to him, calling him a thief and demanding that he give up the bags. The young man was taken aback when he heard this, and his eyes widened. Placing his bandaged hand on his forehead, Ryusen sighed and closed his eyes to calm down. After that, with an impudent look, he demonstratively began to put the bag away under his jacket, declaring that he did not want to give it away. Ryusen reported that he had already dealt with worthless fighters who carried a sword only for show, recalling their arrogant and noble behavior, which immediately disappeared if they were slightly offended. After that, the guy suddenly rushed forward at the enemy, pointing his bandaged hand at him and furiously shouting that this behavior infuriates him, which is why he likes to put such unpleasant people in their place. As the hand flew towards Miwon's face, Odo calmly stepped aside, effortlessly dodging the impulsive attack. This was followed by a blow to the main character Ryusen's spirit, causing him to double over and puff out his cheeks in pain, flying back. Landing on his feet and kicking up dust, the guy gritted his teeth in displeasure, grabbed his stomach, and saliva flowed from his mouth, after which he continued shouting to insult his enemy. Miwon stood with his handle forward and looked menacingly at the guy, saying that the fight could have been avoided and promising to let him go in exchange for the stolen bag. Squatting down and putting his hand-tied hands behind his back, Ryusen shouted furiously that now he would definitely not give up anything. After this, the enraged guy quickly rushed towards the enemy, stretching his arms forward as he ran and loudly threatening. When the impulsive Ryusen was already close, Miwon swung his sheathed sword upward, and blood gushed out from the nose of the young man with bulging eyes. The guy clenched his teeth tightly in pain while beads of sweat flowed down his body, and tears appeared in his eyes. Ryusen quickly squatted around Miwon, who was watching him in bewilderment with his sword outstretched. When the enemy, with eyes sparkling with rage, suddenly braked behind the back of the protagonist, he looked askance at him, noting the strangeness of the chosen pose. Ryusen, grinning menacingly, quickly pulled his bandaged hands forward from all sides, while the main character mentally concluded that he did not know the basics, but was simply fighting furiously. Miwon began to brush off the quickly attacking enemy with a sheathed sword, noting his explosive power. The main character carefully watched Ryusen's movements, coming to the conclusion that he did not know how to properly use his power, but relied only on instincts, which was intended only for survival. Miwon sharply pulled back, raising dust while the impudent guy raised his hand to strike. Ryusen turned around indignantly at his opponent, and drops of sweat flew from his face to the sides. He tried to defend himself, but the swordsman with a furious look swung his blade, which flew into the guy's body. Miwon, using the sheathed sword as a stick, hit Ryusen in the stomach with all his strength, and he bent over, putting his hands forward and screaming in pain. While the swordsman with a calm look dealt powerful blows to the enemy and remembered his words, he coughed up saliva, opening his mouth wide from the screams. The sword hit Ryusen right on the cheek, and he flew to the side with a distorted face while Miwon clarified whether he had accurately conveyed the guy's quote, continuing to deliver a series of blows to the body of the enemy, who was bent over and covering his head with his hands. The swordsman menacingly declared that good birth means nothing, adding that he has never lived in comfort. Miwon waved his sword repeatedly with an indifferent look, concluding that guys should not live by hating others and committing petty theft. Ryusen, shielding himself from the blows with his hands, tensed up greatly and, with tears in his eyes, furiously shouted for his opponent to shut up. The guy began to remember his past, when his poor origins disgusted people. A boy in worn-out clothes handed money to the head of the clan, who asked whether he wanted to be accepted, and the warriors with weapons behind him whispered maliciously. Little Ryusen with tousled hair continued to hold his arms outstretched, asking if this amount would be enough for the entry fee, adding that he had talent. The man looked down on the child from a poor family in bewilderment for some time, without uttering a word. Ryusen continued to hold his palms with a handful of coins in hope. Suddenly, the head of the clan waved his hand, and the boy closed his eyes, and money fell to the sides. As the coins flew around the child, disappointment appeared on his face and tears appeared in his eyes. He recalled a crumbling wooden house, which was propped up by sticks and stones, and there the mother asked her son for forgiveness. A drooping Ryusen stood at her bedside with his head bowed as the woman reached out a shaking hand towards him. The boy's mother lay on the pillow in a painful state, assuring that her son had talent. The woman reached out with a shaking hand to pat little Ryusen on the back, asking for forgiveness for only being able to give him a poor life. The boy's mother handed him a handful of money, concluding that she had collected it for him, even though the amount was small. Ryusen bent over his mother's lifeless body as she spoke her last words, hoping that his son would become an outstanding master. The coins given by the woman fell to the floor while the head of the clan was indignant that some pathetic peasant would come and humiliate his clan, adding that the real talent was to be born into a rich family. Little Ryusen sobbed, biting his lips, and glared at the man when he told him to use his money to wash himself. After that, the boy, filled with anger, jumped to attack the head of the clan, causing him to scream. Ryusen, still crying, furiously bit the man who had offended him on the hand. When the boy, in a fit of anger, threw the adult head of the clan to the ground, his subordinates immediately rushed to his aid. Now Muin stood, raising his weapon in the air, but not attacking. Ryusen, who was on his knee, covered himself in fear, holding his bandaged hands out in front of him. Gimon quickly rushed towards them, putting his hand forward and shouting, asking the young master to stop, because his opponent had a special talent. The main character turned around and listened to the man with a calm face, holding the curve in the air. Ryusen, clenching his teeth, from which blood oozed, closed one eye and asked in bewilderment what this meant. Gimon, covered in sweat from the intense running, stopped, clutching his knees and trying to catch his breath, and reflected that his body was unsuitable for martial arts, even though he was born with an innate immunity to poisons. He thought about Murray's niece, who has good physiology, which allowed her to study martial arts. However, Ryusen, who covered himself with his hands, was not only immune to poisons, but also had a predisposition to martial arts. Gimon looked at the guy in surprise, remembering that in the Tang family, people who possess both qualities are incredibly rare. The man frowned and closed his eyes slightly, concluding that the guy's personality could become a problem, but it could be fixed, because it was worth it. After some thought, Gimon extended his hand to the young man, introducing himself as a great lord from the Tang family who wields 1,000 poisons. Taken aback, the guy began to get up, leaning on his leg, when the man expressed pity that such a person was forced to live like a street thug since no one noticed his talent. Gimon joyfully extended his hand to Ryusen, declaring that he had long been looking for a person blessed with good physiology and meridians. The man, with an inspired look, holding his palm in front of the young man, invited him to become a student and master of poisons, while the wind blew the ribbons in his hair. Ryusen rested his hand on the ground, looking at the Tang family member in bewilderment, and not saying anything. Drops of sweat were running down the guy's face from excitement, and his eyebrows were raised. Ryusen was shaking in shock, staring at the man in shock. Gimon covered himself with his hand from the blinding sun when the young man fell to his knees and began to bow to his mentor with loud, happy exclamations. Against a clear blue sky, the wind fluttered a white flag with the name of a trade association on it. The canvas was located on a cart with goods, which followed through the desert, raising a column of dust behind it, and in front of it a rider in a hat galloped on a horse. Thus, loads followed the road through the sand dunes, and dark silhouettes were visible. Suddenly a voice asked to stop, and the man put his foot in the stirrup, jumping off his horse and suggesting that they make camp, since the sun had already set. The rider stroked the horse with one hand and held the brim of his hat with the other, casting a stunned gaze into the distance. Among the ruins of the settlement, the man was surprised to notice a long-haired girl sitting near a fire. The young lady, wrapped in fabric and illuminated by fire, noticed a man behind who was looking at her questioningly. The guy stood in the middle between a cart with horses and subordinates on the left and a girl who had set up camp in the rubble of houses on the right. The rider took off his hat and, approaching the young lady, struck his fist into the palm of his hand, after which he amiably introduced himself as the head of the trade association, asking whether it would be okay if his company also stopped here. Hassel looked at Changwon in bewilderment without saying a word. The guy blushed noticeably, embarrassed by the incredible beauty of the girl, and wondering why she was all alone in such a place. Hassel turned back to the fire and nodded, her long hair sporting a silver flower ornament symbolizing her name. Bowing, Changwon closed his eyes with a smile and thanked the young lady for her kindness. The ruins of several houses were located in the desert among numerous sand dunes. Now, among the rubble, a cauldron stood on a fire, over which 3 members of the trade association were leaning, and their cart with goods was left nearby. The head looked back curiously, glancing at the lonely Hassel warming herself by her fire. A bright moon appeared in the night sky, surrounded by many bright stars, and birds were flying in the air. Changwon kindly handed the girl a plate, asking her to take a portion, because she didn't have any food. Hassel sat glassy-eyed, not saying anything when the head of the trade association offered her food. Putting his hand to his head, Changwon said with an awkward look that the plate contained only delicious meat soup, which was not poisoned. The girl continued to sit with a glassy gaze, reflecting on the guy's words. She recalled the table set in Muwon's house with rice and delicious dishes. Then the guy, pointing at the food with chopsticks, also said that it was not poisoned. Hassel now held a wooden plate in one hand and brought the spoon to her mouth with the other, enjoying the taste. She recalled how she indignantly followed Muwon, asking why he always prepared meat soup, and the young man in response called her impudent. She was peeking out from behind the wall, sticking out her tongue, but the swordsman's face had been erased from her mind, and now she was trying to figure out if she hadn't eaten something similar before. While Hassel ate dinner, Changwon towered over her, watching intently. The guy, without taking his eyes off the young lady, wondered how she ended up here if there was no one at a distance of 50 kilometers, and the desert was a dangerous place for walking. The head of the trade organization was excited, asking if Hassel had any business here. She, raising the spoon to her mouth and closing her eyes, nonchalantly replied that no. Then Changwon curiously clarified where the girl was going. Chewing pieces of meat from the soup, the girl briefly announced that she was heading to the mainland. Smiling joyfully, the head of the trade association asked where exactly she was going. Then Hassel turned to him with a questioning look, without answering anything. After that, she pouted and continued to eat the soup, suspiciously asking why the interlocutor needed to know this, which is why he was immediately taken aback and began to awkwardly make excuses. Changwon blushed heavily, embarrassedly looking away, and scratching the back of his head, after which he stated that if the girl is uncomfortable, then nothing can be done, and she, with incomprehension, clarified why he was so interested in her. Raising his hand, the head of the trade association, sweating with excitement, admitted that Hassel was very beautiful. He shook his head, wiping away beads of sweat, and rubbed his nose, after which, with crimson cheeks, he said that the young lady reminded him of his little sister of the same age. Hassel stopped eating, staring at Changwon, who was very embarrassed when he saw her. The wooden plate lying in the girl's hand was empty. She looked at her, declaring that in this case she would be in the guy's care, and asked for another portion of meat soup. Throwing out his hands, Changwon joyfully concluded that starting tomorrow they would continue the journey together, and bright sparks flew from the fire. Morning was falling on the ruins of several houses located in the desert among numerous sand dunes. The action moves to the city where the shelter was located. The guys left the building to the cart full of supplies for the future journey, remembering how well they had rested and eaten. Ryusen had joined the group and was now carrying a load on his back, holding the ropes with his bandaged hands. His face was very swollen, making it impossible to open his eyes much. Jinwoo looked at the young man with curiosity, asking Gimon what he did to him, that he had such swelling. With his hands folded and his head bowed, the Tang family great lord stated that he simply listened to his story, which greatly surprised the pale scholar. That night, Ryusen cried a lot at dinner, talking about how he was a poor orphan boy, and Gimon stretched out his hands to comfort him. Seeing the guy put his finger to his lips, Jinwoo turned to his interlocutor and suspiciously asked if this was really a good choice. Jinwoo looked at Gimon with a puzzled expression, declaring that people cannot simply be reformed, to which he happily replied that people can always rehabilitate themselves. Ryusen, with puffy eyes, looked around, raising a finger in the air, while the man admitted that he had decided to simply believe in him. Seeing Marie by the horse, the guy turned purple, admiring her incredible beauty. The girl from the Tang clan, climbing onto the back of the animal, looked at the young man with a puzzled look. Ryusen put his bandaged hand forward and pouted his lips, blowing the beautiful lady a kiss. The droopy-eyed guy was immediately taken aback when Murray suddenly began to sweetly communicate with Muwon, who had just approached. Ryusen frowned deeply, glaring furiously through slits in his swollen eyelids. A guy with tousled hair approached the main character and proudly showed his thumb, reminding him of what his mentor said yesterday. Ryusen stood in a parody of a fighting pose, boasting that soon everyone would see his real talent, and Muwon looked sideways at him with displeasure, folding his arms over his chest. The main character left the boastful Ryusen, retreating to the cart, and asked if he wanted to get more, after which the guy hastened to apologize. The action takes place in a flourishing settlement surrounded by water, where the Central Heavenly Alliance is located. There, at sunset, two dark silhouettes walked along the street among the houses. Keeson stood excitedly against the orange-red sky, reporting to the young lady that he had brought the man in the hat, as she had ordered. Two men stood waiting in front of the patterned doors, and a voice was heard allowing them to enter. The doors swung open, and the dark figures of the arriving subordinates cast a shadow, and behind them the sunset sky burned. Hyoron sat at the table with scrolls, smiling sweetly and noting that 7 years had passed since the last meeting. Musing squinted and respectfully took off his hat to the Westgate family, agreeing with her words. When the head of intelligence went to the girl, she said that she should have visited him earlier. Musing looked around, noticing a disgruntled Soso sitting against the wall with a spear while Hyorin apologized. The man cast a stern look at the young lady, clarifying why she invited him. After this question, Hyorin closed her eyes, breaking into a soft smile, but remained silent. Now she looked seriously at the head of intelligence, admitting that it was all about Muwon. Musing raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting Hyorin to call him out because of his master. The girl with sparkling jewelry expressed confidence that the guest had heard of the Northern Blade, after which she calmly suggested that it could be Muwon. The man lowered his eyes, answering that he personally saw the young swordsman inside the burning house, and assuring the young lady that he had died. After these words, Musing raised his head, enthusiastically declaring that if Muwon survived, then he was the Northern Blade. Hyorin, hearing this, closed her eyes contentedly and asked again. The girl looked carefully at Musing when he began to report that they were already looking for the swordsman who received this nickname, and then asked if she wanted to know the information received by the investigation bureau. Hyorin smiled contentedly, sweetly saying that it would be useful if the head of intelligence could tell. Musing raised his hands, asking permission to leave since they had finished, and promised to contact the young lady soon. And she, sitting at the table, asked for forgiveness for wasting her time. The doors swung open again, revealing a bright sunset sky, and the man in the hat stepped outside as Hyorin followed him with her gaze. The girl sat with her eyes closed sweetly. As soon as the guest was outside the threshold, the young lady assumed a stern look, looking from under her brows. With a thoughtful look, she began to wonder if she was wrong, and felt that this man had exhausted a lot of information. Hyorin, wearing sparkling jewelry, cast dissatisfied blue eyes into the distance. Peason bowed respectfully when the young lady ordered him to assign people to spy on Musing, who was apparently hiding something. A man in a hat with 2 katanas on his back walked down the street while Hyorin thought that it would be difficult to carry out her order, because he is the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Musing, against the backdrop of the sunset sky, was now reflecting on how nothing had changed in 7 years about who was the center of attention in the Muram world. This man was none other than the young warrior, the lone star of the East, Sachan, who defeated 100 masters and then went to live in solitude to continue his training. The man lowered his head, remembering that many followers believed that when the legendary warrior returned, the course of history would change dramatically. However, they don't know that Sachan left after a humiliating defeat 7 years ago, where Hyeryong was but had to keep it a secret for the plan. Covering his face with his hat, Musing reflected on the fact that that day his master saw the defeat of the legendary warrior. Taking hold of the side of his headdress, the head of the investigation bureau concluded that for this reason, the panicking Hyorin would be watching him. With sparkling eyes and holding his hat, Musing concluded that the time had come to make his move. A pumped arm appeared as thoughts turned to the divine radiance of enlightenment, which is a martial art that is far from complete. Veins protruded from the muscular arm, and it was clarified that this type of battle required long-term cultivation and development. Large muscle mass was visible, and the story began of an abnormal master of the arts who appeared in the world of Muram, who was obsessed with victories. A muscular, long-haired man sat in a cave in the lotus position, and the story reported that the warrior was able to lay the foundation for his martial art after countless battles. Now the jock rose from the ground, leaning on the fingers of his hand, and it was reported that this was how the divine radiance of enlightenment was born. A long-haired man with a shadow on his face raised his head, and an Adam's apple appeared on his powerful neck. The Muslim with a scar across his face was breathing heavily, and history reported that this martial art was passed on from one heir to another. The jock with fiercely sparkling eyes was the 6th heir, who must spend his life cultivating the divine radiance of enlightenment and develop it further than his predecessor. That person was none other than Sachan, who gloomily concluded that it took him 7 years. A ragged pink scar from the blade remained on the warrior's forehead. It was long and stretched across the whole face, ending on the cheek. Sachan recalled the monster from Silent Night, who, having defeated him, began to mock him, and concluded that the world did not yet know about his defeat. In the head of the jock, who had experienced humiliation, a picture surfaced of how he was lying in blood among the rubble, and the enemy was putting his foot on him. Dressed in a black cloak and heading out of the cave with holes, Sachan's eyes flashed furiously and wanted revenge. The man spent all this time inside a hollow rock, into which sunlight entered through holes, and now the sunset sky was burning behind it. A bright light began to emanate from inside through the holes. Suddenly the rock exploded, scattering into small stone fragments, and in its place a deep pit formed. The action moves to the forest, where night has fallen, and while the bright moon was burning in the sky surrounded by stars, Ryusen was asked about the poison, but he hesitated. The guy with the tousled hair and his mentor Gimon sat opposite each other in the lotus position, having a serious conversation on the topic of poisons, and the man explained that they can be used as medicine. Ryusen didn't look very enthusiastic, raising his eyebrows and grinning in disappointment at what he heard. Gimon, seeing that the student did not believe him, frowned and explained that restoration poison can strengthen the personality. Besides this, there are many other varieties that they will study. Raising his eyeliner, the great lord of the Tang clan thought about his own invention, which he could not test on a person. Ryusen looked at him suspiciously while the man thought of him as a test subject, because the young man not only had a strong resistance to poisons, but also good physiology. All the guys sitting by the fire were taken aback and looked at Gimon, who, spreading his hands, told the student that first they would test his resistance to poisons, and he exclaimed in shock, asking again. The dense foliage of the tree was visible against the background of a clear blue sky. The guys continued their journey through the forest towards the mountains, kicking up dust behind them. While Ryusen walked with his backpack, calmly exhaling poisonous fumes, Gimon, his eyes sparkling, concentratedly wrote down notes in a notebook, noting that the student's immunity was stronger than his. A bead of sweat ran down the guy's face as he dissatisfiedly concluded that he was filled with poison. Sunset had come, and against the backdrop of the burning sky one could discern the outlines of misty mountain peaks. The company stopped to have dinner, and Ryusen sat with the mentor, while he held out his hand with poisonous fumes and offered to teach the young man several techniques. Raising his palm and straightening his vest, Gimon carefully watched the student, asking him to concentrate the energy on his fingertips and slowly extend it. Ryusen tensed his bandaged arms, clenched his teeth, and his body began to shake. The guy grinned furiously and was leaking sweat, growling from the effort. He held his palms to the clay jug, from which a slight poisonous vapor began to emerge. Gimon, widening his eyes and covered in perspiration, watched with shock the student's first successes. Clenching his fists, the great lord of the Tang clan shouted joyfully that Ryusen had talent and praised his progress as he looked at his mentor, dumbfounded. After this, the young man blushed with embarrassment and closed his eyes, laughing with happiness and thanking Gimon. Ryusen clenched his fist and smiled widely when his mentor decided to end his training and focus on martial arts, which made the guy very happy. Miwon now towered over the man's disciple, giving him a disdainful look, and when the great lord declared that he was a martial arts teacher, a sublime cry was heard. The main character looked at Gimon knowingly when he put his hand on his shoulder, and apologized for not giving him the opportunity to rest. A buck-toothed Ryusen looked at the swordsman in panic as beads of cold sweat appeared on him. Stretching his shoulder with a clenched fist, Miwon flashed his eyes furiously, asking if the guy was ready to be beaten badly. Now, among the mountains visible against the sunset, the screams of Ryusen, who was taught martial arts by the main character, could be heard. Some time later, the guys stood in the middle of the forest, where sunlight was breaking through the crown, and, seeing a hill ahead, they joyfully concluded that they had finally arrived. Extending his hand forward, Gimon thanked the squad for their excellent work with a smile and said that after resting at the Tang family residence, they would go to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Ryusen stood there with his face swollen from the beating, holding his backpack and thinking that Miwon was the devil. Jinwoo, raising an eyebrow, explained that the Tang family residence is not for outsiders. Everything is like other prestigious families in the Murim world. The pale scientist explained to Miwon that he would be able to get acquainted with the traditions of the clan, which had been passed on for hundreds of years. The two interlocutors looked carefully at the Chunin who approached them, who said that he would not go with them, because he needed to visit the main headquarters. The Master of Reincarnation, frowning, asked not to wait for him, adding that he would come to them, and it did not matter where the detachment would be. The main character looked at the ninja with a sincere smile, thanking him for everything he had done for them. The brunette turned around contentedly, following the Chunin with his eyes as he walked away and waved goodbye. Gimon watched his niece, who was holding the reins of the horse, and looked very upset. The great lord of the Tang family approached Mira and asked with concern whether she was really thinking about the fallen warriors from their clan who could not return home with them. The drooping girl sadly concluded that they could not even restore their bodies. Gimon calmly assured his niece that she was not to blame for the death of these people, because they had always lived on the edge, and there was nothing unusual in dying on the battlefield. Closing his eyes, the man said that this is the fate that awaits all the warriors of the world of Murim. Gimon put his hand on Murray's shoulder, declaring that they sacrificed themselves for them, and now they must repay the debt by living for the sake of the dead, to which the girl agreed. After speaking, the Tang clan members turned to the guests, inviting them to enter inside the family residence. Niece Murray walked in front with Uncle Gimon. Then the swordsman Muon and the scientist Jinwal walked side by side among the coniferous trees, and the disciple of the poison master, Ryusen, trudged behind everyone. The sharp cypress trees swayed slightly in the wind, and the rays of the bright sun broke through them. At one of the tops of the trees a dark human figure could be seen. A bearded old man in a robe, standing in the shade against the sun, watched the company and groaned slyly. The sun shone on Sachon's houses, surrounded by dense forest. Its inhabitants ran towards Gimon and Murray entering the gate, behind whom were the rest of the heroes, and were glad that they were in perfect order. Gathered at the gate, people bowed and shook hands with the returning members of the Tang family while the rest just walked up to them. Yuan and Ryusen were exploring the surroundings of the estate while Jinwal stood by the cart with things and petted the bull, praising him for his good job. Gimon pointed his finger at Ryusen, introducing him to the two men standing nearby as his student, and asked them to give him a medical bath. The men dragged the puzzled guy away, taking him by the arms, while the mentor watched and, deciding that the young man was perplexed with joy, called him a good boy. Gimon pointed his hand at Muon and his companion, saying that they had saved his life, and ordered the two men, who bowed their heads obediently, to accommodate the honorable guests in the best rooms, providing them with everything they might need. The trees swayed from the strong wind. Green leaves were falling around the main character walking through the thicket. Prior to this, he notified Jinwal of his intention to inspect the estate, to which he, without turning around, replied that he would take advantage of the Tang family's hospitality and take a good bath. Muon walked melancholy among the trees, thinking that the head of the family clearly liked nature, and this is what makes him different from other clans. The main character looked up at the enchanting leaf fall. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes wide, scared of something. Muon began to look around, feeling thirst for blood. Taking a fighting pose, he noticed a huge amount of Kai, but could not figure out where it was coming from. The wind blew with renewed vigor. The protagonist, trying to understand where the danger was coming from, glanced in one direction. Then he looked at the other one. There were more and more falling leaves. Muon tried in vain to understand the source of Kai. There was obvious tension on his face. There were so many leaves, and he finally realized that it was a trap. Looking at the foliage enveloping him, the hero realized that this was the work of a master in a superior kingdom with a high level of secrecy. What was happening around was like a real hurricane. Suddenly the leaves froze in the air as if at someone's command. At that same second, they hit the main character in a huge wave. Muon tightly gripped the sheath of his katana in his hands, ready to draw it at any moment. Now he was ready to fight, spreading his legs wide and carefully watching the movements of the leaves. Because of them, he could hardly see anything, but his only concern was where the enemy was hiding. A pair of eyes flashed in front of him. Closing his eyelids and concentrating, the hero realized that his opponent was 13 meters to his right. Sensing the approach of the enemy, he resisted the hurricane and did not let go of his katana. The next moment, Muon cut through the leaf barrier with his sword, his eyebrows furrowed angrily. Behind her, the guy saw the silhouette of an old man holding his hand out in front of him. The man seemed quite calm, despite the hero's determination. The katana was at his very neck, but he just laughed, showing that he had no weapon. The old man said that the joke had gone too far and that when he was younger, he knew someone like Muon. The main character asked who he was, to which the man, standing with his hands thrown up, said that he had the highest position in the family. Then the guy realized that in front of him was the Poison Emperor, and the old man confirmed this, saying that he was the head of the Tang clan Gongwu. He then asked if the protagonist was the last heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Only then did Muon sheath his blade. He picked up Gongwu's fallen wooden cane from the ground. Handing it over to the man, the young man answered in the affirmative. The sun was breaking through the treetops. Now they walked together through the forest thicket. Leaning on a cane, the head of the Tang family complained of pain from every move he made. Relaxing his gray eyebrows, he said that Muon was the first to break through the twilight of hundreds of falling leaves. The guy's face remained indifferent when the old man said that the strength of the Northern Heavenly Clan continues to live on. They walked in silence for some time. Gongwu then continued the story, clutching a cane in his hand and saying that he lived to mourn and regret the fate of this clan. The cane clattered on the ground as he said that he could not do anything for the Muon clan, for which his conscience now torments him. He bowed and asked the protagonist for forgiveness, saying that he could not do anything when the clan was falling into ruins, because his main priority was protecting his family during those harsh times. Gongwoo introduced his estate and said that anyone could have been a victim, and if they had stood up for the northern clan, they would have suffered the same fate. He exhaled and concluded that the problem is in the group mentality, because people under someone's influence do not accept other opinions. Looking at the sun and casting a long shadow, the old man told Muwon that, despite disagreeing with their ideology, he did not rebel against the opinion of the crowd and chose the easy path of silence because he had many responsibilities and people to protect. Leaves covered the ground. Gongwoo said that he had the strength to resist, but he wanted to keep his family, his people, their safety and peace. The main character listened carefully to the man walking next to him, reproaching himself for his cowardice and talking about the heaviness in his heart that appeared when he learned about the death of Muwon's father, and even after a while it did not go away. The protagonist lowered his eyes when Gongwoo spoke about him, claiming that his life would change people's destinies and his actions would lead to the death of others. Turning to the young man, he asked about the hero's readiness to withstand such an insidious fate that would fall on his shoulders. Leaves fell from the trees with a characteristic sound. Muwon answered Gongwoo, who addressed him, that he did not know what awaited him at the end of the journey, but he would not allow himself to be consumed by fear, and would follow the chosen path to the end. The old man laughed approvingly and accepted this answer. They continued walking through the forest, and the man said that Muwon was as virtuous and fair as he was in his youth, when he was known as the fair hero of the Tang family. However, after a while, this title no longer had as much meaning as before, but now it was found again when Muwon appeared. Gongwoo bowed again, declaring that he was putting him in an awkward position. The main character noticed that the old man put his hands to his forehead, stating that, as the head of the Tang family, he was again at a crossroads, but this time he would not turn away from his path, support the head of Jin and protect him from any dangers. Against the backdrop of the dark sky, the castle of the High Sword rises, inside of which a conversation takes place. A katana hangs on the wall of the castle room. People are surprised to discuss the death of Gongwoo, for whose murder Silent Knight is responsible, and the disappearance of his son Unkin. The katana blade glistens and shimmers with the light. People say it is impossible and wonder what happened to the Broken Fist clan. An unknown man carefully wiped the blade with a piece of cloth. The unknown people were interested in which clan elders led the Broken Fist clan. They felt an approaching internal conflict. Sitting surrounded by katanas on the floor, the man said that Jiangwu was a cruel beast who did not think about the consequences, but the lords of the northern heavens must stick together to face the 9 heavens. A man with scars all over his body looked with burning eyes at the long, bright red sword. People were wondering what would happen to them now. Tang family residence. Smoke was coming out of one of the chimneys. The light pagoda had many outbuildings that looked like smoking flasks. Gimon said that, as he said before, the Tang family always pays the bills, and since Muwon saved his life, he should not burden himself with this. Many people stood next to a huge cauldron filled with green liquid, watching the ritual. Gimon and several men in green suits diligently directed their energy towards the cauldron. Muwon, sitting waist deep in the water, admired this with his eyebrows raised high. The hands of the younger head of the family were behind the back of the main character, who felt all the accumulated fatigue disappear and blood circulation improve, and found it incredible. He grabbed his knee from the overwhelming force. Energy emanated from each man's hands, creating a connection between them, and Muwon realized what the Tang family was capable of. Gimon's face sweated from the effort, and the guy realized that the man possessed a huge amount of Kai, and for most people, therapy would have already ended. Smoke continued to come out of the building's chimneys. Gimon stretched his shoulders surrounded by his assistants, saying that they had done a good job and telling them to take a break to restore their meridians. After that, he shouted that it was Ryusen's turn. The guy was lying in the same cauldron with green liquid with undisguised pleasure. Gimon shouted his name again, but he was not going to get out of the hot water, smiling contentedly. 1 week later, the wind shook the trees of the Tang estate. Muwon stood bare-chested, revealing his scars, and tied his hair in a ponytail. He touched the scar on his right side. This made the hero remember the fight with Mukin. A picture appeared in his head of a demon inflicting a crushing blow on him. His body was wounded, and blood was pouring from his mouth and head. Hassel and the boy sitting next to him looked pitifully into the demon's eyes. Looking down, Muwon thought about her, how she was there, and that he missed him. Someone asked permission to enter, and the guy looked towards the door in surprise. Taking the kimono in his hands, he invited the guests inside. Behind the door was a maid holding a cloth in her hands, and Murray, who, not paying attention to Myewon getting dressed, conveyed a message from the head of the family about a special gift that she was asked to deliver personally. The guy was surprised and asked about the sender of the gift. The girl, seeing him half naked, blushed. She turned away embarrassedly and said that this was the cloak that Gongwoo wore in his youth, while the maid with 2 buns on her head held it in her hands. The fabric from which the cloak was made was dark, and the girl said that it was woven from the skin of a fiery bear and the scales of a serpentine dragon, and therefore had high resistance to wind, fire, and rain. Still embarrassed, although Myewon had already put on his kimono, Mai-Ray clarified that there are a lot of pockets inside the cloak in which you can put any things and thereby save more space for luggage while traveling. The girl with the cloak mockingly whispered that her mistress was already ready for marriage, to which she asked her to remain silent. Myewon smiled, said that he had no words, and embarrassedly thanked them for such a valuable gift. The sun was shining brightly over the Tang estate. Myewon put on a new coat with a high collar. On the street, he thought the raincoat fit him well. Standing in front of him was Jinwoo, his face grimacing with admiration. Mai-Ray and Gimon, asking if the main character was ready to depart. Pulling back his collar, Myewon was surprised to see Tang Sr. appear. Gimon confidently said that Mr. Jin is one of those people who does not worry about the health of his body, but he cannot last long with such an attitude towards himself, so he needs someone who can take care of him. There were many people walking along the calm streets of the estate. The man said that he had spent most of his life researching at the Tang family residence and believed that he knew a lot about the world. Squinting his eyes, Gimon said that after the incident in the Jade City, he met many new people and realized that the world must learn the truth about the atrocities of the Broken Fist, and they must do everything to correct the nightmare surrounding them. He crossed his arms and concluded that it was Myewon who could change this world, so the man asked if he would mind him following him and accompanying him on his journey. Murray, raising her open palm in front of her, said that she was obliged to go where her uncle was going, because he needed to be looked after, and the head of the family wanted the same. Gimon pointed his finger at Ryusun, who was trying to hide, and reminded him that his training was not finished either. Ryusun, raising his knee to his chest and smiling widely, shouted that he was overwhelmed with power, and they had better be careful. The man was very indignant that his student was wearing clothes incorrectly, exposing his torso, to which he replied that this was much better and he, despite respect for the mentor, would not compromise on this issue. Myewon asked Jinwoo about what he thinks. He, smiling thoughtfully and putting his hand to his chin, said that the head of the Tang family swore allegiance to the main character, and taking them with him would be a good idea. Despite the problems of Ryusun, the support of the Tang family could be useful for their journey. Residents of the estate saw off the company heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance and waved their hands after them. A leaf fell behind Myewon. The guy turned around, noticing this. In front of him, in the trees, he noticed the figure of a man. Standing at the top of the tree, Gongwoo watched them with his hands behind his back. He bowed to Myewon goodbye. The main character responded by putting his fist to his open palm. A horse-drawn cart was racing across the desert. On its roof, next to a waving flag, sat the figure of a man with long hair. It was Hassel, looking into the distance in front of her. Her cart was catching up with Changwon, wearing a long-brimmed hat, riding on a horse. The city appeared ahead against the backdrop of the sunset sky. A frightened Changwon handed boxes of goods to a tense man. He asked him to be careful as he threw one of the boxes in front of him. No one paid attention to his request, and the guy pouted his lips in embarrassment. While his companions were unloading the cart, he stood with a box in his hands and looked at Hassel. She also glanced at him. Confused, he raised his eyebrows and a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The girl seemed very distant. Night fell, the moon rose. The cart stopped in the middle of the desert for the night. While Changwon and the other merchants sat on the rocks in front of the fire with plates in their hands, Hassel was away from them, thinking about how they hadn't been able to sell anything in the past few days. The young man laughed, discussing something with his comrades, and she thought about the fact that they were refused wherever they went. Hassel calmly brought a spoonful of soup to her mouth, wondering why they kept smiling like that. She looked down at her plate, which had some soup left at the bottom, thinking it was rather stupid. She opened her mouth slightly, catching herself on this thought. Hassel remembered Myewon eating with chopsticks. Then she asked him if he was stupid. At the same moment, the guy found himself lying on the floor. You could see the sadness on her face from the memories that came flooding back. The fire continued to burn, although all the wanderers were already asleep, lying in the open air. The unknown people watched the cart from behind the huge stones, wondering how many things the merchants had, how many valuables there were, and concluding that such fools must have plenty of them. The evilly smiling figures in the stones discussed their brother, who had disappeared due to his unnaturally large libido, but in the end decided to focus on the robbery. The freaks bared their teeth and, laughing, headed towards the cart. They were 3 of the 4 tainted monsters, brothers from the same mother, strong masters who had learned the demonic arts near Qinghai province, extremely cruel people famous for stealing from villages. Hassel, calmly sitting behind them on a high rock, took them by surprise, forcing startle in horror. Looking at the crouched Hassel, someone wondered who it was, not realizing when she appeared behind them. The stranger noticed that it was just a girl. Looking at the guys who were frozen in one position, Hassel said that those traders were hardworking, saying that they were good people, although they could not sell anything. Further, she asked them not to try to harm them. Genuine bewilderment was visible on the guys' faces. Laughing, one of the crowd called Hassel cute. Turning to him, the stranger wondered if he thought that the first brother had sent it to them. Calling him foolish, the guy said that the first brother is not the kind of person who would do such a thing, adding that he was sure that she was with those merchants. Raising his hands, the stranger wondered if this was true, noting that in that case they should do something with Hassel, saying that after that they would get to work. After which, the guy asked her to come over, asking him to stop. The stranger asked him to let him try first, noting that it was no fun to be last, since they were no longer resisting. Hassel's face was engulfed in an evil grin. Rising to her feet, she declared that their words were disgusting to her. Smiling maliciously, Hassel thought that the guys didn't want to die today. At the moment when the guys began to look at each other, deathly silence hung at the place of negotiations. Then they started laughing again. The guy said that he wants to try Hassel first. The guy's comrades were shocked by what they saw. With lightning speed, Hassel pierced his head, causing it to fly off his shoulders. A lot of blood splashes could be seen near her face. Clenching his hands into fists, beside himself with rage, the stranger wondered what had just happened. Drawing their weapons, the guys prepared to attack. Raising her hand, Hassel tried to find out if the guys always used chakras, noting that she was disgusted to even think that she and such rabble had the same weapons. With a face full of disgust, she stated that this made her want to kill them more and more. Rushing into battle, the guys called her a pathetic worm, saying that they would tear her to pieces. Jumping to the side, Hassel parried a powerful series of attacks. Yawning, Hassel wondered if all mainland people were this weak. Looking at the frightened guys, she noted that if this was the case, then she would prefer the killers that her master sent every day. As Hassel continued to dodge the attacks, she stated that they weren't even worth using moonlight chakras. Trying to strike at her, the guy ordered her to shut up, asking where she even came from and who sent her. Hassel crossed her arms and stood behind them. Suddenly, their heads flew in different directions. Her face was shrouded in hatred and contempt. Drops of heavy rain fell on the fragments of the roof. The silhouette of an unknown person was holding an umbrella that was protecting someone from the rain. Placing his hands on his weapon, Chonghak froze in one position. Heading towards them, the man tried to find out who the guys, whom he called pathetic worms, were behaving like a little girl. With an evil grin on his face, he stated that he was wondering who was making that sad melody, adding that it was the demon of sound. Lowering his head, Phantom Spear noticed that they had not seen Chusen for a long time. Wary, Chusen asked if 30 years had already passed since their meeting. Frozen in one position, the stranger noted the thought that she would be the first, considering that the 3 of them were ahead of her. Closing her eyes, Jemkian was lost in her own thoughts. Averting his gaze, Chusen noted that 30 years had passed, pointing out that his older sister had not changed at all. Continuing to cover Chonghak with his umbrella, Phantom Spear suggested that they were missing Xian Mayan. With a serious expression on his face, turning to the Phantom Spear, Chusen wondered if the guys had forgotten his life motto. Then, he said that according to his title, he is a free spirit who drifts around like the wind, saying that this is nonsense. He is most likely talking right now and hanging around somewhere. Tilting her head, Jemhian noted that when they made a decision, Xianmian would probably be the first to come to their aid, adding that he had always been like this. With his hand on his weapon, Jeonghak stated that this was supposed to be a great meeting. Chonghak expressed regret that due to the current state of demon lords, Silent Night is currently in a pitiful state. Raising his weapon, he declared that this boy was not his blood, noting that despite this he seemed like family to him. Lowering his head, Jeonghak said that he would not allow Danyop's death to get away with it. While under the never-ending rain, he stated that Danyop always wanted Silent Night to awaken from its slumber, adding that even if his ideals were unattainable, he never gave up. Chonghak spoke about the desire of his comrade, who wanted to do everything possible to overcome injustice. Looking around, he asked the guys to look at them now, saying that they not only gave up, but also accepted the reality in which they live, adding that they refused to change anything. Chonghak stated that they have become useless adults who do not allow their children's dreams to blossom. With a serious expression on her face, Jemhyun noted that his wish would lead to even more casualties, saying that many innocent lives would suffer. Smirking, Chusun wondered if they didn't want to do anything at all, stating that even if sacrifices had to be made, it would be better to at least try to return to the world, since they were already awaiting death in these isolated lands. Crying out, Chusing revealed that Danyop's blood was on their hands, noting that due to their negligence and incompetence, he died, adding that he was the one who rekindled the passion they had long forgotten. Spreading his hands, Chusun stated that they threw their burden on him, calling him their last hope, noting that when times were hard for him, and when he needed their help the most, what they did for it. After which, he stated that he was very sad to realize that they were so insignificant. Raising his head to Chusun, Phantom Spear asked him to blow off some steam later. Indignant, his companion wondered if he had said something wrong. Chusun tried to find out if the guys had forgotten how they were expelled from their own lands. A heavy downpour continued to fall outside. Chusun was shocked by what he saw. Phantom Spear's face was filled with genuine horror. Taken aback, Jemkian froze in one position. Putting his hand forward, Chonghak noted the moment that is associated with the final decision. Pointing his finger forward, he announced that it would be accepted according to his will. Raising their heads, the guys announced the approach of the Lord of the Night. With his hands folded, the silhouette of the mysterious stranger stared at one point. Many weapons could be seen in the air, which the soldiers raised above their heads. The plot tells us that after the return of Silent Night, the Central Heavenly Alliance decided to create an organization of talented martial artists to resist the enemy. This organization was called by the Invaders. In the distance, the shadow of a senseless army could be seen. By becoming a member of the organization, you will not only be able to have direct influence on the factions, but will also have the opportunity to control and regulate them. It is for these reasons that the Invaders organization has gained more recognition among many young but ambitious martial artists. The rays of the sun fell on a building standing in the thick of the forest. The taverns located between Sachong and Hubei provinces became very noisy as countless masters headed to the Central Heavenly Alliance in hopes of joining the invaders. In one of the taverns there was a group of soldiers who were engrossed in a meal. Turning around, one of the soldiers heard some sounds. Looking at the girl who was sitting at the next table, he wondered who she was. He couldn't believe that such a little girl was going to join the invaders, asking if that was true. The girl had chopsticks in her hand, with which she brought a piece of meat to her mouth. The man asked his comrades to look at her smooth and pale skin, adding that she was completely flawless. He further suggested that she was there to fool around with strong guys, noting that she should be careful. The man reported that some of these guys are on edge as they are trying to eliminate their rivals even before arriving at the Central Heavenly Alliance. The soldiers' gazes were focused on the open door of the tavern, at the threshold of which stood a stranger. Their attention was drawn to 3 rings that were on his weapon. Lowering his head, the guy asked them to wait, wondering if this was the heir of a famous family from Shandong province. Speaking of the 3 Rings clan, the man guessed that the stranger was the master of the Fleeting Falcon Sword. With a grin on his face, the stranger walked forward. The man spoke about the Azure Dragon Association, saying that it was an organization that was created by the children of the 9 heavens, adding that their leader was the infamous Xiachen, and the deputy was Wunli and Hyoran of the 7 Western Gates. An image of 3 people appeared in his head, whose bodies were shrouded in shadow. The man noted it was interesting that all 3 of them were also members of the 7 Lesser Heavens. He was amazed that all 3 of the Lesser Heavens family also joined the association, believing that the association and the 7 heavens were the same thing. The face of the stranger walking forward was filled with confidence. The man noticed that the first official member of the Azure Dragon Association was none other than the master of the Fleeting Falcon, Manhwa. The man noted that this is a sad reality, adding that they live in a world where those in power devour each other. He further stated that this is the reason why martial artists like them are trying to make a name for themselves by joining the invaders. Turning around, he wondered what business the sword master had with this girl. The unknown person suggested that they were traveling. Looking at the smiling Manhwa, the girl noted that he was quite persistent, noticing the idea that she had made it clear last time when she said that she was not interested. Looking at the indignant Soren, Manhwa asked her not to be like that, asking why she didn't think about it. Hearing this, the soldiers' faces were filled with genuine shock. An image of a place that was covered in fog arose in their heads. The plot tells us that one of the few clans that is covered in a veil of secrecy is the clan of Mount Mu. Although they played a large role in the formation of the Central Heavenly Alliance, they were a martial arts clan that did not leave their domain without special circumstances. Only the successor of the Mu Mountain clan received the title of shaman, and it was sure to be a skilled sword master who had reached the peak of the spiritual realm. The plot showed us sword masters whose bodies were shrouded in shadow, since they were also responsible for preserving the future world of Murim. The people from the mainland chose them to be part of the 7 lesser heavens. Hanging her head, Soren was lost in her own thoughts. Indignant, the unknown man wondered to whom the man was explaining this nonsense, noting that everyone already knew. At that moment, the man continued to watch the dialogue between Soren and Manhwa. An image of Hyorin appeared in the head of a grinning Manhwa, who said that before the recruitment ends, he needs to do everything possible to lure as many martial artists as possible into the Azure Dragon Association, adding that this especially concerns one of the 7 lesser heavens. Hyorin noted that if he can successfully complete this task, then she promises that she will reward him well. Sitting down next to her, Manhwa noticed the knowledge that he had explained this to her a few days ago, saying that the Azure Dragon Association is a group created by exceptionally strong martial artists from all over the mainland, saying that such a chance does not come often. Taking a piece of food, he stated that including him, there are currently 4 of the 7 lesser heavens in the Azure Dragon Association, wondering if it would be beneficial for Soren to join them since she is also a member of the 7 heavens. Putting the food in his mouth, Manhwa noted that he was from a famous clan, adding that he was confident that with the help of the heirs of the 9 heavens, they would have the power to control the world of Murim. He further noted that this sounded incredible, asking if it was true. Encouraged, Manhwa reported that he could see Soren's doubts, wondering why she didn't look at it as a simple meeting or reunion. He further noted that she doesn't need to feel burdened by this, saying that's why he wants her to think things through carefully. Staring at one point, Soren was lost in her own thoughts. An image of a village that was located on a mountain hill appeared in her head. Looking at Soren, who knelt before the throne, the stranger suggested that they were once again entering a turbulent era, stating that with the advent of silent night, chaos had reigned. While covered in shadow, Soren reported that although they ignore what is happening in the ordinary world, they can no longer turn a blind eye to it. Seeing how she lowered her head, the stranger stated that it was for this reason that she should go out into the outside world. With a serious expression on her face, agreeing and turning to her father, Soren noted that she would carry out this order, after which she hit the road. Staring into space in her thoughts, she said that since the world was descending into chaos, she believed that they would benefit from this and gather their own army of martial artists. At that moment, Manhwa again reached for food. Smirking in his thoughts, he assumed that he had managed to get through to Soren. With an agitated expression on her face, Soren stated that she did not care about the 7 heavens, saying that it was nothing more than an exalted title that was forced upon her to become part of the pathetic worms, adding that she had never met anyone from the heavens and neither I wasn't friends with anyone. She further expressed confidence that she had made it clear last time that she didn't care about the Azure Dragon Association, adding that Manhwa could beat her up, drag her by force, or anything else, saying that she would never join their friend group. After which, she asked him to stop distracting her when she was trying to eat. Manhwa was shocked by what he heard. A group of people stood at the open door to the tavern. Their bodies were shrouded in shadow. Taking off his hood, the guy assumed that this place was also packed to capacity. Looking away, in her thoughts, Soren noticed that she was using these guys. Raising her hand, she asked them to come to her, asking why she had waited so long for them. The guys' faces were covered with bewilderment at what they heard. Taken aback, Soren asked for forgiveness, saying that she was a member of another association called the Soren Association, adding that this was the reason she rejected Manhwa's proposal. Turning her head towards the guys, she asked them to hurry up in order to start eating. Leaning on the table, Manhwa noted his ignorance of the existence of the Soren Association, asking forgiveness for his arrogance and clinginess over the past few days. Heading towards the exit, he asked Soren to enjoy the reunion of the Soren Association. The guys' gazes were directed towards Manhwa, who continued to make his way to the exit. Holding one of the guys by the back, Soren tried to seat him at the table. Stopping at the door, Manhwa was lost in his own thoughts. Taking a piece of chicken in her hands, Soren placed it in the man's mouth. Biting her lip in her thoughts, Manhwa wondered if she had accepted those worms' offers instead of joining him, not understanding how she dared to look down on him and the Azure Dragon Association. Continuing his thoughts, he stated that he did not care that she was one of the 7 lesser heavens, adding that she had better be careful, informing her that he would repay her for the humiliation he suffered today 100-fold. After which, slamming the door, he left the tavern. Soren's face was shrouded in anxiety and excitement. With her hands folded, she began to beg the boys for forgiveness for scaring them. Continuing to eat the chicken, the stranger noticed that everyone knows that beautiful girls bring problems. He stated that he understood the situation, telling her that there was no need for her to apologize, noting that whether they liked it or not, it was too late to do anything. Soren thanked the guys for not asking questions. Sitting down next to her, she remarked that if they were worried about further complications, then they should not worry, stating the confidence that this person knew that her behavior was only a game, and fully understood that she had refused him by saying that for this reason it will not cause problems. Then, Soren asked the guys to help themselves, saying that this was her gratitude for their assistance. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Chewing his food, the stranger said that he understood the details of what happened, telling about the association of the Azure Dragon. Smirking, he noticed the moment that was connected with his observation. Looking at the emblem, he stated that based on the symbol that was located on her robe, it could be concluded that she was a disciple of the Mu Mountain clan. Further, noticing the blade, the stranger said that since her sword had gold decoration on it, he could assume that she was quite close or perhaps next in line to inherit the clan. Looking at the surprised Soren, he stated that with this he could conclude that she, the infamous shaman of Mount Mu, Soren, was one of the 7 lesser heavens. Wiping his mouth, the stranger noted that the person who had been bothering her earlier had 3 rings on the hilt of his sword, adding that since he spoke of the Azure Dragon Association, he must be the master of the fleeting falcon sword, Manhwa. Wary, Soren thought that the stranger was an unusual person, asking him who he was. Pointing to the old man sitting next to him, the stranger said that there was no point in saying his name, since she did not recognize him, adding that only a handful of scientists knew his name. He further noted that she knew exactly who this old man was, saying that he was the owner of 10,000 poisons, Tang Sr. from the great Tang family of Sachon. With her hands folded, Soren said that she was showing him her respect. Tang Sr., in turn, noted that there was no need for this, saying that she could sit down. The stranger stated that he was his mentor and savior, adding that he himself was his student, Ryusun. Turning her head, Soren guessed that the girl in front of her was the first flower of the Tang family. Having interrupted her, saying that this was so, the girl stated that her name was Muryu, noting that she was pleased to meet you. Feeling embarrassed, Soren noted that she was honored, saying that Muryu has very beautiful skin, asking how she takes care of it. Muryu, in turn, noticed that Soren's skin was better than hers. Leaning on the table, Tang Sr. said that he needed to go to the toilet. Frowning, he wondered where he was. Suddenly, someone pushed him. Clenching his fist, the stranger tried to find out if Tang was okay, noting that he needed to watch where he was going. Turning around, the unknown man saw a guy rushing towards him. Bending down, he managed to block his attack. Landing on the floor, the guy froze in one position. Wary, the unknown man wondered who it was. Putting his hand on his side, calling the guys pathetic worms, the guy tried to find out where their manners were by asking if they knew who this person was. Starting to scream, he declared that if they had offended his mentor, they should apologize, again calling them pathetic worms. Standing up and turning to Ryusun, Tan said that he was fine. With a face full of contempt, the guy ordered them to apologize to his mentor. Their faces were shrouded in bewilderment. Lowering their heads, they tried to apologize. Suddenly, they hit the guy, causing him to fly to the side, declaring that they won't do that. Turning around, the man noted the idea that it had become a little quieter today, adding that someone had started a fight again. Asking to stop, the stranger wondered if those two were the Black and White Bear brothers. Clenching his fist, the polar bear tried to find out who the guy thought he was, asking if he knew who they were. Due to the strong impact, after the guy flew to the side, a hole appeared in that place. Clenching their fists, the guys began to rejoice at the fight that had arisen. Evil grins appeared on the faces of the Bear brothers. Leaning on the floor, the guy wondered what was going on. Putting his hand on his neck, he asked if the Bear brothers were sure that they had hit him. Wary, they froze in one position. Hitting him again, the Bear brothers noted that they would see if he could speak after this. Their knees were pressed to the guy's face. After a colossally powerful blow, he flew to the side. Leaning his elbows on the floor again, the guy asked them to stop doing nonsense. There were bloody streaks on his face. He wondered if they were serious now. From what they heard, the Bear brothers were shocked. Beside themselves with rage, they continued to strike the guy with powerful blows. After being thrown into the air by the polar bear, the black bear prepared to attack from behind. Raising his leg, the polar bear stood in a fighting pose. The moment the guy fell to the floor, they continued beating him. After a strong push, he flew to the side. There was a crazed grin on his face. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the polar bear wondered what was wrong with him. Laughing, the guy said that they were very weak. Pointing at the main character, he stated that because he kicked his ass every day, their attacks were too weak. Lowering his head, Muon froze in one position. Surprised in their thoughts, the guys spoke about whose popularity is on par with the 7 lesser heavens, pointing to the rising star of the current generation, Northern Blade. Wary, Soren wondered if the guy was the Northern Blade. Exhaling, Rusin covered his face with his hand. Turning around and looking at the main character, the polar bear wondered if he was the Northern Blade. Pushing off the ground, rushing into battle, the guy tried to find out if they were going to apologize. After which, the polar bear struck him in the face. Blood began to slowly flow down the guy's face. Grabbing the black bear, he struck it with his head. Due to the force of the impact, the black bear began to fall to the floor. Breaking free from the bonds of the polar bear, the guy attacked him with his leg. Having fallen on his back, he froze in one position. The faces of the Bear brothers were filled with rage. Lowering his head, the guy prepared to attack. Surprised, the man noted that he had never seen anyone fight the Bear brothers in this style. Throwing strong blows at the guy's face, they said that he was fighting like a fighting dog. Looking at how he took off from the ground and made a kick with both legs, someone from the crowd noticed that this was so, adding that he was fighting like a rabid bloodhound. Raising their hands, the soldiers began to cheer for the guy's victory, calling him a mad bloodhound. Squinting his eyes in thought, Rusin noted that he was not surprised, saying that the guy had always been a good fighter, pointing out that his opponent was Muon all along. As he watched the fierce battle, his thoughts continued. He stated that if they could correct his character, he would become a valuable asset to them. As he began to form a combination strike, the Bear brothers ordered him to stop doing nonsense, declaring that they would end this with their power strike. A mysterious jar appeared in the guy's hand, which he opened with the tip of his thumb. After he opened the second one, there was a loud click. With a distraught expression on his face, he ordered them to attack, calling them weak worms. Horrified, Tan asked him to stop. With a shocked expression on their faces, the Bear brothers put their hands forward. Wary in her thoughts, Soren noted that this was not good, stating that the situation was out of control, wondering if she should intervene. Screaming, the guy rushed to attack. Standing across the guys, the main character ordered them to stop this. Turning his head, Muon noted that this also applied to the Bear brothers, asking why not retreat. His gaze was shrouded in contempt. Due to unimaginable oppression, the Bear brothers retreated to the side. Frozen in one position, in their thoughts, they wondered if it was the Northern Blade. With a frightened expression on his face, using his thoughts, turning to the black bear, the polar bear suggested that he simply leave. He, in turn, noted that this was a good idea. Stretching out his hand to Rusin, the protagonist asked him to calm down, noting that he had done more than enough. Looking out from behind Muon, Rusin noticed that they had gotten off lightly, saying that it was better for them to apologize to their mentor. Leaning down, he informed them that he remembered them. Outraged, Tan called Rusin a little brat, saying that he shouldn't have gone that far. Tan reported that he couldn't believe that he used the poison technique he taught him for something so insignificant. Leaning over as a sign of respect, Rusin apologized. Tan, in turn, asked him to repeat it. Rusin apologized for using the poison technique without his permission, noting that if such a situation happened again, he would do the same. From the depths of the tavern, Tang's voice was heard, stating that he understood, figuring that he would need to teach Rusin a lesson that night. Rusin, in turn, began to beg his mentor not to do this. Tan noted that if Rusin was going to fight, he should do his best to avoid getting hurt. The night sky was enveloped by the moon, which illuminated everything around. Rusin stated that he allowed them to hit him, adding that they were real weaklings. Tan noted that these were very strong words for someone who was bleeding, saying that he needed to heal him. The sun's glare fell on the tavern, which was located in the thick of the forest. Many people began to emerge from the doors of the tavern. Soren reported that since the tavern was full, noting that they were unable to find a free room last night, saying that thanks to Lady Nam, they were able to rest properly. Smiling, she noted that it was no big deal, saying that the room was too big for her anyway, noting the fact that she had gotten them involved in her problems, adding that it was the least she could do. Stretching out her hands, the girl reported the words of Lady Nam, who stated that she was also heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance, wondering why they shouldn't travel with her. Refusing, Soren said that everything was fine. Smirking, Ryusen invited her to go with them. Tang stated that it was safer to go in a large group rather than alone, adding that they would be happy for her to join them on the journey to the Central Celestial Alliance. Taken aback, Soren put her hand to her head and froze in one position. Averting his gaze, the main character was mired in his own thoughts. Laughing, the guy suggested that the guys travel together, saying that he would take care to protect them. Smiling, Soren noted that she would be under his supervision. Raising his hand, the man tried to find out if he had slept well, saying that he enjoyed his fight. From what he heard, Ryusen's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Glints of light broke through the tree bark. Putting his hand on his side, the unknown man wondered if he was serious. Lowering his hands, the black bear declared that it was so. At that moment, the polar bear wondered why Manhwa didn't tell them that Mount Mu's companions were the Tang family and the Northern Blade, asking him not to say that he didn't know about it either. Next, the black bear tried to find out what they would do, noting that they were going to humiliate the shaman, but ended up facing a pathetic worm and the Northern Blade. Biting his lip in his thoughts, Manhwa wondered why the Northern Blade and the Tang family were with the shaman of Mount Mu. Putting his hand on his knee, Manhwa tried to find out what was wrong with this Northern Blade, adding that he should have killed him this morning. Smirking, he noted that he had made a good choice by recounting what he had said earlier, that now 4 of the lesser heavens were in the Azure Dragon Association. Looking at the angry Gonghui, Manhwa stated that together with Mr. Hong there were 5 of them, saying that they could rejoice. He said that the 7 lesser heavens should always stick together. Gong Hwi, in turn, stated that he did not care, adding that he only joined because he could with Xiachen, asking him to hurry up and show him the way. Taken aback, Manhwa noticed that this was so. Wary, he reported that there was another member of the 7 lesser heavens nearby, wondering if they would be interested in meeting this person. Looking at the sun as it set, Manhwa stated that ordinary people call the Yangtze the life path of the mainland, noting that for this reason it is an unusual river, saying that whoever controls the river controls the mainland. Manhwa said that the Central Heavenly Alliance was located nearby, a mismatch. Holding his hat, seeing something, the main character raised his head. Ryusen reported that this ship, the Heavenly Vessel, sails along the Yangtze River to Hubei province without stopping, adding that it therefore takes them a quarter of a day to reach the heart of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Looking at the ship that had just arrived, Ryusen noticed that, simply put, they needed to board it, and they would arrive almost to the front yard of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He further stated that they, unlike one pathetic worm, needed to stay out of trouble and not let their guard down. Watching the people board the ship, Ryusen said that he heard that they were leaving tomorrow morning, so they needed to find a place on the ship to rest. After which, once on the ship, the guys set off. Turning around, Soren heard someone greeting her. Smirking, Manhwa noted that they had met again. Soren's face was covered with obvious contempt. Trying to stay on his feet, Manhwa called it a coincidence that they saw each other. At that moment, Gonghui ordered him to get out of the way. Biting his lips, in his thoughts, he called him a pathetic worm, not understanding why everyone from the 7 lesser heavens was like this. Moving forward, Gonghui tried to call out to Soren. Wary, she tried to find out if he was talking to her. With a malicious grin on his face, Gonghui stated that it was so, revealing the rumors that she was one of the 7 lesser heavens. Leaning over, he announced that he was Gonghui, figuring that she had already heard about him before. He further noted that something had been bothering him all this time, asking if she was part of the 7 lesser heavens, adding that he wanted to know if they were on the same level. Soren noticed that he was quite self-confident. Gonghui stated that he is more qualified than anyone else, saying that he cannot claim the same about her. Soren, in turn, said that she would be grateful if he showed at least a little respect. Smiling mischievously, Gong Hwi stated that he only shows respect to those above him, adding that if she wants him to show respect, she needs to prove herself. Taken aback, Soren became lost in her own thoughts. Averting her gaze, Soren said that Mr. Hong was much stronger than her, calling it obvious that she would lose, asking that she be allowed to bow out. Frowning in thought, Gonghui wondered if she had succumbed to his provocation, noting her reluctance to resort to dirty methods. Looking at the shocked Soren, he stated that she looked like her mother, noting that she was also good at running away. With a look full of hatred, she tried to find out what kind of nonsense he had just said. Smiling, Gonghui asked if he was right, adding that she had the title of shaman just for show. He noted that there is a reason why her mother is hiding in the mountains, saying that she is simply afraid that people will find out how weak they are. An image appeared in Soren's head of her mother, who lowered her head. Gonghui stated that this was the reason why he said that she looked like her mother, the current head shaman of Mount Mu, noting that the Mount Mu clan was full of cowards. Clenching his fist, the guy called Gonghui a pathetic worm. asking him to stop. Tan noted that this was not something he could interfere with. Turning around and looking at the guy, Tan wondered how many times he should repeat not to act on emotions. Lowering her hands, Soren stated that she planned to ignore him since he was pathetic, assuming that he actually wanted to fight. Raising his head, Gongwi asked her to follow him, after which, the guys headed to the place of the fight. Raising his head, Ryusen wondered if there would be another fight, marveling at the martial arts. Frowning, he stated about the guys who had followed them, asking if they thought they would be a lot of trouble. The main character announced that he would follow him, asking why don't they go inside. Gradually, the sun set behind the horizon. Lowering his hands, Gonbi spoke of the 7 lesser heavens, declaring that he never liked the title. Gongwi revealed that they had never fought against each other, wondering why they were lumped together. Looking at her opponent next to her, Soren noted that until today she didn't give a damn about it, noting that the fact that she shares the same title as him irritates her. Slowly, Gongwi headed towards her. Taking up his weapon, he declared that they should get down to business. Raising her blade in front of her, Soren prepared to attack. Pushing off from the ground, Gongwi rushed into battle. With lightning speed, Sor began swinging her blade. A cloud of smoke came from the place where she stood. Jumping to the side, Soren managed to dodge Gongwi's attack. Clutching his weapon in his hand, Gongwi froze in one position. Soren's face was shrouded in genuine anger. One of his swords was visible in Gongwi's teeth. Raising her weapon, Soren prepared to defend herself from the enemy's blow. Jumping back, she frowned on her face. Swinging his blades, Gongwi kept trying to pierce Soren's body. At the sight of the fierce battle, silhouettes of the guys could be seen. Gongwi's face was shrouded in genuine anger. Staring at her opponent, Soren froze in one position. Beads of sweat slowly ran down her face. Looking at the lying blade, she wondered if he knew. Assuming a fighting pose, Soren stated that she actually wielded 2 swords, noting that if he had known that, he would not have given her the sword, adding that she would now be the one to attack. Gongwi grinned. It was clear from his face that he was happy that they didn't lie about Soren's skills. This was the fight he had been waiting for a long time. He prepared to defend himself, saying that he would borrow this sword. Unwinding, Soren rushed towards Gongwi with fury in her eyes. He, in turn, took a stance to reflect the blow and try to counterattack. The blow was so strong that dust rose around the opponents. With a deft blow, Soren managed to cut the pole in Gongwi's teeth. He didn't even understand what happened. There was fear and misunderstanding in his eyes, while Soren's eyes were still full of rage. Finding herself behind her opponent while he was confused and terrified, Soren decided to continue her attack. Swinging both swords, she quickly flew towards Gongwi. She was immediately struck by a sharp and severe pain in her shoulder, causing her face to take on a grimace of pain. Surprised, Gongwi immediately realized that this was an opportunity. With one movement of his hand, he reflected and counterattacked his opponent. Soren, blocking the counterattack, flew several meters away with a shock wave, holding her swords in front of her so as not to get injured. There were drops of tears in her eyes because of the pain she experienced. Looking at her shaking hand, Soren wondered if she was overexerting herself again. The location of the temple on a high mountain among the clouds popped into Soren's head. Inside, behind Soren sitting in lotus position is her mentor, who tells her that it would be better if she stopped using her left arm, since she was born with a weak left shoulder, and that she has reached her limit. Gently touching Soren's shoulder, she continued that if she continued on this path, she would soon be unable to use her left arm. Turning to her, surprised and disappointed, Soren said that she had used 2 swords all her life. There was sadness on the mentor's face. She said that it was her fault, that she should have stopped Soren earlier. Seeing how little Soren was practicing with 2 swords, she liked to look at her face shining with joy so much that she decided to close one eye to it. Then another memory surfaced in her mind, where being in front of the council, the glory of the swordswoman wielding 2 swords of Mount Mu spread. And after that, the teacher continued, she closed both eyes. Tears appeared in Soren's eyes. There were 2 swords lying next to Soren, but the mentor continued that it was not too late to change the fighting style, because Soren was very strong and talented, and that she could do it. At this moment, Soren returned from her dreams. She understood that he was also one of the 7 lesser heavens, and it would be difficult to fight him with the 1 sword technique, because it was still very far from completion. So she asked to hold out her hand a little longer. If it had been anyone else, she would never have gone this far. She held out both her hands, each holding a sword, ready to defend. At this time, Gongwi was already running towards her, throwing his blade at her. With rage in his eyes, he spat out the pole, which had already been cut at that time, from his mouth. Immediately after this, with a strong kick, raising dust, he sent it after his blade. With great speed, cutting through the wind, leaving dust behind, the guns rushed towards Soren. Soren was not at a loss and deftly struck the weapon flying at her. Looking ahead, Soren's eyes filled with horror. The huge Gungwi was already in front of her, swinging to make a powerful blow. Full of rage, with his mouth open and screaming, he put all his strength into this blow. An accurate hit on Soren made her fly to the side like a stuffed toy. But Soren stood up as if nothing had happened, opposite her opponent, preparing for the next attack. Standing around the grass, they looked at each other, waiting to see who would make the first move. Gungwi said that he would no longer hold back, holding the sword between his teeth to replace the pole that was previously there. There was no longer fear and horror in Soren's eyes. There was only a thirst for revenge and endless rage. It sounded from her lips that she would end this with one attack. Angry and teasing Soren, Gungwi shouted at her to show her what you can do, calling her the shaman of Mount Mu. Jumping up, an aura appeared around the Soren. She prepared for the technique, hovering 1,000 swords. Seeing this, Gungwi screamed furiously, throwing away all his weapons from his hands and teeth. It was already too late to do anything. Thousands of swords were flying at him. Gungwi, in an attempt to do at least something, used the technique, attack of 100 warriors, sending only 100 of his guns towards thousands of swords. In the heat of battle, all that was visible were pillars and dark silhouettes that were about to collide with each other, and everything would finally be decided. The faces of both dissolve in a bright light due to the white flash of the collision of two forces. Soren's face shows pure rage and anger towards the enemy. The same can be said about Gungwi. A bright light illuminated everything around. The shockwave of both forces spread many meters. There was an explosion of enormous force. The black and white bear brothers, led by Manhwa, running to help, turned away and covered their faces with their hands. As it all ended, they looked at what was happening in horror. Manhwa said with horror in his eyes that he thought Soren received the status of one of the 7 lesser heavens because she comes from a famous clan. But who would have thought that she was so strong? In the center of the fight, the explosion left a large crater in which 2 black figures stood. Blood was dripping from Soren's left hand. Among the clouds of dust, she was still standing, holding the shoulder of her sore arm. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Gungwi stood opposite her, puzzled, beads of sweat running down his face. Among the cubes of dust, he, like Soren, stood on his feet, but only having lost the right side of his body. Looking at Soren, Gungwi's face distorted. With the last of his strength, he tried to say that he recognized her powers, but before he could finish speaking, he began to lose consciousness. He fell dead to the ground, and Soren still stood unwaveringly in front of him, holding her wounded shoulder. Finally, she said that he should never look down on the Mount Mu clan. After her phrase, she, like Gungwi, fell off her feet and fell to the ground. Struck by each other, they lay helplessly opposite each other in the crater created by their own forces. At this time, confused and angry at them, Manhwa decided that now was the best time to get rid of them. He decided that it would be better if he increased his reputation by killing them. Taking the blade out of its sheath, he walked towards them, saying that it was because they looked down on him. At the same moment, out of nowhere, the northern blade appeared in front of his face, blocking Manhwa's passage to the wounded Soren and Manhwa. From under the old hat his eyes were visible, full of calm and determination. Standing in front of the northern blade, Manhwa shouted furiously, asking the stranger who he was and to get out of the way. The bear brothers who arrived with Manhwa realized who the stranger was. Their faces became covered with drops of sweat, and primal horror appeared in their eyes. The white brother bear told Manhwa that this is the northern blade and it is better for them to just leave here, since there is something wrong with him. Drops of sweat appeared on Manhwa's face, and he asked if it was really the northern blade. Then Black Brother Bear said that it was him and that he had a bad feeling about him, adding that the best thing would be to just leave. Then Manhwa, with a blade in his hands and a frightening face, approached the northern blade and said that he was not from a prestigious family, that he was an ordinary swordsman, and his reputation was based on unfounded rumors. Manhwa introduced himself to the northern blade as the swordsman of the Fleeting Falcon from the famous Three Rings clan and shouted at him in rage, allegedly how dare he interfere with the work of the Azure Dragon Association. After a pause, with complete calm on his face, Northern Blade asked Manhwa if Mr. Dam knew about this. Standing in front of Northern Blade, Manhwa was surprised by what he just said. He immediately asked him how someone like him knows Messrs. Lady. An image appeared in Northern Blade's head where Sachan and he were standing opposite each other in an open field, and there was nothing around. Northern Blade then said that the Sachan he knew was a decent martial artist, and that he highly doubted that he had fallen so low. coming out of his memories. Without an iota of doubt, he asked Manhwa again, since he was a member of his association, whether his actions followed Seochin's beliefs. Manhwa, who did not expect this, bit his lower lip out of anger to restrain his anger. In a rage, exchanging glances with his bear brothers, he gave the command to attack, and all three rushed to attack the Northern Blade. Swinging his blade, Manhwa shouted in rage that he would kill him in the name of the Azure Dragon Association. Northern Blade, without an iota of fear or worry, reached for his katana. His eyes emitted a white glow. Taking the katana, instantly, in less than a second, he took it out of its sheath and struck, after which he immediately returned it back to its sheath. Everything in front of him was empty. All the grass was mowed down by his blow hundreds of meters ahead. The Bear Brothers and Manhwa stopped in shock. They did not understand what had happened. The braids of the Bear Brothers and the bun with Manhwa from their heads fell to the ground. The Northern Blade, standing in front of them, still holding on to his katana, looked at them, ready to destroy them. The Bear Brothers simply fell off their feet, falling to the ground, and Manhwa, having lowered his katana, simply stood in a stupor and looked at the enemy. Silence, only the birds chirping as they fly across the evening sky. The Northern Blade was already next to Soren, who had fallen in battle, and he extended his hands to her body to help. Lifting Soren in his arms, walking through the grass, he carried her away from this place. He carried her to the ship, which had already sailed. Under the open night starry sky, voices are heard talking about the Azure Dragon Association. They understand that Seochin created this organization with good intentions, but not all members share his beliefs, and besides, he is now busy with solitary training, so, most likely, doesn't pay attention to it, which is why people like Manhwa shouldn't be a surprise. Night, Westgate family. Tyrn of the Western Gate combs his long hair. Hearing the sound, her face became confused and her eyebrows furrowed, and she immediately asked who it was. Seochin stood in the doorway, the moon illuminating his cloak and steely muscles. Tyrn was shocked when she saw him. She immediately ran to him, standing in the light of the moon. Hiren stretched out their arms to hug him, and Seochin did the same. He hugged her, holding her tightly to him. Hyeryong asked Seochin if he had finished his training. He replied that yes, he was done, and he missed her madly. Their lips merged into a passionate and so warm kiss. Memories of his past surfaced in Seochin's head. Clear day, valley of no return, large temple. It contains Chokshim, Seochin's father, with his 3 wives. He was part of the 9 heavens. The third wife, an ordinary maid, broke a plate, for which the other 2 wives began to poke their fingers at her and insult her, saying that she was nothing more than a pretty face, that she was useless and good for nothing. The third wife could only lower her head in shame and ask for forgiveness. She was Seochin's mother. He didn't like how the other 2 wives treated his mom, but he couldn't help it since he was the youngest of his brothers. Having met his 2 brothers, the middle one insulted Seochin, calling him a mama's boy, asking why he was hanging around here, and why doesn't he help them with their training. Taking him by the scruff of the neck, Chinel dragged Seochin after them, saying that as punishment for the fact that he was slacking, he would receive 10 more blows. His mother and himself were weak. The father, looking at his sons, said only that they were pathetic. Looking at their training, in which they flail their arms and legs at random, I said that not only do they have no talent, but this is also all that they are capable of. He wondered if he should have another son. It was because of this environment that Seochin became very timid and depressed, and his dependence on his mother only grew. He lay on her lap, and she stroked him, realizing that the brothers were bullying him again, to which Seochin said that this was not so, they were just playing together, and then asked him to sleep with her today. She is the only one who gave him warmth and took care of him. He felt safe in his mother's arms. Mom was everything to him. One day, Seochin's mother accidentally broke a plate again, causing the other 2 wives to insult and humiliate her, but she was already tired of enduring it. On one of the usual calm nights, a flame broke out. Everyone was terrified and called for help to put out the fire. The same 2 wives who insulted Seochin's mother saw her in the depths of the fire. She stood with a torch in her hand, surrounded by raging flames. Her face was distorted with rage, and tears flowed from her eyes. But then she saw Seochin. Her face changed. The rage was no longer on her face. Little Seochin stood among the crowd, looking at his mother in tears and shock. She smiled goodbye, tears also flowing from her eyes, and she said that he should never become as weak as her, adding that she prays for Seochin to become stronger than anyone. The flames completely consumed her. She burned alive. Seochin's eyes were full of pain and tears, but his father never showed up. Little Seochin realized that he had to become stronger. There was no longer a drop of kindness in his eyes. In the next duel with his brothers, he beat both of them so that they were lying on the ground screaming in pain. He defeated more and more people because this is the only way to survive. Seeing him, father, with a smile all over his face, praised him, saying that it seemed that his talent had been passed on to him. Gyeoksham reached out his hand to pat Seojeong on the head, saying that if he continues like this, he will become the sixth heir of the divine radiance of enlightenment, adding that as a father, he has high hopes for him. But his face did not show any joy from his father's praise. He could not squeeze anything out of himself. He was devastated. A girl touched Sachan's shoulder and he turned to her. She introduced herself as Hiran from the Westgate family. Behind her stood her brother and Wonli and Soa's sister. They were trampling some bugs on the ground, and Wonli was telling Soa that if she didn't use more force, she wouldn't be able to kill them. At this time, Hyryung looked at Seochong with admiration and respect, saying that Mr. Seochong is praised by people as a talent, adding that she always wanted to become a martial artist like him. But unfortunately, her body is very weak and fragile, but the family is blessed with intelligence and that she is going to do everything possible to fully develop the family's talent. She continued that despite such a young age, he had proven his strength. He looked at her with eyes empty of pain, and Hiran just smiled sweetly, looking at him. Then he saw his mother in her. Closing his eyes, Sachin told her that he was going to become the strongest in the world and that she should just wait. Hiran believed him. She looked at him with kindness in her eyes and admired him. At this moment, Wonli and Soa were attacked by ants, which they themselves trampled. Hiran grabbed Sachin's hand and pulled him along. He ran with her, looking at her as if she were his mother. He was so surprised that a bead of sweat appeared on his face. After that, a smile appeared on his face after a long time. He realized that he had found another purpose in life. He will become Hiran's strongest, and in return, he hopes that she will become his everything. And that's how he became the head of the Valley of No Return family. Among his brothers, his father chose him as the sixth heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment. This was just the beginning. Sachin was going to master everything his father taught him and make it his own. His aunts were clearly unhappy that he became the heir. They looked at him with contempt, not approving of his father's decision. Approaching them, with hidden anger on his face, he said that he had to go and that they should move aside. The moment he learned the divine radiance of enlightenment, he decided to immediately go into battle. The test of 100 fights. Just like the title says, Sachin wanted to fight 100 martial artists. Although he was called a talent, the whole world mocked the young man's ambitions. However, he exceeded all expectations. He defeated not one, not two, but 30 martial artists. Screaming, he furiously ran into battle. His eyes and fists burned with white flame from the new technique. He fought with a whole crowd of masters and won victories. The Muram masters stated that Sachin, a rising star that shines brightly in the sky. And, to Sachin's surprise, they began to spread and praise his name around the world. He was nicknamed the Lone Star of the Azure Sky Sachin. People loved him, praised him, and he, with fire in his eyes, led people behind him. But then, a mysterious demon in the Northern Heavenly Clan gave him his first humiliating defeat. Returning from his memories, Seojeong was lying on Hyryun's lap as she gently stroked his hair. He asked her why they ran away 7 years ago, because he could have continued. Hiran answered him that even though he was strong then, he still could not compare with that demon. She was very afraid of losing him. He hugged her body and said that this was his first and last defeat. He promised her that he would become the strongest in the whole world, that he would never put her in danger again, and she didn't have to worry anymore. She stroked his head and said that he was truly incredible. But then she decided to ask Sachin if he had heard of the Northern Blade. Sachin stood up from Hyran's lap. He furrowed his eyebrows and asked her, "Northern Blade." An ordinary sunny day, sea, ship. Seagulls fly around the ship. Standing on the deck are Northern Blade and Jinwal, both looking into the distance and talking about the Azure Dragon Association. Closing his eyes, Jinwal remembers how he sat at the round table with Hyryung. He was all confused and scared. Sweat was running down his face. His eyes were filled with fear. His hair was sticking out in different directions, and drool was flowing from his mouth. Hiran is the one who taught him the meaning of the word humiliation. Hiran stood up and told him to join the Azure Dragon Association. Walking past him, she didn't say anything, and he just sat there, confused. However, their ideals and opinions about the world were strikingly different. He looked at her like a madman. His eyes were completely open, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. His mouth broke into a malicious smile, and saliva was still dripping from it. Jinwal believed that it was better to leave everything as it was, since only the untouched and normal world would have its purest form, become the way it should be. He laughed loudly in Hiran's face, so much so that it seemed that he was about to eat her. Drool flew from his mouth directly into her face, and he laughed non-stop. However, unlike the 9 heavens, she wanted the world to obey established rules so that she could control people. Therefore, she chose Sachin as the representative of the Azure Dragon Association, since he was a symbol of youth and power, and people revered him. Hiron turned around and left, and the crazy Jinwoo continued to laugh, clutching his hair with his hands, his eyes empty and crazy. Although he had no idea how far the association would go, they were, however, one of the few associations that had great potential. As time goes on, they will likely become a force to be reckoned with. Leaving his memories, he began to think. His first thought was that Muwon was the only one who could resist Lone Star Azure Sky now. Behind Jinwoo and Muwon were Ryusun, who was doing push-ups on the floor, and Gimmon, who was watching him. They all glanced at Soren, who came out to them. Her hand was bandaged, and Marie was next to her. Gimmon immediately asked Soren how she was feeling and added that it seemed like she was one of those who recovered quickly. She just laughed and said that it was all thanks to his help. In her memories, old man Gimmon heals her crippled hand. Walking up to Jinwoo and Muwon, she thanked them and apologized for getting them into trouble again. To which Muwon told her that it was just nothing. Gimmon was heard from behind. Gimmon turned his head in surprise. Behind them was Chilsang, the elder of the Hua Mountain clan, a fat and old man. Gimmon, seeing him, tensed slightly, but said hello. A thought flashed through Soren's mind. Isn't this a Plum Blossom-style sword master, one of the 9 great families? The Hua Mountain clan is quite prestigious and has a 100-year history. They are head and shoulders above the rest. Only there they could train several thousand martial artists at the peak of the kingdom. Chilson said with a grin on his face that he thought that Gimmon had already died since he was constantly hiding in his clan. Gimmon responded to the caustic words no worse, saying that it looks like Chilson's terrible face and fat remained exactly the same. They, like 2 sheep, collided with their foreheads, raising questions from everyone present. Yuana took everything into her own hands and decided to explain to everyone present what was happening. She began that although the Tang family rarely does business with other clans, it was different with the Hua clans. Since they were the same age, people expected that by working together they would be able to overcome any difficulties. But not only were they unable to do anything together, but they also always ended up causing trouble. They wanted to surpass each other, and soon their rivalry turned into real enmity. Looking out from under Gimmon's forehead, Chilson asked in surprise whether his student was standing behind him. Not understanding what was happening, Ryusun stood behind and listened to the altercation. Yes, why? Do you have something to do with him? Answered old Gimmon. Ryusun laughed, saying that since his standards had dropped, it was no wonder that the student lived up to them. With his hands spread out in different directions, Chilsang introduced his 4 students, adding that these guys are the pride of the Mount Hua clan, and that before him is a perfect example of what a student should be. Ryusun began to sweat, whispering that this old eccentric was talking devilry. Muwon took Ryusun's hand to prevent him from breaking loose and attacking Chilson. Ryusun looked at him in surprise, but immediately understood everything. The thought passed through his head that he should not be led by his emotions, since his mentor told him to think before acting. He told himself that he needed to calm down, that he couldn't lose control here, that he needed to stop interfering in the affairs of others. All these students stood there like puppets, with no emotion on their faces. Ryusun kept thinking in his head that in any case, they are students of a very famous clan of Mount Hua, and the guys probably studied martial arts as children, and since Ryusun started much later than them, the differences in their skills are huge. Compared to them, he felt like a small insect. He was tormented by doubts whether he would ever be able to reach such a level that his mentor would be proud of him. Then Ryusun's thoughts were interrupted by Gimmon's words. He said that he thought that his ward Ryusun would be able to take care of Chilson's dear students, to which he replied that the old man had not yet lost his sense of humor, and that in any case they boarded this ship, which means their path lies in the Central Heavenly Alliance, and that he hopes that their paths will not cross again. Once again they collided with their foreheads. They were full of rage, which is why the veins stood out on their foreheads from anger. And immediately turning away from each other, they went their separate ways. One of Chilson's students apologized for his teacher and went to see them. Approaching Ryusun, Gimmon did not understand what was wrong with him. He stood all drooping, holding his neck with his hand as if he was guilty of something. Gimmon squinted and looked at his student, immediately understanding what was going on. He patted him on the shoulder and said that there was no need to lose heart, that he was not like himself. Holding his shoulder, the old man said that whether there are 100 or 1,000 such students, he does not need them, and all because they lack sincerity and dedication to their work. Although we cannot help but look at natural talent or origin, the old man continued. but only people with perseverance eventually survive. Ryusen listened to Gimon with a sad, downcast face, and Gimon keeps saying that the fact that Chilson travels with students means that they are at least the first generation, and that having a large number of students has become quite common. But this goes against his principles, and he believes that it is better to train one student at a time, so he will do his best to train Ryusen. And if suddenly he feels that he is not up to the level of others, then he doesn't need to worry. He doesn't need to hang his nose. He needs to straighten his shoulders and raise his head higher, because it doesn't matter what others say. He is a disciple of the Tang family, and he never needs this forget. After a short pause, Ryusen put on a blindfold to hide his tears, saying that he was very grateful to Gimon and promised to live up to his expectations. It's deep night, the wind blows the massive sails. Muon sits and dozes on the mast, hugging his sword. Thoughts of the broken Kyoga clan are running through his head. After his battle with Chenwu, he hoped that his crying would stop. A girl who looked like a ghost appeared around his neck. She hugged him, and in his head there was a thought that it seemed like crying had only become stronger. Snowflower. In his dream, he saw a black silhouette, and the thought that this could only mean that his thirst for revenge was not satisfied. Just as he thought, Unkun, it should be him. Waking up, the maiden around his neck evaporated, turning into sparkles. Muon heard a sound on the deck and turned his gaze there. One of Chilson's students ran onto the deck with a jar with unknown contents. Muon immediately remembered that this was one of the disciples of the Mount Hua clan, the same one who asked for forgiveness for his mentor. Seeing that he was already getting drunk with the contents, he thought that it was alcohol, and it must be very strong. Since Muon could smell it at the top of the mast, Muon thought and went to bed. Morning has come, seagulls are flying around the ship. There are no clouds, the sun is hot. A crowd of people had gathered on the deck, heatedly discussing something. In the center of the crowd, in a pool of blood, lay a corpse, one of Chilson's students. From whom blood is pouring and whose chest is also covered with blood, lies on the ground. Other people in gray clothes sit next to him. Chilson, nervous and sweating, looks at him and asks what happened to him. One of the people in gray clothes says, squatting, that they themselves don't know and found this man in this condition in the morning. Other people hold their heads and just stand. Behind them is a crowd of people, looking fearfully and gritting his teeth. He does not understand what kind of bastard could do such a thing to a disciple of the Mount Hua clan. Ryusen looks questioningly towards the crowd near the ship. He approaches the crowd and asks what's going on. He walks into the crowd and looks in bewilderment, just like everyone else. Gimon looks in surprise. Once near Chilson, looking down with fear in his eyes, he asks what happened. The fat man looks at him menacingly. All the people from the crowd look in horror at the lying student. Muon in a black coat looks down in surprise. He remembers. He greeted him, smiling, drinking something from a jug, and realizes that this is the guy he saw last night. A dead, bloody student lies on the ground with a blank stare. The main character, squinting, notices that the wound was inflicted from left to right. Barely opening his mouth, he says that one clean blow killed him and he stinks of that cheap alcohol. The long-haired man looks at him warily. Thoughtfully, he looks away and puts his hand to his chin. He looked at Jim angrily. He, still holding his chin, attracting the gaze of those present, says that the murderer is among them. Chilson, cowering with anger, asks who they are. Gimon turns his head to him and says that they are reliable people and he is ready to vouch for them. Muon turns to the fat man and, when he begins to get very angry, asks if he can examine his students. Narrowing his eyes and grinding his teeth, Chilsang asks if he suspects the disciples of the Mount Hua clan. He, Gimon, protagonist, and Jinwoo look at the three students. The latter, pensive, holding her chin with her hand, says that this is because of the unusual wound and the smell of alcohol. The angry students are outraged that they are suspected. Jinwoo looks at one of them thoughtfully. Raising his right eyebrow, he asks why he did this. The student asks indignantly. Angry and sweating, Chilsang says that accusing his students without evidence is a crime. Muon waves his hand and says that due to the angle of the attack, it was definitely a clean hit. The sword begins to cut the skin on the top left, and he says that the blow started from there. The sword ends up striking from the bottom right, and the protagonist comments that the strike ended there. A bloodied student lies on the ground with a wound on his torso. Jinwoo says that such a blow can be delivered with the right hand, but if you take into account the depth and width of the cut. Holding his hand to his chin and looking from under his brows, he says that the killer can only be left-handed and only one student wields a sword with his left hand. Indignantly, the student says that by blaming him just because he is left-handed, he is showing himself to be crazy. Muon, closing his eyes, says that he smelled alcohol, and he saw him drinking it. Closing his eyes, Jinwoo says that he can actually smell something around him. With a shout, the student says that the main character is even more suspicious because he saw the murdered man yesterday, and asks to tell him what he did yesterday. Gimun says that Jim spent the night with them in the cabin and he is ready to swear for it. Other students look at the killer and say that he actually smells of alcohol when he swears that he is not a killer. Covering himself with his hand, he says that he saw him before he left and, apparently, that's when he smelled of alcohol. Yuwon, looking down, says that he uncorked the jug when he went outside. Looking from under his brows, he asks why he smells the same. A silhouette of a man stands on an empty ship. One of the students pours liquid from a jug into himself. While he was drinking, a man with a sword appeared at the door. The killer student looked scared. Then, he looked aggressively. He turned sharply and raised his sword to strike. He cut the man's chest with his blow. The jug fell near his feet. The jug bounced off and jumped overboard. Anxious, Myungwon looks on nervously. Chilson shouts irritably and asks him to explain immediately. He stands motionless. He suddenly starts to run away. Chilson sweats in horror. Running away and gritting his teeth, he thinks that he should have been more careful and thrown the body overboard. Myungwon catches up with him and he can't believe that the main character, trips him. Minwon flies away. He jumps back and they jump off somewhere together. Jim holds his head close to the ground in a cloud of dust. His teacher and other students run to the captured killer. Chilson runs up and screams, asking why he killed Chenwoon. Myungwon, with his eyes closed and teeth gnashing, asks for forgiveness. He starts to blush and get angry. He turns completely red and starts grinding his teeth. His teacher is sweating from exertion. Myungwon looks down in fear and realizes that he wants to destroy his meridians. Everything begins to shake. The killer becomes angrier than before. The main character looks down in surprise. Blood pours out of Minwon's eyes and mouth. Chilson looks down in fear and says that this is suicide. The two remaining students stand in horror with their mouths open. The tense teacher says that the deeds they did together, dear student. Angry, with red eyes, he asks why this happened. Jinwoo, tensed, says that he is being consumed by his inner demon. Chilson starts screaming at the sky in anger. Other worried students run towards him. They are thrown back by a powerful shock wave. Chilsang screams and everything around is destroyed. The ship collapses. People from the crowd begin to run away in panic. Gimun, frightened, orders him to come to his senses. Myungwon, covered with a cloak, stands. He approaches Chilsonov and asks him to calm down. He turns around sharply and, with red eyes and a scream, orders him to shut up. He tries to wound him with a sword, but the main character dodges and says that he understands him. But this is behavior unworthy of an elder. He blocks his blows and asks him to stop. He puts him in a cane choke and tells him that this is not the time to let a demon run rampant. Drenched in sweat and saliva, Chilsang tries to free himself, and Jim says that now he needs to put aside his grief and focus on the situation. The elder kicks Myungwon's legs. He hits his head sharply. He also turns sharply and attacks him with a sword. The main character dodges. He sees a blade in front of him. There is an explosion on the ship and it tilts. Mountains of burned and destroyed wood. Jim sits in a pile of dust, holding a sword in his hands and does not understand why he is in trouble because of students of other clans. Chilson swings his sword. Myungwon immediately parries his blow. He leans in, eyes sparkling. Suddenly he throws the man aside. The guy grabs him by the collar. He jumps, realizing there are too many people on board and he can't let them suffer. Coming to the conclusion that he will have to throw Chilson up, he does so. He looks at the flying man. Chilsang thrusts his sword forward, activating 32 plum blossom petals. Myungwon stabs him. He is startled when his sword is destroyed. He turns back angrily. He notices a guy swinging at him. A purple star sparkles in the sky. Something falls into the water, disturbing it. People look ahead in surprise. The men stand while one of them looks back and claims that this is humiliating. Drops are visible falling from the sky. A body is thrown onto the bridge. Myungwon climbs over the fence. Chilsang sits with his eyes downcast. A man approaches him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, asks if he has come to his senses. Remaining in the same position, Chilson only wonders if Gimun was able to find out anything. He just remains silent, closing his eyes. Sitting on the bed, the man asks him to tell him. A ship can be seen against the background of an orange sky. Several people are standing near the slightly open door. Two men lie unconscious. Holding some small bag in his hand, Gimun claims that this is a special medicine that he developed, and it is called Dispelling 6 Illusions. He pours the contents of the bag onto the man's chest and reports that he has been studying his body all day and had difficulty finding it. A tattoo appears on a person's chest, and Gimon reports that it cannot be seen without treating the skin with a special solution. Chilseng looks on dumbfounded, questioning why such a tattoo is on his Myeongwon's chest. Gimon looks at him, notifying him that they also checked his clothes and found something. He hands over something, suggesting that the man used some kind of powder to cover up the tattoo on his chest. Chilseng just looks in surprise. Myeongwon appears again, and the man thinks that he came to the Hua Mountain clan when he was 10 years old, and he never left the clan territory until today. Then this means that he had a tattoo before joining the clan. And he hid it all this time. Chanwoon is depicted, and it is suggested that he found out his secret, so Myeongwon killed him. Extending his hand to Gimon, the man asks to keep this a secret for now. Looking down, he pleads with him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Gimon asserts that he understands. A tattoo on his chest is shown, and a question is asked about whether there is an organization that uses the symbol of a two-headed demon. Jinwol stands with his arms crossed and says that one thing is clear to him, namely, that someone specially sent Myeongwon to the Hua Mountain clan. He wonders who in their right mind would raise children for years just to follow orders. He looks displeased, claiming that they were able to infiltrate the Mount Hua clan so that they can eliminate the possibility of infiltrating the other clans as well, and he questions what is going on. Nguyen stands with his head down and wonders why this reminds him of the demonic blood art of 10 women and whether Silent Night is behind it. He looks up, guessing that behind this is some other group that was hiding in the shadows and has only now shown up here. The guy suddenly looks questioningly at the approaching people. Chilseng approaches him, stating that, as the elder of the Hua Mountain clan, he apologizes for showing such a side of himself. He thanks the guy for stopping him and claims that he will definitely repay this debt. Nguyen nods as the man thinks about the Northern Blade. The guy stands with his head down, and Chilseng suggests that he is much stronger than they say, and a new star has risen over the world of Murima. He is confident that the son of the former sect leader will lead the future of this world. He looks at the men asking what they will do. Because of this incident, they showed the unfavorable side of the Mount Hua clan. What will happen if this ruins their image and how they will correct it? The man looks at them silently. He just sighs. Suddenly he opens his eyes wide. The man places his hand on Gimon's shoulder, thanking him for his hard work. He expresses his hope that his body is fine and asks if anything is bothering him. He reports that he better get some rest. Chilseng is watching this. Shadows of people are visible, one of whom tells the others to go. Some people are depicted in robes. Another one appears, noticing that the one he's been waiting for is finally here. The man takes off his hood. Smiling, he notes that they have not seen each other for a long time, and says that he hopes that nothing unusual happened while he was away, which his interlocutor confirms. The hooded man asks if the newcomer has heard news about his father. Unkun calmly claims that he was supposedly killed by Silent Night, but he believes that this is an obvious lie and it doesn't matter how old or weak he has become, because he is not someone that Silent Night will kill so easily. After all, his whole life was spent fighting this organization. An unknown person stands in front of him, stating that he had the same thought. This is quite suspicious, because many things do not add up. And speaking of the problem regarding the Central Heavenly Alliance scouts, there are rumors that they were killed using the demonic art of the blood of 10 women. He asks if it was Unkun. Laughing, the man answers in the affirmative and is asked if there was another way, and the robed man states that he hopes he understands that this will only bring them trouble. With his arms outstretched, Unkun states that he sincerely apologizes for what he did and asks him to clean up the mess. Pointing his finger at him, the man claims that now that his father is dead, he no longer belongs to the Broken Fist clan and will be entrusted with the affairs of the demonic force. Unkun just smiles at this. A crowd of people with tattoos on their chests is visible. We are talking about Nanju Province. We are talking about the White Dragon Trade Association. A gate is depicted, opposite which people are standing. With his arms crossed, Musing smiles as Muin bows. Mujiong and the man smile and one of them announces that they are finally home. People look out of the cart. Soin hurries towards the old woman, spreading his arms to the sides. Everyone hugs the elderly woman. Suddenly the old woman looks in surprise. She stands in front of the men, claiming that she is glad that everyone was able to return home safely, and thanks the man for looking after her son. H. Wang Chul points his hands forward, asking Mrs. No not to say that, because he did little, and all the credit belongs to them. Musin turns his head in surprise when the woman states that she cannot express in words how grateful she is to the people of the Iron Squad. She smiles, promising to definitely repay this debt. Leader Yon smiles widely, saying that they were just doing their job. After all, that's what they were hired to do. He closes his eyes, relaying that if anyone deserves gratitude, it's Muwon, and although he doesn't like to admit it, they wouldn't survive without him. Continuing to smile, the woman thinks that he is a noble man. She looks at Humyoung and states that since Mr. Young and his Iron Squad completed the task, they, the White Dragon Association, will fulfill their end of the deal. The man smiles, saying that this document indicates the amount they earned under the contract and they will be able to use it anywhere on the continent and receive money. He tells them to feel free to check it out for themselves. Mukwon, bowing, states that this is not necessary since they have complete trust in the White Dragon Trade Association. They are asked to enter. The gate is shown again, and the phrase is heard that treats have been prepared for them. Smiling, Musong states that despite their desire to rest and enjoy their food, they have no time to waste as they need to head to the Central Heavenly Alliance as soon as possible. The man watches their conversation as they are told that they will pray for their safe journey. At this, Leader Yon smiles widely. Suddenly he turns his head to the side. He waves to the man he saw. Moonjeong and the man show a respectful and grateful gesture. The shadows of people leaving are visible. The boy watches them go as Hanchul tells him that they need to go inside and wash up, because they will have to practice everything they learned during the trip. Moonjeong walks forward resolutely, mentally asking Muwon to wait for him, because he will soon become stronger. He walks next to the man and thinks that once he perfects the cultivation technique he taught him, it will immediately return to him. He just needs to wait a little longer. An area with rocks is visible. The man looks down, realizing that it is them. There are corpses lying with crows on top, and the phrase is heard that these are definitely the 4 tainted monsters that they were chasing. A man from the Kunlun clan notices that someone has gotten ahead of them. There is a comment that there are only 3 bodies here and they cannot find another one. People look at the dead, and someone assumes that they killed each other, but another argues that this is impossible, because although they are cruel, they are still brothers, and even if they had a quarrel, he strongly doubts that they would kill each other. 4 tainted monsters are depicted, and it is revealed that over the past few months, countless Kunlun clan disciples have been killed in an attempt to capture these terrible individuals. However, it turns out that no one could have thought that they were already dead, and it seems that the death of their students was in vain. Frowning, the man orders the heads of the corpses to be taken away, and says that they will look for the one who killed them, because they must find out the identity of this person. He raises his hand, stating that there is also a chance that the last of the brothers is still alive, so they will split into 2 teams and look for him. They can't waste any more time. The area in which they are located is shown again. A man picks his ear with his finger. The girl lies there, wondering why her ear itches so much and whether someone is talking nasty things about her. She looks at her finger. She watches someone run into the water and assumes that the mainland is inhabited only by fools. The Western Gate family is depicted. A man is seen walking. His face is shown and he is revealed to be the current head of the Westgate family, the father of Westgate Hyoran. He stands in front of the door, notifying his father of his arrival. The door in front of him begins to shine. Everything starts to shake. Everything sparkles around the man, and he thinks that so many years have passed, but he still cannot comprehend the depth of his father's illusory techniques. It turns out that after the destruction of the Northern Sky Cluster 10 years ago, he ordered him to take the place of the head of the family and plunged into solitude. He stands with his back, noticing that the power of his father's spiritual realm is still strong. He bows, announcing that his son has arrived at the call. With his hands in his sleeves, he is told to raise his head. His father has his back turned, believing that the 9 heavens will soon make their move. Shinchin is surprised when he claims that he was gathering his power to keep the heavens in balance. The man looks ahead, declaring that with the advent of Silent Night there is no point in doing this, and he saw it with his own eyes last night. He is seen looking above him and he reports that the peaceful sea of stars has been disturbed by an unknown force, and the Northern Sky Clan, which they thought was destroyed, is now emitting a faint glow. He turns around, suggesting that it is time for him to return to the world yet once. The starry sky is visible. It disappears and a man's eye appears. He looks ahead, dumbfounded. It turns out that it was the surprised Muwon. His hand shakes as he holds the weapon in it. He grabs his hand with the other, reassuringly. His face darkens. He looks ahead, realizing that they have arrived. He observes the world around him, raising his head, and understands what it is. A large number of buildings and one large one are depicted, and the guy realizes that in front of him is the Central Heavenly Alliance. The starry night sky stretched over the big city. You could see something shining brightly in a high tower. A crowd of people in long black and white clothes looked at the buildings. Jinwoo furrowed his brows and said that the Central Heavenly Alliance was located in Wuhan, the capital of Hubei province. Gimon said with a serious look that because of the news of the creation of the invaders, many martial artists are coming here, causing the local taverns and shops to raise their prices. And the scholar added that it was expected that the Central Heavenly Alliance would take advantage of the appearance of Silent Night to improve the economy. He imagined a man wearing a hat and a long thin mustache, thinking that the only one who could achieve such a result was the divine scholar, the first of the Western Gate, and one of the 9 heavens. Jinwoo curled his lips in displeasure, coming to the conclusion that he would confront him. The scholar then turned away and said that he had heard that famous families had personal residences in the Central Heavenly Alliance, and the Tang family was no exception. People stood near the residence while its owner said that it was small, but good enough. The girl with brown hair smiled, made a polite gesture and said that it was time to leave, but she was genuinely glad to meet everyone despite the fact that they had not spent much time together. Human, standing at a distance, replied that they, too, were glad that they were able to travel with the shaman of Mount Mu. The main character and his companions headed towards the residence, in front of which several trees were planted. Nuwon looked to the side and remained thoughtfully silent. He said that he had things to do and that Murray and Rusin could go ahead. The young man and the girl complained that the main character had not rested, but he reassured them. The streets of the city were full of people wandering between buildings in which bright lights were burning. Nuwon, wearing a long cloak and black hat, was among the crowd. The collar of his cloak hid his mouth, and his hat hid his forehead. He turned his head to the side, thinking that there must be those whom he was looking for. The main character looked in the opposite direction. Doubts began to overcome him. Suddenly, he noticed a small alley where there was a building in which the light was not on. There was a small black flag hanging on the wall. Nuwon raised his hand to the door and knocked on it loudly. The door was opened by a yawning girl with disheveled hair. She said that this establishment was closed at night. The main character remained silent, looking at the stranger without emotion on his face. He remembered Musin knocking on the wooden door. When the door was opened to the man, he leaned over and introduced himself as the head of the Iron Squad. Then he winked, saying 2 words, "Dark full moon." The main character rested his elbow on the door and said in a voice trembling with uncertainty, "Northern Blade." The girl looked at Muwon in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about or where he came from. Then the young man bent down, a shadow fell on his face, and he repeated the words once spoken by the head of the Iron Detachment. The stranger remained silent, looking at the main character with frowning eyebrows and her mouth open in confusion. After that, she invited Nuwon to come in and open the door wider. The young man entered the building, following a girl in long brown clothes. Her face was tense and the protagonist kept his distance as he walked down the stairs. When Nuwon came closer to the stranger, she said that there was a guest who had arrived earlier, so the main character would have to wait a little. The girl swore loudly when she saw the silhouette of a short man in the doorway. An old man with a long beard wore a flat hat and held a staff in his hand. Nuwon narrowed his eyes, looking at him in disbelief. The old man, who had very long hair, did not move or say anything. He slowly approached the main character. When the old man walked by, climbed the stairs and laughed loudly, calling Nuwon a serious guy, he turned around in bewilderment. The girl said that the main character could come in, and he looked at her seriously. When Nuwon entered the office, a man with a familiar voice greeted him. The stranger's face was hidden behind a cloth. The main character walked closer to the purple table and asked if he was talking to the head of the Sachon branch named Mi Wolren, and the girl confirmed it. While Muwon was pushing back his chair, Wolren said that Wuhan was getting quite noisy, so she moved here and is currently in charge of the Hubei region. The main character arched his eyebrows skeptically, and the girl tensed at his gaze, suggesting that he believed that she had been following him all the way. Muwon closed his eyes and denied it, and then asked about Jeonggin's condition. Wolren introduced a man with red designs on his face and said that he was currently on a mission and completing some tasks, and that revealing that he was an elite member of the Hidden Moon was no laughing matter. The girl, whose face was hidden behind a dark veil, said that nothing could be done about it because Jeonggin's opponent was the main character, who is also quite an impressive person. When Wolren asked if this was true and called Muwon the head of the Jin clan, the young man closed his eyes and remained silent. The girl looked straight at the main character through the fabric and assumed that Muwon paid her a visit because he was interested in joining the invaders, but she found it hard to believe. The main character, whose eyes were covered by a large hat, said that Volren did not have a high opinion of them. The girl, sitting with folded hands, refuted this and explained that anyone who is even slightly involved in the current affairs of their world is not too happy about the creation of this organization, and countless young masters are now joining the Central Heavenly Alliance, hoping to realize their dream of greatness in life. Volren added that, however, leadership positions had already been determined and reserved specifically for the heirs of the 9 great factions and 5 great clans. She said that it was unfortunate that this crowd of young martial artists would be used as cannon fodder. Nguyen silently looked at the girl, who said that wanderers have even fewer opportunities, even if they are talented. And ultimately, the 9 great factions and 5 great clans are controlled by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Volren, whose appearance was impossible to see due to the fabric, asked what brought the protagonist to her. Nguyen reached into the inner pocket of his coat, saying that he wanted to find someone. The young man put a bag of gold coins on the table and explained that this man's name was Seo Musen, who was sent to the Northern Heavenly as a mercenary 10 years ago, after which he soon returned to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Volren took the bag of money and replied that she had not heard this name before, but as long as he lived, they could track him down. The girl hid the bag in her bosom. Nguyen said that he would hope for their success, and she asked if any help was needed. When she clarified that she meant the Great Four of Northern Heavens, the protagonist's gaze turned cold and he became wary. The girl in black clothes said that they recently received a report that Senior Yeon Jeonghwa has left the Sword Fortress and is now heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance. The protagonist's hand clenched into a fist. Nguyen imagined a man holding a glowing red sword and thought that he was one of the few martial artists who had reached the peak of the spiritual realm and surpassed even the likes of Jeonghwa. The protagonist's face darkened, and he asked why he came here. Volren replied that she was not sure and asked if she should find out this information. Nguyen stood up from his chair and said that there was no need for that. He turned around and added that he would soon meet him himself. The main character approached the door, reminding him of his request, and the girl replied that they would definitely find the person he needed. Volren lowered her head and thought that now she knew why Jeongin liked Nguyen. She was left sitting at the table alone. Then one removed the cloth from her face, and with a serious look, she thought about the direct heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. The girl furrowed her black eyebrows and thought that Nguyen was a double-edged sword that could do harm or be a good blade. Suddenly Volren, who had removed the veil from her face, asked someone if they had heard this conversation. She spoke to the people behind her and ordered them to find a man named Musen. The gray-haired man nodded and accepted his mistress's order. The main character looked at the city at night from above. His dark silhouette was visible next to a tall building. The wind blew his black cloak as he remembered the words his father had once told him. A broad-shouldered man with a thick beard would like to ascend and drink with the valiant heroes of the past if the opportunity arises. Nguyen silently looked down, standing on the fence. He jumped in surprise when a short old man with long gray hair appeared next to him. The main character looked in bewilderment as he greedily drank from the jug and said that it all boils down to the fact that this body is immortal and truly imperial. Nguyen furrowed his brows, thinking that he had seen this old man at the Dark Moon base and couldn't sense his Kai just now. Suddenly the old man threw the jug into the air and caught it with his foot. He then started laughing as he pulled the mask off his face. Under the mask was a woman's face. The stranger handed him a clay jug to Nguyen and asked if he would like a drink. The main character remained silent, and the woman remained standing with her hand raised. Then she drank from the jug, telling Nguyen not to be so wary, because there was no poison in it and she herself had not drunk yet. The stranger wiped her mouth with her palm and said that it is not so pleasant to enjoy a good view alone, and it is the strong smell that makes this alcohol a work of art. She turned away, handed the drink to the main character and said that young people are too focused on wanting to join the invaders or becoming something great, and only a few are able to understand the beauty of what is already in front of them. The woman's hand, covered with white bandages, held a clay vessel. The woman smiled and added that this is not what the main character is here for, so she offers him a drink so that he can also enjoy the view. When she said it was okay if he didn't want to, Nguyen looked away. Then he took the jug from the stranger's hand. The old lady smiled when the main character began to drink. She looked down and laughed, saying that there is not much in this world, but there is no need to be greedy, because a person only needs a good drink and a beautiful view. She fell silent, looking out over the city as Nguyen continued to drink from the jug. The old lady then looked at the main character and yelled at him to drink slowly because they needed to save their alcohol if they wanted to enjoy the night. Nguyen wiped his mouth with his palm and apologized, saying that he also wanted to drink with someone, and then confirmed that this drink was indeed a work of art. He handed her the jug, and the old woman asked if Muon was going to find out who she was. When the main character asked if she would answer such a question, the woman answered ambiguously and raised the jug to her mouth. The main character said that was why he didn't ask, and the old lady choked on her drink, spitting it out of her mouth. She wiped her wet cheek and said with a grin that Muon had a sharp tongue. The main character looked at the horizon. At this time, the old woman was looking intently at the young man. When she called him a sinister scoundrel, Muon's face showed confusion and she explained that she could see right through him, so there was no point in hiding it. The main character looked at the woman coldly when she said that she saw in him a thirst for destruction and revenge. She put on a mask and hat, saying that if Muon continues to let his temper get the better of him, then at the threshold of death, he will not be satisfied with the life he has lived, and sometimes it is better to submit to the nature of this world. The main character was silent, looking at his interlocutor with light blue eyes. He then turned around when he heard a crowd of people nearby talking about how they were supposed to meet someone. Muon turned away and lowered his gaze. When he did not find the old woman next to him, he made a surprised sound. She jumped into the air and threw a clay vessel at the protagonist, telling him that he could drink what was left there. Muon swore loudly as he tried to catch the jug. He looked up, but the old woman was no longer there. The protagonist's face became covered in sweat, and he thought that he still couldn't feel her kai, so she must be a martial artist who had reached the absolute spiritual realm. But he felt like he had seen her before. Suddenly, a man with straight black hair loudly called out to Muon. A crowd of people said that they had an important meeting here and asked the main character to leave. Suddenly, some of them turned around and waved their hands. The muscular man turned around and asked why Manhwa, who had a look of horror on his face, was looking the other way. All four fell silent when they saw the main character. The man with wavy black hair looked at Muon with hostility. He remembered how, long ago, he fell face first into the ground right in front of Soren, standing with a sword in her hand. His eyes closed when he saw the main character carrying someone away in his arms. A man in green clothes approached the group, waving at them, and Muon prepared to leave. Suddenly Hun put his hand on the main character's shoulder, asking where Soren is and who he really is. The other three froze with fear on their faces. Muon remained silent, looking at the hand on his shoulder with contempt. He turned around and saw the man clenching his hand into a fist, looking at the main character with hatred. Manhwa, whose face was sweating, frowned and called out to Hong, placing a hand on his shoulder. The man turned around and, insulting his comrade, ordered him to be released. Hong, looking at Manhwa, reminded that he joined the Azure Dragon Association in order to fight Josian. He turned away and added that before he could fight him, the shaman of Mount Mu, one of the 7 lesser heavens, crippled him. Manhwa, holding his hand on the man's back, said that there will be many more opportunities to regain his honor, and the most important thing for them now is to recruit as many people as possible into the Azure Dragon Association. Manhwa frowned and concluded that now he needed to focus on recruiting people. Hun threw his comrade's hand off of him and replied that he didn't care about all this. The man pulled his lips into a sinister grin and again asked the main character where Soren was and who he was. Muon was silent, his hat hiding his eyes. Muon frowned, deep lines appearing on his forehead as he fumed that this situation was happening right when they arrived at the Central Heaven Alliance. The man in green clothes stretched his neck and said with a smile that he was interested in finding out about the identity of the main character, since everyone else was afraid. Manhwa, along with his 2 comrades, were furious that Mech decided to get involved in this. The man with black hair grinned. His name was Mech Yuga and he was the first son of the Southern Clan, one of the 5 great clans. He walked closer to Hong, who had a furious look on his face, and introduced himself by winking at him. Mech then looked at the protagonist unkindly and said that if he tried, he would be much stronger than the 7 lesser heavens, and then asked why Muon was making all these people tremble in fear. Mech put his hands on his waist and smiled, waiting for an answer. He then turned around and laughed loudly, asking if the main character was deaf since he was silent. Mech arched his thin eyebrows, wrinkles appearing between them. Anger appeared on Hong's face and he looked away. They both then charged, angry that Muon was looking down on them. The main character threw the clay jug to the ground. The vessel hit Mech in the face and he cried out loudly in pain. Muon then punched Hong in the face. Manhwa took out his weapon, thinking with an angry face that since it had come to this, they would really have to kill him. He was sure that the main character would not withstand the simultaneous attack of 5 masters. Moreover, they were all armed. Muon moved quickly, alternately attacking Mech and Hun. He then physically attacked Manhwa and the others. The main character grabbed the collar of Mech's clothing as blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He began beating the man mercilessly. Mech fell to the ground exhausted, and Muon turned to his remaining opponents. 3 of them looked at him angrily, in combat readiness. One of the men held a scythe in his mouth and other weapons in his hands. He rushed forward, preparing to strike. The main character's cloak fluttered in the wind. He, reaching for his blade, said that they were unreasonably arrogant. The protagonist, holding a sword in his hands, instantly repulsed all the enemy's attacks. His blade emitted purple energy. With his eyes burning, he quickly launched an arcing counterattack. A 10-meter column of smoke and dirt rose behind the man. Sweat was running down his face and terror was reflected in his eyes. Blood was flowing from a large wound on his face. Muon continued to hold the blade near his face. One of the guys, in a pale green robe, ran towards the protagonist, screaming. Without moving from his spot, the main character, having smashed the enemy's sword with his blow, pointed the blade towards his neck. The blade was enveloped in streams of aura. Before he even got to the guy, he had already begun to blow him away with a shockwave. The guy with a bloody face looked with fear at the wound on his neck. Muon's blade was a few centimeters away from him. The 3 men watched the battle and did not dare to attack. The main character, with a blade peeking out from under his cloak, slowly walked towards the enemies. The 2 boys ran in the opposite direction in horror. The remaining man looked at the protagonist without moving. His legs trembled with fear, his body no longer obeyed consciousness. He tried to say something in a trembling voice. Holding the scabbard, the protagonist held a sword above his head. Covering his face with his hands, the guy closed his eyes and screamed in fear. Muon sheathed his sword. The man opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at the put-away sword, the guy thought that the main character for some reason was not going to attack. Looking at the lower part of his body, he noticed with annoyance that he was unable to hold back his natural fluids due to fear of death. The protagonist looked at the guy coldly. Muon, without saying anything, turned around and walked in the other direction. The 3 guys remaining on the battlefield looked after the passing main character. All 3 guys looked at him in surprise, trying to understand the situation they found themselves in. Standing with his back to the guys, the protagonist said that they were on the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance and here murder is punishable by death. Standing still, he stated that they were making a fuss, and because of this he would have to retreat. He expressed the hope that they would do the same and turn a blind eye to what happened today. He told them to continue with their business. After a short pause, the protagonist turned to the guys. He stated with a cold and slightly crazy look that if they refused to listen to his words, he would not hesitate to kill them. The small white and black classical building stood under the dark night sky. Ryusen, while in a fighting stance, created 2 green dragons emanating from his hands. Gimon, with folded hands, watched the use of the ability. The guy was able to release green energy from his hands. He made a gesture with his hands and exclaimed joyfully. Gimon applauded him with a slight smile. Pointing his finger at the nearby protagonist, he smiled and said that he would soon catch up with him. Exhaling slightly angrily, the man standing next to him told him to watch his language and show at least a little respect and humanity. Jinwoo, standing near Muon, said that now it is clear what exactly happened. A mysterious martial artist whose kai even the main character could not detect. Looking menacingly at Ryusen, he held his chin and said that people like her are just the beginning. He stated that the protagonist will have to meet a huge number of similar masters. Muon chewed an apple while listening to the guy. The guy said that the fact that they were in enemy territory meant entering into an unpredictable battle. Scratching his chin, Jinwoo stated that he had something to say about the protagonist's fight with those weak guys. Looking at the guy who turned around in surprise, he said that the main character did a good job, because being too soft towards the enemy does not end well. They stood on a floor made of stone slabs. Looking forward, Jinwoo said that if the protagonist does not stand firmly on his feet, sooner or later he will be pushed and his support will disappear. With a slight chuckle, he told Muon not to repeat the mistake he made a few years ago. He also noted that even though he had dealt with them, the possibility that they were up to something could not be ruled out. He continued to look forward with concentration, reasoning that they should remember this possibility when drawing up their next plan. Jinwoo, smiling monstrously brilliantly, starting to move his fingers in an unusual way, joyfully declared that he had a great idea, and they should move forward. He said there was a place they definitely needed to visit. An image appeared of a small settlement with dark brown, closely spaced, classic houses. At the head of the settlement was the administration office building. A man in a dark cloak and headdress was sitting at a wooden table slightly crowded with things. His office, empty of furniture, was filled with dozens of long scrolls. From behind the door, a report was heard about the arrival of people from the Mount Hood clan. The man ordered them to be let in. A plump man in a white and purple robe entered the office. Looking at the man walking in his direction, He stated in surprise that Chilseng himself from the Mount Hua clan had visited them. The man apologized for the lack of hospitality and said that he had been very busy lately. Chilseng said that with great power comes great responsibility, and Minister Deseng is indeed a very busy man. Starting to get up, the minister thanked him for his understanding with a kind smile. It was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Standing up, he looked towards the guest with a kind smile. The darkened silhouettes of 9 armed men appeared, as well as the silhouette of Deseng himself. For certain reasons, he has enormous influence over the future of the Alliance, making him the most important figure in the entire world of Muram. Sitting down in front of the minister, Chilseng suggested getting straight to the point. An image appeared of a small empty square surrounded by dark houses. With his eyes wide open in surprise, Deseng, after listening to his guest's speech, asked how this was possible. He asked if it was possible that the double-headed demon organization had already infiltrated the vast majority of their clans. Looking at the minister seriously, Chilseng said that he was confident that they were able to infiltrate not only the Mount Hua clan, but also the rest of the Muram clans. They all became victims of the two-headed demon. The man asked Deseng, who had slightly closed his eyes from the new unpleasant information, whether the Central Heavenly Alliance knew about them. The Foreign Secretary replied that all their resources were currently focused on solving the problems associated with Silent Night, so little information was currently coming to them concerning their internal affairs. Squinting his eyes slightly, Chilseng said that because of this incident, the Hua Mountain clan not only lost their honor, but also their trust among the people, so he personally came to the Central Heavenly Alliance with a request. He asked to help them track down the two-headed demons. Slightly closing her eyes, the minister said that unfortunately she could not accept such a request and must send a request to the 9 heavens. An image of a dark city appeared against the backdrop of sunset. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was sitting at his desk. His hands lay on the table, and he himself was in thought. An image of a classical-style city surrounded by forest appeared. In one of the quarters of the evening settlement, a dialogue took place. Someone said that he was glad to meet his old friend. An image of shelves with books and scrolls appeared. Some people laughed and said they couldn't believe he was still alive. An image of a room appeared with even more wooden shelves filled with books. The guy asked if he had come to his senses. An image appeared with a more distant view of a crowded room filled with books. The other guy replied that he became even crazier. Brown books of the same type were collecting dust on old wooden shelves. The unknown person said that he had not changed at all and was still interested in these moldy books. He called the guy a crazy idiot and said he was glad to see him anyway. An image appeared with a view of 3-meter wolves with books. The stranger asked why the guy came, because he wouldn't come just to see him. With a crazy smile and flaming eyes, making a hand gesture, Jinwal, with Muan standing behind him, said that he firstly needed any strategic map of Hubei province, secondly, any drawings related to the Central Celestial Alliance, and thirdly, key information about the Northern Heavenly Clan. Sparse dark clouds slightly obscured the full moon. Several dozen warriors, with their faces covered with masks and wearing pale green clothes covering their entire bodies, stood on and near a small dark building. This was a clan of ghost killers, a clan that has earned a reputation for carrying out ruthless contract killings. One of the two people, surrounded by a large group of clanmates, said that this was a large sum and their customer probably wanted them to destroy the entire clan. Taking the bag of money in his hands, the guy with several large scars on his face asked what the purpose of the task was. Veins appeared on the guy's forehead from anger. Manhwa, whose eyes showed coldness and rage, said that their goal was the Northern Blade. An image appeared of a 4-story building in front of which there were several classical houses. The main character was reading a book. He closed it with a loud bang. Yawning, he lightly covered his mouth with his hand and placed the book on the wooden shelf. The protagonist looked back towards the two men. Looking at the men sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that they had already spent 2 days here, but they did not seem to be tired at all. Looking at the colleague of the scientist of 3 minds, Chan, he declared that this man with long disheveled hair and a sparse mustache owned this place. Recalling the shelves with a huge number of books, he thought that while they were walking here, he also said that Chan's ancestors had collected a large number of ancient books over the years, and they have more than 10,000 at their disposal. An image of a dark room with various ancient books appeared. They contain at least 2 centuries of history. This place is considered the fruit of knowledge and most scientists dream of getting here. Continuing to look at Jinwal and Chan, the protagonist mentally stated that when Jinwal was younger, he studied here for many days. This is how he accumulated the large amount of knowledge that he has now. Looking at Chan, who was analyzing the map and telling something to Jinwoo, Muon mentally said that the more he listens to him, the more convinced he is that he is incredibly smart and is on par with a scientist of 3 minds in terms of the amount of knowledge. Analyzing the scrolls, Jinwoo scratched his chin thoughtfully. Although he complains a lot, the two are definitely close to each other. Chan, folding his hands, asked the guy what he planned to do with all this. Folding the scroll, he said with a calm face that he was going to give a new day to this world. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Chan looked incredulously towards the guy. Stretching happily after a long day of sedentary work, Jinwoo walked out into the sun and asked if 3 days had already passed. He stated that after such work the sunlight was wonderful. Looking at the main character standing with the guy, Chan asked who he was and if he was his bodyguard. Turning around, with his slightly crazy smile, he asked if Chan had just now seen him, and said that he must have heard a lot about the Northern Blade. Having assessed the protagonist standing in front of him, shrouded in a dark cloak, he turned forward and stated that it was him. Slightly closing his eyes, the man, pronouncing Muon's nickname, tried to realize who was in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the guy in front of him in shock. He remembered the moment when Jinwoo talked about what he needed from him. Understanding came to Chan, who was looking at the protagonist in surprise. He matched the information about the Northern Heavenly Clan with the Northern Blade. Looking at Jinwoo, who turned around and left, Chan said slightly indignantly that he understood that he was up to something. Standing with his back to the man, the scientist of 3 minds asked if he had guessed. The main character, looking at the indignant man, put his fist to his palm. Jinwoo remembered a moment from his childhood when he and Chan sat and studied books with scrolls. He said that they spent all their time studying from an early age and asked if Chan really wanted to live out the rest of his days in the lower levels of the Central Celestial Alliance. Looking at the man surprised by the guy's words, the scientist of 3 minds asked if it was because of this feeling that he devoted himself to books and stayed here. Looking forward, Jinwoo said that if everything was going to end sooner or later, why not try to live by following their dreams? Turning around, smiling ambitiously and slightly madly, the scientist of 3 minds said that he would not force him into this matter, but wanted him to think carefully about his proposal. He also thanked for the help and said that he was leaving it at that. Still amazed by the guy's words, Chan said that he was clearly crazy. An image of China appeared, on the map of which the northernmost was the province of Shaanxi, the White Dragon Trade Association to the southwest, and even lower and east the Central Heavenly Alliance. Shaanxi Province. The colorful mountains were lightly covered with snow. The settlement of white and blue houses was located in a small lowland. In a fairly empty cafe, 3 people were sitting at a dark wooden table. One of them picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks. He reached over and put it on the plate. The girl with dark hair, sitting with her eyes closed, woke up from his action. Smiling a little embarrassedly, the guy with the tied ponytail said that since they made great money in this province, he would like to treat her to dinner. 2 guys sitting nearby said that it would be better if this loving man thought about them first. Smiling and raising a piece of meat to his mouth, he asked his mistress why she preferred only lamb dishes. Squinting her eyes slightly, she said as she put a piece of meat in her mouth that although she was not sure, when she eats lamb, she begins to remember something. Looking at the girl in slight surprise, he asked what she meant. Having finished his question, he turned towards the sound. A man with sparse large teeth, completely shrouded in brown clothes, with a slightly crazy look, said that he had finally found her. Looking at the girl, whose eyes reflected incomprehension, he spoke about how she dared to enjoy food after killing his brothers. Turning towards the man, the guy apologized and said that he had rather rudely interrupted their meal, and there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Closing her eyes and throwing another piece of meat into her mouth, the girl, remembering, said that he was one of those disgusting monsters. She remembered 3 similar men with unpleasant appearance and protruding, unkempt teeth. They talked about her cuteness and discussed her a lot. She said that if she remembered correctly, they were the type who lived by robbing others. Smiling madly and holding out their hands, they walked towards her and told her to come to them and they would make love to her. They argued about who would be first. One of them said that being last is not fun, since they are no longer trying to resist. The girl also stated that they get pleasure from killing and violence against women. The guy sitting at the table looked at his mistress in surprise. She, looking coldly at one of the brothers of those guys, said that since he does not value other people's lives, what right do they have to worry about their brothers? He ground his teeth angrily. Taking up the weapon, he shouted with rage on his face that he would tear her to pieces and avenge his brothers. The door was abruptly opened by an unknown person. He shouted at the guy to stop. Several men in green cloaks and hats said that in the name of the Kunlun clan, they would bring down holy judgment on him. They ordered him to surrender right now. Holding an unusual iron weapon in his hands, the monster looked at the Kunlun clan and said that they could cause trouble. He looked at them angrily and asked why they couldn't stand quietly. His eyes reflected coldness and animal rage. He stated that he definitely smelled the blood of his brothers on the girl, but for some reason the heads of his brothers hung on the belts of the clan members. The monster's face became covered with veins and turned red. He opened his mouth wide and said that he would kill them all. A big explosion rocked the entire settlement. The shocked girl, looking forward, asked why he did this. In front of her stood a guy with half of his body turned to dust. His other arm and the floor underneath him were also partially destroyed. He turned to his mistress, tears streaming down his eyes and blood pouring from his mouth. He asked in a trembling voice if she was okay. Her eyes widened as she remembered a moment from the past. A guy in a dark robe stood in front of her. He put his sword forward and protected her from the attack. She remembered part of the face of the protagonist who had turned around. She grabbed her head from the flood of memories. In front of her stood a monster that had destroyed the guy. Pieces of objects surrounding them were flying around him. The Kunlun clan group shielded their heads from the dust of the attack being created. One of them, opening his eyes, said that they needed to hurry up and kill him before he attacked the girl. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The monster looked forward. Not seeing the girl, he looked up. The girl with crystal clear white hair exhaled steam. Her huge snowy hair developed. She, in a white robe, spreading her arms to the sides, looked at the monster with her white, burning eyes. People began to run away, afraid of falling under the rubble, while the Witch of the White Knight stood opposite the frightened man. One of the four stained monsters gang looked at the reincarnated Hassal in horror, not understanding what was happening. The enraged girl in white put her hand forward, and fragments flew around her. The Witch of the White Knight sent her circle of moonlight at the bandit, angrily telling her that he was annoying her and wanting to kill her. The bandit screamed, his eyes bulging as the bladed weapons flew towards his neck. The Witch of the White Knight, standing among the rubble, held her hand pointed forward with her eyes blazing fiercely. The silhouette in the white dress was the last thing the bandit saw before his death as his eyes closed. He collapsed on the broken floor, and everything already looked vague with his eyelids closed. The merchant watched from the side as Hassal calmly stood opposite the impudent man with a severed head, blood gushing from his neck, and waited for the circle of moonlight to return. When the headless body collapsed to the ground, the Witch of the White Knight turned around and calmly began to leave. The man in green clothes and a hat felt a sense of horror, and cold sweat began to run down his face. He remembered that their squad had seen the same thing earlier in a clearing surrounded by mountains. The traders looked in shock at the bodies of the killed bandits with the birds, the heads of which had been cut off with chakra. The man recalled that the robbers were killed by an unknown girl in one blow. He realized that the dark-haired stranger with the flower decoration who was waving her hand and cutting off the heads of the gang members was Hassal. A member of the Kunlun clan was completely covered in cold sweat, noticing the white hair, lunar chakras, and coldness in the girl, after which a terrible assumption was made that in front of him was the legendary Witch of the White Knight. Two assistants ran up to the head of the trade association, who was lying against the wall covered in blood and with his upper limbs severed. The men, covered in perspiration, looked up with great fear at the girl following them. A moment later, the subordinates ran away with a cry of horror, leaving Chawan alone in poor condition. Hassal stood in front of a man with a pool of blood spreading around him. Memories of the day they met arose in her head, and the girl was eating meat soup brought by Chawan by the fire. Blonde-haired Hassal with beautiful features was now looking at the dying head of the trade association, telling him that he shouldn't have gone so far, because she could take care of herself. A man with a bloody face looked at the girl, and tears flowed from his eyes. He smiled. The next moment he began to roll his eyes, losing consciousness. Now Chawan, in tears and blood with his arms cut off, lay dead with his eyes closed, his head bowed to the side. The Witch of the White Knight stood silently, casting a gaze at the corpse. Now warm memories flashed through her head one after another, in which the happy merchant walked towards her, holding out a plate of soup. She recalled how he, nervously, scratched his nose and shook off drops of sweat, turning his head. Hassal remembered Chawan talking to her enthusiastically, gesturing with his hands. Now the blonde girl stood in front of Chawan's stiff, bloody body without upper limbs, thanking him for everything he had done for her. This death plunged Hassal into older memories, where the shaggy guy sat with a bloody face. Then the wounded girl grabbed her hand, anxiously covering her friend, but now she could not remember who this young man was. As the hug popped into her head, Hassal wondered why this man continued to live in her memory. She recalled how she pressed Muwan into the stone on which he was leaning. Now the blonde Hassel was angry because the involuntarily emerging images gave her a headache. A white canvas hovered around her, and the Witch of the White Knight froze in place, hearing a loud call from behind. Looking suspiciously at the source of the sound, the girl asked again, puzzled. A large number of green-robed Kunlun clansmen gathered in front of her, declaring that those 4 bandits were villains and deserved to be punished. Now Hassel looked questioningly at the men while her snow-white hair fluttered, shimmering with moonlight. The clan members looked at the Witch of the White Knight angrily when she said that she had done them a favor and needed to thank her for it. Then Chief Kunlun yelled furiously that if those people deserved to die, they should have gone through the standard procedures, and the veins on his forehead swelled from the tension. The man examined the headless body of the dead bandit, shouting that killing them mercilessly would be no different from crime. Hassel looked at the head of the clan in a green hat in bewilderment as he loudly declared her the Witch of the White Knight, demanding to stand still during the arrest. Raising her eyebrows, the stunned girl referred to the words of her enraged interlocutor, declaring that she had killed a pathetic bunch of criminals so that they would pay for the atrocities they had committed. The Kunlun clan members watched in bewilderment as X turned to them and asked if it was fair that people should suffer while waiting for sacred standards and procedures to be carried out. The head, grinning angrily and covered in perspiration, shouted furiously how dare a witch criticize the dignity of their great organization. Hassel looked at the man indifferently, calling him and his subordinates arrogant, and then clarified why her name was the Witch of the White Knight. The blonde girl raised her hands with a furious look, admitting that she never considered Silent Night to be the bad organization they were making it out to be, questioning why Kunlun was allowed to judge the lives of others. Hassel frowned menacingly, demanding that the insolent people stop making their own laws and know their place. The squirrels lit up when the angry girl declared that only she, as the sorceress of Silent Night, would bring holy justice. After this, the Witch of the White Knight furiously released members of the Kunlun clan around the circle of moonlight at the members of the Kunlun clan that were unpleasant to her, and they screamed, expressing a desire to subjugate her. The action moves to a settlement where it was night, and in the dark sky above a wooden building there hung a full moon, through which clouds floated. While in a 2-level tavern, the protagonist looked around it in bewilderment, and wondered why it was so empty here if other similar places were now crowded with people due to the news about the invaders. On the wooden table next to the hat there was a plate of food that was steaming. Jinwoo poured himself a drink from a jug and, closing his eyes, wished that this would be the last time. Muwon, sitting opposite and straightening his black collar, glanced at his interlocutor with bewilderment. The pale scientist, extending his hand with a glass to the guy, wished that they would drink for the last time without achieving their goal. 2 men were sitting on benches opposite, and the swordsman asked if Jinwoo was sure, and he said with a serious look that if he applied his mind to the matter, it wouldn't take much effort. The pale scientist raised an eyebrow and extended his hand with the glass to his interlocutor, declaring that the young man now had no way back and could only move forward. Picking up his drink, Muwon grinned contentedly, asking if Jinwoo wanted anything else from him. The men raised their hands to clink glasses, and the scientist with a stern expression admitted that he only yearned for the fulfillment of his ward's desire, and the swordsman suggested that his future was filled with blood. Jinwoo downed the contents of the glass in one gulp, telling his interlocutor that he must face the enemies personally, and the scientist would implement the plan without being personally involved in the matter. Muwon indifferently twirled the drink in his hand while the man said that his task was to know all the needs of the master and create a path for his future. Looking down, Jinwoo began wiping his mouth with his hand, concluding that his main responsibility would be to prepare for all possible outcomes. The guy continued to look at his glass, with an indifferent look, assuming that the heavens would become his enemy, and then he remembered that they were already set against him. Jinwoo began to pour himself alcohol from a jug, laughed maliciously, opening his mouth wide, and concluded that this was at least some kind of challenge for him. Muwon closed his eyes with a satisfied grin, holding a glass in his hand, when the interlocutor said that he was always happy to help. Suddenly, the happy-go-lucky protagonist's eyes widened in concern. He sharply pushed away his neighbor's chair with his bandaged foot. Jinwoo, flying back, saw with horror how a hand with a sharp long sword came out of the floor where he was sitting. The scientist's eyes widened greatly in shock. Muwon's gaze was furious. He squinted angrily as both thought about an ambush. From the windows and from the ceiling, destroying any obstacles, a detachment of people armed with bladed weapons jumped out and headed towards the table of the protagonist and the scientist. The swordsman, strongly straining his hand, on which the veins were swollen, grabbed a plate of hot soup. He thrust his limb forward, splashing the contents and scalding the 3 bandaged mercenaries in front of him. When they grabbed their faces, engulfed in steam, Muon turned around and swung his cup. He threw it violently at the man with the gun coming towards him, and he flew back. The main character quickly rushed towards Jinwoo, running away from a large gang of mercenaries who burst into the tavern and destroyed its walls and windows. Muon, frowning menacingly, took off his cloak and wrapped it around the scientist. Having completely covered the body of the worried Jinwoo with a dark cloth, the swordsman, without taking his eyes off the opponents, asked not to take it off because it protects against many attacks. The pale man, covered in beads of sweat, nervously assessed the situation, concluding that there were about 30 murderers inside the tavern and about 40 outside. He looked at Muon's hand reaching towards the silver flower, in shock that they had encountered so many killers at the border of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Taking out the enchanted sword from its sheath, the main character thought with a furious look that he could not notice them, although he was constantly monitoring his surroundings. Inspecting the mercenaries with sabers, he concluded that they were a highly skilled group. Jinwoo, wrapped in Muon's protective cloak, hid behind the young man while he, with his blade pointed forward, concluded that killing the enemy was inevitable in order to get out of here. The scientist standing behind the swordsman supported him, looking at the squad of mercenaries and telling him that they now need to survive. Muon cast a furious glance at the large squad of opponents, displaying a sparkling silver flower in front of him, and asked the scientist to stay behind during the battle. Killers with sparkling eyes flew at the men from all sides, rising into the air and waving their sabers. Muon began to furiously swing the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other, attacking his enemies and repelling their attacks. The guy's eyes flashed angrily as he carried a sharp blade, cutting off the heads of several opponents at once. He continued to swing the silver flower and the scabbard, attacking and defending at the same time, and several bodies of the killed mercenaries fell to the floor covered in blood. The bandaged men looked at their target in horror, noting the incredible speed of the young man and understanding why such a high price was set for the task. One of the killers began to encourage the others, saying that they were fighting against one person, and besides, the guy had to protect his friend, which made him more vulnerable. Muon, under the pressure of a detachment of mercenaries, retreated back along with Jinwoo, when the opponents began to press together with shouts while attacking with sabers. As soon as opponents approached the swordsman, he immediately swung the silver flower, striking them with powerful blows, causing them to fly away. When the next killer's head was blown off during the attack, and blood gushed from his neck, two other members of the organization ran towards the main character with a furious look, scolding him and wishing him death. Once they were close enough, Muon coolly swung his enchanted sword, stabbing one of the assassins, causing blood to flow from the cut. The mercenaries screamed in pain as the guy quickly dealt with them, and Jinwoo only managed to watch. Heading towards the enemy through the bloody corpses of his comrades, the killer with sabers loudly concluded that his speed was incredible. An angry Muon, with flaming eyes, put the silver flower forward, and his dark hair fluttered with fast movements. The enemy was able to repel a sharp attack from the side, defending himself with two sabers at once. The main character was taken aback, his eyes widening. The assassin with a bandaged face cast a pleased glance at the young man, shouting to the rest of the squad to hurry up because of this opportunity. An angry Muon, with his sword blocked, stabbed his opponent from the other side using the scabbard. Now the main character stood with his blade pointed forward, and the man in front of him fell. Another mercenary was rushing from afar. The scientist quickly moved his feet, moving forward. The swordsman stood firmly on both legs in front of him, blood flying around. Muon began to step forward when the body of another killed mercenary fell to the floor. Now Jinwoo was pressed against the wall, and the furious protagonist was covering him in front. The boy and the pale man simultaneously cast angry glances at the enemies crowding ahead. Jinwoo, looking at the back of Muon's head, who was preparing to attack the advancing assassins with sparkling eyes, concluded that she could give her all because of him. The scientist looked at his ill-wishers with concern, deciding to use illusory art to help, but first he needed to find a flow of energy and a suitable vessel. Pouting dissatisfiedly, Jinwoo realized that in such a dire situation it was difficult to even take the necessary position, and being Manhwa and Hyorin being able to use the illusory art in any circumstance. With his eyebrows furrowed tensely, the pale man asked himself with irritation why he was now thinking about the people from the Westgate family that he disliked. Concentrating blue energy in his lowered hand, Jinwoo realized that it was too early to use it. A squad of mercenaries with sparkling eyes meanwhile flew towards them, shouting that they could not make any more mistakes. Miwon frowned deeply and wrinkled his nose, menacingly watching the approaching opponents. The main character immediately left a deep and long wound to the first killer, who flew up, furiously waving his sword. He began to finish off the man, continuing to deliver blows, from which blood gushed out. With a final swing, Silver Flower Miwon calmly took off the enemy's head, and his wounded teammate fell to the ground. Putting forward an enchanted sword, the young man with burning eyes concluded that the squad was larger than he had imagined, and it was quite difficult to protect someone in a closed space, constantly fighting off attacks. Holding the hilt of the bladed weapon tightly, Miwon mentally thought about trying to push all the mercenaries away with one attack, but he noticed the small distance between the pillars of the tavern. Frowning menacingly, the guy decided to destroy the building. Besides, even more opponents were waiting for him outside. The swordsman's eyes widened, having no idea what kind of tricks the assassins had. After that, Miwon, his eyes flashing furiously, swung his blade sharply with all his might. Jinwoo, standing behind, was taken aback as he watched the powerful whirlwind that arose, and a hand with a sheath reached out to it. The main character, with a furious look, removed the scientist from the blade in the wall, hugging his neck, and exposed his back to the blow. Jinwoo, covered in sweat, looked at the young man in panic and asked if he was okay. Miwon, with an injured shoulder, frowned, answering that he was fine and looking at the wall, after which he suggested changing his position to a safer one. Now the two men quickly rushed through the tavern hall, while furious mercenaries flew at them from the side, preparing their sabers for attack. The friends looked angrily at one of the opponents, who shouted indignantly, asking where they were going. The main character, covering Jinwoo, began to attack the two killers who arrived in time, leaving them with deep and long wounds from which blood flowed. Miwon calmly watched the deaths while the scarlet liquid splashed around. The guy, standing among many bloody corpses, complained about the troubles while he was surrounded by silhouettes of enemies with sparkling eyes. The assassins continued to approach, and Miwon tried his best to cover Jinwoo. The scientist, standing with his back to the swordsman, grinned sarcastically and asked him to stop protecting him, and to end everyone with one blow. At that moment, several mercenaries sharply launched spinning sabers at their friends. Miwon, noticing this, frowned menacingly and with sparkling eyes declared that he would have to follow Jinwoo's advice. While the main character was swinging furiously, on the other side, a concentrated killer with burning eyes was running towards the scientist, wrapped in a cloak. Jinwoo watched this in panic, breaking out in a cold sweat with fear and widening his eyes. At this moment, Miwon turned around worriedly, noticing the attacker. Suddenly the ceiling collapsed and a warrior with two sabers flew out of it. A man with a furious look landed right in front of the frightened Jinwoo and killed the enemy with one swing of his blades. The friends watched in bewilderment as the warrior appeared and took a fighting position. The squad of mercenaries with sparkling eyes were also confused, not understanding who was in front of them. The next moment, silhouettes of warriors in wide hats and cloaks were already standing behind the killers. Miwon watched in shock what was happening, trying to understand what kind of squad arrived that saved them. Jinwoo, covered in perspiration, raised his eyebrows in confusion and opened his mouth. Nusung's mustache appeared under the neck of his sweater when he straightened it with his hand. The head of the Bureau of Investigation, turning away, asked for forgiveness, saying that he was a little busy while he was getting rid of surveillance. Nusung looked at the young master with enthusiasm, clutching the hilts of his swords in both hands. The mercenaries, whom the detachment in hats began to attack, shouted and asked what kind of people they were. One of the opponents screamed until the last moment, until a Musang team member stabbed him with two swords. The assassins began to shout about an ambush while the man in the hat furiously dealt with the enemy. Musang himself at first stood turned away, placing his blade on his muscular shoulder. After that, he turned to the young master and took a fighting position. Miwon looked at the arriving man with enthusiasm, rejoicing at their meeting. The guy, sheathing his sword, turned to Seo with a smile, recognizing him. Musang also looked joyful as he sheathed his swords behind his back and walked towards the young master. The main character and Seo shook hands with a satisfied look, and the head of the investigation bureau noted that the young man had grown a lot and had already become an adult. Miwon looked at the man with a smile, admitting that he asked the Dark Moon organization to find him. Musang joyfully stated that a mysterious person from them visited him, taunting the master of transformation Chunin. After these words, the head of the investigation bureau took on a serious look, saying that for many reasons he could not meet with the young master earlier. Muon raised his eyebrows and with a touched expression admitted that he was glad, because the man had not forgotten about him for so many years, after which he clarified whether he was to blame for the surveillance. Continuing to tightly grip the swordsman's hand, Musang seriously stated that he was grateful to the young master for saving him, and then said that he had been collecting information about him, but was faced with a huge number of assassins in the Central Heavenly Alliance. Muon turned to the disgruntled Jinwoo standing behind him, who tried to attract attention with a cough. Then the main character put his hands in both directions. The men were familiar with each other. Musang looked at the scientist, saying that he was glad to meet you. Jinwoo grinned and replied that it was mutual, noting the strength and reliability of his new acquaintance, after which he asked a disrespectful question. He looked at people in hats waving swords. Their eyes glowed as they dealt with their opponents. Watching the man in the hat turn away, the scientist clarified whether the detachment in hats and raincoats could be trusted. Musang raised his eyebrows and glanced to the side, looking slightly suspicious. After that, the man reached for the blades behind his back and, grabbing the white hilts, began to take them out, while at the same time assuring Jinwoo that his guys could be relied on. Preparing to attack, Musang furiously suggested that they discuss all the details later, deciding to deal with the situation inside the tavern and sending the men to the enemies outside. Seo, holding the swords, declared that he would see the young master again soon, when he looked around worriedly and asked to take care of himself. The serious, mustachioed man looked after Muon and Jinwoo. The main character looked gloomy as he looked at Seo behind him and walked away. The next second, the guy and the scientist found themselves on the street, quickly flying through the wooden doors of a dilapidated tavern. Musang at this time was watching the guys through a broken window. After that, he turned his sidelong glance at the opponents inside the building. He decided not to waste time and joined the hatted team, which was already dealing with the arrogant mercenaries who dared to attack the young master. Seo shouted in anger, ordering his squad to kill all but one enemy. It was already dark outside, and Muon and Jinwoo were quickly rushing through the forests. The main character noticed that among the trees a dark silhouette of a man with sparkling eyes was running parallel to them. The young man's eyes were full of rage as he grabbed the hilt of his sword. Jinwoo sighed in panic as the swordsman in front of him unsheathed the silver flower as the enemy flew towards them. The sword was already heading towards the throat of the man who arrived in time, when suddenly an indignant exclamation was heard. Opposite, Chunin stood with his hands raised, covered in cold sweat in horror. Jinwoo raised a puzzled eyebrow, and Muon put the sword back into its sheath and stared at the master of disguise in surprise. The Chunin and his animal assistants pointed anxiously to the side, reporting the killers. The panicked, sweaty ninja also informed that people setting fires outside the Central Heavenly Alliance were also approaching them. Covered in a cold sweat from excitement, Jinwoo put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully suggested that the two groups had decided to attack at the same time. The main character looked to the side while the scientist was thinking about further actions, and the Chunin seriously stated that someone had deliberately disseminated the information. Muon narrowed his eyes, silently casting a stern gaze forward. Jinwoo also closed his eyes, slyly thinking that the ambush was just a deception maneuver to lure the Central Heavenly Alliance beyond the borders. The scientist frowned angrily, concluding that this was even good. The panicking Chunin, covered in cold sweat, with a raven on his shoulder, decided that the man had gone crazy, while the Master of Transformation cast a displeased glance at Jinwoo, and Muon turned after him. The pale man explained that if they were caught and imprisoned, they would be able to get into the Central Heavenly Alliance. The Chunin raised his hand in bewilderment and said that they couldn't waste their time here anyway, suggesting they leave quickly. Muon turned around with a puzzled look and nodded when Jinwoo put his hand on his shoulder and seriously asked him to trust him. The pale man cast a furious glance at his interlocutor. The main character looked at him gloomily in response, very worried. The Chunin placed his hand on the scientist of 3 minds back, declaring that he was doing his job as the swordsman thanked him. The moon shone in the night sky, surrounded by a scattering of bright stars. The Master of Transformation was now gritting his teeth as he ran through the dark forest with Jinwoo on his back, with his assistant beasts following nearby. While sweat dripped down the Chunin, the scientist mentally asked Muon to fight with a frown. With sparkling eyes, he firmly decided to free the young man from his shackles. At this time, a detachment of mercenaries armed with sabers quickly rushed through the dark forest. One of them was very taken aback, covered in perspiration and looking ahead questioningly. In the distance, in front of a large crowd of killers, the dark figure of Muon with flowing hair could be seen. The squad examined the young man, who now turned to face them. The main character looked very stern, his eyes sparkling and his sword tightly clutched in his hand. The guy lowered his head and cast a contemptuous glance from under his brows, wondering if he could attack without interference. Looking back, Muon hoped that the scientist of 3 minds and the Chunin had gone far enough, and decided to keep the opponent's attention on himself. The swordsman lowered his head and exhaled to compose himself, realizing that he could now attack with full force. The guy turned his chin to the side with his hand, cracking his neck, and turning to the mercenaries to find out who hired them, but realizing in advance that this was pointless. Those preparing for the attack were taken aback when they heard this question, but remained silent. Muon now grabbed the hilt of the blade with both hands, deciding to attack. He moved his foot in a circle to the side, kicking up dust. Deciding to end things quickly, the swordsman quickly swung the silver flower, which emitted a long purple streak of magical energy. The young man suddenly rushed through the entire squad of mercenaries, his eyes flashing and delivering a powerful blow with an enchanted blade. The guy stood with glowing eyes and fluttering hanfu while splashes of blood rose into the air behind him. The Phantom Killer clan members retreated in fear as they watched the blood splashing in all directions. They looked at Muon, who was holding his sword with both hands. The blood that had not yet fallen to the ground behind him gave the protagonist a frightening look. The killers cursed, realizing that he was much stronger than they said. Muon moved from his place and rushed towards the crowd. The members of the Phantom Killer clan began to walk back cursing, seeing the enemy approaching. The protagonist jumped up and, holding his blade, found himself directly above the 3 killers. In the blink of an eye, with one swing of his sword, he cut off the heads of all 3 of them. As the 3 headless bodies fell to the ground, Muon landed on the ground and looked at the killers ahead, his eyes glowing brightly. Just a moment later, Muon rushed towards his enemies at great speed. One of the killers, shouting, held the blade in front of him with a reverse grip. His partner followed his example and, holding the blade with both hands in a reverse grip, decided to strike at Muon. The protagonist, running right between them, swung his sword twice, killing both. Muon stopped and raised his blade above his head as drops of blood sprayed from the wound of the 2 newly killed Phantom Killer clan members and hovered in the air. The protagonist, standing in front of the enemies, waved his sword, shaking off all the blood from it. The head of the Phantom Killer clan sweated profusely looking at Muon. He couldn't believe that out of the 80 people that were sent to the tavern, only 27 were chasing him. It turned out that Muon had finished off the rest and was waiting for them. The clan leader raised his heel and collected some loose earth with the tip of his foot, mentally calling Muon a sword-wielding demon. A moment later, the head of the Phantom Killer clan sharply struck the collected pile of earth, lifting it up. The ground turned out to be right in front of Muon, blocking his view, all because the head of the clan understood that at this rate the protagonist would kill them. All the assassins rushed at Muon at once, taking advantage of the opportunity, each of their blades aimed at vital organs. The enemy's blades were already a few millimeters from Muon's face when the dust and earth in front of him cleared away. But the protagonist used the sword technique and was able to step aside while simultaneously striking many enemies. Muon, bending down a little and touching the ground with one hand, watched as the blood of his enemies gushed out from their wounds. Blood filled the air, drops of blood continuously moving through it. The head of the Phantom Killer clan lay on the ground and held his wound on his throat, from which blood was continuously flowing. He looked at Muon with fear, realizing that they were completely broken. He involuntarily remembered the moment when he picked up the bag of money and accepted the order. Then he remembered Manhwa standing opposite him, whose veins on his forehead were swollen. Now the head of the clan regretted that he had not killed him right then. The head of the Phantom Killer clan noticed how Muon began to approach him. Seeing how the protagonist was approaching, he could not stand it and began to beg for mercy. When Muon was already standing right in front of him, the killer shouted, saying that Manhwa was to blame for everything. The protagonist no longer listened to the killer and killed him with a swing of his blade. The protagonist, whose face got blood on him, began to inhale air. Muon brought his hand to his face and began to wipe the blood from his face. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Muon said that as he thought, it was all because of Manhwa. Warriors in Central Heavenly Alliance uniforms rushed to the scene. When they stopped, they froze in shock, looking forward in horror. 2 warriors vomited because of what they saw, and only the man standing in front of the group remained motionless, although his mouth and eyes were open in horror. The entire ground in front of them was strewn with the corpses of people from whose wounds blood was continuously oozing. In the middle of the clearing, Muon was sitting on one of the corpses. This made one of them scream, asking what happened here. Looking at Muwon bowing his head, the squad captain cursed at the old people in the department for not notifying them that they would be dealing with a psychopathic killer. The captain of the squad, sweating profusely, shouted, demanding Muwon to surrender. The protagonist began to slowly raise his head and looked at the arrivals. Then he simply raised his hands up as a sign that he would not resist. The head of the squad opened his eyes wide, not understanding why Muwon allowed himself to be captured. Raising his hand and pointing at Muwon, he ordered his subordinates to confiscate the weapons and arrest him. Hearing this, the two subordinates immediately ran towards him. When two subordinates ran up to the protagonist, Muwon looked at one of the people and warned him to be careful with his sword because many people were unable to control it. The guy, very nervous, extended his hand to the sword, telling Muwon to stop chatting. When he grabbed the Muwon blade, his hand began to tremble violently. Just a moment later, the guy's whole body was trembling, and his eyes glowed brightly with purple kai. The partner standing next to him looked worriedly at his comrade and began to demand that he come to his senses. The protagonist grabbed his sword from the guy's hands, causing him to fall, not paying attention to his partner's shock. Muwon said that there was no need to take his sword, because he would simply peacefully follow their instructions. The squad captain began to get very nervous, sweat dripping down his face profusely as he listened to Muwon tell them to calm down, because he would not use the sword against them, even if they sent him to prison. Two of the group put Muwon's hands behind her back and led her away. Events are transferred to a dense forest, the crowns of which were illuminated by the moon. Musang sat on a rock in a dense forest with his arms folded across his chest. One of his subordinates, wearing a hat and a blue cloak, ran towards him. Soon he ran up to Musang and said that they had captured one of the killers and killed the rest, as he had ordered. Musang's eyes suddenly opened wide when his subordinate told him that the man they were protecting had dealt with his pursuers and then surrendered to the Central Heavenly Alliance. But a moment later, Musang calmed down, realizing that there was another group of killers that was pursuing his master, but he could not even think that his master would allow himself to be captured. Musang tilted his head slightly and narrowed his eyes as he thought about the reason why his master surrendered. Musang turned his head and looked at his subordinate as he asked him if there was anything else they needed to do. Musang couldn't help but remember Jinwal, who asked him in the tavern if they could trust his people. The first blade, Muwon looked at his subordinate, beginning to remember the events of 5 years ago. Back then, in the main estate, after a year of torture as a low-ranking warrior, he was only a slave who was closely monitored by the department. It was then that he met 7 slaves. They were all being led, tied with ropes. They were exhausted. Blood flowed from their nose and mouth. A man with a long mustache and thick eyebrows yelled at the slaves, asking how they dared to steal something from him. Manchok immediately after that he ordered his subordinates to lock the slaves in prison and starve them to death. Musang, who carried buckets of water on his shoulders using a yoke, looked at the new arrivals. After a while, he handed over a bowl of rice. A hungry and exhausted man in the cell asked Musang why he was doing this for them. Muwon's first subordinate stood in front of the camera and decided to answer them by saying that he was a slave like them and would get into trouble if anyone saw him helping them. The reason was simple: they reminded him of his past. Then he was suspended in shackles, and the guard beat him day after day. His bat was covered in blood, and blood was dripping from Musang's head. He imagined his 3 subordinates and decided to tell the slaves that they reminded him of them. The people he was unable to protect when he was the deputy head of a mercenary group, and they died without even being able to eat their last meal. Musang involuntarily remembered the moment when he stood in front of the bloody remains of his former subordinates and said that his people did not deserve to die like a dog. Musang turned his back to the camera and began to lower himself, wanting to sit down, saying that as the deputy head, as the elder brother, he did not do everything he should have for them, so he wanted to repay them through them, to ease the guilt, so they did not need feel obligated. Musang sat down and leaned on the cell, telling the slaves in the cell that they must have been desperate to steal food from the Xining branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance, but due to the big difference between the rich and the poor, they ended up in such situations. The first blade of Muwon looked into the sky. The slaves in the cell did not touch the rice while listening to the one sitting in front of the camera talking about his beloved who was stolen by another, and he wanted to do everything to finish him off, but he suddenly died. Musang remembered Yepwal lying on the ground, blood flowing from his forehead, mouth, and nose. Then he screamed in rage, holding the head of his enemy in his hand, and it was then that he realized that death was meaningless. Then he put Yepwal's head back on the ground, his desire for revenge His rage, all of this made him feel empty inside him. Musang began to get up, saying that although Manchok ordered them to die, it was not the end, because he would allow them to live if they worked and did everything he said. Musang turned his head and looked at the slaves and said that even if they were treated like dirt and suffered humiliation, they would just need to survive. Later, Manchok began to respect Musang, and he, having mastered 2 blades behind his back and normal clothes, was able to leave the department in order to gain an important position in the Central Heavenly Alliance. But one day all 7 men appeared in front of him. They knelt down and said that they listened to his words and did everything to survive, and then ran away. They searched for him for more than 6 months and wanted him to teach them martial arts, wanted to become his subordinates. Musang then tried to convince them, but they were rebellious in their conviction. Musang remembered the moment when Pisan attacked, but stopped, because from the corners of his room came his devoted 7 warriors, who after working under his command became stronger, and thanks to them they even managed to become a separate group of the Central Heavenly Alliance, a special reconnaissance detachment. Events return to the present. Musang looks at his subordinate without saying a word. The man in the hat and blue cape, a little nervous, said that if Musang needed something, he could just let him know, and what he was looking at was quite creepy. Musang extended his hand with gold in his palm to his subordinate, telling him to rest with the others. His subordinate thanked him for the gift and asked if Musang would join the meal. The first blade Muon put on his mask, saying that he couldn't because another matter appeared for him. Events moved to the Tang family mansion. Gimon shouted, asking how defending against murderers could be considered a crime. He couldn't just allow himself to be killed. And in general, what were others doing at that moment? Jinwoo and Jeongin, who were sitting on the other side of the table, folded their arms over their chests. The scientist of 3 minds said that they did not need to panic, because in fact, it was even better. While Mireille rubbed her neck worriedly, Jimin gesticulated with one hand and asked Jinwoo how things could be better in that place, because the Central Heavenly Alliance was hell on earth equals. After which Jimin, without waiting for an answer, said that in any case, Muon would be quite difficult to get him out if he ends up in prison. Jinwoo listened as Gimon, who was sitting across from him, told him that law enforcement would be involved in the matter. In this case, it would only take a while for the world to know about Muon's origins. Looking out the window at the main island in the Central Heavenly Alliance, Gimon said that once information about the origin of Muon is revealed, the Central Heavenly Alliance will do everything possible to eliminate him. Jinwoo closed his eyes and only Jeongin watched as Murray turned to her uncle, saying that they needed to listen to what the scientist of 3 minds had to say. Without changing his position, Jinwoo did not even open his eyes, saying that the alliance is truly special. And in the world of Murim there has never been a case where such enormous power was concentrated in the hands of one organization. Although at first it was the most ordinary alliance that worked for achieving peace of mind. Looking at the city outside the window, Jinwoo continued, saying that now he is only part of the system that controls their world. He has accumulated enough power and can do anything without the support of other factions. The scientist of the 3 minds stretched out his hand and pointed out the window, saying that even now the Central Heavenly Alliance is recruiting more and more warriors into its ranks, and now it is not part of Murim. It is Murim itself. Jinwoo clenched his fist, saying that the alliance had long ceased to be the protector of this world and began to dictate its own rules. But what was even more terrifying was that everyone turned a blind eye to this. No one wanted to start an uprising. All the people sitting at the table looked out the window, listening to Jinwoo say that he could not understand this. Martial artists who love freedom and hate restrictions, completely accepting the dictatorship of the alliance, and that is why Jinwoo was sure that something was wrong with their world, not this way. The scientist of 3 minds sat with his hand outstretched, saying that over time the influence of the alliance will only grow, and soon no one will be able to do anything about it. Gimon turned his head and asked the scientist what he meant. Jinwoo, without even turning his head, answered by saying that they all have reasons for revenge, but the only one who could hurt the foundations of their world even a little was none other than Muon. The scholar of the 3 worlds knitted his eyebrows together, saying that the alliance would not have let Muon go anyway, because this was their fate. Jinwoo turned his head and grinned, saying that Muon was more impressive than they thought, and all his deeds were proof of that, and whoever ordered the assassins to attack them would soon regret it. Gimon and Murray folded their hands on their chests, as they listened to Jinwoo tell them that they were also not mistaken and that law enforcement agencies would be involved in the matter. Perhaps the 9 heavens would also be involved because they could use the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan for their own purposes. The scientist of 3 minds looked at his interlocutors, saying that this is exactly what they wanted. Jiangyan glanced at the scientist of the three worlds when he turned to him, offering to take a walk with him. Jiangyan silently looked at Jinwoo as he considered his proposal. He remembered how recently he stood in front of Valren, who ordered him to help Muon for a while. Valren looked at Jiangyan, notifying him that this was an order from the head of the Dark Moon. We are brought back to the present, to a moment where Jiangyan silently looks at the scientist next to him. Jiangyan and Jinwoo stood up, complaining about the situation. Suddenly, Ryusen came into their room and started shouting, asking if the news that Muon had been captured was true. Sweating after training, Ryusen shouted, asking why they were standing there because they needed to hurry and save him. Jinwoo grabbed his head while the others awkwardly watched as Ryusen clenched his fist and shouted, asking his master to gather the guys and go save Muon. Murray touched her neck again and became sad, remembering her lover. Events shift to the Westgate family's mansion. Soso, standing behind Hirin with his eyes closed, called out to her. Soso opened his eyes and said that the Northern Blade slaughtered a group of people in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance and was now in custody. Hirin slammed her hands on the table and jumped up, not believing it. Wonley, who was standing nearby, turned his head and asked if it was true. The veins in Wonley's neck and face bulged, and his lips began to curl into a smile at the mere thought of capturing the Northern Blade. Hirin frowned and said that she wanted to see with her own eyes whether the Northern Blade was Muon. All three in the room looked towards the exit and decided to go immediately. Events are transferred to the Shaanxi province of Jiangsu, to a place where there were mountains and hills everywhere. Xiachen was approaching a group of armed men. The people who were wearing various tattered clothes looked at Sachan, asking each other who came to them. Xiachen, who had a clearly visible scar on his face, asked a little angrily if they were bandits who robbed the village and if they were from Silent Night. A man in a sleeveless shirt and with fluffy hair more like needles glanced at Sachin, asking him if he could leave his things here and quietly leave. Sachin narrowed his eyes and asked why they, not being from Silent Night, were robbing other people. Biting a sliver of wood in his mouth, the bandit asked Sachin if he thought that he had to be a member of Silent Night in order to rob. Sachin's fists were enveloped in kai. His eyes glowed as he said that this world needed to be remade. They needed to gather forces to destroy Silent Night, and not maim, rob, and kill each other, and the villagers asked him to take care of them. The upper part of Sachan's face was hidden in shadow. His eyes glowed brightly. He was about to beat the robbers thoroughly. The robber spat a piece of wood from his mouth and was about to say something, but was interrupted. Sachan instantly moved towards him. His palm was already right in front of the robber's face. The next second, he slammed the enemy's body into the ground, destroying it. Rocks and debris flew upward due to the force of the impact. Two other robbers holding a sword and a morning star in their hands froze in shock when they saw Sachan's strength, but they could not notice how he was already behind them. Sachin grabbed the heads of his opponents and pushed them against each other. Sachin immediately turned his head to look at the remaining robbers, not paying attention to the blood that splashed from the heads of the robbers who had just collided. Sachin saw 5 of the group begin to run away in fear. Sachin's eyes lit up brightly again. The robbers raised their heads and exclaimed in fear. Xiachen, whose kai was gathering in his fists, found himself directly above the bandits. A moment later, a huge amount of compressed air, dust, and fragments of stones rose high into the air, creating an imitation of an explosion. Xiachen stood in the middle of the crater he created and looked back. The people in the village located among the mountains shouted in praise of Xiachen. Seeing their hero approaching them holding 2 bags in his hand, people raised their hands up in thanks to Xiachen. Xiachen awkwardly scratched his neck and closed his eyes as the crowd surrounded him and began praising him. A man in a white kimono with a thin mustache approached the hero and thanked Xiachen, who looked at the man and asked if they were able to find out anything about the demon of chaos, Mukin. The man leaned over and covered his mouth, whispering to the leaning Xiachen that he first wanted to say that he received a message from Higher Yang. Dam's eyes widened when the man informed him that the Northern Blade had been captured by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Dam put his hands on his hips and thought silently. Sachan turned his head and looked into the distance and said that he needed to return to the Alliance. At this moment, the faces of all 3 like-minded people were tense. They looked sternly ahead, their pupils shone. Events take us back to the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Jiangyan frowned as beads of sweat dripped down his face. The ninja buried stones with hieroglyphs, complaining about it. Sweat dripped down his face. His eyebrows knitted together as he complained that he was Jiangyan, one of Dark Moon's top spies who had reached the Hidden Moon Celestial rank, doing such a thing. Having stopped burying, he continued to squat, wondering what he had forgotten there in the first place. Jinwoo straightened up and began wiping the sweat from his forehead. In the evening at sunset, the two of them returned to the Tang family mansion. Jongjin looked at the map in Jinwal's hand even after they entered the mansion grounds. Jinwal pointed his finger at the map, saying that they were done for today and would go there tomorrow. Jongjin turned around and waved goodbye to Jinwal. Jinwal turned his head and noticed a disgruntled Ryusen sitting on the steps. Ryusen's eyes were closed as he sat motionless. The scientist of 3 minds came over and started to sit next to him, asking why he was still upset. Ryusen looked at the scientist and asked if Muon would be okay. Jinwal grimaced and raised one eyebrow and asked Ryusen since when did he worry about him. Did he go crazy after all the beatings? The poison master's disciple raised his hand and asked if it was because Muon was overconfident and started to get rowdy, because if he remembered correctly, he had never trained when he was with them. Jinwal grinned and looked at Ryusen and asked if he even knew what Muon's life was like before meeting them. Every day Muon was torture back then. He was hung up and tortured. He went through an endless cycle of torture and training day after day. When they untied him, he held his wounds, and despite such difficulties, he did everything to survive. Muon looked at his enemies with tears in his eyes. And then, for 7 years, he trained in the mountains, repeating stances, strikes, and lunges in the snowy lands. He swung his sword many times and honed his fighting skills. Muon sat on the tops of the rocks training his sense of balance and harmony. He was unlucky to be born into a famous family. He was not even destined for greatness. Jinwal, sitting next to Ryusen, called all this nonsense, because even if he received all the benefits that people with such an origin usually have, he would still not want anything like that and would look for a normal life. Ryusen closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly as he listened to Jinwal tell him that although Muon never had proper training, the reason he was so strong was because his whole life was essentially training. Ryusen opened his evil eye, and Jinwal continued to say that Muon spent every moment developing. Even in prison he would continue to become stronger. Ryusen was silent. He sat motionless listening to all of Jinwal's words, his head slightly tilted to the side. He began to remember how Muon beat him, telling him that a good family means nothing. He beat him with his scabbard, telling him that he was never rich and did not have a comfortable life. His life was torture, which he barely lived. Ryusen remembered how, looking at Muon, he saw his stern and at the same time sad face, while he said that all this did not mean that he should live hating others and making a living in petty theft. Disciple Gimon glanced at the scientist of the 3 worlds and tisked. Looking at Jinwal, he began to shout, asking why Muon had such a harsh life. The scholar of 3 minds raised one eyebrow in shock at Ryusen, who turned out to be the one who did not know the origin of Muon. Jinwal glanced at Ryusen, who had thrust his lower jaw forward, mentally calling him a simpleton, because after spending time with Muon, most people would have already understood his personality. The scientist put his hand on Ryusen's shoulder and began to stand up, telling Ryusen to stop worrying about Muon and focus on his training, because only by becoming the best can he help Muon. Events are transferred to the cell, inside of which Muon sat motionless. The protagonist looked at the space in front of him, thinking that the further he walked, the more his opponents expected him. It seemed to him that he was becoming more and more useless. Sitting in a cell where there was barely any light, Muon thought about the recent battle, about his panic due to the fight in a closed room with the condition of protecting a comrade. This made him call himself pathetic, because if he had been a little faster and more focused, he could have dealt with everyone as better. The protagonist's entire body plunged into the darkness of his subconscious. He decided to return to training again. A drop of dark Kai fell onto the dark waters of his dungeon as he thought about becoming strong enough to react quickly and accurately to any situation. Ripples passed along the water surface, spreading from Muon, who was sitting in the middle. The protagonist closed his eyes and began repeating words from the secret technique. But a moment later he opened his eyes and returned to reality. A smug Wonli and a worried Hiren stood in front of his camera. Wonli asked Muon how many years had passed since their meeting. A drop of sweat began to flow down Hiren's face. She could not that Muon, the direct heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, lived as a Northern Blade. Hiren remembered how she and Soso 7 years ago dragged the bodies of the wounded and beaten Sachin and Wonli. It was then that Muon witnessed the great humiliation they suffered. This worried her, because who would believe in them and follow if they found out that they lost in the fight with Quiet at night? Wonli and Hiren stood in front of the cell where Muon was sitting and silently looked at him. Wonli bowed his head slightly and said that he could not imagine that Muon survived and disappeared for so many years. He involuntarily remembered the moment when he attacked Muon and wounded him in the shoulder with a sword. He remembered how the protagonist screamed in pain while holding his wound, deciding to ask if he studied martial arts and if he was hiding from them. The protagonist looked at Wonli and responded by saying that he wanted to survive. Wonli smiled, realizing that Muon had lied to him back then. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled faintly, reminding him that Wonli only has one eye. Wonli could not stand it and in a rage grabbed the bars of the cell, shouting and blaming Muon for the death of his sister. Muon, without opening his eyes, calmly told Wonli, who was holding the bars of the cell, that it was not his fault, because it was Wonli who could not save his sister because of his own weakness. Wonli's single eye opened wide. He remembered his father yelling at him. He scolded him, asking what he was doing there if he couldn't protect his sister. What was he doing while she was dying? His father then pointed his finger at him, calling him worthless and weak. He could not believe how his offspring, in whom his blood flowed, could be so mediocre. Out of rage, Wonli crushed the bars of the cell with his hands and yelled at Muon, telling him that he should have just sat quietly in the northern region. Wonli clenched his hand even tighter, causing the iron in his hand to begin to melt and emit steam due to his kai. The situation with the second hand was identical. He shouted, saying that if only he had not gone to the Northern Heavenly Clan, then nothing would have happened. Wonli suddenly went crazy and started laughing madly, saying that he would tear Muon to pieces. The protagonist opened his eyes, reminding him that it was they who came to his house. As Wonli clenched his jaw, Hirin, who was standing nearby, addressed him. She looked at Muon and asked Wonli to calm down. They shouldn't give in to Muon's provocations. Wonli, who had bulging veins on his forehead, looked at Hirin. She mentally told him that she would create an opportunity for him, so he needed to calm down and leave. Wonli glanced at Muon one last time. He then turned around and walked away, telling Muon that he would be the one to kill him. After leaving, a dent remained on the iron rod from his grip. After a couple of seconds, Hirin and Muon were left alone. Hirin, looking at Muon, greeted him and apologized for Wonli's behavior, after which she asked if he was really the Northern Blade. The protagonist, looking at her, responded by saying that that's what they call him. Hirin plunged into the darkness of her subconscious, pondering the events of 7 years ago. Then people, due to the appearance of Silent Night, began to think that they were too hasty in the decision to destroy the Northern Heavenly Clan. Seeing the heir of this clan in front of her, she began to go through the options of what she could do with him. Hirin stood motionless right in front of Muon's camera and still decided to use it. Hirin stopped thinking and turned to Muon, asking if he wanted to rebel against heaven. The protagonist smiled and said that he just wants to survive. The protagonist straightened up and looked at the ceiling, saying that he would rebel against the heavens if it helped him achieve his goal. Hirin's eyes widened in shock at this moment. She stood silently in front of the camera looking at the protagonist. A moment later, Hirin turned away, saying that he would pray for his success. Leaving this place, the girl could not help but understand that Muon had deliberately allowed himself to be captured. When Hirin left the prison, the guards standing near the door notified her that Wonli had already left. Soso and Dan were walking near Hirin when she asked Dan to let Muon go. Dan, hearing her words, could not believe it. Hirin turned her head and frowned, ordering her to hurry up and let Muon go. Dan opened his eyes wide, trying to object. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that the report had already been sent to the interrogation department, which is why he had no right to release him. A man suddenly appeared, interrupted the dialogue between Hirin and Dan. Jinwoo, next to whom Murray was walking, looked around and wondered why he refused to drink. When the scientist of 3 minds turned his head, he froze in place, noticing the people opposite him. Hirin was shocked to see the scientist of 3 minds. She involuntarily opened her mouth in shock. Jinwoo pointed his fingers at Hirin and narrowed his eyes with a malicious smile, and greeted the lady from the Westgate family. At this time, on the streets of the city, many people walked around the market buying everything they needed. Drunk Manhwa with a bottle of alcohol in his hand walked down the street singing a song. A stupid smile appeared on Manhwa's face when he said that it was what he needed, because how dare the Northern Blade go against him. Manhwa raised his head and started laughing, shouting at everyone not to mess with him. Unfortunately for him, he didn't notice Musang's figure appearing behind him. Musang abruptly grabbed Manhwa and closed his mouth, starting to lead him away. A second later, all that was left of Manhwa on the street was a bottle of alcohol. Hirin looked at Jinwoo with wide eyes and asked why he was here and shouldn't he be in Unnam province. Jinwoo smiled sarcastically, saying that he couldn't even imagine that it would take so long for information to reach the Westgate family, known for its omniscience, since he had already come here. Jinwoo tilted his head and looked at Hirin and said that after the kindness she showed him 5 years ago by disrupting the flow of his kai, it took him a while, but he was able to deal with it. Recalling his condition 5 years ago, when his pupils turned white and drool began flowing from his mouth, Jinwoo said that it was quite difficult for him because his brain had shut down. Then he smiled and spat like a crazy person, approaching Hirin. He had been out of his mind for several years. In his madness, he clutched his head and did not stop smiling, but thanks to Hirin, he became much more enlightened. Standing in front of Hirin's group, Jinwoo said that in any case, the person he was traveling with got into trouble, and was now in one of their prisons, and he came here to see him. The girl frowned hearing his words. She was already surprised that Jinwoo was able to overcome what she did to his Kai. She asked the scholar of 3 minds if his companion was Muwon. Jinwoo smiled again, saying that it seems that the lady of the Western Gate knows Muwon. Hirin stopped frowning as she thought about how she always knew that Jinwoo was one to be wary of. Then they sat opposite each other at the annual meeting of scientists. When she first saw Jinwoo grinning, she couldn't hide her surprise. Because of his knowledge, she couldn't help but imagine his knowledge as an endless kaleidoscope of hieroglyphs behind his back. Her eyes then widened in shock. The fact that he was able to reach the highest spiritual level on his own was unthinkable to her. But a moment later, she calmed down and realized at that moment that her job was to crush such terrifying people. But then she could not control Jinwoo with just her skills. Therefore, she had to use the best illusion techniques, creating endless circles with information and hieroglyphs behind her. Various formations. She went through countless difficulties to be where she was now, so she did not want to see a competitor. Hirin began to remember how, as a child, she looked at her parents and realized that the family was on the verge of collapse. She stood behind her parents and looked at the man in front. All 3 of them stood in front of Manhwa, the first of the Western Gate, the great genius who revived and restored their clan. He was the one who had all the knowledge and the greatest wisdom in the world. Her parents bowed their heads under the incredible pressure of being the granddaughter, son and daughter-in-law of such an outstanding personality. They had to bear the weight of the expectations of everyone around them. But her mother and father never showed their tears and looked at her without expressing emotion, understanding that they had to surpass the wildest dreams of others. Her parents smiled and extended their hands to her, wanting to hug her. The 3 of them hugged each other and smiled, even knowing that they had a daunting task. Hirin, clenched in her arms, smiled sadly then. She sat at the books, read and studied them. Everything was in order to surpass her grandfather. No, to at least get closer to his level. Her room was littered with scrolls and books. Her grandfather smiled seeing this, and people began to say that a genius had appeared in the Westgate family and began to praise her. Because she put in a lot of effort, she sweated while reading books trying to understand them. Thanks to her, the burden that her parents carried was reduced a little. But all this depressed her. She stopped reading and looked away with despondency. She realized that she was good enough compared to others. She really was a genius. But looking at her grandfather's back, she became more and more convinced of one thing. She once threw all her books and scrolls and ran to the side. Her grandfather and she herself, running to him, knew very well that her talent had reached its limit. She remained far behind her grandfather, trying unsuccessfully to catch up with him. She was not the true genius that Manhwa was looking for. Now she looked at Jinwoo, realizing that most likely he was the genius her grandfather had been waiting for so long. Looking at the smiling scholar of 3 minds, Hirin regretted that he had joined Muwon. As Jinwoo approached her, she wished them to enjoy their reunion. Jinwoo smiled broadly like a madman as he walked past Hirin. Hirin bit her lower lip and turned to Soso walking next to her. She frowned in anger and ordered her to gather the Azure Dragon Association immediately and make sure that everyone was there. Jinwoo was filled with a feeling of joy. He clenched his fists and smiled widely. Muwon narrowed his eyes at the scientist of 3 minds and asked if he was happy that he was here now. While Murray kept her eyes on Muwon, Jinwoo stroked his chin and said with a smile that Muwon should have seen her face twisted with anger. Muwon raised one of his eyebrows as he asked about the progress of Jinwoo's plan. The scholars of the 3 minds closed their eyes, telling Muwon not to worry and just need to stay here and prepare for the next battle. Mai called out to Muwon with concern and handed him the rice, saying that she was sure that he couldn't eat properly here. The protagonist looked puzzled at the rice in the girl's hand. Murray was holding a ball of rice wrapped in a leaf. Jinwoo first looked at the girl's hands in shock, and then his gaze moved to Murray herself, and then he looked again at the ball of rice in Murray's hands. The protagonist looked at Jinwoo, who stood up and turned around, starting to leave. He finally said that he needed to make sure that Muwon was okay and that nature was calling him now. The scientist of 3 minds turned his head and winked at Muwon, smiling widely. The protagonist felt embarrassed by this, and to some extent he was puzzled by the scientist's behavior. Muwon reached out and took the rice Murray offered while she worriedly asked him about his condition. The girl put her hands on her knees, telling Muon that she was sure that it was not easy, but he needs to hold out a little longer, because her grandfather and the scientists of 3 mines, as well as the others, are doing what they can. And if something happens to him needed, she will bring it next time. The protagonist bowed his head a little, unable to look at Murray. So some time passed, they were still silent and did not say anything to each other. But after some time, the protagonist was still able to turn to Mira, who was constantly looking at him. The protagonist's lips parted when he told Mira that he had a person he loved. The girl opened her mouth in shock when she heard such words from the man she loved. She bowed her head and could only say that she understood everything. The edges of Murray's lips curved downward, but she was able to hide her pain and raised her head and smiled, saying that she had guessed about it. Muon looked at the girl, who, despite the pain and despair, continued to take care of him. The protagonist brought the rice to his mouth and began to eat it. Muon raised his head and looked at Murray, thanking him for the delicious food. The moon and stars in the night sky glowed brightly, illuminating the earth. Muon sat with his arms folded across his chest in his cell. His eyes were closed and his sword was clutched between his arms and chest. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked to the side. He saw the figure of a man who came to him at such a late time. A man with a beard and mustache walked up to Muon's cell and introduced himself as Joseon, the head of law enforcement. Muon looked at the man in front of him, telling him that he was detained for the massacre, but as far as he remembered, he stated that these people were assassins sent to him, and if that was true, then he obviously couldn't just let them attack him. Joseon narrowed his eyes at Muon and said that they needed convincing proof of his statement. After that, Joseon admitted that he came not because he was ordered, but for another reason. When Muon closed his eyes again, Joseon explained his suspicions and asked him to be honest about everything. Joseon closed his eyes and asked who Muon really was. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked at the head of law enforcement. Then the protagonist threw his head back and began to talk. At first, Joseon listened to Muon's story with a calm face, but as the story progressed, his eyes began to widen in surprise. And when Muon finished his story, Joseon was horrified by the realization of everything. His eyes were wide open, and sweat was running down his face. At this time, a shadow hit the man's face, causing him to scream in pain. Soon the man began to come to his senses and clearly began to see the shadow of the figure of his tormentor. Manhwa was tied to a post. His outer clothing was missing. He was sweating profusely, and drool was dripping from his mouth as he fearfully asked about the identity of the man standing opposite him. The man's finger pointed to the side and Manhwa immediately looked in that direction. He exclaimed as he saw the suspended and exhausted member of the Phantom Killer clan. The killer turned his head, showing his crippled face, and again began to beg for mercy, confirming Manhwa's identity. Manhwa looked at the assassin in fear as Musang asked him if he was the one who hired the Phantom Assassin clan to eliminate the Northern Blade. Manhwa turned his head and began to threaten his status and position. Musang put his hands on his sides and said that, as he thought, he would not confess. After that, he decided to tell the story. Starting to take off his t-shirt, Musang revealed his scarred body and began to talk about how, long ago, he endured 8 months of torture to keep a secret. Putting the glove on his hand, Musang said that even so, he did not reveal or tell the secret. Putting on the second glove, Musang suggested that Manhwa find out how long he could hold out. The narrative moves to the Azure Dragon Association. Hiran, lowering her head a little and folding her hands into her sleeves, said that she warned that everyone should be present at today's meeting. Hiran further wondered where Mr. Cha was now. The man, scratching his cheek, said that the gentleman had not been seen for several weeks, to which one of those present stated that they had not met for a long time after that little confusion. The man, listening to the guys present, thought deeply. Hyryong, remembering the appearance of Cha Moon-ho from the Three Rings clan, wondered where he could have gone. Hiran further said that in any case, she is glad to see new faces among them. Hiran, looking at one of the thoughtful men, said that she was glad to see Mr. Hong from the 7 lesser heavens in their ranks. Hiran, looking at the large number of arrivals, said that she would like to thank everyone who so quickly agreed to join the association. Hiran went on to say that she is also grateful that they will have a hand in ushering in a new era, noting that she should get straight to the point. Hiran also said that the reason she gathered everyone was because some difficulties had arisen. Hiran, recalling the image of the main character, said that she was sure that everyone had already heard of the Northern Blade, noting that it seemed that he had recently caused turmoil within the Central Celestial Alliance by slaughtering a large group of warriors. Hiran, recalling how they put Muon in a cell, said that he is now in prison for his actions. Hiran further stated that the protagonist should have known that bloodshed in the Central Heavenly Alliance is a sin. Hirn, recalling how they found Muon sitting on one of the corpses, said that if he killed these people, then there was a high probability that they were assassins hired after his soul, noting that he had no other choice then. Hirn, recalling how she questioned one of the guards about the details, said that after a thorough investigation, they found out that someone had made an anonymous report about the incident to the Central Heavenly Alliance, noting that it was most likely all planned. Those present, having heard Hyer Yong's story, unanimously said in their thoughts that Cha Moon-ho was to blame for everything. Hirn, looking at the angry people, said that, however, there is something more important than this, noting that the Northern Blade was actually considered dead until now. Hirn further reported that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan is Jin Muon. Those present, having heard such information, were shocked. Hirn, standing over the boys and looking at them, stated that the reason she was revealing all this to them was not to spread the news, noting that she only wanted to warn everyone not to mess with him. Hirn, recalling members of the Silent Night organization, said that, as they know, they have again begun to show themselves around the world. Hirn, looking at the nail-biting man with one eye, said that the Central Heavenly Alliance began to take action, selecting the best warriors for the invaders' organization. Hirn further stated that they needed the positions of captain and deputy as well as members of the invaders to be filled by them, the Azure Dragon Association. Hirn, continuing to watch the angry one-eyed man, said that the invaders, consisting of association people, must do great things in order to gain the trust of the people. Hirn, looking at Wonley as he spat, stated that their goal has always been to reduce the number of those who still hold out hope for the Northern Heavenly Clan's revival, noting that this is why it is so important that they succeed on this front. After which the head of the association wondered what would happen to them when the last heir of the Northern Clan showed up. Hirn, looking at everyone with a serious look, said that the Tang family was now supporting the Northern Blade, noting that with their behavior, there was a possibility that other great families would side with him. The head of the association frowned and said that this meant they should always be careful how they interacted with him. Hirn, looking up and frowning, said that due to the mistake of one stupid person, the Northern Blade, which they wanted to get rid of quietly, is now in the mouth of many, which is the worst possible situation. The head of the association also stated that since the report has already been sent to the law enforcement authorities, after which information about it will be discussed at the next great meeting. Hirn, holding her hands in her sleeves and looking at the ceiling, said that Northern Blade is the one who is stopping the Azure Dragon Association from taking off. After which the head of the association stated that she was warning everyone not to approach the Northern Blade. Hom, looking at his comrades, heard the head of the association say that their first priority was to get into the ranks of the invaders, noting that this was an order, to which the guys said that they would have a lot of worries. Turning around, those present headed for the exit. Wonley, standing near Hirn, raised his hand and called someone from those present. Wonley, looking at the head of the Azure Dragon Association standing in the middle of the crowd, reported that it seemed that he had successfully subdued the bandits in Shaanxi province. The man further stated that the head of the Azure Dragon Association, Dam Sojian, was standing in front of them. One of those present, looking at the head of the Azure Dragon in shock, stated that he was very surprised to see such a person here, after which the girl said that So Young is simply amazing. The guys surrounded Sojian and said that he looked very strong, noting that this was the first time they had seen him so close. Hong, hearing the guy's words, was very surprised, after which he said in his thoughts that Sochin's strength was very well felt. Hoon, remembering his words in the past about not caring about anything since he only joined them so he could fight Dam So Young, noted that they should hurry up and show him the way. Hong then stated in his thoughts that he never cared about the Azure Dragon Association, noting that as a member of the Seven Lesser Heavens, he just wanted to fight Dam Sojian. Hong, recalling the image of Muon, said that someone like him would not be able to even scratch the cape of such a Northern Blade, noting that he did not even have the right to fight such a person. Hong, looking at So Young, said in his thoughts that his mere existence exudes power like an erupting volcano. Further, one of the 7 junior heavens reported that he could feel its power throughout his entire body, noting that he was on par with the Northern Blade. The narrative moves to a great meeting, where some of the most famous personalities have gathered around the table. Manhwa, folding his hands, said that just when the recruitment for the invaders was open, the Northern Blade suddenly appeared, after which Manhwa wondered what was happening. Chunwal, looking at the seated elders, said that they were indeed in a difficult situation, after which Chunwal wondered if the head of the hidden temple didn't say that he was dead. To which the head of the hidden temple, Sanchin, scratching his beard, said that according to the reports they received 7 years ago, He was counted as dead, noting that he was confused that he was still alive. The head of the great Chunsan clan, leaning on the table, stated that the Northern Heavenly clan was recognized as a traitor, as a result of which it was destroyed, noting that in the current situation it is worth doing the same with the heir. After which Chunsan wondered if he was telling a lie. Chunsan further stated that while he is in their captivity, they should take this chance and execute him so that this will be a message to others. Chunsan, remembering the man's bloody face, reported that the Sword of the South, the hope and heir of the great Southern clan, was humiliated by the Northern Blade. After which Chunsan said that since the Northern Blade turned out to be Muon from the Northern Heavenly clan, the Southern clan had an ideal opportunity to restore its honor, noting that the shame of the Sword of the South was also the shame of the great Southern clan. Watson, closing her eyes, said that she agreed with Chunsan's words, noting that if the Northern Heavenly clan roamed freely in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, they might be laughed at. Gimon extended his hand and said that the sin of the Northern Heavenly clan had already been paid for with the life of Jin Kwang-ho. Gimon also questioned why they should do the same to his only heir, Jin Muon, noting that he was not the one who committed the betrayal. Ryuk, frowning and looking at Gimon, said that it was now clear to him that he was openly demonstrating his support for the Northern Blade. Chong, folding his hands, said that he had no right to slaughter so many people on their territory without permission, noting that this was already a crime. Chilsang, with a displeased expression on his face, said that although the anonymous report indicated the innocence of those killed, it was clear to him that the Northern Blade had no choice but to defend itself or be killed. Next, the Mount Hua clan elder wondered why they don't first collect evidence and then proceed with legal procedures. Mukwan, frowning, said that the Gongdong monastery supported what he had said, noting that shortly before he became an elder in his monastery, he had the opportunity to personally meet with the Northern Blade. Mukwan also reported that Muon was undoubtedly a grateful man of high virtue, and at the same time he realized that the Northern Blade would never bring harm to the world. Soren, lowering her head slightly, said that as a representative of the Mount Mu clan, she also had something to say to the elders in front of her. After which Soren reported that the Mu clan agreed with the Great Tang family, the Hua clan and the Gongdong monastery. Gongchen, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, listening to the dialogue of the guys, wondered in his thoughts what was happening here. The Grand Marshal further wondered that the Great Tang family, Mount Hua clan, Gongdong monastery, and Mount Mu clan wanted to support the Northern Blade. After which Gongchen said that it was strange to hear such bold statements from them, ordinary representatives and current heads. The Grand Marshal also wondered how they dare to protect the heir of the Northern clan, who was known for his collusion with Silent Knight. Gimon, looking at the Grand Marshal, said that his words were very sharp. Soren, lowering her head slightly and looking at Gongchen, said that they were all called to represent the positions of their clans. Soren then wondered why their status and position had anything to do with this. Backley, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, said that everything was obvious, noting that people of low status would not understand this. Jocelyn, folding his arms and looking at the guys, said that they should calm down and be quieter, noting that they had not gathered to argue among themselves. Jocelyn, looking at the guys, said in his thoughts that because of the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly clan, Jin Muon, the Central Heavenly Alliance is on the verge of becoming a laughingstock. Jocelyn folded his hands and closed his eyes and said in his thoughts that even though Muon was under detention, he was still able to shake them up. Jocelyn, watching the minister approach him, wondered if he could give his opinion on the matter, noting that he most likely had something of the 9 heavens. Disen, standing in front of everyone, said that 10 heavens felt that they had no need to interfere since this was a minor matter in their opinion. After which Disen reported that they stated that they had more important matters that needed attention, and they wanted them to decide everything themselves. The Prime Minister, closing his eyes, reported that after hearing them, he realized that opinions were divided, noting that either they were punishing the Northern Blade for being the heir to the traitor clan, or they were keeping the matter separate and trying him only for the crime, which he committed on the territory of the Heavenly Alliance. Diseng raised his hands and wondered what their idea was to fulfill the wishes of both parties, after which the minister announced that the ceremony of establishing the invaders was approaching. Diseng also wondered why they didn't execute him publicly in front of all the martial artists. Jocelyn, looking at the guys, listened as the minister announced that they could allow the head of law enforcement to make a statement about the crime he committed, noting that he already had someone in mind who could talk about the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly clan. Disen, looking at the man who entered, stated that as soon as he was remembered, he immediately appeared. Diseng, looking at the man dressed in armor with a red cloak, said that he was glad that he was able to come. after which the minister said that this man should be spoken to with respect. The man, entering the meeting room, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The narrative shifts to Sojeon sitting on the roof. The head of the Azure Dragon, sitting on the roof under the night sky, looked back at the building. Sojeon, looking down, was thinking deeply about something. The plot shifts to the memories of the head of the Azure Dragon. Hyeryong, looking at So-young standing in front of her, thanked him for his hard work, to which the head of the Azure Dragon wondered if he had heard the truth about the capture of the Northern Blade. Hiran, lowering her head slightly, said that apparently the news had not reached him, noting that she was able to meet with him yesterday. Hyeran, looking at the stunned Seojeong, reported that the Northern Blade Muon was indeed in custody. Hiran, looking at the head of the Azure Dragon who turned away, wondered if he wanted to see him, noting that she could arrange it, to which So-young said that he just wanted to make sure if it was really Muon. The head of the Azure Dragon, recalling how he communicated with the main character, said that they only met once, but he is sure that he is not the kind of person who will enjoy killing innocents. Sojeon, turning his back to Hyeryong, said that he would only meet him where he could respect him as a fellow martial artist. The head of the Azure Dragon, moving away from the memories, continued to look somewhere back. Sojeon raised his head up and looked at the starry sky. Muon turned his head and looked at the bars, behind which the night sky could be seen. With his hands folded, the main character lowered his head, looking at the floor. Saddened, Muon continued to look at the floor. The main character and the head of the Azure Dragon were sitting, deeply thinking about something. Sojeon, having seen enough of the sky, left the roof. Muon sat motionless with his hands folded. The main character, looking at the floor, did not notice how an unknown purple energy passed near him. Muon raised his head and was stunned by what he saw. Unken, leaning towards the main character with a malicious smile on his face, said that he was surprised that Muon was sitting in front of him. The main character, rising from the ground, got down on one knee. Muon, taking the weapon in two hands, swung it to strike. The main character, with violet eyes lighting up, rushed with a sword at Unken, who was holding back his blow with his hands. Muon, continuing to attack unsuccessfully, watched as Unken closed his eyes and smiled at him. Unken, opening his eyes slightly and holding the protagonist's sword, said that he did not expect such a warm greeting. The main character, continuing to put pressure on Unken, said that he could not do anything about it, because a lot of time had passed. Muon, recalling how Unken had patted his head in the past, reported in his thoughts that he was the kindest person in the bleak and desolate region of the Northern Heavenly Clan, noting that he was someone he respected. The main character kept trying to stab his older brother. Unken, holding his younger brother's sword with a smile on his face, stated that it appears that Muon has grown up and become a man, noting that he had his suspicions, but even now he finds it difficult to believe that he is the Northern Blade. The protagonist, with a sparkle in his eyes, said that he too found it difficult to believe that he would meet him in such a place, noting that he would assume that he had decided to stay in the Central Heavenly Alliance rather than in Unknown Province. Unken, looking at the cage he destroyed, said that Muon's arguments were completely true. Unken, raising his hands and stepping back, said that the Central Heavenly Alliance had formed the invaders, and they had taken him as a hostage. Unken further noted that since his father was killed by Silent Night, there was no reason to keep him with him. Unken also said that he saw no point in returning and taking over his father's clan since it was destroyed, noting that now he thinks that he is nothing more than an old man. Unken, looking at Muon standing with a menacing gaze, said that he asks for his forgiveness for not being able to do anything for the Northern Heavenly Clan and the head of Jin, noting that at that time he was powerless. Unken then stated that he may still have some grudges from that incident, but he truly had no desire to fight him. Unken, watching the main character sheath his sword, said that he was only here to help him escape, to which Muon reported that his father was not killed by Silent Night. The main character, with his head down, said that his father was killed by Demon Fist Jo Chenhua. Opening his eyes wide, Unken was shocked by what he heard. Unken, raising his head and holding it with his hand, laughing loudly, said that everything became clear to him, noting that Silent Night would not have been able to defeat his father. Unken then reported that his father had spent his entire life hunting them, noting that he was a master of his craft. Unken further stated that no matter how much he thought about it, such a thought did not form in his head, noting that the words of his younger brother sounded more convincing. Unken, closing his eyes and turning his head back, reported that the main character did a good job, noting that he was sure that it was not easy, after which Unken wondered if he did it for revenge. Unken further stated that he most likely did this out of revenge, noting that he gave him credit for his bravery. Muon frowned and wondered why he was reacting this way to the truth about his father's death. Unken, recalling the image of his father, reported that in his entire life he did not hear a single compliment or kind word from his father, noting that it did not matter, no matter how hard he tried. Unken further reported that he beat him and took out his anger on his own whim. Unken also wondered why he should mourn such a father. Unken, raising his head with a smile on his face, said that he was actually glad that his father was killed by his sworn younger brother, whom he cared about so much. After which Unken said that after the death of his father, who conspired against Muwon's father, they could still be called brothers. The main character, hanging his head with an angry expression on his face, wondered if he did this only because his father did not praise him. Muwon further wondered if he decided to play with forbidden arts like the 10 women blood demonic art because of what happened. Unken, closing his eyes, smiled at the words of the protagonist. Unken, opening his eyes slightly, continued to smile. Having fully opened his eyes, Unken looked at his younger brother with a serious expression on his face. Unken, lowering his head, grabbed his hair. Unken threw his hair and head back. Unken, looking at the ceiling with bright red eyes and a maniacal smile on his face, wondered how he knew about this. The main character, standing in a stance and creating the image of a crying girl behind his back, used the snow flower technique. Unken, looking at his younger brother's technique, was very surprised. Unken, remembering the image of the praying girl, wondered in his thoughts whether it could be that this was the shaman. Unken recalled how he and other people dragged the bodies of the dead into the cave. Unken, remembering how he took a bloody bath in the cave, wondered in his thoughts whether that shaman could turn into a vengeful ghost and become attached to Muwon, noting that this really infuriates him. With a smile on his face, Unken recalled the pleasure with which he took a blood bath. Licking his lips, Unken said in his thoughts that, apparently, he and the main character are connected by the same fate. Unken, spreading his arms and creating a bloody cross behind his back, used the forbidden art of the blood of 10 women. Muwon, raising his hand to strike, said that his elder brother had turned into a pathetic devil. The main character, having hit and missed Unken, reported that his older brother, whom he knew, was modest and never spoke evil words to others. Muwon also noted that his brother was also a kind person who did his best not to harm others, after which the main character wondered if he wanted to say that it was all just a lie. Muwon, striking Unken downwards, wondered whether such a monster could call himself a human. Unken, jumping away from the main character's blow and running up to him sideways, said that his younger brother was still a completely naive child, noting that they all follow their desires. After which Unken said that because of this, Muwon should not trust anyone, since everyone always has an ulterior motive. The main character, turning towards Unken and cutting off part of his hair, stated that these were just excuses. Unken, stretching out his hand and turning it into a demonic one, stopped Muwon's sword. Unken looked at his angry brother with a smile on his face before wondering if he thought this was going too far. Unken then wondered if he had only become so strong because of the teachings that the Northern Heavenly Clan left him. Unken also noted that his brother's martial art is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, that he has seen. To which the main character stated that he had a headache, noting that he was not a man and was even worse than a beast. To which Unken replied that his little Muwon was upset, noting that as his older brother, he should admit his mistakes and accept that he is a monster, worse than a beast. Unken, turning back, noticed 2 guards with spears who were running towards them asking what was happening. Unken, jumping back from the main character, said that apparently they were done for today, noting that it was not beneficial for both of them to make noise. Unken, holding his hood, said that he came here only to confirm that the Northern Blade was his younger brother, whom he knew. After which he also said that he wanted to know if his brother would work with him for a great goal, noting that, in all likelihood, they would not get along anytime soon. Unken, wearing a hood and waving his hand, declared for Muwon to remember that their world is not one-dimensional as he thinks, noting that there are 2 sides to everything, and there is nothing he can do about it. After which Unken said that he should never forget this. The main character, raising the sword to his head with an angry expression on his face, said that Unken should also remember that he would die from his sword. After which Muwon said in his thoughts that he was asking for forgiveness from Snow Flower, noting that he would fulfill her revenge. Unken, turning to his younger brother and grinning, said that it was very cute. The guard, approaching the cell, said that he was running away and needed to sound the alarm, noting that they also had an intruder. Unken, seeing the guards, jumped onto the roof and ran along it. Unken, rushing across the roof and looking at his wounded arm, said in his thoughts that it was impressive, noting that if he had not been careful, his brother would have cut off his arm. Unken, looking forward with his blood-red eyes with a smile on his face, said in his thoughts that he had lost a very valuable ally. The plot moves to the city at sunset. Jival, looking at the man and holding sheets of paper in his hands, pointed somewhere with his finger. Chan, with sweat on his face, tried to explain something to the man standing in front of him. Jeongin, with sweat on his face, holding sheets of paper, showed something to the man in the hat. Jeongin, turning and looking at something, said in his thoughts that they were apparently being followed. Jeongin, looking at Jiwal's paper, said that there was a tail behind them, to which Jival wondered who it could be. Jiwal, looking away at Jeongin, said in his thoughts that he shouldn't be surprised if Hiren of the Westgate sent someone to spy on them. Jeongin, walking next to Jiwal who was looking at him, wondered if he was sure that the man was alive. Jeongin also wondered if he was sure that the list of important persons was correct. Jeongin, having taken off his disguise, said that he would distract them, noting that Jiwal should hurry up and find the one they were looking for, to which Jiwal thanked and wished good luck to Jeongin. Jiwal, looking back, noticed Jeongin in a black cape leaving. Jiwal, hearing Chan call out to him, turned towards him. Chan, with sweat on his face, said that apparently he had found the one they needed. The narrative moves to one of the towers. Someone, sitting near sheets of paper, tried to draw something on it. An armless and legless man, holding a brush in his mouth, was trying to draw something on a piece of paper. The man dropped the brush from his mouth and was disappointed. The man watched as the fallen hand rolled further and further away from him. The man, realizing that he would not be able to continue drawing, sighed sadly. The man looked with confusion at someone who was holding out a brush to him. Jival, taking off his hood and handing the brush to the man with a smile on his face, said that they had the same one, but larger. The man, looking at the newcomers, wondered who they were, noting that they should stop bothering him and get out of his sight. Jiwal said with a smile on his face that they were fishermen who knew the truth about his identity, after which Jival wondered what he was waiting for and why he didn't swallow the bait. Jiwal said with disgust on his face that this man was the one who betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan and led the famous family to decline. Jiwal, looking at the man, revealed that he was also the one who was responsible for collecting all the secrets and information, noting that he was the head of the hidden intelligence agency, Dong Ha Pin. After which Jiwal reported that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the fifth head of Muon, is now here in the Central Heavenly Alliance. On the day of the invaders' recruitment, hundreds of people gathered in front of the gates of the huge pagoda, to whom men in white cloaks read out the requirements for their entry. They must have 3 different recommendations from prominent people of Muram or must have performed an outstanding deed in the world of Muram. The listeners were very dissatisfied with the announced requirements, because no one warned about their presence and it became clear only now. The men who were about to join the ranks of the invaders very angrily shouted obscenities, declaring that this was all nonsense. There were not many outstanding people among them, and this was a blatant act of discrimination against people from non-prestigious families. Brows furrowed furiously. People in the crowd spoke of how joining the invaders was supposed to give them the opportunity to do great things, and now it is one of the requirements for recruitment, which contradicts the glory-seeking unknown warriors who are mistaken for dogs. The irritation of the men grew and grew with every second. They demanded justice, that they be given a chance to join the invaders, because they were told that in the world of Muram everyone is equal, and the new demands completely devalue this statement. A man in a white kimono and cloak angrily asked people to calm down, introducing himself as Dan Wukang, a representative of the outer faction, who had a message for them. He shouted very loudly and emotionally that everyone was aware of the incident with the Northern Heavenly Clan, and that the son of a traitor was currently in the outer faction prison, and announced that the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jin Kwangho, who was in charge of protecting against Silent Night, had gathered to join her. While the calm crowd listened attentively to Yukon, he, towering in front of them on the steps, continued his speech, saying that the Central Heavenly Alliance decided to show mercy and spare the life of his son. However, the young man had already grown up and decided to prove himself to the world, and Silent Night returned simultaneously with his appearance, which led the Alliance to conclude that he was collaborating with this terrible organization. Frowning his eyebrows menacingly, Wukang said that everyone had already heard the name of the son of the traitor Jin Kwangho. He was nicknamed the Northern Blade. Standing in front of a huge number of people in the square, he announced the decision to publicly execute the Northern Blade before recruiting into the invaders and hoped that each of those present would witness this event, and he would consider participation in the execution to have accomplished a great deed. The sun shone on the men in white cloaks standing in front of the gate, and Yukon ended his speech by saying that when the time of selection came, thanks to the execution, everyone would meet the minimum requirement. Some listeners had genuine misunderstanding written on their faces. The man in the long-brimmed hat furrowed his eyebrows angrily. The young boys in the crowd were startled by Yuking's statement. The young man with a bun on his head widened his eyes in bewilderment. Squinting his eyes, the representative of the outer faction thought that he would soon find out whether people would listen to his words. Sometime before the announcement of the demands, Yukin, standing with a scroll in his hands in front of a man in a high headdress, asked whether just this announcement was enough. This man turned out to be Prime Minister Wang Dexing, an elderly man with a long black mustache, clasped his fingers and smiled, answered in the affirmative and advised him to make sure that Wuking read everything word for word, without improvisation. He introduced Manhwa and asked them to tell the arriving warriors that this information was personally conveyed by one of the Great Nine Heavens if they were dissatisfied. Desun confidently stated that what was written on the scroll would be more than enough, and the representative could be calm. He once again reminded that everything should be read without errors, and a drop of sweat ran down Yukin's temple from tension. Yukin continued to look resolutely at the people standing in the square. Lowering the scroll, he shouted for everyone present to be quiet, line up, and get ready. The crowd did not move. Behind her, a group of people were visible, hiding their faces under hoods. 8 heavily armed warriors carefully watched what was happening in the square. The man with a beard and mustache standing in front of everyone curled his lips disapprovingly. He took off his hood, complaining about the way things were now. A man with voluminous hair and a cross-shaped scar on his forehead, who turned out to be the leader of the Iron Squad, Young Nusen, thoughtfully noted that there were many more people there than he expected, and that in such difficult times, the Northern Blade had gotten itself into a huge mess. The tall, broad-shouldered member of the Jinup squad sadly asked what Nguyen had done to get captured. The archer Jinhong suggested that he had let his guard down, and the guy with the scar on his nose denied it, saying that he was an overly cautious person. The man with the eye patch, Seongol, continued his reasoning by saying that Muon had become a little arrogant. Shredder, sticking out his tongue, confirmed this, although he considered him damn strong. Then Xiaojin, with a staff in his hands, concluded that people are losing their way after receiving such fame. Pulling back her collar, Deputy Leader Yakran said that Muon did this on purpose since his true identity was exposed. Deputy Muon of Infinite Thought agreed with the girl, confident that Northern Blade was not one to let his guard down or act without a plan, which meant he would definitely have a backup plan. Resting his chin in his hand, Muon remembered Jinwal, the scholar of 3 minds, who was on Muon's side, and it wouldn't surprise him if this was all part of their plan. Musen, scratching his beard, thought. He imagined Muon in front of him with a katana in his hands, thinking that the guy was very strong and had been dealing with the Central Heavenly Alliance for a long time, although the Alliance was his enemy. Frowning his brows with determination, Musen hoped that the young man had not bared his fangs too early. Turning to his comrades, the leader shouted that he didn't care, but praised the guys who got to the place for their good work. The squad listened carefully to his words that they were now in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, and the request to be vigilant and not do anything stupid so that Musen would not get into trouble on the very first day. Yakran raised her eyebrows disdainfully and said that only he should be careful, because he is the one who constantly gets into trouble, to which Musen, making a face and shyly putting his hand to his head, laughed. The sun shone on the dull green roof of the pagoda. Wanli asked permission to enter Hyorin's room, to which she replied approvingly, holding a hair clip in her hair. The guy, with contempt on his face, notified the girl that today was that very day, and the guard who was watching Jinwal lost sight of him. Hyorin, combing her curls, haughtily replied that she assumed that everything would happen like that. Smirking, Wanli assumed that someone was helping Muon from the outside, and although he tried to continue pursuing the goal, it turned out to be a completely different person. Introducing Jongan and passing, the guy said that he was not at all surprised, since they were more useless than mongrels. The girl lowered her gaze and stated that she didn't expect much from him either, but Jinwal shouldn't be taken lightly. Putting his hands on his belt and looking away, Wanli suggested that he should simply be eliminated quietly. Closing her eyes, Hyorin condemned such a thought, because it was precisely because of it that they were now in this situation, and expressed her confidence in the reliability of the plan. The guy lowered the corners of his lips with displeasure and asked if she was overestimating him. Wanli looked back at the call of Xiachen rising from the bed. The girl also glanced at him. The older brother was glad that the younger brother had awakened, who, sitting on the edge of the bed, asked not to sink so low. At this, Wanli spread his arms and clarified what he meant, hoping for an understanding that in war all means are good. Xiachen silently lowered his feet to the cold floor. He crossed them, perplexed by his brother's idea that the Azure Dragon Association was only capable of this, and suggesting that they act honestly and fairly. Hyorin gave a disdainful look. Wanli responded in kind. The elder sister's voice was heard from behind the door, and the girl gave her permission to enter. She notified everyone in the room that the ceremony would soon begin and it was time for them to prepare to leave. The two swords clashed, clashing against each other. Hwancheol of the White Dragon Trade Association tensely tried to hold back his opponent's blow. Munjun also resisted, gritting his teeth. With a powerful jerk, the man threw him aside. Tom managed to stay on his feet. Hwancheol was preparing to strike again. Their swords dispersed in the air, creating clouds of dust around the warriors. They stopped the fight. The teacher arched his back and said that was enough for today, to which Munjun, jumping up, asked him to work out a little more because he still had a lot of energy. Hwancheol smiled and praised the student, whose strength was growing every day, although just recently, he could not even hold a sword correctly. Drops of sweat flowed down Munjun's bare torso, declaring that it was all thanks to such an outstanding master. Suddenly, they looked back to see Captain Gon screaming and running towards them with a piece of paper in his hands. Gon, widening his eyes, said that they needed to see this. While the man tried to catch his breath, Hwancheol and Munjun studied the paper. They were very frightened by the contents of the letter, which spoke about Muwon, and did not understand what had happened to the young master. The main character sat in prison with his head bowed. Jocelyn, with his hands clasped behind his back and standing in front of him, warned the guy that the time had come to pass judgment, and due to the inattention and disrespect of others, he would be uncomfortable. Squinting his eyes disdainfully, the head of law enforcement hoped that Muwon would not harbor a grudge for this, and said that it was time for them to go. The hero said that he understood everything, about to get up. He straightened up and prepared to meet his fate. The light made the dust falling from the ceiling glisten. They walked together along a dark corridor. Muwon noticed a man with a high bouffant who was giving advice on how a speech should look. The speaker of the silver tongue stood next to the servant holding the scroll, but, noticing the approach of the main character, he did not finish his remarks. Putting his hands on his belt, the speaker wondered why the criminal was not in shackles and where the guards who were supposed to accompany them were missing. He noticed the scabbard behind Muwon's back and was outraged that it had not been taken away. Jocelyn calmly replied that this was not necessary, and he wrote a report on the reasons for making such a decision, because until the guy's guilt was confirmed, he was still the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The man was shocked by his words that they should show respect and thought that the old man had gone crazy. Jocelyn changed the topic, wanting to hear the speech as soon as possible, but seeing them off with a disapproving glance, the speaker decided that it was because of stubbornness that the head of law and order managed to retain his post. Light came through the doorway. Muwon and his escort walked towards the exit. Their bodies cast long shadows behind them. The sun illuminated their faces in front of the door outside. Jocelyn looked at the completely calm guy. At that moment, it seemed to him that Guanho was standing in front of him, and the man thought that like father, like son, and wondered whether Muwon was destined to repeat the cruel fate of his father. He looked at the main character for some time. Then, turning, he said that he would pray for the successful completion of this test. The guy nodded understandingly. He turned away and went outside. The light blinded him. Muwon put his hand to his eyes to get used to the sun. He had to squint to see through his fingers. What he saw made him remove his hand from his face. Thousands of people gathered in the square, waiting for the tribunal to begin. The hero found himself alone on a completely empty area in front of the pagoda. Muwon looked to the right. There were people sitting on the balcony, including Gimon, Seongchun, Soren, and others. Then he looked to the left. Wanli and Hyorin stood there proudly. Only Sachon stood behind the column, not wanting to watch the trial. Muwon looked ahead. Among the crowd of people, the figures of a slyly smiling Jinwoo, Meyer, and Ryusen were visible. The guy glanced at another part of the square. The members of the Iron Squad watched closely what was happening. The speaker cleared his throat before speaking. Drawing attention to his further words, the man spread his hands. He loudly shouted his name, Nam Sunwoo, and that he had been given the great honor of leading the invader recruitment process. The people in the square were shocked by his appearance, believing that the most eloquent person in the Central Heavenly Alliance would appear in such a place. Smiling smugly, Sunwoo thanked all the martial artists who had come to the event. He spread his fingers and got down to business, reporting that Silent Night had returned, and each of its appearances led to suffering for the people of Muram, despite their fierce defense. The speaker grabbed his kimono and closed his eyes, saying that for centuries this organization had longed to take over the mainland and used any means to destroy thousands of people who gave their lives to protect their own home. A tear rolled down his cheek as he spoke of how it was thanks to the strong sense of duty and the valiant sacrifices of their fathers, mothers, and grandparents that the people in this square were able to survive to this day. Sunwoo clenched his fists and shouted loudly that the land preserved by their ancestors must be protected now, so the invaders will become the vanguard in the impending war with Silent Night, and their sacrifices will be remembered by the whole world. Raising his hands to the sky, the speaker concluded that the Central Heavenly Alliance will do everything possible to provide unlimited support to the invaders, giving them strength, authority, and medicines that increase Kai energy, and then the war with Silent Night will end, ushering in a bright future for the generation. The crowd, excited by the inspiring speech, cheered. Sunwoo smiled contentedly. When the people in the square calmed down, he said that the start of this election was being postponed because something important had happened that he was going to tell about. The speaker pointed his finger at the main character, exclaiming that this is the criminal whom they will judge. The figures of Joseon and Muwon stood motionless as Sunwoo explained to those present that the Northern Heavenly Clan, which was highly respected, had allied with Silent Night, and therefore they executed the previous head of the clan, Kwangho. The sun illuminated the area where the heroes stood and the nearby pagodas as the man spoke of how hard it was to believe that the clan that was supposed to protect them from Silent Night had joined her. Without lowering his index finger, but addressing the people, he said that history was repeating itself, and the sun, like his father, was following the call of criminal blood and slaughtering innocent masters in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Sunwoo thought with a disdainful look at the strong possibility that the guy had committed terrible deeds under the orders of Silent Night. Muwon watched the speech silently. Then, hearing voices, he looked towards the square. People shouted, demanding the execution of the traitor who had grown up just like his father. Their faces did not look human from anger. They continued to shout out their wishes for the quick death of the clan heir, mixing into one evil mass. The world around the hero turned red, raising his eyebrows pleadingly. Muwon looked up, thinking about his father. He imagined him in front of him, sitting on one knee and sticking a sword into the ground, and in his thoughts he asked the question if this was what he had seen before his death. The guy realized how lonely his father felt. The veins in his neck bulged with anger as Sunwoo shouted that before the final verdict, the criminal had the opportunity to pronounce his name and status. Kwangho sat on the platform in front of thousands of people against the crimson sky, and Muwon thought that he had dedicated his whole life to protect the mainland. The former head of the clan disappeared, and his son was left alone in front of a crowd ready to tear him to pieces, tormented by the thoughts that he now understands who his father was, when instead of the respect he deserved, he received indifferent glances and suffering. Sunwoo got angry that the guy was frozen in place and shouted at him to speak quickly. Out of anger, Muwon bit his lower lip and came to the conclusion that now he could face those who killed his father. The speaker laughed loudly, saying that he understood why the heir of such a pedigree would be ashamed to say a word. The main hero could no longer fight the anger he felt. He remembered himself in the same place 10 years ago and how his father died. Pictures from his childhood flashed through his head. All the most traumatic events came one after another. Imagining the fire in the Northern Heavenly Clan, he gritted his teeth with rage. Suddenly the guy shouted for everyone to listen to him carefully. With veins bulging from tension, he declared that he was the son of Jin Kwangho, who was nicknamed the Great Wall of the North. Clenching his fists, Muwon proclaimed himself the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. His name rang out like thunder over the square. Sunwoo raised his hands in fear. The faces of the guests sitting on the balcony were imperturbable. Hyorin and Wonli didn't move either. Xiaochen looked out tensely from behind the column. Muwon's friends continued to look at their comrade. The Iron Squad did not take its eyes off the protagonist. Spectators of the execution stood in bewilderment. The men standing in the square were amazed by the violent emotions of the one they considered to be a criminal. There was inexplicable fear on their faces. People were waiting for what would happen next. Muwon's eyes sparkled with frenzy. Gimon, looking down warily, thought that he was seeing this for the first time. He remembered how the guy saved his life during the trip. The man imagined his decisive eyes and realized that in all this time he had never seen such emotions. Mukwon, sitting on the balcony, frowned. The elder brother of the monastery considered that Muwon was the strongest of all the warriors he had met, remembering how he met him in battle. Having reenacted in his memory how the main character bowed and asked for forgiveness, Mukwon concluded that the modest and once quiet guy had run out of patience. Chilsang pouted her lips as she said Muwon's nickname. Memories of their journey together came flooding back to her, too. Imagining him in a black bearskin cloak, she found his cold nature intimidating. The woman mentally returned to the moment of the battle, when the guy remained decisive and cool. Remembering how he calmly returned the katana to its sheath, She concluded that the silence that reigned in the court was broken by his roar of defiance. Soren looked at the sight in surprise. She recalled their dinner together. What came to her mind was the scene of Muwon nobly asking to stop the fight with Ryusun. The girl imagined the guy saving her and wondered what kind of life he had. Disung didn't even raise an eyebrow. The Iron Squad tensed. Ryusun remained calm. The leader of the squad, seeing before his eyes their first meeting with Muwon, thought that he had finally decided to be proud of his name. He recalled how he hugged his saved uncle, who was more important to him than his own life. The company of friends still stood among the people in the square. Jinwoo, smiling contentedly, thought that it was hard for the guy to restrain himself for so long. Stunned, Ryusun shouted that he did not know about the origin of the Northern Blade. He asked in confusion if the others knew about this, to which Jinwoo looked away in shame. The guy asked in shock whether Murray knew about this, beginning to realize who he had been with all this time, to which the girl asked the ignoramus to mind his manners. Murray thought sadly about Muwon, looking at him from the square. The main character tried to catch his breath and realize what just happened. He lowered his head and exhaled. Jocelyn looked at the defendant in confusion. Beads of sweat ran down the scared Sunwoo's face. The head of Law and Order cleared his throat and repeated that this was the 5th head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and, turning to Muwon, said that he was accused of 2 crimes and that they would start with the first, concerning the massacre in the territory of the Central Alliance, to which the speaker expressed his solidarity. Jocelyn, with his hands outstretched, introduced himself to the people and promised to conduct the trial without bias and deliver a fair verdict. He turned to the main character and asked him to tell only the truth. Still addressing Muwon, he asked if he would admit guilt for killing a large group of people in front of a tavern in the capital of Wuhan, to which the guy calmly answered in the affirmative. Holding an open palm in front of him, Jocelyn clarified whether the defendant agreed that the killed were innocent of anything. Closing his eyelids, Muwon disagreed and said that the victims were well-trained assassins sent by the mercenary clan to kill him. The man, looking the guy in the eyes, asked if he had any other choice to protect himself, to which Muwon replied that he did not. Narrowing his eyes, Jocelyn asked for evidence. The protagonist did not look away, but did not answer anything. Standing in front of a huge crowd, the head of Law and Order explained that the verdict could not be based on words alone. He continued to squint and once again asked his question about the evidence. The guy with an absolutely relaxed expression wanted to say that he didn't have them. Suddenly, one of the people in the square shouted that he had evidence. The man began to climb the stairs. A man and 2 associates were approaching the site. Soon the figure of Musang appeared on it, behind whom the mercenaries were dragging 2 beaten guys in front of them. Musang stated that they had solid evidence of Muwon's innocence. As they climbed, the hooded figure watched intently. It was Jinwoo, grinning. Sometime before the trial, he met with Musang to ask for help, but this was not necessary since he had already done everything himself. Pulling on his straw hat, the mercenary said that he would do anything for his master. Turning away, he said goodbye to Jinwoo, to which he grinned and replied that he also needed to prepare. Jocelyn was reading a scroll when a crow flew into his open window. The old man was distracted from reading when he noticed a letter tied to the bird's back. Taking the paper in his hands, he read that the unknown sender had confirmation of Muwon's innocence, and that on the day of the trial, the head of law enforcement must make sure that he asked the question about the evidence very clearly. Jinwoo continued to look at the court. A sly smile shone on his face. Jocelyn asked the warrior who arrived at the site who he was. Musang calmly introduced himself as the head of the Pursuit and Capture Department and said that he had evidence to prove the defendant's innocence. This statement raised questions among the spectators sitting on the balcony. Sanchon opened his mouth in surprise and asked himself if the Department of Pursuit and Capture should not be on their side. The head of the mercenaries, without turning around, spread his hands, pointing to the real criminals, explaining that one of them hired the killers and the other carried out the order. Jocelyn looked at the 2 menacingly, asking them to tell their names and status. The bald guy with a swollen face admitted that he was a mercenary from a clan of phantom assassins and was tasked with killing the Northern Blade. The second guy, beaten and shaking with fear, muttered that he was Cha Munho, the sword master of the Fleeting Falcon from the 3 Rings clan, who was a member of the Azure Dragon Association. With glassy eyes, he said that for personal reasons, he hired a clan of ghost killers to get rid of Muwon. Wonli and Hyorin were shocked by his appearance, and the guy asked, puzzled, why Munho was saying such things. The girl watched what was happening in confusion, thinking that things were bad for them. Munho continued to shake, looking pitiful. The next moment, he looked towards Hyorin. With tears in his eyes, he asked the lady for help. The girl smiled contentedly. Glaring at him contemptuously, she asked who he was. Manhwa opened his eyes wide, not expecting such a betrayal. Hyorin looks down on what is happening. Musen appears and the thought is heard that 7 years ago he was the deputy leader of the Northern Sky Clan surveillance team. She frowns, realizing that, as she thought, he turned out to be Muwon's man and her suspicions were justified. Manhwa is shown tied up and shaking in fear. The woman remembers that she assigned him to recruit new recruits and wonders how he ended up here. She looks displeased, thinking that he got caught so ridiculously and told everything. Suddenly she comes to the conclusion that she needs to restore order to the Azure Dragon Association. He believes that they have become too self-confident, too out of control, too carefree, too inattentive. Hyorin turns his head to the man standing next to him and tells him to destroy all the records Manhwa has in the Azure Dragon Association now. She, closing her eyes, turns to another man, telling him to order all members of the association not to tell anyone anything about Manhwa, because from now on he is a complete stranger to them and has no connection with them. At this time, he points to himself, asking if she is asking him to do this, to which the woman asks him to hurry up. She looks down, thinking that she needs to try to take control of the situation. But if an official investigation begins, it will only be a matter of time before they find out that Manhwa is connected to the Azure Dragon Association. She looks thoughtful, and it is obvious to her that Manhwa got involved with Muwon for personal reasons. Not knowing who he really is, he gathered a group of mercenaries and did such a stupid thing. Hyorin looks ahead, thinking that they will seize the opportunity and use it as a stepping stone to execute their plan, and wonders if this is what should make the Azure Dragon Association falter. A hooded man is seen, and the woman remembers the scientist of 3 minds. Jinwoo turns his head towards her, smiling. She just looks down on him, claiming that she can clearly see that this is his work, and again recognizes his skill. Suddenly she declares that she is not going to stay away, and soon he will see what she will do. The man just waves his finger negatively at this, saying that it is too early to praise and exalt him. He points his finger at her and smirks, declaring that the show isn't over. They smile at each other. People are visible standing opposite each other, throwing his arms out to the sides. Joseon concludes that Muwon was simply defending himself and officially confirms that the mercenaries tried to brutally kill him. People are running behind him, and he orders the mercenaries to be escorted to prison. The bound people cry while they are held. The man looks at Musen, asking why he is helping this man. Looking at him, he reminds that murder is prohibited in the Central Heavenly Alliance, and this Manhwa hired an entire clan, and an excellent warrior was unfairly captured on suspicion of brutal murder. He frowns, stating that he decided to intervene personally for the sake of his true master. Joseon looks dumbfounded, asking if he understands what such a statement means. Looking down, the man answers in the affirmative, saying that he understands like no one else, and also knows that the path will not be easy. He turns around, looking at the people behind him. A naked man is seen and a statement is made that he gave up too quickly. Taking off his gloves, Musen informs those present that the public trial will begin soon and now the overall picture should be clear to them. He looks serious and declares that he will take care of the one whom the whole world calls the child of a traitor as his master, and it is time for the sake of the master to show the world his true face. He hangs his head, claiming that he does not know when or how he will die. Life on the run is difficult and tiring, and people will also be in danger. They just look at him with their sparkling eyes as he thanks them for following him until this moment, and claims that now they can live as their hearts dictate. Someone's hat falls to the ground with a crash. Those present reveal their faces, and one of them asks if the speech was not too sad and if the man forgot that they swore to always follow him. Seated people are depicted, and the guy remembers how on that day he said that he would become the most terrible traitor, would put his life in danger for the sake of his master. They knew this truth before they only dragged out their existence in anticipation of death, but thanks to him they found a goal and decided live for him. Musen looks surprised, and the guy states that if he calls him master, for him he is also someone worth sacrificing his life for. The man closes his eyes as the man states that whether they face death or not, they will follow him, so he asks the man to never say such sad words again. Smiling, Musen exhales. He calmly agrees. Turning away, he tells them to follow their master. Muwon narrows his eyes and looks at him. Musen stares back and the announcement is made that the guy has revealed the truth about his identity to the world, so he too must declare himself as the servant that follows him. The man punches the stone surface, insulting Musen. Sanchon trembles with anger and thinks that he was responsible for a huge number of information organizations, and it was he who decided to stab him in the back, hiding his intentions so well. He sighs angrily as the others look at him. Disung doesn't react to this in any way, silently. He immediately turns his head back. He looks at what is happening below. There is a man standing looking at him. Desun nods at him without saying a word. The man brings his fist to his face, probably clearing his throat. He spreads his arms to the sides, announcing that it has been confirmed that the defendant committed mass murder in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance in self-defense. He points his finger at Muon, preparing to move on to the second crime of the traitor's son, namely the suspicion of a conspiracy between a descendant of the Northern Heavenly Clan and Silent Knight. They exchange glances with different emotions. The man frowns, asking whether the criminal Muon recognizes himself as such. The guy only unemotionally replies that he doesn't admit it, since his father never had a connection with Silent Knight. He turns away, frowning, and declares that his father is not a traitor, and he is not the son of a traitor, and will never be a problem. The man looks at him pointedly, asking if he denies that the Northern Sky Clan had a connection with Silent Knight. Looking at him carefully, Muon states that his father valued peace above all else and never put him in any kind of threat. His reputation was tarnished by being falsely accused of treason, so he asks the speaker to be fair. It was reported that the Northern Heavenly Clan had protected the mainland for generations. It sounds like this was happening even though they didn't have a second of comfort due to the dark and cold skies of the north. Muon's father is depicted, and the statement is made that they protected the people without leaving these cursed lands. A serious fight with a large number of people is shown. A sea of blood is visible, and the guy claims that it was only for the sake of the mainland that they fought and shed their blood for more than 100 years. He says that because they broke their backs, others were able to live peacefully and without hardship. But instead of valuing order, they divided into groups and began to fight. He frowns, asking what connection with Silent Knight there could be. The man irritably shouts to him that the former head of the Northern Clan personally confirmed everything, and the Central Heavenly Alliance presented evidence. He asks if the guy is going to deny the obvious to the last. Looking at him angrily, Muon claims that the Central Heavenly Alliance distorted the facts, but did not prove anything, but only denigrated and betrayed the former head of the clan. He suddenly turns around when someone's laughing voice sounds. He sighs, seeming to recognize the voice. His face turns black and wild. A man with flaming eyes appears, heading towards the guy. He claims that these are loud statements and he heard him loud and clear. Muon realizes that it is Jianghua. Clouds of dust and a man with sparkling eyes are visible. The guy looks at him angrily, saying his name. People are confused and surprised. They ask if this is not Chenghua, one of the great four of the Northern Heavens and the current head of the Supreme Sword Fortress. They remember that he has already reached that level of unity with the weapon when the sword is an extension of its owner. It turns out that they say that if a person reaches this level, he will not dare to distinguish where the sword is and where he himself is. There is a statement that Chenghua's eyes, body, and every action, all of him have reached the peak and mastered the strongest sword technique. A confident man is shown looking straight ahead. Everyone says that his body itself is no different from the legendary sword. They are amazed that such a person has appeared before them. The man looks down, grinning. He points his hand at the newcomer, informing him that he is a living witness to the history of the Northern Heavenly Clan, one of the four pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan, one of the former Great Four of the Northern Heavens, the head of the fortress, Chenghua. He asks if they don't have enough evidence to convict the traitor's son. He bows to the head of the fortress, saying that he will leave it to him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man wonders how Muon recovered all this time and, if he was alive, why he didn't come to him at the Supreme Sword Fortress. Frowning, he states that he was a little busy. Looking at him displeased, Chenghua states that he was worried about him and if he had found him, he would have treated him with warm food, to which the guy replies that he did not really want to risk his life for some food. The man frowns, asking if he has any courage. Staring back angrily, Muon claims that he used to live by being wary of his surroundings. The wind blows as the men stand opposite each other. Muson watches awkwardly, admitting that he feels as if they are crossing blades rather than having a simple conversation. Jinwoo looks at the men carefully, claiming that as he expected, Jianghua showed up. Raising one eyebrow, Jinwoo tells people to be prepared. Men are in the same position. Chenghua's eyes sparkle and he asks if the guy is saying that the Central Heavenly Alliance is conspiring with the Great Four of the Northern Heavens to betray and destroy the Northern Heavenly Clan. Looking at him from under his brows, Muon reports that his heart is breaking from hearing the traitor he met 10 years later loudly speak the truth. To this, the man remembers that he was once also part of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He sees how he stood behind Muon's father and states that he respected the clan head the most, but he fell into despair when he learned the truth that he had conspired with Silent Knight. Frowning, he claims that he tried for days to convince him, but the head of the clan did not listen to his words until the very end. The reason for the fall of the Northern Heavenly Clan was the stupid decision of Miwon's father. He stands in front of the angry guy, saying that he has the blood of a traitor in him and no one wants to see him roaming the Central Plains freely. Looking at him angrily, the man claims that this is all for his own good. It is not too late. He just needs to destroy his martial arts, return to the northern region and live there quietly. Since if he does this, they will forgive his crime, and whether the guy hates him or not, this is the last thing he can do for him as his uncle. Frowning, Miwon asks if his father really conspired with Silent Night. Looking back with displeasure, Changhwa notices that he continues to ask. Bowing his head, the guy tells the man to look into his eyes and give a final answer. With his mouth wide open, he calls him an impudent man and asks how he dares to direct his bloodlust at him. Miwon reports that he already knew everything, namely that he and the demon Fist Jiangwu were the initiators of the destruction of their clan. The man frowns and wonders what nonsense he is talking about. They stand opposite each other and the guy asks if he thought he could hide the truth forever, to which Changhwa says that it seems like he started talking nonsense as soon as he was pushed into a corner. A man appears behind Miwon, calling out to Jianghua. A determined guy appears and sighs. A small man sits behind him. He raises his head and states that Miwon's words are true, asking if the man thought he could hide the truth for long. He wants to end everything he has done to deceive the world. He shows his 2 white teeth while sitting calmly. Miwon looks dumbfounded and seems to understand who the man Rusin is carrying is. It turns out that this is the keeper of documents and secrets of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It becomes known that this is the head of the Hall of Secret Origins. He is depicted as young. Miwon deduces that it is Happen. He is surprised at how the man looks now. Changhwa becomes furious, wondering why this man is still alive. Happen waves his hand, saying that he and the Lord of the Sword have not seen each other for a long time. He introduces himself, claiming that he is a man whom Yunghwa lured away, and then brought to this state with his own hands, and then threw away. He looks at the man decisively. A settlement is depicted, and snow can be seen falling. It is about what happened 10 years ago, on the day when the head of the Jin clan took his own life in the Northern Heavenly Clan. It represents what happened a year before this event. Happen is depicted busy with his work. He remembers how someone quietly approached him at that moment. They handed him something, and it turns out that he was offered a deal. The man looks dumbfounded at the unfolded scroll. It is learned that he was given a report stating that the eyes of the Northern Heavenly Clan were conspiring with Silent Night. Happen looks at this man in surprise. He states that the document was written by Jianghua, and indeed, it is he who is shown. It turns out that he recommended that Haiping send a report to the Central Heavenly Alliance and negotiate with the Central Plains to disband the Northern Heavenly Clan. The man looks with wide eyes, and the thought sounds that for this he was promised riches and a high position. But everyone in the Northern Heavenly Clan knew about something. It turns out that the head of the clan would never do that. Happen recalls that the document, as he already said, was forged by Changhwa to achieve his own goals. He believes that he is tired of living in the dead lands of the northern region. He understands that in order for a person to endure the hardships of being in the Northern Heavenly Clan, he needs a truly enormous sense of duty. Happen claims that he was too weak and this ruined him. The clan's territory is shown. He clutches the scroll in his hands, and it is reported that a tiny part in the darkest depths of his heart wanted to live in warmth and peace, and everything got out of control because of Changhwa. A man is seen with his hand on Happen's shoulder, and it becomes known that this is how he made a decision that he will never be able to change. He claims that it all started with a false document in the 4 pillars of the northern heavens. The centuries-old story is reported to have come to an end too easily. It turns out that on the night the clan leader took his own life, the Northern Heavenly Clan was disbanded. Happen remembers Changhwa pointing the sword at him and says that he got rid of all the documents in the Hall of Secret Origins. A bloodied man is shown, and it becomes known that they got rid of him too without a shred of doubt. He begged the killer not to kill him and declared that if he was allowed to live, he would take this secret to his grave. Changhwa just looked at him mercilessly. He swung his weapon and blood flowed. He waved again, provoking the same process. It turns out that this is how Happen was thrown out. A man is shown lying in a huge pool of his own blood. To this, Changhwa just laughs, declaring that he made up an interesting story. He looks at him seriously, asking how they dare to conspire against him and talk such nonsense in his presence. Do they think that anyone will believe them? He himself thinks that he burned all the documents. He remembers that he killed Happen with his own hands. He wonders why he is still alive. He looks questioningly when the man asks if he knows why he was the one in charge of storing the Northern Heavenly Clan's secret documents. Confused, Changhwa wonders why this happened. Smiling, Happen claims that he could not have known, because only the head of the clan knew that he had a unique skill, and thanks to it he was able to save the 10-year-old fake document that he created. He wonders how the stranger who saved him the day they were killed knew that this time would come. He looks ahead, thinking that everything is as he said. He can spend the rest of his life usefully. He hopes this will help repay his sins. Suddenly he leans back, coughing. There is something voluminous in his throat. A scroll of some kind comes out of his mouth. Everyone looks at what is happening in shock. Turns out it was an internal storage technique. Hapen's eyes sparkle and the scroll comes out completely. Manhwa is absolutely amazed by this turn of events. He grabs his sheathed weapon. Suddenly he puts it forward. Muon and Musin cover the man holding the scroll in his teeth with themselves and their swords. Musin frowns. He slides his foot along the ground. Trying to resist, he declares that for someone whose best years are already behind him, Manhwa is too strong. He looks at the determined Muon. Holding a sword in his hands, the man asks how they dare to go against him, to which the guy replies that he himself confirmed everything. A crowd of people is seen, noticing that Manhwa has responded to the accusations and wondering if this means the men are telling the truth. Everyone is amazed and asks if they are not lying. Then Manhwa was unjustly convicted, and how could this happen? The man looks at the people from afar while the question is asked whether they were talking about the betrayal of one of the great four of the northern heavens. Jinwoo stands smiling widely. The man remembers how he made a hand gesture and found a list of names of those who were in the northern heavenly clan. He remembers how they sat at the table. It turns out that Jinwoo looked up the details of an incident that happened 10 years ago. He sat thoughtfully. It becomes known that he contacted Hapen, who was hiding the truth about what happened. Jinwoo points something at the man. Hapen sits in a state of shock. The man looks at the scientist in confusion, asking if everything they did was for this, to which Jinwoo wonders if he told him, since there were many obvious signs that surfaced even before the incident. He narrows his eyes, claiming that there will be mistakes in any scheme that people implement. This also applies to the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He frowns, stating that in order to prove that Muon is the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Manhwa is the best solution that the Central Heavenly Alliance has. He smiles, turning to the man, and says that they are lucky that Hapen is still alive and feels guilty, because if he had not taken this step, everything would have been in vain. Their plan was a success because it was he who kept all the books and documents, and the man was the one who found out where Hapen was, so he thanks him for his help. The man's gaze has not changed, and Jinwoo claims that the stage is set. Now they can fight to their heart's content. The man doesn't look away from him, thinking that he's incredible and he knew he's extraordinarily smart, but wonders how he can let Muon fight Manhwa. He asks if the guy has a chance to survive or even win. The gray-haired man stands, realizing that this puts them in a difficult position. He concludes that this is why martial artists born in the northern region are not so good. He looks down, wondering how he can make it big in the political arena if he can't handle such a small thing. He claims that people who carry out massacres and survive them are simply talented. He thinks that those who can anticipate the situation and react correctly, and then destroy their enemies, are the ones who will succeed. The man understands that it is more important that they be people who honor loyalty, glory, pride, and are able to show strength. He looks down on what is happening. He realizes that Manhwa has proven to everyone that his opponents are right. He states that public opinion has also changed and no excuses will help him now. He claims that doubts have taken root in their hearts and they will only grow further. Rumors will spread and people will pay even more attention to what is happening. He sees Manhwa looking in the direction and wonders what his next move is. He asks what else he can do. He comes to the conclusion that all he has to do is kill Muon, no questions asked. The man stands with his head down and wonders what to do with public opinion regarding the conspiracy of the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Great Four of the Northern Heavens against the Northern Heavenly Clan. He decides to just cover it up with an even bigger scandal, like always, because eventually they will forget everything and start gossiping about a new incident. The man believes that he has no reason to worry. He thinks that even if Muon defeats him, they will still win, since one of the problematic Four of Heavens will be eliminated. He sits thoughtfully. He decides to just come up with a good excuse and take care of Muon later. He wonders if one of the 9 heavens, Manhwa, foresaw all this and decided to involve Manhwa. He believes he would be better off killing them all. The man lowers his head. It turns out that he is sure that there is a strategist who is helping Muon. He admits that he is more concerned about this person. He leaves when a man standing next to him asks where he is going and claims that he is going to do his work. The guy, frowning, covers himself with his sword. Turning around, Manhwa asks if they are serious. He angrily shouts whether everyone really fell for their nonsense, and states that he is doing this to punish them for their impudence and disgusting behavior. He stands in front of the crowd as his cape flutters in the wind. Joseon watches the scene and thinks about the world hero, member of the Great Four, Manhwa, who defended the Central Plains for decades. He recalls that no matter what he did, the public followed him as people trusted him and considered him a hero. He claims that he has now made a serious mistake. The man looks ahead with concentration. He believes that even the title of a world hero cannot change how the public sees him now, because for them he is an emotionless killer. He understands that the second charge will be dropped against Muwon. He thinks about how the whole world now knows about the injustice he faced and how hard it was for him. Muwon is shown looking at the man, wondering why he allowed himself to be caught. Sunwoo is confused and thinks that the minister has left his position, and it seems that this is the end. He understands that suspicion breeds suspicion, so obviously people will have a lot of doubts after this. He opens his mouth slightly, realizing that everything secret is becoming clear, and no matter what the man says now, if he does not have weighty arguments that can justify him, the crowd will not believe it. Changhua remains in the same position as before. They show him closer. His eyes sparkle and he claims that he doesn't care what others think of him, and if everything sounds like an excuse to them, he might as well get rid of the source of all the trouble right now. He throws away his cloak, believing he has fallen into Muwon's trap. He sheathes his sword and states that he stopped Kwangho from handing over the Central Plains to Silent Night and saved them. He asks how the guy dared to frame a hero like him and calls him the son of a traitor. He swings his sword, saying that because of their relationship, he proposed to destroy his martial arts and was going to let him live in peace in the northern region. But he twisted the truth, tarnished his honor, and he has no choice but to get rid of him. He declares himself his personal executioner. He puts his sword forward, declaring that he will become the executioner of Muwon, the son of the traitor, and will punish him. Frowning, the guy calls him by name. Happen, sweating, continues to hold the scroll in his teeth. He spits blood when Ryusen asks what happened. Muwon looks at what is happening in fear. He turns to Musen, asking him to take everyone to the place below the training grounds and informing him that the scientist of 3 mines may also be in danger. Musen looks seriously when the guy asks him to protect Jinwoo and the others, and he wants to make his guess. Muwon tilts his head forward. He understands that he must see the matter through to the end. Musen, looking just as seriously, accepts his order. He turns around and leaves. Sunwoo runs and worriedly states that the situation is getting out of control. It will soon turn into a huge mess. He wonders how such a small event became so big. He grabs Joseon by the clothes, asking what the head of law enforcement is doing since their work is done and they need to get out of here as soon as possible. The man looks at him with narrowed eyes and thinks that there will be no problem if Muwon draws his blade against Changhua. As the guy stares back at him, he states that even if anyone has a complaint, he will take care of it and Muwon just needs to give it his all. He states that he can do so if he survives. Muwon just looks emotionlessly. A bloody scroll can be seen falling from Happen's mouth. The guy puts his sheath forward, declaring that he is the 5th head of the clan. Drawing his blade, he claims that he will pronounce judgment on the true traitor who stands before him. Holding the sword, Jeonghwa asks if he thinks he can fight him, remembering that he didn't study martial arts as a child and there are no secret techniques that he has had the opportunity to learn with since Northern Celestial the clan was destroyed. He notices that the guy learned to fight anyway, which is why he was given such a big name as Northern Blade, which is why he is so self-confident. He wonders how Muwon dares to raise his sword against him. The guy throws away the sheath, asking why the man is so sure that there are no techniques left in the Northern Heavenly Clan, and remembers that he stole all the sword techniques from the clan. Youngwa's eyes sparkle and he figures he'll rip his tongue out first. Muwon's eyes also shine and he reports that his father said that when it comes to the sword, a man is better than him, better than anyone. Changhua takes off, asking if he stood up to him, knowing what. Muwon defends himself from the blows of his blade and understands why the man could not stand being worse than someone. He steps on the ground. He states that the Northern Sky Clan was not a strong fence that could protect Jeonghwa, but just a birdcage that prevented him from flying. The man swings his sword. With his mouth wide open, he shouts that. Knowing this, the guy decided to draw his blade. Muwon immediately swings and activates the Shadow Blade of Heavenly Destruction. He holds it with one hand, lifting it up. Smoke is coming from Chengwa's sword. He hides behind him, saying that there should not have been any secret techniques left in the Northern Heavenly Clan. Dust flies around the kneeling Muwon, asking if he is saying that the Northern Clan does not have any techniques. He raises the blade. He rolls it with some fingers. The guy grabs the blade, turning it the other way. He closes himself with it, uttering words of denial. Many symbols appear and he declares that he is the secret technique. He is the Northern Heavenly Clan. Changhua stands there, his eyes sparkling. His hands shake and he wonders what kind of powerful sword art this is. He looks in bewilderment, claiming that he is sure that the Northern Heavenly Blade's sword techniques have been destroyed, but does not have time to finish. Holding the blade in his hands, Muwon notices that this is an unusual technique, because Chungwoo took away the hand-to-hand combat techniques. The shadow of a person is shown. It is reported that the movement techniques were taken by Masheng. A sword is seen in someone's hands. Another shadow is depicted as the thought is heard that the strengthening and cultivation techniques were given to Hyuksham. Another shadow, and it becomes known that the sword techniques were taken by Jeonghwa. He stole everything that the clan had. Muwon is seen as a child, and he asks if the man thought that he would forget this simply because he was still a child. But he saw it with his own eyes. Jeonghwa frowns, reminding him that he asked where he learned this sword technique, and wonders if he, too, was in league with Silent Knight. Muwon's eyes are black and he claims to have learned this technique from the Northern Heavenly Clan, a secret technique that contains the true essence of the Northern Clan. The clan itself. Angry, the man states that he should stop making jokes and asks if he thinks there is something he doesn't know about the Northern Sky Clan. Suddenly he became quiet, realizing something. The Northern Sky Clan is shown. The House of 10,000 Spirits is depicted. He remembers Kwang Ho. The man realizes that he often climbed this tower and spent time looking at the Northern Sky Clan. He stands there, frowning, and the question arises as to whether this is because the clan is the secret technique. Kwang Ho turns his head in surprise. Jeonghwa wonders why Muwon's father became the fourth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan and not him. Kwang Ho waves at him happily. The man's eyes sparkle and he asks why he couldn't become a leader. He bows to the head of the clan, greeting him. A sandy area is depicted. Holding the sword in his hands, Chengwa thinks about the true secret technique of the Northern Heavenly Clan, which rightfully belongs to him. Muwon also holds the blade in front of him when the man realizes that this technique was his. The men stand opposite each other. A side view is shown when they are not moving. Clouds of dust fly around them. Chengwa's face is dark and his eyes sparkle. He seems determined. He narrows his eyes. Muwon looks at him emotionlessly with his black eyes. Suddenly the man pushes his foot off the ground. The guy does the same. They rush into battle with each other. They strike and sparks fly from their swords. Putting his weapon away, Chengwa looks at Muwon with sparkling eyes. The guy, leaning to the side, looks decisively back. They stand opposite each other again. They decide to strike again. Chengwa raises his sword above his head. Muwon confidently fights back with his blade, covering himself with it. He realizes that every time the man swings the sword, he feels a strong pressure, and it continues to increase. As Chengwa points the sword at him, he thinks that this sword technique consumes a lot of internal energy, so unless a person has an inordinately large supply of Kai energy, it will not be possible to use it. Muwon parries the blow while the man thinks about the art of the sword, which exists only for him and only he can use it. He raises the sword above his head, activating the White Phantom Sword, the Heavenly Infinity Sword. Muwon frowns when he hears the thought of a technique that contains everything that a person has achieved. He tells the man to show everything that he has. He holds back his blow, intending to destroy it. He jumps, surprising Jeonghwa. He's going to hit him from above. The men clash swords again. Chengwa, eyes sparkling, understands what the true heritage of the Northern Heavenly Clan is. He realizes that so far he has only seen such a small part. He throws a punch, but Muwon jumps away. Smiling wildly, he tells him to keep dodging, slashing, swinging his sword, using all his skill. He declares that he will steal the secret technique right from under his nose and make it his own. The man smiles contentedly. Muwon looks at him, frowning. Jeonghwa prepares to attack again. The guy also goes into battle. A clash of their forces is visible. Muwon ends up behind the man. Blood is gushing. With precise blows of their swords, the opponents left deep cuts on each other. Muwon looked at his shoulder, from which blood was gushing out. Jeonghwa noticed a wound on his thigh. It seemed that both of them were not very worried about the injuries they received. The determination to continue the battle was visible in the eyes of the main character. Jeonghwa's face was tense. A drop of sweat ran down his temple, and he, smelling the scent of blood, felt a surge of freshness at the moment when the sharp and burning cold sword pierced his tough skin and hot blood. Grinning widely and baring his teeth, the man realized that he had not felt something like this for a long time. Drops of rain pattered on the white tiles of the area where the battle took place. Jeonghwa turned his gaze to the dark clouds. The rain cooled his peaceful face, making him wonder that he himself had, after all, become accustomed to a quiet life, despite his rejection of the Nine Heavens' desire to maintain peace on the mainland. Turning to Muwon, who never let go of his katana, Jeonghwa clarified whether the guy was the killer of Demon Fist Jo Chungwoo. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character left the question unanswered and calmly said that it was his uncle's turn. The man's eyes lit up with fire. This phrase made him realize that Muon really killed Youngwoo, since Silent Knight would never have done this. Grasping the sparkling sword more tightly, he admitted that the young man was indeed a true master and worthy of being called the Northern Blade. The sparks became brighter, illuminating his cloak, and Youngwoo realized that he could end up like Youngwoo if he took Muon too lightly, and he would have to fight with his full strength. Red fire, which even rain could not extinguish, completely enveloped the sword. Preparing to continue the battle, the enemy used the Heavenly Infinity Sword technique. Rain poured down on the battlefield as they stood opposite each other, awaiting the next attacks. Muon carefully watched the actions of his opponent. He took a defensive stance, determined not to hold back his power any longer. Suddenly, Young was struck with a crushing blow with his sword. The guy was able to deflect it with his katana in time. Due to the colliding force, he was thrown back. Immediately after this, he was able to dodge another blow. However, the enemy had no intention of retreating, continuing the attack with the help of rapid movements of their weapons. Zhang was spun into the air. He pulled the burning sword behind his back. In the next second, the man with sparkling eyes was ready to unleash all his strength on his opponent. Gritting his teeth and using luminous sword flash, Youngwoo launched a powerful strike. A huge pillar of fire rose to the skies, destroying the area below it. By placing his katana above his head in time, Muon was able to protect himself from injury. The enemy bit his lower lip in displeasure. He then abruptly pushed the defensive protagonist away. This forced the guy to put his weapon behind his back for a counterattack. A purple spark flashed against the background of the cracked earth. Muon used blade flash with lightning speed. The blade flying towards him caught Zhangwa by surprise. He tried to defend himself with iron gloves. The tip of the sword grazed his cheek, spraying blood everywhere. The bloodied man arrogantly glanced at his opponent. Muon restrainedly remained confident in his own victory, but suddenly his eyes widened. Not understanding how this could happen, he saw a sword piercing his side. Youngho licked his lips smugly. His sword was already ready to cut the guy who had frozen after his attack. To prevent this, the main character managed to jump to the side. His movements were very deft. He twirled the katana in his hands and grabbed it into a better position. The next blow hit the man's body. Younghwa did not expect this, calling Muon a demon-like scoundrel who maintained speed despite his condition. They exchanged attacks again. The faces of the soldiers made it clear that no one was ready to retreat. Muon, baring his teeth menacingly, continued to deliver swift blows one after another. Zhangwa bravely fought them off, trying not to give in. Smiling evilly, he thought that this was simply incredible, and his opponent's skill was impressive, forcing him to try hard. The warrior introduced Quanho and mentally asked if the head of the clan saw how amazing his son, who survived alone in the northern Dead Lands, was. Looking up and smiling evilly, he envied Quanho, whose son was able to fight on par with him in a bloody battle, because Changhua himself could not produce future generations. In a whirlwind of deft attacks, the man turned to the sky again, thinking that he had fought for so long, although he knew how disgusting his feelings of inferiority were. Deciding to fight to the very end, Younghwa once again caused flames to appear, causing Muon to jump away. However, the guy, with his hands behind his back, did not lose his vigilance. The ground opened up before the power of the impending attack. Illuminated by the fire of his sword, the enemy used the Rain of Blades technique. The trail from the sword's blow rolled across the entire site and across the pagoda standing in front of it. The next moment, Zhangwa turned around while the building was coming apart at the seams in front of him. At the last moment, Muon was able to jump into the air, dodging the attack. The enemy turned around in bewilderment at how the young man was able to avoid death. A katana flashed in the hands of the main character, who was in the air. He used the shooting star spirit technique, causing huge waves of purple energy to emanate from the sword. The guy directed all his strength towards the crater formed after a fiery shower. Zhangwa held out his greatsword in front of him, expecting an attack from the air. Waves of energy blinded him. The force of the impact was so great that it forced the clouds to disperse, and a huge gap appeared in the sky and the tiles of the site were completely destroyed. Younghwa managed to stay on his feet. The rivals' swords crossed in battle. Their faces were tense to the limit. The man noticed that the katana was cutting the sword, and realized that it was made of the heaviest and strongest metal, crimson black steel. Realizing that his affairs were bad, he threw his opponent away from him. Yuvon landed a couple of meters from the enemy. You could see the readiness for the next move on his face. His legs didn't waver at all. They stood opposite each other, clutching their swords in their hands. Zhangwa unsuccessfully tried to cut the guy's neck. Yuan felt the sword move by inertia. At the moment of the enemy's vulnerability, the main character raised his katana for another blow. However, Yunghwa was faster and was able to use his technique before being injured. A huge stream of fire burst out from his sword. Yuan had to rise into the air again to avoid getting caught in the burning flames. He didn't notice how Zhonghua was already above him, raising his sword above his head. The warrior was already ready to kill his opponent. His body turned red the moment he used the phantom blade. Everything around the site began to collapse, causing the crowd of people to flee. 6 men, spreading their arms to the sides, created a protective field. In this way, they protected the guests sitting on the balcony from danger. Musang, Ryusen, Jinwal and Murray tried to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible. The fallen roof of the pagoda lay in ruins. In front of her sat the exhausted Muon, clutching his side and spitting out clots of blood. Zhonghua was moving in his direction, holding his sword. His eyes burned with fire at the sight of his weakened opponent. He thrust his sword forward, praising the boy for standing up to the sword god. Yuan, without raising his gaze from the ground, muttered something unintelligible. Squinting his eyes in confusion, the man asked what the hero was trying to say. The young man asked the enemy to come closer. Frowning his brows angrily, he repeated his words once again and used the Rain of Blades technique. The katana of Muon, who rose from the ground, lit up with a purple light. She blinded the clueless Zhonghua. The next moment, the warrior's armor shattered into small pieces, leaving his body vulnerable. Out of rage, the man swore at the guy for his cunning. He tried to strike with his fiery sword, but Muon dodged it in time. While Yunghwa was distracted, he rushed to the side. The enemy did not notice how the hero was behind him. Without giving him the opportunity to determine his location, Muon began to quickly run around his opponent. Thanks to his lightning-like movements, a purple hurricane of energy swirled around the ground. The tornado tormented Zhonghua's naked body. It caused the man to experience terrible pain. Muon slowed down to use C-cleave. He raised his katana over his rather battered enemy. The katana aimed at the most vulnerable spot, the chest. Yunghwa was not going to give up victory so easily, putting out his weapons for defense. However, the katana blade cut through the sword and left a deep cut on his body. The man fell to his knees, spitting out blood. The sun emerging from behind the clouds illuminated the guy standing in front of the defeated enemy. The people gathered in the square were amazed at the bright sky that opened up. In the puddle that formed after the rain, the silhouettes of those fighting were visible. Blood began to flow from Yunghwa's mouth. Muon, clutching his side, also spat out drops of red liquid. Humbly looking at the floor against the backdrop of the destroyed city, the warrior said that in front of him was no longer a little boy, but a first-class swordsman capable of conquering the whole world, and asked what sword art he uses, to which the guy replied that the technique is called Heaven-Destroying Demonic Shadow Blade. The man, without taking his eyes off the ground, repeated this name, laughed and concluded that the techniques he owned were ridiculous. Zhonghua, whose face was covered with cuts, said that even the strongest twig will never become a tree. Yuan, looking at the defeated enemy, asked why he betrayed his father and the Northern Heavenly Clan. Having lost the will to live, my uncle remained silent. The man saw a sword broken in half lying on the tiles. Suddenly, instead of Muon's reflection, he saw Kwangho in him. Imagining the clan chief towering majestically over him, small and insignificant, Zhonghua said that his actions were provoked by the desire to become stronger. But as he strived for the top, he realized that he did not want to be just one of the great four of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Imagining the stars in front of him, the warrior stated that he always wanted to be stronger than Guanho, surpass the 9 heavens and become the universe. The stars dimly illuminated his subconscious. Looking at his sword, he continued to talk about how he had become obsessed with success, gaining more and more power and recognition, and that his aspirations had turned into vile addiction and greed. Yunghwa again remembered Muon's father, who wanted peace in the world. Then the image of Zhonghu appeared in his head, who wanted to gain the power of the 9 heavens, while the rest of the Great Four also pursued their own personal goals. Seeing his reflection in the blade of the sword, the warrior said that he wanted to become so strong that even they all could not compare with him, and so that the whole world would be at his feet, although he understood that all people make decisions based on what want. Raising his head, Zhonghua looked at the winner of the battle and said menacingly that the guy had stepped onto a path covered in blood. Yuan calmly responded to the question of whether he could handle it. The main character respectfully sat down on one knee in front of his uncle. Frowning his brows, he asked the one who was revered as one of the great four of the Northern Heavenly Clan not to try to justify what he had done. With blood flowing down his forehead, Muon disparagingly called Jianghua a vile and cowardly person who could not overcome himself and decided to resort to lies. The man only laughed, doubting Kuang Ho's nobility, and asked to kill him as soon as possible. The katana pierced the dark silhouette of the warrior. A stream of blood came out of Yunghwa's mouth. Suddenly, he grabbed the young man by the back of his head. Muon was very scared when he felt his hand, but the traitor did this in order to get closer and whisper in his ear that something unknown was hidden in the current Murim, which Kuang Ho was aware of, but could not talk about. A bloody katana protruded from Chongwa's back as he continued to quietly say that they had learned this when they left the north and arrived in the Central Plains, and that with the exception of Ma Sheng, all members of the Great Four had turned out to be traitors who were not going to sit idly by. Muon did not let go of the katana while the man asked the Northern Blade, who defeated the vile traitor to the path of the sword, to find out the truth and restore peace. His lifeless body went limp. The main character breathed a sigh of relief. Pulling his weapon from his dead enemy, he turned his gaze to the sky with the ruined city in the background. Rubble of walls covered the area. Jianggen, who had disguised himself as one of the stones, was glad that he managed to survive. Irritably crawling out of his hiding place, he noticed that after Muon's fights, only destruction was always left. Something caught his attention and made him look around. On the rocks lay a scroll that Happen took out of his stomach. Having grabbed it, Jianggen looked around worriedly and decided to leave before anyone saw him. In the midst of the ruins stood the only surviving pagoda. The guests sitting on the balcony jumped up from their seats. An alarmed Yochan, with beads of sweat running down his face, realized that despite the power of the phantom cursed blade of Jianghua, Muon, having defeated him, turned out to be much more terrible and incredible. Ryuksham, tightly clenching his fists, was afraid to imagine what would happen in a few years if the main character was already so good. Munhan, closing his eyelids, asked those present about what they should do when the training grounds are in this state. Chunwal was upset about the devastation around him, saying that the price for destroying the Central Celestial Alliance's property would be enormous. Xiangchen exclaimed in shock that it was unlikely that Muon had enough funds, which made Gimun angry. Turning to Chunwal, he said that the Tang family would pay for everything. Everyone looked at him in surprise when the man said how much money was needed for this. Chilson, Soren and Mukwen supported Gimun, offering their assistance in covering the damage and hoping that the problem was now resolved. Everyone stood silently in bewilderment. Looking at the deceased Jianghua, Muon thought that the entire Central Heavenly Alliance was shocked just because of his appearance, which meant that the Nine Heavens would have to intervene. The guy looked towards the balcony. Glaring at everyone, he repeated that he was only defending himself from the assassins sent by Manhwa, and that his father did not collude with Silent Night, and concluded that by his actions, Jianghua confirmed the conspiracy and betrayal of the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Turning to the people standing in the square, Muon asked whether he should continue to destroy his martial arts and whether it was a problem that he was the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The people were silent. They froze, watching what was happening. Sweat poured from their faces. Their nerves were on edge. The men were stunned by what they saw. Shilson, Mukwen, Gimun and Soren did not make a sound. The gazes of the guests sitting on the balcony were focused on the square. Raising his chin arrogantly, Muon said that his innocence had been proven and now he should not have any problems in the Central Heavenly Alliance. The sun was setting behind the horizon against the backdrop of a dumbfounded crowd. Standing surrounded by Hoon and the Bear brothers, Wonli watched the sight. Extremely indignant and scared, he thought that Muon had become crazy, and was not at all like the crybaby Wonli had met 7 years ago. The surviving pagoda towered above the ruins. With her hand on the wall, an excited Haeryong theorized that Muon had become a much more significant figure, exceeding all her expectations thanks to his victory over Jianghua and his growing strength that would put him on par with the Nine Heavens. Lowering her eyebrows thoughtfully, she was full of confidence that there would be people interested in the fall of the Northern Heavenly Clan 10 years ago, and then the elders would not be able to escape unscathed if the fact that the Central Heavenly Alliance colluded with the Great Four was revealed, which led to the destruction of the Northern Celestial Clan. Sweat dripping from her face, she wondered if they would try to pin this on Munho, who was part of the Azure Dragon Association, and how the leaders of the Central Alliance, who were unlikely to just sit idly by, would handle this. Hyorin turned her attention to the figure standing next to her. Her eyes widened in surprise. Sachan, his mouth open in admiration and his fists clenched, was furiously happy. He was completely shaken by how amazing and incredible Muon was on the battlefield and how strong the spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan was in his successor. Hyorin was ashamed of her friend, who expressed a desire to fight the Northern Blade, who was capable of defeating one of the Great Four at such a young age. Among the people in the square, a figure in a robe stood out. An eye flashed from under the hood. Unkion, pouting his lips contentedly, thought, Muwon is pretty good, since Yoonghwa lost so easily, and after seeing their fight, he understood why his father died. Smirking slyly, he asked himself if the main character was able to become stronger because he had the opportunity to face Jeongwoo of the Great Four, and if the Northern Heavenly Clan's secret technique was really that good or if Muwon was that strong. Putting these thoughts aside, Wang Kyung, his eyes burning, concluded that the reason for his strength was simply the combination of all the variables. Leaving the square, the man assumed that this stems from the fact that the blood of the head of the Jin clan flows in his father's killer, and thought that he hates such people who have perseverance and a desire for development. Looking back at the square once again, Unkyung, filled with hatred, asked himself who he himself, who had abandoned his humanity, was. Seeing Muwon coming down the stairs, he realized that this was definitely the son of the head of the Jin clan, whom the Central Heavenly Alliance was so afraid of. Musing praised the protagonist for his excellent work and handed him the scabbard, for which he thanked him. Jinwoo hugged his friend tightly, inadvertently pressing on his wounds and causing terrible pain, and joyfully stated that he was only feigning confidence and was very afraid of defeat, despite believing in victory. Murray drew Muwon's attention to herself with tears in her eyes. In front of them stood Ryusun, behind whom sat the barely alive Happen. The girl approached him. The main character looked emotionlessly at the head of the Hall of Secret Origins. While Ryusun attacked him with questions about his origins, Jinwoo whispered that Happen's body was already in a terrible state. But now that he was using internal energy after so many years of inactivity, his blood circulation had deteriorated, and they both needed to leave to treat wounds. Muwon agreed with his companion, but turning to the square, he was stunned like his friends. There was genuine surprise in his eyes. The crowd in the square parted respectfully, opening the way to the exit. Muwon didn't expect this. He calmly closed his eyes. People watched them carefully. The guy's body and clothes were pretty battered in the battle. The hero remembered Chongwa's last words about the path covered in blood. Red footprints appeared under his feet. Moving towards the exit with his friends, he took the chosen path, leaving a long bright trail behind him. The sun rose over a huge city, in the center of which stood a tall pagoda. The impressed residents went about their business, but no one in the world of Muram was prepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Three men, drinking tea, discussed whose side was right if the real hero, the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, was not in cahoots with Silent Knight, and the entire clan was destroyed in vain. Happen, the head of the Hall of Secret Origins, shed the truth on the events that took place, and now the Central Heavenly Alliance will no longer be able to use the lie about the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan to their advantage. The men praised Kwang Ho's dedication, discussed how the Central Plains would lose some of its fighting power if the discord continued, and that Chongwa acted like a real man when he chose death over trying to justify himself. People were rebuilding the destroyed training ground for selection into the invaders. Many of them cursed the Northern Heavenly Clan until yesterday. Now no one was interested in this anymore. The man in the black cloak raised Wonley's hand and pointed at him. The guy who grimaced his face with displeasure did not like what was happening. The sun illuminated the palace. The travelers who arrived at the residence of the Tang family in Wuhan bent over the barely breathing, bloodied Haping. The old man remembered how he almost died, lying with severed limbs on the floor, and he did not have the strength to see who had come to save him, although the man's voice seemed familiar to him. Someone gave the dying Happen a heart massage, saying that the traitor who showed his fangs deserves death, but he may still be useful in the future. The stranger put a piece of bread into his open mouth, saying that when the right day comes, the old man will have to do everything in his power, and if this does not happen, he will simply continue his miserable existence and eventually die. The unknown person left the wounded man alone, promising that he would one day pay for his sins. Happen barely squeezed out the words, asking for forgiveness from Muwon for the conspiracy with the Central Heavenly Alliance and Chongwa, which he agreed to, unable to resist the temptation. He was very sorry, but Muwon didn't react at all. The guy sat with his lips pursed and his eyes hidden. Jeongin made his way through the crowd with a scroll in his hands. Suddenly his eyes widened in amazement. He opened the paper, which turned out to be completely blank. Jinwoo arrived in time and hugged Jeongin and told him that little was known about Happen's internal storage technique, but he could store something for only 6 months, and the fake report compiled by Jeongwa for the Central Heavenly Alliance had long been lost. A few days before the trial, the head of the Hall of Secret Origins was shocked by the news that Muon had been captured by the Alliance. Jinwoo disdainfully informed him that a trial would soon take place and Mr. Jin would be punished for being the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It was then that Happen revealed that he had a special ability that could play a decisive role. Jeongin, putting his hands on his belt, was amazed that his friend had bet everything on a fake, to which the man said that it didn't matter anymore, because everyone bought it. Jinwoo, content with the victory of a lie over another lie, bared his teeth, causing the master of disguise to consider him crazy. Two people stood on a cape overlooking a bright lake. Happen was escorted on his final journey. As expected, Muon became a truly important figure in just one day, turning out to be a completely different person. The brush dripped ink onto the paper. The people of the Central Plains, amazed by the battle of Jeongwon and Muon, predict that he will achieve the power of the 9 heavens. Thoughtful Jinwoo, having written in a scroll that his friend had been trying to recover and heal his wounds for several days, decided that it was time to visit him. Pagodas with light brown roofs stood one to the other. Jinwoo noticed Gimon and Rusin entering the gate. He asked them in bewilderment if the Myeong warrior had decided to participate in the invader selection to gain more combat experience. Rusin, with a completely swollen face, proudly placing his hands on his belt, declared that he was not beaten at all. It was just that the blows of each opponent were so weak that it was not even necessary to dodge. A few hours ago, during the selection, a large guy with a ponytail lands strong blows on Rusin, who has fallen to the ground. Somehow he tried to defend himself with his hands, baring his teeth. Suddenly, he struck his opponent with a sharp uppercut, releasing energy similar to a wolf's gaping jaws. People cheered as they looked at the smug winner and shouted about how daringly and recklessly the dog fought the black and white twin bears, was brutally beaten, but again ended the fight with one courageous blow. Rusin, raising his hand, depicted his fans shouting victory and his nickname, Mad Bloodhound, to which Gimon looked down in shame and said that victory with one blow after missing 100 attacks would bring him to the grave. Head Tang said that he needed to stop making faces and go get some treatment. Jinwoo was embarrassed to watch their conflict. Over Rusin's shoulder was the entrance to the pagoda. It was very dark inside. The bandaged Muon sat on the bed, bowing his head. The guy remembered Musin's instructions that the world of Murim is much larger and more mysterious. Dainab told him the same thing, claiming that Silent Night was not much different from him and that the world was not the same as they knew it. Youngwoo said that to fight him, he would have to use a special martial art created to defeat the 9 heavens. His son also warned the hero that there are 2 sides to everything, and nothing can be done about it. Muon again imagined Youngwoo grabbing his head. The enemy's words that something unknown, which Kwang Ho knew about, was hiding in the current world of Murim, haunted him. The guy sat, illuminated by the rays of the sun, in thought, trying to compare all the facts and understand what it all could mean. The scabbard stood nearby. Muon realized that despite the difficult situation, he had seen too much blood to stop now. His feet touched the cold wooden floor. The hero saw a huge puddle of blood and asked himself whether he would become the same monster as all these people. His face was reflected in restless blood. The young man threw these thoughts away from himself. With a determined look, Muon mentally committed himself to follow his ideals without hesitation. The guy left the room in a white suit, attracting the attention of his friends. Jinwoo was happy to see him. Gimon noticed that he was getting better and asked if the medicine was working. Muon, clasping his lowered hands, asked for forgiveness for all the troubles caused and thanked them from the bottom of his heart for their help and support. The scientist, looking at the wounded comrade, said that he had experienced the most troubles, but it was thanks to his excellent work that the atmosphere was now completely different, and no one would dare to mess with the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Gimon conveyed that Musang would leave for a while, to settle matters in the Department of Pursuit and Capture. Rusin, bragging about himself, shouted that he had defeated all his opponents in the selection, and that now he was also famous, since the audience called him the Mad Bloodhound. Muon embarrassedly praised the guy. They were noticed by Murray walking nearby. She came closer, inquiring about the health of the hero, who looked back at her and said that she was sewing up his clothes right now. They had a very awkward conversation about how things were very torn and looked more like rags, which is why they should get new clothes. Muon, embarrassed, promised to think about it. Disen came out of a nearby building, asking for forgiveness for intruding into the conversation of people who were distracted by him. Gimon and Jinwoo looked in his direction suspiciously. The minister of the Central Heavenly Alliance smiled calmly. Against the backdrop of the red, clear sky, the head of the Tang family asked what brought him here. The scientist, who raised his eyebrow questioningly, also did not expect his appearance. Disen laughed in confusion. Looking at the bandaged Muon, he notified everyone that he had come after hearing that a very important person was here. The man in the tall headdress introduced himself and said that he was pleased to meet Mr. Jin. Muon said his name rather coldly. There was some disbelief in Disen's eyes. The young man's gaze was too indifferent. Clearing his throat, the minister apologized for the sudden visit, which surprised everyone, and said that he had to find them as quickly as possible, given the current situation of the Central Celestial Alliance. The sun illuminated the square where the conversation took place. The man spoke about the decision of the Central Heavenly Alliance not to punish Muon and to reconsider the events regarding the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He moved his hand to the side, stating that Younghwa's actions did indeed look suspicious, even considering the loud statement of the Northern Heavenly Clan's secret origins Hall head, and that now it would be difficult to judge and determine what actually happened 10 years ago. The heroes listened attentively to Disen, who promised to do everything possible to reinvestigate the incident and find out the truth, despite the loss of crucial evidence. He placed his fist on his open palm and, on behalf of the entire Central Heavenly Alliance, expressed his condolences and apologized for all the torment they had endured. Muon, standing behind the tense Jinwall and Gimon, calmly accepted the apology. Until this moment, Disen, who had been standing at a decent distance, asked permission to leave. He left the square and went to his servant, who was waiting for him at the palanquin. His face looked pleased. Suddenly he looked around, wanting to add something in parting. Putting his fingers to his lips, the minister said that difficulties might arise and that he would have to meet with his master. The night sky, the crimson moon illuminates the destroyed houses. At the bottom of the dark gorge there were low buildings. The 4 demonic sovereigns and elders knelt before the throne. On it sat an old man with long gray hair, whose body was exhausted to the limit. Barely breathing, he asked if his minions had prepared a new body for him. Chonghek bowed and answered in the affirmative. Blackwing's spear turned its attention to him. The elder was shaking with fear. The Lord of the Night, against the backdrop of the full moon, said that this was good and that when the ritual was over, they would go to the Central Plains. Against a colorful yellow-orange background, a tall building was visible, obscured by white clouds. This tower is called the Abundance of Nine, and it is the residence of the 9 heavens in the Central Heavenly Alliance. The man with a gray mustache and beard, a scar on his forehead and 8 swords on his back was called Wooden Chokup. He looked at the horizon and said that no one would water a flower that could not bloom for a long time. But Changhwa, who had earned the old man's recognition, was too hasty and broke. Suddenly Chokup frowned and turned around, telling someone that his nasty habit would never change. He turned to a man standing nearby and hinted that he was not going to drag him inside with his own hands. Chokup did not move, and at first no one entered the room. However, then someone short appeared there and laughed and said that the man's dog nose remained the same. It was an old woman in a mask with a staff on her back. She waved her hand and asked if Chokup had dew wine that he made himself. The man opened the wooden cabinet and took out a jug. He then threw it into the old lady's hands. She started pouring the drink into her mouth without even taking off her mask. She then wiped her mouth with her palm and said that Chokup wine tasted divine. The man frowned unkindly and asked what was being given here by a man who didn't even show up at meetings. He doubted that the old woman had come here just for the wine. The old woman, looking at the man through the lifeless eyes of the mask, asked him what he thought about the invaders, whose idea belonged to Manhwa. Chokup, looking at his interlocutor, replied that he had indeed proposed the plan, but the others did not agree with him, and in order to resolve the current sad situation, they needed to attract young martial artists. The old lady started pouring alcohol into her mouth again, laughing and asking if everyone would participate. Chokup narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking if she would object again. The old woman held out her open palm and replied that this time she would leave everything as it was, and that for previous attempts to resist she had been severely punished. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that he hoped the old woman would keep her word, and she told him not to worry, because she knew better than anyone that she could not change the course of events alone. Chokup looked at her seriously and said that she could stay if she wanted, but only if she did not interfere. Holding a clay vessel in her hand, the old woman convinced the man that she only needed wine prepared by an old friend who was now enjoying it so early in the morning. She then turned around, waved and said she would go enjoy her drink. Selection for the invaders squad took place through combat, which was watched by a huge crowd. The dark-haired youth, whose face was covered in sweat and blood, was breathing heavily, his mouth open. Then he clenched his white teeth. Ryusen shouted loudly as he attacked his opponent. However, the young man in white clothes demolished him with one blow. foam began to flow from Ryusen's mouth. He collapsed exhaustedly to the ground. A man in long black clothes raised his hand and loudly announced that the warrior named Chun had won. Suddenly the winner let out an amazed sigh and looked down. He saw his opponent sinking his teeth into his ankle. Jian tried to retreat, shouting that Ryusen was unconscious while the young man was biting him like a wild animal. People in the crowd began to shout loudly that the persistent Ryusen, nicknamed the Mad Bloodhound, lost, but fought well. The main character also watched the fight. Muon turned around when he heard the man in the red hood talking about how the main character became famous the fastest in Muram history. The man took off his hood, and Muon saw that it was Musen, the head of the Iron Squad. The protagonist asked if everything was okay with the White Dragon Trade Association, and Musen smiled widely, saying that all members of the association had reached their destination safely. The man touched the beard, closed his eyes, and said that it was amazing. Everyone was amazed, and that he realized again how terrible it would be to quarrel with Muon. The main character closed his eyes, lowered his head, and replied that it just happened. Musen looked closely at Muon and asked if he showed his fangs too soon. The main character silently looked at the man, who said that the animals that hide in the darkness could come for his soul, and they would come by smelling the scent of blood that he left behind. Musen, wearing a red cloak, said that now the main character has something to protect, so he needs to be extremely careful. The man with the scar on his forehead fell silent and frowned. Then he laughed loudly and hit Muon on the shoulder, saying that he would definitely cope somehow, and he only gave advice because he was worried. The main character looked to the side and asked Musen to tell him more about what animals would come for him. The man smiled as he looked at Muon. He sighed and replied that Muram was bigger and more mysterious. He then placed his hand on his face and said that the main character should just be vigilant, and it wouldn't hurt to be careful. When Muon looked seriously at his interlocutor and asked about Minister Wang, Musen flinched in surprise. Then the man turned away, raised his fist to his mouth, and told the main character not to trust anyone and to always be attentive. Musen walked away with a smile and waved his hand, saying that he had an urgent matter that needed to be resolved, and finally told Muon to contact them for help. The main character remained silent, looking intently after the man. He did not move when it was loudly announced that on this auspicious day the leader of the detachment would be elected. Muon looked at the battlefield as the host loudly announced that the leader of the invaders would get the main role in the fight against the Silent Knight, and whoever took this position could be called the hope and future of Muram. Sunwoo actively gesticulated and shouted for the audience to stay here to witness firsthand this historical moment when the future and new beginning of Muram will be decided. He clenched his hands into fists and shouted that they had invited the best martial artists to observe the fight, so that the outcome would be even more exciting. Muon arched his eyebrows and widened his eyes in shock when he heard that the invited guests were the greatest guardians of the Central Heavenly Alliance, the Nine Heavens. Sunwoo loudly introduced the master of the Shaolin Temple with huge beads around his neck and a red cape. His name was Pilin. The speaker then announced the name of Chokup, a man with 8 swords on his back. Finally, Sunwoo said the name of Muwa, a tall, long-haired man in burgundy clothes. The members of the Nine Heavens stood in a row while the speaker shouted that it was an honor for everyone present to behold these three. Sunwoo and the audience raised their hands in the air, cheering. Suddenly the main character remembered how a man sat on one knee and rested his hand on his sword while a crowd of armed people looked at him. Little Muon was hiding behind his father's broad back. There was a look of horror on the face of the young protagonist. Muon frowned angrily. A murderous lust appeared in his eyes. He exhaled loudly and clenched his teeth. His muscular arms trembled with tension. Suddenly, an old woman in a mask appeared nearby and said that the main character controlled himself well. Muon looked to the side, eyes wide. Then he looked at the old woman and said that he had seen her somewhere. Vague memories involving the Nine Heavens flashed before the eyes of the main character. Among them was a man with a staff, who was called the Storm Lord. Muon looked at the old lady, who was hiding her face behind a mask, and remembered that her name was Nun Goi. Goi, looking at the main character, said that she felt guilty and could only ask for forgiveness, and Muon asked if that was why she was hiding near him now. The old lady took off her mask and replied that she would not stop the main hero, even if he was going to oppose the Central Heavenly Alliance or kill her, but now he was too weak to fight. When Muon asked why she was telling him this, Goi put her mask back on and replied that she felt guilty and didn't want to see him die. The main character looked at the old woman with a darkened face when she said that she was chained to the Nine Heavens and hoped that he would survive. Goi looked up and added that she had almost no free will, and even now she was taking a lot of risks by talking to Muon. The old lady turned around, asking the protagonist to think about her words several times. Goi disappeared, and Muwon covered his face with his clothes from the rising dust. The main character almost didn't hear the cheers from the crowd because he was thinking about the 9 heavens. A bright full moon shone in the starry night sky. Jongin, whose face was hidden behind his clothes, looked tense. He looked down at the crowd of people and concluded that this was the heart of this organization. Jongin saw black tattoos on the 2 men's chests. Jongin's eyes widened in shock as Eunkyung said with a sly smile that he was only now able to sense his presence. The final round of selection for the invaders was underway, and the gray-robed youth frowned fiercely and opened his mouth, quickly waving his weapon as the speaker commented on the battle. Wonley grinned as he fought off the attacks with his iron sword. The young man with the black eye patch then swung his sword, aiming for his opponent's face. The young man in a gray bandana blocked the blow and winked, saying that he would become the squad leader. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed his face as he saw Wonley's weapon bending and coming towards him. The young man's face sweated with fear while he was immobilized by a huge beast, its mouth wide open with sharp fangs. He fell to the ground dead, and Wonley swung his weapon, bringing it back closer to him. He grinned contentedly and told his defeated opponent not to be so impudent. Sunwoo announced the name of the final winner, who became the commander of the invader squad, and the crowd roared deafeningly, raising their hands with clenched fists. There was a hidden temple in the Central Heavenly Alliance. These gray buildings were an organization that controlled the numerous intelligence branches of the Alliance and collected all possible information. A green small object with hieroglyphs was stuck into the tree trunk while someone shouted indignantly that this sign had been a symbol of belonging to the Department of Pursuit and Capture all these years. Someone rudely pushed Musing with his hand and shouted, not understanding how he dared to come here and talk such nonsense after all the bad things he had done. The elder of the Central Heavenly Alliance and the head of the hidden temple named Sanchon furiously raised his eyebrows and shouted that he made Musing the head of the Persecution and Capture Department, and he stabbed him in the back like that. The man with 2 swords on his back nodded and replied that the one he was supposed to serve had appeared, but he never neglected his duties in the department. Musing turned around and walked away, and Sanchon said, the man, his arrogance, and also Muon will not last long, because punishment will overtake them. There was a long fence in front of several gray-roofed buildings. Musing entered the room where he saw several scrolls, and decided that this contained all the news and information that had arrived recently. The man looked around, then unrolled one scroll and thought that he needed to gather as much information as possible before leaving, since this was the last time he would be in the hidden temple. Suddenly, Musing frowned in shock and tensed when he saw something. Behind the branches of tall trees, a bright silver moon was visible in the night sky. The man in bloody clothes ran quickly. It was Jongin. His face was also covered in burgundy blood, and he was breathing heavily with his mouth wide open. The man looked around, but saw only darkness behind him. As he looked back, many pairs of white eyes appeared in front of him, shining in the darkness. Suddenly something attacked the man, and he opened his mouth wide, his eyes turned white with pain, and he almost fell off his feet. When someone hit him in the face, Jongin came to the conclusion that these people knew he was looking for them and deliberately led him to their hideout. Jongin fell on his back right next to Eunkyung, who asked with a sinister smile who was behind the man. The long-haired man smiled falsely, asking who sent Jongin and if he was really going to keep quiet. Jongin lay face down on the ground and winced painfully, thinking that even if he could not complete the task, he was part of the Dark Moon and the Heavenly Rank Squad. The man clenched his white teeth tightly. Suddenly the space was filled with rising dust. Eunkyung exhaled, dusted off his palms, and told the fleeing Jongin that he was trying very hard. The man was overtaken by 2 enemies and attacked him at the same time. He fell to the ground with his legs in the air. As the enemy jumped, preparing to attack him, Jongin rolled onto his back and drew his blade. Suddenly a black wolf jumped towards a man in black clothes, grinning aggressively. Jongin, seeing this, screamed loudly in despair. The main character, dressed in a black cloak and hat, walked leisurely and reflected on the fact that it took him much longer to put his clothes in order than he thought. Muon had his long hair tied in a ponytail, thinking that his clothes were very worn out, and he even decided that he should just buy new ones, just like Madame Tang suggested. He lowered his head, thinking that this outfit was made especially for him by Uncle H. Wang. Muon looked straight ahead, and a black bird flew high in the sky above him. The main character turned around when he heard the raven making loud noises as it approached him. Muon saw the bird flapping its wings excitedly and screaming, and realized that something had happened to Jongin. Jongin, meanwhile, rose to his knees, screaming desperately. He hugged the wolf, laying down on top of him, and clenched his teeth. Two people, whose eyes glowed brightly in the darkness, approached him and prepared to attack. Jeongin, whose face was covered in sweat, closed his eyes and did not move. Suddenly, a man in white pants and a black cloak appeared in front of the two attackers. Eun raised his hand, ordering his subordinates to stop. He then glared at Jeongin and asked if Muwon was his scout. The main character stood with his legs spread wide and his head down. He then looked up as the heads of two of Eun charges were cut off from their necks and flew up. Muwon looked at Eun with hatred and said that he was still connected with the two-headed demon. The man was silent, calmly looking at the main character with brown eyes. He then put his hand on his head and replied that Muwon should have just talked to him, and now the lives of his precious subordinates were wasted. Eun turned around and ordered the others to collect the corpses. He took his hood and closed his eyes, saying that the protagonist can try to find out any truth about the world, but he should not search for anything about the two-headed demon. The man added with a smile that otherwise, not only Muwon, but everyone around him would be in danger, and began to list the names of his allies, bending his fingers. Eun with his hand raised said that he really didn't want to become the main character's enemy, but he should remember these words and this advice he gave, since Muwon was very dear to him. The main character turned away while Eun said that the young man should quickly take care of the person who was hit by something known as the soul waste needle, which causes great pain. Suddenly Muwon touched the hilt of the sword that hung on his belt. He looked to the side and called out loudly to Jeongin. Loud alarmed cries about someone's condition could be heard from a tall building with a purple roof. Muwon watched from afar as Guman and Murray bent over the man who had lost too much blood. Jeongin lay motionless, his mouth open, his eyes rolled back in his head, and his entire face and clothes were covered in red spots. The main character remembered how he asked Jeongin if he could track someone down, and the man crossed his arms. Muwon showed him the dark hair and explained that it belonged to someone who used demonic blood arts. The main character received this lock of hair when he was able to cut off part of the hairstyle of Eun, who was associated with an organization whose members wear tattoos of a two-headed demon with a sword. Jeongin patted the black wolf on the head and replied that he would show what a person who had reached the celestial rank in the dark moon was capable of, and this hair would be enough for him. Jeongin, along with the raven and the furry beast, set off, and Muwon shouted after him that the man could retreat if he felt that it was becoming dangerous. The main character wrinkled his nose and said that it was all because of him, because he was the one who asked him for help. Suddenly Jinwoo put his hand on Muwon's shoulder without saying anything. They saw a girl whose face was hidden behind a black cloth, screaming excitedly, asking where Jeongin was. The main character looked at Valrin, who had a crescent symbol painted on her clothes. Muwon closed his eyes and explained that Guman was doing it now, and then said that he asked Jeongin to do something, but it turned out to be too dangerous. Valrin, with folded hands, replied that Jeongin was still one of the Dark Moon members, despite following the main character of his own free will. The girl, standing at a distance from Muwon, said that they were in a difficult situation if such things happened. She added that she would leave now, since the owner of 1,000 poisons was now working on healing Jeongin, and asked her to tell the wounded man to find her after the restoration was completed. Someone's profile could be seen against the background of the light building. Valrin came closer and reported that Jeongin was seriously injured. She tilted her head and said that the man wanted to help them, but Muwon was too dangerous at the moment and would get him into trouble. The man, whose face was covered in darkness, said that even if the main character had not appeared, they would still have to deal with the two-headed demon. Valrin, whose face became visible between the layers of fabric, asked the head of the moon why this man would go so far for the main character. A bright moon and a scattering of constellations were visible in the blue sky. In the middle of a field of wheat stood a man and a woman in white clothes. A woman with long hair ran towards Seachin. On the day when the trial of the main character took place, he stood on stage in front of 1,000 spectators. He screamed loudly, clenching his hands into fists. A huge number of people watched Muwon. At the same time, in another place over the city, built near the mountains, there was a colorful sunset. In a spacious room, people sat at wooden tables and ate. A man in black clothes with uneven teeth was looking at something with crazy eyes. A man with a mustache, wearing a green hat and a suit of the same color, was angrily pointing his finger at someone. The man in black opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, spraying saliva in the air. A powerful explosion occurred in front of the residence. A girl with black hair sat on the floor, raising her eyebrows and widening her eyes in surprise. She saw in front of her a man whose half of his body had been torn off. The man turned around and she saw that tears were flowing from his reddened eyes and his mouth was stained with blood. The men in green uniforms coughed, covering their mouths and noses from the dust and debris. Hassel, dressed in a white long dress, looked stern as she curled her fingers. She threw the round weapon into the crowd of hatted men. The yellow-orange sky stretched over the small town. The next second there was a powerful explosion. The space was blinded by a bright flash. Bloody pale corpses lay on the ground. The surviving men in green clothes fought with Hassel, whose white attacks could be seen in the air. She mercilessly cut off the heads of her opponents, saying that these evil and cruel bandits were trying to attack the merchants who were kind to her. The woman brutally dealt with them, causing the survivors to freeze in fear, their mouths open and their eyes wide. Hassel waved her hand in the air, attacking the men, and said that she simply punished these scoundrels because they deserved it, and in the end they decided to call the woman a witch and tried to kill her. Hassel, whose face darkened, extended her arms to her sides. The man, whose clothes had been torn off and whose body was bleeding, looked at the woman with fear. The survivor looked at his dead comrade, whose name was Jeonghak. He was from the Jeonnin clan. Namho of the Kunlun clan looked at Hassel with horror in his eyes, saying that everyone was mercilessly killed by this witch. Hassel waved her hand, and the man's head was cut off from the neck and flew into the air. Hassel, with her weapons flying around, said that she is kind to her allies and is only a witch to her enemies, and in the end she will destroy the Central Plains with her own hands. But the time for this has not come yet. In the residence, where the buildings had a dark gray roof, someone could be heard loudly announcing the receipt of a letter asking for help. A man with a thin mustache shouted loudly that a witch had been spotted in Shaanxi and Hubei provinces, and dozens of martial artists from the Kunlun and Jeonnin clans were killed. Xiaochen, wiping his wet body with a white towel, frowned in confusion and asked what the young man was talking about. Hiran turned around and looked at the speakers with bright eyes, thinking about the witch. Xiaochen, placing his hands on his waist, called the girl, and she wished him a good trip. The man frowned, grabbed the white cloth and said that he would set off immediately. Hassel walked through the forest, thinking about how the great meeting had gone. White hair covered her face. She thought that the time had come for her to fulfill her duty, and then she thought about stopping wandering everywhere and returning. Hassel walked on the lifeless soil and talked about how memories haunt her and pull her to that distant place on the Central Plains. Suddenly the woman turned around. She saw Xiaochen standing with his hands clenched into fists. Hassel stood sideways and silently looked at the man. Xiaochen frowned in shock when he saw her face. He remembered how 7 years ago, there was a young man and a young girl standing in the Northern Heavenly Clan. Xiaochen remembered the face of Hassel, who was with the main character at the time. The man began to sweat and called Hassel. She looked at him silently, her face expressing no emotion. Xiaochen sighed, scratched his neck and said that he felt that she was an extraordinary person when they first met 7 years ago in the Northern Heavenly Clan, but it exceeded all expectations, and then asked if Hassel was the witch everyone was talking about. The woman cocked her head to the side, asked if they knew each other, and said that she was not a witch. Xiaochen pursed his lips, thinking that she didn't remember him. The man closed his eyes. He asked about the trail of blood behind Hassel. The woman replied that they attacked first, and Xiaochen, clenching his hands into fists, asked why they did it. He frowned and asked what clan Hassel was in. The woman dabbed, not taking her eyes off her interlocutor. Xiaochen, whose face showed anger, recited the song that the witch carried. The man's face darkened and he added that Hassel is the current White Night Witch. The woman frowned furiously and replied that she was only an heiress. The next second, Hassel and Xiaochen ran towards each other at the same time. The man clenched his fist, intending to hit her. Hassel flexed her fingers and a round weapon appeared next to her. Black human silhouettes were approaching each other. There was a loud explosion. Xiaochen, whose eyes were shining brightly with anger, waved his hand. Hassel crossed her arms, attacking her opponent. The man, using the Divine Radiance maneuver technique, clenched his hands into fists, which lit up with white flames. Suddenly the woman frowned and tensed. Xiaochen extended his arms forward, using the technique of 3 successive bursts of light. A powerful explosion occurred at the place where Hassel was standing. Suddenly the man saw the woman's weapon approaching him. He frowned, looking at it carefully. The weapon flew past him. He jumped in surprise when Hassel approached him from the side. Dark blood sprayed from the man's body. He clasped Hassel's pale hand with his hand. Xiaochen then punched the woman in the face. Jianggen's body was bandaged and he was lying on a soft pillow. In a small residence, someone said that they make clothes from the most durable materials so that they can protect a person when it becomes truly dangerous. Murray, putting bandages on the protagonist's body, reported that most of the wounds had healed, despite the fact that they were very deep, and Muon thanked the girl for her help. The man in the blue cloak ran quickly, and the sound of his steps could be heard from afar. The main character turned around, looking at him. Yuan stood up and Musing revealed that he had found out something when he studied the information from the hidden temple. The man leaned towards Muwan's ear and said that a witch with fair skin, silver hair, and she also uses chakrams appeared near Hubei province. When the main character realized it was Hassal, his eyes widened in shock. Xiaochen punched the witch on the cheek. Blood flowed from the woman's mouth and she cursed loudly. The man turned around tensely when he saw Hassal's weapon approaching him. He quickly turned around. Xiaochen moved so that he was behind Hassal. The man's muscular arms clenched tightly around her waist. The witch widened her whitened eyes in shock. Xiaochen pushed her to the ground. From afar, a high column of dust was visible, rising due to the explosion. The man shook off his shoulder and told Hassal to stop resisting. The woman raised her hand, and Xiaochen was thrown far back. Shards of stones and dust flew in the air. Hassal, wiping the blood from her face, used the silver chaos energy technique. Xiaochen stood firmly on his feet. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the woman with hatred. The man furrowed his thick eyebrows. Hassal flew high into the air. She raised her hands up and scowled fiercely, using the great twilight chakram technique. A huge white ring of light shone above the witch. Then it rushed towards the ground. Xiaocheng looked up, saying that the power of the White Night Witch, one of the 4 demon lords of Silent Night, is incredible. The man clenched his hands into fists and screamed deafeningly that he wanted to fight with all his might, so Hassal had to show everything she was capable of. The man's magical yellow hands collided with the woman's huge ring of light. Hassal approached Xiaochen. The man tensed when he noticed the witch's weapons approaching them from both sides. He then looked at Hassal and said that the great twilight chakram technique is very boring. Magical huge hands grabbed the witch's weapon. Xiaocheng chuckled and said that he used too many techniques that he had prepared against the chaos demon. Hassal glared at the man and thought about his words. Debris of earth flew in the air, and the man said that the witch was quite strong. Xiaochen's yellow magic collided with Hassal's white magic. The man gritted his teeth, saying that the legend of the 4 lords would soon be destroyed by him. The witch also gritted her teeth, thinking that the chaos demon was seriously wounded in that battle, and retreated, which means he is hiding somewhere. Xiaochen bent his elbow, looking at Hassal. The woman threw her weapon to the side and froze. A sharp blade was stuck into her back. In the distance lay a young man dressed in blue, his face covered in red blood. He smiled madly, raising his hand, and said that he finally got into Hassal, and asked if she expected something like that from such a weakling. Xiaochen frowned and yelled angrily, asking who gave him the right to interfere in a fair fight. The young man smiled broadly and said that the masters of the Kunlun and Zhanan clans fell at the hands of this witch, so she must be killed. A ring of light rushed towards him and cut off his head. Hassal grabbed the wound with her hand. Xiaochen grabbed the woman's wrist and said that he didn't want this to happen, but she shouldn't kill people. Suddenly, shock appeared in the man's eyes. The main character reached out to Xiaochen's palm and asked him to remove his hands. A couple of minutes before, Muwan and Musing had rushed on horseback to help Hassal. Muwan was on edge. He was in such a hurry to get to her, worried that something could happen to her. Sweat was running down his face, and there was concern in his eyes. Looking to the right, through the trees, he saw a large explosion in the exact place where Hassal and Xiaochen had fought. Instantly, Muwan turned his horse towards the fight. Musing, running after him, was surprised by this decision. Being loyal to the master, Muwan, pointing his fingers to the right, he said that his wax should be convinced. Pointing his finger to the left, he continued so that now there would be no one next to their master. And pointing 2 fingers in front of him, he added that this is a question that concerns the life of their master, so they need to act very carefully. Behind Musing, 7 ninjas jumped on all 3 sides. Racing on his horse, earth flying from under its hooves and steam emanating from its nostrils, Muwan quickly approached the place of the fight. His eyebrows were furrowed. He was as serious as never before. He could not be late. He would not forgive himself for this. And now he was getting closer. In his field of vision, he already saw 2 black silhouettes. As he got even closer, he was able to see Xiaochen, who was holding the hand of Hassal, who had been wounded in the stomach. Immediately, Xiaochen felt Muwan approaching. His strong aura was hard to miss. Northern Blade was already standing in front of him, extending his hand to remove Xiaochen's hand from Hassal's, asking Xiaochen to remove his hands from her. There was no longer any worry on Muwan's face, not a drop of sweat on his face. He was completely calm and focused. Seeing him, Xiaochen was confused. He didn't expect the Northern Blade to arrive here. A bead of sweat ran down his temple. Northern Blade, thought Xiaochen. Letting go of Hasol's hand, he looked at Muon with some anger. This tensed him a little, his face took on a more stern outline, and he seemed to understand where everything was going. Immediately his gaze fell on the early Hasol. His face became simpler. He felt very sorry for her, he was worried. Hasol was not in the best condition. Her eyes were not visible under her glowing white hair, but steam was coming out of her mouth. The stones around her were rising, shaking from her strength. Seochin continued to look at Muon. As soon as he realized that something was wrong, he immediately turned his gaze away from Hasol. Standing opposite them, Hasol gathered strength. Her eyes glowed with a bright white light, and her hair glowed furiously, rising higher. Seochin said that she didn't seem to be in the best condition. Was she really furious? Seochin looked at Muon and greeted him, saying that it had been a long time since their last meeting, 7 years to be exact. He was calm, there were no unnecessary emotions on his face, after which he continued that his heart was on fire when he saw how boldly Muon told the world who he was right in court. And that fight with Chenghua really amazed him. A scene appeared in his head where Seochin and Muon were standing opposite each other 7 years ago. He continued to say that he understood back then, 7 years ago, that Muon was a strong man who would carry out the will of the Northern Heavenly Clan. And he appeared to the world with his sword drawn. It was impressive. But after that, Seochin stopped abruptly, looking at Muon from under his brows with some kind of anger and hatred in his eyes. Then he said why Madame Yoon, who was with the Northern Blade in the Northern Heavenly Clan at that time. Standing opposite Muon, who was blocking his passage to Hasol, he asked why she appeared before him as the Witch of the White Knight. Muon looked questioningly at Seochin. Standing in front of an angry Hasol, the wind blowing his cloak, he said that 7 years ago he called her his relative. But in reality she just appeared out of nowhere. Without a drop of lie or doubt, Muon continued to say what happened then, that in the ruins of the Northern Heavenly Clan he lived alone for a long time. But it was she who became a friend, which gave him great support. There was no lie in his eyes, the wind blew his long hair, and he kept saying that at that moment he did not know who she was. Hasol left right after the Chaos Demon's attack. And now, Muon has finally met her for the first time in 7 years. Putting his hand to his chin, Seochin listened with interest to the story of the Northern Blade, and after the end, he said that he had been trying to find the damned Chaos Demon for a long time. But it was not at all easy. Anyway, Muon didn't know who Hasol really was, and it must have been a shocking thing that he believed Muon's words, because an honest person wouldn't lie. With his hands spread out, he told Muon that she was, in any case, the Witch of the White Knight, that she was not just an enemy of the people of the Central Alliance, and that she had already claimed countless lives. He suggested to Muon that he give her to him, and in return he swore on his name that she would not die. Sighing, Northern Blade shook his head. Seochin did not count on such an answer, so he became seriously angry. So he tried to press him that Muon had only recently gotten rid of the false accusations that the Northern Heavenly Clan had been subjected to, adding that he understands how important it is for him, but his actions will lead to many problems. Understanding all the accusations against him, Muon closed his eyes and lowered his head, asking her to be entrusted to him. Seochin did not answer, only his eyes lit up and white lightning flashed across his face. Seochin's hand flared up, raising a strong wind, causing his cloak to flutter. Seochin sadly said that if Muon refuses to cooperate with him, then he has no choice but to fight him. Without any words, Muon took hold of his blade, preparing to fight. Muon looked at him with bitterness in his eyes. Seochin, shouting, told him to understand the difference between personal and general matters. He flew at him with burning fists, and rage in his eyes, preparing to strike a crushing blow. At the same moment, Muon took out his katana. An explosion thundered, two huge forces collided with each other, and a shock wave hit everything around in a large radius. And at the very epicenter, Muon, gritting his teeth against the colossal strength of his opponent, blocked Seochin's attack with his katana. While Seochin and Muon were busy, Hasol's wound had already healed. Her eyes were burning, steam was coming out of her mouth, she was on edge. With her arms outstretched and her head raised, she screamed. Everything around her was illuminated with white light. Seeing this out of the corner of his eye, Muon didn't understand what happened. An all-consuming explosion of Hasol's rage hit them in its path. Swinging, standing on the ground split from the strength of both, Seochin wanted to perform a cutting blow with his leg. But what was his surprise when he saw Muon? Muon did not look at him, he looked at that same explosion, without even taking out his katana and sheath. This upset Seochin. He realized that he was not even focused on him. Muon looked emotionlessly into the distance, seeing how Muon looked at what was happening. The image of his mother, who was crying at that time and burned in a fire, and the image of his wife Hirn flashed in his head. Xiaochen stopped and put his foot on the ground, saying with a sigh, "Is this really love?" Putting his hands to his sides, he sighed and said displeasedly that he himself had just asked to separate the personal and the general, that he was in the mood for a duel with Muon. But it seemed that now was not the time for that. Northern Blade couldn't tear himself away from the explosion. Then Xiaochen called him, and as soon as Muon turned around, he turned around and began to run away, shouting that he had received the task of subduing the Witch of the White Knight. But during the fight she managed to escape and he lost her. Unfortunately, she did not leave any traces, so he decided to abandon the search and return. With gratitude in his eyes, Muon looked at his fleeing opponent. Xiaochen stopped, his cloak blowing in the wind. He turned halfway and added that if suddenly after this the Witch of the White Knight commits a crime again, then any prayers and requests, even from Muon himself, will not stop him, adding that he hopes that it was not in vain that he trusted him, asking him to leave her madness. Muon folded his hands together with the katana and bowed his head, thereby thanking Xiaochen. As he left, Xiaochen scratched the back of his head and told himself that his Hiryong would probably be furious if he found out what happened, which meant he would have to keep it a secret, while Muon behind him, putting away his katana, headed towards the epicenter of the explosion. He, closing his eyes from the strong wind, headed towards the explosion. The energy emanating from him was colossal. It was difficult to resist it. As Muon got closer, he began to sink into the wall of energy created by Hasol's rage. Hasol was transformed inside. Her entire robe was pure white. Her eyes were burning. She was surrounded by stones. Seeing Muon, she pointed at him with her hand, using the technique Ice Crystal Silver Light. The stones began to quickly fly towards Muon, causing him numerous wounds and scratches, from which blood immediately began to ooze. Muon only called her name over and over again. His face was wounded, blood was pouring from the wounds. Moving closer to her, he said that everything was fine, and asked her to calm down. Hasol did not hear him. She screamed furiously, directing all her strength to destroy Muon. A force of even greater power was directed towards Muon. Muon's legs were covered in blood. Everything was cut up by Hasol's crystals, but he did not stop, continuing to walk towards his beloved. He was already a couple of steps away from her. Very little remained when a white flash appeared between them. Muon extended his hand towards Hasol, disappearing before his eyes. With the last of his strength he reached out to her. There was very little left. At the last moment he was able to grab her by the white hair. He pulled her towards him and hugged her, telling her how much he missed her. Hasol did not understand what was happening. Her face did not express any emotion. Her eyes were white and empty. Memories flashed through her head, where 7 years ago, she rushed to hug Muon. He didn't understand then what the matter was, why he was so grateful. Tears welled up in his eyes. When at that moment Hasol sobbed into his shoulder, holding him tightly to her. So they sat by the rock, hugging each other, not holding back their tears. So now, as before, Muon hugged her and pressed her to him. She had a beautiful flower clip in her hair. Hasol remembered how Muon handed her this hairpin. She was so surprised. And Muon was a little confused, because he had never given such gifts to the girl he loved. Returning from her memories, she realized that she was in Muon's arms. Tears appeared in her eyes. The skin changed to a human color and she began to cry, biting her lower lip. The energy began to lose its strength and the vortex calmed down. It broke into many white and beautiful pieces. Muon and Hasol stood in the center, hugging each other. Hasol couldn't believe it was Muon, so she asked if it was him, to which he replied that yes, it was him. Looking into her tear-filled eyes, he said that he missed her very much. Hasol cried and did not believe. She asked him how he ended up here and what happened. Looking and admiring her, the wounded Muon replied that everything was fine now. She continued to cry, hugging him and asking for forgiveness for hurting him. Here, behind Muon, 2 chakramas appeared, flying straight towards him. Hasol noticed this. She did not understand what was happening. With her arms outstretched, she sent the chakrams flying in different directions, shouting that enough was enough, ordering them to stop now. Chakras flew at the lovers from both sides. Muon immediately reached for his katana, holding Hasol with one hand while she tried to stop them. She shouted out that she can't control them, that her body doesn't listen to her. She kept screaming for Moonlight's chakrams to stop, but they didn't listen to her. Her eyes filled with rage. Taking the katana out of its sheath, it, like Muon's eyes, glowed with violet energy, and without hesitation he carried out a lightning strike. With sharp and quick movements, he deflected both chakras, protecting Hasol. Suddenly, Hasol noticed that a shell was flying towards her. Putting her hand in front of her and giving a strong impulse, she used her strength to try to stop him. He stopped. But immediately after that, it exploded, and many needles flew out of it towards Hassel. She could only cover her face with her hands. Hassel, Muon screamed in horror. Hassel had dozens of needles sticking out of her arm. Right in front of them, Saren appeared from the dust. He ran towards Hassel, arms outstretched, daggers sticking out from under the sleeves. His attack was interrupted by Musang jumping on top of him and kicking him, screaming so that he wouldn't dare come closer. Having fallen off his feet, Saren found himself on the ground, and Musang put a blade to his neck so that he would not run away anywhere. Holding onto the second blade, which was still in its sheath, Musang realized in his head that he was a master of stealth techniques, which is why he could not sense its presence. Saren, Hassel asked in surprise. She started to fall, so Muon caught her, asking if she was okay. Hassel was confused. She didn't understand why Saren, with a blade at his neck, shouted that the Lady of the White Knight should not indulge in emotions, that she was a witch for her enemies, a deadly weapon that exists only to kill. She is a reliable comrade only for allies. There was so much rage in his eyes as he screamed that he had put so much effort in these 7 years to use the Silver Chaos Mind Art to erase Hazel's memories and also use the Ice Crystal's silver light to get rid of her emotions. The Moonlight Chakrams were supposed to breed madness in her, and now, because of her, everything has gone to pieces. He called Mrs. Hassel a non-entity, and she only listened to all this in confusion. She sincerely did not understand why he was talking about her like that. At this moment, the chakram reflected by the Muon blade began to move. Concerned about what was happening, Muon, also listening to all this, realized that the demonic energy that came along with the Moonlight Chakrams could not be controlled. Eventually, this energy will consume the person. But Soren still didn't stop. He screamed with all his might and was angry at everyone. He said that the main problem was Muon, and that he should have killed him 7 years ago with his own hands. Hassel's eyes turned white, tears welled up. She shouted back at her former comrade. Why was he acting like this? That even if she had some emotions, it was not a problem, that she could still cope, that she intended to follow orders madam, as she always did. From anger, veins appeared on Soren's forehead, and tears appeared in his eyes. He shouted what someone who has feelings for the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan can do to the enemy of Silent Night. Shouted that she must be a witch, which is sowing in the hearts of the people of the Central Plains fear of Silent Night. Standing opposite each other, Muon helped Hassel stay on her feet, and Musang held Soren, who was lying on the ground. They continued to shout at each other. Sorting things out, Soren continued that Hassel really thinks that the witch can fall in love and succumb to feelings. Personal emotions are as temporary as a flash of fire. They will jeopardize all their plans, which is why there should be no place for feelings in her. Upset and in tears, Hassel asked if the lady knew about this, to which Soren, no less upset and desperate, replied that in fact the mistress ordered to get rid of the mistake. Shock pierced Hassel. She did not expect this. Her eyes were wide open, tears flowed endlessly from them. She could not believe these words. Remembering the words of the lady, who said that she could not trust Hassel, and that she was already prepared for such a situation, Soren remembered her image, which in the light of the moon dictated that if he suddenly noticed a change, he would have to immediately get rid of Hassel, since an imperfect Lady of the White Knight is not needed. And that now, with bitterness in their voices, they will simply have to find another vessel and nurture it. Holding a shocked Hassel in his arms, Muon asked if Hassel was just a victim that they used to achieve their goals. All this time, while Muon was asking his question, Hassel repeated that this could not happen over and over again. A second later, the poison from the needles hit her body. She screamed, and her body began to convulse. Blood and foam came out of her mouth. The shocked Muon did not understand what to do and what was happening. Then Soren explained that those needles that fell into Hassel's hand were the needles of the Azure Spirit, containing energy that enters into a deadly reaction with the energy of Silver Chaos. Her own energy and blood flow will be overwhelmed and she will die as a result. In tears and despair, Soren screamed why Hassel did this. Why did she regain her emotions and force him to do something so cruel? And how wonderful it would be if she killed the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan, one of the greatest and most terrible enemies of Silent Night. The enraged Muon could barely contain himself. Sweat was running down his face. His eyes were full of rage, and veins were visible on his forehead. He ordered Hassel to be helped immediately. Suddenly, out of nowhere, those same chakras reflected by Muon again flew to attack, but only this time at Musang. He grabbed his sword, but was in no hurry to get up from their captive, since they could not lose him so easily. Muon only shouted furiously for Musang to be ready to defend himself. Musang tensed. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on his face. His eyebrows frowned and wrinkles appeared on his forehead. To reflect both chakrams, he had to get up from the hostage and jump back, which he did to defend himself. Thanks to his mastery of 2 swords, he easily reflected both chakras. Jumping back, he stood with his arms outstretched, waiting to see if there would be another attack. But looking up, Musang and Muwon, with Hassol dying in their arms, saw their Soren dissolving into the sky. With tears in his eyes, he looked at his mistress for the last time, calling her the Lady of the White Knight, and told Muwon to just wait, after which he disappeared into the sky along with the chakras. The 3 of them were left, still looking at the sky, not understanding what to do. In Muwon Hassol's arms she was dying, writhing in pain. Only the piercing cry of the name of the beloved Northern Blade was heard throughout the entire area. Night, the moon illuminates everything around. The huge palace of the Tang family. Muwon with Hassol in her arms and Musang were already running in the yard. Murray heard the approaching run. She thought it was Mr. Jinwoo and, holding out the robe, said that she was already finished with his clothes. But Muwon quickly rushed past her with the dying Hassol in his arms, without even trying to explain anything. He hurried inside. He was on edge, his face was sweating, his eyes were lost, steam was coming from his mouth. Hassol was wrapped in his cloak in his arms. She was no longer writhing in pain, but was lying lifeless in his arms. Seeing this, Mira didn't understand what was happening and didn't even have time to say anything. She continued to hand out clothes. Although there was no one next to her, she followed Muwon with her eyes. Then Murray drew attention to the tired Musang standing to the side. He tried to catch his breath, since they had to run a lot. Murat simply stood silently and looked at him, without approaching or asking him anything. Only one question appeared in Musang's head. Who is this woman? Musang watched as Muwon opened the door, old Gimon, and with him Jinwoo. They were both at a loss. They did not understand what was happening here. Muwon immediately apologized and asked for help, saying that he would tell the details later. He said she was unconscious and the convulsions were not stopping. Gimon immediately ordered her to be brought in. Having given Hassol to Muwon, the crazy Jinwoo ran up in shock, shouting that this white-haired lady was really the Lady of the White Knight. Sighing, a drooping and tired Muwon apologized, saying that he had no choice as the situation had gotten out of control. Musang stood behind them and listened carefully. Enraged, Jinwoo, waving his arms, began to shout at Muwon, screaming so much that drool was flying from his mouth, and veins appeared on his forehead. He asked if he even had any idea what he had done, because they had just gotten rid of accusations that the Northern the Sky clan worked with Silent Night. His eyes were crazy. He shouted without stopping that they knew that Muwon was not the type to get involved with Silent Night, but the people of the Central Plains would not blindly trust him, and the Tang family, who decided to publicly support him, would also be in a difficult position. Why would he, such a cautious person, do such a thing? Lowering his head and raising his hand to his forehead, exhaling, Muwon said that now she had nowhere to go. Besides, she was in serious condition, and he didn't know what else to do. A little later, Muwon promised to tell what happened between them. Continuing, he said that he understands that Central Plains could use this to press charges of collusion with Silent Night, adding that everything will be taken care of once she wakes up and recovers. Taking a breath and putting his hand to his chin, with a worried look, Muwon said that he would definitely take care of everything. Jinwoo stared at Muwon with wild eyes from shock, unable to say anything. Noticing Musang, Jinwoo immediately began to scream, spitting drool in all directions and waving his arms. Why didn't he stop him since he was with him? Musang simply turned away from him, saying that he must follow the orders of his master. Jinwoo was stunned by this answer. He had nothing to say. Sweat flowed in streams down his face. Musang assured Jinwoo, who was looking at him with an open mouth, not to worry, because he had made sure that there were no witnesses on the way back, and that even now his subordinates were patrolling the area around the house, so now it was better to think about what to do next. Jinwoo was silent. He stood with his mouth open for some time and looked at Musang, after which he screamed furiously, spreading his arms, his neck and face covered with veins from anger. Exhaling, he turned away from everyone, putting his hands to his sides, and began to reason with himself whether this would really be his first conflict with the good-natured Muwon. Of course, he thought, heroes always have a woman who gets them into trouble, but he never thought that this was the case with Muwon. The embittered Jinwoo turned his head and looked at everyone present, resigned himself to the situation and decided to do as his master wants, which means he must figure out what to do next and offer options. He must do everything so quickly and quietly that no one will ever know about it. At this time, Ryusen, who was training in the courtyard, drew attention to all the people gathered here. Meanwhile, old Gimon tried to examine and help Hassol. Seeing her, the sweaty and tired Ryusen, holding his neck with his hand, asked what this white-haired lady was doing here. remembering what happened before. After the Northern Heavenly Clan was destroyed, even abandoned houses and buildings were burned to the ground and turned to ashes 7 years ago. The flag was placed on top of where the Northern Sky Clan had once been located, Central Heavenly Alliance Northern Branch. It was supposed to monitor the activities of Silent Night and suppress any activity of the organization, as the Northern Clan once did. But that night the caretakers got drunk and were unable to monitor what was happening and warn everyone about the danger. Those who were entrusted with serious responsibility were instantly killed for not keeping track of their post. Chonghak's hand flew into the sky. He ordered the Silent Night Vanguard to exterminate everyone. Thousands of warriors went to kill. The Northern Heavenly Alliance, which was attacked by Silent Night, sent a request for help to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Warning: the sun is just rising. Central Heavenly Alliance. A detachment of invaders was sent out. The leader of the squad, sitting on a beautiful white horse, Wonli. Deputies, heavily armed masters, Vol, Hong, Sanan, Sankol. Wonli, wearing an eye patch, remembered his father and asked if he recognizes him now or if this is still not enough. His son became part of the invaders and leads almost 1,000 warriors to eradicate Silent Night, but he never came to see him. Wonli's only eye showed contempt for his own father. Just wait and see how I return as a hero, revered by the whole world, Wonli thought to himself. He led the army, walked ahead of everyone, and people shouted and rejoiced, supporting their own. Wonli promised that no matter what, he would find new strength in himself and defeat the 9 immortal monsters, and until then, may his father be in good health. People accompanied their heroes into battle, supporting and encouraging them. With flags and weapons on horseback, they rode to the aid of the Northern Heavenly Alliance. Disen, following the invaders with his eyes, asks Hiran if Sachin will accompany them, to which Hiran tells him that Sachin believes that Wonli needs the opportunity to contribute, so he will only go to help if the invaders lose. Disen didn't seem bothered. He felt that such a statement was befitting of Xia Chong, star of the azure sky. However, he values justice very much. Disen continued, will such a person really remain on the sidelines when the coming events strike like a storm? To this, Hiran replied that the bandit's priority now was not Silent Night, so he would not have time to be distracted by anything other than his task. Satisfied with these words, Disen smiled and said that he believed that the hero Xiachin would cope with everything on his own, after which he added that the invaders had already moved forward. Isn't it time for them to do the same? Hiran agreed, saying that it arrived yesterday, and that she will come up with a reason as soon as possible. But is the minister ready to fight? Disen watched silently, not answering anything. Disen plunged into memories. Hall of the Invincible Warrior. All the pillars in the hall are decorated with gold in the shape of a dragon. Far from the entrance there is a large screen with clouds of smoke coming out from under it, behind which sits one of the 9 heavens, Yulchan from the Moyan clan. Disen bows on his knees in front of this screen. Yulchan clarified whether the invader squad had already been created. Disen, on his knees, answered that there was a slight commotion, but they managed to recruit people after what happened. Yulchan asked to pass on the praise to Manhwa, also saying that Disen also worked hard and deserved the praise. Looking at the floor, not daring to move, Disen said that he had to raise one more question. Holding a large pipe in his hands, from which smoke came out in huge clouds, Yulchan told him to lay it out. The image of a demon appeared in Disen's head. Chaos Demon. He continued, perhaps his awakening could be useful. The Chaos Demon means, said, lying in his own smoke in Yulchan's beautifully painted robe, and exhaling a portion of smoke from his mouth, he asked if this was really for that boy. Not daring to get up, Disen replied that he should be on guard, because no one knows the future. Laughing and exhaling smoke, Yulchan said that the Northern Heavenly Clan is truly strong. Even when everything was taken away from him, he was able to raise such an amazing child. Be it your way. You can use the Chaos Demon as you wish, Yulchan allowed. The steam emanating from under his curtain did not stop, and finally he said that he wanted to see how far they could go, because it was very exciting. Returning from the memories, Disen smiled sarcastically, saying that, of course, he had everything ready. Hiran, humbly waiting for an answer, said with a calm face that she would then begin as soon as possible. Early morning, Tang Palace. Miwon watches Jinwal and Musing talk about Silent Night. Musing said that Silent Night destroyed the Northern Heavenly Alliance. A couple of months ago he assumed that something like this could happen, but they may have finally made their move. Jinwoo wondered how the situation would develop when a detachment of invaders was sent in response. Standing outside and watching Hassel, Muwon thought about the Northern Heavenly Alliance. Murray walked past him with a tray with something hot on it. Muwon thought this would be a good chance to thank her for the clothes, but she just walked past him without paying him the least bit of attention. Muwon was confused, sweat was running down his face, and he grabbed his neck with his hand, not understanding what he had done wrong. And Mira simply moved on to her uncle. Walking over to Gimon, she carefully placed the tray down and told him that he could go rest while she looked after Hassel. The old man thanked her and went out to Muwon. Northern Blade did not miss the opportunity to bow to the old man, because he is his great debtor. Gimon, stretching his shoulders, said that there was no need to thank him, but he still needed to hear something. Moving closer to Muwon and pointing at Hassel, Gimon said that he had taken care of her blood circulation and heart with the help of Kai, but could not yet accurately determine the root cause of this condition, and that it was worth waiting until she regained consciousness and recovered a little, and only then try other treatment methods. Muwon's face looked very worried. Here Murray, who was feeding the sleeping Hassel, added that it was impossible to say for sure whether she would wake up at all. Gimon, without a drop of doubt, immediately assured Muwon that he would do his best, because he personally asked him to do so. Muwon sadly lowered his head and asked for forgiveness and thanked him for his help. Frowning, Gimon said under his breath that the situation was complicated and he would do his best to find out what the problem was. After which he shouted to Mira that you should go and buy some medicine before the sun goes down, and since it will take a lot to take Ryusen with you, and Gimon himself will go to rest and do research. Desperate and distressed, Muwon could only watch everything that was happening. A memory flashed through Northern Blade's head in which Jinwoo screamed at him in complete confusion, with his eyes wild with shock and spitting saliva in all directions, saying that this could all put those who support him in a very dangerous position. Afterwards, he looked at old Gimon, who was on his way to rest and help take care of Hassel Mai-Ray, after which he noticed Jeongin leaving. With excitement on his face, he said that he should still rest a little, to which Jeongin, covered in bandages and holding his sore side, replied that this would be enough and that the head would be angry because he had his fill of things to do. Muwon's eyes were full of regret, and in a drooping and quiet voice he said that he was very sorry, because it was all because of him. And Jeongin looked at him and said that everything was fine, that the dark moon would have intervened without him, it was just an accident, and also a real shame for their organization. He said goodbye to Muwon, took his clothes and walked away with the dog and Hawk who accompanied him. Closing his eyes, Muwon sighed sadly. Having gone to get medicine, Meyer and Ryusen, passing by crowds of people, heard them say that they should not collect provisions just in case due to the attack of Silent Night, to which the other objected to him that a detachment of invaders had gone to stop them, so they need just trust. Walking past all the townspeople, they silently listened to what they were saying, without interfering in their conversations. Approaching the medicine shop, Mira greeted the seller and said that she was looking for medicine, to which he invited them inside, since there were more goods there. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The sunset was falling on the roofs of the houses. Rusana noticed three men who immediately recognized him, calling him Mad Bloodhound. Ryusen didn't understand what they were talking about, but the men were so assertive, they immediately started saying how great he was in his last fight. He didn't give up even though he was barely conscious. They said that he even fought against twin polar bears, just like a fighter dog. The three of them immediately took him out for a drink and wanted to hear about his childhood and education. Although he tried to talk his way out of it, he still went with them. They began to offer him all sorts of drinks, persuading him to drink, and Ryusen looked at the food and drink with his mouth open and his eyes bulging. The men called him a cowardly puppy that he couldn't even take a sip. Saliva ran down Ryusen's cheek, drool came out of his mouth. Thoughts flashed through his head. How much time had passed since he drank alcohol? Maybe he should just drink a little. Okay, he thought, he'll only drink once. Besides, the doctor's shop is nearby. He can do it once, just a little, and immediately go to Mira. After emptying the glass in one gulp, he decided that it was a gift to him for all his hard work. After drinking, he liked it so much that a smile was all over his face. Looking in front of him, he saw Hirn, who was looking at him. Seeing her, sweat appeared on his face, his eyebrows raised, and there was shock in his eyes. Soso, with a spear on her back, ordered everyone to disperse except Ryusen. Everyone left the table without hesitation. Approaching Soso, they received a monetary reward from her for bringing Ryusen. Looking at each other, it became clear that the man was pleased with what he received. Once there were only three left at the table, Hirn said that Ryusen had been impressive in his last battle, simply amazing. This embarrassed Ryusen. He blushed and did not believe that they were talking about him now. Hirin held out a container of alcohol to pour into Ryusen, saying that she was really talking about him, and that she was sure that he was a reliable person, regardless of the side he was on, and she needed people like that. Excited by these words, he drank another glass of alcohol, and Hirin watched. Tears appeared in Ryusen's eyes. He was finally glad that the world recognized him, that he was no longer an ordinary simpleton. Looking at him, she said that the Azure Dragon needs someone like him, but currently he is supporting Muon. She added that she hopes this conversation will remain only between them, saying that she has a question for him. At this moment, Ryusen became even more covered in beads of sweat, and was all red from embarrassment and worry. Hirin asked if there were any suspicious activities between Muon and Silent Night. Ryusen's face changed. He did not understand what was being said. Raising one eyebrow, he asked again. Hirin made a cute face and said that she was interested for the safety of Muon's comrades and, of course, him too. Ryusen looked at her incredulously, plunged into memories. In it, Jinwoo told Ryusen with a serious face that he should not tell anyone about what was happening except his allies. Leaving the memories, he hit the glass with force on the table. He stood up from behind him, raised his left hand, and hit it with his right. Then he waved his hand at her, sending Hirin back where she came from. Turning to him indignantly, So wondered what he had just said. With an angry expression on her face, in her thoughts, she called him a worm, amazed at his words. With a surprised look, raising her head, Hirin froze in one position. Putting her hand to her face, she noted that the Mad Bloodhound was a very interesting person. Talking about the idea that he was a real man should have a similar approach to business. Hirin stated that she truly thought he was worthy. Smirking, the Mad Bloodhound wondered who she thought he was. Pulling out the decanter, she expressed the pity that he was being underestimated right now, wondering if he knew the hero of the Central Plains and the leader of the Azure Dragon Association, Lone Star of the Azure Sky Sojeong. Closing her eyes, Hirin revealed that he is the one who protects the Central Plains from all kinds of misfortunes, adding that Mad Bloodhound is definitely the type who is capable of becoming such a person. Taken aback, Crazy Bloodhound wondered if he could, figuring that he was a little late in bringing out Nurum because he had been just wandering from place to place for too long. Throwing out her hands, Hirin stated rumors that the leader of the Dam Association responded to requests for help from several clans who were in trouble due to the witch killing people. She reported that the Silent Night began to move, and with it a white-haired woman with silver chakras appeared, adding that this lady was probably the Witch of the White Night. Further, Hirin revealed that after the dam leader went to help, she disappeared, asking if he understood this. Hirin reported thoughts that even she was afraid of Lone Star Azure Sky and ran away, saying that the leader of their association would make even the 4 great demonic lords of Silent Night shake in horror. She called Mad Bloodhound a wonderful person with the potential to become a true hero, calling it a shame that he was stuck with the main character. While drinking alcohol, Mad Bloodhound wondered if she was talking about the white-haired woman, noting that Muon had just recently brought it. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, in his thoughts, he noted that he was in trouble. Beads of sweat slowly began to run down his face. There was a smile on Hyorin's face. At that moment, Soso approached her from behind, calling out to her. Standing up from her chair and addressing her, Hyorin asked her to tell Minister Wang that it was time for them to begin. Starting to turn his head in different directions, continuing to think, the Mad Bloodhound wondered what was happening, not understanding why everyone suddenly moved. With a shocked expression on his face, he froze in one position. Gradually, the sun went into sunset. Carrying 2 huge bags, Soren wondered where Ryusen had gone, noting that she was a little worried. Stopping, she turned her attention to the army of soldiers who were moving in an unknown direction. Surprised, she tried to find out who they were. Turning around, the huge army of soldiers froze in one position. Turning his head, the main character put his hands on his side. A man ran up to him and said that dozens of martial artists were approaching the residence. 2 young men who arrived in time said that a huge crowd of warriors was also moving from the south. Wary, Muon lowered his head. Horrified, Musing was amazed at what it had come to. With a serious expression on his face, he ordered Mrs. Yoon to be hidden now. Heading towards Musing, Ryusen wondered what he was even talking about. Turning around, the guys heard someone screaming for the soldiers to thoroughly search the place. A countless army of soldiers could be seen at the entrance to the building. When he opened the door, Tang was shocked. Horrified, he tried to find out who they were, asking if they even understood what they had invaded. From the depths of the army of soldiers, a voice was heard that said that they were in the residence of the Tang family. At that moment, Tang's gaze fell on Minister Wang, who had just arrived. His gaze was shrouded in genuine surprise, after which Soren rushed towards them. Approaching Tan, she tried to tell him something. Turning to Minister Wang, Tan wondered what he was trying to do now. With her hands folded, Hyorin stated that the Central Heavenly Alliance usually acts very quickly when it comes to matters that could shake its position. With an agitated expression, Wang said that the Tang family would have to explain. Looking at the frowning Muon, Wang tried to see if he understood this. Squinting her eyes, Hyorin was lost in her own thoughts. In her thoughts, she considered that Ryusen definitely said that the protagonist had just recently brought. Noting that Xiaochen claimed to have lost the witch, not knowing whether the protagonist got to her first. Wary as she continued to think, she stated that even if Muon did not bring the Witch of the White Knight, their search would still have a basis, adding that if something went wrong, then she could claim that Ryusen reported the conspiracy between Muon and Silent Knight. Further, she thought that Xiaochen was not in the Central Heavenly Alliance right now, and the invader squad went into battle, stating that at the moment, most martial artists were not around, noting that this was a great opportunity, because Murim's gaze was focused on squad of invaders and Silent Knight. Hyorin believed that they should not retreat and that they should act with him right here. Frowning, she turned to the main character and said that they had received information that he had brought the Witch of the White Knight to the Central Heavenly Alliance, asking if it was true. With a worried expression on his face, Muon stared into space. Hanging his head, Tan was lost in his own thoughts. Turning around, Tan wondered what all this nonsense was, asking why the Witch of the White Knight would be here. At that moment, the mad bloodhound was trying to squeeze through the crowd of soldiers. Baring his teeth, he tried to find out what they were staring at, ordering them to get out of the way. Staring in his direction, Hyorin reported that it was the man who stood next to them and watched everything. She folded her hands and said that Mr. Myong had confessed everything. Furious, Myong wondered what she had just said. Raising her blade, Soso stated that her patience ran out the moment he gave out the necessary information, adding that she was going to rip his jaws apart for all those insults. The mad bloodhound's face was filled with genuine rage. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand. Frightened, turning to his mentor, Myong declared that he would never do this. Smirking at Moon, Jinwal assumed that she had completely bewitched Ryusen, after which, he wondered if this was all she could come up with for the final move. Lowering her head, she declared a scientist of 3 minds, asking whether such statements were harsh. Staring ahead, Vaughn ordered the search to end and everyone, including the protagonist, to be detained, noting that this was the only way to avoid bloodshed. Turning to the minister with a frown, Tang said that this was his family's territory, adding that he was the head of the 10,000 poisons. Afterwards, he wondered if Wang didn't know that his actions amounted to insulting the Tang family. Smirking, the minister tried to find out since when the Tang family ruled the Central Heavenly Alliance, noting that if he continued to refuse to cooperate, then he would not look at the fact that he was the head of the house of 10,000 poisons, saying that it would not help him. Looking towards the minister, Muon froze in one position. The setting sun could be seen behind the minister. Wary, the protagonist thought about Minister Wang. An image of the head of the Iron Order appeared in his head, with a scar visible on his face. In his thoughts, he recounted the chief's question asking if he had unsheathed his blades too early, adding that he then told him to be careful with Minister Wang. Continuing to think, he noticed that he now realized the meaning of the words that the head was telling him. Raising his hand, the unknown person closed his eyes. Muon thought that he sensed from them the same thing as from Zhou and the people whom Chunin was watching, and assumed that the minister was behind Zhou and the two-headed demon. Smirking, the stranger pointed his finger forward. Smiling, the guy said that otherwise not only they, but everyone around them would be in danger, listing names. With a stony expression on his face, Muon noted in his thoughts that even if things had turned out differently, they would have found a way to get to him and get rid of him. Taking hold of the blade, turning to Musang, the main character asked him to lead everyone out of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Taken aback, Musang tried to object. Closing his eyes, Muon noted that everyone had suffered because of him, asking him to do as he asked, adding that he would detain their opponents here. Frowning, Musang said that he would fulfill his request. Putting his blade forward in his thoughts, Muon said that everyone was suffering because of his fault, saying that he must deal with everything right now. Van narrowed his eyes and stared at one point, turning his attention to the main character, who was preparing for battle. The minister wondered whether bloodshed would be carried out at the moment. The minister's countless army froze, awaiting an order. Picking up his blade, the protagonist wondered if they had 100 reasons to get rid of it. Smirking, Vaughn stated that he didn't understand what Muon was talking about, noting that as a minister, he couldn't remain calm knowing that he had brought one of the 4 great demonic lords of Silent Night, and the White Knight Witch into the Central Heavenly Alliance. Staring ahead in thought, Muon wondered if he was a pathetic person, noting that in that case, he had no choice. Wary, the protagonist tried to find out if they had any evidence, saying that he had never done what he was accused of. Hanging his head in thought, he said that now she is just his woman, who has nowhere to return. With a serious expression on his face, turning to Muon, Wang asked what about Myong, who is his close associate. With a look full of hatred, the main character wondered if the minister really believed the words of such a reckless person. Looking at the countless army, Muon noted its drive to this territory to detain him, amazed that with all this, Wang was making an enemy out of the Tang family. Frowning, the minister asked why they were running away, and Muon drew his sword if he could just let them conduct a thorough search and see for themselves. Tilting his head, the protagonist wondered if he was talking about this, noting that the minister would do everything possible to get rid of him in the future. Muon stated that Wang would find the slightest grain of dirt on him, adding that he would then frame it as a terrible crime and press charges, asking why they didn't run away. Smiling maliciously, the minister was lost in his own thoughts. Putting his hands behind his back, Wang noted that Muon was his father's son, asking the soldiers why they froze. After the minister ordered them to capture him, a huge army rushed forward. Waving his arms, Jinwoo stated that the bull standing in front of him was a red hare, which was used by famous warlords on the battlefields. A harness was visible on the bull's face, which constrained his movements. Standing on his hind legs, he prepared for the ride. Delighted with the result, Jinwoo said that the bull believed it, adding that it was time for them to enter Tang territory. With a worried expression on his face, Ryusen stated that he was very sorry, noting that he really didn't intend to tell them anything, adding that it was an oversight. Asking him not to worry, Tan expressed confidence that he did not do it out of bad intentions, noting that people make mistakes. Taken aback, Tan stated that he was the one most at fault, saying that he should not have allowed him to leave the residence. Staring at one point, turning to his mentor, Ryusen reported that he was holding up very well, pointing out that she continued to tease him, which caused him to get too excited and let his guard down. Mad Bloodhound pointed out that he shouldn't have spoken to her at all. Indignant, Jinwoo stated that although they were in this situation because of Ryusen and his strange conversations, in fact, the culprit who is putting everyone in danger is Muon. Frowning, Jinwoo noted that he had hurt them greatly during the trial, adding that they were just waiting for a chance to counterattack. Then, he said that it was not so much about their specific case, but about any minor mistake of the main character. An image of Hyorin and the minister appeared in his head. In his thoughts, he noted that Hyorin might think he was in control of everything that was happening, stating that he only saw the minion and the minister's shield. Squinting his eyes as he continued to think, he felt that he had overestimated her by revealing that the demon he saw in her several years ago was just a residual influence of her grandfather, Manhwa. After setting out on his journey, Jinwoo reported that the Great Tang family was ready to intercede for Muon, noting that they ignored this fact and staged such a thing, believing that they were going to shut them all up. Lying in the cart, the girl said that they had no choice, adding that they must insist on their innocence. Further, she noted that they never allowed the Witch of the White Knight to visit them. Looking away in thought, Jinwoo noticed that this was just a Muon woman who had nowhere to return. At that moment, Ryusen was running behind the cart. With a worried expression on his face, he thought it was all because of him, calling himself a pathetic worm, wondering if he could only ruin everything. Turning around, continuing to think, he noted that he only thought that his damn life would change. Suddenly, a countless army of soldiers appeared before his eyes. Unsheathing his blade, Musen prepared to fight. A couple of people, whose faces were hidden by masks, began to whistle. Taking out a pair of kunai, Soren froze in one position. From what he saw, Jinwoo's face was enveloped in genuine shock. Surprised, Ryusen froze in position. With lightning speed, the protagonist pierced several soldiers who were subordinate to the minister. Coldness and moderate anger were visible on his face. Having struck the enemy with his blade, Muon brought him behind his back. After the soldier's corpse fell to the ground, a pool of blood formed under him. Suddenly, the main character disappeared from the soldier's sight. With unimaginable power, Muon cut off the head of one of his opponents. After a series of colossally powerful attacks, he destroyed a group of the minister's subordinates. The body of one of the soldiers flew to the side. Lowering his blade, observing the corpse of Wang's subordinate, he froze in one position. There were bloody streaks on his face. His gaze fell on the army, which continued to run towards him. Exhaling, Muon stared at one point. Covering his body with a stream of bright energy, the main character began to swing his sword. A huge number of soldiers, being severely wounded, hung in the air. With a distraught expression on his face, Muon walked forward. Taking Hyorin by the shoulder, Soso asked her to move away. Lowering his head, the main character tried to take in as much air as possible into his lungs. His hair fluttered due to strong wind currents. Pushing off from the ground, he rushed towards the countless army that had just arrived. With amazing speed, Muon pierced their bodies as he continued to run forward. After which, he headed towards the minister standing next to him. Wary, the main character tried to find out why he did not bring the entire army here, calling him the two-headed demon. Van was shocked by what he heard. Smirking, he asked what Muon had just said, calling him a pathetic worm. With a look of contempt, Wang stated that everyone would be eliminated, adding that this included both the main character who learned about the two-headed demon and everyone who was even associated with him. After which, the minister wondered how Muon dared to mention their organization, considering that he did not value his own life at all. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist revealed that he had understood how the Central Celestial Alliance ruled the world, saying that he would reveal the truth about the organization behind the minister of the Central Celestial Alliance. Suddenly, the place where the minister was enveloped in a dark cloud of smoke. A man appeared in front of Muon and lowered his hands. Vaughn's eyes were shrouded in a bright purple glow. With a malicious grin on his face, in his thoughts, the minister noted that all the moments he had arranged earlier should have exhausted Muon at least a little, calling him a common brat. Continuing his thoughts, he said that there was no need for haste, reporting that the network of the Central Heavenly Alliance was much stronger and more extensive than he thought. Smiling maliciously, the man noticed that Muon had created all these problems. With his face shrouded in hatred, the protagonist declared that the two-headed demon, Unkun, had finally appeared before him. Lowering his hands and turning to Muon, he noted that he had warned him by asking why he persisted in causing trouble, suggesting that he missed his older brother a lot. The main character's sword became covered with a bright purple glow. Averting his gaze, he froze in one position. Frowning, Muon declared that it was time for revenge, summoning a snow flower, after which streams of powerful aura began to emanate from the protagonist's blade. Taking a fighting pose, Muon prepared to attack. Covering his hands with a bloody aura, Unkun declared that this sword always causes a commotion whenever it appears. Rushing into battle, the main character asked the two-headed demon to tell him what kind of organization this was, not understanding who they were. Smirking, Unkun noted that Wang would be angry if he found out. Next, the two-headed demon wondered if Muon would join them if he spoke about it. Finding himself in the face of the stunned protagonist, Unkun declared that they were the second Silent Night. From what he heard, Muon's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Their unimaginably powerful Eru clashed in a fierce duel. Jumping to the side, Unkun noted that this was something of a backup plan in case Silent Night stopped following instructions, saying that the organization was growing in power and infiltrating spies into the martial arts clans, adding that it was also putting the right people in high positions and all that. Looking at the angry Muon, the two-headed demon noticed that she also deals with curious kids like him. Hearing this, the main character wondered what they were even doing. Smirking, Unkun stated that he had already answered everything, adding that his father knew nothing about it. The two-headed demon said that it was not too late, asking the main character to join them. Looking at Muon, frozen in one position, he said that they always welcome martial artists like him. Concentrating a scarlet clot of aura in his hand, Unkun noted that otherwise he would have to kill the main character with his own hands, since he knows too much. Putting the blade behind his back, Muon declared that he would not do this, saying that the two-headed demon killed innocent people in order to master forbidden arts. Smiling maliciously, Unkun wondered if the protagonist thought he was different from him. Looking at the mountain of corpses that were behind Muon, the two-headed demon asked him to see what he had done, adding that he had mercilessly killed so many masters. Unkun then tried to find out how many Muon had gotten rid of since he came to this world. The main character's face was shrouded in genuine horror. At that moment, the two-headed demon asked if they always attacked, and the main character defended himself, noting that these people were simply carrying out a task, saying that they had families, friends, beloved daughters and sons. Smirking, Unkun wondered if he had killed innocents, stating that he had not, revealing that they also raised their spears and swords and came for his head for profit. The two-headed demon asked if Muon knew this, saying that the Central Heavenly Clan, which had protected the Central Plains for 100 years, had been stabbed in the back by those they protected so much. Looking at the protagonist frozen in one position, the two-headed demon noticed that no matter how much time passes, the rules do not change, declaring that the weak will become the prey of the strong. Turning his attention to Muwon's blade, Unkun said that there is no absolute evil or absolute righteousness. Next, he asked the protagonist to look at himself, noting that he had become a true predator and began to rule before realizing it, asking if that was true. With a distraught expression on his face, the two-headed demon believed that Muwon was also becoming addicted to this feeling and was unknowingly enjoying it, adding that every swing of his sword ended with those around him turning into chopped tofu. Unkun noted that even these foolish and strong martial artists fell in front of him, suggesting that he was having fun. Smirking, Unkun again wondered how Muwon was different from him, asking if he thought he was like a demon. Looking at the angry protagonist, he noticed that he might not agree with him, stating that he was a true devil among devils who enjoys the taste of blood. Lowering his head, Muwon replied that the two-headed demon was right. Squeezing the blade in his hand, Muwon said that he was a monster who sheds too much blood, calling himself pathetic and weak. After which, the main character rushed into battle. Holding the blade behind his back, Muwon spoke of fighting to protect and fighting to take away. Crying out in anger, the main character declared that these were two different things. The two-headed demon in turn called Muwon full of contradiction and hypocrisy. The army that belonged to the Tang family continued to rush forward. Spreading his blades in different directions, Musang activated the Azure Cloud Sword technique. Frowning, he ordered the soldiers to put their lives on the line, noting that despite this, they needed to protect them, saying that this was the order of their master. The countless army of his subordinates reported that they had heard this order. Wary in his thoughts, Jinwoo said that he had already prepared for their grand battle with the Central Heavenly Alliance, noting that there were 3 points that needed to be taken into account. Continuing his thoughts, he spoke about the Muwon woman, calling Ryusen's mouth cursed, noting the fact that they attacked much faster than expected. Looking down, he marveled that such unexpected factors had led them to their current situation, noting that he was still missing a lot, saying that he would definitely not repeat the mistake once they got out of here alive, and began preparing for what was to come. With an alarmed expression on his face and in his thoughts, Tang announced the fact that the entire Heavenly Alliance was on edge, believing that this meant that they were going to kill everyone and leave no witnesses, adding that now was not the time to go through options for further developments. Continuing his thoughts, he noted that everything was too close for him to use poison, pointing out that it would put them in danger. Many battle projectiles flew out from Muryu's hand. Once behind her, Tan asked her to be careful. With unimaginable power, Ryusen dealt a crushing blow to the soldier, causing him to fly to the side. His gaze fell on the soldiers who had just arrived and were running towards him. Ryusen's face was filled with surprise. Turning around, he froze in one position. Taking out more shells, Muryu raised her hand to protect Tang. The guy's gaze was directed at the building, at the entrance of which some kind of roar was heard. Beads of sweat slowly ran down Ryusen's face. Turning around, he began to run after a cart traveling nearby. His body was covered with many bandages. His hand grabbed the huge jug. Turning his head, Tang was shocked. His gaze was shrouded in genuine bewilderment. Turning his attention to Ryusen, in whose hands 2 large jugs were visible, he wondered what he was doing. Turning around and addressing his mentor, the Mad Bloodhound said that he would try to buy them as much time as possible, asking them to be careful and leave as soon as possible. Stretching out his hand, Tang screamed at him not to do this. Watching the cart leave, turning to Jinwoo, Ryusen asked him to hold his mentor, adding that he would soon catch up with them. With a frightened expression on his face, Tan asked Ryusen to listen to him, begging him to come back. Stretching his hand forward, he froze in one position. Their cart continued to move away from his student. Her silhouette was visible far from the place where Ryusen was. With a worried expression on his face, the Mad Bloodhound was lost in his own thoughts. Raising his head, he stared at one point. His gaze was directed at the huge number of the minister's subordinates who were heading in his direction. Green smoke began to emerge from the large jugs that Ryusen brought, spreading throughout the area. Mad Bloodhound's face was full of seriousness. Wary, he stated that from now on no one will pass through this gate, adding that he would kill anyone who tried to do so. Forming magical monsters from green smoke, Ryusen wondered if they heard him, calling them pathetic worms. Green wolves made of poisonous fumes rushed forward furiously, opening their fanged mouths, while Ryusen stood warlike, letting out a cry. The animals began to shoot down all the warriors standing in their way. The armed men, in fits of suffocation, clutched their throats and coughed as blood poured from their mouths. The fanged apprentice of the poison master grinned at his opponents, releasing even more poisonous wolves at them. The beasts made of green vapors opened their mouths bloodthirstily as Ryusen furiously raised his hand behind him. The guy grinned menacingly and flashed his eyes, taking a fighting pose, and green streams of poison flowed from the jugs hanging on his belt. A squad of opponents from the Central Heavenly Alliance rushed forward, but no one could reach the enraged Ryusen and fell along the way due to poisoning. The Poison Master's apprentice himself ran forward, grinning menacingly and striking the armed warriors with all his might with his bandaged hand clenched into a fist. The guy also attacked with his legs, turning to the sides and aiming directly at the heads of his enemies, causing them to fall in blood. Ryusen suddenly noticed two members of the Central Heavenly Alliance mercenary squad flying towards him with blazing eyes, shouting furiously, and raising their swords to attack. The guy with a fierce look quickly dodged blows in one direction or the other, getting closer and closer to his opponents. Ryusen put out his bandaged hands and began to press them on the faces of two ill-wishers, and they were puzzled by such an act. A guy with glowing green eyes and a bloodthirsty grin, surrounded by poisonous fumes, pressed on his enemies with all his might, pushing them back. Sweat ran down Ryusen's face as he furrowed his brows and cast an indignant glance into the distance. In front was a jar emitting poisonous fumes, and behind it, two mercenaries from the Central Heavenly Alliance were heading towards the gate wall to climb over it. Ryusen immediately raised his left hand up, activating a poisonous green stream directly under the enemies and throwing them into the air, and at the same time shouted that they had no chance. Continuing to stand in the same position, the guy clenched his teeth tightly when a formidable man with a barrel fiercely slashed him with a sword from behind. The apprentice of the Poison Master began to fall back and sharply raised his leg while using his bandaged hand he activated another powerful stream of poisonous fumes directly under the attacker. After that, Ryusen sank to the ground, which raised dust, and, holding his wounded shoulder, swore nervously and thought that everything was because of him. The guy, gritting his teeth, began to furiously punch the approaching mercenary from the Central Heavenly Alliance, mentally insulting himself for his rashness. Focused on the fight and sweating, Ryusen continued to blame himself for not knowing how to remain silent when it was really necessary. Suddenly the guy looked sideways worriedly, becoming covered in drops of sweat. He noticed how, on the other side, two mercenaries, not far from the jug of poison, were trying to climb over the gate. He raised his bandaged hand and reactivated the flow of poisonous fumes, getting rid of the problem. Holding his arm outstretched, the disciple of the Poison Master grinned displeasedly, looking with his narrowed eye in the direction from where the sword was flying towards him. Trying to defend himself, Ryusen, with a furious cry, put his hand in front of him, which was pierced by the sharp blade of the blade, and another blow from the spear hit him in the thigh. The guy, covered in sweat from tension and intense fighting, swore loudly and, opening his mouth wide, began to call the enemies to him with rude words. When Ryusen was overcome with rage and began to threaten his opponents with screams, a powerful green stream appeared around him. The Westgate family watched the battle from the sidelines, led by a young lady who wore a flower-shaped decoration in her hair. The warrior, covered in perspiration, reported to Hyorin and the guard Soso that the fugitives had overcome the central gate, and the mad bloodhound Ryusen remained and was not letting anyone through, so the squad had to split up, which complicated the task. A dark-haired girl with sparkling jewelry in her hair looked menacingly at her subordinate, ordering him to attract more masters to prevent anyone from leaving the Central Heavenly Alliance, and then turned to the guard. Hyorin, looking sideways, gave Soso a personal order to deal with the mad bloodhound. The guard began to walk away with a spear in her hands and eyes flashing furiously, like the best guard of the Siamon family. She cut off the enemy's dirty hands and pulled out his tongue. The incensed Unkyeom, engulfed in red energy, fought with the swordsman Muwon, who was emitting purple kai. The young lady watching the fight concluded that the opponents were very different, and recognized the smiling man as Jongwoo's son. The master's father was a member of a group called the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. Hyorin frowned and pouted her lips displeasedly, wondering why such a terrifying unknown energy was emanating from Unkyeom, and beads of sweat appeared on her face from the tension. The girl looked at Minister Wang in a long hat contentedly, not understanding why the long-haired warrior obeyed him. Then the elderly man turned to Hyorin, slyly asking if she was really interested in the energy of Master Unkyeom. Minister Wang returned to watching the fight again with a sparkling eye, smiling contentedly, and noting that the most interesting was yet to come, and the young lady cast an alarming glance at him. Hyorin stared at the elderly man, not understanding what he was even talking about. Muwon cast a furious glance at the stretcher, swinging his enchanted sword while he, moving his clawed red hand to the side, mocked the young man and declared that they were the same. The main character frowned at Unkyeom when he stuck out his tongue at him and noted his opponent's desire to kill. Muon was standing on the ground, and everything around his feet was covered in blood. The scarlet liquid began to leave the surface, rising in drops into the air. Now drops of blood hovered around the face of Eunkyung, who, furiously flashing his eyes with black whites, said that she gave him strength. When the man raised his hands, powerful streams of scarlet liquid surrounded the battlefield, causing the swordsman to be greatly taken aback. Drops of blood were now hovering in front of the face of the guy, who stood with his eyes wide in shock. He sharply headed towards the enemy, who did not move, and with a smile directed streams of blood at the young man. Eunkyung stood contentedly with his arms outstretched to the sides when powerful scarlet jets, having united, covered him with destructive force. The master with burning black eyes grinned maliciously, knowing that such an attack would not stop his enemy, and drops of blood floated in the air. Through the space between the streams, Muon could be seen approaching furiously. As the swordsman moved forward through the blood, looking menacingly at his opponent, he concluded with a laugh that such a perfect killer would not fall from such a simple attack. When powerful streams of blood were again sent by Eunkyung at the approaching Muon, he managed to protect himself with purple kai surrounding his body. The next moment there was a strong explosion, from which the houses closest to the battlefield began to be demolished by the shock wave. The main character, gritting his teeth, soared in the sky while red and purple streams fought among themselves, creating bright sparks. Eunkyung, with a malicious smile, also rose into the air, surrounded by two elements. The two opponents clashed in a fierce battle, surrounded by streams of their energies of red and violet. Muon cast a concentrated glance at the master, activating the snow flower strike. Eunkyung, slashed by the enchanted sword, began to scream in pain as blood gushed from the wounds, and the main character rushed forward with a furious look. The guy looked at his opponent with sparkling eyes, gloomily concluding that the art of the bloody cross was terrifying. But he managed to dodge the powerful attack. Eunkyung at that moment, sighing sadly, held his cut shoulder. After this, the man with a mad look screamed about the loss of precious blood, his eyes glaring fiercely and attacking the enemy. Numerous powerful scarlet streams rose above the settlement, destroying nearby houses. Muon stood among the flying debris, bending slightly and covering himself with his hands. Stone fragments flew past the young man's body, and someone tapped him on the shoulder. Muon turned around furiously, and his dark strands of hair flew into the air. The swordsman, his face stained with blood, looked up, opening his eyes in shock. While he was watching something at a height, he was seized by panic. In front of him stood a colossal giant with muscles and gray skin, who was the chaos demon Muken. The pumped-up giant looked down and told the main character that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Muken looked intently at Muon, noting that he had grown a lot, which meant it was a very long time ago. The swordsman from the Northern Heavenly Clan continued to stand in horror with his eyes raised, looking at the chaos demon Muken. The gray-skinned giant standing in front of him was one of the instigators of Silent Night's internal conflict, the one hunting down martial artists like the four great demonic sovereigns. Thinking that the demon had obeyed the minister's order, the guy raised his head up and with a frown asked whether he belonged to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Shaking his head, Muken firmly stated that he did not belong to anyone. But since he acquired an invulnerable body, he was left with no choice, so he had to follow the will of this organization. Muon asked the giant in bewilderment what this meant, while Eunkyung walked behind him with a malicious grin. The shaggy master, closing his eyes, playfully pronounced the name of his opponent, offering to end everything right here, while stone fragments rushed through the air around him. Now Muon turned his head with a confused look, looking at the opponents who surrounded him on both sides. Hyorin, noticing the appearance of the chaos demon, opened her eyes in shock and covered her mouth with both hands. She recalled that 7 years ago, when they tried to quietly leave the Azure Dragon Association to get to the Northern Heavenly Clan, the enraged giant Muken suddenly appeared and attacked them. The menacing man approached the lonely child. That day, due to the Chaos Demon's merciless attack, they lost Sua. Mr. Shim, watching the death of the child, attacked the demon with angry screams and tears. That day, in a fight with the invincible legend Sachan, the only person in the world who could defeat him was faced, and that was Muken. Hyorin recalled how she and guard Soso carried wounded warriors and barely survived that day, but thought that the Chaos Demon was a member of Silent Night. Thinking in her head about a suspicious organization, the Master of Demonic Arts Kyong, Muken, who reports to Minister Wang, the young lady concluded with horror that the Central Heavenly Alliance and Silent Night are connected. Hyorin watched in shock, holding her hands to her mouth and asking if the Chaos Demon really belonged to their organization. Minister Wang concluded with a satisfied grin that Muken is not part of any organization. He is simply a demonic creature that carries out the will of a specific person. The girl was even more horrified when the old man said contentedly that he meant the true ruler of Murim, suggesting that the interlocutor ask her grandfather about this. Manhwa, according to Minister Wang, was the one who came closest to the truth in the world. Hyorin stared forward in great shock, continuing to cover her mouth with her hands and breaking out in a cold sweat. Turning to his interlocutor, the old man with sparkling eyes declared that Murima is much larger and deeper than it seems, and it would be more correct to call this place the world of the abyss. Minister Wang menacingly asked if the girl really thinks that he doesn't know about the desire to create a new world, because it was for this reason that Sachan became the leader and the gathering of young masters began. Hyorin removed her hands from her mouth, continuing to look at her interlocutor with glassy eyes when he said that he knew about everything. Minister Wang said with a pleased expression that if the girl obeyed, she would be helped to reach the level of the 9 heavens and would be revered as a hero. The old man, surrounded by hooded subordinates, waved his hand to the chaos demon and, smiling softly, asked for forgiveness for disturbing him immediately after waking up. Mukin turned around angrily, threatening the old man to shut up. Grabbing his head with his hand and crimping his neck, the gray giant was indignant that he was very annoyed by the cunning scoundrel Disung. On one side of the confused Muwon, the demon of chaos was preparing to attack, calmly warming up, and on the other, Unkayom, holding his hand ready with bloody energy. Turning to look at both opponents, the main character concluded that both the Mukin martial art and the bloody cross art were very strange. The guy raised his sword above his head, preparing to fend off attacks while dust rose from all sides. Muon flew back sharply, his foot sliding along the ground. He recoiled in horror at the moment when a chaos demon and a bloody master with red energy rushed towards him from 2 opposite sides. The gray giant Mukin flew at the main character from above, his eyes furiously sparkling and waving his massive fists. Muon suddenly jumped into the air as Unkayong's clawed hand flashed with bloody energy from below. The swordsman clenched his teeth tightly from tension, trying to repel the attacks of both opponents and falling into the rubble. When the guy fell into the ground under the pressure of powerful blows, many stone fragments rose into the air. The chaos demon looked contentedly at the mad master Unkyong, who showed his muscles and showed respect when Mukin asked if he had really studied the bloody cross demonic art. A deep fall crater appeared in the ground, covered with a curtain of dust, as both men began to discuss their subordination to Minister Wang. When Unkayom, the demon of chaos leading to the formed crater, spoke about the deal, Mukin concluded that he was definitely crazy. 2 of Muon's opponents were looking out for the swordsman, noticing him among the rubble of houses ahead. The guy, surrounded by huge stones, quickly rushed towards the enemies. The protagonist's eyes sparkled fiercely as he thought about how he had to finish off the chaos demon and the bloody master with one attack as quickly as possible. The guy with a furious look released Violet Kai from the enchanted sword, powerful streams of which filled the entire space. 2 strong opponents with glowing red eyes were able to get to him through the holes in the equipment while the young man continued to swing his blade. With his eyes widening, Muon concluded that things were bad. Among the stone debris, the enraged Mukin and Unkayong flew in the air, furiously wanting to attack. The main character with great effort defended himself with a sword from blows when massive fists flew at him from all sides. While the opponents attacked furiously, the guy dodged, continuing to swing the purple blade. Muon cast a menacing glance at the chaos demon towering above him, preparing to cut him down, and Master Unkayong rushed behind him with a malicious smile, extending his clawed hand. Gritting his teeth angrily, the young man began to raise his bladed weapon to strike, while both opponents swung at him with their bare hands. With his free hand, the tense Muon stopped the clawed palm of the insane Unkayong, and used the silver flower to protect himself from the giant's massive fist. Mukin grinned maliciously, casting a ferocious look with burning eyes at the guy. Sun Jongwoo smiled widely, looking madly at the swordsman and raising his thick eyebrows. Muon, his face bloodied, bared his teeth furiously, keeping his arms crossed and looking from one opponent to the other. Both enemies quickly pulled back as powerful purple energy began to emanate from the enraged protagonists. Muon cast a menacing glance at the men as he activated the heaven-destroying demonic shadow blade technique, causing the space to fill with powerful streams of energy. Unkayong flew to the side, and the chaos demon stood in place, raising his fists as the guy attacked them. The purple stream sword technique raised a powerful whirlwind, rushing towards the colossal opponent. Mukin, with a mad look, put his massive hand forward, laughing with the knowledge that a technique was approaching him, preventing his immortal body from healing. The giant rushed forward, shouting that he would not allow him to be easily defeated, and activated the demonic arts of the origins of chaos purgatory. From two powerful techniques, nearby buildings began to rise in the air and collapse. Manhwa, with tears and a grin, making his way through a strong whirlwind, his eyes sparkled fiercely. Behind him, a ghostly silhouette of a girl appeared, who was the soul of the BSC. The main character was intently following the movements of Unkayam, who was blithely walking towards him with his clawed hand extended forward. The Mad Master's palm turned red as he activated the bloody cross art, after which the man said with a smirk that he should have just listened to him. Rushing forward, Manhwa was suddenly grabbed by the leg by a scarlet liquid. He frowned and looked down worriedly. At that moment, the ferocious giant Mukin flew from the sky towards the immobilized protagonist, who swung his fists and activated the demonic chaos cyclone with a loud cry. A colossal Ka with swollen veins, covered with scars, screamed madly that he wanted to enjoy the death of the last member of the SNK. As he screamed furiously, he was interrupted by a powerful blow to the jaw from a fist covered in yellow energy. While Manhwa looked down at his leg in panic, an arriving warrior in a white cloak with sparkling eyes flew over his head. The guy watched in shock as the legendary invincible Sachan, who with a furious look inflicted blow after blow on the demonic enemy. The young man with a bloody face stood in bewilderment, recognizing the leader of the Dam Association and the man who had arrived. The minister's subordinates from the Central Heavenly Alliance became very nervous when a thick dusty curtain rose up and blocked the view of the battlefield. Taken aback, Hyorin put her hand to her chest while the shocked Minister Wang asked if Xiachen had just passed through. The panicked girl, covered in cold sweat, wondered why the legendary warrior was here and assumed that he had managed to deal with the robbers. The enraged minister glanced menacingly at MS Xiamen behind, who had previously claimed to have taken care of everything. The veins on the old man's forehead and neck stood out from tension as he complained about the girl's poor performance. Hyorin looked down in horror and began to sweat when Mr. Wang doubted her status as the smartest in the world. After that, he turned away, tusking displeasedly and scolding the younger generation. Throwing a contemptuous squint into the distance, the minister said that he was very disappointed in Ms. Xiamen. She, biting her lip and frowning, squeezed out an apology. Suddenly Hyorin opened her eyes and looked up, hearing a voice calling out to her with a loud cry. Walking among the dust and waving a white cloak, Sachan walked towards the sunset sky, indignant that the girl sent him to get rid of the bandits from Anhui province to carry out her own plan. He reported that during the mission, an old man approached him and informed him about the horror happening in the Central Heavenly Alliance. The long-haired legendary warrior said that after that he hurried back and was now unhappy with what was happening. Hyorin looked at him in panic, covered in sweat, and tried to say something in defense, but began to stutter from excitement. Xiachen turned around with a frantic look and hurried to interrupt her, declaring that they would talk later. The girl sighed in horror, looking at the man with glassy eyes. The pleased minister turned to Sachan, asking him not to interfere in the fight, because the criminal was being punished on the battlefield. Then the dark-skinned hunk frowned angrily, clarifying what would happen if he did not listen, and talking about the horrors that were happening at the moment. The man cast a contemptuous glance at his interlocutor, asking whether he really thought it was fair to pit several hundred martial arts masters against one criminal, even directly Central Heavenly Alliance. Minister Wang missed the question about the Chaos Demon, glaring at Sachan angrily and threatening dire consequences for disobeying the organization. Then the man concluded with a grin that he was ready for punishment. He mentioned his influential father Choksham of the Nine Heavens, asking if he would remain idle at this point. The legendary Xiachen smiled contentedly, saying that although he and his parent were not on the best terms, he could ask him for a little help. Closing his eyes and laughing into his fist at the words of his impudent interlocutor, Minister Wang concluded that he did not know at all what the real world of Murim was like. The old man narrowed his eyes slyly and hinted that even Choksham of the Nine Heavens was not that influential. Xiaocheng then pointed at Wang and angrily shouted that he knew that the Central Heavenly Alliance was simply rotten to the core. Standing among the clouds of dust, the legendary warrior in a white cloak loudly declared that he was going to create a new Murima. Hearing this, the minister smiled evilly and flashed his eyes bloodthirstily, announcing that now he could not simply ignore Xiachen. The dark-skinned jock raised his fist with a contemptuous look, declaring that he would continue to do what he considered necessary. Now the legendary warrior turned to Manhwa, concluding that he had again added to his problems. The main character, raising his sword, stated that he was grateful for the help, but this was a personal matter into which he did not want to drag his interlocutor. Frowning, Xiachen silently glanced to the side. After that, he turned his stern gaze to the head of the Jim clan and addressed him. A dark silhouette with sparkling eyes could be seen from the fog, on whom the legendary warrior had to take revenge. Adjusting his lower jaw with his hand, the Chaos Demon who emerged from the fog stated that he remembered the weakling who used the Divine Radiance maneuvers. Xiaocheng grinned maliciously, answering that he had not seen Mukin since the crushing defeat, after which he said that he had been training diligently for 7 years alone. The Chaos Demon grinned sarcastically, saying that there is order, so he will first deal with Muwon, and then defeat the legendary warrior once again. Then Sachon, with eyes blazing with rage, looked at his enemy from under his brows, expressing a great desire to take revenge on him. Now the main character, along with a dark-skinned jock in a white cloak, stood with their backs to each other, directed towards Unkyon and Mukin. The Chaos Demon stood waiting, clenching his massive fists tightly and looking intently at the old enemy, who asked the head of the Jim clan to leave the giant to him. Muwon, with a bloody face, held his enchanted sword in his hands while the legendary hero stood with his back to him, having no weapons except his hands. Unkyon grinned maliciously, opening his clawed palm as Xiaochen asked the swordsman to focus on this madman. Muwon, without turning around, said that the man would now have trouble behind his back, and thanked him for his help. The next second, the accomplices quickly rushed in different directions, raising thick clouds of dust. Sachon, flying up to the Chaos Demon, grinned furiously and shouted that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time, and his fist with yellow energy was preparing to strike. The enraged Mukin, his eyes blazing fiercely, also raised his clenched hand to attack, mocking his opponent. The men, full of rage, flew towards each other, wanting to clash in a powerful fight, and below lay the rubble. The Chaos Demon glanced menacingly to the side, leaving a bright trail of glowing irises in his black eyes. Xiaochen also cast an angry glance at his opponent, frowning deeply. The men locked arms with each other and began to push, clenching their teeth furiously, and trying to push the other away as stone debris flew above them. Xiaocheng grinned angrily and tensed so much that his veins began to bulge all over his body. The man pressed hard on his opponent's gray palm, arching his fingers. The Chaos Demon watched this in panic, widening his eyes. He suddenly thrust his head forward, hitting the legendary hero in the face, causing him to fly back. Xiaocheng bared his teeth angrily, raising his fist with energy, and streams of blood gushed out from his broken nose. With a look of fury, he struck the enemy with a powerful blow with his hand, causing him to fly back, and a whirlwind rose around him, swaying his white cloak. The blow from the Dark Musleman's fist hit the Chaos Demon's scarred bicep. He cast an angry glance at the legendary hero, his eyes wide open and his irises sparkling. After this, the enraged Mukin swung his fist and hit his opponent in the face with all his might, and he flew to the side. Sachon, having received the blow, became very angry and, baring his teeth, stood in a fighting position. He clenched his teeth and fists tightly, through which dazzling energy spread, once again activating the Divine Radiance maneuvers, just like 7 years ago. The legendary hero raised his glowing clenched hand, preparing to attack, as Mukin flew towards him from the air, engulfed in dark energy, using the Purgatory Origin's demonic arts. The Chaos Demon laughed madly, its fierce red eyes flashing wildly. Xiaochen, flying towards the enemy, let out furious screams while light came out of his eyes and glowing magical patterns crawled down his neck. Both opponents remained close to each other, opening their mouths wide and uttering warlike cries. The entire battlefield was engulfed by two colliding powerful energies of yellow and gray, sweeping away and destroying everything in its path. Meanwhile, Muwon fought furiously against the insane Unkyo, releasing purple streaks of enchanted energy from his sword as the enemy struck with his clawed hands with bloody energy. The master rushed at the swordsman with a fierce look, menacingly asking whether he had really perked up after the appearance of a reliable friend. Muwon, grinning his teeth angrily, intently watched the hand flying at him and managed to dodge to the side, but a scratch from the claw remained on his cheek, from which blood gushed. The main character crouched down with a menacing look, lowering his sword with the hilt to the ground. While the guy was spinning his weapon, Unkyon flew at him with an evil smile, extending his hand with sharp claws. Muwon, with a bloody face, frowned deeply, intently watching the enemy's movements. He looked crazy, his black eyes wide and grinning. The next moment, the swordsman flew furiously from the air at the master, thrusting his blade forward and leaving a wound. And at that moment he scratched his ribs. Unkyon spread his arms in confusion, his eyes bulging as a sword was deeply embedded in his shoulder and blood flowed out in streams. The main character clenched his teeth and fist tightly in pain, clutching his bleeding side with his free hand. Standing with a weapon in his shoulder, Eun concluded with a single grin that the enemy's sword was now in his possession. The man pulled his hand towards the hilt, mockingly asking whether the warrior could cope without his blade. Suddenly, Eun black eyes widened wide, and purple sparks began to float around. The master, pierced by a sword, was enveloped by a ghostly girl, shackling his arms and legs, which prevented him from moving. Eun looked very confused as the soul of the enchanted blade grinned angrily and tears flowed from its eyes. The girl recalled how she put her hands in prayer as a human. She stood calmly, closing her eyes. After that, the warrior dragged her across the battlefield by her long hair, as others around with the rest of the girls wanted. Eun looked sideways in fear at the embittered shaman in tears, covered in cold sweat. At this time, Muon lowered his raised hands in a circle with burning eyes, finally clenching them into fists in front of him, and a whirlwind formed around him. The Mad Master looked at his enemy in horror, trying to understand what he was doing now. He recognized in the movements of Muon's hands one of the techniques of his deceased father. The man recalled how the former head of the clan, Jim, screamed furiously while using the never-ending fists of destruction. Now Muon, with a furious look, put his clenched hands forward, and a strong whirlwind arose on the battlefield, lifting large debris into the air. Eun, who began to be carried away by a powerful stream of energy, clenched his teeth tightly and wondered whether the young man's father had really managed to teach him such a technique before his death. The man stared indignantly at the enemy, considering the attack a cheat, because he himself suffered for more than 10 years and endured beatings from his father in order to master his martial arts. Disappearing in a powerful whirlwind, Eun furiously concluded that this is why he hates geniuses. A strong luminous stream rose high into the sky, and stone debris flew up with it. The sword, along with various debris, rose high into the sky, which turned pink and purple. He flipped in the air as he began to fall down. The blade was already low, and at that moment a palm reached for the hilt. While Muon, armed with his blade, rushed through the air towards the enemy with a menacing look. He stood nearby with a bare torso, putting his hands in front of him. The wounded Eun looked away in fear, reporting that the young man managed to copy his father's technique. Its power alone was now at an average level. Muon furiously rushed ahead, raising his sword to strike, and behind him moved the enraged spirit of the shaman from the silver flower. At this time, Eun raised his hand with a mad look, creating streams of blood, after which he loudly insulted his opponent, and decided to watch him repeat the art of the bloody cross. Muon rushed forward furiously, slashing his enchanted sword at Eun's outstretched arm. The master stood with a severed limb flying into the air, and a cut mouth, swearing with a confused look. At this time, 3 mercenaries from the Central Heavenly Alliance were approaching the Ryu, firmly standing on the ground protecting the gate. 2 of them fell to the ground with bloody faces and blank stares, while one continued to approach the mad bloodhound. The warrior gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to attack the guy in front of him. Ryu, grinning angrily, his face bloodied, rested his hands on his knees while a long arrow protruded from his back. The mercenaries stopped, looking at their ladle with bewilderment and horror. The remaining small team hired by the Central Heavenly Alliance stood in shock in front of a field covered with corpses and pools of blood with disfigured bodies, and on the other side was a tired Ryu. A guy in clothes shabby after the battle cast a contemptuous glance from under his brows at a group of enemies. All the men with muzzles looked back in shock, noticing the formidable figure of the guard Soso with a spear, who ordered her subordinates to disperse. Ryusen carefully examined the woman with a contemptuous squint and plump lips, concluding that this was the best guard of the Xiamen family, as well as one of the lesser heavens. Soso, lowering her spear, approached the tired guy with measured steps, declaring that she would severely beat her opponent. Ryusen began waving his bandaged hand with a malicious grin, calling the woman to him and rudely sending her away. The action moves to the battlefield, where Eun's severed clawed hand flew into the sky. Having made the attack, Muon stood behind the enemy with a furious look and held a glowing enchanted sword in front of him. Meanwhile, the Mad Master, with his mouth cut on one side, swore with a confused look. The main character fingered his fingers, holding the hilt of the blade tightly in both hands. Grabbing his bloody shoulder with his severed arm, Eun turned around and upsetly called Muon that even more of a villain. The swordsman glanced sideways at the man without pity as he proudly raised his head, declaring that he had been diligently keeping an eye on the young man in the SNK, and he dared to do so. When a stream of blood gushed out of Eun's body, he looked down in bewilderment and concluded that the main character had even cut his stomach. Holding his head with his hand, the master with a satisfied smile enjoyed the way the blood flowed out of him, and sweat appeared on his face. Yuan looked back at the man as he fell to the ground with a crash. Drops of blood rose up around the guy as he carefully examined the corpse with slight disgust. After that, holding the hilt of the blade tightly, Yuan turned to Silver Flower. The young man looked down coldly, asking his weapon to calm down now. Suddenly, the main character frowned and cast a suspicious glance to the side. At this time, in another part of the battlefield, Sachin was fighting fiercely in a very tattered white cloak. With a menacing look, he removed the interfering piece of cloth, suggesting that the monster was not getting weaker. An enraged demon of chaos was flying towards the dark man from behind, raising his fist for a powerful attack and blazing his eyes. Turning around in horror at the fast opponent, Sachin concluded that he was too late. The next moment, Muan appeared in front of the almost defeated man, waving his sword while Mukan waved his fists in anger, and clouds of dust hovered around. The demon of chaos widened his eyes with displeasure, realizing that in front of him was a swordsman from SNK. Muan frowned angrily, casting a furious glance at his new opponent. Suddenly, white feet in black boots pushed off from the debris on the ground, flying up to the island. Muan, with streams of purple energy, pulled aside while the legendary warrior flew furiously at the chaos demon from behind him. Mukan, illuminated by two energies, laughed and declared that now it was time for him to die. However, a moment later, the chaos demon, with two dark vortexes behind him, shouted that he had poured his entire soul into the final attack. Both men, with different magical energies, shouted warily as they decided to attack the same opponent. The giant looked sternly at the united warriors, shouting angrily and clenching his fists, from which powerful energy emanated. Only multicolored stars sparkled in the darkness, stretching their rays to the sides. A powerful hurricane arose in the center of the battlefield, destroying everything in its path. The sky became overcast and dark ash fell from it. The completely bloodied body of the chaos demon now lay in the rubble. The men, sitting in the cracks, began to slowly rise. While Muan gloomily wiped his face, Sachin thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Frowning and keeping a close eye on the chaos demon, the legendary hero declared that Mukan was immortal and asked him to leave her and move forward, after which the protagonist gave him a confused look. Sachin, without turning to look at the puzzled guy, assured that he had been training alone for a long time due to his defeat to the chaos demon. Muan silently listened to the wishes of the legendary warrior, raising his eyebrows pitifully. Looking forward with sadness, the main character thanked the leader of the association, Jim, promising to repay for the rescue. After these words, Sachin turned around and smiled contentedly. Dark hair fluttered in the wind, covering the young man's face as he glanced sideways at his interlocutor. Muan began to steadily run away from the battlefield, leaving Sachin, who followed his ally with his eyes. The bloody, lifeless body of the chaos demon continued to lie in the rubble. Mukan opened his mouth slightly. Next, Mukan exhaled steam from his mouth, opening his burning, fierce eyes. In another part of the battlefield, where the corpse of Unkyung with a severed hand lies in blood, two subordinates ran to the murdered master. Covered in cold sweat from horror, the men began to loudly call for the master. Both subordinates extended their hands, placing them on the body of the seriously wounded Unkyung, who had difficulty speaking, ordering the two-headed demon squad to run after Muan. While the old man continued to treat the master with magic, he grabbed his hand. He began to furiously poke her with his fingers until she bled, telling her that he was very sorry. The old man's eyes turned black and his face was covered in cold sweat. The subordinate screamed furiously in pain while Unkyung pumped his blood out of his body and recovered due to this. The bloodless dead old man had shriveled greatly, posthumously frozen with his head thrown up and horror on his face. While drops of blood hovered near the mad master, he licked his lips contentedly and, with tears in his eyes, concluded how difficult it was for him to draw out life. Meanwhile, Minister Wang's subordinates were greatly taken aback as they watched the destroyed buildings and the rising dust. Muan tried to quickly leave the battlefield, moving his arms and breathing heavily. The guy cast an indifferent glance into the distance while his hair fluttered in the wind. Two subordinates dressed in hooded robes, along with Minister Wang, each extended one arm. The old man cast a menacing glance at the main character, his eyes sparkling fiercely. Muan looked at the minister in response with absolute indifference. After that, he rushed to run further, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Minister Wang, observing the young man, turned to one of his subordinates and ordered him to ask 9 heavens to arrive quickly. Hyorin watched from behind the old man, who folded his hands behind his back and decided to go to the Tower of Abundance 9. The young lady opened her eyes in horror and broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that even the 9 heavens were subordinate to the Central Heavenly Alliance. At this time, 2 opponents rushed after the fugitive with great speed. The action moves to a dilapidated tavern, where Musang, drawing his blade, swung it furiously, and left the mercenary with a deep cut from which blood spurted out. Having dropped to the ground, the man carefully watched as the cart drove quickly along the road, and men with spears were running towards it. Musang suddenly jumped from the height of the building, falling to the ground and mercilessly dealing with his opponents with a menacing look. The man crouched down, lowering his blade, and his cloak flew up, and an ox cart approached him from behind. Jinwoo, who was in the transport with the Tang family members, shouted furiously, asking warrior Seo to be patient for a while until they leave the Central Heavenly Alliance. The Master of Poisons remembered with concern the student Ryu, and the Scientist of 3 Minds looked at him with puzzlement, assuring him that the guy was alive. Jinwoo opened his eyes wide and raised an eyebrow questioningly. The pale man turned around in shock and, covered in cold sweat, thought that this could not happen. The sky turned red and was covered with circular marks as a dark silhouette hovered in it, and everyone watched with tension. And Jinwoo realized that the 9 heavens had arrived. Manhwa, Hyorin's grandfather, towered in the air, surrounded by glowing magical inscriptions, and cast a menacing glance at the people below. Manhwa stood menacingly near the green circles of hieroglyphs. Several warriors holding swords in their hands ran up to him. In the middle of the formation stood a cart with several people. Jinwoo, looking at the man, confirmed that he was one of the 9 heavens, and his name was Manhwa. Looking down coldly, Manhwa stated that he believed that he would recognize him, knew he was capable of this. Looking at the man in slight surprise, Jinwoo said that he had formed an illusory trap that affects perception, allowing him to distort the area around him, so it appears as if he is floating in the air. Standing on a platform emitting white light, Manhwa introduced himself. One of the crowd asked if he thought anyone might not recognize him, given the amount of pressure he was exerting. Continuing to look menacingly at Jinwoo, one of the 9 heavens stated that he was curious to know what the person who could drive his granddaughter into despair looked like. A few drops of sweat flowed down the face of the Scientist of 3 Minds. He looked at Manhwa with a confident smile, and replied that there was nothing remarkable about it. His mind was filled with thoughts of how they had fallen into his trap. They tried to escape from the fox and ended up with a tiger. Looking at the guy, Manhwa asked if he knew why people from the Xiaoman family were considered among the smartest. Maintaining a smile and closing his eyes, the Scientist of 3 Minds said that he believes that it is in their blood. The children of this family have amazing mental abilities from birth. He also noted that one should not forget about the experience accumulated over hundreds of years and the presence of amazing skills. Analyzing the guy's words, Manhwa, looking at him coldly, said that this is not all. Jinwoo's eyes widened, a little surprised as he clarified what he meant. Smiling evilly, Manhwa replied that they find all the smart, wise, and talented people who could challenge their family, and then destroy them. The words of one of the 9 heavens shocked Jinwoo, with an incomprehensible expression on his face. He thought that Manhwa had gone crazy in his old age, because where did so much pride come from in such a statement? Also, the guy instantly came to the conclusion that one of the 9 heavens wanted to get rid of him too. Gimon, standing nearby, shouted furiously that one of the greatest families in the world should be ashamed to use such dirty methods. Looking at the head of the House of 10,000 Poisons with coldness and contempt, Manhwa said that if such a person were the leader, then the Tang family would face a bleak future. He said that the willingness to lead people in any way is the most important virtue for one who rules the world. He asked how one could rule by reasoning about virtue and the order of things. With his head slightly lowered, Gimon looked at his debate opponent with confidence. He asked about how doesn't he know that this is why the Tang family ended up where they are now. Remembering the old head of the family, he said that he, the Poison Emperor, killed many people and did not even leave the names of many clans, all to establish the Tang family in Sichuan. In order to secure the position of the ruler of the province, the great family sacrificed at least 1,000 people. An image appeared of a city surrounded by forest, with a large wooden building in the center. Manhwa told Gimon that this was the reality and asked if he himself played a big role in it. The slightly bent man, his eyes slightly closed, was trembling. Murray, sitting next to him, looked at the man worriedly. Manhwa's feet, standing on the circle of hieroglyphs, began to emit turquoise light. He stated that he had been talking to them too much and that he had come to end things with them. Stroking his long gray beard with his hand, he said that he would then destroy Muwon, the child he should have gotten rid of long ago. He started using the ability. He, with his burning feet, stepped out of the magic circle. Surprised, Jinwoo recognized the technique. It was a sky-devouring tiger step. In an instant, a wall appeared in front of them, consisting of several magic circles and emitting a lot of magical energy. The sword pierced the bull, which was harnessed to the cart. The whole company looked in shock at the enemy's actions. Someone screamed, holding his hands behind his back, looking at people with constant coldness. Manhwa, with more and more white and green circles appearing behind him, continued to use the ability. Falling into darkness, eyes and mouth wide open, Jinwoo told everyone to stay calm and try to concentrate. A stream of thoughts began to flow through his head. He thought that if nothing was done, everyone would be alone with their inner demons. He mentally stated that he needed to destroy his trap quickly. As he gestured with his fingers, he thought that he was not going to use this ability so soon. He remembered the moment when, with a crazy smile, throwing out 3 fingers, he asked his old friend to fulfill his 3 requests. An image appeared of Jongun sitting outside a small building. He buried stones with hieroglyphs in the ground. He sighed, slightly worried at the thought of having to bury these strange stones in the ground. Jinwoo, standing behind Jongun, was wiping his forehead. He thought about how he was able to prepare everything for the day when he would have to meet one of the 9 heavens. His hand began to emit an aura. 4 turquoise pillars appeared in the place where the stones were buried. And not only there, between numerous dark buildings they appeared. There were them near almost every building in Purple Tree. They all began to glow brightly. The central heavenly alliance was illuminated in an instant. He prepared all this to use as a trap. This technique was also used by Manhwa's granddaughter to plunge him into the darkness of his inner demons. His eyes glowed and magic circles appeared in his hands. He mentally stated that although that skit could not compare with his technique, it was very useful to learn from it. Opening his mouth furiously, he threw both hands forward. His eyes sparkled and his long hair flowed. He shouted that he wasn't going to fall like that. Manhwa, looking at the guy, said that he was not so bad. A few seconds later, a bloodied scientist of 3 minds lay on the destroyed stone floor. Black blood flowed from his eyes, and the eyes themselves emitted red energy. He exhaled steam. A demon of chaos, with long dark hair and burning eyes, stood on a destroyed stone slab. His eyes were burning and steam was leaving his body. He said that unfortunately the attack was not enough. Seochan, standing in a fighting stance opposite him, said that he is very persistent and does not give a second to rest. He pressed his foot into the ground and made a jerk. Flying towards the enemy, he began to swing his right hand. Mukin smiled madly, his gaze reflecting the involvement and joy of battle. Their fists collided. The monstrous shockwave spread several tens of meters in all directions. Having spread their arms after the blows, they looked at each other angrily. They, destroying everything in their path, carried out high-speed attacks against the backdrop of a big city. Seochan began to kick Mukin, who was flying by inertia. Using a downward attack, he slammed him into the ground. The column of dust rose more than 5 meters. The 6th air of Divine Radiance's leg was clenched by his opponent's powerful fist. He instantly launched a counterattack, slamming his opponent into the ground. Spitting out blood, Seochan sighed in pain. Without allowing the enemy to come to his senses, the man immediately began to attack. The 6th air rolled to avoid the attack. Having scattered several meters, they immediately ran to continue the battle. Their fists simultaneously reached each other's faces. The demon of chaos learned a strong lesson. His eyes were burning and he was thinking about carrying out the next attack. Seochan also received a strong blow to the cheek. He looked at his enemy angrily. At that very second, they began to launch dozens of attacks. They attacked and blocked, surrounded by numerous fragments of various rocks. Mukin's strong grip squeezed the 6th Divine Radiance Heir's hand. He spread his arms in both directions with a victorious smile. Streams of black energy flowed through Seochan's body. Mukin said that his demonic art could penetrate his opponent's internal energy and destroy it. His energy covered the surprised guy more and more. Streams of dark energy swirled around them. He smiled madly and shouted that he could also absorb someone else's energy, transforming it into his own. Seochan, looking at his enemy with his yellow eyes, stated that since he heard an explanation that he did not ask for, he allows him to try to absorb as much of his energy as he wants. 4 yellow hands appeared behind him, covering his body with light energy. He said with a smile if he could handle it. His hands instantly latched onto the enemy's body. His eyes emitted light and he shouted out that if all his meridians were burnt to ashes and destroyed, would he be able to recover? Mukin's body was amazed by his energy. When it reached his head, he began to radiate it from his mouth. She, destroying him from the inside, began to actively come out of him. He, radiating energy, began to die, screaming in pain. Seochan raised his head up. He lowered it and exhaled. Taking a fighting stance, he began to take in air again. he opened his burning eyes. His arm was disconnected from his body. She, tearing off the bandages, flew towards Mukin. A huge blow blew him away. The circle of concentrated energy destroyed the Chaos Demon. It was an ability called Divine Radiance Maneuvers, Fist of Justice. His fist radiated energy. He held his enemy, whose body was reduced to dust up to his chest, by the neck. Mukin stated that this was the first time that someone was able to reverse the absorption process, penetrate his internal energy and destroy it. Smiling, he said that he would not be able to recover from this. He was an excellent opponent for the Chaos Demon's last battle. Finally, he acknowledged the victory of his enemy. He, looking at the defeated Chaos Demon, asked who he was. Mukin's face slowly disappeared. He slightly closed his eyes and said Sachan's question. He began his story. This was 150 years ago. There was a woman obsessed with becoming stronger. In the process of self-improvement and self-discovery, she unknowingly challenged someone she shouldn't have. Her arrogance brought great wrath upon her, and the man tried to turn the woman into a murderer by making her his toy. He recalled the moment when a man, behind whom lay a bloodied girl, with tears in his eyes, prayed. If he made a mistake, or if the woman ceased to be of any value, she would simply die. He said he didn't want to see or imagine how it would turn out. A dark silhouette of a man appeared, smoking a pipe. So, on the condition that her life would be spared, the RN entered into a contract with the demon. An image of a young Mukin appeared, with his head bowed, blood flowing down his body. He stated that he was forced to learn the Chaos Purgatory Origins demonic arts, and then became a hunting dog. He could move only by order and was doomed to live without the possibility of death. Although he stated that he could not call it life, he was usually chained or asleep. He was allowed to move only when necessary. The man's body and hands were shackled with iron chains. Every time he woke up and opened his eyes, the world changed. They woke him up to get rid of unnecessary people. He awakened due to the internal struggle in Silent Night and the hunt for the 4 demon lords. He looked coldly at the man who had awakened him. It seems that the woman had been filled with anger and sadness ever since that day. She lost her memories and lost her emotions after studying the silver light ice crystal. The girl, with tears streaming down her eyes, looked at the floor, lost. She eventually reached the peak of martial arts and slowed down her aging. An image of a woman with a cold, distant look appeared. She became one of the 4 demon lords of Silent Night. Because of her, Mukin was cursed. He found himself in a situation where he needed to kill her, and she couldn't even recognize him. He said he was probably relieved that she didn't realize who he was. He asked how such a tragedy gained the right to exist in this world. He said he wanted to see her again one last time. Mukin clarified the question again. He, with his body turning to ash, said that sometimes he is with Silent Night, and sometimes he is with the Central Plains. He told Sachin to remember that there is no good and evil in the world, and they are all just part of one person's plans. Looking at the guy holding him, he finally thanked Sachin for putting an end to his hellish life. Having finished his sentence, he disappeared into thin air. Sachin stared into the void in front of him. Only the enemy's teeth remained in his hands. He spread his arms and screamed with all his might. The light still illuminated the night city. Jinwoo held his arms out to his sides, covered in aura. A large magic circle closed part of the dark space. He destroyed the trap. Giman, holding the girl in his arms, asked if she was okay and told her to watch her breathing. He looked down and said that although the scientist of 3 minds was able to quickly get rid of the trap, Muryu has a fear of closed spaces, which means that pitch darkness could scare her to death. The girl, squeezing her eyes, slightly gnashed her teeth. One of the warriors, holding 2 swords in his hands, said that now he must help the scientist of 3 minds and they will fight against Manhwa. He stated that 2 would have to go with him, and the rest would help Lady Tang and the master of 10,000 poisons. Looking menacingly at his enemy, he said that they must definitely protect Lady Tang. He also noted that they need to concentrate, for their opponent is one of the 9 heavens. A huge stream of magical energy emanated from the Jin Wall. Manhwa stood at the epicenter of the attack. The scholar of 3 minds looked at his enemy in shock, gritting his teeth, thinking that, as expected from his opponent, his strength was too great, and he could not be defeated without using his own traps. The powers of the 3-path labyrinth and shadow hallucinations. Slightly closing his eyes, Manhwa mentally said that he was not only able to destroy his traps, but was also going to attack himself. He mentally stated that he was much stronger than he thought. He also noted that his strength is not only in knowledge. Opening his eyes, he confidently looked at the enemy and mentally said that, in any case, he could not compare with him and it was worth teaching him a lesson. Manhwa sensed several warriors approaching from behind. One of them, with glowing eyes, launched an attack with 2 blades. In an instant, Manhwa took out a weapon from under his cloak. With a lightning-fast swing, he pushed the attacker away with a stream of energy. Looking at him, he sighed and asked what he was hoping for. Looking back, he saw Gimon crouched in front of him, green energy beginning to form on his finger. He splashed a stream of liquid into his opponent's face. A huge number of bloody corpses filled the entire surrounding area. Soso performed lightning-fast arcing attacks with her sword. Blood was flowing from her mouth. Through fatigue, with pure determination, she launched attacks, throwing her blade forward. The man, with a bloody face, dodged her attacks with all his might. He clenched his teeth and continued to fight through the pain. A small vessel appeared in his bandaged hand, from which energy began to flow. Ryusen, at the same instant, jumped and sent a small green dragon towards his opponent. The girl, shielding herself from the attack with her cloak, said that this poison was too dangerous. The thought flashed through her head that she needed to get rid of the vessel. She, not allowing the enemy to jump away, began an attack with her weapon. Inflicting numerous blows to the man's body, she was able to knock the vessel out of his hands. Gritting his teeth in anger, the thought flashed through his head that she wanted to destroy the vessel. His vessel flew off in the other direction. He, thinking that there was almost nothing left there, carried out 2 attacks from both vessels on it. The girl, having begun to rotate her weapon, was able to defend herself from the enemy's attack. Taking advantage of the time, he went behind Soso's batter. Making a quick lunge, he attacked her back with his hand. Blood splashed onto Ryusen, whose face reflected madness. His eyes glowed red as he glared at her. He saw 4 guys running away from him. Remembering the vessels with the master's poison, standing in different corners of the empty room, he said that he had used almost all of them. Hoping that there was something left there, he, still in flight, used the ability. A stream of poison went towards the men. They instantly fell down, coughing up blood. The thought flashed through his head that although he was able to destroy them, he was the last. Soso suddenly appeared and pierced his chest with a spear. Looking down at him coldly, she asked if he really considered himself an equal opponent to her. He, with pure rage, tried to tear the spear out of his body. Her eyes widened in surprise. The thought flashed through her mind that he might still get up. The disciple of Gimon, clutching the blade of the spear with his bare hands, took it out of his bloody chest. His eyes widened from the superhuman effort. He sighed in pain. The girl could not withstand the force with which he pulled out her weapon. Realizing this, she, holding the weapon with one hand, tried to strike. A strong shockwave appeared after the blow to Ryusen's left shoulder. He, a couple of centimeters from the body, grabbed her hand. Blood flowed from his mouth and he continued to remove the spear from his body. She looked in shock at the mad look of her enemy. Without finishing drawing out the weapon, he rushed towards her and sank his teeth into her neck. Veins stood out on her face and neck. She, spitting out blood, looked with widened eyes as he bit off her neck. His teeth were permanently embedded in her body. Her eyes began to bleed and she was unable to carry out her attack. He continued to increase the pressure with his teeth. Her consciousness became cloudy. In an instant, her head left her body. With a spear in his chest, the man looked at the defeated Soso. A second later, his strength left him and he fell to the ground. Looking at the sky, the bloody Ryusen said that the 7 lesser heavens are meet. He, slightly closing his eyes, said that it was hard for him to even breathe. Slowly losing consciousness, he asked himself if his master was okay. He recalled a moment from the past when he met the protagonist. He remembered the screaming master and his face covered in magic. He recalled how Gimon gave him his hand. As he knelt, his master extended his hand to him with a sincere smile. He looked at him slightly lost. He bowed sharply to him, shedding tears of joy. An image appeared of him dancing slightly childishly in front of the protagonist's face. He recalled how fire magic formed on his teacher's hand. How he taught him this. Making a gesture with both hands, the guy tried very hard to repeat the master's ability. Gimon looked at his student with sincere joy in his eyes. He made a gesture with his hands, smiling, and praised Ryusen. He slightly covered his eyes with his hand, through his laughter, to hide his embarrassment from the praise. He raised his leg, making a gesture with his hands, and stood in a fighting pose. Tears streamed down his bloody face. He thought about how he didn't expect to lose such a chance. He said with regret that he really wanted the best. He looked at the purple-pink sky. The thought flashed through his mind that he would like the Tang family's recognition. His eyes were closing. He asked his mother if he had not come a long way for a simple ragamuffin. His eyes finally closed. Impulsive thoughts raced through his head. He mentally declared that he would die here. He apologized and thanked the people close to him for everything. He opened his eyes from the physical impact. His hand was thrown over Muwon, and he, dragging the bloody carcass on himself, said that he would not let him die. Gimon shot a stream of poison into his opponent's face. This green poison covered Manhwa's face. After a moment, his face began to blur through the attack. The man's glowing green eyes appeared from under the fur. Sweat streamed down Gimon's face as he looked at his opponent in surprise. Surrounded by magic circles, Manhwa waved his fan and made a quick counterattack. The sound of a 20-meter explosion, at the same moment, ran through the village. The men in blue cloaks who protected Gimon asked if he was okay. He, slightly closing his eyes, said that thanks to them, he was okay and asked if everything was okay with them. Looking up and down at the enemy, Gimon mentally said that a blood parasite, the deadly aroma of the mountains, and a 7-stage soul-capturing poison were used. He mentally stated that the effect would appear very soon and they needed to hold out until then. A man with dark bangs covering half his face held 2 blades in his hands. Jinwoo continued to use his ability. Blood began to flow from his mouth. He realized with annoyance that he was running out of strength. Starting to spit out blood into his hand, he turned pale and thought that he was in too much pain, despite the fact that he had prepared so hard. Realizing his hand up, the coldly looking Manhwa said that the scientist of 3 minds was apparently very disappointed with the results of his training. He also asked him if he felt the trapping technique on himself. Lowering his hand down, he said that this is the difference between them. This is the difference in experience. Looking at Jinwoo coldly, he said that even if he was prepared for anything, the actual battle and experience would be different. Feeling the attack, the man looked to his left. A dozen red lightsabers and blue streams of energy flew towards him. It was 10,000 swords of light in a full moon slash. A huge explosion erupted in the center of the magic circles. He destroyed part of the turquoise wall. Suddenly, Mugwin from the Gondan clan and Shorn from Musin appeared in front of Jinwoo. They, holding their dark blades in their hands, asked if they were okay. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jinwoo said that they had not seen each other for a long time and it was a pity that they only saw each other under such circumstances. Looking forward, Mugwin said that it was in vain to introduce him to the protagonist and asked what could be done to anger the 9 heavens. Gimon, looking at the red-haired girl, thanked her for her help and asked if she was sure that she could provide it to him. She asked the man if he thought they were related to Silent Night. An angry Manhwa ran, throwing his sword forward at new opponents. He asked them if they really wanted to raise a sword against the 9 heavens. Behind Shuren and Mungwin stood several dozen warriors in blue and pink clothes. The girl stated that the 9 heavens should protect the plains, but instead they are engaged in nonsense. Mungwin said that they had enough of the Silent Night incident and should protect the people and not do what they are doing now. Manhwa, who created several dark green circles with hieroglyphs, said that it was time for change in our world. He asked if they really decided to stop the 9 heavens, saying that the clans were really that stupid. Muon held a bloodied and completely exhausted Ryusen in his hands. He, dragging him, told him to hold on a little longer, for he would not let him die. Holding the man with his head down in his hands, he said that they need to follow in the footsteps of Mr. So he can cure him. Smiling, Ryusen said while grunting slightly in pain that he had learned a lot from fighting with him. He also said that he was sure that no matter what noble families the masters were from, even if they were from the 7 lesser heavens, they were nothing compared to the protagonist. Throwing it over his shoulders and starting to run, the protagonist said that they had a long way to go. Sweat streamed down Muon's face as he exhaled, thinking that Ryusen's Kai was getting weaker. Veins ran down his face. The protagonist, biting his lip and opening his eyes wide, mentally told himself that he was wrong, arrogant and stupid, and that he needed to be more attentive and careful. He recalled how Soso, looking at his calm face, said that a great future awaited him and his own strength could blind him. Looking into his eyes, she declared that he must move forward with a clear mind, so as not to harm not only himself, but also those around him. Closing his eyes with a smile, the guy with long hair said that it seemed to him that power only intoxicated and deprived Muon of his mind. He also said that even the strongest masters would fear his wrath. Scratching his mouth, he closed his eyes and said that he would definitely solve everything and sort everything out. He ran with all his might. Thoughts flashed through his head that after he left Kanho, everything was going too well and he was lost, forgotten in this success and glory. He mentally stated that he thought that he could cope alone, but in the end he let down his loved ones. Almost completely closing his eyes, the bloody guy on the protagonist's shoulder asked if everything would be fine if he was silent. Looking ahead with annoyance, he reproached himself, declared that all this happened solely because of him and apologized to Ryusen. Drops of blood flowed from the guy's face and fell to the ground. In a quiet voice he asked the main character to take care of his mentor. Continuing to run, Nuwon declared that he would be saved. Jongan, catching up with him, called him, thinking of only one thing. Muon continued to repeat in the same way that the fault lies with him and he will definitely live. Jongan, already a meter away from the protagonist, continued to call him loudly. He opened his mouth wide and screamed with all his might. Muon, whose eyes reflected loss and lack of remembrance, turned around to hear the scream. Stopping, he asked the man where he was from. Looking at the protagonist, Jongan expressed his complaint that Muon did not respond, although he ran after him for a very long time and called. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist exhaled, apologized and said that he needed to hurry. Jongan closed his eyes and exhaled a lot of air. Opening them, he coldly declared that he was dead and told Muon to let him go. The main character's eyes widened. He turned towards the bloody Ryusen. He called out to him. Starting to shake him, he continued to call him in hope. He silently looked at the dead body of his friend. Jongan, looking at this scene through sympathy, said that they did not have time and they needed to get ready. The eyes of the main character reflected horror, rejection, and pain. He asked the guy to open his eyes. Slightly closing his eyes, Jongan watched this scene. The protagonist continued to call out to the dead Ryusen. Taking Muon by the shoulder, Jongan shouted that he was dead and would never wake up. Looking at the lying corpse of the protagonist's friend, he said that he was really sorry, but it was time for him to realize his death and fight for the living. He also said that it was his choice. Looking at the lost Muon, he asked if he wanted his loss to be in vain. Exhaling, the sad Jongan mentally said that this is not at all like Muon. Although it was hard for him all this time, he held on. Was imprisoned, met with the White Dragon Trade Association and Silent Night. With the Witch of the White Night, the Demon of Chaos, Jiangwu and Unkyeong. An image appeared of the protagonist sitting with his head thrown back in a dark room, the floor of which was covered in blood. The man mentally said that his pain and fatigue must have been terrifying. He mentally stated that he was sorry that as a person he had to go through this, and thought that he did not know how to help him in this situation. Moving away from his thoughts, he opened his eyes and said to listen to him. Looking at the incomprehensible and morally destroyed protagonist, Jongan said that 9 Heavens had entered the active phase of the offensive. Everyone is fighting, but their opponent is Manhwa. He said that he did not know what would happen next, but Muon should come to the rescue. He confidently said that the warriors of the Sura clan were also hunting for him. He said to leave the sentiments for later, because now they need to move forward. Confidently throwing Ryusen onto his shoulders, Jongan, looking forward, said that he would take care of him, because there was no time and everyone needed the help of the main character. Looking sadly at the man, the assembled protagonist thanked him. Looking back at Muon, Jongan said that he was being careful. The main character finally looked at the guy's bloody face with his eyes closed. His eyes reflected sadness and despair. He closed them abruptly. Turning away from the fleeing Jongan, the main character clenched his hands into fists and walked in the other direction. He ran along a hill surrounded by forest. Turning around, he saw several dozen armed people running after him. This was the Sura clan. He stopped abruptly. He looked at them with burning, violet eyes and a murderous gaze. He, being in a stance, began to take the blade out of the sheath. Several dozen warriors who jumped on him were cut into small pieces in an instant. He looked down through the blood flying at him. Several hands reached for his leg. A small swing of the blade left a field of bloody corpses. A new batch of warriors attacked from above and below. He dodged and jumped away. 2 silhouettes appeared against the background of the pink moon. The main character and his friends used a triple circular cut. The ashes of hundreds of warriors fell to the ground. There are many white circular impact marks visible in the air. Hwang and Moonjong stand with swords in their hands in fighting stances. They apologize for the long wait. They turn their heads back and ask if he's okay. Surprised, Muon asks why they are here. Hwang stands half turning towards him, holding a sword in his hand, and says that they heard about the public trial and immediately move towards him. Everyone turns back in surprise. Several people in green cloaks and with yellow-red eyes run towards them. Unkun, without his right hand, holds a person by the throat with his left hand. There is a lot of blood around him. He smiles. Hwan looks intensely and realizes that this is a bloody demonic art, and that this person. He remembers Unkun standing modestly with someone in golden armor. He understands that he is the one to blame for those massacres. He understands that he hardly remembers it, but he remembers it well. Opening his eyes slightly, he looks. The main character walks between Munjung and Hwan, holding his sword with his hands. Jim goes to Unkun. The latter says that Jo Jong, the son in his father's shadow, will never achieve what he did. He asks if he lives a terrible life. He stands, his eyes glow red, his right hand is made of blood, and he says that it makes him a better person. He looks from under his brows and says that he is his strongest enemy and comrade. Muon looks at him angrily. He runs and takes his sword out of its sheath as he goes. Smiling, Unkun runs with his red right hand disintegrating. They run at each other at incredible speed. Two hands among many pink petals. Surprised, Unkun stands among the petals floating in the air. Jim stands with his eyes narrowed, hands on his blade. He looks in surprise and opens his mouth. Chilson stands in a fighting stance, with glowing eyes, holding a sword in his hand among pink leaves. Two dead warriors in green cloaks lie on the ground. He frowns and looks down to the right. He looks from under his brows and asks if he is the leader of the two-headed Sura. Holding his head with his left hand, Unkun says that the spy sent to Hwasang was discovered and killed. Chilsang swings his sword and says that Mu won for 10 years. He remembers his students standing worriedly. He says that he was with him in Hwasang. He remembers Mu won pinning the student to the ground and him yelling at him. He says that if it was all a lie. He remembers Mu won lying there with his teeth gritting with anger. He says that he wants to know what the two-headed Sura is trying to achieve. Unkun walks towards him, with several people in green cloaks standing behind him. He says that he should be more upset, because he knew that spy not for 10, but for 15 years. Shouting, Chilsang interrupts him and says that he wants to know what they are up to. Unkun, looking down, says that he will not get answers even after his death. With a blank stare, he asks if he still wants to know the truth. Crouched, angry, Chilson holds a sword in his hand with glowing eyes among the pink leaves. Screaming, he says that it will be a matter of his honor to destroy their entire clan. Mu won, grabbing his sword, calls out to him. He, holding a sword in his hand and pointing it at someone, orders him to leave. The main character looks at him angrily and says that alone. Chilson, despite him, with glowing eyes, says that his students will soon arrive and he must finish this matter himself. Jim looks at him and agrees with him. Munjeong, Hwan and Mu won leave. Behind them, Chilsang and Unkun begin to fight. A crowd of people stands in the square. Jinwal sits on the floor and draws with chalk, wondering what is missing. He sits with his hand on his chin and thinks that he needs to become stronger. He draws on the floor with chalk and thinks that he only needs to keep Manhwa for 10 minutes. An old man with a very long white beard stands in a dark room and says that the Gondong and Musin clans will face the consequences of their actions. Several people with swords attack him and one of them says that other clans cannot be ignored and they require explanations. He stands in the middle of the room, his eyes glow white, and rune-shaped shields appear around him. He is surprised that only one person made them do such a thing. The blade of the sword cuts through the floor. Two men in green cloaks and with two pairs of swords fly forward. One of them attacks him from behind, and he is surprised that he can only attack from behind. The swords hit the rune shield, and he says that with such weak attacks he can't even touch it. The mustachioed attacker is angry. He says he needs to protect them all. The sword hits the runes. He begins to sweat from exertion. Swords cut through runes. He delivers a sweeping blow to the old man's head with his swords. The greatly surprised old man does not understand how his trap could be destroyed. Two more people with swords run towards them and the battle begins. A bunch of people in green raincoats are running towards them. The old man is very angry. The entire space is filled with green light, throwing everyone away from it. One attacker covers himself with a sword. The other one does the same. The third stands in a fighting stance with a blade in his hands. The old man stands straight with a fan in his hands and is indignant at how they dared. He begins to cough up blood. He remembers how Gimon spat something in his face. He looks at the crowd of people and does not understand how the poison could work. Gimon stands in a fighting stance. He waves his arms, his eyes glow green, and he says that the poison has finally worked and they should not be underestimated. Jinwal sits on the floor among the chalk drawings. Smiling evilly, he says that Manhwa is finished. The nervous old man stands and suggests that he needs to try to turn the flow of Kai in the opposite direction. A projection of a skeleton appears on his body. There are several daggers stuck around him. Tan stands in a fighting stance. Jinwal stands behind her, holding his fingers to his temples, saying that now it's his turn. Runes appear around the daggers stuck near the old man. The space around him rises. The frightened old man does not understand how he could become stronger. Space begins to close in on him. Gimon says that he is still stronger than him. The space completely covers the old man. Jinwal says that he can use it to destroy the difference in their strength and experience. Blurred outlines of a green city. Clear outlines of a calm evening city. Someone is walking through an empty square. An old man with a long white beard is surprised that they are still trying. Smiling, he says it's not over yet. They board the cart and run away. Views of the city at night and people leaving it. Holding his ponytail, he says he's learned a lot. Smiling evilly, he says that he will become even stronger. Moon, starry night sky. The cart with a bull and several people in hats and raincoats are running. Jinwoo looks tense. A cart and a crowd of people stand in the middle of a dark forest. He thanks Mugwon and Mrs. Nam. Jinwoo speaks with those whom he thanked and says that the Gondan and Musin clans will definitely get it and he doesn't know what can be done. Mugwon and Nam are standing, and he, holding his chin with his hand, says that Muwon's name was cleared at the trial. All suspicions will fall into the 9 heavens. She says that the Musin clan does not maintain relations with them. They are unlikely to be able to influence them. And since the Northern Blade helped her a lot, she would like to repay him. The crowd and the cart stand in the dark. Jinwoo thanks you for all these words and hopes to see you again. The carriage with him and several other people leaves. His face becomes serious. Human looks at the rocks. He turns back and thinks that Ryusum. He remembers how he turned around in tension. How he took the jugs in both hands and wonders why he hasn't caught up with them yet. He looks at Jinwoo and says that the Tang clan is already suffering because of him and it is impossible to return there right away. He understands that this will not be easy and asks for forgiveness. A bandaged man lies wrapped in black cloth. Human asks not to talk nonsense, because the head of the clan is not afraid of anything and considers this decision the only correct one. Also, he believes that for now, it is better to stay away from the clan so as not to cause trouble. The girl in green asks where they are going this time. Jinwoo, looking into the distance, says that they will go south. Human looks at him and asks why they didn't go north, since all the clans here are under the control of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He replies that everyone knows this, but if you go south. A mustachioed man with swords over his shoulders looks intensely. Jinwoo looks at the boat off the shore. A man is sitting in a boat. A small mustachioed man takes off his hood. He asks if it's Tiso, and he replies that it couldn't be anyone else. Jinwoo hugs an embarrassed Tiso and tells him that he is just in time. He replies that he is crazy and he better go. They all get into the boat. The boat sails at night towards the moon. Muwon, Moonjeong and Hwan run. They run forward very quickly. 3 people in green cloaks are running after them. The bloodied protagonist asks if Chilson was killed. They all stop abruptly and Jim cuts the space with his sword. Muwon stands with a glowing purple sword in his hands and glowing purple eyes. Moonjeong and Hwan stand back to back, and Ion tells him to focus. Several people in green cloaks jump at them from behind. All the people in green cloaks end up with a bunch of arrows. Many warriors in red stand next to them. Moonjeong is scared and holds his sword. Hwang holds his sword warily. The main character looks confused. Musin, smiling, takes off his red mask. He asks why it is so difficult for them to live normally. Smiling, he looks at Muwon, who is unsheathing his sword, and says that he couldn't stand by when all the demons and martial artists went to war. Behind him, a girl in red leads 2 horses. He says that, although secretly, he will help them. The bloodied protagonist says thanks to them. The girl looks at him reproachfully. He looks at her. He closes his eyes and says that he finally understood the meaning of the advice given to him, and if it had not been for what happened, he would never have become what he is. She says he is growing as a person. The girl puts on a mask. Everyone stands in a grateful pose. She says go. Musin says he hopes they will meet again under different circumstances. Muwon and Hwang run away on horseback while Musin watches them. He looks around. He looks menacingly and says that they have eliminated all the spies and no one is watching them anymore. One of the warriors in red offers to help them completely since they are on their side. All the warriors in red run away. The main character, Moonjeong and Hwang, ride off on horseback. The ground collapses under the horses. Jim and his comrades look down in surprise. Everything is black and white. There was an explosion at sea. Muwon grabbed them in his hands and together they fell to the ground. He asks if they are okay. They get up and ask if he's okay. The bloodied protagonist reacts to some noise. A dark figure in the middle of the forest says that he would like to fight. The footsteps on the ground, and he speaks to the man. The swords shine in the light of the moon, and he says that he wants to fight with the killer of the only swordsman. Chokup stands with many swords behind his back, and she says that Jim killed the only swordsman he respected. His eyes glow white. Chokup, with his hands behind his back, said that the swordsman he respected was named Yang Jianghua. The main character, looking at Chokup with a surprised expression on his face, wondered if this was the same sage Chokup from the 9 heavens. Muwon, looking at the sage, told the guys not to interfere. The sage, raising his swords above his head, watching the guys, pointed 3 swords towards the main character and prepared to attack. Muwon, watching as the sage released 3 swords, noticed how they appeared in front of them with lightning speed. The main character hit one of the flying balls into the ground. Hwangchul and Moonjeong, trying to block the flying sword, clenched their teeth from tension. Muwon, turning to the guys, noticed how hard it was for them. The main character, running up to his younger brother, fought off the flying sword. Niwon, running up to Howenchial with lightning speed, fought off the sword that flew at him. The guys watched as the main character, lowering his hand with the sword down, stood motionless. Niwon, standing in one position, looked towards the sage. The main character with blood on his face said that Chokup should stop. Niwon, preparing for a quick dash, broke the ground beneath him with one foot. The main character, rushing from his spot with lightning speed, found himself in front of Chokup, who stood motionless. Niwon, trying to strike Chokup, raised a huge cloud of dust. The guys, covering their faces from the approaching dust, watched the battle. The swords of the protagonist and the sage emitted a large amount of sparks due to their confrontation. Chokup, holding back the onslaught of Muon's sword, reported that the Northern Heavenly Clan was very strong relative to the skills that he sees from him, after which the sage wondered how strong he could become in the future. Chokup, looking at the bloody face of the protagonist, said that his black sword exudes powerful energy. The sage, looking at the sparking sword, wondered if he was trying to monitor the condition of his blade. Chokup, looking at Muon's cracked sword, said that a swordsman should worry about his weapon first, noting that his hands showed that he had no training in blacksmithing, after which the sage wondered why he was so careless with the sword. Chokup, looking at the surprised face of the main character, said that he disappointed him. The sage, looking at his swords, told Muon to look at them too. Chokup, raising his swords into the air, said that they killed, cut, and were filled with blood, noting that he carefully takes care of them. The sage, pointing the swords towards the main character, said that it is because of this that they look so excellent, noting that he should take care of his sword better than the woman he loves. Chokup, pointing his swords at Muon's back, declared that he must look at the face of his main love. Hwanchul and Munjung went to help the main character. Lightning, straight from the sky, struck the place where Muon was fighting. The main character and the sage, noticing the lightning, jumped away from it. Muon looked in bewilderment at the smoke after the lightning. Chokup, holding the sword and looking at the smoke, said that it was an incredible performance, noting that he alone would be enough. The sage, looking at Gokvi arriving, wondered if she had really come here just for him. Gokvi, looking down at the ground, stood in one position. Gokvi, looking between the guys, said if he knew what rumors were going around now, after which she reported that the Northern Heavenly Clan was destroyed because of the Heavenly Alliance, noting that now everyone began to suspect the latter. The Storm Lord further stated that suddenly their target was the Northern Blade, who is the last surviving member of the clan and the only one who can prove something. Goi, taking a bottle of sake, said that these rumors insulted her as a member of the Nine Heavens and the Alliance, noting that in addition there were rumors that the war against Silent Night was necessary in order to cover up their peccadillos. The Lord of the Storm, after drinking sake, threw the empty bottle on the floor. Chokup, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, wondered what she was talking about. Goi, standing in front of Muon and raising her hand, wondered how low Nine Heavens was going to fall. Govi turned to face the main character and looked at him. Muon, looking at the Storm Lord, wondered why she had come here. Goi, having removed her mask, said that she could no longer turn a blind eye to this, noting that everything has an end. Govi, turning and looking at the sage, said that she must take responsibility, as she had said before. Goi, having hit the main character on the hand, said that she liked him, noting that she wanted to save his life. Muon, receiving a surge of strength, wondered in his thoughts if she was really sharing her energy with him, noting that the power seemed to be seething in him. Also, the main character in his thoughts wondered why she did this. Goi, looking at something in front of her, said that it was time for Muon to realize reality, noting that he should listen to her carefully. Govi, narrowing her eyes and looking somewhere ahead, said that his enemy was not the Central Alliance, but the puppet master that stood behind them. The main character, turning his head and looking at the Lord of the Storm, wondered what kind of puppeteer this was. The narrative shifts to Gokvi's memories. The Storm Lord remembered the golden dragon decorations on the ceiling. Goi, remembering how the puppeteer exhaled smoke, said that he was called the strongest and indestructible warrior named Mon Yulchan. The Lord of the Storm, recalling the image of Yulchan, said that he is also one of the nine, noting that he actually controls the alliance. Gokvi further reported that although everyone thinks that he is an equal to everyone else, he defeated her and all the other heavens, and then endowed them with his power. The Lord of the Storm, recalling the composition of the nine heavens, said that he understood everything perfectly. Gokvi, singling out Mon from the crowd, said that he knew what he needed to do to achieve power. Goi, recalling seeing Yulchan with a smile on his face, revealed that he founded the nine heavens to avoid attracting attention, noting that because of this, he ruled everyone from the shadows. The Lord of the Storm, remembering who started the war, said that Mon even used Silent Night for his own purposes, which sowed fear, pain, and shed blood. Gobi further stated that he caused and ruled chaos, noting that this was his twisted way of ruling the world. After which the Lord of the Storm noted that at some point, Silent Night stopped obeying him, which is why everyone thinks that they are the real enemies. The Lord of the Storm also said that perhaps all this was again arranged by Moon Yulchan. Yuan, with a surprised expression on his face, interrupted the story and wondered how Silent Night could stop obeying. Gokvi, looking at the main character, said that it was he who created this organization, noting that good and evil are needed for balance. The Lord of the Storm, remembering the standing buildings, said that this is how the Northern Heavenly Clan appeared. Govi further reported that the clan quickly showed its strength and power, noting that this was why many in Muram were willing to cooperate with the clan or even become a part of it. The Lord of the Storm also said that a little more, and the influence of the Celestial Alliance and the Nine Heavens faded against the background of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Goi, recalling a strong-built man with a sword in his hands, said that the fourth head of the clan, Jin Kwangho, was much more interested in learning the truth of the world than his predecessors. The Storm Lord also reported that Moon considered the fourth head of the Northern Clan to be the greatest threat, noting that it was because of this that the clan was destroyed. Gokvi, turning her head towards Muon, said that now he had become a threat to the world order. The Lord of the Storm, looking at the frowning protagonist, said that he could take out the responsibility for the destruction of the clan and grief on her. Gobi further said that, unfortunately, she was unable to change anything. The Lord of the Storm, putting on a mask, said that she was sorry that she was so insignificant. Chokup, looking at the guys, said that apparently the old woman was no longer in her right mind. The sage, standing opposite the guys, said that he listened and listened. Chokup, taking and raising the sword, said that her nonsense did not end. The Lord of the Storm, extending her staff towards the sage, wondered if the time had come to put an end to his power. Gokvi also wondered how long this could continue. Chokup, holding a sword with glowing eyes, said that Yulchan is an incomprehensible absolute who has lived for many centuries. The sage further wondered if she understood how much he had done for them. The Lord of the Storm, striking with her staff, broke off the piece of earth on which Muon stood. The main character, looking through the crack at Gokvi, said that he needed to act. The Lord of the Storm, looking at the leaning Muon, told him to be inconspicuous and prudent, noting that he needed to regain his strength and move forward. Muon looked at Goi with regret on his face. Turning his back to the Lord of the Storm, the main character moved forward with a saddened look. Muon, starting to flee from the upcoming battle, looked towards Gokvi. The main character, turning away from the Lord of the Storm, headed towards the guys. Goi, looking at the silhouette of the angry Chokup, heard him comment that this was a stupid decision. The sage, shaking the air, said that this time he would not spare her. The Lord of the Storm, holding out her staff, said that she could no longer live in a lie. Goi, watching as her staff was pulled away from the bandages, declared that her storm staff should show its true form. The Lord of the Storm, raising her staff, enveloped herself in lightning, after which she said that she was sorry that she would no longer be able to drink his plum wine. Gobi gradually created a huge electrical storm. The narrative moves to a raven flying in the sky. A raven, flying in the sky, noticed something below. Turning, the raven rushed down. Flying up to the water, the raven stirred up the water a little. A raven, flying near the surface of the water, observed the reflection of light on the waves. The raven, looking forward, noticed a bright light. Raising his head, the raven watched the sun as it went behind the rocks. The raven, flying up to the rocks, was illuminated by sunlight. The raven flew up to the rocks and flew into the gap between them. The raven, maneuvering between the rocks, headed towards the exit. A raven flew out of the rocks and headed towards a group of people. Having arrived, the raven sat down on the shoulder of one of the guys. Jeongin turned to see a raven land on his shoulder. Jeongin, with a raven on his shoulder, watched as the guys inspected something. Musak, standing at the will of the man with the hat, pointed his finger somewhere. Gimon and Meyer, sitting near the wounded, helped them. Gimon, looking away from the wounded, saw one of the bulls fall to the ground. Jeongin turned back and noticed something. The guys turned back and heard Jeongin say that they were coming towards them. The guys, looking at the horizon, awaited the arrival of the main character. Continuing to look into the distance, the guys noticed 3 approaching silhouettes. The main character, rushing at great speed, heard Hwangkal and Munjun breathing heavily. Niwon, with heavy shortness of breath and sweat on his face, looked at the guys in front. When they got there, Hwangchul and Munjun collapsed from fatigue. Jinwal approached the main character and wondered if they were okay. After which Gimon said that he was glad to see the gentleman in good health. Niwon, with heavy shortness of breath and looking at the guys, wondered if anyone was injured. Jinwal raised one eyebrow and extended his hand and said that they were all fine. after which the main character said that he was grateful to all of them for their help. Gimon, holding out his hand to his chest, said that they were glad that everyone was alive. Gimon, lowering his head a little, wondered where Ryusen was now and why he was not here yet. Ryuwon lowered his head with a frustrated expression on his face and looked at the ground. Gimon, looking at the main character with shock on his face, wondered if what he was afraid of really happened. Murray, picking up her uncle, heard him say that he couldn't believe it. Ryuwon lowered his head with a sad expression and apologized to Gimon. Jinwoo bit his lip and put his hand to his forehead, lowering his head slightly. Ryusung lowered his head and closed his eyes. The main character, with his head down, looked at the ground with a devastated look. Jeongin approached the grieving Ryuwon and took him by the shoulder, informing him that Lady Walren had taken his body. Jeongin remembered Walren's words that she would try to give it to them as soon as possible. Jeongin, holding the main character by the shoulder, said that he was sorry that this happened. Jeongin patted Ryuwon on the shoulder and walked away from him. The main character, continuing to look with a devastated look at the ground, was thinking about something. Ryuwon raised his gaze and looked somewhere ahead. Ryuwon looked at Hwasol lying in her sleeping bag. The main character, remembering Hwasol's tears, said that for the sake of his beloved girl, he instantly lost everything. Ryuwon, remembering how Hwasol was wounded, noted that his beloved almost lost her life. The main character, looking at Hwasol in his thoughts, said that for the sake of her and everyone else, he must become wiser and stronger because they have suffered enough because of him. Ryuwon, imagining how he was standing on a pool of blood, said in his thoughts that his stubbornness and pride, as well as rash decisions, led to this outcome. The narrative shifts to Ryuwon's memories of the past. The main character remembered how Gimon and his subordinates used some kind of technique. Ryuwon remembered how they treated him with the technique of Gimon and his subordinates. The main character also remembered how Murray brought him food when he was sitting in his cell. Ryuwon further recalled how Murray helped him bandage his wounds. Later, the main character remembered how Museg helped them with their enemies. Ryuwon also recalled how Museg tied up the attackers and took them to prison. The main character also remembered how Jinwoo and Chan developed a plan, after which Ryuwon also remembered how they worked on improving the plan. The main character also remembered how Jeongin was injured, after which Jeongin was sent for treatment. Ryuwon also remembered how Ryusen was killed, after which the main character remembered how he came running to him too late. Ryuwon, looking into the bloody pool, said in his thoughts that since childhood he lived only with one thought of power and revenge, noting that he survived by protecting only himself. Next, the main character in his thoughts wondered how, with all this, he could take responsibility for the lives of others. Ryusen, lying on the roof of the carriage, reported that he was indifferent to the pain of strangers, but worried about any threat to his own. Ryuwon, folding his hands and sitting on the carriage, wondered if what Ryusen said was the credo of the Iron Squad. Ryusen, putting his hands under his head and closing his eyes, told him not to be like that, noting that the smell of blood obscured his eyes. Ryusen further stated that he and his family must survive first, noting that if he does not kill first, he will die himself. Ryusen also wondered if their world lives by these laws. The main character, lowering his head and closing his eyes, said that this was all just stupidity. As he was leaving, Ryusen turned back and said that he would like to tell him one last thing. Ryusen, lowering his head a little, wondered if Ryuwon was showing his claws too early. Raising his head, Ryusen stated that the more people he has to protect, the more responsibility he must bear. After which he wondered whether Ryuwon understood everything from what was said. The main character, looking into the bloody lake, said in his thoughts that he did not think that he could protect everyone if he became stronger, noting that the further he moves forward, the greater the danger awaiting his people. Ryuwon, pulling out his sword and looking at his reflection in the blood, called his father. The main character, looking at the sky, said that he does not want others to suffer because of him, noting that the truth that has been revealed about this world is too difficult for him to understand. Ryuwon lowered his head and wanted to say something to his father. The main character, looking at his father's huge back, wondered how long he suffered alone to protect other people, and whether he had to bear this burden on his shoulders. Ryuwon, standing behind his father, said that many people say that revenge turns life into an endless chase. The main character, lowering his head, said that, apparently, these statements are true. Ryuwon, looking at the blood under his feet, said that if we take into account the truth that was revealed to him, the main character raised his head and said that he didn't think he could just stop, noting that he would have to follow his own path. Ryuwon, starting to move towards his father, said that he must protect them, even at the cost of his life. The main character, passing through the projections of his father, said that he would do the same as his father, noting that his people will not meet a sad end and they will not stop and will continue to move on. Muwon, coming out of his thoughts, fell to his knees. The main character, putting his hands up, hit his head on the ground. Bowing his head in front of the guys, Muwon, asking for forgiveness, declared that he did not deserve to be here, noting that he brings nothing but misfortune. The main character, raising his head from the ground, said that he knew how many lives were lost and how much pain they had to endure. Muwon then stated that he will try to make sure this doesn't happen again, noting that he will try to protect everyone. The main character, raising his head, from which blood was dripping, said that they needed the strength of other clans. Muwon, looking up at the guys with a bloody face, said that they must restore the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jinwoo, upon hearing the protagonist's statement, stood motionless with surprise on his face. Chan stood looking at Muwon with a frown on his face. The man with the hat looked at the main character with bewilderment. Munsek, hearing Muwon, was in incredible shock. Gimon, sitting next to Mira, shed a tear when he heard the words of the main character. Jeongin, looking at Muwon, was incredibly shocked by his words. Hwang Chul closed his eyes and furrowed his brows at what he heard. Munjung lowered his head and was very surprised by his older brother's words. Jinwoo, kneeling down and closing his eyes, announced that he, as an advisor, was welcoming the new great leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Munsek, kneeling down, closing his eyes and putting his hands in front of him, said that he, like the first sword, is always ready to give his life for Muwon. Hwang Kal, bending his knee, lowering his head and closing his eyes, said that he, as a servant, was ready to follow his master to the very end. Gimon, kneeling down with tears in his eyes, said that he, as the master of 1,000 poisons, expresses devotion to the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, noting that he promises to protect him at the cost of his life. The main character watched as everyone present expressed their respect for him. Muwon, lowering his bloody head, looked at everyone with a serious look. The events of the second season begin at night, when the moon in the sky is covered by clouds in the sky. The water surface sparkled, reflecting the moonlight. A small boat moved through the water. On a boat with a sail, there were 2 men. One of them stood at the end and rowed, guiding the boat, and the second sat motionless, leaning against the mast. The man holding the oar was an old man with a beard and wearing old clothes, and his companion was a man in a hat and with a weapon wrapped in bandages. He sat motionless, his head tilted forward. The man did not even pay attention to the fog that began to spread everywhere. The man's arms were folded across his chest, his hat on his head preventing his face from being seen. The old man, using an oar, steered the boat in the fog to its destination. Soon the fog around them began to clear, showing them the area hundreds of meters away. The boat slowly approached the huge fortress of blood and iron, a stronghold located on an uninhabited island, not far from the coast in the Shandua region. The man's cloak fluttered in the wind while he, standing at the foot of the island, looked at the fortress, each edge of the floor of which was stuffed with iron. On this island, nicknamed the Impregnable Fortress because of the steep slopes, as if cutting off the island in a circle, some settled and created their own clan. It was one of the great 4 of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the warrior king of blood and iron, Ji Hexam, who, being a man who used whips to fight, was the master of this stronghold. The moonlight barely illuminated the multi-story fortress, hidden in the fog. Several guards holding spears in their hands turned their heads, sensing something. The mysterious man appeared right in front of them, making them scared. His long hair and the hat he was wearing prevented most of the man's face from being seen. His lips parted as he asked the guards not to stand in his way, and to quietly disband as he did not want to kill in vain. The 3 guards turned and looked at the newcomer in bewilderment. But a moment later, all 3 screamed and lowered their spears and charged, telling the man that he would face immediate execution for his action. The man did not move an inch as he watched the approaching spear points. Instantly, the man dodged the thrust of the spear and snatched the attacker's sword from its sheath. The man then swung his sword twice and walked past all 3 attackers. A second later, all 3 began to fall to the ground as blood sprayed from their wounds. The mouth of one of the guards who had fallen to the ground was wide open due to the horror he had experienced. The man stood motionless as the blood of his enemies spread across the floor and his cloak fluttered in the wind. The fortress of blood and iron tilted to the side as the cries of people asking for reinforcements were heard. Many people were coming down the stairs. All the people were angry. They clenched their jaws and held weapons in their hands, looking at their opponent. Having descended from the steps, a crowd of people began to run. When they arrived at the scene, they froze in place, unable to believe what they saw, their eyes wide open, and sweat flowing profusely down their faces. 4 warriors emerged from the crowd looking at the scene of the battlefield in shock. The bodies of their comrades lay on the floor. They were all dead. The man standing in the middle of this hell even dismembered some. He looked at the crowd that had come running and repeated again, saying not to stand in his way and just disperse. The crowd did not listen to Mewon and, holding their weapons tighter, stood in stance. With shouts, the Blood and Iron Clan members rushed towards Mewon. Thick fog began to envelop the entire island, and the moon in the sky began to turn red. On the third floor of the fortress, a bright light suddenly lit up, the rays of which were released through the windows. A second later, the light began to fade, depriving the area of a bright beam of light. The bodies of the members of the Blood and Iron Clan were scattered throughout the fortress. Their weapons were either blown next to their bodies or lay near them. Indentations appeared on the floor from the use of sword techniques. Mewon calmly walked through the room and rushed towards his goal. Blood dripped from the sword taken from the guard as Mewon climbed the stairs. People were running down the steps with weapons in their hands. The protagonist did not pay attention to the approaching enemies and continued to climb the steps. Mewon chopped and killed everyone who jumped or approached him. Only 2 were able to jump over him and begin to rise. But the protagonist didn't care. He waved his sword, continuing to rise and kill all the enemies in his path. Soon Mewon reached the edge of the stairs and pierced the last enemy with his sword, while the rest of the bodies of the dead flew down. The protagonist went upstairs and saw one man trembling with fear. When he turned his head in his direction, he threw away his weapon in fear and turned around and ran away. Mewon calmly followed to the next floor. A huge hand with a dragon tattoo grabbed the cooked chicken. The fat and at the same time huge man brought the chicken to his mouth and took a bite of it, while in his other hand he held a fresh steak, saying that it was incomprehensible that 2 of the 9 heavens were dead. The man, half of whose body was covered in dragon tattoos, took a bite of part of the steak, saliva flowing continuously from his mouth while he said that he didn't have enough and it would be better for him to order more food. The man with long curly hair continued, pondering the war that had been going on with Silent Night for 3 years. Taking a bite of the chicken, the man said that it was alarming and dangerous outside the castle. Unexpectedly, when he thought about a possible guest, the door to his chambers opened and Mewon's hand appeared, holding his sword wrapped in bandages in it. The fat man stopped eating and looked at the newcomer, cursing him. The fat man's pupils glowed brightly. The light rushed into his room, causing him to go blind, and he could only faintly see Mewon's hat and head. Then he began to see his shoulders and torso. The protagonist stood in the doorway holding a sword in each hand. Hexam, who was sitting at the table, looked in shock at Mewon in front of him, pronouncing his nickname. Mewon raised his hand with the blade to the side and silently looked at Hexam. Hexam's mouth involuntarily opened in horror and asked if it was his turn. The protagonist touched his hat with his hand and said that he had difficulty recognizing Hexam due to his changes. Hexam's pupils shone as he listened to Mewon calling him the strongest among the great 4 of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mewon raised his hat, his pupils shining as he asked what this unbecoming appearance was for the strongest Hexam warrior. Events go back decades ago, when Hexam and Guanho stood back to back surrounded by enemy troops. The clan head held a sword in his hand, and Hexam had 2 of his whips. The 2 strongest warriors of the Northern Heavenly Clan stood back to back. Hexam's eyes glowed brightly as he looked at his enemies without fear. With the exception of Guanho, whose eyes glowed as he stood behind Hexam, he was truly the strongest warrior. But even as he closed his eyes and watched the head of the clan kneel down, Chenwu and Chenghua then convinced him to rebel. Then he turned his back on the clan leader. He had to make the choice to overthrow and betray the Northern Heavenly Clan. Even if it disgusted him, he threw away the honor of being the strongest and his great expectations. Events returned to the present. Hexam, the area around his mouth was stained, said that he wanted to make transformations, but in the end he could not do anything. He needed to listen to that feeling that dissuaded him from choosing, because it turned out that it was right to do what he doesn't mind. Having calmed down a little and covering his mouth, Hexam was silent for a while, but then still asked whether Chokup and Gunwi, who suddenly disappeared, were the work of Mewon. The once strongest warrior of the Northern Heavenly Clan grabbed the edge of the table, asking Mewon whether Chenghua, who suffered from Silent Night, died by his hand and whether it was he who killed Chenghua in front of many witnesses. Hexam overturned the table with a wave of his hand, frowning. He said that Mewon's enthusiasm was taken out of anger. This could interfere, because the Central Heavenly Alliance intended to find him. Hexam began to get up and wiped his mouth, telling Mewon that he had disappeared for 3 years and suddenly decided to appear right in front of him. The strongest warrior of the Northern Heavenly Clan stood in front of Mewon. A moment later, all the tattoos on his body lit up, and he said that he knew what he had done and accepted Mewon's anger. Hexam extended his hand, on which the tattoos glowed brightly. The tattoo moved and the dragon's tail ended up right in Hexam's palm, after which a whip began to come out of it, at which time Hexam himself said that he did not want to die here. When some part of the whip came out of his palm, Hexam called himself the most pitiful person. Hexam's eyes glowed brightly, and the whips he held in his hands extended by several tens of meters, filling the room. The floor under the feet of the strongest warrior of the Northern Heavenly Clan began to break due to the use of the supreme energy of the dragon tail of blood and iron. Muon calmly looked at Hexam, not paying attention to the strong wind that he created with his pressure. He asked what destroyed him, because he did not recognize that same warrior. The whips began to swirl around Hexam, all the while creating currents of air. He again suggested that Muon leave without consequences for his actions. Hexam crossed his arms and pointed his whips directly at Muon, asking him to leave, because he no longer wanted to show his pitiful appearance to anyone. A powerful blast of Kai occurred right in front of him as the tips of the whip struck Muon. Hexam saw a dark figure of a man jump out from the epicenter of the explosion in the smoke. The Lord of Iron Blood turned his head sharply, his jaw clenched with tension and his eyes glowing brightly. The protagonist ran along the wall at great speed, leaving a trail of raised dust behind him. Muon's pupil glowed as he glanced at his opponent as he ran. The protagonist then looked at the broken sword in his hand. Muon, continuing to run, threw away the broken sword. One of the whips destroyed the column and, along with its debris, rushed towards Muon. Hexam yelled loudly, swinging his whip. The protagonist increased his speed and dodged the attack of Hexam's whips, which crushed the ground, causing it to shatter into fragments. Muon, dodging another attack of the whip, noticed something. Hexam's attacks were chaotic and ill-conceived, as if he was experiencing anxiety and fear. The protagonist reached into his pouch with smoke bombs, at the same time thinking about whether Hexam was always so cowardly or whether something made him like this. Muon jumped aside and threw 3 smoke bombs. A moment later, smoke filled the entire space in front of the Lord of Iron Blood. His eyes never stopped glowing even in the smoke. Hexam asked Muon whether the renowned Northern Blade really used such shameful techniques. When a shadow appeared in the smoke in front of the Lord of Iron Blood, he fell silent. Without waiting a second, Hexam waved his hand, pointing the whip at the enemy. The tip of the whip split all the smoke in half after hitting Muon's head, but the blood did not flow or splash as expected. Hexam opened his eyes wide in shock, realizing that Muon had reached a level where he could deceive his opponent by putting his energy into an object. This was terrifying, which caused many to stop believing in themselves. The Lord of Iron Blood's mouth involuntarily opened when Muon, dispersing the smoke in the air, jumped straight into him, attacking Hexam from behind. The protagonist held his bandaged sword in his hand, saying that his opponent's senses were clouded. The protagonist's pupils glowed brightly as he ordered Snowflower to show his true form. Hexam turned around sharply. His teeth clenched and his eyes widened as he felt the use of a technique familiar to him, a technique that belonged to one of the 9 heavens. Muon raised his sword up above his head. The bandages on his sword began to fall apart. Soon the bandages on the blade began to tear, and due to the excessive Kai, the sword glowed brightly. Streams of air swirled around Muon, and the bandages on his sword were finally unraveling. The bandage began to fly up and began to spin in the air like a whirlpool. A moment later, the protagonist already had in his hand his devoted black sword named Snowflower. Looking at his target, the protagonist swung his blade, using the demonic shadow sword, Heavenly Destruction technique. A pillar of violet Kai hit straight into the center of the room, destroying the floor. A column of Kai made a hole in the roof of the fortress, creating a small explosion. Hexam, with blood flowing from his nose, looked at his opponent in shock. Muon, holding his blade, stood in front of the Lord of Iron Blood, who was shocked and sitting on the ground. While the ruins of the fortress fell to the ground, Muon looked at his opponent with contempt in his eyes. The Lord of Iron Blood gaped in shock, calling Muon perfect. Looking at the protagonist who looked at him condescendingly, Hexam began to superimpose the image of another person on Muon. And a second later, Muon standing in front of him completely turned into one of the 9 heavens, grinning maliciously at him. About 10 years ago, Hexam lost, blood dripping from his forehead and nose. Then he fell to the floor and looked at his opponent in shock, unable to squeeze his whips, which were in his palms. Yulchan then stood in front of the Lord of Iron Blood, saying that he used to think that he was not inferior in strength to Guanho, so he used to look forward to them meeting earlier. Yulchan smiled contemptuously, saying that he turned out to be not at all who he said he was, his Hexam, who was called a genius of martial arts, the strongest warrior, whose strength is so great that even words about superiority are not enough to describe it. The Lord of Iron Blood's body was trembling. He could not clench his whips and go on the attack. He never liked to be in the forefront. He always found his goal to serve the North, but in confusion he followed the flow, and as a result betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan. Looking at Yulchan standing in front of him, Hexam could not move. For him, his opponent turned out to be the devil. His pupils then turned white, and his breathing quickened. He was the only one of the great four of the Northern Heavenly Clan who knew that the true master of this world was Mon Yulchan. And then he decided to succumb to ambition and, having broken him alone, take advantage of the honor of creating a new order of Muram. However, looking at the figure of the man in front of him, his incredible pressure inspired fear. He assumed that even if the Great Four united, they would not be able to defeat this monster. And only now his eyes opened wide with horror in the realization that they should not have killed the head of the clan. Crying, the clan's strongest warrior ran away while Yulchan watched and smiled. After being defeated then, he abandoned his ambitions and locked himself in his fortress of blood and iron. Events returned to the present. Hexam trembled, looking at his enemy, and did not understand why everything was repeating itself again. This time, he was able to squeeze his whip, and green Kai enveloped his hand and weapon. Muon narrowed his eyes as he saw the change in his opponent. Hexam suddenly jumped up and began waving his whips, creating a tornado. Muon immediately began to retreat, listening to Hexam shouting and asking him why he saw that devil in him. The protagonist spread his legs wider and slipped, trying to stop. A huge amount of Kai burst out from the hands of the Lord of Iron Blood and formed into two huge dragons. This was the Crazy Blood and Iron Dragon technique. A stream of green Kai fell on the place where Muon had just stood and, crashing into the ground, caused many fragments to fly apart, crushing the ground beneath it. The protagonist's sudden jerk caused the dust and smoke around him to clear away. Muon ran as fast as he could, dodging the whip of green Kai flying behind him. The tip of Muon's blade touched the ground and began to raise dust behind it. Hexam turned his head and looked at Muon, who was running to the side. A moment later, Hexam turned and attacked Muon with his Kai-wrapped whips, but he was able to dodge. The eyes of the Lord of Iron Blood flashed brightly because of the Kai. He shouted, demanding Muon to get out of his fortress. Then he asked Muon if he was really going to take revenge even if the enemy was the whole world. The Lord of Iron Blood continuously attacked the moving protagonist, trying to hit him. Each of his blows destroyed the fortress, creating explosions. The protagonist ducked, dodging another whip attack. The next attack caused him to fall back, almost falling. Muon turned and took a step to the side, dodging the whip, the blow of which crushed stones and earth. After he dodged another whip blow that sent pebbles flying, Muon decided to rush straight towards the enemy. Hexam, whose hands were constantly moving at great speed, shouted, asking why he went out into the world again and did not hide, because this path was their way of survival. The protagonist jumped back and slid along the ground, trying to stop. Muon tilted his body a little and asked the enemy who really escaped. Hexam, who was standing in the middle of the funnel with arms from which the bodies of dragons were formed, began to look around and noticed a hexagon of purple Kai formed around him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him rose from the cuts and the Lord of Iron Blood began to fall. Hexam struck the ground, trying to break his fall. He bit his lower lip in the realization that he had failed to notice anything. The Lord of Iron Blood landed safely on his feet. Next, Hexam immediately jumped up, causing the wind and small stones to fly up high due to the forming gusts of wind. The amount of Kai in Hexam's hands increased sharply. Hexam raised his head and clenched his teeth. When the Lord of Iron Blood crossed his hands, two huge green dragons opened their mouths and rushed towards Muon. The protagonist, approached by two streams of green Kai, moved his hand with the sword back. As the dragon opened its mouth wide, Muon took the sword with both hands and raised it above his head. With one swing of his sword, he was able to cut and destroy the Kai dragon. Muon looked at his enemy and tried to catch his breath. Suddenly he looked to the side, noticing the danger. When the protagonist destroyed one dragon, the second burrowed into the ground and was able to come out behind him and attack. The protagonist looked at the dragon squeezing him in its jaws. Now he realized that one of them had broken through the floor to come out behind. A moment later, Muon's entire body was pulled to the side. The dragon twisted, wanting to push the protagonist's body against the wall. Muon's body collided with the wall, but the grip of the whip did not weaken. The whip continued to lead Muon along the wall, destroying it. A moment later, the entire wall on the top floor exploded and shattered into pieces. The protagonist clenched his teeth, enduring the pain as successive stones collided with his body. Muon bent his knees slightly, forming a transparent platform under his foot. The platform suddenly increased in size and gave Muon speed, pushing him away. It was a walking technique. Hexam opened his eyes in shock, looking at his enemy. A beam of green energy rushed towards Muon, who had lost his footing in the air. The protagonist turned over sharply and bent his knees again, using the mountain stream tread technique. The the protagonist was able to push off from the air and thereby dodge the Kai beam. Muon walked between two whips rushing towards his enemy. Hexam opened his eyes wide in disbelief that Muon had mastered the technique of running in the void. He also noticed the similarity with Muzen's special gait. Hexam then remembered how Muon raised his sword and freed it from the bandages. Then he used a technique characteristic of Gunghui and the Nine Heavens. Looking at the approaching Muon, whose eyes were shining brightly, Hexam asked himself what happened during those few years while he was hiding. The Lord of Iron Blood, around whom the whips wriggled, watched as Muon flew up to him. Muon grabbed the blade with both hands and aimed at his enemy. Hexam opened his mouth in amazement looking at Muon. As the protagonist approached, Hexam was seen motionless, with blood flowing from his nose, indicating exhaustion. A moment later, Muon was behind Hexam, cutting him on the shoulder. The Lord of Iron Blood gritted his teeth as blood gushed out from his wound. Muon turned around sharply, realizing that even though he was aiming for the throat, he was able to change the trajectory of his movement and dodge so that he would not get hit. The protagonist suddenly moved his legs, wanting to attack his enemy. Holding the sword with both hands, Muon charged at his opponent. Hexam began to retreat, swinging his arms that controlled the whips in his hands and attacked Muon. While Hexam tried to retreat, the protagonist deflected the blows of the whip with his blade. Muon began to actively swing his blade, reflecting the blows of his opponent's whip. It was not easy for him to close the distance. Muon raised his blade upward, trying to deliver a precise strike. The protagonist frowned, deciding something for himself. A moment later, Muon grabbed the whips with his hands and pulled them towards himself using tremendous force, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Hexam opened his eyes wide. Looking at him, he couldn't believe that Muon decided to grab his whips. The whips began to return to the tattoo on Hexam's palm as he used the return technique. The protagonist, being close to his opponent, exclaimed when the whips were torn from his hands. Muon looked decisively at the Lord of Iron Blood. Next, Muon rushed towards Hexam, holding his sword with both hands. One precise cut from bottom to top cut through Hexam's stomach. Muon looked at his sword and realized that he could only cut through the opponent's fat. Looking at the frightened face of the enemy whose teeth were clenched and blood was flowing from his nose, Muon told him that his belly saved him. The protagonist extended his fingers and began to grip his sword more tightly. Muon struck the next blow on his enemy's torso, trying to kill him. Hexam stopped his blow by wrapping his whip around Muon's sword. The protagonist's eyes opened wide in surprise. His opponent clenched his teeth, veins standing out on Hexam's forehead. Hexam turned his body and began to swing his arms to throw. Muon's body jerked abruptly. A moment later, the Lord of Iron Blood threw the protagonist to the ground with such force that he made all the nearby stones jump. Muon clenched his teeth due to the pain he was experiencing. Hexam decided not to dwell on this. His eyes glowed brightly, his skin wrinkled, and his teeth clenched. He swung his second whip downward straight at Muon. The protagonist managed to jump to the side, dodging the blow. His pupils shrank as he contemplated in shock that Hexam had used the whip to intercept. Suddenly, two huge boulders appeared on either side of Muon. These were the stones around which Hexam's whips were wrapped. The Lord of Iron Blood crossed his arms, after which two huge cobblestones hit each other, creating a huge amount of dust against each other. Hexam began to swing his arms, accelerating the speed of bending his whips, and then used the technique of cutting the mad dragon of blood and iron. The Lord of Iron Blood raised his hand and pointed one of his whips upward. A moment later, all the large stones in front of him were cut into pieces. Hexam tilted his head a little and tried to catch his breath. The entire top floor of the Fortress of Blood and Iron was destroyed. Its fragments fell to the ground, illuminated by the red moon in the sky. All the walls and structures on the upper floor turned into ruins. Hexam turned his head, calling Muon resourceful. Turning his head again, the Lord of Iron Blood shouted, demanding Muon to show himself. Hexam put his hands in front of him when he saw Muon running ahead. But a moment later, the Lord of Iron Blood became puzzled because of Muon's disappearance. Wild fear gripped Hexam when the protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him. He shouted, asking Muon to leave him alone. The protagonist walked past Hexam and cut him on the back with his sword. Blood immediately sprayed from the wound. Hexam clenched his teeth and began to turn around. But before he had time to fully swing his weapon, Muon struck another blow at great speed, creating a wound on his side. The protagonist began to move around Hexam at great speed and strike him. The Lord of Iron Blood, covering his head, shouted, saying that he would go to the ends of the earth and renounce his name, hiding as if he were already dead. Hexam, whose body was continually being struck, again shouted to the fields to spare him. But he did not tolerate this any longer. He straightened up sharply and screamed, releasing a stream of Kai that destroyed all the attacks flying at him. Hexam's entire body began to glow due to the application of the enormous power of the blood and iron dragon tail technique. Yuan frowned at his opponent. Yuan jumped sharply and covered his face with his hands when a bright light engulfed the entire space around him. A huge column of Kai rushed towards the heavens. The green column of Kai around which two dragons wriggled destroyed another floor of the fortress. A bright purple flash appeared at the top of the pillar of green Kai. A thin beam of purple Kai rushed down, beginning to cut the pillar of green Kai in the middle. It was Yuan, his sword and eyes glowing brightly as he fell down, holding his blade out in front of him. Hexam screamed in fear, asking Yuan to stop being a demon. Because Yuan fell directly on the Lord of Iron Blood, the entire fortress turned into rubble and began to collapse. The entire fortress exploded, fragments scattered to the sides, dust began to rise. The ruins of the fortress fell to the ground in smoke. Soon, almost all the fragments and debris fell to the ground. Due to the huge amount of smoke and dust raised, it was almost impossible to see the devastation. Yuan's figure sat on Hexam's body. The protagonist, having pierced his enemy's throat with a sword, sat on his corpse as debris fell to the ground. Looking at Hexam's mouth open in horror and bloody tears, Yuan recalled that many called him a demon. The protagonist pulled the sword from the enemy's throat and began to stand up, mentally assuming the identity of the demon. After killing his target, Yuan stood up and walked away. It was Yuan who decided to become an Asura for a while. Events go back to 3 years ago, when a crowd of martial artists stood with weapons in front of the Tang family mansion. At the head of all the militias were Disen, Hirn and Soso. Yuan stood against all the forces of the Central Heavenly Alliance. A huge number of martial arts masters rushed towards him, wanting to kill him. People were then surprised by the fact that for the sake of victory, the Alliance put forward all its forces for one person. Yuan was then merciless. His eyes glowed while he clutched a sword in his hands. Enemies flew into the sky from each of his blows. But that was not all. 2 of the 9 heavens also took part in the battle, the first of which was Manhwa and his illusion technique, and the second was Chokup, a master of 8 swords. This surprised and shocked everyone so much that this incident became one of the most notorious incidents in recent times. But even so, the entire territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance could not catch him. This territory was huge, but Yuan managed to escape and disappear. People sitting in taverns discussed this. They were divided into those who were sure of Yuan's death, and those who believed that he survived, but was hiding. And although he was nicknamed the Northern Blade, the situation when the 9 heavens intervened was considered exceptional. Only sometimes, when inexplicable incidents happened, people smiling over a glass of drink told each other that something was the work of the cursed spirit of the north. During the confrontation, when the Gongdong Monastery and a couple of other clans intervened in the battle, the Central Heavenly Alliance used restrictive measures as a warning against the clans that assisted Yuan. Disen, however, sitting at the table, mentally lamented, because the Northern Blade acted secretly and not particularly actively, so all the measures could not be finally implemented. There was also the fact that after Chilson, the elder of the Hueshan clan, intervened in the battle, he died and strange groups with a tattoo of a 2-headed Sura began to be found everywhere. Then, in the battle, Chilson shouted and was able to warn the whole world about their danger. Such people were everywhere. In the territory of all clans, they began to frantically search for those who wore a tattoo of a 2-headed Sura. And in the clans where they could be discovered, a time of betrayal and chaos came. People pointed at each other, which made everyone be terrified. People, forgetting about camaraderie, having found a tattoo, grabbed their former comrade and carried him to execution. A crowd of people gathered in the square waiting for the speaker to start speaking. It was all because of the attacks of Silent Night. The world was shaken by war, so a detachment of exorcism went to the front line. At that time everyone needed support and unity, but instead there was turmoil. The reason was people's dissatisfaction with the alliance. The crowd stood near the gate to the residence listening to the promises of the speakers, but they did not know that their authority had fallen too much. A few days after they missed Muvon, the western gate on the family's territory was empty. The girl looked at her grandfather, whom she previously considered to be at the top of this world, but there was someone who stood higher. Hirin bowed her head after learning about this. It turned out that there was a real absolute, which Hirin found out about because her grandfather followed him. She decided to follow the advice of Diseng, who asked her to obey during the Battle of Muon. Then she was horrified and covered her mouth, but now she agreed. Diseng smiled, looking at the girl standing next to Manhwa. But the situation with Xiachen was completely different. He was the one who openly criticized the Central Heavenly Alliance by pointing his finger at them. Diseng looked at Xiachen, who disobeyed his orders and also helped Muon. Then it enraged him. His body trembled with anger, and the veins stood out on his face and neck, and only his smile remained unchanged. Seochin even killed the Chaos Demon Mukin and boldly raised his hand to look at him. After the final victory, he raised his head like a beast and screamed, clenching his fists. But no one was lenient towards him, because of which he suffered his punishment and was shackled in chains and hung on them. His toes barely touched the ground. But even so, Seochin smiled, indifferently bearing his punishment. However, this did not last long. His father came into his cell. One of the 9 heavens winked at his son. He came to free him. But Seochin was not happy about this. His pupils lit up brightly when he saw his father. His father, standing in front of him, bowed his head and spoke about the condition under which he would be released. He had to enter the war with Silent Knight as the commander of the vanguard and on the front line, uniting with the demon exorcism squad that had already entered the war to destroy Silent Knight. Diseng stood behind Chokshim and smiled. Chokshim pointed his finger at Seochin and ordered him to be released. The 2 guys immediately started running up to Seochin. Seochin, removing his shackles, did not feel any contradiction. He believed in the commander of the Only Demon Exorcism Squad and was ready to give him all the honor. But at the same time, if Silent Knight suddenly began to press the Demon Exorcism Squad, Seochin was ready to rush to the battlefield at any moment. Seochin looked at his father seriously. Chokshim patted his son on the head, and Diseng smiled and expressed his joy and respect. Hiren looked at all this. It was painful because of the feeling of guilt, because Seochin did not know that he was only being used. Hiren stood motionless looking at her lover. She remembered the look on Seochin's face when he looked at her angrily. She was afraid that he was terribly disappointed in her. Hiren closed her eyes for the first time, realizing how arrogant she was, and only then realized how small her existence was, which led to a feeling of great powerlessness. She turned around and began to walk away. Her great dream of creating a new world with Seochin slowly beginning to fade. Then her hand twitched. She decided to become a Diseng person, serving as a conductor of the will of the strongest man in the world. Suddenly, Seochin grabbed her hand. Hiryong turned and looked at Seochin, whose body was wounded. Seochin, who approached Hiren, said that his father was just an excuse put on display. He also knew that the true reason was hidden behind him, and he also understood that this incident should gradually turn him into a watchdog for the Alliance. Seochin looked at Hiren and said that they just took a step back in order to then move forward 10. After which Seochin suggested that Hiren act for a while as Diseng, and the others say they will be deceived and adjusted, making everyone relax and show carelessness. The girl, hearing the words of her beloved, could barely hold back her tears and said that she thought that he was disappointed and hated her. Seochin turned his head and looked in front and said that if something like this could make him hate, he would not have loved her at all. After that he warned Hiren, advising her never to engage in such vile intrigues, because they must win proudly and confidently. Hiren, whose hand Seochin grabbed, leaned against him and listened in admiration as her man said that she had him and she could not be afraid of anything. Events returned to the present time on the battlefield with Silent Knight, a place where people from both sides mercilessly killed each other. Veins bulged, screams and shouts of people came from everywhere. Many men ignored their wounds and fought until their very last breath. The pupils glowed brightly scarlet, and the teeth clenched while the aura of blood covered one of the people. The Central Heavenly Alliance and Silent Knight have been immersed in a crazy war all these years. In the war, where just now another person's pupils glowed scarlet, and he was covered in an aura of blood, people began to call this conflict a 3-year war. During these years, a huge number of warriors lost their lives and several dozen clans were destroyed. The bodies of the dead were not even taken away from the battlefield or buried. The streets of the cities were destroyed, starving people lay on the ground. The desire to live was no longer visible in their faces. For ordinary people, this time looked like an endless nightmare. People were getting worse and worse. They could barely stand on their feet. Their minds began to leave them. Nothing less than a time of troubles. For this reason, society began to have a worse attitude towards the Alliance, and the situation turned out in such a way that those who clearly felt the absence of the Northern Heavenly Clan became agitated. The man was drooling from his mouth, he was emaciated, and the pupils in his eye were white. He and everyone else missed the times when the Northern Heavenly Clan was great and powerful. They finally realized his value and clearly felt the sacrifice they had made, watching in a detached manner situation. One of the men fell to the ground and lay motionless, unable to do anything, his mouth open. He was one of those who said that the Alliance killed the sinless head of the Northern Heavenly Alliance and even killed his son, nicknamed the Northern Blade, thereby naturally giving rise to the era of troubled times. Crows and vultures flew over the battlefield enjoying their food. The crows, whose beaks were bloody and whose eyes glowed brightly red, turned their heads and looked at the last hope of people. The demon exorcism squad, the people standing with various weapons in their hands and with scarlet eyes. There were those who said that they were alive only because of this squad and felt gratitude and delight towards their actions. Changwol smiled, looking at his new victim. He was now the deputy head of the squad. Gonghui, who had grown a beard and hair, grinned. He was the same deputy head as Changwol. Sanun and Sanchial did not stand aside and also took the post of deputy leader of the squad. The demon exorcism squad plunged into madness during these 3 years of battles on the front lines with Silent Night. The head of the detachment was Wunli. He, throwing his sword over his shoulder, squatted right on the battlefield. He became an idol for all the youth, the one who led the detachment of expelling demons. There was also a man whose hands were covered in golden white armor, another vanguard warrior fighting alongside the demon exorcism squad. Thanks to his actions and authority, Xiachen, whose arms were in golden white armor, stood on the same level as the 9 heavens. The hero of this time, the stink king of the blue sky, Xiachen. Rocks covered with moss are shown. A man in a hat walks along them. He walks through numerous bushes. He wanders through the trees, somewhere in the forest. Now he is already swimming across the river, holding his things above him. He climbs some mountain again. From it he looks somewhere into the distance. The rocks look huge against the background. He walks through a green area on rocks. Suddenly he raises his head, looking at something. Something hid among the foliage of the trees. It turns out that this is a person in disguise. The traveler enters some cave. There he is met by 2 people, and they show each other the pieces of paper. A man who has been walking here for a long time sticks a piece of paper on a stone wall. The rest do the same. The wall suddenly begins to shine. This light is dazzling. The traveler is already standing on another rock, looking at some settlement. It turns out that this is the new Northern Sky clan. Smiling, Moonjung says that he hasn't been here for a long time and takes off his hat. The fighters are seen standing in the same position. There seem to be thousands of them, and, looking at them, the man says that he can smell sweat and it's excellent. As he walks, he waves to another man. He joyfully calls Mr. H. Wang. Smiling widely, H. Wang Chul notices that the newcomer has come through a difficult journey. It is reported that he comes from the lower rank warriors of the Northern Heavenly Clan, a person who possesses the strongest martial arts gained through insight, and is also the one who was given the 3-wall spiritual technique by Guangho, one of the great 4 of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It is learned that this is what was highly appreciated by the Northern Heavenly Clan and made him the general master in charge of teaching and training martial arts in the Northern Heavenly Clan. Munjung makes a gesture with his hands when H1Chial calls him a brat and claims that they haven't seen each other for a couple of months, and he's already grown up so much. He asks how Mrs. No is doing and whether she is healthy. The man answers in the affirmative and reports that she is still awake. He asks if anything happened during this time. This is answered by the phrase that because of the war there is chaos everywhere. Jinwal comes waving his hand to the newcomer. He arches an eyebrow and says that he just heard from Sijuo that he has arrived, and says that it's hard for him to go this long way every time and he's worked hard. It is learned that in order to protect the new Northern Heavenly Clan from external threats, he calculated and erected fortifications and buildings to create ideal protective circles based on the geographical features of the area, and is now in charge of securing and governing the Northern Heavenly Clan. He approaches Munjung and notices that he has grown up. He wonders how much longer he is going to grow and claims that today's youth are not the same as they used to be. H-Wang Chul agrees with him, and the man wonders if he really thinks so. Remembering something, he reaches his hand towards his pocket. He hands over the papers, saying that there are funds for which he asked him additionally. Jinwal accepts the papers and states that it is shameless of him and he is always so grateful to the White Dragon Guild. They start talking about what happened 3 years ago. Shadows of people are seen, and it is reported that back then there was only the goal and desire to recreate the Northern Heavenly Clan. They had nothing. The gate of the White Dragon Guild is shown, and it is revealed that this guild has been secretly supplying the Northern Sky Clan with the goods they need for finances. Smiling people are depicted, and it turns out that the first head of the Teat Guild has not forgotten his gratitude for saving the life of his second son Jimyeon. A smiling man is shown, and it is reported that she was the one who supported the Northern Heavenly Clan with exceptionally large amounts of money. Lady No is depicted sitting at a table, and it is said that she was very skillful. It turns out that she cunningly laundered money arriving from outside. Mountains of gold are visible, and it becomes known that she was preparing for any unforeseen situations. People are shown working, and it is revealed that it was thanks to this that the Northern Heavenly Clan was able to secretly settle down. Munjeong smiles, and it is revealed that he was the one who bridged the Northern Sky Clan with the White Dragon Guild. It turns out that from early childhood he adopted the spiritual technique of 3 walls from Huang Cho, was stronger than his peers in martial arts, and also survived all sorts of hardships, and life as a guide from an early age made him an excellent expert in geography, so such talent is very difficult to find. Jinwoo puts his sleeved hands forward, announcing that he, following the example of Lady No's wisdom and skill, will ensure that no harm will come to the White Dragon Guild. He asks her to tell her that he will not forget this favor all his life, and one day he will definitely repay the favor. Munjeong promises to convey these words to Titi. Everyone looks surprised, looking somewhere, and the thought sounds that it looks like the mission is over and they are returning. A squad of blood and sword is coming. It turns out that this is the elite of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Consists of 7 people under the leadership of the head of the detachment, and is engaged in the most special missions that require the actions of elite fighters. Musen shows up and notices that Munjeong has arrived and everyone has gathered. It becomes known that in the past he almost succumbed to inner demons, but Muwon came to his aid, after which he learned sword skills and even gained insight. It is reported that he now leads a blood and sword squad of 7 people who have inherited the Blue Cloud sword technique, and he always protects his leader. Musen approaches Munjeong, noticing how much he has grown since they haven't seen each other, and the man remarks that this is the 3rd time he's heard this. Smiling, Jinwoo concludes that everything went off without any incident, to which Musen reports that they have finished clearing the Blood and Iron Fortress and are already returning home. The fortress is depicted, and it becomes known that, covering up the traces left by their leader, they arranged everything as if an internal split had occurred there. Jinwoo arches an eyebrow, noting that they did a great job this time, and says that now all that's left is for the secret stream to spread the correct information. He suddenly turns around when a man appears behind him, reporting that they were just returning, having thoroughly spread false rumors about the strength of blood and iron. A man is seen holding an oar in his hands, and the phrase is heard that the arrival himself personally pretended to be a ferryman and transported the head of the clan, and on the way back he got rid of the boat and perfectly hid the route. Jeongin stands holding some kind of scroll in his hands. It turns out that the information group serves as the Northern Heavenly Clan's eyes and ears. It is reported that the world does not know about this, but in fact, Dark Moon became part of the Northern Heavenly Clan and was called the Secret Stream and is now an organization led by Commander Jeongin and responsible for information. Laughing, Jinwoo remarks that he is doing a great job, and Munjeong is told again that he has grown up. The man looks at these people, calling for the military leader. Diso is seen with papers in his hands, who says that all the other leaders are here too, and the head of the clan has already returned. But now he is in the forge, they need to bring him and start the meeting. It is reported that his ancestors continuously preserved ancient documents, and he, too, with zeal reaching the point of perversion, preserved various books and manuscripts, collecting several hundred volumes. It becomes known that he takes the place of the head of the Secret Garden, an organization that stores the documents and secrets of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He is the one who helped Jinwoo organize and approve the system of government in the new Northern Heavenly Clan. Various buildings are visible, and a phrase is heard that they have not all gathered together for so long, so they need to start the meeting as soon as possible. And someone is surprised that the head of the clan immediately went to the forge, although he could have rested a little. The Northern Heavenly Clan's forge is shown. The door opens slightly and a man with a sword in his hands is called. Soul holds the vase in his hand, noticing that the guest came to him all bundled up, although it is already hot here, and he assumes that he decided to call the head. It is reported that he is the forge master of the Northern Heavenly Clan, a master of blacksmithing so much so that he can evaluate any sword at a glance, and is in charge of all the armor and weapons of the Northern Heavenly Clan. A man is seen raising a hammer above his head. With his other hand he holds a sword. He has a bare torso, and he is informed that all the management is assembled and is waiting for him, so he needs to go to the meeting room. Yuan turns his head, sighing. A man is depicted with his eyes closed, to whom everyone bows. Someone's head is visible next to him. The man is sobbing, holding his clothes. Tears continuously stream down his face. People with dark faces are shown. More mourners are visible. Yuan also looks at this. Everyone stands watching the body burn. Some people lowered their heads, others raised them to the sky. The face of the one who lowered his head is dark. It's blurry. He insists that he will not forget Ryusen. Yuan is seen with a beard and his head down. It becomes better visible. He looks ahead with his sparkling eyes. The Northern Heavenly Clan's people are shown walking. Opposite them are the shadows of another crowd. Serious people are standing, looking at the members of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Gimon and Muryo are shown making a gesture with their hands. It is reported that they used to belong to the real Tang clan, but after encountering the Nine Heavens, in an attempt to reduce the damage to the Tang clan, they pretended that the clan had been destroyed and came to the Northern Heavenly Clan for a while. It turns out that a lot of time had already passed after the death of Ryusen, when Gimon, the second talent of the Tang clan and the world's best expert on poisons, abandoned his dream of creating poisons. It becomes known that he now plays the role of a healer in the Northern Heavenly Clan and no longer uses poisons to kill, but only creates noble poisons intended for healing. Donghui is shown wearing her mask. It is reported that in the past she was classified as one of the 9 heavens of the Central Heavenly Alliance, and now the world thinks that she is no longer alive because she has been reported missing for a long time and there is still no information about life or death. But now there is an opportunity to see her among the elders of the Northern Sky Crane. The Aquan is shown making a gesture with his hands. It is reported that he comes from the elite of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the owner of the most powerful military equipment, a man nicknamed the Mad Tiger with a bloody look. It turns out that he is a man who was once the head of the Flying Stern Brigand Squad, and now he, along with the Blood and Sword Squad, is the main military force of the Northern Heavenly Clan. A frowning Musen appears. It is reported that he is one of the 4 pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan, one of the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the Wind King. It becomes known that, unlike the other members of the Great Four who ruled Kanho, he chose to imprison himself in the mountains of wind and clouds. It turns out that now Musen, having become the elder of the new Northern Heavenly Clan, is making a huge contribution. A certain building is depicted where light is visible. All the above mentioned gathered at one table. Muon has a serious expression on his face. He looks at Musen, who has closed his eyes. The man appears closer, and the thought is heard that Hyoxim left like that, and although they are traitors, they still look like brothers, with whom they more than once stood on the brink of life and death, surviving on the battlefield. It turns out that now the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan have been completely forgotten, and the era is beginning to pass. Muon looks away, sadly calling out to his uncle. Musen, who opened his eyes, notices this. Smiling, he reports that the head of the clan did a great job. They start talking about what happened 2 years ago. Saval is seen drinking, and the thought of a small forge in the corner of the busy street of artisans of the Fortress of the Four Heavens sounds. The man looks questioningly at the man who came to him. A man is shown with a covered face and sparkling eyes. Arching an eyebrow, Soal wonders who he is. The man reveals his face, asking how he has been all this time. Holding some kind of container for liquid in his hand, he reminds him that he promised the man to come one day, and reports that he even brought excellent booze with him, and Soal immediately realizes that he is the same swordsman who came a few years ago. They sit and drink together while the man is surprised that the man did not forget and came again, and claims that the alcohol tastes wonderful thanks to the guest. He smiles, wondering if it's okay for his guest to appear in front of him like that, since so many people think he's dead. While drinking, Muon confirms this thought, realizing that walking around like this now is really bad. His blade is shown, and he claims that he could not remember a single artisan who could work on his sword, except for Saval. And during this time the sword was very worn out, so he asks for help. Taking the glass away from his mouth, he declares that he is ready to repay double or triple, if only he does not harm him. Arching his brow, Soal reveals that he wondered how Muon could remain sane while carrying that ominous sword, of course, assuming that he would turn out to be an extraordinary warrior. But he could not think that this person would turn out to be the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He drinks alcohol, closing his eyes. Getting up, he claims that Muon has a trained eye and is bored, so the guest came to him on time. He says that the sinister energy is quite strong, so he doesn't think he can process it himself. But the man has also already mastered excellent forging skills. Muon bows to him, thanking him, when he reports that the guest will process his blade himself, and he will show him in detail so that everything should work out. A working Saval is depicted, and the idea is that usually a craftsman puts his thoughts and desires into weapons related to spiritual military items, and depending on this, the weapon can become both spiritual and demonic. Now Muon is shown at the machine, and it is reported that the weapon created by man cannot cause wind and rain, but still has a huge influence on the consciousness of the warrior holding it in his hands. Saval's eyes sparkle, and it becomes known that depending on the thoughts and desires of the artisan, there is an opportunity to become a hero or a real demon. Muon's eyes are identical, and it is reported that this is why a person needs to choose the master of his weapon with the greatest seriousness. Saval's face blurs with sweat. The same thing happens to the head of the clan. The phrase says that everything is ready. Muon holds his sword in her hands, inspecting it. Soal sighs, claiming that he thinks that the sword has not yet sucked the soul out of the man. But there is no telling what will happen if it weakens, and perhaps he himself, unknowingly, was feeding the sinister energy with his consciousness. He wonders what's going on with this now. Muon reports that due to the thoughts and desires put into the sword, it seems as if it has become a little more suppressed. Sual tells him to always be careful and continue as he has been so far, to exist in harmony with this sinister sword, trying to raise it even higher and make it his dignity, and he wants everything to be resolved as soon as possible. Wondering how they managed to create such a sword, he asks what it is when he turns his head and a man appears at the door, calling for the head of the clan. Observing this, Soal comes to the conclusion that Muon is the real commander and entertains the idea of reporting him to the Central Heavenly Alliance. The arrival whispers in Muon's ear that they have found Musen of the Great Four. Smiling, the man says that they did a good job and is going to go to him right now. He turns to Soal, claiming that he doesn't have much time, so he will tell everything straight. Bowing, he asks him to become the blacksmith of the Northern Heavenly Clan, because now they are building a forge in the future Northern Heavenly Clan and it has no owner. He admits that he wishes that she belonged to him and he was the owner, and says something about his skillful work as a blacksmith. As Seoal watches with narrowed eyes, Muon asks him to become the armor of the Northern Heavenly Clan, a sword and spear capable of destroying all obstacles that stand in their way. The man turns away when the clan leader asks him to continue teaching him forging to improve his still modest skills, and he agrees, saying that he will be in charge of the Northern Heavenly Clan's forge. Muon looks at him in surprise, claiming that he didn't think the blacksmith would agree so quickly, and thanks him. Holding in his hands a vessel of alcohol that the head of the clan brought to him, Soal says that he is sitting in the farthest corner of this street in the Fortress of the Four Heavens, in a forge where no one goes, and he has already begun to feel that he has ceased to be anyone. Sometimes necessary, he just sat and waited for death, but someone still needs him and needs him, so he is ready to give all of himself to serving the Northern Heavenly Clan, and will be glad if Muon drinks with him at least sometimes. Mountains of wind and clouds with a building among them are depicted. Muon stands holding a blade in his hands. He looks away, frowning. Suddenly he looks in the other direction. He stands resolutely in front of some person. It turns out that it was a sitting Musen. His eyes sparkle and he is completely serious. Muon looks at him intently. Chungwoo begins to remember. Chengwa shows up. Musen stands with his arms crossed over his chest, and the thought sounds that now it's his turn. He sits, frowning. A statement is heard that Muon will deal with him, and then go and finish off the strongest of the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Hyeoksum. A man with gray skin and whips is depicted. Muon holds a sword in his hands, and the thought sounds that the snow flower has also become sharper, stronger and stronger than before. It is reported that he has also become much older, so that he is not at all as strong as in his prime. But he is still the Wind King Musen, possessing the fastest light flight technique in the world. Muon's sword strikes are shown, and he realizes that he needs to try to finish everything with one blow. Musen rises from his seat. He gets up and starts walking. Cracks are visible on the stone surface. The man immediately finds himself next to the head of the clan and points a weapon at him. Hesitating, Muon puts his sword forward, amazed that even now the old man can walk so quickly. Their weapons cross as Musen takes a knee. Muon looks at him in surprise. The man frowns and states that he has been languishing in uncertainty and waiting for 11 years. The Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan have disintegrated, and the military forces have been divided. He lowers his head and claims that he, remembering the order of the fourth head of the clan, led the clan members who agreed to this and locked himself here in the mountains of wind and clouds, maintaining military power. Muon looks around at the people bowing their heads in front of him as Musen announces that he wants to greet the young master who has grown into a worthy man. 13 years ago, a snowstorm enveloped the Northern Heavenly Clan, which was located in the icy mountains. Musing and Kwangho, sitting opposite each other at the table, drank with their cups raised. The head of the Northern Clan silently took a small sip before drinking the contents of his bowl. Raging Storm asked why his comrade seemed so worried lately. Kwangho looked into the empty bowl and turned to his friend. He asked with a serious look to continue his words. The man, without raising his eyes, thoughtfully asked to lead the clan fighters so that they would not run away, and to keep them anywhere for the sake of the future if some problem arose with him and the Northern Heavenly Clan. Frowning, the old man clarified what makes him say such things and what brings these doubts. Grinning, Kwangho said that he was sure that only Musing could reproach him for his weak character, and that he was only talking about the likelihood of such a development of events. A few days after the two friends were drinking together as if by prophecy, the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan accused Head Jin of having a criminal secret relationship with Silent Night, which Kwang Ho had to admit while sitting in court in front of a crowd of thousands of people in the square, which led to the complete destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan, which had a history of more than a century. Muzin, standing among the witnesses, watched the trial of the head of the clan, who in the Great Four was nicknamed the Northern Wall, because, as his nickname implies, he wanted peace and stability, although, of course, he could rebel and turn the whole world upside down on the head. Kwang Ho's gaze was clear and confident, despite the false accusations, because now that Silent Night had covered its tracks and disappeared, he, no longer wanting to wreak havoc and only wanting peace in the center and the safety of his son, humbly accepted everything. Muse intensely turned away from the platform and closed his eyes. The thoughts of the head of the clan were known to him better than anyone else, but he had to follow the order, taking forces from the true descendants of the Northern Heavenly Clan under his wing, and so as not to appear traitors and begin to hesitate, to withdraw these forces to the mountains of Wind and Cloud to preserve the Northern Clan as far as possible. 13 years ago, Happen was writing something on paper, holding a long carved brush in his hands. Someone distracted him and handed him a scroll. The man opened it and read what was written with horror on his face. Jong-ho watched this carefully, raising his chin. The head of the Hall of Secret Origins looked at him in fear. The sword master held his weapon at the ready. The tip of the sword was at the head of the wounded and fear-stricken Happen. The warrior began to methodically strike with one hand, holding the other behind his back. Blood flew in all directions, sprinkling the walls. Happen was the one who deliberately falsified information about Kwang Ho's secret connection with Silent Night and helped Youngwo of the Great Four, who, however, decided to remove him. The man, cut up and missing limbs, lay dying on the floor. Barely keeping his eyes open, he saw the approaching figure of a man. A moment later, another member of the Great Four appeared before him, determined to save his fading life. Muzin sank to the ground and raised Happen's head. Quick movements of the fingers helped return the heart rate to normal. He put a piece of bread into the mouth of the dying head of the Hall of Secret Origins. Leaving, the warrior ordered him to stay alive in any way, and wait for the hour when he was needed. Without looking back, he said that Happen would need to reveal the truth to the world, which would be the minimum price for atonement for the Northern Heavenly Clan and its head Jin Kwang Ho. Muwon and Muzin looked at each other in silence. Dakwon put his huge hand on the man's shoulder and said that Jongwoo, Jianghua and Hyoxim agreed, and if he showed such torment, then the leader's soul would only become more difficult. Turning his gaze to Muwon and not lowering his hands, the big man asked him to understand the old man who was left completely alone and worried about this, because, despite the fact that the Great Four of the Northern Clan were traitors worthy of death, they still fought side by side. Muzin, closing his eyelids, asked for forgiveness, saying that with age he had completely relaxed. Muwon, sadly knitting his eyebrows, answered knowingly that the old man could be tormented by various feelings. Dakwon tensed his face angrily and asked not to forget that the Great Four were traitors and traitors. He was very angry that they failed to protect the fourth head, although it would have been enough to just raise their swords once, despite instructions and orders. 2 years ago, Muzin and his warriors bowed to the new head of the clan, having waited more than 10 years for the moment when they could swear allegiance to him and join the new Northern Heavenly Clan. Muwon stood in front of his newly acquired army opposite two figures, military power divided due to infighting between the Great Four, so that his forces were far from those that the Northern Clan possessed in better times. Hwancheol and Jinwal bowed, covering their fist with their hand. The scientist expressed great gratitude to Musin and nominated him to the post of elder, as one of the pillars of the old Northern Clan, which retained great military strength, despite the fact that there were no guarantees that they would wait in the wings. Muzin, holding his weapon sternly in his hands, declared that this was not his entire army. Muwon, Hwancheol and Jinwal were extremely shocked. The warrior continued, saying that those who remained loyal to the Northern Heavenly Clan and decided to follow him were a total of about 300. However, due to the need to protect young Master Jin, who remained in the northern lands, he ordered one of the troops to pretend to be bandits and stay in the lands of the destroyed clan. Hwancheol opened his mouth in surprise, realizing who he was talking about. Muzin frowned and said that these people were the Flying Severe Squad. Many riders on horses towered on the hill. It was a detachment of bandits that suddenly appeared in the middle of the northern lands and gained the notoriety of cutthroats. They were elusive and had enormous organizational and military power, and also gave the impression of warriors who had undergone long and severe training. Their commander was a bloody-eyed tiger, Dokwon, sitting on a black horse with a bow and saber on his back. Being a warrior of the Northern Heavenly Clan, a master opposing the Heavenly Alliance, and the second commander of the clan's forces, Dokwon and his comrades looked down on the destroyed clan. They walked around the ruins, protecting young Muon from terrible threats, not having the opportunity to intervene directly because of the observers of the Central Heavenly Alliance, especially when suddenly disciples of the Nine Heavens appeared in the Northern Heavenly Clan. Then, in order not to arouse suspicion, the protection of the clan heir was suspended for some time, which was taken advantage of by the Demon of Chaos, Mukon, who menacingly crushed Sachon to the ground during the fire. After some time, the Flying Stern squad was disheartened by the disappearance of Muon, but Dokwon watched the trading cart, knowing about the existence of Hwancheol, who, even after the fall of the clan, regularly visited him to support the young heir. The wanderer was rushing through the desert area on his cart. The Flying Severe squad tracked him down and was able to find out that the faithful Hwancheol delivered necessary things and food to the clan lands every few months. A man in a long-brimmed hat with a calm face held the reins. Since then, the Flying Severe squad began to protect him from afar, because this also helped protect Muon. Driving past a broken cart, the wanderer was surprised, not knowing about the hidden protection. Hwancheol, looking at the wreckage, thought that it was the work of elusive robbers, and decided to be careful so as not to accidentally bump into them. There were white yurts against the backdrop of the mountains. Dozens of people with their horses were walking around. Muon, having joined the Northern Heavenly Clan, revealed the whole truth about the Flying Severe squad. Together with Muon, he stood in front of Dokwon, who crossed his arms on his chest. It was decided that the time had come to return to the clan its loyal members, who had been pretending to be real robbers all this time. The leader of the detachment, standing in front of his army, was surprised that the young man had become a real commander, knowing that the guy spent 7 years in the Black Mountains training, and asked if he remembered him. The main character, standing next to Muon, calmly replied that he could not forget his senior comrade, a warrior of the Northern Heavenly Clan, leading a huge force, a mad tiger with bloody eyes. Young Muon, thinking that everyone had abandoned the Northern Heavenly Clan, cried in grief. From powerlessness, he fell to the floor, feeling that everyone had abandoned him. There was not a soul around, only emptiness. Having lowered his eyes, the now adult guy said that for a long time he had not even suspected these efforts, and that now he could only say words of enormous gratitude. Dokwon exhaled, widening his eyes, saying that he had nothing to thank them for, because due to the surveillance of the Central Heavenly Alliance, they could not keep an eye on the boy from a close distance. The warrior was not comfortable with the hardships he had to go through. Anger at the traitors boiled even more strongly in his soul. He turned to Muon, recalling that because of the Central Alliance, he had to hide in the mountains, and the detachment pretended to be bandits, to which the man replied that, despite all the difficulties they had gone through, their time had come. Muon said with confidence in his eyes that, as the fifth head, he was engaged in the restoration of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and asked senior comrade Dokwon to return to his ranks. Showing off his biceps, the leader of the squad shouted to everyone's jubilation that they, the roots of the Northern Heavenly Clan, had been waiting for this day for a very long time, worried that it would not come and that they had become real bandits. But now they could rest easy because finally, then it's time to turn the world upside down. His next words caused misunderstanding in Muon. Looking back at him, Dokwon asked if he could check on the future commander, who, despite the nickname Northern Blade, seemed rather unstable to him. Intrigued people screamed as the referee calmly watched the fight progress. Standing among them, Muon shamefully put his fingers to his forehead and lowered his head, thinking that this guy would defeat the bull. Naked to the waist, Dokwon and Muon clung to each other. Smiling contentedly, the man said that he would recognize the guy as the head of the clan only if he could knock him down. Muon, knitting his eyebrows and not intending to give up, replied that he would do his best. The judge, standing in front of them, asked them to get ready and start on command. Dokwon grinned. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the main character realized that he could not win just like that. Grabbing his opponent's pants, he decided to wisely turn his strength to his advantage. The judge gave the command to start the fight, and the young man instantly found himself upside down in the air. The man threw him forcefully to the floor. A drop of sweat ran down the tense Muon's temple. Muon lay on the ground, not understanding what had just happened. The happy big man towering over him gave him another try. The hero was in confusion. Dokwon laughed, saying that if this was a real fight, he would have been killed with the next blow. Rising from the ground, the guy exhaled heavily. His opponent, who has incredible strength, spat into his hand. They pressed themselves against each other, using a grapple. Dakwon, smiling, said that the young man was disappointing him, to which he only confirmed his opponent's superior strength. The warrior, squeezing his hands tighter, hoped that this time he would not let him down. The referee announced that the second round was about to begin. His teeth were clenched. Opening his mouth, the judge gave the command to start the next round. The tense legs were pressed into the ground. His hands grabbed his opponent's pants with a death grip. Newon put his shin behind his enemy's leg, trying to knock him down. His face scrunched up from the force being applied. Dakwon's mouth opened in surprise, being sure that this was the first time the young master had fought someone like this, and even so, he had already understood the essence, and began to use footwork techniques. The next moment, the man grinned, realizing that despite the opponent's strength, his physique and enormous power were the decisive factor in victory. Having thrown himself with all his weight, he, with burning eyes, decided to lay the guy on his shoulder blades. Newon did not have time to realize what was happening. A cloud of dust rose in front of dozens of spectators. Standing over the perplexed young man who found himself on the ground again, Dakwon laughed in his face, saying that it was a good try. He extended his hand to help him stand up and reminded that any means are good for victory. Newon, scratching his head, exhaled, and the judge announced the start of the third round. The rivals grabbed each other. At the moment when the judge shouted the command to start the fight, the main character threw back the enemy's hands. Noticing his lightning-fast change of position, Dakwon was taken aback. Newon, having removed the ribbon from his head, found himself behind the man's back. He just confusedly tried to catch the deftly moving guy with his hands, thinking that it wouldn't work with him. The ribbon wrapped around the man's ankles. Jumping onto his chest, the young man pressed hard on his chin. At the same time, he pulled the tape, causing Dakwon's immobilized body to fall. At the same moment, the defeated opponent with his legs tied was pinned to the ground. There was undisguised surprise on his face. Extending his hand as a sign of respect, Muwon reminded him that any means could be used and asked if this attempt counted. The man was still trying to come to his senses. Suddenly he burst out laughing, praising the guy for his ingenuity and desire to achieve his goal at any cost. The next second, he accepted help in the form of an outstretched hand and stood up. Dakwon raised his opponent's hand in victory, and the crowd began to roar with renewed vigor, congratulating him on his victory. Muzan, standing among the spectators, silently watched what was happening. Kneeling down on one knee and placing his fist in his palm, the warrior greeted the new leader and stated that all this time his squad had acted like bandits, but their roots still belonged to the Northern Heavenly Clan, and now they are returning to where they belong. Dakwon, Musing, Hwancheol and Muon stood in front of dozens of their comrades, thus the warriors from the Wind and Cloud Mountains, who had been waiting all this time, and the Flying Severe Squad reunited, and as soon as this happened, the number of warriors of the Northern Heavenly Clan exceeded 500 people. People looked closely at their leaders. Builders began building new houses, and the restoration of the Northern Clan became much more active, and its military power increased noticeably. The troop commanders, along with the merchant and the new head of the clan, looked confidently into the distance. They were finally able to gather together in the renewed Northern Clan. Hwancheol was ready to cry with happiness for the reunion. At the present time, Dakwon, shrouded in anger at the traitors, said that he would have dealt with them if he had not had to go into hiding. Keeping his hand on Muzan's shoulder, he gave advice to hide his anxiety, because the head of the clan was not feeling well in his soul. The man then crossed his arms over his chest, saying that his worries were too noticeable, and Muzan, turning to Muwon, asked for forgiveness for his old age. The main character nodded in understanding, closing his eyes. All those who supported the Northern Heavenly Clan gathered at the large table, and Gowi began her speech. Addressing those present, she said that Hyoxum of the Great Four stopped showing up at some point, so rumors of internal problems and self-destruction could work. Imagining Chokaiop in front of her, the woman concluded that it was unlikely that the Central Celestial Alliance would so easily accept the death of one of the 9 heavens that had occurred several months ago. Jongan, displeasedly crossing his arms across his chest, confirmed this, saying that many people are talking about his death. Turning his attention to the displeased Jinwoo, he continued, saying that, as Mr. Military Counselor said, they took advantage of the war with Silent Night to spread the word that Chokaiop died in a fight with one of the 4 Supreme Demon Commanders. Frowning, Jeongin told rumors that Hyoxum of the Great Four and all the masters associated with him died a few days ago, so these events can be considered the actions of the Northern Blade, who allegedly disappeared without a trace and is considered dead. Muwon silently took note of this information. Goi, sitting in her creepy mask, realized that the situation had become complicated precisely because of her, although the others tried to convince her that this was not so and that her help gave them great strength. 6 months ago, Muon trained to increase the speed of his movements. Yuzan pointed to his foot to the out-of-breath guy. Sliding his foot along the ground, he demonstrated how to move correctly. The main character was still trying to catch his breath, bending down and putting his hands on his knees. His attention was distracted by the screams of Jongan and Wolryong running. Stopping in front of the head of the clan, they asked for help. The sweaty Muon asked what happened to them. The exhausted girl said that for 2 years nothing was known about the head of the Dark Moon. But they found Gokvi chained in a dungeon surrounded by iron pipes, and now they are asking for help to rescue her from captivity. 6 months ago, the holy place, the Mutant Mountains, where one of the oldest great mutant clans once settled, was illuminated by the moon. Gokvi, the Lord of Wind and Clouds, was imprisoned in a prison outside space. Her right hand was cut off. Suddenly, in the distance of the dark corridor, 2 figures appeared, rushing to her aid. The woman looked questioningly in their direction. Jongan, who was running along with the main character, called out to her. Getting closer to her, the Master of Disguise examined the iron shackles. Goi, who had already given up, was surprised that she was found, thinking that she would die very soon, to which Jongan asked if she was okay. He, trying to catch his breath, wanted to know why the Lord of the Wind had not left any traces, which is why they had been looking for her for 2.5 years. Goi, with a mask on her face, replied that she could not afford to put anyone in danger because she had already committed many sins in her life. Jongan shouted with tears in his eyes that she, an orphan without a clan or tribe, was like a mother who could not be abandoned in trouble, after which he noticed that she had no hand. Yuan, looking down, said that he knew that Goi would turn out to be the head of the Dark Moon. Because of the mask it was not visible, but the woman laughed because of the obviousness of this fact. The main character, continuing to glare at her, remembered what happened 2 years ago. Then he stood with his katana drawn in the clouds of dust, having entered into battle with the Central Heavenly Alliance. Chakayope's blades flew out from behind his back one after another, and it was Goi who then saved Muon. A bright wave of energy hit the ground, causing the opponents to jump back. The woman was wiping her mouth while holding a bottle, and the hero asked if she had helped him all this time since then. The Wind Lord said that 2.5 years have already passed. The blades of the formidable Chakayope were directed towards the enemy. Goi was ready to fight, putting her hand forward, but in the end she lost and was locked up. At the moment of their battle, a hurricane rose over the valley. Lightning flashed. The woman decided that Chakayope, who wanted to bring her to exhaustion before death, but could not finish off his old friend, had to be killed immediately. Looking at the attentively listening Muon, she, rejoicing that the guy was safe from the Central Heavenly Alliance, said that her people could not have penetrated into the Mutant clan, where 1 and the 9 heavens were located, only with the forces of the Dark Moon. And now she, who had sinned, I'm ashamed to ask for help. The calm Muon remained silent after her words that now is the time to look for comrades in arms and gain strength. The chains were cut and the iron shackles fell to the floor. Extending his hand in front of the stunned Goi, the main character asked to give them information about the 9 heavens, as well as the techniques of the Lord of Wind and Clouds. He remembered again how the woman covered him with her body 2 years ago, and realized that without her, who had endured so much suffering, he would not be here. Looking into her eyes, Muon invited her to join and give even more strength to the Northern Heavenly Clan. Goi was amazed, not knowing what to say. The woman took off her mask, answering that it would be unconscionable of her to do so, but if her help would lead to forgiveness, she would gladly do so. She closed her eyes and thanked the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. There were gloomy columns in the dungeon. Jongan and his comrade hurried to get out of prison, while Goi, sitting on his back, told that the elite of the Mutant clan had been sent to fight Silent Night. After she said that the guards left behind must be quite a serious opponent, her speech was interrupted by what was in front of them. The masked Musang, along with his fighters, looked in their direction, towering over the corpses of the guards. Taking off his mask and sheathing his sword, he said that his squad had dealt with the enemies, but it was necessary to destroy the arriving reinforcements in order to calmly study everything one last time and only then leave. Taking the mask from his hands, Muon promised to see the head of the Blood and Sword Squad in the clan unharmed. While the hero, ready to set off, pulled on his mask, Goi, from behind Jongan, was amazed at how many wonderful things had happened during the time she was in prison. The dim moon illuminated the Mutin Mountains. The silhouettes of heroes were visible among the trees. They quickly fled to escape from these lands. Someone's silhouette appeared in the sky above their heads. One turned his attention to this. Their feet came to a sudden stop. After destroying the ground in front of them, Chakayop appeared in front of them, shouting that it would be better if they left Gowi in a prison outside of space. His eyes burned as he said that he only left the clan heir alive in memory of the family's past glory, but now he would have to finish him off. Veins appeared on his forehead with anger. The old man turned to the Lord of the Wind, asking how someone from the 9 heavens could accept salvation so pathetically. Peering from behind Jongan, the woman replied that those who are just a little stronger than others and imagine themselves to be the rulers of heaven cannot call themselves heaven, and that they are only relics of old times that are destined to disappear so as not to interfere with the beginning of a new era. Jongan, sweat dripping down his face, said that it was not in vain that he asked the clan head for help, expecting that something bad might happen. With a protective arm over his comrades, the masked Muin declared that the day of their battle was supposed to come, but it happened sooner than they thought. Without turning around, he ordered his companions to leave quickly while he restrained Chakayop. The wind blew his hair. The guy promised that he would soon follow them. Jongan, breathing heavily, wished him to be careful, hoping for their speedy meeting. After that, he turned around and quickly ran towards the forests. Goa watched her friend go. Chakayop, frowning, noticed that the guy was too confident in himself, as if he could easily deal with him and get out of here, and asked him to introduce himself. Taking off his mask, Muin confirmed his words and that the old man would soon meet his death. Holding the katana in front of him and showing his face, he said that he needed to know who would kill him. Chakayop narrowed his eyes when he saw his opponent. Suddenly he clapped and laughed, sensing that Muin was in front of him. The sworn enemies looked at each other. The man said that the world was sure of his disappearance or death. With his hands behind his back, he expressed his belief that the spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan would one day appear before him. And lo, and behold, it happened 2.5 years later. The protagonist's eyes remained calm. Chakayop turned his attention to his purple katana, noticing that the young man had listened to his advice, because his once wounded demon sword had become even stronger and sharper. The old man looked confident as he finished his speech and wanted to start the fight. They rushed at each other, creating clouds of dust under their feet. Their swords came apart, hitting each other but not injuring anyone. Chakayop was ready to turn around to attack again. He quickly pointed his sword back, but Muin was faster, jumping into the air and taking the enemy by surprise. With glowing eyes, the guy raised his glowing sword. The sudden maneuver blinded the man. The crushing blow created a shockwave that destroyed the ground beneath their feet. The swords, forming a shield, were able to protect their owner. The main character looked into the eyes of his opponent with undisguised malice. Throwing down his katana, he decided to attack him hand to hand. Chakayop was extremely surprised by this turn of events. The young man grabbed his leg with his shin in order to knock him down in one motion. He clenched his teeth forcefully. The next moment, the old man found himself on the ground. Having hit his head on the rocks, he was amazed that a swordsman could be so skilled in close combat techniques. Muin extended his hand to catch the falling katana. A split second later, he had the weapon. Sparks flew from the hero's eyes as he prepared to plunge the sword into his opponent's chest. The old man's hand lay on the ground, but not about to give up so easily. He raised his fingers to summon his swords. The energy following sword technique caused the blades to surround the warrior. The guy noticed them in time. The swords converged at one point to pierce Muin, but he was no longer there. He managed to jump back, thinking that such a technique was too much trouble. Chakayop rose from the ground and aimed his weapon at the enemy, who was holding back the attacks with his katana. At the last moment, the hero managed to position his sword so that the flying blades did not hit him, but this distracted him from the man who had approached from behind. With one precise swing, the old man managed to hit his head. The severed hair rose into the air. An angry Muin swung his katana. Chakayop managed to dodge the powerful blow. The young man grabbed his head. He was very, very angry at the enemy's actions. The blades took off again, awaiting the owner's command. The enemy's eyebrows were furrowed furiously. They again rushed towards each other against the backdrop of the pink moon. The swords following the energy made it impossible to strike. They, as if alive, rushed from side to side, wanting to pierce the guy's body, but he actively defended himself in attempts to counterattack. Finding himself in the middle of a whirlwind of blades, Muon tried to analyze the actions of one of the 9 heavens, marveling at his abilities. The old man, not losing sight of his every movement, thought about the fact that the damage from a completely unexpected melee technique turned out to be serious, and that time is merciless. Feeling his weakness, Chakayop quickly threw all his swords at the enemy, hoping to end the battle with one blow. Muon was alarmed by this. He noticed the blades swirling around him. Soon it began to look like a huge whirlwind. The pure chaos sword technique formed a glowing yin-yang symbol on the ground. The old man raised his hands to the sky. A huge yin-yang symbol opened the clouds, creating a pillar of light destroying everything around. Blood gushed from the mouth of the hero, who had closed his eyes in pain. He managed to escape from the all-consuming whirlwind of blades. But the next second, Chakayop raised his sword above his head for a decisive blow. A powerful explosion rocked the mountain valley. However, the katana was able to protect its owner by deflecting the enemy sword. Muon looked at the enemy with hatred in his eyes. The man rolled his eyes furiously. The guy dodged the swords flying at him, which eventually stuck loudly into the ground. Sensing the right moment, he turned around to attack the enemy. His eyes were determined to end this fight. The old man pursed his lips nervously, holding his weapon in front of him for a counterattack. Their fight was merciless. No one relaxed for a second. Again and again they tried to break through each other's defenses. Finally, after a long time, Muon managed to touch Chakayop's shoulder with the tip of his blade. Perseverance was visible in the young man's eyes. The man was frightened by such insolence. The huge sword scabbards fell to the ground with a crash. Concentrating, one of the 9 heavens used the mutant step technique. Using the 7 stars evasion form, the boy defended himself by deflecting a direct kick. The rivals took fighting poses, preparing for a new stage of the battle. Muon's face expressed his desire to end this. His eyes filled with frenzy. The old man summoned his blades to prepare his next attack. He spread his arms to the sides, and the swords formed a circle in the air. His arms moved at incredible speed, his swords turning into a yin-yang symbol. Chakayop clasped his hands against the background of the symbol, uniting with the spirit of the sword. Unfolding the yin-yang horizontally, he used the 9 Chaos Heaven's Gate technique. The sword of 5 roads hidden in the mist destroyed all the trees, creating a circular crater on the battlefield. The received spirit in the form of a huge screaming baby fell upon Muon. The guy was shocked, trying to stay on his feet under the barrage of energy. He did not let go of his katana. He soon sensed his enemy's moment of vulnerability approaching. Doi, who was sitting on Jianggen's back, gave him a parting word before leaving, saying that Chajiup was very attached to his sword and was filled with pride in it, and that if he tried to attack this quality, it would open a gap in his defense, and also that mentioning Jianghua could work effectively, whose sword techniques he had to recognize. Yuan listened to her carefully, remembering that even when they grow up, men remain boys. His eyes lit up. From his bloody mouth came the words that one of the 9 heavens was very inferior in strength to Changhua of the Great Heavenly Four. The image of the latter, menacingly swinging his 2-handed sword, appeared in his head. Continuing to use his technique, Chakayop became indignant. He shouted with rage that he would not succumb to this kind of provocation. The blades swirled in a whirlwind with renewed vigor. Muon, widening his eyes, noticed how his opponent staggered. There were clouds of dust under his feet. A small gap appeared in the old man's precise attacks. The katana lit up with dark purple fire. The main character used the blade's edge technique. This caught the shocked Chakayop by surprise. The wave of energy that appeared opened the way to a dark figure against the background of the yin-yang symbol. Violet waves engulfed the katana. The man formed a bright protective ring around himself. The enemies attacked each other in the air. There was a deafening blow. Pillars of light and dark energy collided with each other. The light one seemed stronger, but the black one was not going to give in to him, destroying everything in his path. The yin-yang symbol behind the old man's folded hands disappeared. A streak of purple light above the furious Muon opened the skies. Thanks to the demonic shadow sword of heavenly destruction technique, Chakayop's body was cut in half. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the main character turned around to see the result of a long battle. The upper half of the man's torso fell to the ground, staining the ground around him with blood. He showed no signs of life. The warrior did not stay long on the battlefield. Muon passed by without saying a word. Chakayop was left licking in a pool of his own blood against the backdrop of ruins. With his last breath, he raised his hand to let his sword fly obediently, and whispered his name. The sword rose into the air. A person belonging to the 9 heavens could not allow such a youth to kill himself. The blade hung in the air against the backdrop of moonlit mountains. In the distance, on one of the ledges, stood a man. He watched what was happening from afar. It turned out to be Dakwon, who furiously pointed his bow towards the scene of the fight. Crazy Tiger's eyes became bloodshot. The bowstring was stretched to the limit, the arrowhead sparkled. By firing an arrow, the warrior put an end to their battle. The sword was ready to pierce the main character's body, but a well-aimed shot cut Chakayope's arm in half. The blade clanged to the ground behind Muwon. The loser, covered in blood, looked after him pitifully. The next moment he fell dead. The guy turned around to look at the old man's corpse. Then he looked towards the mountains. The black mask lay on the rocks. The young man reached out to take it in his hands. After that, the hero immediately put it on. Something on the dead body interested him. The winner of the unequal fight turned around when he heard his assistant galloping on a horse. Without stopping, Dakwon extended his hand. Then the guy accepted her. Having made a dash, Muwon found himself in the air. His comrade, covering his mouth with a scarf, praised the hero who had landed behind him. Turning around, he asked that there would certainly be a huge uproar in the Central Heavenly Alliance due to the death of Chakayope and the disappearance of Gowi. The head of the Northern Clan calmly replied that Counselor Ha had planned it to be like an attack by one of the 4 Supreme Demon Commanders, and that in order to sow chaos, Secret Stream would also spread information about their conflict. Keeping a determined look in his eyes, he said that this would give them some time before going out into the world. Dakwon, sitting in front, replied that the war with Silent Knight gives them huge advantages, as paradoxical as it may sound. But this is the only way to simultaneously defeat both Silent Knight and the Central Alliance. Frowning, Muwon concluded that he could no longer hesitate and that it was time to go to meet with Hyaxum of the Great Heavenly Four. Gowi, safely rescued from the Mutin Mountains and accepted into the Northern Heavenly Clan, received focused treatment from Gimon and Murray, who monitored her throughout her recovery. Wolryong, shedding tears, hugged her mentor. Jonggin also could not restrain himself and burst into tears. The Lord of the Wind's body quickly returned to normal, and then the Dark Moon, who was temporarily in alliance with the Northern Heavenly Clan, finally became part of it, after which it began to be called Secret Stream, the secret information organization of the Northern Clan. Gowi, putting her hand forward, inherited her internal energy and combat technique to Muwon, who was sitting on the floor in the lotus position. She became his mentor, and thanks to joint training, during which the guy learned to wield a staff, he absorbed all her knowledge with great speed and, without hesitating a second, went to the warrior king of blood and iron, who used to be in the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Hyaxum. A huge pagoda, protected by many spears, towered above him. Hyaxum appeared before him not in the best shape, because of which the man was naturally defeated, and his body was cut by a sharp katana blade. Currently, all those who are helping the Northern Heavenly Clan have gathered at one table. Jinwoo, addressing everyone present, stated that, according to Elder Noom, due to the death of Chakayope from the 9 heavens and the disappearance of Go, only the 7 heavens remained, and that from the endless 3-year war with Silent Knight, the Central Celestial Alliance was now in a critical situation. Pointing dissatisfiedly at Muwon, he added that the head of the clan executed Hyaxum from the Great Four a few days ago. The main character seemed quite calm, despite the fact that the news of the successive deaths of the masters who stood at the top of Kanho would plunge the world into terrible chaos. Jinwoo, scratching his beard, explained that in the case of the problematic Hyaxum from the Fortress of Blood and Iron, they said that the head and his servants themselves got rid of each other due to a large accumulated discontent. He remembered a member of the former Great Four who had gained considerable weight, about whom they had spread false information throughout the world. Jonggin looked displeased, crossing his arms over his chest. Closing his eyes, he declared that those who were full of suspicion were appearing and who said that this was the work of the Northern Blade, who was considered dead, but showed up again. Jinwoo lowered the corners of his lips and said that the time is gradually coming when he will have to face the whole world, and they have gathered here to discuss this fact. Clapping loudly, he asked to remember everything important that had happened during these 3 years. Images appeared in his head one after another. Chonghak stood with his musical instrument against the backdrop of an army of thousands. 3 years ago the war began due to the invasion of Silent Knight. A detachment of demon exorcists led by Wonli went to the front. Many horsemen with flags raised went to war. Disen and Hyorn stood in front of the army. At that moment the main character managed to escape from the influence of the Central Heavenly Alliance. On a cart pulled by an ox, Jinwoo, Gimon, Murray and Musang's detachment then managed to escape. Ryusen's dead body lay among the corpses of his enemies, and at that time there were tragic casualties. Jinwoo, remembering the peace on his face, concluded that he would never forget Ryusen's sacrifice, where he patted her grieving mentor on the back. Munjin sat calmly when it came to the fact that the Northern Heavenly Clan received funding from the White Dragon Guild, thanks to which it was restored and expanded its domain. Workers rebuilt destroyed houses. Yuan watched this with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. They needed to prepare for a possible surprise attack from the enemy. Jinwoo remembered Seol, a blacksmith master to whom, despite the dangers, the head went to strengthen the worn-out sword of the main military force of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Yuan looked at his updated katana, covered with patterns. He managed not only to strengthen the weapon, but also to bring the blacksmith to the lands of the clan. After this, the main character went to Elder Muzan, sitting on a throne with a spear in his hands. His gaze inspired horror. Yuan needed to kill the Elder. When they met in battle, and Muzan, defending himself with his weapon, was not going to attack, it became obvious that all this time the man had retained the military power of the Northern Clan, waiting for its leader. He then bent his knee along with his warriors to join the new Northern Heavenly Clan. Currently, Muzan was sitting at the table with the others, thanks to which the clan had an abundance of valuable personnel, and its reconstruction proceeded at great speed. The silhouettes of the flying Severe Squad towered on the deserted hill. They were the last, hidden force of the Northern Clan. Dakwon, listening carefully, crossed his arms over his chest. Thanks to his addition, the Northern Clan became even stronger. The leaders of the troops stood in front of their subordinates. A system was formed in the clan, growing stronger every day. Jinwoo remembered how Wolryong and Jeongin ran to Muwon. Then a request came for help to the Mistress of the Dark Moon, imprisoned in a prison outside space and bound by many thick chains. Then Chokhyop appeared using his famous technique. His body was cut in half by the new sword, and he lost the fight. The masked Goi sat in her seat motionless, her enormous military strength also joining the clan. Starting from Elder Muzan to Elder Goi, Chief Jin received all the military techniques and was immediately able to deal with Hyoxum of the Great Four a few days ago. The courageous Muwon, holding his katana in his hands, left behind only ruins. Jinwoo, sitting next to the downcast head of the clan, said that all these events happened in 3 years, and right now, questionable incidents are happening and suspicions are spreading about the Northern Blade due to a series of deaths. Scratching his beard, he said that he made it look like the enemies had an internal split that destroyed everyone. But the case with Chokhyop was still quite dangerous and difficult. Narrowing his eyes, the scientist said that there are 2 things that improved the situation. He raised one finger, saying that the Central Heavenly Alliance was currently at war with Silent Night. Raising a second finger, Jinwoo said the second thing, which was that they had someone who knew better than others about the 4 Supreme Demon Commanders. This person turned out to be the long-haired Mrs. Hassel. Without removing his raised fingers, he menacingly declared that they would take advantage of these factors. After presenting the silhouette of Chimyong, the scholar said that one of the 4 supreme demons, the Fresh Wind Shadow Demon, is a true free spirit, capable of suddenly appearing and disappearing here and there. Musang was completely calm. Jeongin was still furrowing his brows. Jinwoo suggested spreading the word that it was the Shadow Demon who had invaded the Mudan Mountains and defeated Chokhyop of the 9 Heavens. Chan, without a drop of emotion on his face, held the papers in his hands. The situation described could have been possible due to the 3-year war with Silent Night. But something bothered Jinwoo. Goi, looking in his direction, explained that Yulchan led the Central Heavenly Alliance and had great influence on Silent Night. Therefore, if he moved, it would immediately be revealed that the battle with the Shadow Demon of the Fresh Wind was a lie. The scientist, sitting opposite the Lord of the Wind, agreed, but contrasted her with the fact that there is no such thing as a perfect lie and that it was time for them to come out into the world, ceasing to hide behind an iron wall. He knitted his eyebrows decisively and announced that from now on they would have to prepare for war with everyone. Jinwoo pointed to the head of the clan and asked him to express his opinion. Putting his hand to his mouth, Muwon cleared his throat and began talking about his future plans. He looked decisively at everyone gathered and declared that counteraction would form the basis of their tactics, that they would force the Central Heavenly Alliance and Silent Night to become opponents. Chan remained silent when the guy said that he would try to save as much of the Northern Heavenly Clan's forces as possible. All the people sitting at the table listened carefully to his words that when these 2 huge forces begin to oppose, they will suffer the maximum possible damage, after which the Northern Clan will make both enemies fall with one blow, which is the purpose of the existence of the new clan. Muwon's face was confident. He was about to say again what everyone already knew. Remaining calm, the head reminded that the new northern clan exists only under certain conditions. Looking from under his brows, the young man stated that when the Central Heavenly Alliance and Silent Night are destroyed, the northern clan will also be dissolved. The oldest clan in the vicinity of Sichuan, the Blue Fortress clan. Blood flowed down the blade of the scythe. The unknown person asked a question about at whose hands Chokhyop from the Nine Heavens died. Trying to catch his breath, the bloodied clan leader of the Blue Fortress, Kanmu, called out the name of the shadow hiding in the blue wind. Chungmyeon, one of the 4 supreme demon commanders, towered over him, hiding his face and holding deadly scythes in his hands. There was confusion on his face. He didn't know who he was talking about. With a look full of contempt, the man wondered who died at his hands, asking what kind of nonsense this was. Leaning on a pile of stones, turning to the Supreme Venerable Lord, he asked him to rush in the Central Alliance and see. When suddenly, with lightning speed, the man cut his head off his shoulders, causing it to fly to the side. Averting his gaze, he became lost in his own thoughts. His gaze fell on the countless corpses that were on the battlefield. Staring at one point, he froze in one position. There was a malicious grin on his face. Squinting his eyes, he tried to contain his laughter. Leaning back with a laugh, he wondered if they could take this place now that the northern clan was no more. Clutching his weapon in his hand, he spoke of the pity that Yapon had died. Raising his hand, the stranger addressed the shadow demon. An image of the leader of the vanguard, who was falling down, appeared in his head. Then, an image of bloody traces that enveloped his body appeared in his head. The remains of his weapon flew to the ground. The lifeless body of the elder was in the hands of the guy. The stranger reported that Elder Jeonghak died at the hands of Suchon. From what he heard, the shadow demon's face was covered with bewilderment. Frowning, he wondered if Suchon was that strong, noting that first there was the student Danyop, and now the mentor Jeonghak had left behind. Wrapping his body in a cloak, Jiani tried to find out if there was any news from the scientist demon spirit. Presenting himself before the shadow demon, the guy noticed that there were no special instructions from the commander. As he began to spin his weapon, the shadow demon stated that in this case, they would continue as before. In his thoughts, he imagined the image of the heavenly sound demon raising his hand. The shadow demon said that since he died, it means that the heaven-destroying demon, along with the piercing black spiritual spear, will be taken to the front line. Placing the axe on his shoulder, one of the demons turned his head. Putting the weapon behind his back, the shadow demon declared that he would slowly deal with the 4 heavens. Pushing off from the ground, the Witch of the White Knight froze in one position. At that moment, the shadow demon wondered where she was making noise. Throwing up his weapon, he couldn't figure out if the brats from the Central Alliance, accustomed to peace, thought that it would be enough to protect only the north, noting that there was no safe place anywhere else in their lands. At that moment, the guy said that the reason for this was their master shadow demon of the fresh wind, who was already in a hurry to make some noise. Near the entrance to the camp, a huge crowd of people was visible, minding their own business. The plot takes us to the camp of the Central Heavenly Alliance on the northern front. Having folded it, Suchon froze in one position. Turning around, he only heard the sounds of a chariot arriving. Hyorin appeared before his eyes. Lowering his hands, Suchon noted that it was not easy for her to constantly move back and forth between the Central Heavenly Alliance and this place. Stating that everything was fine, Hyorin noted that compared to what he dealt with the Heavenly Sound demons on the battlefield, this was completely insignificant. Wary, Suchon tried to find out if the district command was saying anything. Lowering his head, Hyorin noted that as Suchon already knows, news has arrived about the death of Chokhyop from the 9 heavens at the hands of the shadow demon of the fresh wind from the 4 supreme demon commanders, adding that besides all this, there is no news about the Lord of the Wind and Tuchin. Because of this, the usual order is completely disrupted and the situation can be considered very serious. Suchon, in turn, stated that both the weapons command and the whole world have now not only plunged into chaos, but have also reached its limit. An image of Minister Wang appeared in his mind, his face shrouded in doubt. Suchon said that now the commanders are trying to raise the authority of the Central Heavenly Alliance and the people's faith in it, which have found themselves nowhere lower, saying that this makes their heads spin and they only order to end the war as soon as possible. With a serious expression on her face, Hyorin said that, in addition to everything else unexpected, a few days ago it was reported that the warrior king of blood and iron Hyoxim, formerly one of the great 4 of the Northern Heavenly Clan, was destroyed by his own. From what he heard, Suchon was shocked, after which, Huron noticed that not only he was destroyed, but also absolutely all the warriors who served him. Frowning, she spoke about the rumors that Hyoxim's mental state left much to be desired, saying that this was expected. Hyorin noted that they couldn't rule out other possibilities, asking if Suchun thought something was too fishy. She reported having doubts that someone had decided to take advantage of the chaos and deal with Hyoxum, wondering if they should then deal with what happened to the two heavens, noting that if someone wanted to throw everything into chaos, even greater chaos, asking why this is so, not understanding what reason there could be to increase the chaos already caused by the 3-year war. Tilting her head, Hyorin wondered if anyone wanted to turn the eyes and ears of the world away from themselves in order to achieve their own goals, suggesting that there was some third force that was hiding and working through insidious methods. Further, she considered that now someone was growing an organization similar to the two-headed Sura, noting that she did not understand. Frowning, Suchon came up with one of his theories. With a serious expression on her face, Hyorin said that this is exactly who he is thinking about, telling about the main character. Then, she wondered why it came to her mind. Averting his gaze, Suchon was lost in his own thoughts. Turning his head, he froze in one position. His gaze fell on people whose bodies showed wounds. Writhing in pain, people groaned. Suchon's face was filled with annoyance. Closing his eyes, he exhaled. Raising his hand, he declared that first, since she had come such a long way, Hyorin should rest, and he should see the commander. Presenting himself in front of the chamber, Suchon tried to see if he could enter. Baisawan appeared before his eyes, holding a bowl of sake in his hand. Rising from the sofa, Baisawan wondered what brought him here. With a serious expression on his face, turning to the commander, Suchon asked him to postpone tomorrow's combat exit for several days. Leaning on the sofa, Baisawan asked if Suchon had brought up this topic again, noting that he was asking to delay every combat exit, saying that everything was too forced, asking how he was going to end the war at such a pace. Lowering his head, Suchon said that for 3 years in a row they forced things as best they could, noting that the quiet night turned out to be stronger than all their expectations, saying that everyone was exhausted both physically and mentally. Further, he noted that this time for a break is simply necessary. With a thoughtful look, Baisawan stated that their fatigue meant that the enemy was just as tired, adding that he understood the severity of this, saying that it was time to push with all their might. Then, he noticed that Suchon himself sees that the more they push, the more success they achieve. Glancing at the drooping captain, Baisawan stated that their beautiful blue sky warrior king was even able to defeat the heavenly sound demon, wondering if his fighting spirit should rise after this. Lying on the sofa, he said that now, because of all sorts of news, the Central Alliance looks terrible, asking if he knows this, noting that the fact of his presence in this place only means that his authority has completely fallen. Baisawan noted that it is incomprehensible to him that they, weaklings, say that the quiet night turned out to be stronger than expected, and have not been able to end this war for 3 whole years, wondering if this was not the case when the Northern Sky Clan was healthy. Frowning, Suchon stated that if Baisawan postpones tomorrow's combat exit, then after rest they will try to finish everything as soon as possible, saying that the warriors who die during their forced exits are also someone's children and parents, which is why they should appreciate them. The captain asked Baisawan to show leniency towards them. Raising his sake bowl, he wondered if Suchon thought everyone was calling him a hero, and he decided that he had indeed become one, noting that if one paid attention to the circumstances of each soldier, nothing would be achieved by asking why they must take care of them. The captain said that if victory entails great losses, then it cannot be called good, adding that it still belongs to the winner. After which, Baisawan noted that despite the brutality and horror of this war, they brought victory, saying that you need to think about what will be written down in history, asking if this is not so. Frowning, he noted that there is no war without victims, asking Suchon to stop wasting his time on trifles and look at the overall meaning. Looking away, Baisawan noticed that in the end, both the beginning and the end belonged only to them. Looking at Suchon with his head down, he asked him to stop playing hero and start preparing for tomorrow's battle, adding that he would look forward to their return from a big victory. There were many stars visible in the evening sky. Hanging his head, Suchon was lost in his own thoughts. A memory arose in his head where he and his comrade fought a fierce battle. Putting his hand to his face, he tried to catch his breath. Turning around and addressing the main character, he invited him to create a new kanho. Blood slowly flowed down Nyuan's face. Raising his head, Suchon froze in one position. Upon entering the room, the man noted an urgent meeting, asking if something had happened. Raising his hand, Sim was amazed that Hyorin had returned from the Central Heavenly Alliance. Sitting down next to Suchon, she said that she arrived this morning. At that moment, Sim tried to find out why the command called so often, noting her difficult fate. Suchon's face was clouded with annoyance. Taken aback, Sim began waving his finger. Closing her eyes, Hyorin shrugged. Sitting down next to him, Sim wondered what Suchon had on his face, noting that he was a hero who defeated the demon of heavenly sounds in the last battle, asking if he should take advantage of this enthusiasm for tomorrow's battle. Opening his mouth slightly, Suchon stated that there would be no way out tomorrow, adding that they would put it off for a while. Surprised, Sim tried to find out what he was talking about. Hyorin wondered if this was an order from command. Lowering his head, Suchon noted that although war always brings casualties, someone is still waiting for these people with hope. Further, he stated the opinion that it would be best to lead them to victory by minimizing the number of casualties among the allies as much as possible. Frowning, Suchon reported that Baisawan was too dismissive of the lives and condition of the warriors, completely disregarded the fighting forces of the Quiet Knight, and demanded an immediate attack, which would only lead to deaths. Hearing this, Hyorin's face was shrouded in surprise. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Sim stared at one point. With a menacing look, Suchon declared that the Dragon Lance King Baisawan would fall tonight. Night fell at the place where the military camp was set up. While in his bedchamber, Baisawan was in a dream. Someone's shadow hung over his body. Grabbing his weapon, he said he was scared. With a serious expression on his face, Suchon declared that this could no longer continue, asking Baisawan to resign as commander and return to the Central Heavenly Alliance, saying that from now on he would take over Central Command. Stunned by shock, Baisawan wondered if he had gone crazy, asking what he was doing now and how dare he. Enveloping his body in armor, Suchon said that he had made polite requests to him many times, noting that he did not listen to him, considering people to be insects, adding that he would not obey again. Further, he noted the knowledge that there is nothing clearer than force, because this is the most accurate and concise answer operating in Kanho. After which, pushing off the ground, he rushed into battle. Due to the force of his blow, Baisawan was thrown to the side. Suchon's eyes were shrouded in streams of bright energy. Screaming, Baisawan assumed that Suchon had completely lost his mind, noting that he had coddled him so much, amazed that he dared to speak out against him. Looking at how Suchon headed towards him, he tried to find out if he thought that after this, they, the Nine Heavens, would sit idly by. Suchon, in turn, stated that even now it is not too late, asking him to return to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Turning his attention to the soldiers, Baisawan tried to find out why they were standing in pillars, asking why they did not stop this madman. With an angry expression on his face, Baisawan stated that he called Suchon a hero and helped him, noting that he received this in return by calling him a pathetic worm, adding that after this, even his father Choksum of the Nine Heavens would not be able to protect him. Frowning, he wondered that since they were now the Seven Heavens and their authority had fallen so low, did Suchon think that they could do such things without understanding how they dare to challenge the heavens? Turning around, he asked if the soldiers could hear him, ordering them to stop Suchon immediately. His face was covered in confusion. Turning his head, he froze in one position. His gaze fell on Hyorin and Sima, who were in the ranks of the army. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, he called them worms. Turning around, he considered that they had all gone mad together, declaring that he would finish them all off for their rebellious insinuations. Suddenly, pushing off the ground, Suchon rushed into battle. Swinging his blade, Baisawan prepared to defend. Their auras, which resembled wild animals in appearance, collided in a bloody battle. A huge cloud of smoke rose at the sight of the fight, causing the soldiers to put their hands to their faces. In the depths of the smoke, the silhouettes of the guys who continued to fight were visible. Clenching his fist, Suchon tried to strike Baisawan. He, in turn, put his spear forward, trying to pierce the body of his opponent. Jumping to the side, Suchon decided to attack from the side. Once behind his opponent, he folded his hand. With unimaginable speed, Suchon attacked Baisawan from his stomach. After he struck his jaw, he barely managed to stay on his feet. Blood gushed from Baisawan's mouth. Suchon's face was shrouded in genuine rage. Bright energy continued to sparkle from Baisawan's eyes. Pushing off the ground, he swung his weapon to strike. The shock wave from his strike hit Suchon, causing him to fly to the side. Flying out of the cloud of smoke, Baisawan rushed towards him. Landing on the ground, Suchon tried to stop. A spirit that resembled a dragon formed behind Baisawan. At that moment, he activated the Spirit Blade technique, Dragon Slayer. Concentrating a powerful charge of energy in his fist, Suchon prepared to attack. After its completion, Baisawan's weapon shattered into small particles. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Suchon's opponent froze in one position. looking at the attacking Suchon. In his thoughts, Baisawan noted that he had indeed risen to the same level as the 9 heavens. Once again covering his hand with a bright stream of energy, Suchon rushed into battle. Continuing to think, Baisawan, calling it impossible, noted that he had already far exceeded it, but had been hiding all this time. At the moment when Baisawan flew to the side, he thought that Sungchu was as if he was just waiting for an excuse to destroy the heavens, since there was not an iota of doubt in his attack. His head was visible in a pile of stones. Lowering his hands, Suchon stared into the distance. Bowing his head, he exhaled. Turning around, he heard a sound. Behind him was a silhouette of someone, which was shrouded in darkness. Blood gushed from Baisawan's mouth, after which, a powerful explosion occurred at the scene of the fight. Suchon's gaze was full of seriousness. Taking a fighting pose, he activated a stream of perfect wind. A bright beam of energy formed behind his hand. With lightning speed, he overtook Baisawan and pierced him through the chest. Near death, Baisawan began coughing up blood. Suchon's fist was enveloped in scarlet liquid. On his last legs, Baisawan began to slowly fall to the ground. Steam began to emanate from Suchon's hands. Wary, Shim noted that Suchon actually did it. Turning around, he announced that from now on he was in charge of Central Command, noting that they should not fear him, adding that he vowed to put his own life on the line, that he would never hold them accountable for any sins or will do something that will harm them. Averting his gaze, Suchon declared that he would take responsibility for everything, asking the soldiers not to be afraid, saying that tomorrow they would not go into battle, asking from now on to rest and restore their bodies and souls. With a serious expression on his face, Suchon said that after this they would end the 3-year war with victory. The plot takes us to a place where many huge pillars could be seen. In Pulian's hands were visible golden rosary beads, which he slowly fingered. Folding his hands, Hyunseo noted that they had not gotten together for a long time, talking about the idea that they would be able to see each other again. Putting his hand on his beard, Mao declared that the gathering was so unsightly that even the word sky loses its color, adding that they look worse than ever. Further, turning to Choksum, he noticed that he had a wonderful son. Placing his hands on his knees, Choksum was lost in his own thoughts. With a serious expression on his face, HWA spoke about the rumors that said that the building of the Yangtze currents was blocked by the front ones, saying that such a moment had happened in their time. Believing that great changes were coming to Kanhuo. Blowing tobacco smoke out of his mouth, Yulchin stared at one point. Turning to Yulchin, who was sitting next to him, HWA asked him to start. Lowering his head, HWA assumed that the guys knew why they had gathered after all these years. An image of an unknown person appeared in his head, whose body was covered with a cloak. Reporting about Gunghui, HWA noted that she was a long overdue concern, adding that she is now missing. Remembering the image of Chokayop, HWA said that he unexpectedly clashed in a duel with a shadow by the demon of fresh wind, specifying that he lost and died. Remembering Baisawan sitting on the sofa, he stated that he lost the battle with Suchon. Drawing attention to the empty thrones, HWA said that in Gangho it is strength that means honor, noting that they have already lost 3. Lowering his head, Choksum noticed the thought that after the chaos that happened with the demon, this guy came to his senses and began to obey, adding that even he could not imagine that he would do such a thing. Further, he stated that he had nothing to say about this, saying that he was ready to endure any punishment. Frowning, Mew told about the saying that says that the father is not to blame for the sins of his sons, noting that he is even similar to him in some ways, clarifying that he is fearless and full of fighting fervor, asking if he raised a stern dragon. Being wary, Choksum asked him to stop if he didn't want to get a good punch in the lips, like in his youth. With a serious expression on his face, HWA said that the mere fact that he dared to question the power of heaven and attack is already a terrible sin, noting that Baisawan, who was unable to cope with only Suchon, also significantly damaged the authority of heaven with his mediocrity, saying that in the world of Kakno the strongest devours the weak. Clenching his fists, Suchon froze in one position. HWA said that Suchon is improving his level at a rapid pace, and he has the sympathy of the common people on his side, considering it not surprising that if he leads the formation of the new Kangho, adding that they should postpone the punishment for a while. Looking around the expanse of the place shrouded in darkness, he noted that now the honor of the 9 heavens was tarnished, pointing out that it was necessary to show the authority and inviolability of the heavens and maintain balance. Then, HWA said that someone should go to the northern border. Looking towards Hyunseo, HWA noted that he would be glad if it turned out to be him. Frowning, Hyunseo wondered why him, noting that if he thought about it, not only Choksum's son, But also Mu's son was now among the commander of the demon exorcism squad. Raising his head, Choksama froze in one position. Stroking his beard, Mu continued to listen to him. Looking at the taken aback HWA, Mu said that his granddaughter was also now on the battlefield in the role of a military advisor, asking if this was so. Squinting, Hyunseo noticed that since they also did nothing, they can be considered accomplices, adding that they should be the ones to sort out the problems of their relatives, not understanding why he should go there. A smoking pipe was visible in Yulchin's mouth. Blowing out the smoke, he turned to Hyunseo. Leaning on the throne, he asked him to go, noting the order that was stated earlier. His gaze was shrouded in genuine madness as he awaited his answer. With an indignant expression on his face, Hyunseo was lost in his own thoughts. Closing his eyes, he noticed that there was no one strong enough to calm the kids except him, since there were only old people left here. Yulchin tilted his head and stared at one point. Blowing out the smoke again, he declared that, to respect the board ruler, here and there someone was raging in earnest. Further, calling them sweet creatures, he said that he loved them. Over the mountainous area, many birds could be seen flying past. The plot takes us to the Northern Sky Clan. At that moment, the main character was slowly climbing the stairs. Dropping his hands, he continued on his way. His hand reached for the elastic holding his hair. Taking it off, he stopped. His gaze was caught by a girl floating in the air. Bright clots of energy could be seen around her. Putting one leg forward, the girl landed on the ground. Her magic discs continued to spin next to her head. There was a soft smile on her face. Placing the magic discs on her hand, she called out to Muwon. Next to them was a small house, opposite which there were barrels. Next to Hansol's sleeping body was Tan, who held her hand. The plot tells us that young Mr. and Mrs. Tan made every possible effort to treat and restore Hansol. The protagonist's face was shrouded in anxiety. Thanks to this, her pulse and breathing, which were in a dangerous state, returned to normal. There was great sadness on the girl's face. Lowering his gaze, Muwon was lost in his own thoughts. Their eyes were caught by Hansol lying in bed. However, Hansol did not wake up for a long time. It seemed as if she had plunged herself into an endless sleep because she wanted to escape, denying the terrible reality that brought her so much pain. Muwon's head was on Hansol's sleeping body. Placing her hand on his head, she called out to the main character. Muwon was shocked by what he heard. And now, after a year and a half, she finally woke up. Hugging Hansol, the main character thanked her for not giving up. Tucking her knees, she positioned herself next to the sleeping bull. After waking up, Hansol did nothing for a while. She looked like a doll whose soul had been taken from it. Approaching the stranger, the small child pulled his clothes. Spiritual support Hansol. From the top of the tree, Hansol watched the moon, the one whom she revered all her life, considering her an absolute. Turning around, the woman stared at one point. Jimyong's mentor abandoned her. A man appeared on her way, in whose hands sharp blades could be seen. The one who was always there and protected, the spirit of death, who once almost replaced her mother, almost killed her. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. Despite all this, she plucked up courage and woke up, but it was still extremely difficult for her. Hansol's gaze was directed towards the green-shrouded mountains. Moreover, even to her homeland, on a quiet night, she had nowhere to return, so Hansol, left alone in the ocean of loss and emptiness, not belonging to either one, could not grasp the thread of understanding. Her face was shrouded in coldness and annoyance. In addition, she was full of gratitude to those who, despite all the tangled connections, accepted her and helped her, and full of guilt for how many sacrifices were made in the process, so that her soul became even heavier and more confused. Covering her with a blanket, the main character asked her not to rush. Sitting down on the floor, Muwon said that he would always be there to help, asking her to gradually overcome this together. The guy's gaze fell on the bull, which stood next to the cat, after which, Hansol put her head on Muwon's shoulder. Having hugged the main character, she froze in one position. Turning towards her, Muwon tried to find out how she was feeling. Closing her eyes, she reported that thanks to all of them, the condition of both body and soul had noticeably improved, adding that she always felt great gratitude. Paying attention to the magic discs, she noted that thanks to the chakras that the owner of the forge had made, she was able to completely master and control the energy of silver chaos. Looking around the expanses of the house, she expressed uncertainty that she would be able to go outside and face reality, saying that someday she definitely wants to repay Muwon and everyone who helped for everything. A slight smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Averting his gaze, he stared ahead. With a serious expression on his face, Turning to Hansol, he announced that they would soon begin to act to push the Central Heavenly Alliance and Silent Night together, thinking that there would be a lot in the process. With a worried expression on her face, Hansol waited for further words from Muwon. Her face was shrouded in worry. Placing her hand on his face, she noticed that he had aged a lot. Remembering his young image, she wondered where that young boy had gone, not understanding when he managed to grow up so much. Her hand was on the protagonist's beard. Hugging him, Hansol noted the difficulty of his journey and the weight of his burden, asking if it was not easy for him. Closing his eyes, the main character said that the screams of the dead did not subside in his ears. Holding his palm, he said that his hands, sprinkled with blood countless times, did not disappear from its bitter smell, adding that he needed to become even more patient. Paying attention to the birds soaring in the sky, Muwon noted that he would eventually go to hell. Taking the main character's hand, Hansol noted that in this they are the same as her. Kissing his hand, she invited him to go to hell together. Lowering his gaze, Muwon was lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, Murray was behind the trunk. Paying attention to the nearby bowl, she noted that now the potion would no longer be needed. Taking the tray in her hands, she called the situation a relief. With a face full of indignation, Sate stared forward. History introduces us to the oldest clan in the vicinity of Sichuan, the Ami clan. At that moment, someone grabbed her by the hair. The severed part of her body was in the man's shackles. Bringing the corpse to the foot, the man was amazed that there was nothing special about the Ami clan either, noting that compared to the Blue Fortress clan, it was much better. Turning his attention to the village, which was located in the thick of the forest, he said that he was looking forward to finding out what the Tang clan, one of the heads of Murim and Sichuan, would turn out to be. The story takes place in Sichuan Fortress, which has impressive natural defenses and is famous for three major clans such as the Tang clan, Blue Fortress, and Ami. Ganwu observed the mountains and forest through the window, after which the plot tells that their influence spread far beyond the surrounding area, which is why the fortress began to strengthen internal cohesion so that no one from the outside could penetrate their territory. Gongwu, moving away from the window, headed somewhere in an unknown direction. After which the plot tells that the Sichuan fortress was defeated. Ganwu, looking somewhere ahead in his thoughts, reported that the Blue Fortress clan had fallen, and news had also been sent to the Ami clan, but there was no response from them. The head of the Tang clan, turning sideways to the window, wondered in his thoughts whether this could have something to do with Silent Night. Gongwu, standing near the window, turned back when he noticed someone. The head of the Tang clan, looking back, noticed a man in a robe. Murray, taking off her hood, greeted the head of the clan. Gongwu walked towards Murray with open arms and stated that she hadn't even announced her arrival, noting that in such turbulent times it was worth reporting oneself. To which Murray said that she didn't care because she just wanted to meet her grandfather. Gongwu then reported that she was just a smart girl, wondering if there were any dangers along the way and if she was sick. The head of the clan, looking at Murray, wondered how Gimon was doing now, noting that it was very good that she visited him once every couple of months. Gongwu further noted that he had not seen Gimon for 3 years. Murray, lowering her head and closing her eyes, reported that Gimon was doing well, noting that his arrival could harm the disguise. Murray, remembering the image of her uncle, said that he would not move so as not to bring trouble to the Tang family, noting that grandfather should know that Gimon is still stubborn. Murray, standing opposite her grandfather with her eyes closed, wondered how things were going with the oppression from the Central Heavenly Alliance. Next, Murray also wondered how serious it was. Ganwu, looking at his granddaughter, said that because he publicly supported the Northern Blade, the Central Heavenly Alliance was creating obstacles in the political field, noting that they also did not believe in their disguise until the very end, trying to find out the truth. The head of the Tang clan further reported that after the war began to drag on, they almost stopped paying attention to them. Ganwu, taking his granddaughter by the hand, wondered how things were going in the Northern Heavenly clan, noting that first they should sit down. Further, the head of the Tang clan said that Murray most likely suffered while hiding on the way here. Looking up at the ceiling, Murray noticed several hanging lamps. The head of the Tang clan, sitting down next to his granddaughter, turned in her direction. Gongwu, looking at his granddaughter, wanted to ask something. The head of the Tang clan, looking at his granddaughter who lowered her head, wondered what was gnawing at her soul, noting that he immediately saw such things. Meyer, shaking her head, said that nothing bothered her, after which the head of the Tang clan wondered if she was worried about the head of Muwon. Murray, after her grandfather's words, lowered her head and closed her eyes. Murray, with her head down and her hand on her chest, said that Muwon has a girlfriend, which is why she is thinking about giving up her feelings for him. noting that apparently it is not as easy as she thought. Murray further said that she had already put her mind in order, noting that she understands that deep down she still loves him. The head of the clan, looking at his granddaughter, listened very carefully to her experiences. Dongwoo, listening to his granddaughter, hugged her. The head of the clan, raising his hands, said that the main character had no taste at all, noting that it was impossible to reject such a smart and beautiful girl. Dongwoo further said that when he saw Muwon, he immediately realized that he was resourceful, noting that Murray should forget about him. The head of the Tang clan, waving his hands, said that she would meet a more worthy young man. Meyer, sitting next to her grandfather and listening to him, broke into a smile. Dongwoo, watching his granddaughter lay on his shoulder, said that they all become weak-willed when it comes to love, noting that although they understand everything with their minds, their hearts are still heavy. After which the head of the clan said that Gimon would take care of Muwon, and she should return to the clan, noting that she should stop suffering. To which Murray said that nothing terrible had happened, noting that it was her choice, and she wanted to return to the Tang clan as soon as possible, and she hoped that this day would really come soon. Turning his gaze to the front door, the head of the Tang clan noticed one of his subordinates enter the room. Dongwoo, sitting next to his granddaughter, heard the guy arrive and say that there had been an invasion. The narrative shifts to the Tang clan's battle with the invader. The invader used his technique to kill many Tang clan soldiers. The shadow demon, having killed everyone around him, became motionless in one position. The shadow demon, looking at something in front of him, was very surprised. One of the silent knights, noticing something flying at him, dodged the projectile. Dongwoo, extending his hand and using the technique, reported that the shadow demon had caused a commotion throughout Sichuan. The head of the Tang clan, pulling the intruder towards him, prepared to attack. Dongwoo, having struck the shadow demon's body with a wooden spear, heard how he was delighted with his technique. The shadow demon, standing in front of the head of the clan, said that he almost knocked his head off, noting that he was many times more powerful than the two previous clans. The shadow demon, holding his weapon with a smile on his face, said that this was exactly what he expected from the head of the Tang clan, noting that he was one of the 4 supreme demon commanders of Silent Night Shadow Demon of the Fresh Wind Nam Chinyeon. The shadow demon said with a grin on his face that he would now look at the capabilities of the head of the Tang clan. Chinyeon, using his wind technique, headed towards Dongwoo, who was standing with his arm outstretched. Chongmin, with a smile on his face, quickly headed towards the head of the clan. Dongwoo, looking at the shadow demon technique, was ready to fight. The head of the clan, looking behind Chinmen, noticed his granddaughter, Murray, attacking the shadow demon from behind, received a blow. Chinmyeon turned back and noticed how Murray was attacking him. Dongwoo watched with a shocked expression as his granddaughter was hit by one of Silent Night. The head of the Tang clan, using his technique, saved his granddaughter from being hit by Chungmen. Murray, looking at her grandfather's technique, was very surprised. Murray, looking at how Dongwoo sent her away, was very surprised. Murray, looking at the head of the clan extending his hand, noticed the silhouette of Chungmyeon behind him. Meyer, flying further and further, looked at the sad expression on her grandfather's face. Murray, surrounded by leaves, stretched out her hand and called her grandfather. Dongwoo, sending his granddaughter away, turned around to repel Chunmyeon's attack. The narrative moves to the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jinwoo, putting his hands behind his back and looking at Muwon, said that the information from Mrs. Yoon about Silent Night helped them a lot. Jinwoo then wondered if it was too early for Ms. Yoon to speak out in person, noting that an absolute master like her could give them a lot of strength. To which the main character said that they have difficulties with this. Munseg, bringing the battered Murray, called Muwon. Murray, entering the room and clutching her chest, tried to say something with tears in her eyes. Murray, short of breath and crying, said that she needed help because the Tang clan was attacked. The main character and Jinwoo were shocked when they heard Murray's words. The plot moves to the Sichuan fortress where the battle takes place. The guys jumped off the slope and headed into the city. The guys saw a dense forest ahead of them. Heading into the forest, the guys fled to the city. Looking ahead, the guys noticed smoke coming from the city. The guys, having run through the forest, headed to the entrance to the city. Mira stopped and noticed something ahead. Murray, looking forward, began to cry at what she saw. Murray, looking at Chinyeon in front of her, noticed how he pierced her grandfather right through. Murray, leaning forward, shouted with tears in her eyes that he should not touch Dongwoo. Muwon, seeing the situation, rushed to the aid of the head of the Tang clan. The main character, heading towards Chinmyeon, was preparing to attack. Chinmyeon turned back and noticed Muwon approaching. The shadow demon watched as the protagonist rushed past him, leaving behind a huge cloud of dust. Muwon, grabbing the bleeding Dongwoo, looked towards the shadow demon. The main character looked at Chungmyeon with a menacing expression on his face. Murray, looking at Muwon, who was holding the head of the clan in his arms, rushed towards them. Murray, with tears in her eyes, bandaging Gongwoo's wounds, asked him not to die. Mira, turning to her running uncle, asked him to hurry up. Muwon, turning to the guys, watched as they bandaged Gongwoo's wounds. The main character turned back, making sure that the head of the Tang clan would be helped. Muwon raised his head and looked at Chungmyeon with a menacing gaze. The main character, standing opposite the shadow demon, clenched his fist. Chungmyeon, putting his finger to his lips and closing his eyes, told Muwon not to say anything, noting that he would try to guess himself. The shadow demon, holding a weapon in his hands and pointing his finger at the main character, wondered if he was the Northern Blade. Muwon, looking at Chungmyeon with an angry expression, wondered if he was the fresh wind shadow demon of the 4 supreme demon commanders. The shadow demon, raising his head and putting his hand with a weapon to his forehead, said that he had guessed, wondering if he was Jin Kwangho's son. After which Chongnon said that the main character is the same Northern Blade who first made a fuss and then disappeared. Further, the shadow demon said that he has a stunning sense of smell, noting that he immediately guessed who Muwon was. Chungmyeon, holding his head up and narrowing his eyes, wondered if this meant he was also spreading false rumors. The main character, looking at the shadow demon, chose to remain silent to his questions. Lowering his head, Chungmyeon noted that he was apparently right to wonder why he did this. Shadow demon narrowed his eyes and looked at Muwon, wondering if his goal was to destroy the Central Heavenly Alliance. Chungmyeon, holding out his hand, wondered if what he said was true, then would the main character want to enter into a temporary alliance with him. Next, the demon shadow wondered why they would waste energy on each other if they were pursuing the same goal. Muwon, holding his chin and lowering his head, said that this would be strategically effective, noting that such an alliance would be the right decision for the time being. The main character, pointing his finger at Chungmyeon, wanted to notice something. The shadow demon, looking at Muwon, lowered his head slightly. The main character, standing in front of the living guys who were trying to help Gongwoo, said that Chungmyeon disturbed those who should never have been disturbed. Muwon, looking at the crying Gimon, said that all his life he had been known as the son of a traitor, but at the same time they were the only ones who sheltered him, despite the danger. The main character, looking at the sobbing Murray, said that they also officially supported him. Muwon, glancing at the bloody Gongwoo, said that the Tang family helped him with all this. The main character, turning to Chongmyeon, said that he had disturbed his benefactors, noting that they were dearer to him than anyone in the world. Muwon, exuding anger towards the shadow demon, said that in the Tang family it is customary to return good tenfold, noting that for evil they pay the offender 100-fold. The main character, tearing his cloak, said that based on these words, the shadow demon should understand what a high price he must pay for disturbing the Tang clan. Muwon said with an angry expression that now he would show him what price he would have to pay. Chungmyeon, lowering his head slightly and closing his eyes, said that he was sorry to hear this, noting that even after generations, Silent Night and the Northern Heavenly Clan could not avoid enmity. The shadow demon, narrowing his eyes, declared for the flaming demon squad to leave. Coming out of the shadows, Chungmyeon's minions carried out the order. The main character, holding a sword, ordered the squad of blood and sword to reveal themselves. Lunsek, hearing Muwon, arrived with an army as ordered. The main character, turning to his army, ordered them to protect the Tang clan from the attackers. The shadow demon looked at the main character with a cold gaze. Muwon, looking into Chungmyeon's eyes, was incredibly angry with him. The main character took a step and headed towards the shadow demon. Chungmyeon, seeing the initiative from Muwon, also went to meet him. The main character, swinging his sword, was about to hit the shadow demon, who was about to do the same. The main character swung his sword with a furious expression on his face, and a black and purple aura appeared in the air. The white whirlwind collided with the purple one, and the ground cracked with a loud sound. Fragments of stones flew up. Chongmyeon, holding a weapon in both hands, thought that he was inferior in strength to Muwon. When dark blood sprayed from the man's forehead, he widened his eyes, surprised that the main character was able to wound him, and if the wound had been a little deeper, he would have cut off his head. Chungmyeon looked at Muwon, whose eyes were glowing with rage, and thought that his technique was truly powerful and destructive. The man smiled, thinking that all the former power of the Northern Heavenly Clan had been transferred to this young man. Suddenly Chungmyeon rushed towards the main character. Muwon furrowed his eyebrows and wrinkled his nose. He did not expect such an attack. The man almost dealt him a sweeping blow, but the main character managed to use his sword to protect himself. Chungmyeon moved quickly across the battlefield, sliding along the ground. He swung his weapon in the air, and Muwon managed to throw his head back and avoided the blow. The main character's face was covered with wrinkles from tension. He did not have time to follow the rapid movements of his opponent, from whom only a white trail remained in the air. While the main character stood ready, Chunmyeon approached him from behind and raised his hands with two sharp sickles. He grinned and said that the clans of the Blue Fortress, Ami and Tan, had lived in peace for too long, so he dealt with them all, which made him relax for a moment, because it was so easy for him. The man added that his opponent was now the Northern Heavenly Clan, then attacked the main character, and the space was filled with rising dust after a powerful explosion. Translucent white clouds were visible in the sky above a small town. Yvonne drove across the ground and left an oblong depression in it. Chunmyeon arched his eyebrows and said that the main character was not bad because he was able to dodge his attack. A scratch was visible on Yvonne's cheek, from which fresh blood was flowing. He dug his toes into the ground and decided he had to speed up. He then planted his foot on the rock behind him, intending to be even faster. The main character froze in this position, silently looking at the enemy. The next second, in the place where Yvonne had just stood, he was no longer there. He approached the man with lightning speed and found himself behind his back. Chunmyeon frowned, his eyes shining with hostility. He jumped into the air, avoiding the protagonist's attack. Yvonne, with strands of black hair falling on his face, stared at the man. Chunmyeon and the main character simultaneously waved their weapons in the air, attacking each other. Bright blue and purple lightning appeared over the city. Streams of magic intertwined with each other, forming a long spiral. A powerful explosion thundered, and fragments of earth and stones flew up. This bright spiral destroyed everything in its path and moved at incredible speed. Chunmyeon frowned, carefully watching the movements of the main character. He narrowed his black and yellow eyes. Wrinkles appeared between his eyebrows. The man saw Yvonne with a tense face dodging the stones flying at him and thought that the main character very quickly adjusted to his speed, which surprised him again. Yvonne held the sword tightly in one hand, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Chunmyeon's eyes sparkled brightly, and he pursed his lips in concentration. Suddenly the man froze in shock and arched his eyebrows when he saw something. A bright line of light appeared in the air, flowing from blue to purple. Yvonne and Chunmyeon stood very close and did not stop fighting. Their faces were equally focused, and they did not take their eyes off each other. The man's lower lip trembled, and there was anger in his black eyes. The main character gritted his teeth while Chunmyeon asked if he was using the Wind King Jeongmuzang's stride. He remembered how he fought with a man armed with a spear, and said that he could not imagine that he would again meet with the stride of the King of the Wind, in speed not inferior to his. The Wind King was dressed in white pants, a black jacket and a long red cloak, his face expressing hostility. Chunmyeon turned away from him, pursing his lips tightly and frowning. When he turned around, he saw Yvonne approaching him and attacking him. As the protagonist's sword approached the man's eyes, he thought with a smile that he saw in his opponent the image of the young King of the Wind, because he was very amazing and interesting. Chunmyeon's eyes widened as the purple light was reflected in him, and he thought that in this case he should speed up even more. But his joints were so worn out during this time that he is not sure that they will hold up. The main character, standing on one leg, waved his weapon in the air. Then he turned around and frowned in confusion. A sharp sickle belonging to Chunmyeon was flying in the air. Yvonne leaned back, arching his back, and dodged the blow. His pale face was tense and wrinkled. He bent one knee and gripped the sword tightly in his hand, avoiding the enemy's attacks. Suddenly, dark blood sprayed from his leg. Yvonne frowned and let out a painful sigh. The main character found himself in the middle of a hurricane created by Chunmyeon, with many attacks flying out of it. The space was filled with bright light rays attacking Yvonne. Black hair fell over his gloomy face. A sickle was flying quickly in the air. He cut the main character's body, and dark blood gushed out from the wound. Yvonne quickly turned around, silently surprised that Chunmyeon could still accelerate, and his attacks could not be followed. Chunmyeon, twirling a weapon in his hand, found himself behind the back of the main character. He smiled madly, telling Yvonne to continue surprising him. The man moved so fast that it was difficult to see him. The main character pursed his lips, frowned and turned around. He saw a blue spot in front of him and realized that his opponent was there. Chunmyeon threw a sharp sickle towards the main character. Yvonne, arching his eyebrows and bulging his eyes, knocked the weapon away with his sword. The man was waving sickles that were tied to long ropes. Streams of wind blew through the black hair of Yvonne, who dodged the blows with a concentrated face. Then the main character ran in the other direction. Long ropes were wrapped around his legs. He looked down, not expecting such a move. He then jumped high into the air. The main character raised his head and saw a sickle in front of him. He frowned at the approaching weapon. He then used his sword to parry this attack. Muon held his sword with both hands, looking furiously at Chinmyeon. Suddenly he found himself tied with strong ropes. Chinmyeon, with a crazy smile visible on his face, rushed towards the enemy. The main character threw his head back, his eyes turned white. He pushed off the ground and jumped away from the man with the sickle in his hands. He then kicked him, sending Chinmyeon flying backwards. After that, Muon freed himself from the ropes that were wrapped around his body and swung his sword. He jumped to the ground, standing on one knee and resting his hand there. Chinmyeon slowly walked towards him. The man laughed and said with a slight smile that the main character had taken a breath and rested, and then they would start again. Muon frowned at his opponent and thought that the fresh wind shadow demon was developing great speed despite the fact that a lot of time had already passed. The main character looked at the man's wrinkled face and thought that even his sickles, which made his head spin, seemed like a living part of his body, and it was not for nothing that he was one of the 4 supreme demon commanders. Muon looked to the side and exhaled noisily. He looked at the destroyed city, where broken stones lay between the buildings. Then the main character looked directly at Chinmyeon. The man clenched one hand into a fist and spun his weapon in the other. Suddenly Muon disappeared, and in its place only a column of dust remained. Chinmyeon frowned and yelled deafeningly, asking where the protagonist's ferocity and fighting spirit had gone since he decided to run away. Muon turned around and looked at the man in shock. He then turned away and sped up, a purple light appearing in his eyes. He bent one knee and stuck his hand out in front of him. Changmyeon threw a sickle after him and shouted that the main character's speed and gait were not bad, but still they would not work with him. The main character approached the building while a sharp weapon was flying behind him. It crashed into the gray roof and Muon fell to the ground. Then he jumped high into the air. The main character landed on a large piece of stone. The next second, this fragment was destroyed by the sickle, but Muon managed to escape and jumped in the other direction. The main character quickly ran away, and explosions thundered behind him. He ran quickly, dodging pieces of earth flying in the air. Chinmyeon's attacks pursued him but missed their target. The man bent down, rapidly approaching the main character. He spun the sickles, asking how long Muon would just run away. A blue light appeared in Chinmyeon's eyes and he yelled for the main character to try to continue surprising him. Suddenly the man stopped abruptly. He stood in front of a forest with tall trees. Changmyeon looked at the wide trunks in confusion. The forest was dense, the trees grew close to each other. The man entered the forest and, looking around, said that the obstacles create restrictions for the sickles, which rotate on long ropes. He went further and added that in addition to this, trees help hide. Chinmyeon walked along the path, saying that this was a great solution. Holding the sickles by the handle, the man said that an obstacle like a dense forest would not be a big problem for him. He frowned, saying that it was enough to just clear the entire area around him. The trees were dark and the foliage grew very high. There was enough space between the trees for a person to walk through. Some sun rays passed through the thick green canopy. A black human silhouette was visible on one of the tree branches. Muon, sitting on one knee, said that even this minute delay was enough for him. There was white and purple light in the eyes of the main character. Suddenly he took off using the bloody flash technique. Changmyeon managed to dodge the powerful attack. He leaned back, a look of confusion on his face. He saw dust rising into the air next to him. Another bright attack from the protagonist appeared in the air. The man had to jump to avoid it. Violet light strikes endlessly attacked the man. Chinmyeon looked to his left. His face was tense. He didn't move. The man moved only his eyes, trying to find his opponent. Suddenly he saw the main character among the trees. Chinmyeon frowned in concentration and slid along the ground. He then threw his sickle, intending to catch Muon. The main character noticed this, his face tensed. The man's weapon went through the tree trunk, completely destroying it. Chinmyeon pursed his lips, looking at the main character, and said that he diligently evades, but will still be caught one day, even if he runs away with all his might. Muon was high in the air behind the man. Changmyeon frowned and looked to the side. Then the main character attacked him from above, and a powerful explosion occurred. Dust and sand filled the space with a thick fog. Among this fog, bright purple and blue flashes were visible. These flashes moved quickly. The fog began to dissipate little by little. It looked as if these flashes were fighting each other. Suddenly another explosion occurred, and fragments of earth and stones flew into the air. The main character jumped up, looking at the enemy. Chinmyeon tried to hit Muon with the sickle, but he managed to dodge. The main character extended his hand forward, attacking the man. He jumped back. Then they both jumped up and swung their weapons. Muon jumped back, and Chinmyeon leaned down, avoiding the blows. The protagonist's eyes turned white and he frowned, concentrating on the battle. Muon's sword collided with Chinmyeon's two sickles, and bright flashes began to sparkle in the air again. The forest was blinded by these purple and blue sparks. Changmyeon, holding the ropes in his hands, created a hurricane. He raised his hands, and a bright whirlwind formed around each of his sickles. The main character opened his eyes wide in shock. The space was blinded. From afar it was visible how a blue stream of light rushed into the sky from the depths of the forest. The huge whirlwind created by Changmyeon shone dazzlingly, sweeping away everything in its path. The man held his weapon tightly in his hands. When he didn't find Mewon nearby, he let out a loud laugh and called him a sneaky snake. The man frowned furiously, saying that these trees were getting on his nerves. He leaned down, swinging his sickles. He then twirled them in the air using the cutting wind burst technique. The trees were cut into small pieces that flew up. A dense fog rose, and Changmyeon carefully tried to see something. Then he turned around abruptly, his mouth open. He saw Mewon standing next to him, and the protagonist's sword passed through his body. Changmyeon saw the tense face of the protagonist and his brightly glowing eyes and realized that all this time he was not using obstacles to interfere with the movement of the rotating sickles. The man sighed heavily, thinking that Mewon was waiting for him to attack over a large area, aimed at destroying obstacles. The main character grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and spun the weapon inside the enemy's body. Changmyeon opened his eyes wide and let out a heart-rending, painful cry. Mewon gritted his teeth tightly and frowned, veins standing out on his tense neck. He used the Heavenly Destruction Demonic Shadow Sword technique, and the entire space was filled with a purple glow. The land on which the tall buildings were built was destroyed. A man in red and white clothes held a sharp sword in his hand. Musang attacked a man who was wearing dark gray clothes and a hat of the same color. Musang hit him and a gray hat flew into the air, and red blood sprayed out. They quickly moved across the battlefield, never stopping fighting. Thick dust hung in the air. People in red cloaks fought with people in dark gray clothes. The warrior with the hat yelled loudly, preparing to deal a physical blow to the enemy. Musang frowned and blocked the attack with his sword. Then he kicked the enemy, and fresh blood sprayed again in the air. Human and Murray looked at the fog that had risen from the battle from afar. The girl put her palms, around which there was a green glow, on the old man lying on the ground, and Human said that the head was mortally wounded, but was still breathing. The man held the head of an old man with a white beard with bloody stains in his hands. Human, whose face was covered in sweat, sighed heavily and thought that the villains from the Quiet Night were so strong that they were able to bring Gona to such a state. The man frowned, thinking that no external force could easily penetrate the Tang clan's natural fortification. People in green clothes were sitting on the destroyed floor, and Human thought that now there was complete chaos here. The man's eyes grew dim. Then he saw a tall, muscular young man helping the old man walk, holding him by the shoulder. When Guman shifted his gaze, the image of the surrounding world became blurry. He saw the girl and boy sitting next to the injured man and mentally asked how someone dared to do this to the Tang clan. A cloudy image of reality appeared before Guman's eyes again. Warriors in dark cloaks fought with warriors in red cloaks. Suddenly Guman reached for the jug that hung on his belt, remembering how he swore that he would no longer use poisons to kill. He remembered an old man with a long beard and eyebrows who asked how many people were killed and clans disappeared so that the Tang clan would also take its place in Sichuan. The man then remembered Ryusen, who shouted loudly that he would try to gain as much time as possible. The young man stood holding two large clay jugs in his hands. He then placed his fists on his waist and frowned angrily, saying that he would kill everyone with the poison inherited from his mentor. Human, with a crazy sparkle in his eyes, opened the container of poison, asking if nothing could be done. The hatted warriors turned around and let out frightened sighs. Then they screamed loudly, with rage on their faces. Musing also turned around and widened his eyes in shock. The man put his fingers to his teeth and whistled loudly. The men in red cloaks turned sharply at the sound. Warriors dressed in red surrounded Guman and Meyer, who was holding daggers. In the distance, black silhouettes of people in hats were visible. Musen asked Guman, whose face was twisted with anger, to keep his word that he had given himself, and the warriors would shed dirty blood. Guman remembered how he lay on the shoulder of a young man whose eyes were tightly closed. The man was sobbing with his mouth open. Guman exhaled loudly and thanked Musang. The black-haired man, whose gaze was cold, said that he could not delay any longer. Musang, holding weapons in his hands, ordered a squad of blood and sword to finish off the enemies. The warriors in red cloaks rushed forward. They attacked their opponents while jumping. People in dark clothes crowded together, looking around in fear. The members of the blood and sword squad swirled around them, creating a powerful whirlwind. Musang jumped high into the air and swung his sword. Then he rushed down. The man gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to destroy his enemies. All the members of the Blood and Sword Squad swung their swords, and their opponents flew high into the air, their heads being cut off. Musing put his swords behind his back as red blood flew in the air. The man pointed 2 fingers at his subordinates and ordered them to have 3 of them remove the corpses while the rest helped the wounded from the Tang clan. Musing closed his eyes and exhaled in relief. Then he looked away. He frowned and pursed his lips as someone informed him that the situation here was almost resolved. The green forest was almost completely destroyed by the battle. People on horseback were riding quickly along the path. Tall green trees grew near the wide path. In the distance, smoke could be seen coming from a building. A broad-shouldered man sat on a tree branch and said that Sichuan had already been completely destroyed, and the guys from the Central Heavenly Alliance had just appeared. He put 2 fingers to his teeth and said it was time to start. Many people were hiding behind the bushes. They then pulled their hoods over their heads, and one of them reminded them to lure their target away from the Tang clan. Suddenly they saw the silhouette of a horse standing on its hind legs. A bearded man watched from afar as a crowd of people screamed loudly from below. Then he looked to the side and saw a huge blue whirlwind. He frowned his thick eyebrows and thought that with such radiance, the distraction operation would not work for long. In addition to the high vortex, bright purple stripes were visible. Yuan, gritting his teeth, furiously rushed towards the enemy and swung his luminous blade. The fresh wind shadow demon widened his eyes, watching his opponent in shock. Now, around the tense young man, many powerful streams of violet energy, created by the demonic shadow sword of heavenly destruction, were rising in space. Trying to evade the attack in the strong whirlwind that arose, Chunmyeon bared his teeth, uttered furious screams, and flashed his eyes angrily. Stretching his hand forward, the shadow demon activated the gift of fierce hurricane around himself, throwing the enemy to the side with the force of the wind. Sliding his feet back along the ground, the formidable Muon slowed down with his sword lowered, engulfed in thick clouds of dust rising. Chongmyeon, standing with a hurricane emanating from one hand, lowered his head and watched in confusion as blood poured out of the cut on his stomach. At this time, the main character cast a look full of hatred at the wounded enemy, furrowing his eyebrows and fiercely sparkling his violet eyes. Holding his weapon hand, Muon strode forward through the rubble with a furious look as smoke emanated from his body. Massive blocks of stone rose into the air from the whirlwind when the guy suddenly rushed forward at high speed, leaving a thick column of dust in his place. Chongmyeon carefully watched the enemy's movements with his black eyes, frowning with displeasure. Yuan, putting the silver flower forward, ran furiously towards the enemy with a fierce gaze, while the wind pulled back his dark hair. The fresh wind shadow demon let out a war cry, heading towards the guy at high speed. At the sight of their fight, a huge hurricane appeared, rising high and destroying everything in its path. Yuan, who found himself at the epicenter of the tornado, activated the demonic shadow sword of heavenly destruction technique, and holes began to appear in it, from which a purple glow came out, and from the outside the shadow demon technique was surrounded by magical streams of the sword. When the main character used the shooting star soul technique, many bright purple and long marks from the blade of the enchanted blade sparkled in the air, which his opponent tried to dodge at great speed. After such a powerful attack, Chunmyeon flew into the air in shock with severed limbs and drops of blood floating nearby. A severed foot lay on the ground, and leaves floated in the air above it. A bloody leg with a shin, from which smoke was emanating, fell nearby. The shadow demon looked at his legs, which were missing below the thighs, and thanked his unbearable joints for the fact that they had worked hard for life. Meanwhile, the wind blew past the foliage. Chongmyeon, with a large number of wounds and severed upper and lower limbs, lay on the ground, calmly reasoning that in any case he would not have withstood the last attack, and the formidable Muon towered nearby. One of the 4 supreme demon commanders from below examined the brutal face of the swordsman, concluding that he was truly strong and worthy of his father Kwangho. The sky was overcast, and the wind picked up as Chunmyeon noted that he is a free spirit, as his nickname suggests. The fresh wind shadow demon looked at the darkened sky, saying that it was he who said these words about Muon, while the dark silhouette of the protagonist became increasingly cloudy. The guy with a serious look directed his gaze into the distance while Chunmyeon continued to examine his face, coming to the conclusion that he had met death from SNK. When Muon looked at the defeated opponent on the ground, from whom air currents were rising, he admitted with his last breath that he was actually not so free, but only made an effort, informing everyone around him about it. The shadow demon recalled the 2 weakened head of the Silent Night Guild, who sat on the throne with his head down. Behind him and running the organization were the elders who gave up everything. Also at the head of Silent Night were 4 supreme demon commanders who had lost their purpose, one of which was Chunmyeon himself. He concluded that among the ruins, where at night a view of the moon opened up, the defeated gathered, who did nothing but repent, and at the meetings they only scolded the shadow demon of the fresh wind. He recalled how at that time the area would go into the fields and cut crops with a scythe. Changmyeon struggled to obtain food for his colleagues on the infertile land, doing everything for the sake of Silent Night, who was dying of hunger. He personally walked with his own feet and brought stacks of wheat, and people, seeing him, bowed gratefully. He remembered how he walked away with a scythe in his hand, and now reflected that this was a real fight. In Changmyeon's head, a young long-haired Danyop surfaced, who became obsessed with defeatist ideas and abandoned everything, remaining on the sidelines, but still better than the heads of the organization. His extraordinary mind made him free to lead Silent Night after himself. In the future, a member of the organization did this, because his death awakened the activities of the guild. Shards of broken blades lay on the ground, and Changmyeon thought that because of the disgusting truth, Silent Night was forcibly and offensively pushed into infertile territory, where the guys struggled to survive. Muon towered over the dying shadow demon of the fresh wind, until he concluded in his last confession that among the sins of the organization there would not be the murder of people from the central lands and robberies, because the most serious sin was their weakness. Changmyeon now remembered how during the battle he froze in confusion while drops of his blood rose around him. Then Muon quickly rushed past, delivering many blows with the blade, which left bright traces in the air, after which the severed limbs of the fresh wind shadow demon soared into the air. Now Changmyeon was lying near the crater formed by the hurricane, dying from severe wounds, and nearby the swordsman of the northern heavenly clan stood with his back. The sky was darkened with clouds, the wind lifted leaves into the air. Blood flowed in streams from the nose and mouth of the supreme demon commander, while he, looking at the sky with glassy eyes, breathed heavily and admitted to his former enemy that during the last blow he was unable to move his legs normally, so he was not even able to react. Muon bowed his head over the body of the shadow demon of fresh wind with severed limbs, and he continued his dying philosophical monologue, now talking about the value of truth in the world, driven by the opinions and interests of people. The main character cast a sad glance at the defeated enemy while leaves swirled around him, and Changmyeon concluded that the one with strength will be a killer for some, but a hero for others. The swordsman, listening to the speech, clenched his fists from tension, and the supreme demon commander said that this was Kanho. Muon looked at Changmyeon's mutilated body as he stated that Silent Night and the northern heavenly clan had an ancient feud, but both were simply used and became victims. Directing the glassy gaze of his dimmed eye to the sky, the shadow demon of the fresh wind with blood on his face before dying asked the head of the Jim Northern Heavenly Clan to deal with the Central Heavenly Alliance and broke off at the end of the sentence. After that, Changmyeon's eyes rolled back and a calm expression froze on her face. Death came. Muon continued to sadly look at his former defeated enemy, experiencing grief and regret, while leaves flew past him in the wind. The man raised his head and, covering his face with his palm from the feeling of powerlessness, began to ask why the founder of Silent Night Yulchin created such a hell. While the main character was desperately asking this question, a bird flew over the tops of the trees in the forest across the gray sky overcast with clouds. The hawk reached the Jumchingsa temple, located among mossy rocks and bearing the 1,000-year history of the Ami clan, and above it towered a purple starry sky with silvery clouds. The deputy head of the clan, Ami, sat with a stern face, on which traces of tears trailed from her eyes, and, frowning, talked about Amitabh. Nearby stood the deputy head of the Blue Fortress clan, his head bandaged and his arm bandaged, closing his eyes and expressing his dismay at what had happened to the Sichuan Nyurama. Yonga and Kwanseok listened attentively to the speaker, who, clasping his pale hands, recalled the tragic death of the head of the Blue Fortress clan, Jinan, and the head of the clan, Amisate. All that was visible was a dark silhouette with long hair, which expressed great sorrow over such a terrible grief. Near the speaker with compound hands, there were two figures on either side, whose faces were not visible due to the falling shadow, and the man in the middle said that the head of the Sichuan Nyurama Union, the head of the Tang clan, was also now in deplorable condition. The speaker admitted that his detachment was a long-time ally of the Tang clan and, under the patronage of the head of Gonu, was hiding in the lands of Sichuan. The highly located Jumchingsa temple offered a wonderful view of the settlement, and the man firmly decided that they could not remain idle in this situation, indulging in sadness and despair while Murama was collapsing before their eyes. The speaker shook his pale hands over the wooden table, explaining to the two deputy heads that during the monstrous 3-year war, Even if the Sichuan peace fell, it would lead to terrible chaos. The man's fingers positioned themselves on the map as he began to talk about how in the relationship between the Central Heavenly Alliance and Silent Night, their team was used as a weapon, and the fact is that the guys lived under these machinations. The speaker turned out to be a scientist of 3 minds, who with a serious look reported that it was unknown which of the 2 organizations was responsible for the attacks in Sichuan. Yongha, with numerous bracelets on her hands and a tired look, looked attentively at the man, silently listening to his speech that in any case this place was mercilessly trampled. The crippled Kwangseok frowned with his eyes closed as Jinwoo stated that they couldn't just stand by, but had to actively intervene in Kangho's affairs. He informed the crowd that one of the 4 Supreme Demon Commanders, Chayo, was the one who had broken through the limits of human ability, and now the legendary time of the monster had come to an end. Lowering his palm, Jinwoo, surrounded by Munjun and Chunin, with a serious look told the 2 deputy clan heads that thanks to the commander of their squad, the shadow demon of the fresh wind met his end. Hwanseong of the north tilted his head forward and, frowning, declared that the younger generation had begun to move, and Muon was the reason for this. The man turned to the speaker with a smile, asking a rhetorical question of how the Blue Fortress clan could remain indifferent to the ruthless truths of this world. Yongha fingered the beads and thought, asking herself who, if not the Ami clan, would enter hell, and recalling that its members remained alive only thanks to the sacrifice of the head of Sate. Raising her head proudly, the deputy resolutely announced that her clan was also joining Team Muon. Jinwoo, casting a serious glance at the man and woman in front of him, informed that they had become enemies of the Central Celestial Alliance and could be in danger, while the Chunin to his right frowned. Munjun proudly stood to the left of the scholar of 3 minds, who continued to speak, declaring that from this day on, the Northern Heavenly Clan would be recognized as the main clan of Sichuan Nurim, and in return, they would become a reliable support. Turning his head towards his interlocutor, Jinwoo began to list the active clans of Sichuan, Blue Fortress, Ami, Tang. With folded hands, the pale speaker with a thoughtful look added to this list the Northern Heavenly Clan, which will now occupy a dominant position. The scholar of the 3 minds raised an eyebrow and clasped his hands, seriously concluding that they were now an alliance of 4 clans united to give birth to a new storm. The action moves to the desert north with sands and hot sun, to the place where the Northern Heavenly Clan used to be located. This clan was destroyed by a huge fire and completely disappeared, and subsequently the northern branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance was founded here, the ruins of which became the starting point of a 3-year war. And now this place has become the camp for Silent Night. At the table sat a hooded scholar demon spirit with white ribbons hanging, wondering why communication had been lost with the shadow demon and his flaming squad. Putting his bandaged hand to his face, Jianui concluded with a thoughtful look that Chenmyeon could be considered invincible. The demon spirit raised the palm of the ribbon under his hood, deciding that this was why the man nicknamed the Living Disaster was sent to cause maximum damage to Sichuan Murama. Jenny picked up and began to carefully examine the map, thinking that the 3 main clans of that area would not be able to interfere in any way with the strong shadow demon of the fresh wind. He placed the package on the table, poking at it with a bandaged finger and wondering anxiously if there was a variable in the plan that he hadn't foreseen. Jenny opened his eyes in shock, hidden in the shadows under the white ribbons, worriedly thinking about a possible obstacle. The image of the late, stern Guanho came to his mind, and he decided that the Northern Heavenly Clan was involved in the problems. Jiani wondered if the furious Northern Blade Muon, who had received all the inheritance of the destroyed clan and had gone missing 4 years ago, had reappeared. The demon spirit thoughtfully folded his arms across his chest, realizing that the strength of the Northern Heavenly Clan was quite enough to cope with Chengmyeon. Jenny sighed heavily, trying to calm down and get rid of disturbing thoughts. He leaned on the table and began to rise from his chair, concluding that after the loss of the Heavenly Sound Demon Elder Yun, Silent Night counted on every combat unit. The Scholar Spirit Demon recalled that the Piercing Black Spiritual Spear and the Heaven-Destroying Demon were currently at the forefront, so it was impossible to take either of these 2 main forces from there. Jenny also understood that it was impossible to recall the White Night Witch from the Central Lands where she was fulfilling her mission, because of this, a large investment of time and resources on preparation would be useless. Also, the image of the Lord of the Night came to the scientist's head, who was able to move into a new body. Jiani ducked, concluding that despite this, the reincarnated warrior needed to get used to it and transfer all his fighting skills. The learned demon spirit now sank to the floor, taking a lotus position, and began to reflect on the fact that it is difficult to wage war with a constant loss of fighting strength. Smoke appeared above the sitting Gioni as he remembered the minions of the Central Heavenly Alliance, who would go on the attack as soon as they completed retraining, and also decided to find out about the new variable that had appeared in Sichuan. The action moves to the settlement of the Central Heavenly Alliance, spread out for many kilometers in a lowland among the mountains, birds flying above it in the reddish sky. Among the blocks, an area with low traditional white buildings was allocated, which belonged to the military department. Inside one of the buildings was the headquarters of the head of the department, the formidable Minister Wang. The mustachioed gray-haired Disung frowned, reflecting on the victories of the Central Heavenly Alliance in this war. After this, images of the head of the Tang clan and the second persons of the Ami and Blue Fortress clans surfaced in the old man's head. He was surprised that they managed to defeat the invincible shadow demon of the fresh wind. Looking down at the floor, Disung put his hand to his chin and, with a thoughtful look, realized that he had a bad feeling about this. Out of concern, Minister Wang began to twirl a thin mustache on his index finger, coming to the conclusion that in such a situation, 9 heavens have lost as many as 3 people. In a fit of anger, the gloomy old man furiously slammed his fist on the table, rudely cursing the representatives of the 3 Sichuan clans. Now Disung with negative emotions remembered Xiachen, to whom the Central Celestial Alliance promised to give him influence like the 9 heavens if he followed all the orders. Remembering on the day of the battle the accomplices of the legendary hero Wanli and Hyoran standing in front of numerous warriors, the old man was indignant at how he dared to commit such madness. A picture appeared in my head of negotiations with the young lady at a long table, where she was tasked with making sure that Sachan did not do something like that. Then he did not doubt Hyoran, but now he was outraged by the behavior of a girl who could not forget the past, harboring claims within herself. Remembering the young lady's submissive appearance, Minister Wang concluded that although she was far from her own grandfather, she, as a member of the Xiamen family, could well give an extraordinary one. In Disung's head, Hyoran's gaze appeared, lowered to the floor, and she continued to think that she was simply fooled. But the old man wanted to finish her off along with Sachan for her ignorant actions. Minister Wang threw his head back, placing his hand over his eyes and sighing tiredly, after which he concluded that there was no sign that the lost people's faith would return to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Due to the attempt to capture the Northern Blade 3 years ago, as well as due to the protracted war, opponents of the organization's activities appeared in the inner lands. Disung thought that they were in full swing concluding unification agreements and acting harmoniously, but they should not be allowed to develop. Minister Wang clenched his teeth tightly in anger, wanting to send all the impudent young ill-wishers to Silent Night, where they would realize how happy they used to be, and then angrily wish death on everyone. Slamming his hand on the table and lowering his head, Disung concluded that the war must be stopped as soon as possible in any case, and stability must be restored to the Central Heavenly Alliance. The old man frowned menacingly, thinking angrily that the commander was very angry. Looking at the dark building towering among all the buildings against the night sky, Minister Wang thought about the invincible clan. There he, squatting on the black-tiled floor, bowed low. In a dark room, in the recesses between the columns overlooking the settlement, the dark figure of a man was visible, standing with his back and calling out to Disung. He, continuing to lie obediently on the floor with his head bowed, briefly responded to the commander's call. Drops of sweat were dripping from the man's face. His eyes were wide with anxiety when the boss menacingly announced that everything in the world was upside down and the war was dragging on. The commander was now standing, shrouded in steam, when Disung began to desperately cry out for forgiveness and swear that he would fix everything. Shrouded in smoke from a long pipe, the figure stood against the backdrop of the starry sky, calmly asking whether Sachan's authority was growing. Minister Wang, with his head down, continued to panic even more. Beads of sweat were still dripping from his face, and his eyes were huge with horror. The commander peacefully smoked a long pipe and contemplated outer space, declaring that the legendary warrior would be very useful to use. While Disung continued to lie with his head down on the floor, his boss in the smoky clouds announced that he had sent Huncio to the battlefield and entrusted him with something. Minister Wang began to nod in fear, not looking up at his interlocutor and stuttering. The dark commander, surrounded by smoke from his pipe, with a gold ornament in his hair, turned and looked at the old man with sparkling eyes, calmly asking whether he had to personally intervene. Then Disung raised his head in panic, looking dumbfounded, and beads of sweat began to fall off his face. A whirlwind suddenly arose in the hall, blowing the sitting old man backwards. He began to fly away quickly, unable to withstand the powerful pressure of the moving air. The commander stood calmly among the black and yellow columns when Disung was already in another part of the huge hall. At the end of the flight, Minister Wang slammed his back hard into the spiral column, throwing his head back and spreading his arms. After this, the old man abruptly fell to the floor from a great height and hit his back, lifting his limbs up. He grouped himself and began to slowly rise, leaning on his hand. A moment later, the luminous figure of Disung rushed across the entire hall towards the commander standing on the edge in the opening between the columns. Halfway through, the old man fell to his knees again and began to obediently bow to his master. Without raising his head and covered in cold sweat, he screamed desperately, promising to fix everything and make more efforts. The commander, shrouded in clouds of smoke, continued to smoke his pipe, looking at the stars, and asked to prove loyalty with results, not words. After asking about the new Chaos Demon, Disung again obediently shouted, saying that he would tell everything about Unkyong. In order to accommodate the bloody cross art into his body, it was necessary to imbue him with the Chaos Flame demonic technique, which took some time, but the process was recently completed. Some time later, Minister Wang plans to send the newly minted red-skinned demon on a special mission. The commander looked back at his subordinate with curiosity, his eyes sparkling. After this, the dark man, surrounded by thick fog from his smoking pipe, again turned his head towards the starry sky and expressed his understanding of the situation. A man with a gloomy appearance and a fierce gaze into the distance turned to a panicked subordinate lying on the tiled floor behind him, demanding to try harder this time. The commander continued to smoke peacefully, contemplating the night sky, when the alarming cries of Minister Wang were heard, promising to carry out the order. The action moves to the Central Heavenly Alliance camp on the northern front, made in the form of a fortress and surrounded by a fence of sharp stakes. There were numerous troops of identical fierce fighters with terribly sparkling eyes. All the men with their hair tied up and dressed in black clenched their fists tightly as they stood in the middle of the rising dust, one after another. In front of them were Wonli and Hyorin with their heads down, led by Xiachen, partially dressed in ceremonial armor. The legendary hero, with a face covered in scars, proudly raised his head and looked around the crowd. Lowering his head slightly, Xiachen said with a serious look that the preparations were completed, which means it would be possible to finally observe the end of the 3-year war. Clenching his fists with determination, the white-cloaked leader informed the horde that they would march into battle for 2 days and fight Silent Night. One-eyed Wonli grinned contentedly as he listened to Sachin's powerful speech. The legendary hero raised his fist, furiously shouting at the Northern Blade that they would see this fight to a victorious end. The entire crowd, picking up the leader's mood, put their hands in the air and began to make friendly cheers. Hyorin watched the scene carefully, folding her hands as the warriors continued to shout loudly. They looked furious with blazing eyes and fists raised above their heads. During the exclamations, the men from the crowd opened their mouths wide and frowned, acquiring an even more menacing appearance. The girl looked with admiration at Sachan, who managed to raise the morale of the troops with a speech and restore their reserves of strength, which showed their complete seizure of power. Wonli flexed his arm in victory, the legendary leader raised his fist in the air with furious exclamations, and Hyorin watched the guys. This picture marked the revival of the previously hidden Azure Dragon Society. Relations with the 9 Heavens subsequently became hostile, and the question was whether the punishment of the young people would be postponed if the Central Heavenly Alliance most wanted an end to the war. Hyorin looked at the inspired leader Xiachen, concluding that the Alliance would definitely try to use him for their own purposes. The young lady calmly reflected on the need to create an independent army to repel the 9 Heavens. Looking at the legendary warrior with sparkling eyes, Huron seriously concluded that he was ideally suited to end the 3-year war and establish a new order in Miramá. She realized that no one except Sachan standing next to her could do this, admiring him endlessly. The girl was now recalling a conversation with Minister Wang, who frantically begged her to take care of what was happening, who was most likely now furious. While the trio stood in front of the inspired crowd, one of the warriors quickly ran towards them from behind, splashes of sweat scattering to the sides. The young lady glanced questioningly at the dark-skinned man approaching in a hurry. When Huron the Northern pointed her head towards the speaker, he put his hand to his mouth and whispered something worriedly in her ear. After hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in shock. In the camp of the Northern Front, white tents and tents were placed along the entire perimeter. Approaching one of them, Wonli and Hyorin pulled back the curtains covering the passage, and behind them the dark figure of Sachin could be seen. The ally with the red bandage raised his eyebrows in shock and twisted his mouth, his eyes wide. The young lady looked rather taken aback by the suddenness. Wonli formed a fist and palm seal, and Hyorin raised her arms hidden in her wide sleeves as Xiaochang clenched his fists furiously. The legendary hero's eyes widened at the sight of the unexpected guest, and his thick eyebrows furrowed. In front of the trio, a long-bearded, fierce man in golden armor sat decorously with 2 young assistants behind. The obese guest was none other than the demonic spirit Emperor Huncio, angrily declaring that the young rebels should be beholden to the 9 heavens. Sachan cast a menacing glance at the insolent man from under his brows when he disgustingly insulted them right to their faces. Now the legendary hero also made a seal, striking his fist into his palm. Hyo closed her eyes and thought that such a quick reaction from the 9 heavens was unexpected. The girl was taken aback and opened her eyes in bewilderment when Huncio said that he was not the commander-in-chief. The bearded man, frowning angrily, admitted that he would like to blow the insolent heads off his shoulders, but he arrived on another matter. The trio listened attentively to the demonic spirit emperor sitting decorously in a chair at the table, who demanded that the guys concentrate now on ending the war. After that, he pointed back with his thumb, announcing that with 2 assistants they would secretly infiltrate the Silent Night base and burn it to the ground. Hearing this, the girl looked intently at the arriving member of the 9 heavens, who does not want to punish or lead their ranks, but for the sake of a personal attack on enemy territory. Huncio introduced his assistants from the junior heavens, one of whom was the bald Xiaogan from the Shaolin Temple, standing to his left shoulder, holding beads in his hand. To the right of the corpulent emperor stood the formidable Soryong with knitted eyebrows from the Wushan clan, who held her hands in a seal. Sachan looked at the unexpected guests with bewilderment, asking if Huncio was really planning to attack the Silent Night base with only 2 companions. An obese man lounging in a chair began to be indignant at the stupid question, concluding that he was so tired of the 3-year war that he himself came to the rescue. Huncio looked at Sachan with dissatisfaction, asking whether the young man really wanted to do everything himself. After a long explanation, the legendary warrior lowered his eyes and wished success in the plan, concluding that the battle would definitely end in Silent Night's defeat. The emperor from the 9 heavens looked menacingly at his interlocutor, calling him an arrogant youth and demanding that he be more grateful. Hyo, understanding Huncio's selfish intent, disappointedly lowered her eyes to the floor and closed them. When the obese man suddenly began to inform the trio that a special detachment had been sent to their aid, capable of bringing the war to an end, the girl looked at him in bewilderment. Huncio frowned with displeasure, throwing a contemptuous squint at the guys and sparkling his eyes. Suddenly, Wonli, Hyorin, and Xiaochen turned to the entrance, where behind the white curtains a silhouette of a long-haired man could be seen walking. 2 servants in golden helmets respectfully drew the curtains, the northern blade horsed heads, when a strong warrior woman with a fierce look appeared at the entrance to the tent, and Huncio introduced the elite illustrious army. Walking ahead, Moyanhyun, with a full chest and a long tail, was the leader of the squad and the eldest daughter of Yulchin, and behind her were 36 invulnerable swordsmen. Wonli pursed his lips and began to sweat, not expecting to meet an elite army that no one had ever seen in the flesh. Looking blankly at the woman with a round eye, the guy was greatly shocked by the fact of the existence of the detachment. Hyorin looked at the elite unit with slight concern, worrying again, and perspiration appeared on her face. The girl carefully watched Moyanhyun walking past, deciding that she was now their main threat. The big-breasted head of the squad confidently walked straight towards Sachin, who turned to her. The man cast a heavy glance from under his brows, his thick eyebrows furrowing heavily. Moyanhyun, wearing golden boots, stood very close to the man, asking if his name was Xiaochen. The busty woman cast a disapproving glance at the dark-skinned jock in a white coat, admitting that she was disappointed, and that he did not live up to his fame at all. Hiran's memories evoked a vague image of the Mon family mansion, an invulnerable illustrious family. Next, she imagined the invulnerable warrior Yulchan, the man who revived his family from the ashes, and also the one who was its current head. The invulnerable family were outsiders not originally from the Central Plains, a nomadic tribe with the surname Mon, traveling the world on horseback and growing stronger. At one point, the Mon family succeeded so much that they were able to found an independent state, but ultimately their country fell apart. Only a dozen family members remained alive. All of them stood motionless thinking about their future. They, foreigners, had to overcome a huge number of difficulties in order to settle on the Central Plains. A huge wall, rising to the very heavens, blocked the way for people. Members of the Mon family had to confront the prejudices and obstacles of this world. The Chens of this family suffered and screamed before achieving their status as an invulnerable, illustrious family. They went through many trials, but in the end they still earned their current rank and rose to the top. And then one day a man appeared on the central plains calling himself Mon Yulchan. This person could sit cross his legs and soar. For him the levels of mastery of internal energy were empty words, for he had finally mastered the spiritual technique of the 9 eternal spirits, and his internal energy completely merged with the body. Because of his old body, which could not even stand upright, he had to walk hunched over. But suddenly he managed to straighten up a little and become younger, thanks to his technique. The more he learned the skill of restoring the energy of youth, the younger he became. As a result, he was able to fully recover and look younger. He even learned the skill of restoring the energy of youth. Creating a tiny person from the kai on his finger, he always dreamed of creation, submission and control. But every time, sitting and looking at his hand, Yulchan realized that his plan had failed because of the Murim warriors. The warriors who lived by the Murim values simply did not want to obey anyone. They dreamed of freedom and prevented anyone from controlling them. In addition, the warriors standing in front of him looked at Yulchan who was sitting. They could not submit to another nation. Not the indigenous population of the Central Plains. After his futile attempts and at the cost of huge human sacrifices, Yulchan stopped his confrontation. Then his eyes lit up and his lips stretched into a smile. He realized that he would never reign over Murim by force. It was from then on that Yulchan began to think about the distant future and began to develop a grandiose plan. Then he imagined a skull with an open jaw. He wanted to create the necessary evil. He needed a common enemy, a sufficiently strong and ruthless enemy. Then he created an exhausted man and Silent Night itself. A gigantic amount of resources, provisions and books on military affairs quietly passed into Silent Night. A crowd of people created for this purpose. Silent Night invaded the Central Plains only out of the need of the Mon family. People hugged each other, realizing the importance of those around them. Unstable times forced them to look for even more ways. Fear of the enemy prompted the people of Murim, like grains of sand, to merge into one. It was then that the 9 heavens appeared and the Central Heavenly Alliance was created. All 9 heavens were natural interference in the Yulchan process. Admirers of the incredible martial arts of Yulchan challenged him and lost, after which they became his subordinates, ruling the world from the shadows. When any person raised their hands and began to protest against the Central Heavenly Alliance, his head was cut off without any problems by people from Silent Night, which is why people forgot about the protest and began to confront their enemies. But at some point, the bridge that used to serve as the place where Silent Night and Yulchan transferred provisions was blocked by huge stones. Silent Night was freed from the control of Yulchan, starting to act independently, and the Northern Heavenly Clan was created to contain it. Yulchan smiled like a madman, looking at his hands. The Mon family took full advantage of Silent Night and the Northern Heavenly Clan, after which they themselves got rid of them. But no one was able to find out about this. The members of the Moyen family did not leave their mansion. It was all because of Yulchan and his penchant for secrecy. They were forced to adopt this style of behavior. Since then, no one from the Moyen family, including Yulchan, has been seen in outside world. However, they accumulated incredible strength. 36 invulnerable swordsmen formed from the Mon family. People imagined them as people who always kept their hand on the hilt of their sword. They were all sword masters, raised under close care, and were the elite troops of the invulnerable illustrious family. In addition, the family had many wives and children of Yulchan himself, but, unfortunately, most of them died during childbirth. No one knew the true reason for this. They could only assume that no one could withstand Yulchan's martial art, which was on a completely different level. Hands, along with the bodies of mothers and children, fell to the floor. Some places were stained with blood, some died during pregnancy, others right during childbirth. Others did not live long even after a successful birth. Mothers and their children could not withstand the inherited energy and died. But even in such a situation, 3 children were able to survive. The children had to live in the dungeons of an invulnerable illustrious family until the end of their days. Watching the Central Heavenly Alliance only from afar, they were forced to endlessly train martial arts, learn to rule the world and lead it, waiting the moment their father, Yulchan, was talking about. Events take us to Musong, who had a drop of sweat running down his face while he looked at the object in front of him and said that something was wrong here. After which he asked Mukwen if he was sure that this assignment would not harm them. Mukwen raised his head, saying that he himself was not too happy to work for the Alliance, but they pay generously, and they have already received a whole lot of money in advance, which is enough to establish their clan. Yakrin frowned, saying that she and Mukwen checked everything thoroughly, so they don't need to worry so much. 6 horses were harnessed to a huge cart with a load. Musin, who was standing nearby with Yakrin and Mukwen, said that he was more worried about the gigantic payment and the size of the cargo, after which he asked Mukwen what their cargo was. Musin turned his head sharply after hearing Mukwen say that their cargo was corpses. Yakrin raised her hand, beckoning the rest of the Iron Squad. Mukwen imagined several figures of people asking Musong if he remembered how recently those dissatisfied with the alliance handed over a list with signatures in order to keep their plot a secret. Musin began to put on his cloak while listening to Mukwen, who stood next to him, say that the alliance was quietly dealing with the main instigators from the list, and in general they were simple mercenaries, whose reputation and strength were one of the best. Wrapping his cloak around himself, while the rest of the members of his squad were getting ready and bustling around, Musin listened as his deputy commander said that they were paid very generously, and from this pay they would be able to eat and party for several years. Soon Yakrin and Musin mounted their horses and led the whole team behind them, shouting to lift their spirits. Events take us to the Alliance camp on the northern front. Soren was training. She jumped up and swung her blade in a jump, changing its direction 3 times. The girl spun around as soon as she landed. Each blow was accompanied by a gust of wind and a certain elegance. Instantly jumping to the side, she delivered her blow and only halfway changed direction. Salgon, who was watching her from the side, exclaimed. The monk began to approach Soren, saying that he did not expect anything less from the priestess of Wushan, after which he began to praise Soren's sword skills. Salgon bowed to the girl as he approached her. She in turn put her sword back in its sheath and listened awkwardly as the monk told her that he had something to learn from her, because even after such a tiring trip, she trained. The girl responded by saying him that she just couldn't sleep. Salgon smiled, saying that he was surprised that Soren was so nervous, because she had much more experience going out than he did. The monk closed his eyes, saying that he almost never left Shaolin, because of which his knowledge is limited. Soren smiled awkwardly, saying that she did not like the title of the 7 junior heavens. The girl looked away and asked why the holder of the same title as her should be inexperienced. Salgon scratched his head, telling Soren that she confused him and he had to admit that sometimes he just followed his mentor and fought with him. But before he could notice, the world dubbed him one of the lesser heavens. Looking towards Soren, she asked if one of the 9 heavens was his mentor. The monk imagined the figure of a fat monk and said that his mentor always says that it is not right for a Shaolin monk to interfere in worldly affairs. Salgon became a little depressed, remembering his teacher's former nickname. Soren turned her head while continuing to look to the side and said that she did not expect that one of the 9 heavens would distance himself from worldly affairs. Salgon, standing opposite her, told her that it was for this reason that he was shocked by the news that he would be sent on this mission. The girl stopped smiling, saying that even Shaolin was forced to intervene after the appearance of the Yulchan family. Soren looked at the monk, saying that even their clan was forced to listen to the request at least once, but she was here only to help people. The monk turned his head a little and said that even if the invulnerable illustrious family came out of their mansion, then it was truly a difficult time. The 2 people did not notice how another person had been watching them from afar all this time. The man began to walk away when he heard all the information about the task being said. At this time, a detachment of Iron Blood was descending the hill at great speed along with the cargo. Musin and Yakrin, along with another teammate, rode horses in front of everyone. Musin looked to the side and frowned, mentally complaining about the ride. In the distance, Musin saw the Alliance camp. Looking at the white flag with the hieroglyph, the group approaching it, seeing the flag, said that they had almost reached their destination. Musin glanced at Mukwen, who was sitting on the cart as a coachman, when he asked him to check their path. Musin squinted, realizing that they wanted to use him again. But then he looked at the camp in the distance. He saw the figure of a girl standing in front of the warriors and immediately recognized her. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head and looked at him. Musong's eye opened wide in shock. He began to remember how he held his forehead while kneeling in front of the man. That's when he got his scar. His eyes were tinted red and he was screaming in pain. Like a savage, he flexed his fingers while looking at Yulchan in front of him. Musin bit his lower lip and shook his head. He put the cloak on his head and looked straight. Musin galloped sharply on his horse in front of the entire group. Looking forward, Musong could no longer laugh and rejoice. His face was serious. Monchan's appearance was shocking for him. It also made him think about what was happening in the world. A huge barrel fell to the ground, raising dust into the air. The Iron Blood squad stood next to the keg and tried to catch their breath. Yakrin suddenly raised her hand and shouted, ordering everyone to prepare to retreat due to a possible battle. Musong, who stood aside, closed his eyes and sighed. The appearance of the Mon family was terrifying. He decided to hide immediately after receiving the money for this order. The head of the Iron Squad turned his head and opened his eyes, but then he turned away again, cursing at his yielding to money. In a barrel standing nearby, Musen felt something sinister. The tank with corpses continued to stand after the departure of the Iron Detachment. Soon night fell and stars began to appear in the sky. Suddenly, all the nails in the tank suddenly flew out. The lid opened, causing all the steam to come out. Inside the tank lay the naked bodies of many people. Not only their bodies, but their limbs were covered in blood. Suddenly, a hand flew out from the mountain of bodies. The body of one of the people rose above the edge of the barrel. Soon a one-armed man came out and walked to the side. The dark sky with stars followed this man. Events shift to the battlefield. Xiachen shouted, ordering all troops to go into battle. The people on the left and right flanks shouted as they followed Xiachen. They were all masters summoned from the 9 great heavens. The members of the demon exorcism squad following in the rear and center began to scream. The entire army followed Xiachen, and the archers' arrows began to be released. Hirn followed in the chariot behind and watched the battle. Hirn, whose horses were constantly moving around the battlefield, thought that the outcome of this battle would decide who the winner was. Hyeryong frowned, realizing that they could only win if only the crowd of people stopped following Xiachen. Beloved Xiachen opened his eyes wide when he saw the figure of a man in the distance. Hirn looked at Monchen, who was followed by her soldiers, and was shocked. And the fact that the girl on the white horse at the head of the entire group was Yulchan's daughter. Monchen turned her head and smiled contemptuously, calling everyone non-entities. When the girl grabbed the hilt of her blade and ordered an attack, the rest of the warriors simultaneously grabbed their swords. Hirn bit her lower lip, causing blood to drain from her mouth. Mentally, she told herself that even if she inherited in captivity. But then Hyeryong looked at Seokjung and began to praise him affectionately in her heart. Hyeryong saw Sachin's cloak fluttering as he galloped on his horse. For her, he was the one who could stand alone. One of the people of Silent Night, holding an axe in his hand, began to run up to Munchen, shouting that their enemies were approaching. Munchen, who was bandaging his hands, said that everything turned out as his friend said. Munchen grabbed his spear, hoping that everything would be decided in this battle. Releasing enormous pressure, causing dust particles to fly into the air, and his eyes to glow brightly, Munchen headed towards the battlefield. Munchen stood in front of the army and ordered them to behave calmly. Raising his spear, he ordered everyone to line up. The people of the Quiet Night, like animals, a moment later started screaming and attacked her. Looking at the approaching army in the distance, Zarin was surprised by such a quick response. While Hiren's hair fluttered in the wind, the girl herself tried to understand the reason for what happened. The girl raised her hand and pointed it at the enemies. One of the people immediately raised a red flag and rushed to the attack. A huge amount of dust and wood chips began to fly into the air due to the pressure of many people. Soon the two armies almost approached within 200 meters. And a moment later the warriors crossed their weapons on the battlefield. Blood began to fly in all directions, and killings filled the entire battlefield. People showed no mercy, neither cut throats nor attacked from behind, and all this was in an attempt to survive. The clicks clashed, people screamed and fought, not stopping to do it for a second. When the spearmen entered the battle, many people suddenly began to be pierced by them. They used the comrades in front as a shield. Spears, swords, and axes killed and cut each other's throats. One person had already been swallowed up by a bloody aura, his eyes glowing brightly with death. His opponent became identical. They screamed, trying to kill their enemies. Suddenly, the Luli of the Mon family began to approach the battlefield. Their hands lay on the hilts of their guns. All the Mon family warriors began to line up. They broke into the enemy's ranks and began the massacre, killing a dozen people with one swing of their sword. Monchen squatted down. She strained her right leg as hard as she could to jump. While riding a white horse, Monchen bent her legs and sat down on his back. A moment later, the girl jumped high into the air, heading straight towards the crowd of people. Monchen raised it, looking at the people with hostility, and began to fly up to them. A bright yellow star appeared in the night sky. After Monchen collided with the ground, a column of Kai was released, crushing the entire ground. Monchen sat motionless as the bodies of her enemies, who flew into the air after her strike, began to slowly fall. Monchen raised her head sharply and helped with her hand so that all her hair was thrown back over her head. Suddenly, the girl froze when she saw someone in the distance. She turned her head to watch as the enemy pierced one of the people with a spear. It was Monchen who pierced 3 of his enemies at once, and in his other outstretched hand he held another man. Monchen was calm. His eye was faintly illuminated in the night, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He turned his head and looked at Monchen. The man's arrogant gaze crossed Moy Anhyun's embittered gaze. Immediately, the girl quickly moved towards the spear of black wings. In the center of the battlefield, Sachan remained the strongest, breaking up the crowd of attacking warriors. The man's calm gaze quickly changed to a wary one. Sachanu saw Moy Anhyun moving uncontrollably towards the man who had drawn his weapon. It was a piercing black spirit spear. Sachan's face quickly changed, his eyebrows furrowed. The man thought that he needed to catch the 4 supreme demon commanders as soon as possible in order to end the war with minimal losses. Suddenly, a stranger with a terrifying bladed weapon appeared on the battlefield out of nowhere. Sachan admitted the disturbing thought that there might be their soldiers next to this man. Moving confidently through the crowds of screaming warriors, Moy Anhyun made her way closer and closer to the man with the spear. Having met a stranger with a weapon on her way, the girl made her way further, hovering in the air above him, getting closer and closer to the spear of black wings. With a grin, Moy Anhyun said that the warriors who dared to flee were non-entities who deserved death and only got in the way. Sungchan held his worried gaze. He saw the stranger move towards Moy Anhyun, leaving the battlefield. The guy sharply turned his gaze to the man with the spear, who also stood motionless. Without thinking twice, Seongchan moved after the girl, who was already ready to strike with the black dragon spear. A shockwave thundered across the battlefield, accompanied by a bright explosion. This sound reached a group of people approaching the scene of action. Hyunseo looked anxiously at the battlefield and announced that the battle had already begun, so it was worth hurrying. With an arrogant face, the man addressed Seolgon and Soren with a reminder that he sincerely does not care about their lives. Hyunseo rudely said that they should take care of this themselves. The guy kept a calm face, and the girl's eyebrows frowned, making it clear the seriousness of her intentions. The group of people continued to move through the high rocks. Solgon turned to Soren, reasoning that the war, which has been going on for 3 years, does not allow him to see the future. The girl restrainedly listened to the man with her eyes closed. He continued to talk about the immeasurable number of deaths that war brings with it. Suddenly, something caught Soren's attention and made her turn around. While the monk was enthusiastically discussing the fact that some bodies were not even taken for burial, the girl became wary and began to tighten her grip on her weapon. Soren's eyes widened in surprise. Interrupting Solgon's remarks, she told him to shut up. There was a noise. Hyunseo noted displeasedly that most likely there was an information leak. A dark silhouette appeared in the distance. It was one of the 4 supreme demon commanders, the mountain-crushing demon axe. A smug smile appeared on his face, because according to a certain informant, the rats were supposed to stab him in the back. That's how it was planned. The group of people found themselves surrounded on all sides by warriors, and Hyeonseon noted with displeasure that the demon had no right to speak to him so casually, because he didn't even know who the man was. Mountain-crushing demon axe sarcastically said that he knew the man as the demonic spirit emperor, but to him, he was still Hyunseo the rat. Turning his dissatisfied glance at the people, the demon asked if the man knew who he was. Without looking away, Hyunseo confidently began to say that in front of him was one of the 4 demon commanders of the Quiet Night, who was about to fall by his hand. Crossing his arms over his chest, the men asked why Hyusun was here and not on the battlefield, to which he received a smug answer from his opponent. Thanks to an unknown informant, the demon commander returned so as not to be stabbed in the back. A tense atmosphere hung around. The demonic spirit emperor said displeasedly that one way or another he would force the demon to hand over the unknown. Solgon and Soren took a fighting stance, covering each other's backs. The guy turned to the lady, not understanding how they ended up cornered. The warriors surrounding the young people moved towards them with loud shouts. Bravely and without hesitation, the girl fought off the approaching crowd with the help of the sword of the 1,000-armed Buddha. The monk, with a battle cry, fought back with the help of the Golden Sand's spiritual pole. Solgon turned to Lady Nam with concern, noting that the warrior's internal energy was unusual, and she should be careful. But the girl didn't care. Drawing her sword, she was ready to deal with everyone. She only displeasedly ordered the monk to be silent and take time to fight. Suddenly, a warrior appeared right in front of the guy, quickly approaching and uttering a war cry. The monk, while fighting back, tried to find out the reason for the rejection of humanity and their desire to conquer the world. To which the attacking warrior with a brutal face shouted loudly that they were fighting only because they wanted to live. Crossing their arms, the men maintained eye contact as the warrior continued to talk about how hard their lives were. None of them were born into happiness and prosperity due to the Quiet Night. Rare tears rolled down from the man's distraught eyes. People like him were forbidden to even dream. Raising his tone to a scream, the man said that they had to become animals in order to survive. Unable to contain his emotions and feelings, the warrior excitedly told his opponent that they had to eat the flesh of their relatives in order to continue their worthless coexistence. The monk could not express his emotions, so he continued to listen, stunned, to the warrior's cries that neither he nor anyone else had the right to compare them to animals. Swinging his giant sword, Hyunseo fixed his gaze on Chusen. In turn, the mountain-crushing demonic axe also prepared to strike back. When the weapons touched each other, they caused a bright flash with a shock wave that spread across the entire battlefield. The man's thoughts flashed with disturbing thoughts about the power of the demon in front of him, because he had never personally met any of them. At the same time, Chusen thought that the fight would not be easy because his opponent exceeded all expectations. Hyunseo's released demonic dark heaviness energy caused everything around him to rise into the air, and even break sections of the ground. But the stormy vortex of stellar energy summoned by the demon commander had no less destructive energy. Quickly pointing his weapon towards the demon, the man shouted that he was called the demonic spirit emperor for a reason, but because he was an expert in demonic arts, and his special skill was the focus of arts from all over the world. Without holding back his emotions and strength, Chusen proudly declares that he masters the martial art of the axe, and he received the nickname of the Mountain Crusher for a reason. He hit the ground with an axe. It immediately split, throwing dust and small particles into the air. Both of the demon's axes were driven into the ground, as was Hyunseo's sword, which was barely visible due to the rising dust. The shockwave threw the man and the demon commander in different directions. After assessing what had happened, the demonic spirit emperor realized that the sword had been knocked out of his hands when it came into contact with the axe. Frowning his brows further, mountain-crushing demonic axe was amazed that there was a person with such strength lurking among the people of the Heavenly Central Alliance. Slowly moving towards the sword sticking out of the cracks, Hyunseo noted that it was interesting that such violent force had not been applied to it for a long time. His blood literally boiled in anticipation of battle, at which time the demon commander began to slowly move towards him. Approaching closer and closer to each other, they felt incredible tension. Even the earth could not stand it and continued to crumble into pieces. Without further ado, left without weapons, both struck with their fists, making each other feel the full power of each on their own faces. Hyunseo's eyes grew more ardent for battle, even though the blow made him feel a ringing pain. The rage remained in the demon commander's eyes, but he was stunned by the force of the man's blow. Immediately, the man suddenly grabbed the mountain-crushing demonic axe by the beard. In turn, Chusen followed suit and did the same with his beard. In one swift movement, their foreheads touched in a blow of violent force, causing each to throw their head back in the opposite direction. Not intending to weaken the force of the blow and feel sorry for himself, the demonic spirit emperor grabbed the demon commander's beard again. With his second hand, Hyunseo decisively struck swift blows to Chusen's face and body. The mountain-crushing demonic axe grabbed the man by the beard and tried to pull him closer to strike. But a hail of blows from Hyunseo immediately rained down on him. Then the demon commander decided to counterattack, delivering the same blows to the man. The fight between the two strongest caused the earth to tremble beneath them. A hail of blows rained down on each of them over and over again. But no one was going to give in. Meanwhile, Solgon and Soren continued to fight off the brutal warriors. The monk could easily resist warriors attacking out of nowhere with the help of his staff. Taking a moment to distract himself from what was happening around him, he fixed his gaze on the fight between Chusen and Hyunseo. Everything around them was lifted into the air by the force wave generated by the never-ending stream of blows. Their blows only intensified. Solgon became numb, his eyes filled with tears, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. He turned sharply towards the place of his battle. Mountains of corpses appeared before his eyes. Memories flashed through the guy's head, the words of the very warrior who attacked him, who told his sad story and the true reason for the battles. His words sounded louder and louder in the monk's head, and before his eyes he saw his face, with brutal eyes and tears pouring from them. When the voice in his head died down, all that remained was the phrase only madness, survival, and death. He could not understand what was happening, because he himself was no longer sure whether he was acting fairly. The lifeless bodies surrounding him made Solgon realize that they were just weak people who were trying their best to survive in this cruel world. Having lost his vigilance and succumbed to his thoughts, the monk did not notice at all how a warrior appeared behind him. Before he could strike, Soren stopped him, thereby protecting Solgon. The man was surprised, but he was also in a veil of his thoughts, unable to respond in a timely manner to the danger that had arisen. For this, the girl gave him a powerful slap in the face to bring him to his senses. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning her brows, Lady Nam told him to come to his senses. Today's battle did not correspond to the ideas they had been taught all their lives, because this is reality, not made-up ideas. Soren's eyes were filled with rage. She shared the monk's views on what was happening, and believed that everything that was happening in the world was wrong. Trying to bring the man back to himself, she says that their Wushan clan is also guilty of this, because they helped this happen. And Mentor Solgon, and part-time head of the Shaolin Temple, Mentor Puliang, is one of the main culprits. With emptiness in his eyes, the man continued to listen to Lady Nam. She assured that they were here to put the world in order, but it was he who should put the Shaolin Temple in order. Snatching the sword from its sheath, she shouted that in order to translate all these ideas into reality, they initially need to return alive. Looking at her, the monk also grabbed the staff and squeezed it tighter with both hands. Turning to him, the girl urged him to fight with all his might for a better future. Soren's gaze turned to the battlefield between Hyunseo and Chusen. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and the question arose in her head why the head of the clan had not finished yet. There was almost no living space on the man's body, but he continued to take all the blows that the demon commander dealt him. However, the mountain-crushing demonic axe itself was already barely standing. Suddenly they pulled away, catching their breath. There were a lot of abrasions on his face. His breathing was labored. Hyunseo didn't want to admit it, but he was already at the limit, and couldn't wait for the demon to give up. But Chusen could no longer breathe normally and admitted that he would not hold out for long, but also expected his opponent to admit defeat. They raised their fists over each other's heads again. Their heads barely survived the blows. They immediately swung again, but a man with a sword appeared out of nowhere and forced them to stop. Surprised exclamations were heard. They froze at the same moment as Muon walked right between them. He took his katana out of its sheath. It was emitting a bright blue light, and with a sharp movement he walked past them. The heroes remained standing motionless, while the ground under Muon's feet was crushed into small particles. Standing in a stupor for some more time, they saw in front of them Muon's back and a trail of cracked earth under their feet. The man carefully put the katana into its sheath, and the sound of sliding metal was heard. As soon as the katana was fully sheathed, the ground that Muon walked on began to shake and disintegrate. In the shroud of rising dust, the blue glare of the katana was visible. Immediately, the entire battlefield was illuminated with white light. Suddenly, the space around was plunged into impenetrable darkness. Blinding sparks with a blue tint began to be visible. The protagonist used the slash technique and a bright purple flash appeared in the air. Sheathing the katana, the man struck Hyunseo and Chuseng with one blow. Both fell to the ground, unable to withstand such a blow. The man only lowered his calm and cold gaze on them. Muon continued walking, but heard conversations behind him. The mountain-crushing demon axe could barely breathe or see, and the wounds on his face and body could not be counted. The man, barely finding the strength to utter a word, turned to the stranger, wanting to know who he was. Muon squatted next to him, simultaneously listening to the indignation of the demonic spirit emperor. Lowering the collar of his clothes a little, the guy looked displeased at the man lying on the ground. His eyes filled with anger, acquiring a blue glow. He began his story with a story from his childhood, when the entire Northern Heavenly clan was killed, and his little dream stood as a trembling and frightened boy behind the clan leader Jin Kwangho, who he was. Without expressing any emotion, piercing his soulless gaze at the one lying down, Muon asked if the demonic spirit emperor remembered him. The stunned Chusen, looking at Muon, was confused. He thought that Muon had died long ago. Muon looked at his opponent with contempt. There was not even a drop of pity in his eyes. Chusen remembered how the Northern Blade intervened in his battle with Henso, and with one lightning strike struck them both down, cutting all their tendons. Trying to move his weakened hand, Chusen realized that this was impossible. The axe of total destruction's face was disfigured, with blood flowing from every wound. Looking at Muon, whose face showed nothing but thirst for revenge and hatred, Chusen realized that it was he who was leaking all the information. His whole face was covered with large lumps, his eyes were filled with blood and confusion, and then he realized that all of this had been planned in advance by Muon. Chusen's eyes filled with rage. He began to scream, insulting Muon, and there were almost no teeth left in his mouth after the past battle. Silently looking at what was happening, Muon could only listen to how he, in the last minutes of his life, tried to insult him. Beating his head on the ground with unbearable rage, Chusen remembered the day Muon's father pierced his chest with a sword. Chusen's eyes no longer held a grudge. He was upset that he did not kill Muon then. But before he could say this, the northern blade, without a drop of doubt, pierced Chusen's head with a katana, ending his torment. Taking out his katana with a quick movement, he cut the enemy's head in half, causing blood to splash in all directions. Putting the katana back in its sheath and turning away from Chusen, he fixed his gaze far into the distance. After thinking about everything that had just happened, he stood up, turned around and walked away from Chusen's lifeless body. At this time, Salgon and Soren fought with an endless horde of soldiers attacking them. Concerned, Salgon, without leaving his fighting stance, turned to his partner, saying that he felt something. His face was restless, drops of sweat were running down his face from fatigue. Suddenly a silhouette appeared behind him. It was Manhwa. With one blow to the back of the head he knocked out Salgon, who only managed to open his mouth in pain. Having lost consciousness, he fell to the ground. The angry Manhwa directed his gaze towards Soren. He saw how he fights with a bunch of soldiers, not yielding to them at all. Having seen enough, he concentrated and gathered his strength. Manhwa pushed off the ground with such force that a small hole was left under his foot. Using one of his techniques, he cut out one opponent after another, leaving them no chance. Noticing this and realizing what was happening, Soren immediately ducked down to avoid injury. Manhwa's hair was up, her eyes glowed purple, and veins stood out on her forehead. As soon as it was all over, Soren stood up and covered her face with her hand, which still held the sword, from the particles that belonged to the warring soldiers. With sweat on her face and taking a breath, she looked towards Manhwa. Opposite her at a short distance stood Manhwa, his technique raising columns of dust on the ground, but he only asked if Soren was okay. Coming closer, already hoping for help from Soren, she was glad that Manhwa intervened. Looking into her eyes, Northern Blade apologized, explaining that he had to wait until the two wore each other down in battle. A few days ago, the Heavenly Central Alliance tent. At the negotiations, Henso is sitting at the table, his hands are folded, and his face is all wrinkled with seriousness. Behind him, on both sides, are Salgon and Soren. Concerned and observing everything that was happening in the Shatra, Soren listened as Henso suggested that he, along with Soren and Salgon, secretly attack the Tikhon Nachai base and burn it to the ground. Here all eyes in the tent were turned to Monchen, who had entered it. Silent Night base. Soren carefully sneaks towards the entrance to the base. She looked around to make sure that no one was nearby and that the entrance was clear. Here, looking into the distance, at the very entrance, behind the wall stands an unknown figure. Taking a closer look, she saw that it was Northern Blade Manhwa. He looked at her intently, without making any signs or appearance. Once again, just in case, she looked around. After making sure that everything is definitely clean, with a serious face, frowning eyebrows and gritting her teeth, she headed towards the entrance. First, she took out a sword, the tip of which began to smoke from Soren's power. Stopping and taking out a second sword, she began to spin them around her body. Jumping on the spot, she carried out blow after blow. She put strength into her swords. Because of this, every time she swung her weapon, a beautiful white trail was left behind it. Having carried out the last blow, she stopped. Calmly watching Soren train, Manhwa knew that Monhen had joined the troops and that the offensive would begin in 2 days. Then Manhwa was surprised, because he heard voices, looked in the direction where I was sending the voices. He saw that it was Salgon and Soren, whom the monk had just approached. Salgon praised his partner that he did not expect anything less from her. Holding the pole in one hand and the other hand in front of him, bowing his head in front of Soren, he spoke. That he has something to learn from her. Because such a road has probably exhausted her, he does not shy away from training. A little embarrassed and confused by this, Soren, sheathing her blades, said that she simply could not sleep because of the coming future, so she tried to collect her feelings in this way. Manhwa calmly listened to what they were saying, without trying to interfere. As soon as the voices died down, he quickly and quietly walked into the depths of the base. Night, desert, brightly shining moon. A barely visible silhouette walks along the sand. The former base of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Everything is destroyed. Now this is the camp of Silent Night. Everywhere there are only ruins, not a single whole house and not a single inhabitant. The genius flies in a hurry to his masters. Suddenly he saw something he did not expect. His eyes opened in surprise. He could not believe his eyes. A few meters away from him, between Chusen and the spear of black wings, Manhwa stood with an axe and spear at his neck. His eyes were filled with rage and deep resentment. His hair flowed from the strong wind. He was not afraid of the weapon pointed at his neck. Jenny didn't understand why he came here, even alone. Lowering his head, with bitterness in his voice, He asked Muon how he got here and why. Looking intently at Jenny Muon without a drop of fear, he said in a confident voice that he came here because he had an offer. Silent Night military tent. As they say, in Kanho no one remains an enemy or ally forever. Everyone here shares a strange fate, Munbo thought to himself. Tea was carefully poured from a teapot into a mug. Munbo, Chusen and Black Wing Spear were sitting at the round table, and Jenny was pouring tea for them, saying that he had heard about the Northern Blade, and that he had heard that his skills were impressive. Folding his hands, Chusung turned to him with a sneer that he seemed to be really good for coming alone to the lair of Silent Night, the sworn enemies of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and this after killing the Heavenly Sounds demon. His eyes were filled with rage, his beard stuck out in sharp tufts in all directions, veins stood out all over Jusung's face. He was holding back with all his might so as not to kill Muon, telling him that he was still alive only because of the proposal he blurted out. Muon, not daring to say anything, still sat calmly, looking at Chusian, listening that if suddenly this offer was not profitable for him, he would instantly cut Muon in half. While pouring tea into his own mug, Jenny started talking about Chungmyeon and the Fresh Wind Shadow Demon, asking Muon if he killed them. Chusen and the Black Wing Spear tensed, and an awkward pause hung in the air. After taking a sip of tea, exhaling heavily and lowering his head, Muon said. An image of the three head representatives of Muram Sichuan appeared in his head, and they jointly defeated the Shadow Demon of Fresh Wind. Taking a sip of his drink, with complete indifference in his voice and face despite Moonbo, Black Wing Spear stopped him, after which he glanced at him and told him to answer his question while looking into his eyes. Lowering his head, Moonbo, realizing he had no choice, exhaled heavily, and boldly raising his head, looking into the eyes of the Phantom Spear, he decided to ask what they would do if he really killed him. Already looking into his eyes with interest, Phantom Spear simply remained silent. For several minutes, in such a tense atmosphere, they were silent, looking into each other's eyes. They started a real fight in their minds. The spear of the Black Wings clashed in a fierce battle with Moonvo, but all this took place only in their heads. With eyes full of intent, they had no intention of giving in to their opponent. Lunging forward, Moonvo attacked the Phantom Spear, who dodged without fail. In their hands were mugs of tea. They shook so hard that the tea rose from their force. Phantom Spear lunged, trying to hit his opponent with his spear, but Munbo deftly parried and blocked the attack with his katana. Both were shaking, looking at each other as if they were ready to kill each other. Blow after blow, they tried to injure each other, but each time they parried each other's attacks. From the force transmitted through the hand, the tea rose higher and higher. Black Wing's Spear noticed this, but the same thing happened in his hand. As if in sync with Moonbo's tea, his tea rose up. Moonbo noticed this too. Suddenly, the Northern Blade missed the blow. The spear flashed, cutting through Moonbo's side, where blood immediately splashed out. But the Phantom Spear did not escape unscathed. At that moment, blood sprayed from his neck and he missed Moonbo's attack, receiving a more serious wound. The mug in Phantom Spear's hands cracked. He immediately clenched it into his fist with such force that it shattered into small pieces. Jenny was shocked. Jenny looked in surprise at his losing ally. Phantom Spear exhaled with a weight. Looking up at Moonvo, he saw his eyes burning with rage, very powerful energy emanating from him. Watching him, he became aware. Muon, sitting opposite him with his eyes closed and his head bowed, has grown considerably since then. Illusory Spear didn't expect him to become so strong. He doesn't even need to cross swords with him, because it's clear that he has reached the pinnacle of power and can fight back. At this time, Chusun, sitting on the side, was constantly watching what was happening. He realized that he was not inferior to the strongest member of Silent Night. From these thoughts, he tensed up so much that veins appeared all over his body. Two huge axes were sticking out from behind his back, and it flashed through his thoughts that until they really fought, nothing was known yet. To the right of Chusun, with his head down and drinking tea, sat Jenny. After what he saw, he said that if this really was the work of Moonvo, he would be angry. But for now he could not do anything about it. Without moving, despite the others, he said that he would remember that Munbo denied his involvement, but could not guarantee that they would be expected after the end of the war. Moonvo watched intently and listened to Jenny's every word. Then Jenny decided to ask the reason for Munbo's arrival. After thinking for a second, the protagonist decisively replied that he knew that at the moment the forces of Silent Night were inferior to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Lowering his head slightly, he looked at Genoi from under his brows, offering his support to together wipe out the Central Heavenly Alliance from the face of the earth. Looking sarcastically at Muon, Jenny replied that it sounded great. But why would they team up with their sworn enemy? Looking carefully at Genoi, Muon said that he was guided only by his own interests. At the moment, they have a common enemy, the Central Heavenly Alliance, and they are not able to defeat him individually. Looking at Muon, with a cup of tea in his hand, Jenny asked how they could believe Muon, to which the Northern Blade, without a drop of reasoning, he said that he was ready to give them the information they needed. Raising his cup of tea, he continued that Monhyun had gone to the battlefield, and all the Alliance troops under the leadership of Sachon would move out in 2 days. While Jenny drank tea, Muon continued to say that during this battle, Henso and the demonic spirit emperor would attack the Silent Night base, taking advantage of the gap in the defense. Raising the cup to his mouth, Genie quietly asked if Muon was sure of this. Muon answered decisively and quickly that this was undoubtedly accurate, and that he had his own people in the camp of the Central Heavenly Alliance. After exhaling and thinking a little, Genie said that after the death of the demon of heavenly sounds at the hands of Sachon and the loss of contact with the shadow of the fresh wind demons, the morale and fighting forces of Silent Night dropped significantly, which means they need the opportunity to change the balance of power. Looking at Muon with his only eye, Jenny wondered what would become of Silent Night and the Northern Heavenly Clan after the fall of the Central Heavenly Alliance. To which Muon coldly replied that he didn't care, and why not discuss it later, depending on how things would turn out by then. Hearing this, Chusung quickly stood up and headed out of the tent, saying that he would have to move his troops to prepare for the rats coming from the rear. Standing slightly behind Muon, Chusung looked over his shoulder at him, and with a flame burning in his eyes, warned that if he decided to separate them, his axe would instantly split Muon's skull. At this point, Genoi told Munchen, who was also about to leave, that it was time for him to also go take care of the movement of troops in preparation for a surprise attack, adding that he should go calmly because Muon seemed to have no intention of harming him. After passing by the Northern Blade, Munchen turned around with fire in his eyes and said goodbye to him. After Chusung and Munchen left, the Silent Night tent became quieter. In it, only Muon and Jenny were at the table, peacefully drinking tea. Folding his arms across his chest, Genie thought for a moment, realizing that the Northern Blade could always change sides and direct the blade against them. Looking at the empty cup, he realized that now they are completely short of masters who can currently provide them with their power. This is a risky game, but he has no choice but to rely on the Northern Blade. Then Muon interrupted the silence in the tent. Looking closely at Jenny, he asked him if Silent Night was planning anything else besides a full-scale war with the Central Alliance. After thinking a little and looking at Muon, Jenny replied that they were also preparing their own ambush. A secret army led by the Witch of the White Knight is about to attack the Central Plains, which will be less protected while all the main forces gather on the Field of Pain. The ultimate goal of this sneak attack is to shock even the Mon family. After thinking for a while and thinking it over, Muon said that even though all the troops are gathered here, and the elite of the invulnerable family is not in place, the White Knight Witch will have a hard time alone. Therefore, he will also lead his squad to the Central Heavenly Alliance, Muon added. Looking at Muon with some apprehension, Jenny replied that this would provide them with considerable help. But he had something completely different in his mind. He understood that Muon would become a force even more dangerous than the Central Heavenly Alliance. So he decided that they would only use him for a short time and then hastily get rid of him. Leaving the tea unfinished, they left the tent. It was still night outside. The moon shone brightly and illuminated the ruins, which were swallowed up in dust due to the strong wind. Muon's cloak fluttered from the strong wind. He stood opposite Genoi, next to whom stood Chusung, pouting with anger, and Munchen, who bowed his head. Looking at the departing Northern Blade, Chusung asked if Jenim believed him, to which he replied that his information turned out to be extremely accurate, and he himself said that he would take care of the Central Alliance while Silent Night was fighting here. As Muon walked further and further, he looked around as the three continued to watch him, saying that it would be great if he alarms the Central Heavenly Alliance along with the Witch of the White Knight, and at the moment they can only trust him. Thinking over the information that Jenim told him, Muon seemed calm, but still thought about what to do and how to act. The silhouette of a raven soared above the ground. He flew all night to bring the message to the Tang clan temple by morning. The raven sat on Jinwal's head and gave him a message from Muon. Unfolding the letter, a surprised Jinwal read it with a raised eyebrow. It was written that the Witch of the White Knight was going to secretly attack the Central Alliance. After reading this, Junbal was happy. A smile spread across his entire face. His eyes lit up, shouting that he needed to spread this information to the entire alliance. Back to the present time, Muon stood in front of Soren, saying how difficult it was for them to agree to unite with them. He thanked Soren for playing her difficult role perfectly. To this, Soren replied that for the past 3 years they have openly supported Manhwa and fought face to face with one of the 9 heavens. Soren's face became angry, hatred and determination appeared in her eyes. Frowning her eyebrows, she said that she was ready to give her all to fix this rotten world. On that day 3 years ago, Soren continued to say, the scholar of 3 minds hinted that it was time to prepare for what was to come. Recalling that day in her head, Jinwoo stood in front of her and her companion, explaining that it was time to get ready. Gimon stood behind him, listening attentively to him. Indeed, the Central Heavenly Alliance had gathered the 7 junior heavens to participate in this sneak attack. Soren did not understand how far ahead the scientist of 3 minds saw everything. After finishing speaking, she looked at Manhwa with excitement in her eyes and asked what would happen now. Looking at her, Manhwa thought for a moment, and remembering the battle between 9 heavens Henso and the mountain-crushing demon axe of the 4 supreme demon commanders, said that they fought with all their might and died in a bloody battle. After what had been said, he looked at the unconscious monk Salgon and said that he was on the verge of life and death, fighting back the remaining troops to the last, and turning his gaze to Soren, he said that only she was able to remain in good health and return. Looking at Soren, Manhwa continued that this is the kind of information that their reconnaissance squad will spread. In the current situation, it will be difficult for them to verify the death of one of the 9 heavens, because they will neither have the strength to do this nor the ability to think about what happened. Surely these clashes will determine the winner and loser of this battle, and a new, even greater carnage will break out. And for this, let her gain strength. Manhwa turned to Soren. After that, Soren thought about what to say, and after a little time she said that everything was clear to her. The Wushan clan is always ready to support the Northern Heavenly clan, as well as help correct the rotten world. And after wishing them luck, they parted ways. Standing on the top of the mountain, Manhwa looked into the distance and thought about what would happen now. Looking at the field below him, there was fire in his eyes, the wind was blowing his hair and cloak, and in his head there was only the fact that now a fierce and mighty hurricane of battle would break out here. Late evening, smoke rises into the sky. Thick smoke comes from the gorge, rising higher and higher. Inside was the village of Silent Night. She burned to the ground. In the center of the village, among the burnt houses and broken earth, there are 2 figures. Beaten and crippled, Elder Seogwak says that the head of Silent Night was never here. The demon of chaos Unken holds him by the throat. Contempt and disrespect for his victims are visible in his eyes. He asks the old man where the head of Silent Night is, if not in this village. Jerking in pain, hoping not to die, Seogwak explained that although the head was still restoring his inner art, he immediately took part in the war as soon as it began. He said that he had no idea where he was now, perhaps on the battlefield. Perhaps he had decided to secretly attack the base of the Central Heavenly Alliance. With horror in his eyes and bleeding from his nose, he begged for his life, because he had told everything he knew. His head exploded like a balloon. Unken killed him without hesitation, shaking off the old man's blood from his hand. With dissatisfaction in his voice, he said that his sortie had turned out to be useless. Blood began to flow to Unken, and he, in turn, wondered where he should go, to the battlefield or to the camp of the Central Heavenly Alliance. At this time, 2 huge forces collided on the battlefield. 2 huge storms collided. One of the storms belonged to Monchin. She carried out attack after attack. Her opponent was Munchin. Her eyes were filled with rage, her face was wrinkled with anger. She screamed and called Munchin a dog, that it was not right for him to bite his master's hand, that he needed to obey orders obediently, as before. He did not respond to any of her insults. On the contrary, he was calm and silent, focused on the battle. After performing a dazzling series of blows, destroying countless piles of stones, he struck at her. Having hit it with such a crushing force, it was thrown back many meters, breaking through a giant stone and breaking it. There was a flash. A gigantic explosion shook the earth. Everything around shook. Monhan blocked Munchin's spear with her bare hands without receiving any injuries. The stones broke from her bodies. She was unharmed. Continuing to attack, Munchin aimed his spear straight at her, without giving her opponent a second to rest. He said that it was they from the Mon family who were the first to break their promise. Finally getting to her feet, Munchin spat out blood. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and there was pure hatred in her eyes. She herself was ready to attack. She braced herself on her leg, putting strength into it to make a jerk. Jumping high, her leg lit up with a yellow flame. She flew straight towards Munchin, who was already ready. She used the divine peacock kick technique, but Munchin managed to react and duck, causing the blow to miss him. Her blow was so strong that the huge mountain behind her was cut into 2 parts. Munchen did not receive any injuries. He remained unharmed and apparently he liked it. Immediately after the strongest blow, it was necessary to carry out the next one. Munchen had already begun to get up to strike back. But before he could straighten up, he immediately received a blow to the side, not having time to block it. He was confused, and Munchen immediately noticed it when she landed on the ground. Without wasting time, she knocked her opponent down with a circular kick to the ground. Before he could fall to the ground, Munchen sent him flying into the air with a lightning-fast and powerful blow. Munchen flew above the rocks, followed by a yellow trail from the power of Munchen. Stopping in the air, he took aim, and immediately with great force he threw his spear towards Munchen. As soon as she noticed it, it was already in front of her face. With a sharp movement of the whole body, she managed to dodge, and the spear only blew the cloak off her neck. Nailed to the ground, the spear left behind a giant hole due to its destructive power. Immediately next to the same spear was Munchen, with burning eyes and disheveled hair in different directions. He was preparing to strike with his spear. Noticing this, Munchen did not expect such an outcome. She immediately reached for her sword. Having barely had time to take out the weapon, she immediately let it enter, blocking Munchen's spear. From their strength, the ground beneath them cracked and collapsed, and they continued the fight. Channeling all his strength into the spear so as not to lose, he pressed on Munchen. Gathering her strength while holding back the Munchen spear, she used the technique Divine Peacock Sword. Munchen's gigantic force moved her backwards. She resisted with all her might, but it was in vain. No matter how hard she tried, she was all tense, sweat was running down her face, but she didn't give up. Munchen was calm. His many years of experience were making themselves felt. There was not a hint of fatigue on his face, as if he could continue like this for a long time. Jumping back sharply, Munchen used 2 techniques at once: 36 Invulnerable Swordsmen and Endless Void Rupture. The swordsmen immediately jumped on the enemy from all sides, attacking him countlessly. But within a second they were all scattered on different sides of the battlefield. Munchen was shocked by this. She did not understand how this was possible. Had he poured the energy of emptiness into the wind and controlled it? Munchen thought then. But when she saw Munchen, she was horrified. Huge black wings could be seen from behind his back. His eyes were burning. His spear was filled with his power. He mercilessly moved towards Munchen to finish everything. The man's eyes sparkle. He stands pointing a spear at a man. The people in the helmets look scared, one of whom realizes that he imbued the cloak with power to make it strong and sharp, like steel armor, but even though he pierces the black spiritual spear, his power is not infinite. Everyone begins to run to the attack when he remembers the irresistible force in the form of 36 invulnerable swordsmen who have trained their entire lives to hunt such monsters. The man looks at this calmly. In one motion throws away all attackers. Clenching his jaw, one of them tells the others not to stop attacking, to advance, so that he runs out of steam faster. They rush into battle again, preparing to strike. The man puts out his main weapon, trying to deflect the blow. He looks around when he is surrounded. He pushes people back again. He rests his foot on the ground. Suddenly the man flies into the sky, surprising everyone. His eyes sparkle and he thrusts his weapon forward. It begins to destroy the stone surface, preventing people from standing on it. The woman looks at the destruction and remembers that they say that if he tries, he can match the strength of the Lord of the Night. And this turned out to be true. She stares in amazement, breathing heavily, and realizes that this is the greatest warrior of Silent Night and the strongest of the 4 supreme demon commanders. She smiles wildly, deciding that she wants to have him. The man's eyes glow, and the woman declares that she wants the head of this monster, wants the head of the liar who crawls and fawns, possessing such power. The silhouette of a man smoking is depicted, and he is called the Father. Another shadow appears, and the woman thinks that she will show her father that she is much better than someone else. It turns out that she believes that she is better than that fugitive. Holding a weapon in her hands, she smiles. She declares that she will prove that she is worthy of becoming her father's heir. She takes off, leaving behind clouds of dust. Her image blurs. She rushes past the man, using the jade glass sword and stabbing him. The man looks at her, frowning. Once again, people scatter in different directions. The woman looks in surprise, noticing that the man is not the least bit tired, and wonders where this old man has so much endurance. The warriors spit blood. The man confidently swings at his opponents. He moves his hand back, leaning over. The woman watches what is happening with concentration. She grabs someone's clothes. She quickly pulls the man aside. He is immediately blown away by a powerful blow. As she prepares to flee, she informs the 36 invulnerable swordsmen that she wants the head of this monster and tells them to bring it to her. A man looks at a woman's shadow. He turns away as she begins to approach. People in helmets wrap around him, forming a circle of endless seal of emptiness. He looks up at the woman who is about to stab him and uses a divine sword and kick. He throws people aside using the 9 black heavenly stream technique. He clenches his jaw, raising his head. The woman looks questioningly at his hand reaching out to her. She frowns, eyes wide. She immediately grabs him with both legs, wrapping them around his neck. She grins, declaring that she will crush his neck and kill him. The man endures this attack. He puts his hand on her shoulder, trying to get her off of him. His reaching hand is visible. The sword sticking out of the stone begins to tremble. A man holds the hand of an attacker who wishes him death. He has his weapon in his hand. The woman's hand begins to fall. Fingers can be seen clenching on it. She looks at this dumbfounded. She turns her gaze to the man. She screams, her mouth wide open in horror. The woman falls to the ground and reaches out with her hand to the place where her other hand was. The man raises his weapon over her. He looks down on her, stating that she is strong as expected from a member of the Moyen family. However, being locked in that place, she did not get the experience of real battle. The woman grimaces her face in pain. People with blades are visible rushing. Smiling, Wonley concludes that the tide of battle has clearly tilted in their favor. He tells the people to keep advancing and not to spare anyone. The woman spreads her arms to the sides, and the thought sounds that 3 years of hard efforts to exhaust Silent Night have finally begun to yield results, and if everything continues in the same spirit, their victory will be only a matter of time. It is reported that all they have to do is grab the piercing black spiritual spear, and they will become the unconditional winners. A huge number of people are visible on the battlefield. The warrior king of the blue sky runs when he is called. The wounded man thanks him, smiling slightly, to which he is asked if he is okay. The warrior king looks at him seriously, telling him to take away the wounded, because he believes that this war will end with the least amount of casualties, since their commander-in-chief is Seokjong. He turns away, claiming that they should all return to their loved ones. He sighs, realizing that Silent Night is losing ground and decides to entrust this place to the Demon Exorcism Squad. A man stands holding a weapon in his hands. Suddenly he turns his head to the side. He notices a silhouette in the distance. It turns out to be the Blue Sky Warrior King. Stretching his hands, he says that they have finally met. He smiles, saying that in truth, he is very glad that the Phantom Spear did not fall at the hands of the Moyen family. Standing opposite him, the man remembers that he killed his longtime friend, as well as the commander in this war, better known as the Demon of Heavenly Sounds, and now dared to appear before him. A picture of the murder is shown. Frowning, Phantom Spear states that he is also extremely happy. There are sounds of suffering behind him. Moyeonhyun lies there, breathing heavily in pain. Everything blurs before her eyes. She suddenly frowns, realizing that she had only relaxed for a second. She sees a man holding out his hand to her and telling her that she is getting stronger every day. He lifts his head, starting to laugh, and states that she has not yet compared to her brother. The woman tells him to shut up, because it was a minor mistake and she will soon show him what she is capable of. He tuts and turns away. He approaches his father, bowing. Myeonghyun looks at the men in the distance. She has a sad and dissatisfied expression on her face. She realizes that she has always lived in her brother's shadow. She remembers her father. Angry, she says that he finally honored her with his gaze. She believes that she finally has a chance and she cannot miss it. She remembers the smoking man, who claims that he sometimes thinks about that guy, and even though his heart was weak and his eyes did not want to see the big picture, he was still a martial artist. The woman denies his words. She tightens the bandage with her teeth, claiming that they don't need some fool who abandoned his family and ran away. She rises to her feet, remembering Shadowspear's words about her lack of experience, and declares that the life of their family is an eternal struggle that begins in the womb. She glares, reminding her that she is the daughter of the absolute, Yulchun. Men rush into battle with each other. Seokjong swings, saying that in Silent Night the Black Spear is considered the strongest and he always wanted to fight with it one day. He strikes decisively. He looks away. The Phantom Spear looks down on you. Seokjong is ready to hit him. However, the man restrains him with his elbow. With his back turned, he is surprised by this. He is thrown aside by the blow. He turns around, standing confidently on his feet. Suddenly he starts running towards the man. The Phantom Spear swings its weapon at him. He prepares to strike him. Everything sparkles from their collision. The stone surface crumbles beneath them. The Phantom Spear is surprised, but does not show it with facial expressions. He rests his foot on the ground. Seokjong clenches his jaw, grinning. He strikes a pose, activating a stream of perfect light. This blinds his opponent. He approaches him with a fist of justice. Clouds of dust form. The man ends up in the air, surprising his attacker. Seochan looks at his wound, realizing that if it had been any deeper, he would have been cut in half. He looks back, claiming that the phantom spear is really good, and asks to allow him, like the same wanderer in Kanho, to ask a question about his clan. The man's main weapon is visible. He starts talking about his clan when his sword is shown. He stands looking down, realizing that he didn't have this. He strikes a pose, stating that he was simply piecing together his art by fighting various masters and learning from them step by step. His hand turns into something like a drill. He destroys everything in his path. Seochan coughs due to the stream of dust directed at him. Someone's foot pushes against his head. It turns out that it is Moyeon Hyun who wants to use the divine peacock kick. A huge wave of light can be seen from it. Looking at her dumbfounded, Seochan asks what she is doing. Her expression is wild, and she tells him to shut up because she only relaxed for a moment, and the phantom spear is her prey. Frowning, Dam rushed to help Moyeon. Swinging his spear, Munchin prepared to fight. Wind currents blew his hair in different directions. His eyes were shrouded in bright rays of energy. Munchin's weapon almost caught Moyeon Hyun's legs. Her face was shrouded in genuine rage. With unimaginable speed, she pushed off the ground and rushed towards Munchin. Lifting her leg, she prepared for impact. Seeing this, her opponent tried to jump to the side. Suddenly, Seochan appeared behind him. Clenching his fist, Dam tried to strike. The guy's attacks surrounded Munchin on all sides. His face was filled with true anger. At the last second, Munchin managed to bend down, avoiding the powerful attacks of the guys. Suchan's hand and Moyeon's leg suddenly collided. Indignant, Moyeon Hyun repeated her words, the essence of which was that Seochan did not need to get involved in the battle, noting that this was her prey, asking him to disappear and not get in the way. Frowning, Dam noted that he himself did not like the two of them cowardly squeezing one person together, adding that they were at war. Further, he declared that in addition to all this, he was their enemy, the strongest in the quiet night. Seochan stated that capturing their leader as quickly as possible would minimize their casualties, noting that her wound looked serious, requiring her to retreat and heal. Munchin's gaze was filled with calm. His weapon pierced the ground. Pushing off the ground, he prepared to launch his attack. Baring her teeth, Moyeon Hyun froze in one position. Wary, Seochan rushed forward. After Munchin spun his spear, the guys flew to the side. Stone debris could be seen next to the landed Munchin. The sky behind him was covered with clouds. Hanging in the air, concentrating, the guys rushed towards him. Pushing his fist forward, Mud attempted to strike his opponent. Jumping off the ground, Munchin managed to parry his attack. Putting his spear behind his back, he tried to catch his breath. Hanging in the air, Moyeon Hyun attempted an attack from above. Failing to hit Munchin, she landed on the ground. The moment Munchin swung his spear, Dam jumped to the side. By bending down, Moyeon Hyun managed to avoid a direct hit from her opponent's weapon. Leaning on her hand, she began to twist her legs. Developing incredible speed, she rushed to the attack. Munchin's face was filled with bewilderment at what he saw. Suddenly, Seochan attacked him from behind, striking him in the face. Leaping into the air, Moyeon Hyun rushed into battle. Her leg and Suchan's hand blocked Munchin's spear. Their faces were filled with genuine rage. Baring his teeth, Dam stared forward. Frowning, Munchin lowered his head. Moyeon's face was filled with rage. Clenching his fist, Seochan rushed towards his common enemy with Moyeon Hyun. Putting his spear in front of him, Munchin prepared to defend himself. Continuing to hold it in his hands, he managed to parry Moyeon Hyun's blow. Starting to spin it, Moyeon Hyun made the guys step back. Leaning down, Moyeon Hyun dodged her opponent's weapon. With his hands in front of his face, Seochan blocked the attack. Due to the shock wave, his body was thrown to the side. Swinging her leg, Moyeon Hyun hung in the air, after which, an explosion occurred at the site of a fierce fight. Shards of stones and a thick cloud of smoke rose into the air. A bright beam of light began to form in the center of the battle. The silhouettes of the guys were visible in the clouds of smoke. Getting into a fighting position, Seochan tried to catch his breath. Leaning down, Moyeon Hyun unsheathed her blade. His spear was visible behind Munchin's back. Blood began to slowly flow out of his mouth. Putting her hand to her mouth, she tried to wind it. Inspired. In his thoughts, Dam noted that their opponent was exhausted. Moyeon Hyun's face was filled with confidence. Concentrating the energy in his fists, Dam activated the heavenly armored fist from a stream of perfect light. Stomping her foot, Moyeon Hyun performed the divine peacock art. Due to powerful gusts of wind, Munchin's hair fluttered in different directions. Lowering his head, he stared at one point. Suddenly, changing his appearance, he let out a piercing cry. Behind him could be seen the face of the monster, which continued to scream. Enveloping his eyes in bright glare of light, he rushed forward. Beside himself with rage, Dam rushed to the attack. There was a cut on Mo Yanhian's face from which blood was flowing. After their collision, an explosion occurred on the battlefield. Hyorin's gaze was directed towards where the battle against Munchin was taking place. Her face was shrouded in anxiety and doubt. At the moment when the guys' auras collided in battle, a powerful release of energy occurred. An explosion occurred at the scene of the fight. A huge hole has formed in the bowels of the earth. The boy's gaze fell on many stone fragments. From what he saw, Suchon was shocked. In his leg was the spear of Monkchan. Blood was slowly flowing down his thigh. Baring his teeth, Mud tried not to scream. Before his eyes, with the help of his technique, Munchan pierced Mo Yanhian's body right through. Putting his hand forward, he froze in one position. Clutching the blade in her hand, Mo Yanhian lowered her gaze. The wound on her stomach continued to bleed. In her thoughts, she noted that to break through her clothing, which was not inferior in strength to iron armor, it would be necessary to attack with remarkable force. Gritting her teeth as she continued to think, she was amazed at the amount of energy Munchan had left. Calling her opponent a crazy monster, she said that she had just begun. Raising her blade upward, she prepared to attack. Exposing his palm, Munchan prepared to block her attack. After which, using his technique, he threw Mo Yanhian to the ground. Watching the cloud of smoke hanging, he froze in one position. Extending his hand, Munchan summoned his spear. Still holding his hand up, he waited for his weapon. Turning around, he stared into the distance. His gaze was drawn to Suchon, who was holding a spear. With an angry expression on his face, Dam continued to hold him to prevent him from falling to the enemy. There were bloody streaks on his face. Suddenly, the ground under his feet began to move. An attacking Mo Yanhian appeared behind Munchan. Taken aback, their opponent looked away. Raising his leg, Munchan blocked her kick. Mo Yanhian's face was filled with rage. In her hand was a blade with which she planned to strike the enemy. With a cool gaze, holding his hand forward, Munchan blocked her attack. Clenching his palm, he prepared to attack. By bending down, Mo Yanhian managed to avoid his blow. Using her foot, she delivered a colossally powerful blow to his jaw. Staring upward, Munchan's gaze warped. Hearing something, he became lost in his own thoughts. Wrapping his body in a black cloak, he made Mo Yanhian jump to the side. After the wave of his hand, dust rose on the ground. Once behind him, Mo Yanhian used a divine peacock kick. After her attack, fragments of stones flew in different directions. The silhouettes of the guys were visible in the smoke screen. Mo Yanhian's blade lay on Munchan's neck. With an angry expression on her face, she wondered what it would be like for him to lose to the brat. Leaning on his knee, Monkchan froze in one position. Swinging her sword towards the piercing black spiritual spear, she declared that she would put an end to his legendary glory. A large number of patterns were depicted on the blade of the blade. Munchan's palm was pressed to the ground. Next, he leaned on her. Clenching it into a fist, he struck the ground. The ground where Mo Yanhian was located was covered with many cracks. Due to the shock wave, she hung in the air. Her face was filled with bewilderment. Forming black wings behind him, Munchan hung in the air. Bowing his head, he said that he was just catching his breath, noting that her actions were very presumptuous. Having pierced the place where Mo Yanhian was located with his technique, Munchan activated his black wings. A hail of black shells continued to overtake Mo Yanhian. A huge number of sharp blades pierced her body. At that moment, her eyes became bloodshot. Continuing his attack in his mind, Munchan noted that he was gradually starting to reach his limit, adding that he needed to end this quickly. Turning around, he discovered something. Behind him was Sachan, in whose hands his magic spear was visible. Hanging in the air, Dam prepared for his attack. Munchan's weapon was filled with bright energy. Stretching his arms forward, he pointed his blades towards Suchan. Suchan's and Munchan's techniques clashed in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Dam's technique defeated his enemy's technique. The weapon that Suchan used pierced Munchan's chest right through. Magic sparks continued to emanate from his spear. With a spear in his chest, Monkchan froze in one position. Staring at one point, through severe pain, he began to laugh. He leaned on his leg and tried not to fall. Suchan's face was shrouded in genuine rage. Feeling something, Dam was shocked. Munchan was slowly heading towards him. A huge pool of blood formed near his feet. Taking hold of the spear that was in his chest, he continued on his way. At that moment, Suchan's face was filled with fear and misunderstanding. Taking one step, he tried to approach his opponent. Suddenly, his legs began to shake. In his imagination, Muncho was many times larger than him. In his thoughts, he noted the indescribable fear he felt. Holding his wound and continuing to think, Dame wondered if he was really so scared that he was retreating step by step. As he slapped himself in the face, He thought about how he needed to pull himself together. Then, turning around, he prepared for battle. Clenching his fist, Suchon froze in one position. Baring his teeth, he mentally noted that he was expecting an attack from a piercing black spiritual spear. He, in turn, continued to walk forward. Enveloping his body in powerful streams of aura, Dam rushed into battle. At the sight of the fierce fight, an explosion occurred again. The light that arose from technology enveloped everything in its path. Having struck with lightning speed, Suchon ended up behind Munchon. At that moment, he activated a stream of perfect light, a triple light rotation strike, after which Munchon's body fell to the ground. Smoke continued to hang in the air. Exhaling, Dam lowered his head. Hearing something, he turned his head. Looking at Moyanhyun's lifeless body and continuing to think, he stated that he could not accept that she rushed into the fight, exhausted Munchon and was able to inflict a fatal wound, and he dealt the final blow and killed him. Turning his attention to the corpse of the piercing black spiritual spear, he was lost in his own thoughts. His spear continued to be visible in Munchon's body. Suchon thought that he was incredible, noting that his strength was greater than that of the 9 heavens. Further, he wondered what would happen to the world if Munchon was possessed by greed. Sitting down on the ground, Dam wondered why Munchon took on only the modest role of guardian of the quiet night, when he could easily turn the whole world upside down. Having bandaged his wound, he froze in one position. Frowning as he thought about the piercing black spiritual spear, he noted that this was the only person who made him experience truly animal fear, adding that he would never forget this battle. Raising his head, Dam heard someone calling out to him. A cart appeared before his eyes, moving towards him. With her hand to her mouth, Hyorin stated that she knew that he would defeat the piercing black spiritual spear. With a smile on her face, she said that victory in the war was theirs. Remembering the image of the army of the quiet night, Huron said that it retreated. With a distraught expression on his face, Sim rushed into battle. Hyorin reported that he led the demon exorcism squad and went in pursuit of the escaped soldiers to finish them off. Lowering her hands, she called Suchon a good fellow. Inspired, Dam noted that the moment had finally come for the revival of the Azure Dragon Society. Staring into space in his thoughts, he noticed that the Lord of the Night had not shown up, saying that they needed to immediately create a reconnaissance team to find his location, stating that he was still burdened, but this 3-year war had finally ended in their victory. Suddenly, Munchon's spear appeared above his head. At that moment, his face was shrouded in genuine surprise. A thick layer of bandages was visible on his outstretched arm. Getting to his feet, Suchon tried to run. Nearing death, Monkchon threw his spear forward with incredible power. Running towards him, Dam tried to grab his hand. His fingers were a centimeter from the handle. Frowning, he continued to run forward. Before he could catch it, he lowered his hand. From what he saw, his face was shrouded in horror. The body of Hyorin standing next to her was pierced through. There was frozen horror on her face. Stretching his hand forward, Dam froze in one position. With a dumbfounded look, he stared at one point. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. Smiling, she closed them. A boy standing in the crowd tried to hold back his tears. Suddenly, the girl's body disappeared. With an agitated expression on her face, Hyorin stared at one point. Suchon's eyes were covered with genuine darkness. His gaze was directed at the hole that remained in Hyorin's chest. Raising their swords, the group of people who were guarding Moyanhyun prepared for battle. Bending down, she took her wounded hand, after which her army rushed into battle. Suddenly, Moyanhyun kicked off the ground and hung in the air. Once behind Munchon, she braced herself for impact. With lightning speed, she pierced her enemy's head, causing it to fly off his shoulders. Then, she began to roll on the ground. A lot of stone fragments could be seen next to it. Munchon's head was covered with bloody abrasions. Walking up to her, Moyanhyun placed her foot on her. With an angry expression on her face, she froze in one position. Taking off his armor, Suchon headed forward. Tears began to form in his eyes. Closing them, he began to cry bitterly. Taking the body of the deceased Hyorin in his arms, he let out a piercing scream. Thick columns of dust rose into the air and filled the space. The people in white clothes ran quickly as if they were panicking. The men with black hair clenched their white teeth in tension. The Gong brothers, muscular men with long hair, ran so fast that tears appeared in their eyes. A man in a white cape saw thick gray smoke coming from the ground in the distance. He pursed his lips tightly and looked away as his brother continued to run. Deep wrinkles appeared on Sangwa's face and he called out to the elder. A long-haired man with bandaged hands called the brothers by name. They immediately stopped and put their hands behind their backs, looking carefully at the elder. Black Wing Spear bowed his head and said with a frown that his brothers would retreat without delay if anything happened to him in this battle. Manhwa frowned and raised his tone, indignantly asking how the elder could say something like that, because it was not at all like him. Manhwa, with his lips curled in displeasure, agreed with his brother and added that nothing would happen to the spear of the Black Wings. The man ran his fingers over his metal weapon and replied that in this world you can never be absolutely sure. He looked down and added that he was telling his brothers this just in case. Munchen raised his spear, looked at it carefully and said that the brothers should retreat and withdraw the remaining troops if anything happened to him. He said that they should also join forces with the owner of the White Knight, a woman with long white hair, to assist her in the operation to capture the main headquarters of the Central Heavenly Alliance, and the military advisor, a man in a gray hooded cloak, would also help. Munchen furrowed his brows and ordered Manhwa and Manhwa to protect him at all costs. Manhwa wiped his face wet with tears and asked if Black Piercing Spiritual Spear, the strongest warrior of the Silent Night, had become too weak. He believed that the elder might lose. Manhwa bit his lower lip, tears flowed from his eyes, and he said that he could not imagine this, and then asked if the mountain-crushing demonic axe lost. The brother in the dark red cape turned around and loudly shouted to all the troops in the Quiet Night that the final battle was ahead, and they must not abandon anyone and certainly survive. The warriors ran forward as Manhwa shouted at them to keep their cool and take heart. A man in a bright red cloak ran quickly across the field and laughed loudly. He found it funny how his enemies were leaving. Wanli opened his mouth wide and tensed his neck muscles, shouting that his team had won, and that now they only had to catch the remaining villains and consolidate their feat, because not only wealth and glory awaited them, but also historical recognition. The warriors following the man shouted back loudly and victoriously. They furrowed their brows in concentration, without taking their eyes off their commander. Wanli gritted his teeth and grinned contentedly, thinking that he would rise through the ranks of the new 9 heavens once he had gained a firm position in the people's love, and mentally addressed the 6 heavens, saying that his era was coming. The field was strewn with dead soldiers, swords and spears protruding from their bodies. The corpses lay on top of each other. Suddenly, someone's eyes appeared in the gap between the 2 bodies. The man looked to the side, studying the situation. Then he looked in another direction, his gaze wary and attentive. The dark man struggled out from under the pile of bodies, biting his lower lip and sweating. He turned around, breathing heavily. He saw that there were no other survivors on the field except him. He sighed heavily, arched his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Suddenly the man's face began to deform in an unnatural way. The skin became covered with lumps, and one eye almost popped out of its socket. He shook his head. Then he shook it so hard that his face turned into a beige blur. Jongen took off his disguise, pursed his lips tightly, and furrowed his long, thin eyebrows. He pulled back the fabric of his sweater and looked to the side, saying that it was finally all over and now he could move. Jongen looked in different directions, making sure that no one was nearby, and then said that he needed to hurry before uninvited guests arrived here. Sticking out his tongue, the man concentratedly wrote a letter in which he reported that in a full-scale war, the troops of the Quiet Night were almost completely destroyed, and the battle ended with the victory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, after which the remaining forces of the Quiet Night retreated. Jongen quickly ran his pen over the white paper, saying out loud that the demon exorcism squad led by Wanli was in pursuit of them. The man bent low over a letter in which he wrote that Munchen fell from the joint attack of Sachan and Moyanhian, and the Lord of the Night never showed up. Jongen frowned. Deep lines appeared between his eyebrows, and he wrote that the piercing black spiritual spear mortally wounded Hyeryong, and while it is impossible to say for sure, the girl can be considered dead. The man rolled up a piece of paper and said that life is truly an unpredictable thing, and that the military advisor would be in the wildest shock to learn that it was Hyeryong who suffered. Jongen raised his head, pursed his lips, and whistled loudly. Then he looked to the side and began to smack his lips, as if calling to some animal. The sky was pale gray, with white clouds visible on it. Suddenly a black bird appeared in the middle of the sky. The raven was quickly approaching the ground, flapping its large wings. A black dog appeared on the battlefield in the distance. She quickly jumped over the bodies of the dead warriors. Her eyes gave off a white glow as she tried to find her master. When Dansa and Chig walked up to Jongen and bowed before him, he praised them loudly. The man carefully tied the letter to the raven's paw and ordered him to take it to Muwon. Jongen then tied another folded piece of paper to the dog's neck and told Chig to take it to military advisor Ha. Danza looked at the owner with round eyes and nodded silently. The dog, sticking its pink tongue out of its mouth, also made it clear that it understood the order. Jianggan watched as Chig and Densa walked away, taking the letters to their recipients. The man arched his long eyebrows, pursed his lips, and came to the conclusion that now it was time for him to return. He crawled along the ground, breathing heavily, and asked displeasedly how long it would take him to get there in this way with a sore back. From above, the dense forest looked like a cluster of black, green, and brown spots. Upon closer inspection, tree trunks were visible. The forest was mixed, since spruce, pine, and other species could be distinguished among the trees. Among the densely growing trees, someone was moving quickly. A bunch of legs in white pants and black shoes were running along the path. Wonli walked in front, followed by a crowd of his subordinates, dressed in red cloaks. The man frowned angrily, asking how long his opponents were going to run away like pathetic rats. Suddenly, Wonli turned around and narrowed his eyes suspiciously, as if he had noticed something. The man peered deep into the forest, trying to see something. Among the green leaves and brown trunks, a black human silhouette was visible. This man was wearing a long cloak, and his eyes exuded an eerie glow. Nguyen stood with his arms crossed and his head bowed, and a black raven sat on his shoulder. The main character looked at Wonli with hostility and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Wonli frowned and squinted his eyes as he tried to figure out who was talking to him. The next second, he widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows in shock, pronouncing the name of the main character. Nguyen looked at the man with fury in his eyes, crossing his arms. The warriors in red bands and cloaks widened their eyes in shock, asking each other if the main character had died earlier. Wonli pointed a finger at Nguyen and curled his lips, asking how he knew that the man had gone after the retreating troops from the quiet night. Suddenly, he furrowed his thin black eyebrows and wrinkled his nose, as if he had realized something. When Wonli asked if Nguyen helped the quiet night, the main character remained silent, looking intently at his interlocutor. While the main character was carefully reading the letter that Densa, sitting on his shoulder, brought him, Wonli asked what other crazy things Nguyen would do. The men stood at a great distance from each other, and Wonli asked if the main character was involved in the fact that by now they should have received news from Hunseo about the attack on the main camp of the quiet night. But the connection was cut off. Nguyen ran his pen over a small piece of paper, answering that once Hunseo and Chuseng, the mountain-crushing demonic axe, exhausted each other, he easily destroyed them. Wonli looked at the protagonist in disbelief, frowning and narrowing his eyes. Nguyen attached the letter to the raven, and he ordered the bird to give it to the military advisor and report that the demon exorcism squad was also destroyed. Wonli became enraged and screamed deafeningly, asking what the main character was doing. Nguyen ignored the question as he brushed off some of Dance's black feathers from his shoulder. He then looked at the man with his light eyes and calmly explained that he was not on either side, so he was just going to get rid of both. Wonli, who had a large crowd of his subordinates standing behind him, insulted the main character and said that he had definitely gone crazy. Nguyen, standing at a distance, did not answer or even move. Wonli threw the weapon over his shoulder, saying that this was even better and that he would deal with him as a traitor who had taken the side of the quiet night, after which the main character would become his next trophy of war. The man wearing the black bandage had deep wrinkles on his face and his eyes glowed fiercely as he said that he would be reborn as a true hero. The main character frowned and looked seriously at Wonli, saying that this, unfortunately, was impossible. Wonli's subordinates held their swords tightly in their hands as Nguyen said that the frontline army, the demon exorcism squad under Wonli's command, would come to an end today. The man leaned over, spreading his legs wide, and screamed deafeningly for his warriors to quickly kill the crazy traitor, and then continue the pursuit of the remnants of the quiet night. Nguyen's black cloak fluttered softly in the wind as he silently looked at the demon exorcism squad. The main character looked at the young warriors, whose eyes emitted a red glow, and thought that after 3 years on the front line they had become real masters of martial arts. Steam was escaping from the mouths of the members of the demon exorcism squad, and Nguyen concluded that in fact, after so many bloody years, their minds were filled with madness. The main character frowned and lowered his head, thinking that perhaps this was the horror of war, and that part of it that he should also beware of. Holding the sword with one hand, Nguyen placed small round stones between the fingers of his other hand. He then waved his hand sharply, and these objects flew towards the demon exorcism squad. Then there was a powerful explosion, which was accompanied by dust rising into the air. Wonli, seeing that there was now nothing visible behind the white fog, tensed. Suddenly, a bright purple line, reminiscent of a laser, appeared between the two warriors. The next moment, the two warriors were in the air, and a lot of dark blood sprayed out from their bodies. The rest of the warriors became perplexed and tensed, and the same bright line appeared next to them. They fell to the ground, uttering loud, painful groans, and blood gushed out like a fountain from their fresh wounds. The members of the demon exorcism squad froze, fear showing on their faces. They too were killed by the protagonist's attack, which sent them flying into the air. Muon ran quickly, leaning his body forward as his eyes and sword emitted a bright purple light. He stopped abruptly and his black cloak flew up. The main character moved so fast that clouds of dust rose behind him. He swung his sword, bloodthirstily getting rid of his opponents one by one. Fog and the dark blood of fallen soldiers mixed in the air. Muon then jumped up, bending one knee and holding one arm out in front of him. From above one could see how dazzling purple stripes, reminiscent of a cobweb, shone in the thicket of a dense green forest. Wonley stood with his legs spread wide and silently watched as his subordinates squealed in pain as the protagonist's attacks mercilessly cut their bodies. The man's eyes turned white with anger, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Then he looked to the side and shouted for the warriors to gather their strength, because they only had one enemy. The man turned around, trying to find Muon among the gray fog, and shouted loudly, calling for him to show up. Suddenly, the tip of a sword appeared from a cloud of dust, around which there was a dark purple aura. Wonley raised his eyebrows in shock and opened his mouth when the protagonist's steel weapon pierced his shoulder, from where blood immediately began to ooze. The man froze, screaming either in pain or in horror, and looked at Muon with bulging eyes. Among the dark silhouette that belonged to Muon, his wild eyes were clearly visible. As the wind blew through his straight dark hair, the protagonist asked if Wonley had pierced this particular shoulder a little over 10 years ago that day in the Northern Sky Clan. Muon remembered young Wonley's grinning face. Then he pierced the shoulder of the young protagonist with a long sword. At that moment, Muon pressed his palm to the fresh wound, closed his eyes and screamed shrilly in pain. The man, hearing this, arched his thin eyebrows and his eyes went wild with anger. He grabbed the weapon tightly with his hand and shouted loudly that the main character was very vindictive, since he still remembered this situation. Wonley swung his sword in the air, but Muon managed to jump back and avoid the blow. The main character turned around and saw a dozen warriors of the demon exorcism squad rushing towards him from behind, their eyes madly burning with a thirst for murder. Muon turned around, looking intently at his opponents with his bright eyes. He placed his feet at a great distance from each other. Then the main character cut the air with his sword, and the bodies of the warriors flew into the air, or, to be more precise, their parts. Muon quickly turned around and saw one of the warriors with a sharp weapon approaching him. A man with a shovel, a long knife in his hands and a naginata in his teeth jumped into the air, approaching the main character, while Wonley loudly shouted that he had given up hopes of revenge for that day. But fate brought them together anyway, so this time the fight will not be easy. Muon pursed his lips as a warrior named Changwol flew towards him from behind, swinging a long weapon above his head and scowling fiercely. From the side it was visible how something heavy and powerful fell to the ground in the middle of the forest. Muon jumped away from the epicenter of the explosion, which sent fragments of stones flying into the air. He landed on his feet, holding the ground with his hand. The main character frowned in concentration and looked to the side. He saw one warrior in a red cloak quickly approach another, his hand clenched into a fist as he lay on the ground. Muon jumped to another location, his cloak flying up as a crowd of demon exorcism squad members looked on. The ground cracked under the protagonist's feet as he, with madly glowing purple eyes, said that he did not have time to fight his opponents one by one, and called on them to attack all together. The four warriors, whose dark red cloaks fluttered in the wind, did not move and silently looked at Muon. A man with 3 types of weapons insulted the main character, and yelled furiously that he remembered the words of the long-forgotten priestess of Wushan. Changwol, holding a spear in both hands, loudly screamed that the rumors were true that Muon was a traitor, and that the demon exorcism squad was the real defenders of the Central Plains. The pale and dark warriors stood back to back, with their hands outstretched in front of them, and loudly shouted that the main character was a pathetic demon, bringing only death, and that they were no longer the same as they were before. Muon remained silent, tightly clutching his glowing weapon as his black cloak flew in the air. His eyes sparkled brightly as he used the blood flash technique. From above you could see something sparkling brightly in the middle of the forest. The next second, a long purple line appeared among the trees. The white and black bear brothers threw their heads back as blood flowed from a long cut on their bodies. The other warriors fell on their backs, raising their legs in the air. The protagonist bent over as the blood of the opponents he had defeated endlessly splashed into the air. Miwon put the sword on his belt, arching his back as red drops flew around. He then straightened up and swung the weapon, which left a streak of bright red liquid behind it. Suddenly, a long chain approached the main character. He dodged this unexpected attack by falling to the ground. Wonley held a long, curling whip-like weapon in his hand and said with a fierce look that he had cultivated the Demon Exorcism Squad for 3 years with all his heart, and it was a valuable support that could elevate the Azure Dragon Society, along with Xiaochong and Higher Yong. The man wrinkled his nose and added that this same squad was destroyed by the main character, and now their dream was shattered. Miwon stood up from the ground, holding the sword tightly in his hand as Wonley said that he would chop it into pieces and finally lift the curse of the Northern Sky Clan. The man gritted his teeth, swung his whip and rushed towards the main character. He struck with the weapon, causing the ground to crack and pieces of it to fly into the air. Miwon dodged the attack, barely staying on his feet from the powerful blast wave. The end of Wonley's long metal whip emitted a bright red glow. The main character turned his concentrated gaze to the weapon, which was next to his face. He managed to lean back and the attack missed him. Wonley gritted his teeth angrily, swinging his whip as his eyes turned white. The man's weapon was again very close to the main character. Miwon bent down, trying to avoid the lash. He had to jump back to avoid getting hit in the face. Wonley twirled his whip in the air without stopping, shouting for the main character to die, because only his death would bring peace to these lands. The man in the red cloak relentlessly hit the ground with his weapon, causing endless explosions. The main character had to move very quickly to dodge the enemy's long lash. Wonley furrowed his brows and made a dissatisfied sound when he saw that he was unable to hit his target. He then jumped high into the air, used the Scarlet Pearl Demon Beast technique, and a huge snake appeared above Miwon, opening its mouth wide. Wonley fell down, smiling madly as his eyes sparkled red. The giant magical snake grinned as it approached the main character. Wonley was breathing heavily, his mouth open, and his pale face was covered with sweat. Miwon inserted 2 fingers into the wound on the man's body. He used the crushing finger technique, and the man with the bandage on his face screamed loudly in pain, losing his balance. He grabbed his weapon, opened his mouth wide and squealed, apologizing to the protagonist and begging him to stop stabbing him. Wonley swung his weapon, but Miwon ducked and avoided the blow. Then he pushed his opponent with his whole body, and he fell back. Wonley stabbed his sword into the ground. He rolled over, but managed to stay on his feet. Bent over, the man was breathing heavily from fatigue. He then stood up, threw off his long red cloak and thought that he had been training like a madman due to the guilt he felt for failing to protect his little sister Sua and being humiliated by his father. The man opened his eyes wide, thinking that it seemed to him that he had become stronger after 3 years on the battlefield. But the gap between him and the main character remained very large. Wonley raised his head and screamed deafeningly out of anger and indignation. The man clenched his free hand into a fist, used the technique of the Scarlet Moon oppressing the skies, and a bright red vortex appeared above him. Miwon, holding a long sword in his hand, saw a giant red snake in front of him, hissing aggressively at him. The animal wrapped itself around the main character and approached him, opening its mouth wide with sharp fangs. Miwon bent his knees and held the glowing sword in front of him, preparing to defend himself. The snake, whose round eyes emitted a red light, rushed towards him, and he, in turn, jumped towards him. As soon as the main character found himself in the mouth of a wild beast, a dazzling purple flash appeared there. The next second, the animal's body dissipated, and in its place a long black and purple stripe was visible. Wonley, seeing this, opened his mouth in horror. The main character destroyed his long whip and rushed towards him with a sword in his hands and a fierce shine in his eyes. Miwon put 2 fingers forward. This powerful attack sent out a sound wave that caused the trees to shake. Thick gray smoke rose and someone could be heard coughing loudly. Wonley's eyes turned red and he extended his arms after the departing protagonist, saying in a weak voice that this was not all. The man fell silent in shock as he realized that everything in front of his eyes was becoming even redder. Then everything started to get dark and Wonley screamed loudly in horror, but Miwon still had his back to him. When everything completely plunged into darkness and the man could no longer see anything, he screamed even louder. Wonley opened his mouth wide, his clothes were torn, and in place of his eye, which was not hidden under the bandage, there was now an empty socket from which blood flowed profusely. The man rose from the ground and waved his arms around him, trying to find the main character. Miwon stood at a distance and silently watched as Wonley spun around like crazy and begged to be killed. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face as he listened to his opponent shout that he was a villain to the whole world. The man continued to blindly swing his fists in the air, shouting loudly for Muon to come to him. He wanted to insult the main character, but at that moment he stumbled and fell to the ground. The man closed his eyes and asked how much longer Muon will kill, destroy, and destroy, and the karma of the blood on his hands will not be washed away even after death. The main character closed his eyes while Wonli shouted that there was no place for him even in hell. He then opened his eyes and glared at his opponent. He turned away and said that even hell would really not be enough for him. He then walked away, adding that it was not time for that yet. Muon fell silent, walking deeper into the forest. Over time, the black silhouette of the main character became almost indistinguishable against the background of trees. Wonli remained sitting on the scorched earth, shouting for Muon to come to him. The man turned around as if he could see something, and squealed shrilly that the main character would be better off just killing him. In the middle of a forest with tall trees, Wonli's heart-rending screams could be heard. In the Central Heavenly Alliance, a bright light was emanating from a tall building in the distance. The Salmon clan had a residence with tall houses of black and green color. Someone threw a glass cup at Minister Disung, indignant that the remaining members of the losers of the Silent Night War had retreated. And now the victory in the war was with the Central Heavenly Alliance. Manhwa, whose face showed wild anger, yelled loudly, asking why Munchin wounded Higher Yong on the battlefield, and what the minister was doing at that moment. Disung frowned, thinking that he didn't expect the cold-blooded Manhwa to throw such a tantrum over his granddaughter, and assumed that he had become too old because taking care of all the members of the Nine Heavens had become so difficult. The man bowed his head and replied that Xiaochong was injured, Moyanyan was seriously injured, and more than half of the 36 invulnerable swordsman squad was dead. Manhwa put his hands behind his back and angrily shouted that the minister was so easily changing the topic of conversation, and asked why the exorcism squad did not protect Higher Yong, to which Disung replied that they went in pursuit of the retreating remnants of the Quiet Night Army. The old man with a long white beard made a dissatisfied sound and said that only he should have gone to the battlefield. He then turned around and asked if another person was involved in the operation to distract and kill the Lord of the Night. Disung, narrowing his eyes, replied that this man was still busy searching for the Lord of the Night, but so far there had been no success. Manhwa, whose face was hidden behind the collar of his robe, said that even though they won the war, it cost them the loss of many important figures, including Higher Yong, and if in such a situation the person appointed as minister returned without good news, Yulchun's mental state would radically get worse. It was night, and the lights were shining from the windows of the buildings, while Manhwa said that Dzeseong's fangs had long since become dull, and in such a situation it was impossible to simply observe from the sidelines. Instead, it was necessary to figure everything out on the spot. The full moon brightly illuminated the dark sky. Suddenly, against the background of the moon, many black human silhouettes appeared. A colorful sunset stretches over a building with several floors, built next to a forest. The members of the Iron Squad sat at the tables and ate in silence. A young man with black hair was carefully reading something, saying it out loud. Musin, a man with a brown scar on his face, looked thoughtful and even sad. A woman with long hair sitting next to him raised a mug to her lips, asking Musin if Moyanhyun had been sent to the front. Musin pursed his lips, asking if she noticed it too, and Yakran, looking at the cup, replied that she could not forget the energy of this family, having spent half her life as a slave. The man closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and said that in the end, the Moyan family, who had never revealed themselves to the world, finally declared themselves, and it just so happened that they sent Moyanhyun. Musin frowned, adding that this was why the cargo they were transporting had something to do with it. Yakran looked at the man seriously and asked if it was because someone was too stressed about the Moyanhyun matter, and Musin replied that that might be partly true. He fell silent and hummed thoughtfully, closing his dark lips. Then he closed his eyes. Musin stood up, resting his palms on the table, and said that he needed to look again for himself in order to stop worrying, and it was better to make sure once and get rid of this feeling. Mukwon looked up from the white sheet of paper and reminded the man that worrying about a completed task could only complicate the situation. Musin turned around, threw on a long cloak, and said that he would check just once and return, and then ordered the young man to distribute their salaries to all members of the detachment, without missing anyone. Yakran frowned and raised the cup to her mouth, telling Mukwon to leave him, because there was probably a reason for this behavior of the head of the squad. Musin, throwing a hood over his head, furrowed his eyebrows fiercely. There was a dark blue sky above the dense forest. A human silhouette was visible among the trees. The long-haired man turned around and saw 3 men in white clothes approaching him, and one of them loudly shouted that they had a whole lot of work to do. Unkyon, sitting on the ground, greeted them. The man stood up, placing his hand on the ground, and a man in a long white robe hurried towards him. Kyung leaned back as Disung, with fury in his eyes, screamed deafeningly that he had given him such a golden opportunity to kill the Lord of the Night, and he missed it. The man raised his eyebrows in confusion and tried to explain himself, but the minister ordered him to shut up. Saliva flew from the wrinkled-faced old man's mouth as he yelled that he didn't want to hear anything about the trial because he only cared about the result and didn't have to listen understandingly to Kyung's excuses. The long-haired man's face was sweating with excitement, and he calmly replied that he was just putting the plan into action. But Disung shouted again, ordering him to shut up. The minister, whose neck was covered with veins swollen from tension, screamed deafeningly that in order to create the man in front of him, he had done so many dirty deeds and gone through so much, and that in order to take care of him, he had quickly thrown away his humanity and spent a lot of money. Kyung arched his eyebrows in amazement while Disung angrily shouted that he even left him a two-headed Sura and invested decades in him, so he expects results from him. The old man clenched his white teeth tightly. His screams became inaudible. Kyung's eyes turned black and opened wide. Not hearing what the minister was shouting at him, he remembered how in his youth he folded his hands in a polite gesture. The man then remembered bowing low to show his respect at that time. A memory appeared before Kyung's eyes of how his father, whose eyes were burning with wild rage, loudly yelled at him. Disung jabbed his finger into the man's chest, shouting that the harsh pressure of Youngwoo, Kyung's father, had crushed his spirit. The man bowed his head while the minister squealed that he himself had come to him in search of glory, wanting to free himself from his father's shackles, which is why he taught him the forbidden demonic technique of the bloody cross. Disung opened his mouth wide, his eyes white with anger as he shouted that he was the one who hid all the virgin girls in the village to use as ingredients, and moreover, he was the one who taught the man the demonic chaos purgatory energy technique. The old man pointed his finger at Kyung again, asking if he forgot about their contract, which stated that the man works for him and he makes him stronger. Kyung silently looked at the enraged old man with blackened eyes. The man interrupted the minister's endless stream of words by swinging his hand, cutting off his palm and cutting his neck. The heads of the minister's companions flew into the air as he, with a deep cut on his neck from which red blood gushed, asked what Kyung was doing. The man, on whose fingers sharp black claws had grown, asked ironically what he had done. He then grabbed the old man by the throat, from whose nose and mouth blood was flowing. Kyung lifted him into the air, saying that Disung helped him a lot, and that the man worked like an ox, doing all the dirty work for him. Blood dripped from the minister's body as Kyung said that he was going to go to the Central Lands, find the Lord of the Night and complete his task. But Disung wanted to meet. The old man's eyes turned red and he coughed as the man asked if he had lost his mind from overwork or if he had decided to let off some steam after the heavens had treated him badly again. Kyung lowered his head and sighed, saying that he promised to take care of all the minister's dirty deeds in exchange for power, but he did not promise to become his whipping boy. The man's eyes shone terribly, and he said that it was not time yet, but he already knew what to do. He used the stellar blood absorption technique, and Disung screamed loudly in pain, and a huge amount of blood flowed out of his body like a stream. It was deep night, and nothing but clouds could be seen in the sky. The old man, whose face turned pale and wrinkled, fell to the ground dead, and Kyung stood in the middle of the blood floating in the air and loudly died. Suddenly the man froze when his ear caught a sound. He turned around and raised his eyebrows questioningly. The man saw a long-haired girl among the bushes. This girl had no clothes, her hair was disheveled. Kyung squinted, trying to see her. Then he opened his eyes, and a bead of sweat appeared on his cheekbone, as if he had realized something terrible. He saw the main character, above whom the spirit of a crying girl hovered in the air. Nuwon clenched his hands into fists, and his eyes burned with rage. Kyung wrapped himself in his cloak and laughed, saying that he was glad to meet the main character. He raised his head with his palm on his forehead and said that fate had prepared for him to meet him right here, and then asked how Nuwon found him. The main character ignored this question, and deep wrinkles from anger and tension lay on his face. The protagonist's long sword sparkled brightly in his hand. In the middle of the forest with green leaves, someone could be heard loudly calling Nuwon. These heart-rending screams were so loud that they could be heard even above the trees, where the yellow-orange sunset was visible. From above, a man in black clothes could be seen flying over the forest. Nuwon quickly moved between the trunks. Then he jumped to the ground. The main character quickly fled, thinking that the attack organized by the Witch of the White Knight would be the final battle of this war, so he needed to rush to the Central Heavenly Alliance. He took out his sword, gripping its hilt tightly. Suddenly, Muwon's eyes widened in shock. He turned his feet to slow down. The main character looked to the side, thinking that the snow flower, who had been silent all this time, decided to cry for the first time in several years. He frowned tensely and raised his weapon. Yuan held a sword in one hand, and behind him was a purple spirit. The main character wrinkled his nose and furrowed his black eyebrows, saying that Unkyung stinks of blood. When he asked what Unkyung was doing, the man only arched his eyebrows and remained silent. He then pointed back with his hand and revealed that he was at Silent Knight's base to try and kill the Night Lord. He added that the Night Lord was not there because he had abandoned the Central Plains, so Unkyung burned their base to the ground along with everyone who remained there, although the main fighting forces left the place. The man looked attentively at the main character with his black eyes. He smiled and said that Muon stinks of blood too. The main character, whose forehead was covered with wrinkles, listened as Unkyung said that the scent of blood made his nose tingle, and then the man asked what Muon was doing. The main character paused and, looking at his interlocutor, replied that he was engaged in revenge. Unkyung raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that Muon had not changed at all and remained just as stubborn. Then he smiled and asked how much longer the main character is going to dwell on such an insignificant thing as revenge, because the best revenge would be a long and happy life. Unkyung raised one hand and added that he was also going to start a revolution and reign, albeit not at the top, and that the main character's methods were too harsh and radical. While Disung's corpse lay behind the man, he said that his long-term plans had gone awry, and then laughed. Yuan lowered his gaze, and after examining the corpse's outfit, he realized that it was the Minister of Intelligence of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Unkyung, behind whom lay 3 lifeless bodies, said that the main character must act gradually, like water slowly sharpening a stone, because otherwise sudden changes will cause resistance and everything will be destroyed. The man smiled broadly, extended his hand to the side and said that although their methods differ, the goal in the end is the same. So he saw common ground between himself and Yuan, and they could resolve the differences as soon as they achieved a common goal. Putting on a friendly smile, Unkyung asked what the main character thought about the former members of the Northern Heavenly Clan joining forces. Yuan's face darkened as he talked about his goal, his path, his life and its direction. He remembered how he sat on a stone and said that this world cannot be changed alone, because it is not so simple. The main character rested his elbows on his knees, reasoning that one person could become a tiny light in the surrounding darkness, and he could at least become a guide for others, and that is why Muon studied martial arts and chose this path. The main character, whose face was hidden by black hair, said that he was a tiny light in the damned world. Then he tightened his grip on the weapon. Muon remembered his father, a broad-shouldered man with a scar on his face. Then he remembered sitting on his knees in front of a corpse with a long stake sticking out of it. After this, a memory of a long-haired woman who sat with her eyes closed and her hands folded in a prayer gesture appeared before the eyes of the main character. He remembered how people in black cloaks dragged corpses along the ground, among which was this woman. A purple fire appeared in the eyes of the main character. He waved his sword, saying that he would punish the traitor of the Northern Heavenly Clan and was going to dispel the Snowflower's anger that had lasted for so long. Above the mountains in the Northern Sky Clan, a white moon hung in the sky. Light clouds could be seen above the flat-roofed building. A girl with black hair was sitting on this roof. Hassel crossed her arms, resting her elbows on her knees. Her long hair fell over her pale face. She recalled how tightly she hugged the main character. She looked at him carefully while he looked thoughtfully into the distance. Muon furrowed his brows, the corners of his lips downturned. The girl's blue eyes reflected a bright light. There was a light on in a small building built near the rocks. A man dressed in green was sitting at the table, with large stacks of scrolls to his left and right. Jinwoo read the letter with his eyes widened in shock. His eyebrows arched in a wave, and his face became covered with sweat. He thought about Hyeryong, a beautiful girl with a white clip on her long hair. He recalled how he began to sweat and how saliva flowed from his mouth. Jinwoo remembered how he approached the girl, his mouth wide open in admiration. Then he put his hands on his head, opening his eyes and mouth wide. Jinwoo thought about how he stood next to Hyeryong. He remembered her serious look. Then he remembered biting his bottom lip as he pointed his finger at the girl. Jinwoo crumpled the piece of paper in his hand and closed his eyes, asking himself what to do when something like this happened. He leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily, saying that he wanted to show Hyeryong so much and that it was a big shame. Someone knocked on the door, and Jinwoo, without changing his position, allowed entry. Hassel opened the door slightly and asked if the military advisor was busy. Jinwoo immediately jumped out of his chair when he saw the girl on the threshold. Hassel walked inside, the door to the room closed, and the advisor asked her to sit down, saying that he was not expecting her visit. There were small lamps hanging from the ceiling of the building. Hassel and Jinwoo were sitting at the table, and the advisor said that he was extremely surprised to see the girl outside her abode, because usually all the meetings took place at her place. Jinwoo intertwined his fingers, raised one eyebrow and said with a grin that he was extremely glad to hear that Hassel's health was improving, and then asked why she personally paid him a visit. Hassel bowed her head and replied that she wanted to express her gratitude and satisfy her curiosity about how the war was going. The advisor closed his eyes, put his hand on his beard and said that nominally the war ended with the victory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, but the bare facts suggest that there was no winner at all. Jinwoo opened his eyes and reported that not only the key figures of the Central Heavenly Alliance had fallen on the battlefield, but also the 4 supreme demon commanders of the Quiet Night. When the advisor said that the White Night Witch was still alive, Hassel tensed, looking at him intently. She remembered how Muwon, with his brows furrowed in excitement, told her that they were starting the process of destroying the Central Heavenly Alliance in Quiet Night. He said that many people would die during this, and the girl silently hugged the main character. Hassel closed her eyes and then asked what was wrong with the White Night Witch. Jinwoo frowned and replied that the witch was probably now preparing to strike at the very heart of the Central Heavenly Alliance, but the advisor had already spread information about the attack on their base to its members. Hassel's face showed excitement and she asked if Muwon was there. Jinwoo folded his fingers and replied that the main character was currently undermining the load-bearing supports on both sides, but after finishing this matter, he would join the Central Heavenly Alliance, which would be attacked by the White Night Witch. Suddenly Hassel stood up from her chair and slammed her palms on the table, saying that she should personally visit this battlefield. Jinwoo widened his eyes in shock, saying that they have a severe shortage of masters, and they would be sincerely grateful. However, she would have to face the Witch of the White Night. The girl looked up sternly and said that one day she would have to face her mentor, and she was no longer going to avoid their battle. Muwon, who had purple smoke behind him, looked at Eunkyung. The main character's face was twisted with anger, his eyes were shining, and Hassel said that she was worried about him. The sword shimmered with a bright purple color, emitting waves of energy. Muwon resolutely stated his desire to punish the traitor of the Northern Heavenly Clan and dispel the anger of Snowflower that had lasted for so long. Eunkyung raised his eyebrows and laughed, deciding that he couldn't convince his opponent with words. The shaman, a spirit imprisoned in a sword, sobbed with resentment. The angry guy was enveloped in her energy. Eunkyung asked how the forgotten little tribe managed to contact him, concluding that the interweaving of destinies was truly ironic. His eyes sparkled. 2 old enemies stood in a flower meadow opposite each other, preparing for a fight. A powerful blow disturbed the peace of the forest. A new one followed, raising clouds of dust around. The opponents moved with incredible speed, not letting each other out of sight. The eyes of Muwon, who was holding a katana, glowed with a violet flame. Suddenly, Eunkyung attacked him with his demonic powers. Red energy, like blades, rushed towards the main character. The ground beneath him collapsed. Having cut his way, the main character was ready to strike back. 2 incredible forces rushed towards each other, preparing to tear each other to pieces. Eunkyung blocked the attack with his right hand. At that very second, Muwon tried to take him by surprise. He raised his sword for another blow, dodging the blow with his hand. But this attack was repulsed. The demon noticed that the guy clenched his fist to strike, and covered it with his hand. The red energy tried to grab the blade. Muwon let go of the katana. The next moment he grabbed her more comfortably. The blade seemed to cut through the air, but Eunkyung was able to dodge after noticing it. The sudden breaking on the ground created huge clouds of dust around. The main character pulled his left leg back, preparing to attack. Immediately after, he made a powerful thrust, destroying the ground beneath him. The enemy responded with an equally strong push. Red and purple stripes flashed in the air. The rivals separated, attacking each other. Many precise movements of the katana cut Eunkyung's body into shreds. He screamed in pain, feeling hundreds of scratches cover his face. Muwon confidently held the katana in front of him, while the enemy behind him crouched in pain. The guy calmly exhaled against the backdrop of falling drops of blood. There was a huge wound on the demon's neck, almost cutting off his head. His hand and fingers were broken. Blood covered the entire field. Suddenly it flowed in the air. She clung to Eunkyung's wounds. Blood vessels entered the cuts on the arm. The next moment they covered his entire body. The Chaos Flame Demon used the Bloody Cross technique, causing the ground beneath it to crack. Muwon turned around, noticing a pillar of bloody ribbons. He seemed very tense. Something illuminated the field in the middle of the forest where the battle was taking place. A bright red cross appeared in the air. The blood dripping from the sky resembled rain. Eun-kyung's body rose into the air. It seemed lifeless. Waves of blood began to gather around his missing arm. They grew. The man came to life, getting to his feet. Thanks to the heavenly blood fist technique, the blood turned into a huge devil hand with claws. Having lost the remnants of humanity, the demon bared his teeth contentedly, swinging his newfound arm. He said that only by using all his power could he compete with the Northern Blade, and that without the Flame of Chaos technique, which wastes too much energy and which he planned to use only against Yulchin and the Lord of the Night, he would have been lying dead long ago. Yuan saw the approaching enemy. He managed to react and dodge in time to avoid being torn apart by the huge claws summoned by the technique he had to spend now. The main character put his sword in front of him to deflect the blow. Looking through it, he said that his enemy had truly become a vile demon. Having made a sharp maneuver, Eun-kyung found himself behind him, saying that in a world where martial arts geniuses rule, it is possible to survive, standing on a par with them, only by using similar methods. Preparing his claws for another attack and saying that otherwise he would be considered a weakling until his death, the man used crazy bloody carnage. He threw his damn hand up, causing Muon to jump back. A huge wave of red energy shattered the ground in front of him. She had such incredible power that she made the trees in the forest sway. But the young man was able to repel even such a blow while in the air. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Once above him, Eun-kyung, with his mouth open like a hungry lion, pointed his claws at him. The cleaving blood shower technique unleashed a tall pillar of dark red energy on the ground, coming out from behind the clouds. The stones flew off the ground. Muon's body lay among the rubble. A demon walked towards him, saying that it was impossible to defeat the guy with such a small thing, and ordering him to get up. The eyes of the hero lying on the stones were losing vitality. He stood up with force, leaning on the ground, while Eun-kyung said that he had not gotten rid of the stupid habit of bringing the enemy to exhaustion, forcing him to use all the techniques, and then finish him off with one powerful blow. The young man shook off the dust from his cloak. The man suggested they team up because they had a lot in common. He tried to convince Muon, who was trying to gather his strength, that the smell of blood was vibrating around the guy who had killed many people and looked like a demon, overcome by cursed energy. The main character grabbed his katana. He was advised to think about the fact that his murders were as ruthless and cruel as possible. The energy of the crying shaman engulfed his head, revealing his teeth. Eun-kyung continued his speech that those who have lost the emotions for killing become demons, and that revenge is just a cover for a great goal. Purple waves of energy enveloped the body of the guy holding his sword at the ready. The madwoman, with a huge red skull appearing behind her, laughed, calling Muon a killer demon. The head of the shaman, following the main character, rushed into battle. A red skull flew towards her, spreading its jaws. Two unimaginable forces collided with each other. Surrounded by his demonic power, Eun-kyung's face was tense. The shaman turned out to be more resilient, forming a gap in the clot of red waves. The young man, who had previously remained calm, realized that it was a trap. Demonic energy completely covered him. A crimson dome, the blood link sphere, formed on the ground. Blood began to drip from the dome roof. The threads, like vessels, held the sphere tightly. Muon found himself entangled in them, as if in a cocoon. His frightened face was practically hidden under the bloody net. A smug Eun-kyung hung in the air with his arms outstretched. Looking at the captured enemy, he said that he fully understands the protagonist's disappointment and contempt for his brother, who was born in the barren Northern Heavenly Clan, was nearby and raised him, who helped betray and destroy the Northern Clan, left him all alone, not once without visiting, and destroyed an entire small tribe, using the blood of women as material. Licking his lips, the demon stated that he was simply trying to survive at any cost, and therefore Muon had to agree to his proposal, because fate is truly a cruel thing. Forcefully squeezing the hero in a vice, leaving many wounds and causing terrible pain, the enemy towering above him asked for forgiveness. The crimson dome rose above the treetops. Suddenly he began to melt. Blood flowed in the air around Eun-kyung, who had landed, and the demonic arm disappeared. His face expressed pleasure. In the place where his opponent was, only a dark spot remained. Tears flowed from the man's eyes. Covering them with his hand, he thought that he was both pleased and sickened to see the result of his labors, and that if the guy agreed to unite with him, everything would be wonderful. Someone called his name, causing the demon to perk up. Eun-kyung removed his hand from his face. Behind him was a survivor of Muon's demonic attack. The enemy's body fell to the ground. His head was severed. Surprisingly, the demon was still conscious, completely unaware of what had happened. The head turned over. The man saw his own headless body. There was bewilderment in his eyes. The main character, enveloped in the energy of the shaman, glared contemptuously at him. Still not realizing his defeat, the man thought that he had definitely killed his enemy, surprised that he was still alive. Without closing his eyelids, he analyzed all his actions. A scene appeared in his thoughts as their powers collided. Its red waves overwhelmed the shaman. He realized that at the last moment Muon raised his katana over his head to strike. The main character unleashed his power on the smug Unkayong. It was at that moment that the edge of the katana cut off the demon's head. Breaking free from his bonds, the guy cut through the air, winning the fight and taking his life. The opponent's severed head flew high into the air. Finally, the man realized that the cut was so fast and furious that he did not even notice how he died, and everything that happened next was just his vain dream. Opening its mouth wide, the head laughed self-deprecatingly. Unkayong remembered the cave with blood dripping from the ceiling, filling the pool, and how he had given up his humanity by killing so many women. The demon remembered how he sat in that bloody pool, and how he mastered the bloody cross demonic technique. His body was pierced by light spears at the moment when he, throwing away his pride, became the guard dog of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Maddened by his newfound power and having gone through the agony of learning the Chaos Flame demonic technique, the man stood amid waves of red energy. Yuan watched the fading life of his sworn enemy. He thought that what was not destined to happen was still impossible. He remembered stroking the little boy's head and was saddened by how their fate had been twisted and confused by the bloody whirlpool. Unkayong asked the hero, towering arrogantly above him, if he was able to let off his steam and satisfy the resentment of the shaman locked in the cursed sword. Looking at its body, the head decided to ease their suffering before its natural death. Blood flowed from his eyes, mouth and nose. With his last breath, the demon asked Muon not to feel guilty for killing him, fully accepting his choice, and wished to achieve his goal. Standing before the corpse of his opponent, the hero heard his last advice to never beat your child. There was still mad contempt in his gaze. The bright moon illuminated the mountains. Munjin and Hassel ran through the forest. Breathing heavily, the young man declared that he was good at geography and they were rushing along the shortest route. Hassel's face seemed confident. The main character stood in a flower field in front of Unkayong's dead body. His glowing sword was shrouded in dark cursed energy. The angry guy looked at his enemy. He tried to catch his breath, releasing clouds of steam. There was hatred in his eyes. The shaman, locked in a bright purple sword, asked why the demon did this to their innocent tribe, killing all the men, kidnapping the women and hanging them to draw blood, and promised to curse him again and again. Her sobbing ghost decided to become a vengeful spirit who would wander in the next world to kill again and again, and with rage raised his sword over the already killed Unkayong. The shaman controlled Muon's body, forcing him to raise his katana. He was going to frantically stick it into the dead man, but someone's hand prevented this from happening. Muson, grabbing him by the wrist, asked in bewilderment why to do this to an already dead person. The young man looked around, his black eyes sparkling, and asked what the head of the Iron Squad was doing here. Exhaling heavily, the man didn't even think that this was going on here, and stated that it was not in vain that he was tormented by a bad feeling. With a disapproving glance, he greeted Chief Jin and said that he had to get involved in a long story going on between him, the cursed sword on the run, and the already dead Unkayong. Without letting go of the distraught Muon's hand, Muson hoped that he would not tarnish his pride as a martial artist and would not succumb to the rage of his inner demons, because that was not his style. The main character silently looked at his hand. He did not like such interference. With anger in his eyes, he asked the warrior to let him go and leave. Closing his eyes in concern, the man thought that he could not simply ignore the actions of the mighty Northern Blade. Looking around and making sure that there was no one around, he realized that there was no choice and he would have to use his power to prove the wrongness of the young man absorbed by the cursed energy, whose inner demon had taken over. Muson touched his chest using the power of the seal. The touch of his thumbs to his forehead made his eyes light up. The body of the leader of the Iron Squad was engulfed by light energy. He could not believe that the great head of the Northern clan had succumbed to darkness, and then he asked what he had been doing all this time, attributing the madness to poor sleep or nutrition. Amazed by his technique, Muon thought that the leader of the squad had been hiding his true power all this time. The warrior, with a disapproving look, asked a question about what happened and what caused such cruelty. He did not let go of his friend's hand, saying that, despite the great events, he should at least sometimes rest, because to control such a strong cursed sword requires a healthy body and spirit. The ground beneath my feet collapsed. Muon calmly stated that he would sort everything out himself and that there was no point in interfering in his affairs, otherwise he would have to respond accordingly. His fist was ready to fight. Musin exhaled, pouting his lips. The next moment, he struck with his forehead. The main character clenched his teeth in pain. The warrior, taking advantage of the fact that his comrade had lost his balance, raised his leg to grab. The eyes of the young man who had lost his mind widened in surprise. The leader of the Iron Company rushed forward. At that same second, he was on top, twisting his opponent's arm. Having immobilized him, the man shouted for the head of the clan to come to his senses. His legs did not allow the guy, exhausted due to the gigantic pressure of the great goal and the endless thirst for personal revenge, to rise from the ground. Continuing to squeeze his hand, Musang shouted that Chief Jin could not stand the madness of war and the fury of the cursed sword, and that he should let go of his weapon. Muan tried to resist threats to break his arm, trying to understand where his opponent had so much strength. He compared this power to a giant mountain, imagining sheer cliffs. The warrior did not loosen his grip for a second, but the shackled hand was not going to let go of the weapon either. The young man's eyes were black with all-consuming anger. Musin frowned, remaining determined. The sword was still in its owner's hand. The guy was overcome with rage. The warrior was not going to give up, insisting on his own. Yuan's hand trembled from the pressure exerted. The next second, he let go of the sword, which fell to the ground with a clang. The man released him from his grip. Then his thumbs touched his forehead. He pressed down on his chest to stop using the seal power. Noticing that the head of the northern clan was rubbing his hand, Musin, after catching his breath, asked if everything was okay. Something made the main character tense. From the sword lying to the side, the purple spirit of the shaman burst out. The young man looked at him with his mouth slightly open. His hand reached out. He took up his sword again, looking straight into the eyes of the embittered spirit. Yuan remembered the first time he picked up the cursed sword. The girl looked at him reproachfully. The guy's gaze expressed incomprehension. The shaman's face came closer to him. Closing her eyelids, she brought her lips to his ear. His eyes looked shocked. The energy of the cursed sword began to melt into the air. Looking at the purple sparks, Yuan calmed down. Hanging his head, he asked not to apologize, admitting that he himself had caused a lot of inconvenience. Turning his gaze to the shaman's energy rushing into the sky, the guy asked himself how long it took him to keep his promise, and wished her to rest in peace. Purple grains fell onto his smiling face. Feng Kaiyong's body began to turn into dust. Musin coughed, putting his hand to his mouth to draw attention to himself. Sheathing his sword, Muan thanked the leader of the squad who asked about his condition. Sticking his hand forward, the warrior expressed his bad feeling about the impending events, and said that he usually does not interfere in the affairs of others unless it is part of the order. But remembering how they fist bumped, Musin clarified that he could not pass by the comrade with whom they had gone through a lot, seeing him absorbed in the madness of war and the cursed energy of the sword. The main character with a calm look replied that he always thought that he was careful, but this turned out to be not enough. For some time they stood silently in the middle of the tall grass in the dense forest. The leader of the Iron Company, remaining serious, concluded that the youth was too exhausted physically and mentally due to the burden of the goal and the need to protect his family, and asked him not to forget that because of this, he was unable to take care of himself and brought himself to exhaustion. Looking into the hero's eyes, the warrior concluded that he needed rest, and said that he understood everything, because he himself was once the same. Turning away, he added that haste makes waste and that sometimes you need to give yourself the opportunity to rest. Musin, pulling his hood, prepared to leave, wishing his friend a good sleep and a good diet. In parting, Muan put his fist to his palm and thanked his comrade. Turning sharply, the man stuck out his tongue and winked, saying that he would always be glad to see him in the Iron Squad, since he was in first place on the list of candidates. The main character silently looked after his friend as he said goodbye. Blood began to flow from his nose. A dim moon shone in the night sky. The sun illuminates the white tents of the military base. Hundreds of people went about their business inside and outside the fortress walls. The Central Heavenly Alliance base was on the front line. At the moment the troops were leaving it, the men were dismantling the wooden frames. The ceiling of one of the buildings was made of planks. A bandaged Sachin sat in the lotus position in the middle of the room. He remembered how he fought for Kanho, who was mired in chaos, and how he carried the dead Hyorin in his arms. The soldiers he fought for welcomed him. He was praised as a hero, but when they noticed the dead body in his hands, the soldiers stopped rejoicing. Hyorin was covered in blood, and Sachin wondered how someone who couldn't protect his beloved could be called a hero. A flock of ants was eating a butterfly that had fallen to the ground. The birds took to the air in fear, and the demon exorcism squad, which set off in pursuit of the remnants of Silent Night, was destroyed. Bloodied Wonli sat leaning against a tree. The warrior did not understand how the guy with whom he had been almost family since childhood and together dreamed of great things left him in such a cruel death. Before he died, Wonli scrawled Muwen's name on the ground. The corners of the hero's lips were sadly downturned. He did not understand the meaning of their victory in the war with Silent Night. An image of the three of them appeared in his head. Now left alone, he asked himself what it was all for. Bandaged and missing an arm, Moyeonhyun looked at him from behind, saying that she couldn't believe that this happened to the sons of the Nine Heavens. With a look of contempt, the girl said that Wonli was an incompetent leader of the demon exorcism squad and that Hyorin, who was supposed to stay in the rear strategizing, did not realize the danger when she entered the battlefield. Moyeonhyun closed her eyes, adding that Seochin's status and honor were true. Turning around with tears in his eyes, the enraged warrior ordered her to shut her dirty mouth, otherwise he would tear her to pieces. The girl was shocked, feeling real murderous energy. The next moment, realizing the madness that had seized her comrade, she rushed forward, raising her leg to strike. Seochin, being faster, jumped out of his seat, opening his hand. Moyeonhyun, surprised by his speed, widened her eyes and furrowed her eyebrows. The warrior pressed her against the wall, grabbing her by the neck. The wall was cracked from such a powerful blow. The man's hand was tense, pressing the girl's body into the wall. His fingers covered her mouth. Moyeonhyun felt incredible energy that could crush her. She couldn't take her hand off the wall, amazed that Seochong still had so much strength left even after the battle with the piercing black spiritual spear. There was horror in her eyes. The warrior did not understand what the problem was, her weakness after her injuries or his madness. Looking at her sobbing comrade, she realized that she had awakened his rage with her words. A squad of warriors from the invulnerable illustrious family wearing golden helmets rushed to the rescue. Their lips curled in surprise as they realized what was happening. Standing in front of them, Seochin ordered them to stop. Frowning his brows, he ordered them not to move unless they wanted to see their mistress die. The party stopped, listening carefully to his words about how to value the lives that were almost lost in the battle with the piercing black spiritual spear, despite what they had been told before. Tears of loss flowed down his cheeks. He turned to the girl. Moyeonhyun was immobilized by an incomparable force and chained to the wall. Seochin put his fist in her face, saying that the events that happened made her think about what he fought for. His eyes became bloodshot. The warrior hissed through his teeth that he finally understood this, thanks to Moyeonhyun. Tears flowed from his distraught eyes. The warrior angrily cursed the hell created by the Moyen family, and promised to change the present Murim, creating a new world on its ruins. His mind flashed back to his childhood memories of Sua, Hyorin and Wonli who were no longer around. Little Hyeryung took Seochin's hand and he promised that he would fulfill their great plan by playing their roles and achieving the goal even alone. It was clear from his gaze that he was obsessed with the idea that it was his duty to continue fighting. Holding his fist in front of the girl's face, the guy said that he would like to kill her for insulting people dear to him right here. But Seochin, who gritted his teeth, knew that he was not a beast who killed on a whim, but a martial artist with faith in his soul and pride in his heart. Looking at Moyeonhyun with furious eyes, he ordered the pitiful warrior, who was taking advantage of her family's status, to shut up. The girl was seriously frightened by his speech. Her friend bared his teeth. Her eyes were wide open in shock. Seochin's eyes were red with anger overwhelming him. He lowered his hands, causing Moyeonhyun to slide down the wall, turned around and began to walk away, saying that his real opponent was Yulchun. Bandages covered the wounds on his back received in battle. Drooling was flowing from the mouth of the girl trying to catch her breath. Shouting that the guy dare not attack her, she jumped up to strike with her armored leg. The sun was shining on the military base. The logs that made up the fortress walls were sharpened. The gate was closed. Suddenly they opened. Behind them stood the bloodied Seochin, from whose body many blades of swords cut in half protruded. Behind him lay many corpses of the invulnerable illustrious family squad. The floor was covered in their blood. Among the dead lay the severed lower part of Moyeonhyun's torso. Birds flew in the night sky over the Central Heavenly Alliance. The tall pagoda towered above the small houses of the city after the restoration of the Sichuan Palace, destroyed by one of the 4 supreme demon commanders of Silent Night, the Fresh Wind Shadow Demon, and the consequences of the 3-year war. More than half of the Central Heavenly Alliance forces fled to the north. Deafening explosions were heard throughout the city and beyond, raising clouds of dust above the houses. The corpses of the city's inhabitants lay in the streets, the buildings were drenched in blood, and the remaining forces of Silent Night took advantage of the voids and the dispersed army. Dozens of dead people covered the ground. Silent Night raided the invulnerable illustrious family. In the square, a man's corpse lay in a pool of his own blood. This was the last battle of Silent Night. The leader of the troops, destroying everything in his path, ordered dozens of his fighters to return every blow received to the Central Alliance. Manhwa, against the backdrop of the ongoing battle, brutally shouted for them to find and kill every member of the Central Alliance and everyone who is in any way connected with it. The warrior, maddened with anger, rushed forward, ordering the killing of every living creature and honoring the souls of their fallen brothers. Together with other demons, he rushed into battle. Gianni, the demon spirit scholar, jumping from rooftop to rooftop along with his comrades, noticed that even with the troops scattered, Manhwa creating chaos to attract the remaining alliance forces would not last long. His eyes, burning under the hood, expressed determination. Gianni understood that, despite the possible death of one of the Gun brothers, Silent Night had no other options. The demon commander Chusen appeared in his head, holding his huge axes. He then remembered Munchin with glowing eyes and asked if this was how they met their end, realizing that due to the difference in troops they would have been pushed back, but not thinking that the demon commanders would die that way. Looking at the city in front of him from the air, the demon spirit scholar promised that all their sacrifices would be paid for in blood. The Silent Night warriors rushed straight to the palace, deciding that, despite the sacrifices that would have to be made, the hell Yulchan had built would be destroyed if he himself was eliminated. Jumhan, noticing something ahead, pulled her hand back to stop the advance. Jenny's eyes expressed fear. In front of them stood a group of invulnerable illustrious family fighters. A man among them was outraged by the crazy rumors of Silent Night's attack, which turned out to be true. Moyanjin looked arrogantly at his enemies, holding daggers on his shoulders, and asked if they really thought that the invulnerable illustrious family's forces only consisted of Moyanhyun and the 36 invulnerable swordsmen sent to the battlefield. Yulchan's third son grinned contentedly, lifting his chin. With a disdainful glance, he said that Silent Night had forgotten where they belonged, and that it would be a great honor for them to become victims of the first attack of the greatest member of the Moyan family in all of Gangho. Looking arrogantly at his enemies, Moyanjun gave the order to attack his 18 invulnerable spirits. A fierce battle began. People in yellow armor rushed forward towards the Silent Night fighters. Gianni, who was standing among them and watching the fight, realized that the information had been leaked. His eyes sparkling, he remembered Muwon, realizing that it was he who had spread the rumor. One of the fighters in a yellow cloak raised his fist to strike Jenny, who trusted the leader of the northern clan. The next moment the fighter was blown away by a lightning strike. Behind the demon spirit scholar stood Jumhyun, who sent her moonlight chakras into battle. The Witch of the White Knight put her hand forward, commanding her weapon to protect the military advisor. 3 men from the invulnerable illustrious family appeared behind her, ready to attack. The woman turned around, wrapped in white ribbons. She waved her hand against the dark sky. A huge, spiky block of ice demolished enemies in its path. The silver light ice crystals technique imprisoned the fighters who had not had time to come to their senses in the ice. One of the Silent Night warriors squeezed his opponent with force. Gritting his teeth, he let out a battle cry. At that same second, his body began to swell like a balloon. The man exploded, taking the soldier's life with him. The other warriors rushed towards Sangwa in a group. One of the Gong brothers, his crazy eyes flashing, shouted that the invulnerable illustrious family was too weak and that Danyop was right when he said that he should have attacked them earlier since they did not pose a serious threat. Sanghwa remembered little Danyop. Then he imagined him as an adult, always saying that Silent Night needed to wake up. The look of the Lord of Night in his head expressed contempt. His goal was to destroy everything irrational. Danyop lowered his gaze, asserting that they should roar to the whole world, waving their sword of retribution. Sangwa, not having time to finish thinking about the Lord's rightness, noticed something behind him. Moyanjun, smiling widely, flew straight at her, using the darkness extinguishing the sun technique. Huge waves of yellow energy knocked the Silent Night member off his feet. The leader of the invulnerable illustrious family's squad laughed loudly and waved his blades, amazed at the disrespect shown. His daggers sparkled, emitting incredible power. Moyanjun screamed loudly with his mouth open. One of his blades was pointed at the enemy. The light-cutting bloodstream unleashed new waves of energy, pushing the opponent back. Sangwa's body was cut up by numerous blows. The light-destroying Sword of Sorrow technique shrouded the daggers of the smiling Moyanjun in a black haze, ready to finish the fight. A storm of bright yellow energy rose above the city. Putting the weapon on his shoulders, the guy looked with satisfaction at the result of his work. Hearing the insult, the arrogant warrior narrowed his eyes contemptuously. Still alive, Sangwa rose from his knees, asking if he hadn't fought a strong opponent. The bloody demon smiled broadly and said that Moyeonjun's swordsmanship was ingrained in the habit of suppressing opponents much weaker than him, and that his strike lacked the fury or doubt necessary to fight on equal terms or with someone who was stronger. Thinking that such words could not be uttered by someone who is dying in a pool of his own blood, the guy raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. His feet were encased in ice, which took him by surprise. Manhwa praised Jumhyun, standing in the distance but protecting her allies even in the heat of her own battle. The Witch of the White Knight helped him without turning back from her own opponents. The demon spread his arms, shouting menacingly that he, having recognized the strength of the enemy, had nothing to fear under its protection. His eyes sparkling despite his wounds, he continued his speech, saying that Moyeonjun's incredible strength would not be enough to win. Angrily gritting his teeth and preparing his blades, the guy replied that Silent Knight was not able to appreciate the strength of the members of the invulnerable illustrious family. Manhwa used the insane straight massacre technique, sending a huge wave of red energy towards his opponent. The attack was so powerful and the Jumhyun ice so strong that Moyeonjun's feet came off. Blood gushed from his mouth. The demon was approaching the defeated warrior, lying on the ground with a terrible grimace of pain. He growled, hovering over his enemy to finish him off with the next blow. Suddenly, members of the 9 heavens appeared next to them, holding their hands out in front of the man. The demon's body was torn to shreds at that very second. Choksham and Manhwa put their hands behind their backs, watching what was happening. A huge block of ice forced them to jump aside. At the same moment, they raised their arms, filled with energy, to strike at the unsuspecting Jumhyun. A drop of sweat ran down her temple. Looking to the side, she realized that it was already too late. Veins swelled on the forehead of Manhwa, who had aged and was previously at rest. Choksham seemed confident in his actions. The woman understood that she was dealing with the 9 heavens. Surrounded on both sides by destructive energy, she thought that, going to certain death, she must take at least one of them with her to the next world. Suddenly, Gianni appeared in front of them. Manhwa, not expecting his appearance, jumped back. Choksham, covering his body with his hands, swore. Jenny, standing in a hood, said that the guise of a military advisor was only a cover. The bandages began to fall off. His face was revealed, and he stated that he only wanted to lower their guard. Light illuminated the gray cocoon. Having broken the shell, a butterfly crawled out. The insect flapped its white wings. On the battlefield, Yumun appeared before everyone, whose bandages now resembled the wings of that same butterfly. The Lord of the Night ordered the faithful dogs, nicknamed the 9 heavens, to call their cowardly master. A man with short hair stands in the middle of a white space on a white floor and says that it is time for the 9 heavens to call their master, because the Night Lord Dong Yumun has arrived. A pale man with white hair and a ponytail stands behind him and is surprised at his arrival. The man says that his cover. He asks the Lord for forgiveness. An old man with white hair and a knee-length beard sits on a throne. He says that he was dying, but thanks to them. A naked bald man stands over the corpse of an old man. He says that thanks to them, he survived. A man in a gray cloak and with bandaged hands covers his face with his hands. He says that he created a military advisor and was able to deceive even himself. A man in a gray cloak sits in the middle of a gray space, and he says that he had difficulty getting used to his new body. A man with short hair is standing, and behind him stands a man with white hair and a ponytail. He says he has nothing to blame himself for. Sky and round clouds. 2 mustachioed and bearded men look excitedly. One of them suggests that the Lord of the Night has achieved the restoration of the energy of youth. The other denies, because this energy is different. They stand in front of 2 men in white and say he must go through them to get it. The short-haired man, his eyes half closed, says he is convinced that they are not going to retreat. Jumhyun, standing behind him, says that she will deal with Simmu herself. There are 2 blades flying around the man in red. The blades fly off his cloak and he gets into a fighting stance. He looks around. Jumhyun, smiling ominously, jumps on top of him. Behind multi-story buildings, white impact marks appear. Low-rise buildings and walls, the floor next to them explodes. The entire surface explodes and produces huge clouds of smoke. The gates are massive and a lot of dust rises behind them. Explosions occur on the wall. Bricks and stone fly in different directions. 2 human silhouettes fight in a pile of dust. A man in white clothes screams and punches. A short-haired man dodges blows. They beat him. He defends himself. He condescendingly praises him. The man in white throws a lot of punches. He says that he has great power, but it is of no use because he still obeyed Mon Yulchin. He waves his arms and defends himself. His opponent frowned and ordered him to shut up because these words also applied to him. His foot hits the floor. Gray whirlwind. His body rotates quickly. His body spins quickly. The man in white's fist turns red. His face sweats, and he says that even though he was defeated by Mon Yulchan, he raises his hand to strike and says that he will defeat the Lord of the Night at any cost. His fist accelerates, yellow sparks begin to emanate from it. Everything around is destroyed. Everything takes on a yellow tint. From the ground, among the buildings, a huge yellow beam of light hits the sky. Everything becomes dark. His hand remains near him. His hair is disheveled. He stands in a fighting stance. His skin gives off a golden hue. He stands against the sky and his skin turns partially golden. A mustachioed and bearded man is very angry. His eyes glow. He kicks, his leg glowing yellow. His opponent puts his foot forward. He throws a quick right hand at him. He stands, his opponent flies to the side. Blood pours from his mouth. His body breaks through several walls of low-rise buildings. A short-haired man stands in a fighting stance with a golden right hand. A man in white and a man in black are fighting. Jumhan raises his hand to strike. Her opponent in black also swings. Their impacts create whirlwinds of dust. The bloodied Manhwa stands slightly bent over and watches their battle. He stands and says that he is not so easy to kill. His gaze becomes fearful. He sees the bloody legs of a man without a torso. He looks at the human remains and recognizes his friend in them. He remembers his appearance. Jumhan, blood on his mouth, jumps back. Her opponent also jumps back. Two silhouettes fight against the background of severed legs. Manhwa jumps on top of them both, screaming. He hits the ground with force. A huge golden pillar rises above the square and above the clouds. The man in red looks up. Jumhan looks up in surprise. A short-haired man looks up. A man stands on a golden pillar. He says Moyen Yulchan's name. On a pole, in the fog, stands the silhouette of a man. Mon stands holding a stick in his hand and smiling. Yulchan looks away. He turns around, looking behind himself. He surveys the area from above. He notices a man in the distance. The man lies breathing heavily. There is fear in his eyes and he calls out to his father. Looking at this, Yulchan just clicks. He immediately turns back. A bare-chested man looks down at him, smiling. He says that he is a little late in meeting his dear guest, and wonders what happened to his appearance. The head of Silent Night looks at him indifferently, noticing that he has moved into a new body. He raises his head and claims that, unlike him, he was unable to reach the stage of restoring the energy of youth and surpassing the limits of the human body, especially because he was injured by his vile surprise attack. But who would have thought that it was possible to achieve enlightenment in a situation on the verge of life and death, when even restoring internal energy would be difficult? He reports that he has achieved enlightenment and learned the great technique of bodily transmigration. Smiling pitifully, Yulchan states that even though he achieved enlightenment, getting used to his new body was clearly difficult for him, and he asks if the man has revealed his main advantage. The woman stands surprised when Yulchan talks about protecting her. He looks down on everything and reports that the head of Silent Night has once again relied on others, which led to information leakage, exposing his operation and creating difficulties even before he could attack in secret. A bare-chested man looks up, clenching his hands into a fist. He claims that Yulchan is only a murderer who has destroyed and ravaged the central plane for a long time. Stopping smiling, the man talks about the need to behave appropriately and asks why he has not changed at all. He smokes a pipe, saying that, in the past or present, he has always been full of useless faith and compassion, so he will be taken advantage of all his life and will not succeed. The head of Silent Night looks at him indifferently, saying that the pain of betrayal from his own blood has not gone away, and even after so many years he cannot change. He claims that Yulchan has held out too long and he will destroy him and the world he created. A man is seen with his head down. It sounds like this is what a killer should do. We begin to talk about what happened in the distant past, several hundred years ago. A landscape with mountains is drawn. It is reported that then there was no law or order, only murder and destruction reigned. It was an era of chaos, filled only with war and famine. A lot of lying bones are shown. It becomes known that the powerless and dispossessed were exhausted from the city. In that era it even came to the point that man ate man. Children are seen eating someone. It turns out that tiny and fragile creatures lived in this hell, but their will and thirst to live were stronger than anyone else's. The twins are depicted with sparkling red eyes, and it is reported that they have an incredible ability to survive and even ate their mother to survive. It is said that they were strong. They appear, but already grown up, with bloody hands and mouths. It is learned that they were born with an incredible survival instinct and inherited an innate talent for combat prowess. It turns out that life in the wilderness and the struggle for life became their teachers. They are seen fighting against many weapons. They were reported to consume everything, be it weapons, tactics, or anything else. We are talking about the fact that, based on the accumulated experience, they even created and developed their own martial art. One twin sits on the shoulders of the other, and it is said that they have truly gone beyond reason. The question is how much time has passed in this way. The twins stand on a huge mountain of corpses, their eyes sparkling. It turns out that no one else could fight them back. It becomes known that their names were real unprecedented masters. Thanks to their enormous internal energy, they are reported to have overcome even the forces of aging. One of the twins is standing, the other is sitting, and it is said that they named each other and called themselves Yulchan and Yumyeon. The man sits with his head down. It turns out that Yulchan began to feel empty inside after reaching the peak of his martial art, and another desire arose within him. Ants crawl around a man's finger. He's not drawing a line in the sand. It's like he's painting a path for the ants. He reportedly had a desire to become a law and justice man. His gaze is directed downwards. He believed that this would correct the chaotic world of war and famine, which did not want to change at all. Smiling, he claims that he will set the world on the right path, and tells his brother to follow him. It is learned that although no one else could stand in their way, Yulchan realized that following his passion required followers. The twins look at a landscape with mountains. It turns out that instead of creating his own faction, one of the brothers decided that it would be better for him to take over an existing one. Various buildings are visible, and it is reported that he chose the illustrious Moyin family, who at one point were so powerful that they could found their own country. But at that time they were barely able to maintain their existence. It becomes known that Yulchan naturally captured the Moyin family. He appears, already with a beard, and it turns out that in addition to this, for the first time in his life, he began to absorb an orderly martial art, also with amazing speed. It is reported that since he had already reached the peak of martial arts, just by risking his life and fighting against the adversities of nature, the results were simply incredible. Stones begin to fly around him, and his eyes sparkle. It is said that he perfectly mastered the divine technique of the 9 eternal spirits, and soon the core of his internal energy was completed, after which the stages of internal energy lost all meaning. His beard and mustache are visible. They begin to gradually disappear. Now they are no longer on his face. It is reported that Yulchan has stopping aging. He arches his eyebrows. It becomes known that he has surpassed the limits of the human body and even reached the stage of restoring the energy of youth. His battle with some people is shown. It turns out that he began to put the world on the right path with the power of his martial art. He throws people aside and is reported to have gained the title of invulnerable warrior in the process. He throws everyone away from both sides. It is said that this did not last long. People are seen with blades in their hands. It is reported that in contrast to Yulchan's intentions, although obviously futile, challenges to battle came in an endless series, born either from a pious desire to defeat an invulnerable warrior, or simply from a spirit of contradiction and unwillingness to submit to his control. It becomes known that a war has broken out again with the goal of seizing everything that belongs to others. A man is shown sitting opposite the small world, and a statement is made that the wheel of endless greed and carnage has turned. It turns out that he even thought about killing everyone and plunging the world into a state of non-existence. It is reported that he would definitely have the strength to take such a step. A stone statue of a deity is visible. It becomes known that people were needed to realize Yulchan's aspirations. A crowd of small ants is depicted on the sand. A large individual crawls towards them. They all follow her in unison. It is said that the further he went, the more obsessed he became with domination, control, and creation. The man's eyes shine. The phrase sounds like he needed to find a different path. Reclining on the seat, he calls out to his brother. He sits opposite, his eyes sparkling. He arches his eyebrows when Yulchan reveals that he has something to do. The history of the creation of the plan began with the fact that its essence was allowed to be known to an exclusive circle of people, led by Yumyeon. People from different levels of society were gathered to create a secret organization. All these people surrounded Yumyeon, rich and poor, persecuted and free. All of them were disappointed with their lives, so they accepted the cruel conditions of the leader, in exchange for restoring their honorable name and obtaining riches that would undoubtedly make life better. When the number of recruited people was sufficient to create an entire village, they were provided with the necessary resources and shared the secrets of combat techniques. After this, the people of the village began to undergo grueling training and thorough brainwashing. In such conditions, the Moyin family wanted to raise real ruthless warriors who act unquestioningly. People fled the battlefield, pushing and screaming loudly. Then silent night first revealed itself to the world. The entire battlefield was literally in the hands of Yumyeon and Yulchan. All the victims and nightmares that happened on it seemed insignificant. These twins created endless waves of chaos and murder. Thanks to Yumyeon's skill, the training of the Silent Night warriors reached its peak and gave the result expected by the leader. Over the course of several years, the damage caused by her raids rapidly grew in unimaginable progression. The affected villages appeared before Yumyeon in the most terrible form, burning in the fire of battle and empty due to the deaths of its inhabitants. Internal strife caused by attempts to take something away from each other faded into the background. The victims of Silent Night decided to join forces in order to fight back. At this stage it was clear the plan was a success. A frightening smile never left Yulchun's face as his thirst for true dominance and control was quenched. From all the people who met in Moyen's life, who respected and wanted to follow him, and asked him for protection and help, rulers known as the Nine Heavens were created. All of them appeared in the form of a political shield to divert the attention of opposing heroes. Under the leadership of the Moyen family, an alliance called the Central Heavenly Alliance was created. But this was not enough. It was necessary to create an even stronger leash around the neck of the world, through the assignment of a symbolic trait. A former general from the Volha people and their last surviving representative is the quiet master Chinhu. He was a man without great ambitions, but had righteous aspirations, so the choice fell on him. He accepted the Central Heavenly Alliance's request to help them. Back then, no one could have imagined how his election as the first head of the clan would end. Thus, the Northern Heavenly Clan was created, and Chinhu was appointed its leader. The main purpose of creating this clan is to contain the Quiet Night and maintain tension between the forces. The rapid growth of the clan was led to its full provision of resources and military techniques, as in the case of the Quiet Night. In fact, the contribution of the Northern Sky Clan was simply invaluable. They even managed to stop the advance of the Quiet Night to the north. The appearance of such a powerful clan seriously worried Yumyeon. This was not the plan the Night Lord was promised. The time to act out the necessary evil has come to an end. The support for a quiet night has gradually faded away. And now, the man's patience was at its limit. A thin fog shrouded the trees and buildings around. Yulchon melancholically exhaled smoke as he leisurely walked around the property. Suddenly, words were heard from the darkness, but the man did not even turn towards the sound. Yumyeon was dissatisfied with the creation of the Northern Sky Clan, because it did not correspond to their original plan. To which Yulchon calmly explained that this was his creation to maintain balance in the world. The Lord of the Night could not understand his brother's intentions. He believed that maintaining the clan would lead to the famine of the Silent Night. Raising a hard look, the man displeasedly asked why he stopped helping in their common plan. Still without raising his gaze or even turning to his interlocutor, Yulchon began to say that there could be no talk of any support, because Silent Night is an organization of pure evil, killing people and bringing only destruction in its wake. And if it's so hard for him, he turned to his brother with a grin, then he can always do his usual robbery. Yumyeon looked up at the man with a saddened look, sincerely not understanding the motive of his actions. He believed that his interlocutor was completely mad with a thirst for power. But Yulchon remained unshakable. He confidently said that a true ruler from birth is ruthless and does not burden himself with the framework of morality, and also calmly uses available resources for his own benefit. Unable to listen to his brother's beliefs any longer, Yumyeon displeasedly interrupted him with his cry that his actions did not coincide with their plan and he was doing something incomprehensible. Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Night's exclamations were interrupted by Yulchon's silent action. He put his hand to his stomach, still standing with his back to him. A loud sound broke the silence, and the man was thrown aside by the shock wave. Not understanding what was happening, Yumyeon fixed his gaze on his brother, pressing the wound on his stomach. A luminous golden circle appeared behind Yulchon, and the man himself, without letting go of the pipe from his hands, in a dissatisfied tone turned to his brother. How dare he, the very embodiment of evil, behave like this with the creator and savior of this world, Yulchon himself? His gaze was full of hatred and contempt. Yumyeon's eyes filled with despair. He knew that this was the end. From that moment on, the Quiet Night, created for political games, changed its role and became an absolute evil. Yulchon sat on the throne with an arrogant look, slowly sipping his pipe. He intended to use all available resources to create out of the Quiet Night a genuine evil that no one could resist. And everything went exactly as he wanted. Even after receiving a fatal blow to the Kai cavity, where Yumyeon's internal energy flowed, he was able to survive and fled from Yulchon. From that day on, all the man's rage and resentment was embodied in revenge against the Central Plane, or more precisely, against his own brother. His eyes were empty. Only despair was visible in them, because he remained betrayed and abandoned. after so many years of mutual dependence. Just like Silent Night fulfilled its role, the Northern Sky Clan survived for another 4 generations, unaware that they were also being used. They humbly and bravely defended the Central Plain from the Quiet Night. But all this was just a small part of something created by the greed of the only culprit, Yulchan. The people of the clan and the Silent Night organization, all of them were just puppets in the hands of a man. Their lives and fates did not have the slightest meaning for him, because all this was created for his entertainment and nothing more. Yulchan looked down with a grin at the head of Silent Night, whose gaze did not express any emotion. Even being at a distance from each other, they did not lose eye contact. The guy abruptly jumped up and moved upward, closer to Yulchan. Having covered the distance between them in a matter of seconds, the guy already raised his fist above his head and prepared to strike. His eyes burned with rage, and in his head there was the thought that now he would return the world to the true path by killing him. Yulchan's eyes reflected his cunning, and he himself broke into an arrogant smile. In a quiet area shrouded in gray fog, from the middle of it came the loud sounds of battle, and bright flashes illuminating the darkness around. A blow thundered at the height, which with its powerful force wave broke the density of the enveloping fog. Yulchan effortlessly managed to dodge the blow, taking a small step back, and the ground under the impact site crumbled into small particles. From a sitting position, the head of Silent Night suddenly stood up, raising his fist right in front of the man's face. But Yulchan was able to easily deflect this blow. His face did not express any emotions, calm and reasonable. He followed the movements of his opponent. With a sharp movement, the guy was already close to the man. He began to swing his fists in front of Yulchan's face, but he still couldn't reach it. The man could parry the young man's blows with one hand, without any effort. But with his attacks, the head of Silent Night gradually pressed Yulchan to the edge of the tower. The sharp impacts caused waves of force that lifted small particles of the crushed floor into the air. Approaching the very edge of the tower, the man stopped the wave of blows from the guy. Due to the sudden stop of the blows, the guy's legs gave way a little. They found themselves face to face with each other. The head of Silent Night did not lose the determination and persistence of his actions, continuing to say that today the world of Yulchan will end. But the man himself did not change his face at all after these words. He only noted with a grin that the guy was fighting him, only to realize his own weakness, restrainedly saying that the head of Silent Night still had time to grow, and grow before him. The man with a sharp movement pushed the guy away from him. The guy's eyes filled with anger, and his fists clenched tighter. When the young man wanted to start attacking, his actions sharply interrupted the man's words that after achieving what he wanted, satisfaction comes only for a while, and in the end only boundless emptiness remains. Stretching out his hand in front of him, with the back of his palm facing outward, thereby calling on the guy to strike, Yulchan continued his story that the fun of achieving the desired goal soon left him, leaving him captive to endless boredom and apathy. His eyes sparkled, because in front of him stood the one who burst into his sluggish life, bringing comfort into it, albeit temporarily. A small smile appeared on the man's face. He recognized the strength of the young man, but considered it foolhardy for him to challenge the Almighty. Yulchan opened his palm and a golden circle appeared in front of her. A powerful explosion thundered, lifting all the particles of the destroyed floor into the air, and powerful light and sound waves swept even kilometers further. The young man was thrown from the tower, and soon his silhouette appeared from the veil of fog. Overcoming the distance, thrown back by Yulchan's power, the guy covered his face with his hands, keeping his fists ready. After a long flight, the head of Silent Night landed with a roar on the wall of one of the houses. The man moved towards the place where the guy had landed. Taking a step from the tower, Yulchan raised his hands up and, succumbing to a gust of wind, quickly began to fall down. The man made a gesture with his hand. Suddenly the pillar they were fighting on began to shake and tilt. The next second, Yulchan swung his arm and his whole body, and the tower immediately flew towards the guy. A loud sound thundered and the column collided with the wall of the house where the head of Silent Night was located. Suddenly, the tower froze in place, as if hanging in space. Cracks began to appear on it, from which a bright yellow light could be seen. At that same second, the column shattered into small pieces, thrown by a force wave in different directions. The silhouette of a guy appeared from the rubble. It was his blow that destroyed the arriving column. His eyes glowed with the desire to defeat the man, but he was already behind the guy's back. Noticing this, he sharply directed his gaze towards him. About to strike, the young man crossed his hand with Yulchan's hand. The shock wave from the contacting hands caused the earth to tremble, raising particles of cracked earth into the air. The guy's stern gaze was fixed on the man. Yulchan had a smug smile on his face. He perfectly understood how superior he was to the young man. With a sharp movement of his hand, the man pushed the head of Silent Night away from him, forcing him to lean away. Within a second, both were ready to strike again. Their hands crossed again, causing a blast wave that caused the walls of the houses around them to crumble. They continued to strike each other, and everything around them crumbled into tiny particles. With each new blow, the young man put in more and more force, but Yulchan still did not make much effort to stop his attacks. Everything around seemed to be plunged into chaos. With every blow inflicted, buildings collapsed. The ground trembled, and the silence was broken. Fury was clearly visible on the face of the head of Silent Night. He wanted to defeat his opponent and do it as quickly as possible. Yulchan looked at the guy from above, perfectly aware of his superiority, as if he was mocking him, tormenting him with such a long battle. Suddenly, among the foggy curtain, the silhouette of a man appeared. He was watching the battle from the side. But suddenly he intervened in the battle with a war cry, causing the men to freeze in surprise. This man turned out to be Choksum, who shouted with a request to Yulchan to leave the chapter of Silent Night to him, because he was not finished with him. Suddenly, the young man moved from his place. Passing by the man, he quickly headed towards Choksum. Yulchan only managed to follow him with his gaze. An explosion thundered behind him, causing the earth to split, and all the small particles were thrown into the air. Yulchan's face did not express any interest in what was happening between these two. He just pursed his lip in displeasure and watched. Suddenly, a tornado rushed upward, causing the earth to tremble, but even this did not change the emotions on the man's face. After a few seconds, everything came to calm, and the fragments of stones and particles of earth flying in space settled down. The silhouette of a guy appeared in the curtain of fog. He clenched the fist of his free hand, and with the other he held Choksum's hair. His body lay motionless among the fragments of stones. His face was completely mutilated. There was almost no living space on it. The body of the head of Silent Night towered majestically above the man lying next to him. Through the veil one could see the stern shine of his eyes. The guy used the ability Sky Wall of Primordial Chaos, thereby defeating Choksum in a matter of seconds. A circle with a golden glow appeared behind the guy's back. He managed to win, but a crack appeared on his body. Without letting go of the man's hair, the guy leaned his body back to swing. Within a second, Choksum's body was flying towards Yulchan, but the man continued to stand motionless and watch the body flying towards him. With a sharp movement, he put his hand in front of him, palm forward, and only small particles remained from Choksum's body. A fist raised by a guy in flight appeared in front of Yulchan's face. The fist of the head of Silent Night was almost very close to the man's face. Suddenly, a shock wave thundered and spread even further, lifting particles of the earth around into the air. Among the thick fog, white flashes similar to lightning could be seen. The guy's fist hit the barrier that surrounded Yulchan. Lowering his arrogant gaze on the guy, the man turned to him with a grin, because he still didn't understand how much he was inferior to him in strength. He turned to the guy, calling Yumyeon, saying that he wouldn't even be able to scratch him, because they grew up and improved together in hell for a long time. At that time he could still resist the man. But at one point, the gap between them began to grow too rapidly and reached colossal proportions, because Yumyeon was satisfied with what he had, and Yulchan himself sought to get more, which is why he called the outcome of their battle logical. Suddenly, with a sharp movement, the guy found himself behind the man's back and was already floating in the air, preparing to strike. His fist filled with a red glow. Yumyeon used the Flaming Fist of Primordial Chaos ability, launching a flaming punch at Yulchan, which caused a shock wave through which the ground began to crack into large particles. Clouds of dust rose from the cracks in the ground. With a sharp movement, the guy moved towards Yulchan, raising particles of dust and earth into the air. The fire was burning all around. The earth was shaking and crumbling even more. Yumyeon delivered several more of these blows, launching a flurry of fire attacks at the man. The last such blow caused a powerful explosion that lifted large particles of stones and earth into the air. The guy quickly moved towards Yulchan, leaving behind burning traces of flame. A flurry of fiery attacks rained down on the man, but they were all stopped by the field that protected him. Yumyeon approaches the man with a sliding movement, simultaneously leaving behind a trail of stones raised into the air. He froze as if about to strike again, but instead directed his gaze towards Yulchan. His brows furrowed and a few cracks could be seen on his face. At the sight of the impact, the fog dissipated, and the soot from the flame rushed upward. When the smoke from the flames had completely settled, Yulchan's silhouette began to appear. He still remained protected by his field, so all the attacks inflicted could not even touch him. Looking at Yumyeon from under his brows, the man hissed with mockery, saying that he had failed. His eyes remained lifeless and uninterested, but he continued to speak, indicating that the boy's body being used for relocation would not hold up for too long. There were many cracks on it. It seemed that the body was about to crumble. Due to the fact that the vessel cannot withstand the force contained in it, this will inevitably lead to side effects. Yumyeon's eyebrows furrowed. He knew that Yulchan was right, but he was not going to give up. The man, with a smile on his face, said that from the very beginning he had been playing along with him, that the guy himself had guessed how futile his efforts were. But immediately the smile disappeared from his face. He decided to end this fight. The protective field around Yulchan began to dissipate, making him more accessible. Around himself, he summoned a stream of energy that rushed upward at breakneck speed, lifting fragments of stones into the air. The stream was visible at a very great distance. The Witch of the White Knight noticed him, which is why for a second she directed her gaze to the place where he came out, for which she immediately received a slap in the face from the enraged Muve for daring to be distracted by something during the battle with him. The ground under Yumyeon's feet began to crack. The eyes lit up with rage. He understood that he was already at the limit and this vessel could not withstand any more. An understanding of the cruel reality overtook him. No matter how long he thought about the plan and prepared for everything, he still exists only for the sake of Yulchan. These thoughts made him even angrier, and an embittered grin appeared on his face. Gradually, the body lost pieces because the vessel could no longer withstand the internal force. But Yumyeon only clenched his fists harder. The rage that languished in his soul burst out in rays of bright light through the cracks of the vessel. He understood that Silent Night was no more, and therefore his reasons for leading her to peace, hiding behind anger, also became meaningless. But the realization of this infuriated Yumyeon so much that they decided not to leave alone, but to take Yulchan with them. The radiance of the body became stronger and stronger. Because of the cracks, the vessel began to crumble. But the man only clenched his fists harder and let out a war cry. Raising nearby stones and broken earth into the air, his only thoughts were that he would burn everything to the ground, and he and his brother would leave for a better world. He screamed with all his might as he used the ability of Primordial Chaos Heavenly Destruction Wave as he moved towards Yulchan and prepared to strike. He covered the distance with incredible speed, leaving behind a bright trail. The ground shook and the sound wave threw rocks into the air. In the center of their battlefield, a bright flash flashed. Among the battlefield shrouded in ash and fog, it seemed the brightest. Suddenly the space was illuminated with white light. The earth began to tremble. A loud explosion thundered, and the resulting shock and sound waves carried this news hundreds of kilometers further. The dust raised by the explosion gradually settled. The Witch of the White Knight, leaning on her elbow, covered her face from falling particles of stones and earth. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. A picture appeared before her of Yumyeon's lifeless body disintegrating into small particles, and in front of him, Yulchan stood with his arm extended forward and his palm facing down. A golden circle shines behind him. The man himself could only observe the remaining upper part of the vessel's body, which slowly but rapidly crumbled. Looking at this picture from top to bottom, he only tissed arrogantly, comparing Yumyeon to a moth in the middle of a flame. With a sharp movement, the man approached the lifeless body, asking him why there were two of them. Lowering his hand over the body, he continued to talk about this, saying that they should have been born as one. But the earth itself was afraid of such power that could be contained in one person, so it separated them. Tiny light particles began to rise to Yulchan's fingers. He asked his brother not to be angry. A shining sphere began to emerge from Yumyeon's chest and stretch straight into the man's palm. Preparing to accept her, thoughts flashed through the man's head that after so many years he could finally get her. But these thoughts were abruptly interrupted. A powerful shock wave passed across the battlefield, lifting large and small particles of stones and earth into the air. All this caused dust to rise into the air, which formed a dense curtain. When it began to subside and it became possible to see at least something, Yulchan noticed the silhouette of a man in front of him. It was Muwon who did not allow the man's plans to come true. The ground around shook, and the main character prepared to draw his katana. A man floats in the air and his cloak flutters in the wind. He notices some kind of glow in the distance. Frowning, he realizes that something has already begun and he needs to hurry. He immediately begins to rush forward. Muwon accelerates as much as possible. He notices a huge flow of magic to the side. A large ball is seen destroying something. There are many small stones flying in the air. Muwon covers himself with his hand, protecting himself from them. He makes his way through all these stones forward. He sees Yulchan and half the man's body and concludes that Silent Night has met its end. Everything is reported to be going according to plan. The man reaches out his hand to the lying body. A certain ball shines on the dead man's chest, and it becomes known that increasing Yulchan's powers due to the internal energy of the Lord of the Night was not part of the plans. Frowning, Muon decides that he must stop him. A huge flow of magic and flying stones are visible. The man stands, eyes sparkling, and says that this will not happen. He looks at his opponent seriously. Yulchan only arches his eyebrows questioningly. He sees someone's image in the newcomer. Kwang Ho's face appears. The man looks at this, slightly closing his eyes. He smiles, realizing who is in front of him. Muon opens his mouth when he is called the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Standing opposite him, Yulchan states that he thought so when he asks if he teamed up with Silent Knight. Muon frowns, answering in the negative, and claims that he only allowed the savages to fight each other. Yulchan arches an eyebrow pointedly. Throwing his head back, he begins to laugh. He stands opposite the serious Muon. The man's foot slides along the ground. He feels the vibrations of his opponent's laughter in his body. They completely surround him. Yulchan, raising his head, looks at him, declaring that he has not laughed so well and charmingly for many decades, that he and the Lord of the Night came here to entertain him with a whole duet. He claims that a man is better than one lying on the ground, and this is one of the benefactors given to rulers. Staring intently at the clan leader, he reveals that he is different from his father, who was always blathering on about the legitimacy of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and he likes him. Muon looks back at him emotionlessly, silently. There is a body behind him, and he says that the legitimacy of the Northern Heavenly Clan and the principles of his father were only needed to protect the Central Plane from chaos and various threats. The face of the person lying down is shown when Muon's phrase is heard that he is following in his father's footsteps. The Lord of the Night opens his eyes slightly. He sees the head of the clan as Guangho, while he claims that he too protects the Central Plane from all sorts of threats and chaos. The body looks at him carefully. His head is turned, and Muon reveals that there is a difference between him and Guangho, because his father was only a protector. The man takes out his blade, activating the celestial sea of destruction, and declares that vengeance is at his side. A stream of light from his powers is visible. All buildings and stones are flying in the air. Yulchan stands among all these stones. Muon runs up behind him as he claims to be funny about the Northern Sky Clan's legitimacy that he and his father are talking about. He turns his head, deflecting the blow, and it turns out that it was created by him. He smiles as he looks at Muon making an effort. His sword trembles with tension. The head of the clan clenches his jaw, realizing that his opponent is creating a shield with only internal energy. Yulchan's eyes sparkle, and he notices that the man, even after hiding and watching everyone like a rat, still decided to remain ignorant. He throws Muon aside, stating that he considered him a virtuous person, but apparently jumped to conclusions. A man tries to resist the shock wave. His sparkling eyes are visible. He jumps into the distance, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. Yulchan covers her face with her hand as rocks fly from behind Muon. The clan leader appears behind him, attacking. He frowns as he casts Blood Dance. Yulchan clutches the tip of the blade in his hand. Muon looks at this in surprise. His head is turned to the side at this time. He arches his eyebrows, calling Muon a foolish child of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and claims that he too has failed. With one movement of his hand, he breaks the blade of the clan head. Muon's face darkens in absolute shock. He raises his eyebrows in surprise. He looks away. The body of the Lord of Darkness is visible. He looks at him. Everything is sparkling, and Yulchan seems stunned. A lot of particles are shown flying in the air. A gray haze appears with them. It gradually dissipates. Yulchan stands in the distance, wondering when he last felt this feeling. The rocky area is destroyed, and he states that he is slowly becoming angry. A blurry picture of the earth is visible. It repeats, decreasing. Suddenly it becomes very small. Buildings are shown that have sunk into the ground. The man, picking up the stone, remembers the witch who managed to escape in such a short time, and says that Mentor Puliang from the Shaolin Temple is suppressing the violent fools from Silent Night not only here, but also in other places, and now he has no choice left, except to rely on it. A man is seen with a fan in his hands. He comes out, revealing himself completely. Manhwa fans himself and reports confusion. In the distance there is a silhouette of a man. Yulchan looks at his hand with a dark face. There is a semblance of a wound on the palm. A man is shown rapidly rushing forward. Yulchan turns his hand back, where the scratch is visible. He remembers the man who stabbed him. His face darkens as he realizes he's let them loose too much. He decides it's time for him to go. He stands with his hands behind his back and comes to the conclusion that the time has come to turn the world upside down again. He turns around, addressing the man. Standing sideways to him, he tells him to gather the finest troops from each clan, search the entire central plain in search of the northern heavenly clan, because they are probably recovering somewhere and accumulating strength. A man with a bloody face reports that he understands him. Manhwa slams his fan shut when Yulchan asks if he has looked into the matter. He calmly declares that he found Disung's corpse, and it seems to him that he fell from the demonic technique of the bloody cross and was killed by the second demon of chaos, whom he raised. He makes a hand gesture, and Yulchan calls him a fool and claims that until they develop talent worthy of the position of the new minister, he will have to carry out his functions. To this, Manhwa is silent at first, and then says that he obeys him. Yulchan turns his head, telling him to work on reorganizing the Central Heavenly Alliance first. A suffering man without legs is seen. The man raises the corners of his eyebrows, tisking. He remembers Moyeonhyun, and the thought sounds that, judging by the fact that there was no news from her until now, she died. Yulchan raises his head, realizing that he regrets wasting his inherited blood on these fools, and he wonders how this happened. A man with sparkling eyes is shown, and Yulchan concludes that no one can compare to him. Looking down, he orders to call Musin. There are men behind him, and he claims that it won't be easy, so they will need to take advantage of his weakness. His face darkens, and he declares that the time has come to reshape this world. From now on, the invulnerable illustrious family will take control of everything, and he will personally do it. A grayish sky is visible. A building with a wall is shown. Trees are depicted behind it. There are a lot of them, and it seems like a whole forest. The trunks of many trees are visible. A couple of people appear among them. It turns out that it is Muwon, breathing heavily, who puts the Lord of the Night on the ground. There is blood on his face. He remembers a smiling man. He plays a musical instrument. Sighing, the clan leader realizes that Danyop was the Lord of the Night. All in cracks, the man claims that Danyop, who died at the hands of Muwon, was a rare genius even for Silent Night. He stood out not only for his martial art, but also for everything else. Looking at the head of the clan, he reports that he only transferred the dying himself into his body, but he is Yumyeon, the Lord of the Night. While Muwon listens to him carefully, he says that when he, the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, came to share information and proposed to jointly launch a surprise attack on the Central Heavenly Alliance, he generally guessed what he was planning. Muwon is surprised by this. He remembers how they sat at the table. The phrase says that they have already met. A hooded man is shown, who reports that Gianni, the learned demon spirit and military advisor to Silent Night, is just his latest cover. The Night Lord's eye is slightly open, and he claims that he suspected Muwon's true intentions. But, compared to the Central Heavenly Alliance, the Silent Night Masters were fundamentally lacking in strength, so he decided to believe in him and pretend to be deceived and let Yulchan's hunting dogs from the Northern Heavenly Clan lead Silent Night to its downfall. But in the end it showed up anyway. He lies leaning on a tree trunk, declaring that Yulchan was right after all. The destruction of Silent Night was his fault, because such an incompetent guy was their leader. Many trees are visible, and a phrase is heard that the Lord of the Night will soon die, so Muwon needs to hurry. Looking up, he tells him to absorb all of his life energy, claiming that it is not because he likes him or wants revenge. He would simply rather give it to anyone than let Yulchan take it. He says that he doesn't want to give him anything, and Muwon frowns. A small ball sparkles on his chest, and he says that life is so long that it goes against the laws of nature. This is not a blessing, but only a series of sufferings. Things turn dark, and he claims that although he failed, this hellish life is finally ending. Muwon is surprised to see the glowing ball, and the Lord of the Night declares that in the vastness of Kanho there are neither eternal friends nor eternal enemies. The ball plunges into the head of the clan. He opens his mouth in amazement. Suddenly, he throws his head back as a stream of light pours from his eyes. The light that comes from it rises into the very sky. The moment the head of Silent Night and Jimyeong, along with a small force, invaded the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, it was the moment when the remaining troops of Silent Night fell for the bait set by Manhwa, a deception attack designed to attract attention and disperse the troops. And during the attack of the Lord of the Night with a small selected detachment on the Mon family, the entire block where the Mon family lived began to collapse. Several explosions occurred in the streets at the same time. Manhwa screamed like a wild animal, destroying everything around him. But the result was the lying corpses of the people of Silent Night. One of the survivors crawled away, begging for mercy from the approaching person. But the man did not pay attention to his pleas and killed the enemy with a blow of his pole. The monk who killed the man frowned and raised his hand, saying Amitabha. The other monks stood motionless behind him, looking at the corpses of the people. These monks were 108 arhats representing the Shaolin Temple. Solgon stood on the side watching and listening as the two monks talked to each other. They discussed the fact that their mentor Pulin ordered them to kill everyone. Solgon bowed his head and closed his eyes in shame as the Arhat commander ordered everyone to split into 6 groups of 18 and thoroughly search the Central Heavenly Alliance. He remembered how, while fighting in the gorge, he, striking a blow, shouted, scolding his opponent for the fact that he had ceased to be a man and began to rob and kill for the sake of lands. Swinging his sword and sending away his staff, the man, whose eyes had accumulated moisture, shouted saying that they just want to live, not conquer. As the blade and staff collided, the man opposite Solgon shouted again, saying that they had spent their entire lives in the barren lands of the dead and none of them were born into happiness and prosperity because of Silent Night. The man began to cry. Tears flowed from his eyes as he screamed, saying that they were not even allowed to dream. But they were also people and the same warm blood flowed from them. But in order to survive they had to become animals. The man's eye opened wide. Tears flowed from his eyes as he screamed in hysterics, asking Solgon if he had ever cooked and eaten the flesh of his parents, brothers and friends for the sake of survival. Solgon opened his mouth in shock and began to sweat while listening to his opponent shouting that their life was terrible and tiring. And someone like Solgon did not dare lower them to the level of pathetic animals, because they just want to live. Standing with his head bowed, Solgon asked his mentor if they were doing the right thing. Huge trees towered in the forest, from which strange sounds were heard. Yuan, looking at the upper body of the Lord of the Night, felt how everything began to double in his eyes. Next he looked at his hands, which had several projections in his eyes. The protagonist's legs gave way from fatigue. Yuan's eyes widened and steam came out of his open mouth. He crouched down, feeling the incompatibility of energy. The protagonist clenched his teeth in despair, trying to concentrate. He needed to use the secret of 10,000 spirits to take control of the internal energy of chaos. But the energies contradicted each other, causing complications. The protagonist looked sharply to the side, sensing a threat. Yuan jumped away, dodging the ice spikes that formed from under the ground. Yuan, in whose eyes everything was double, landed on the ground and then fell on one knee and barely stopped himself from falling completely with his hands. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, cursing that the enemy had come right now. Looking ahead, he saw Jimyong standing in front of him. Yuan began to concentrate. The figure of Jimyong standing in front of him became clearly visible, although she was still seeing double. Soon the protagonist was able to see normally, while Jumhyun looked at him indifferently, standing motionless. Her eyes widened sharply as she demanded that Yuan give up the Night Lord's body. Jimyong's pupils lit up as she looked at her master's body. The upper half of the Lord of the Night's body lay near the tree. The capillaries in her eyes began to burst, and the Witch of the White Knight frowned and looked at Yuan. She remembered that moment 10 years ago. Then Yuan bit his lower lip, being wounded. He looked at her. Now she regretted that she did not kill him then. Yuan, on his knees, looked at the Witch of the White Knight, who turned slightly towards her master's body, saying that Yuan, by creating unnecessary feelings for Hassal, had ruined the girl's life. The protagonist rose to his feet when he saw ice begin to form next to Jimyong's palm. The embittered Witch of the White Knight spread her arms to the sides and, with her face twisted with anger, rushed at Yuan, asking how much longer was he going to interfere with her. Yuan, whose face was dripping with sweat, opened his eye wide when he realized that everything had begun to double again. Approaching Yuan, Jimyong waved her hand, creating ice spikes underneath him, but the protagonist, even in this state, was able to jump to the side and dodge the attack. Yuan landed on his back and immediately raised his legs, preparing to stand up with a sharp jerk. Mentally he scolded himself, because he should have been prepared for such a situation and taken a squad of blood and sword with him. The protagonist regrouped and got down on all fours, mentally telling himself that no one knew that the speedy deployment of troops to restore the Tang clan, destroyed by the shadow demon of the fresh wind, would lead to such consequences. Yuan raised his head and looked at his opponent while the sweat continued to flow down his face. If he only had 10 minutes to activate the technique of concentrating his internal energy, he would be able to withstand everyone normally. Jimyong moved at great speed behind Yuan at the moment when he was able to fully get to his feet. The protagonist felt the cold behind him and was horrified. The Witch of the White Knight, standing behind him, again waved her hand, directing the ice towards Yuan. Huge ice peaks formed in the forest, destroying everything in their path. The protagonist, who managed to dodge with difficulty, fell down from the block of ice. During the fall, the protagonist's body collided with ledges several times. Yuan fell to the ground and barely managed to put his hand out so as not to push his head to the ground. The protagonist was lying on the ground trying to get up. He understood that if he could not harmonize the raging internal energy and hastily use it without taking control, then he would not be able to cope with the side effects. Suddenly, Muwon's thoughts were interrupted when the White Night Witch's palm appeared right in front of his face. The protagonist immediately reacted and jumped to the side. He turned over and swung his arm, striking the Witch of the White Night. Jimyong pressed her lips as Muwon's kai flashed centimeters from her head. Muwon's fist and Jimyong's palm collided. Their kai illuminated the entire area with a bright white light. A huge column of kai formed at the site of the collision between the protagonist and the Witch of the White Night. Compressed air began to spread throughout the clearing in the forest. Only the huge trees of the forest were able to withstand and not be destroyed due to the sharp gust of wind created by the collision of two people. The protagonist lay on the ground holding his arm. His muscles hurt so much that he screamed through clenched teeth. Jimyong was not seriously injured after the collision and only skidded over due to the inertia created by their collision. Stopping, the White Night Witch looked at Muwon and said that in the past, the northern wall stood strong and protected everyone. But his son ruined everything. Jimyong swung her hand, her eyes glowing brightly due to her kai. Muwon was lying on the ground, writhing in pain, his teeth clenched. He suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a threat. At the last moment, he managed to jump to the side and dodge the ice spikes that formed under him. A wall of ice rose up behind Muwon. Muwon, retreating back, suddenly collided with an ice wall. He looked back sharply and frowned, cursing everything in the world. Jumhan took advantage of the protagonist's confusion by suddenly appearing right in front of him. But a man in a red cloak and hood suddenly appeared and blocked the path of the Witch of the White Night, preventing her from attacking Muwon. Jumhin sharply widened her eyes, recognizing the man. The wall behind Muwon began to crumble as he looked at his savior in shock. Hassel stood in front of Muwon and apologized for being late. The Witch of the White Night continued to look at her former student in disbelief. Hassel raised her hand and began to remove her hood. After she took off her hood, Hassel turned her head and looked at Muwon before asking how he was feeling. Muwon, in whose eyes everything began to double again, held his wounded hand, looking at his beloved in disbelief. Munjun and Chig ran towards Muwon. Running up to him, Munjun asked the protagonist his condition. Running up to him, the worried Munjun, not paying attention to the Witch of the White Night, said that they barely found him. Munjun stroked Chiga's head with 2 fingers and said that it was all thanks to him. The dog winked at Muwon with one eye. The protagonist, trembling in pain, bent over a little, asking Munjun why they came to such a dangerous place. Nervous, Munjun stretched out his hands to Muwon and talked about how Hassel was worried about him, and the military advisor allowed them to come, and none of them knew the Central Plains better than him, so he led them along a shortcut. Munjun grabbed the falling Muwon with one hand, grumbled a little and said that his sister's instincts were correct. At this time, Hassel stood motionless, looking at her mentor. Their robes fluttered in the wind as they stood motionless looking at each other. The Witch of the White Night began to raise her hands and called out to Hassel. Hassel did not move from her place and greeted her mentor. Jimyong rubbed his chin and said that she knew that Hassel fell for Muwon's sweet words and went over to his side. Hassel's hair fluttered a little when she called Jimyong her mentor. Hassel frowned a little and asked Jimyong why she did this to her. Remembering how she sat in the room with her knees drawn up, Hassel asked her mentor if she was really just a witch, needed to attract attention and also instill fear in the inhabitants of the Central Plain. Remembering how she used the moonlight chakrams, Hassel asked Jimyong if that was why she was trying to enhance his demonic nature with them. Then the girl remembered how Saren attacked her with a scream. She asked her mentor another question. Did her existence really come down to this? Hassel narrowed her eyes at Jimyong and then asked another question. Did her mentor really give the order to get rid of her at any time? Was she a simple murder weapon, and she could always find another vessel and grow a new one? The White Night Witch raised her hand to her face and began to massage her forehead. Hassel, seeing how her teacher was massaging her forehead, demanded that she answer questions. Jimyong straightened her clothes, telling Hassel that she had no choice. They needed a sacrifice for the dying Silent Night, so it wasn't just about her, it was about everyone else as well. Hassel tilted her head slightly, telling Jimyong that she was like a mother to her. Moisture began to appear in the girl's eyes as she said that even if she mistook Jimyong for her mother, she considered her only a tool for Silent Night. The Witch of the White Night looked at her former student, saying that although she did not know how it came to this, she should not allow herself to be deceived, not allow fleeting emotions to deceive her. Almost crying, Hassel frowned and asked if the Witch of the White Night could have crossed over to them. The Witch of the White Night of the table motionless and looked at her student, listening as she told her that Yulchan was to blame for everything and the culprit had already been determined. They did not need to fight. The Witch of the White Knight straightened up and, looking at Hassel, answered her by saying that she could not join her, because they had been enemies for too long, so she should join her. Muon sat down on the ground and tried to catch his breath, putting his hand to his chest. Munjun stood nearby, anxiously watching the protagonist. Tears flowed from Hassel's eyes after she heard her mentor's refusal, and she asked her for forgiveness. Beloved Muon raised her hands, transforming into her form of the Witch of the White Knight. She raised her head and continued to cry, calling Muon the person she loves. Jimhyung opened her eyes wide when she saw the actions of her student. Jimhyung raised her hands and frowned. She was furious. A snowstorm began to form around her as she angrily asked Hassel how dare she use the Silver Chaos Mind technique on her. Did she decide to betray her again for a man? A chakram appeared in front of Hassel's palm when she waved her hand, saying that she never betrayed her mentor, because she was the one who betrayed. Jimhyung again widened her eyes in surprise at seeing the new chakram. As Jimhyung pulled her hand back, the chakram Hassel previously used appeared in front of her palm. Enraged by this behavior, Jimhyun sharply extended her hand, pointing her chakram at the student. Hassel, in response to this, also sharply extended her hand, throwing her chakram. Munjun and Muon stood aside and watched as the two guns collided, causing strong gusts of wind and destruction of the ground. Both men looked at Hassel, worried about her. Muon squinted. His eyes were still double and he couldn't see properly. Mentally, he decided not to miss the chance that Hassel gave him. The protagonist sat down on the ground again and put his hand to his chest, deciding to quickly take control of the raging internal energy so that it would reach true reason and gain stability. Munjun, who was sweating profusely from his face due to his worries, glanced at Muon when he called out to him. Muon raised his hands and head up, saying that now he would block his five senses to focus all his strength on internal energy, so he hoped for him. The protagonist lowered his head and exhaled, while stretching his arms forward. Munjun, sweating profusely, told Muon that he could count on him. When Muon placed his hands on his knees and closed his eyes, his Kai began to emanate from his body in the form of a haze. Having moved into his subconscious, Muon seemed to find himself in impenetrable darkness with water on the floor. White rays of Kai in the forest collided with each other, trying to hit two human figures. In the blink of an eye, Jimhyung and Hassel, flying in the air, exchanged dozens of blows to their chakras. Hassel waved her hand, channeling her chakram. Jimhyung bent and also waved her hand, pointing at Hassel. The chakrams began to move around them non-stop, colliding with each other. Munjun, standing on the ground, watched the battle in the sky. He involuntarily opened his mouth in surprise at the battle in the sky. Someone was moving at great speed through the forest. The trees blurred in his eyes. All obstacles, vegetation and living creatures were nothing more than a moment for this man. Munjun turned around sharply, sensing the approach of enemies. He immediately stood behind Muon and grabbed the hilt of his sword. Munjun pulled out his sword and put it in front of him when he saw a group of archons approaching them with the intention of killing. Several dozen monks, wrapped in white and red robes, flew towards Munjung, who put his sword forward. The main character sat behind the guy with his eyes closed. A dark dog barked near him. With a serious look, Munjung looked at the Shaolin monks armed with wooden staffs. He mentally guessed that the Shaolin temple was supposed to prevent Silent Night from attacking the Central Heavenly Alliance. Looking at the approaching enemies, the guy clenched the weapon in his hands. As he stood up, he mentally concluded that they had mistaken them for members of Silent Night. They accused them of this out of the blue. While holding off an attack from one of the monks' staff, Munjeonga asked them to calm down. Holding back the attack, he noticed a monk running around him. He turned in his direction in surprise and realized that it would be difficult for him to repel his attack. Having parried the blow, he launched a counterattack with his sword, cutting off the enemy's head. Putting his sword forward, he shouted with all his might that they were not from Silent Night. Air currents and an unusual silver ring revolved around the protagonist. One of the monks noted that the silver chakram protects Muon. Several monks looked up. Hassel was floating in the sky. She spread her hands on opposite sides, from which white particles emanated. Veins of anger appeared on the face of Jumhyun, who swung his hand at her. With a furious expression on her face, she threw a silver ring towards the girl, and asked how she dared to be distracted from the battle with her mentor. In an instant, Jimhyung noticed the approaching monks. She redirected the attack towards them. One of them shouted that these were the White Witches of Silent Night, and they needed to be killed. Sighing angrily, she mentally noted that these were 108 Shaolin Arhats. She used the silver light of the ice crystals. As she launched an arc attack and covered the attackers with a 20-meter layer of ice, she furiously questioned how they even had the courage to intervene. Jumhyang landed on the ground. Several monks immediately rushed towards her. One of them shouted that the monsters from Silent Night would pay with karma and go through a cycle of reincarnation. She turned sharply in their direction. Her eyes glowed white as she prepared to attack. Ice crystals began to form near her hand. It was the ability to reflect the palms of silver chaos energy. Small snowflakes and ice crystals instantly covered the location. Munjeong, having received a blow from the enemy, slid along the ground. Blood was running down his face. He clenched his teeth and shouted for them to stop and listen to him. His eyes widened as he looked towards the protagonist. Several monks approached the meditating protagonist. One of them said that they, the Shaolin monks, do not give in to the admonitions of demons. Changing his face, the guy shouted for them to stop. He instantly squatted into a snatch position, making a dash at the last moment. With a furious expression on his face, with a swing of his blade he was able to cut the weapons of several monks. At this moment, the protagonist stood up and calmly began to walk in the opposite direction. Having slipped further by inertia, Munjeong braked. Sweat streaming down his face, he, holding a sword in front of him, declared with pure anger that they were not monks at all, but simply bald psychopaths who could not listen to a person. Jumhyang, making hand gestures, repelled the attacks of her opponents with the help of her magic. Having destroyed several opponents, she turned towards the student. Hassel also fought several monks in hand-to-hand combat. Turning around, Jumhyang struck the monk's staff with her forearm. A moment later, with a circular attack, she threw back the second enemy attacking from behind. She, standing in a fighting pose, was ready for battle. Her eyes emitted a bright light. Hassel, surrounded by particles of white magic, looked at her teacher. She looked into her eyes confidently. Jimhyun, who stopped, also looked at her. The shadow of the landing woman's feet appeared on the ground. Taking a stance, Hassel prepared for battle. Jumhyun rushed away. Her student reacted and did the same. In the center of a clearing surrounded by forest, they clashed their attacks. Streams of ice magic spread throughout the forest. After placing the block, student Hassel slid along the ground for about 10 meters. There was a wound on the cold woman's hands from the blow. She stopped, holding the back of the meditating protagonist. She turned in his direction and looked at the back of his head. 10 meters away, Munjeong attacked and repelled the attacks of 2 monks. 3 opponents flew towards him, with their hands emitting light and using a sacrificial crushing palm. The surprised guy tried to block, realizing that he did not have time to dodge. In an instant, the white-haired girl imprisoned the monks in a crystal. Hassel, standing next to Munjeong, spread her arms to the sides. The light from the monk's ability fell on her face. The guy clenched his teeth, trying his best to protect Muwon. Also covering the main character, Hassel gritted her teeth and squeezed the maximum out of herself. The flash from the ability illuminated several hundred meters. A huge column of energy shot into the sky. Several monks rose heavily from the ground. Lying opposite them, Jimhyun, also injured by the technique, raised her hand and looked at her opponents. Shocked, Munjeong looked at the tall guy who shielded him from the blow. Hassel, pressed against his body, almost undamaged, tried to understand the situation. Veins ran through the protagonist's body. He looked at his enemies with a cold, menacing gaze, protecting his comrades. His eyes shone with anger. Looking at the main character, who lowered his head slightly, Hassel said his name. Still looking at the guy in surprise, Munjeong exclaimed his brother. White steam emanated from the main character's body. He continued to hold his loved ones. The steam began to give way to rare purple lightning that surrounded the protagonist's body. He began to analyze the situation around him. Looking to the right, he saw 3 lying and 4 standing living opponents. He looked to the left. There he saw Jimhyang still lying, battered. Removing the aura, Muwon, looking at Hassel, thanked her and said that although it was difficult to decide, she still rushed to his aid. The slightly recovered girl, with a calm look and a faintly visible smile, said not to thank her, because compared to his long silent support and the trust placed in him, this is nothing. She said that she should even apologize for arriving so late. Looking at Muwon, she said that she had an unfinished conversation with her mentor. Looking at the girl, he said that he understood and told her to take care of herself. Continuing to look into his eyes, she told him to take care of himself too. Hassel ran to her mentor. The protagonist turned towards his brother and asked if he was okay. Wiping the blood from his face, he said that he was fine and asked if the main character was okay. Smiling slightly and stroking the guy's hair, Muwon said that thanks to his efforts, everything was fine. He also said that he can now rest. Sheathing his sword, the guy in the place with the dark dog walked in the opposite direction from the monks. After following him with his gaze, the protagonist looked towards the opponents with cold violet eyes. Several dozen bald men took up fighting stances. The Shaolin Temple, previously shunned by everyone and living in isolation, finally decided to reveal itself to the world. Letting his head go a little, Nguyen prepared for battle, looking at his opponents. He took a few steps. He jumped. He landed. A moment later he jumped again. He raised his hands. He lowered them. He continued to rotate his brushes. He made a final downward movement with his hands. He threw his head back. His hair stood up at the speed of this action. Lowering it, he exhaled. Returning to his stance, he jumped. In an instant, only small sparks of lightning remained in its place. While in the same position, making a hand gesture, he found himself behind 3 monks, near whose faces there was a little energy. Without having time to react, the head of one of the opponents rose up under the influence of a blow to the chin. At the same instant, the second monk received a side blow to the face. From the mouth of the third monarch, whose head flew off from the protagonist's blow, drool began to flow. Looking at his hand, emitting steam, the main character mentally stated that the pulse, breathing, blood and energy flows had stabilized. Continuing to look at his hand, he thought about the feeling that he was in a new body. It was light as a feather and was already boiling from the force gushing over the edge. Closing his eyes, he mentally declared that he would try to add and strengthen his technique, 10,000 shadows, with renewed internal energy. Keeping his eyes closed, he put one of his hands forward. He took a stance, a second before the attack of several monks surrounding him. Making a gesture with his hands, he spoke the required phrase to use the ability. Remaining with his eyes closed, the main character struck the monk in the face with his forearm, simultaneously with an attack with his right hand on the shoulder of another opponent. He mentally said that 2 different and powerful streams of energy were merging in one channel. Having carried out the attack, he spread his arms. He punched the third monk in the chin. Continuing to repeat the spell, he, having fought off another batch of enemies, began to create streams of energy in his palms. He ended the use of the ability by talking about its existence as a single shadow. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist created a huge stream of wind, which lifted into the sky and threw back several dozen monks. A huge shock wave passed through the forest. Keeping his eyes closed, the protagonist thrust his steam-covered fist forward. The starry sky was above the heads of the fighting warriors. The striking of 2 identical white rings against each other caused white sparks. Raising her head, looking coldly at her student, Jimhyang stated that it was she who taught him the current martial art. They used the Silver Chaos spiritual art. Looking at her attacking teacher, she said that despite this, she had broken free from the shackles of her art and made it completely her own. Carrying out an attack with her hand on the girl's shoulder, Jimhyang said a little irritably that she was only her reflection and could not surpass her. Dodging the attack, Hassal, with blazing eyes, stated that while hiding in recent years, she had abandoned martial arts and had no intention of either developing the spiritual art of Silver Chaos or honing her current one. Carrying out a ring attack on the Jimhyang block, the girl continued, saying that, strangely enough, only by giving up everything, she was finally able to open her eyes and saw all the shortcomings and strategies that she had not noticed before. Putting up a block, teacher Hassal began to carry out a counterattack with an angry look. The thought appeared in her mind that Hassal's glass was full because she emptied it. They continued to alternate between attacking and defending in hand-to-hand combat. Thoughts appeared in Jimhyang's head that they studied the same martial art and reached the same heights. However, branches growing from the same tree trunk vary greatly. Also, Hansal's spiritual art is different from her art. Only it is completely completed. Hassal attacked with her weapon in an arcing pattern. They had the same starting point, but the degree of mastery is now completely different. And all thanks to the deep understanding of Hassal herself. As Jimhyang watched her student approach, she mentally stated that her student had grown up and she couldn't even believe that she could have reached the point of understanding. Running up to her teacher, Hassal spread her arms to the side. Looking at the student with her crippled face, Jimhyang mentally said that this moment would be the last lesson for her. She, looking at Hassal's serious look, mentally told her to fight with all her might. The protagonist stood among dozens of corpses. The sound of a golden peg being struck echoed throughout the forest. Yuan looked back at the sound. Stretching his hand forward, he deflected the massive wind attack. Steam was leaving his body. He recalled an attack that uses the sound of a bell. Dozens of monks stood holding staffs in their hands. Several large men were holding a huge bell hanging on a wooden base. They used a bell of light to protect the temple. Holding a log tied to a rope around his neck, one of the monks beat the bell with it. A large man in a red cloak, wearing a huge gold necklace around his neck, held out the palm of his left hand. It was spiritual Master Pulian of the Nine Heavens. Looking towards the protagonist, he said Amitabha. A man with a long gray beard, analyzing the situation in battle, said that he saw an amazing person in the middle of the chaos caused by a quiet night. Remembering the protagonist's father, he looked at him and compared him to Kwang Ho. He compared these two images. The main character, holding his hand forward, looked at his opponent. His hair fluttering in the wind, he looked at the man coldly and said that they were finally able to meet after 10 years. He recalled a picture from his distant childhood, when his father protected him from the Nine Heavens. Little Muon looked at the battle scene with detachment, remembering one of those whom his father fought. He mentally stated that on that day he clearly saw the madman from the Nine Heavens, rejoicing more than anyone else and literally exuding malice. He recalled Pulian's face, which reflected the sincere joy of battle and madness. The protagonist mentally declared that he was the real incarnation of Asura, not Buddha. Coldly looking at his opponent with his violet eyes, he asked him if he was still a disgusting monster. Slightly closing his eyes, the bald monk, holding a golden staff, said that he was once so much stronger and more ambitious than everyone around him that he could not be called a monk. He stated that, although it is sad to admit, he was a monk who had gone astray, filled with mental anguish and contradictions. Making a gesture with his right hand, he asked who, if not him, was destined for a place in hell. He raised his staff with several golden rings, which, beating against the base, made a sound. Hitting the ground with his staff, he used the formation of 108 arhats. Yellow streams of electricity dispersed in different directions. An electric aura covered each monk. He used soul induction, a body transference technique. Looking at the action of his old acquaintance, Muon mentally stated that art internally is like water flowing from a higher place to a lower one. Looking around, he mentally said that this technique allows a person with developed inner arts to share his techniques with less developed people. He looked at the piece of wooden staff lying on the ground, saying that judging by the cut, it was the work of Munjong. He picked it up. Having slightly examined and raised part of the staff, he mentally said that this would be enough for him. He thrust his staff forward. Pulian used a massive sky fist attack. Dozens of monks covered in his aura flew towards the protagonist. A small firefly flew over his head. Moving quickly between the warriors, he knocked them out with his staff. In an instant, dozens of monks were on the ground. A firefly flew through his hair. Passing the flying monks, the protagonist with a cold and confident look, holding a weapon in his hands, walked forward. Several dozen warriors were replaced by a new, energetic party of monks. Pulian used the ability turned against one. With a bird's cry, the hands of supreme wisdom. Having surrounded the main character, the monks jumped towards him. A huge explosion destroyed a dozen trees. The dust rose several meters. The monks looked at the destroyed rock formation on which the protagonist stood. They looked there in surprise and could not find him. They looked at each other until they heard the sound of Muon approaching from the air. Looking coldly at his enemies, he mentally said that they move as a single organism. Their harmony and consistency are amazing. He also mentally stated that he would need to memorize this technique for the Northern Heavenly Clan. A warrior standing behind dozens of monks struck the bell with a log. The protagonist turned around at the sound. Light began to appear near the bell. This was the bell of light technique protecting the temple. Instantly finding himself in front of the monks holding the bell, he destroyed it with a simple blow from a wooden staff. The men, who did not have time to react, received blows to their faces, which immediately knocked them out. Sweat ran down Pulian's face. He, looking at the actions of the main character, hit the ground with his staff. A dozen monks behind the main character jumped on him, covered with a new aura. The main character instantly turned in their direction. Two huge palms emitting light appeared in front of Muon. Pulian used the Arhat energy technique, the mighty palm of a guardian deity. Lowering his head slightly, the protagonist raised his weapon. He quickly slammed his staff onto the stone floor, using the northern sky wall. Parts of the crushed stone scattered in different directions. The shockwave hit the monks flying towards Muon. She also hit Pulian, who was standing nearby. A huge column of concentrated purple energy rose up in the middle of the forest. A huge shockwave destroyed the entire location. A golden staff lay on the destroyed ground. Also, scattered gold beads lay there. In the midst of the enormous destruction stood Pulian, covering his head with his golden hands. Dozens of hands covered his face. Feeling the end of the attack, he opened his eyes slightly. This was the spiritual technique of supreme wisdom, the 1,000 palms of the Tathagata. Making a gesture with the fingers of both hands, he summoned a huge number of dense golden hands that enveloped his entire body. Someone's hair could be seen in the thicket of the forest. Pulain, looking at his henchmen lying unconscious on the ground, reported that Muon knocked them all unconscious in an instant. Pulain, looking at the main character, said that his power surpasses even the 108 Arhats who continued his strength. The Shaolin master, looking at Muon, wondered if he wanted to say that they were all not rivals for him. Pulain, with his hands parallel to each other, prepared to attack. The Shaolin master, with glowing green eyes, said that his sins still could not be washed away. Pulain, moving his hands behind his back, said that if one more sin was added to his sins, nothing would change, noting that he would still have to burn in hellfire. The main character, looking at the capabilities of the Shaolin master, stated in his thoughts that a person cannot have so many hands, noting that besides his spirit, everything else he has is the creation of an illusion with the help of Kai. Pulain, attacking with his hands behind his back, used the Amitabh technique. Muon, looking at the attack from 1,000 hands heading towards him, heard the Shaolin master using the 1,000 Palms Supreme Wisdom spiritual technique. The main character, with a menacing look, looking at Pulain's technique, said in his thoughts that the power is in illusory hands, just like real ones. Muon, swinging his stick, was preparing to fight off the hands heading towards him. The main character, having repelled the attack with lightning speed, approached the Shaolin master. Pulain, looking at how Muon handled his technique, was in shock. The Shaolin master held out his hands in front of him and used iron beads. Pulain, using the technique, destroyed everything around, raising a cloud of dust. The main character, dodging the technique and jumping out behind the Shaolin master, was preparing to attack. Pulain, turning back, noticed Muon heading towards him. The Shaolin master, looking at the main character, wondered in his thoughts where he got so much strength at such a young age. Pulain, preparing to receive an attack from the Northern Blade, wondered in his thoughts who could have known that the events of the day would lead to such an outcome. The narrative moves into the memories of the Shaolin master. At the peak of the Shaolin development of internal art, the achievement of supreme mastery was considered, and also only by completing bodily techniques thanks to the book I Jin Jing. The canon of measurement in muscles is considered the beginning of Shaolin. Also, with the help of divine supreme wisdom, one could achieve enlightenment, nicknamed the Supreme Omnipotent Mastery. Pulain, remembering his younger self, said that in the entire history of Shaolin, only a few people achieved supreme mastery. The Shaolin master went on to say that he was the pride of Shaolin because he was the third to master the supreme skill in the last 1,000 years. Pulain, recalling his smile, said that during his youth he was righteous and unshakable, carrying in his heart remarkable determination and great ambitions. After which the Shaolin master said that the word monk did not suit him, noting that during his wanderings he was dubbed the monk who went astray, after which he began to punish evil and increase the honor of Shaolin. Pulain, recalling how he lay on the ground, said that he defeated evil until he met Mon Yulchin, who defeated him, noting that this was his first defeat. The Shaolin master, recalling his stunned expression, said that it seemed to him that no one in the world could compete with the countless martial arts of the Shaolin temple, noting that the crushing defeat plunged him into violent shock. Pulain, recalling Mon's look, said that it was a wall that he could not overcome. The Shaolin master, recalling how he went on a journey with Yulchin, said that he succumbed to his inner demon, after which he agreed with Mon in everything and cooperated with him. Pulain, remembering himself as an adult, said that it seemed quite natural to him that powerful people should interfere in history. The Shaolin master, remembering himself in old age, said that the unenlightened had to be guided on the true path, noting that he did not doubt for a moment the goodness of his actions, considering every decision fair, aimed at protecting the world. Pulain, recalling the image of Guangho, said that everything changed as soon as he met him. The Shaolin master, recalling Guangho standing in front of Mon, reported that his fierce self-belief and ability to make decisions and recklessness were expressed in his reluctance to ever give up the decisions he had made. Pulain, recalling Guangho's statuesque image, said that with the exception of Moi and Yulchin, his existence frightened him, noting that he seemed to have hit a wall again. The Shaolin master, remembering Guangho's menacing gaze, called it the northern wall of Qin Guangho. Pulain, recalling the north wall standing sideways to him, reported that Guangho had the spirit and convictions that he had lost many years ago, noting that he gave up and adjusted, but Qin did not deviate at all from his unshakable convictions. The Shaolin master, remembering Qin leaving them, said that the 1,000-year history of Shaolin was crushed like a pathetic insect by a clan that lasted only 100 years. Pulain, using one of his techniques, parried the main character's blow. Muon, looking at his stick, noticed how nothing was left of it. The main character raised his head and looked at the sky. Muon, standing with his back to the Shaolin master, felt some changes. Pulain spread his arms and used Bodhidharma's three-sword technique. The The Shaolin master, with golden eyes glowing in his thoughts, said that he should not be given any concessions, noting that he needed to use all the techniques to destroy him in one fell swoop. Pulain, with his head down, shouted using the Bodhidharma's supreme mastery over the heavens. The Shaolin master, with his golden hands folded in front of him, also used the Guanyin Holy Light technique. The main character, looking at the forest, noticed how the Shaolin master was approaching him. Nyuan, moving his hand behind his back, wanted to take something. The main character, clutching the broken sword attached to his back, prepared for Pulain's attack. Nyuan, taking out a sword and holding it in front of him, was waiting for the Shaolin master. The main character, looking forward, felt something. Nyuan turned and looked at the ground and noticed a glow. Pulain, using body transfer telepathy, lifted the bodies of unconscious subordinates and grabbed the protagonist. Nyuan looked with disgust at the Shaolin master's technique. The main character, looking at the unconscious guys, noticed that they would not let him go. Nyuan, drawing his hand with a sword, said in his thoughts that Pulain, who controls his students who lost consciousness until the very end, personifies contradiction and hypocrisy. The Shaolin master, using the lunar solar Guanyin technique, prepared to strike the motionless protagonist. Pulain, surrounded by the golden glow of the technique, told Nyuan to go to hell first, noting that he would join him someday. The main character turned his head and watched the impending blow. Nyuan turned his head and looked at his hand, surrounded by the disciples of the Shaolin master, and thought about something. The main character, realizing that he could not escape with the sword in his hands, let him go. Nyuan, looking at the light of the impending attack, was ready for countermeasures. The main character, holding a sword in his hands, struck the approaching Pulain. The Shaolin master, having received the blow, bled profusely. Pulain, coughing up a huge amount of blood, said that this could not be. The Shaolin master fell to the ground dead, bleeding. Nyuan looked at his hands and was surprised by what he did. The main character, looking at his empty hands, felt the sword in his hands. Pulain's blood spread across the ground. The corpse of the Shaolin master, lying on the ground, left a pool of blood underneath. The main character watched a broken sword in front of him. Approaching the sword, Nyuan bent down and took it. Taking the sword, the main character put it behind his back. Turning around, Nyuan noticed someone, Gon, sitting behind a tree and closing his mouth. Heard the protagonist wonder how long he was going to sit. Saul, standing up and coming out from behind the tree, said that, apparently, he was the same Northern Blade that he had heard about. Gon further wondered who would have thought that the Northern Blade and his mentor had such an unpleasant relationship. The main character, looking at Saul coming out from behind a tree, wondered if he was a monk named Saul Gon. Gon, remembering how Nyuan knocked him out, said that he had met him before. The main character, looking at Saul with his head down, said that there was little time left, so he would be brief. Nyuan, looking at the unconscious monks, told Gon to take them back to Shaolin. The main character, looking at the remaining monks, said that they need to cut off all worldly ties and forget about enmity, noting that they should live in isolation. Gon lowered his head and closed his eyes, sweating profusely. Keeping his head bowed, Saul announced that he understood everything, noting that from this day on, Shaolin would no longer participate in worldly activities outside its walls. Gon also said that they would once again raise the teachings of Buddhism and correct the contradictions in their hearts, noting that they would return to isolation and disappear from the world of material affairs. The main character, looking at Saul, wondered whether he could trust them, noting that later he would be convinced of this. Nyuan, looking at Gon with his head down, said that he hoped that he would never have to visit Shaolin. The main character watched as Saul regretted the monk's actions. Nyuan, convinced of Gon's honesty, turned away, closing his eyes. The main character, turning back, noticed a huge whirlwind in the thicket of the forests. Hwasal spread her arms and controlled the ice hurricane as she used the rockless silver grip, to which Jimhan, spreading her arms, used the same technique. Hwasal and Jimyang used a technique to push their whirlwinds together. Having collided, the ice vortexes disappeared. Jimyang's weapons were thrown into a tree, breaking into pieces. Hwasal, placing her mentor on her shoulder blades, stood over her. Hwasal slammed her hand on the ground near her mentor's head and looked at her. Jimyang, looking at what Hasal had done, wanted to say something. Jumhyun, looking at the student, said that she had surpassed her. Jumyang closed her eyes and wondered why she was procrastinating, noting that she should finish what she started. Hwasal, looking at her mentor, teared up at her words. Hwasal, moving away from her mentor, wondered how she could do this. Jimyang, rising from the ground, said in her thoughts that the secret of the silver spirit dries up emotions, noting that at the same time her student was able to free herself from this curse and reach the desired state, retaining her feelings. Jumhyun, looking at the student, wondered in her thoughts whether she had made a mistake here. Jimyoung, looking at the turned student whom Myuwon was running up to, announced that she had been expelled, noting that she had nothing more to teach her. Jimyoung, looking at Hwasol, said that this was the end of their connection. Jumhyun, turning back, noticed something. Jumhyun, looking into the thicket of the forest, observed a lying body. Jimhyun, looking at Daenup's cracked body, said in her thoughts that he had become the vessel of the Lord of the Night, noting that initially this boy was a student of the Demon of Heavenly Sounds. Jimyoung, remembering little Hwasol and Daenup, said in her thoughts that he was killed by Myuwon. Jimhyun, looking at the guys standing together, wondered in her thoughts whether there was any point in telling her about this, noting that her student did not remember anything from her childhood, and besides, her blood relationship with Daenup was only her guess. Jumhyun, continuing to look at the guys, wondered in her thoughts that even if this is true, is there any point in her talking about it after so many years, noting that sometimes happiness is in ignorance, and she has no need to know it. Jimhyun remembered the bloodied guys asking for help. Jimyoung, clutching her head because of the memories, bit her lip. Jimyoung, turning away from the main character and Hwasol, said that they should live happily ever after. Jimhyun got up and went into the depths of the forest. Hwasol shed tears as she watched her mentor leave. Hwasol closed her eyes and cried. Falling to the ground, Hwasol expressed her gratitude to her mentor. Hwasol, sitting on the floor, watched as Jimyoung disappeared into the fog. Myuwon, approaching his beloved, lifted her from the ground. The main character, turning back, noticed how a raven flew up to him. Jeongin, running towards Myuwon, wondered if it was all over, noting that his humble servant had just come running to help. Jeongin, pursing his lips and closing one eye, said that he was definitely not hiding nearby, waiting for the end of the battle so that he could appear at the right moment. Jeongin, turning sideways to the guys, pointed his finger to the side, after which he said that he had prepared a retreat route just in case, noting that they made a fuss throughout the area, as if declaring that everyone should leave quickly. Jeongin then said that they should escape along the path he found, noting that they need to hurry. Jeongin further wondered what they would do without his help. The narrative moves into the depths of the forest. Jumhyun walked through the forest with her head down. Jumhyun, turning back, noticed something. Jimyoung, looking at the girl in black, wondered if he was the spirit of death. Jimyoung, turning sideways to the spirit of death, wondered how he dares to disappear without a trace and appear only now. Next, Jimhyun wondered where he had been and what he had been doing. Jimyoung, with a shocked expression on her face, said that she first needed to find a place where she could restore her internal energy, noting that she was terribly exhausted. Jimyoung, turning to the spirit of death, noticed how he pierced her stomach, after which the spirit of death wondered why she was always so favorable to Hwasol. The spirit of death, with tears in her eyes, reported that she, who did not have the talent to inherit the White Knight, had immediately abandoned her. The girl further wondered why only Hwasol was awarded the inheritance. The spirit of death, pulling out a blade, threw away Jimyoung. Jimyoung, bleeding and falling to the ground, wondered what these trivial questions were for. Jumhyun also said that she would like to praise the student for taking advantage of her weakness and hitting her vital organs clearly. Jumhyun, living her last seconds, said that she no longer cared, noting that it was all over. The spirit of death, raising the blade to her throat, said that her mentor was right and everything was really over. The girl ran the blade across her throat and bled out. The spirit of death, having cut her throat, fell dead next to her mentor. Scraps of fabric flew across the wind of the night sky. The war, which never seemed endless, ended with the defeat of Silent Night, as it was completely erased from history. Scraps of fabric, flying in the wind, reached the city. The Central Heavenly Alliance also suffered damage. The shadow of the demon, standing on the slope and dragging the victim behind him, looked at the city. The borders of Sichuan province were broken through by the Blue Fortress clan, the Ami clan, the Tang clan, and the head of the Murama Alliance of Sichuan were interred. Jimyoung and his allies were heading to the city. The Mon family's surprise attack resulted in enormous property damage and loss of life. Hirn and his allies stood ready to confront. On top of that, promising talents who were supposed to guide Kanho into a new future said goodbye to their lives. The main character, remembering the 6 heavens, says in his thoughts that even the 6 heavens out of 9 died and disappeared. Vyuan further said in his thoughts that Nung Gunhui, Sage Chokup, Bai Soan, Hyan Hensio, Dam Choksum, and Mentor Pilin lost 6 legends that seemed indestructible. The main character also said that because of this they could not celebrate the victory with a pure heart. Vyuan, remembering the castle, said in his thoughts that in the midst of the chaos in the Central Heavenly Alliance, as well as unrest around the world, the illustrious Mon family, always managing things from behind the scenes, had finally begun to take the stage. Further, the main character said that under the leadership of such a bloc as the invulnerable warrior Mon Yulchan, they quickly captured the Central Heavenly Alliance. The main character, recalling the image of Yulchan, said that Mon Yulchan, Sim Mu, Saman Hwa began to be called the Three Peaks of Martial Arts. Yuan, recalling the image of Mu surrounded by troops, reported that they began to gather elite troops from the 9 great clans or other prestigious major clans under their wing. Noting that before the consequences of the war with Silent Night had time to settle, the Central Celestial Alliance began to prepare to a new war. Hwa, holding a fan and standing next to the Screaming Man, heard him say that the enemy was none other than the hidden Northern Heavenly Clan, who were considered dead 3 years ago, and it also became known that Muon was alive. The story went on to say that rumors about Sage Chokup, Nung Gunhui, and even the entire Demon Exorcism Squad having fallen by his hand began to spread. The plot also reported that rumors about the union of the main character and Silent Night also began to spread throughout the world. People listened to the man, horrified. This news came as a huge shock to Kanho. Jinwoo, listening to the man's story, smiled sarcastically. The man noticed Jinwoo and was surprised by this. But other, more shocking news also spread. Jinwoo listened to Joseon with his hand on his chin. The plot reveals that the connection between Silent Night and the Mon family was revealed, and it also became known that the common evil was actually an artificial evil. Joseon, raising his hands, spoke to the people. The plot reports that all the damage caused by the Silent Night raids turned out to be the result of the tactics of the invulnerable warrior Mon Yulchan to instill fear. The people already knew that the envy and machinations of the Central Heavenly Alliance led to the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan, so the truth about Silent Night and the return of Muon only fueled the flames of strife. The people listening to Joseon were confused. The story reports that public opinion was divided due to a lack of understanding of what was happening. People held their heads and screamed in horror at everything that had happened. The story also stated that this was just another wave of fatigue in the Central Plains, already mentally and physically exhausted by the 3-year war. The plot moves to the mountains. The story will unfold in the mountains where the Northern Heavenly Clan is located. In a mountainous area there was a house whose windows were shrouded in bright light. Muon, standing next to his subordinates, was about to tell them something. The main character, looking at Jinwoo, wondered how things were with the head of the Tang clan, to which Jinwoo said that he is a very strong person. Jinwoo, remembering the sight of Gongwu lying down, reported that the head of the Tang clan, lying near death, climbed out together with the great mentor Tang and the young lady. Jinwoo, remembering Gimon and Murray, said that they would go back to the clan to settle all the troubles. Jinwoo, recalling how the Tang family abandoned them, said that today the Central Heavenly Alliance is not at all the same, noting that even within the alliance there are infighting, so they cannot put the same pressure and monitor the Tang clan, and therefore he does not see any problems. Muon, looking at Jinwoo who raised his finger, said that this sounded good, noting that it was necessary to provide the Tang clan with all possible support so that it would be easier for them to get back on their feet. To which Jinwoo said that this had already been done, noting that the main character should not worry about it. Muon, lowering his head slightly, said that the Mon family had officially reigned over the Central Heavenly Alliance, noting that their actions were quite unusual. To which Jinwoo said that he was right about this. Jinwoo lowered his head and raised his eyebrows and said that the Central Heavenly Alliance had been defeated and had lost all its reputation. Further, Jinwoo, remembering the person who was broadcasting to the people, said that they were organizing a campaign to influence public opinion, based on the fact that the Northern Heavenly Clan would unite with Silent Night, thereby creating unity through rage, noting that this is their beloved strategy. Jinwoo, remembering the Prime Minister interrupting the man speaking, said that sitting still was not his style, noting that perhaps because he was a member of the Central Heavenly Alliance, he would be subject to threats and criticism. Jinwoo further reported that the head of the law enforcement agency, who highly values truth and justice, has joined forces with them in an attempt to respond with his word to this campaign. Jinwoo, remembering the man who directed his subordinates, said that they had diligently begun to search for the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jinwoo, recalling the clan heads, said that due to the conclusion of the alliance, the Blue Fortress, Ami and Tang clans were allowed to enter the Northern Heavenly Clan without difficulty, noting that there were few people who knew about the clan, but sooner or later they would find their location. Jinwoo, waving his hands back and forth, said that even after losing their status, the Central Heavenly Clan remains itself. Jinwoo further stated that the Northern Heavenly Clan has a better chance in the long run, noting that it would be better for them to bring them here themselves. The main character, turning to Jinwoo, wondered how long it would take to prepare for such a step, to which Jinwoo said that everything was ready. Jinwoo, while walking through the library with Muwon, stated that if they wanted to get here, they would have to cross a river and a large lake, noting that it would also be difficult for them due to the fact that the clan was located in a mountainous area. Jinwoo further stated that they needed to make full use of this to weaken the enemy troops, noting that they would later take advantage of the chaos created and quickly defeat the leaders. Jinwoo, pointing his hands at Muwon with a maniacal smile, said that the role of defeating the leaders goes to him, to which the main character wondered how to bring them here. Jinwoo, grinning, said that to do this they need to throw bait. Jinwoo, looking at the workers raising a wooden sign with the inscription, said that the time had finally come. Jinwoo, having gathered everyone in the courtyard, announced that it was time for the Northern Heavenly Clan to reveal itself to the world. In such turbulent times, when the people were dumbfounded that the Northern Heavenly Clan had made itself known, Dam Xiaochong, the Heavenly Sage, the hero of the Central Plains, had risen to a level comparable to the previous 9 heavens and the current 3 peaks of martial arts. He also became known as the Heavenly Emperor of Martial Arts, and his actions began to arouse genuine curiosity among people. After all, in harsh times of chaos and disorder, he was someone whom people could trust. Xiaochen, wearing a flowing white cape, approached the throne. Xiaochen stood up and looked at the man sitting in front of him. Moan, inhaling smoke, looked at the arrival of Dam. Exhaling smoke, Yulchen smiled, about to say something. Moyen, looking at Xiaochen's darkened face, wondered who it was standing next to him, noting that it could be the same hero. Yulchen, looking at Xiaochen taking off his hood, wondered if he was Dam Xiaochen, the Heavenly Emperor of Martial Arts. Dam, after listening to Moan, looked at him with a menacing look. The lady approached the emerald glass and raised his hand to it. Xiaochen, raising his hand to the emerald capsule, looked at the girl inside. Dame, holding the capsule in his hand, looked at the girl with a saddened expression on his face. Xiaochen, looking inside the capsule, observed a naked Hiren curled up into a ball. Dam, looking at Hiren, remembered how she told him that he must first win the war and take a position similar to that of the 9 heavens. The narrative flashes back to Dam Xiaocheng's memories, where he welcomed Hyeryong with open arms, after which he remembered how she said that they, the Demon Exorcism Squad, would establish a powerful bridgehead in the Central Plain thanks to the troops with whom they fought together in the war. Xiaocheng, holding Hyeren's hand, remembered how she said that after everything, they would get married and fit into the Moyen family, noting that with the help of the elite warriors of the Moyen family, they would defeat Yulchen. Dam, remembering how he and Hiren ran through the meadow as children, said in his thoughts that this was the plan of the Azure Dragon Society. Xiaochen, looking at the capsule with Hyeryong, said in his thoughts that for her sake he would make all this a reality. Dam, looking at Yulchen with a menacing look, said that he needed the elite warriors of the Mon family. Yulchen, raising his head, wondered what he would need them for. Xiaochen, looking at Yulchen, who raised his head, said that the Northern Heavenly Clan had revealed itself to the world, noting that he would take the troops and give them battle, after which he would leave nothing of them. Moan, lowering his head and laughing, said that the time had come to reshape the world, and he was going to entertain him with empty running around. Yulchen, raising his head with a maniacal smile, announced that he could take the troops, noting that he would wait for the results. Moan, sitting on the throne, watched as Dam went home. Xiaochen stopped and was about to say something. Dam, turning to Yulchen, said that as soon as the Northern Heavenly Clan was defeated, he would return with an army after him and defeat him, noting that he could only wait. Moyen looked towards Xiaochen with an angry expression on his face. Yulchen raised his head and laughed, conveying that he could do as he pleased. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.